Chapter 1, Entering the Game. Shenru abruptly opened his eyes to an eerie tune. The dim electric light above buzzed, and a nauseating smell of decaying wood permeated the air. Dripping water sounds came intermittently from somewhere not too far away. The young man quickly scanned his surroundings, identifying the bone-chilling sound source as a loudspeaker in the upper right corner. Besides him, there were 5 others. An unknown arm rested on his wrist, but Shenru remained expressionless on his face while quietly pulling his hand away. Deep down, he furiously rubbed his wrist behind him until it was raw. Truly no sense of boundaries, making him feel sick at any time. Where am I? By faint lighting, Shenru vaguely made out his location. The yellowed plaster slowly peeled off the walls, exposing the steel bars and concrete underneath. Rows of shelves were scattered haphazardly aside, with discarded packaging bags littering the floor, along with a worn-out cash register. A convenience store. How did he end up here? From start to finish, Shenru hadn't made a rash move. He forced himself to adjust his breathing to the weakest frequency, and even those red glowing eyes in the dark were slightly closed. Though appearing relaxed against the counter's edge, the muscles under his shirt were tense all the time, the veins standing out prominently on his hands gripping the ground, as if ready to throttle the offender at any second. The other 4 people had yet to awaken, and he pretended not to have awakened either, tilting his head silently and waiting. However, in a place Shenru didn't know about, every single one of his movements was being observed. A also plays infinite games. Go home and drink milk early. Now are good-looking streamers coming for scraps in endless escape games. Look at this shoulderless, incapable figure, clearly dragging everyone's leg. I'll just stay around for this stage longer because of this guy. The players within the game could not see these comments and were unaware that their every move was being watched by thousands. Before long, panicked gasps and helpless inhales started ringing out. Shenru knew someone had woken up. He intended to pretend to be just waking up, when suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced like a thin silver needle directly into the young man's eardrum. Ah! Shenru immediately opened his eyes, holding his breath as his crimson pupils locked onto the girl who had screamed, filled with a strong intent to kill. Screaming is always the most useless choice. Not only does it expose your position, but it can also cause panic among others. Moreover, the crucial point is that Shenru had severe antisocial personality traits. He could neither conform to social norms nor abide by the law. Accustomed to lying and highly aggressive, he often held lives, including his own, in disdain. But in order to survive in normal society, he had no choice but to force himself to endure life under numerous rules. Therefore, the intent to kill was fleeting before retreating instantly, leaving him looking perplexed and disoriented. The man next to him reacted fast, covering the screaming girl's mouth urgently, his gaze darting nervously left and right as though expecting some monstrous beast to burst forth from the shadows. After confirming there wasn't immediate danger, the man released her and frowned deeply, angrily shouting in a low voice, "Why are you screaming aimlessly?" Without even hearing the woman's explanations, he moved a bit further away with distaste, waving his hand impatiently. Newbies are such trouble. Newbie? Shenru raised an eyebrow with interest, realizing the man had gone through something similar before and was probably an experienced player. Perhaps he could extract some useful information from him. This wasn't solely Shenru's thought. Just as the man finished speaking, the woman sitting by the stairwell hastily asked, "What do you mean by newbie? Do you know why we're here?" The man gave her a quick glance, his eyes full of disdain, almost laughing coldly in mockery. "I don't know either, I ended up here for no reason too. Everyone refers to this as eternal life game. It's said that passing all stages grants eternal life." Everyone looked a bit pale. The girl who had previously screamed trembled pitifully and pleaded. I don't want eternal life. Please. I just want to go home. Let me go home." The man's brow twitched at the whining voice and irritably cut her off. "Keep it down. I suggest you don't fall apart too soon. This isn't just dangerous because of the stages, players might also harbor ulterior motives." His gaze swept over the group and lingered deliberately for 2 seconds on Shenru. Shenru's appearance was strikingly bold, like a blooming tender rose. His slightly curly black hair partially covered his forehead, and his red eyes shone brilliantly in the dark night. Coupled with his slender and delicate limbs, he looked exactly like a glass doll. After hearing this, the youth's dark red pupils suddenly lit up, and his voice trembled uncontrollably due to excitement as he asked ambiguously, "Can we ignore the law here?" The man sized up the young man with ill intent, thinking he was trembling out of fear, then curled his lips into a light smirk. "That's right, without lives, what does law mean? But, with your looks, pimping yourself might help you survive." Shenru seemed not to understand the man's mockery at all. A malicious yet mesmerizing smile curled on the corner of his mouth, with the ruby on his right ear glittering brilliantly. He appeared extremely excited, as if he had arrived in a paradise. Ignore the law. Wonderful, he could finally kill everyone he disliked. A group of foolish trash. Ha ha ha. This wasn't just a game. It was pure heaven. He liked it so much here, loved it so much. The man saw that Shenru didn't respond and thought he was an easy target, becoming more reckless. "Men I've also played with before. As long as you, The youth gave no chance for the man to finish his sentence. No one could clearly see how he moved so quickly, only feeling iron-like fingers slowly tightening around the man's throat, almost ready to twist and break his neck. Suddenly, Shenru noticed something flying towards him from behind. With flexible movements, he dodged quickly to the side but did not loosen his grip. Instead, he used the force to slam the man's head forcefully against the ground. Smash! A thumb-sized stone was violently embedded into the wall. Shenru slightly tilted his head. Those two deep red eyes gazed steadily at the opponent, like bottomless icy ponds, looking as if at a dead person. Logically speaking, such handsome features should always be attention-grabbing, but this man's imposing presence and aloofness were too strong. Earlier, when Shenru had simply glanced over, there hadn't been any detailed inspection. Those pitch-black eyes similarly locked onto Shenru, calm and cool, making it impossible to read his emotions or judge his intentions. I would be very troubled if you killed him outright. Mou spoke softly, laced with a trace of chill. Though his tone was even, it sent a shiver down everyone's spines who heard it. As Mou spoke, Shenru's lips curved higher, taunting as he pressed the repulsive man further down into the ground, teasing interestingly. Oh. Are you interested in men too? After hearing this, Mou didn't get angry but instead chuckled lowly. No, I just want to reserve a chance to make mistakes. At the end of this sentence, everyone else in the room, except Shenru, turned deathly pale. In front of overwhelming power, their survival meant nothing more than lab mice. Contrary to the silence inside the convenience store, the live stream chat exploded with chatter. Wait. How did the newbie just go over and choke that guy? Did anyone see clearly? Shouldn't the newbie have awoken any abilities yet? Looking at him, he doesn't seem like someone with hidden talents. Shit, let me just say how crazy this is. Aw, finally someone with the same thoughts as me. By the way, can whoever's talking last please give us a camera shot? Dearest viewers, reminder, antisocial personality disorder is merely a character archetype here. In real life, call the police immediately if you encounter it. Chapter 2 The Favorable Review Convenience Store, 1. Ding dong. The sudden mechanical sound broke the current deadlock. The Favorable Review Convenience Store will start business in 3 days. Please make every effort to repair it before the convenience store officially opens for business, making it look like new again and providing customers with a high-quality service experience. Attention! This test time is 7 days, and after 7 days, the number of favorable reviews must reach more than 500 to pass. Last reminder. This game refuses violent playthroughs. Once discovered, the game qualifications will be immediately cancelled. The cold voice was sharp and grating, and upon closer listening, it even carried a sense of eerie strangeness. Even though the game rules and content had been announced, no one dared to speak lightly due to the heavy atmosphere. Paka. A small black shadow suddenly flew past Mou's face. The glass cup behind shattered on impact, shards of glass scattering all over the floor. The man tilted his head slightly, a fine wound appearing on his face. A vivid red bloodline blossomed around the corner of his eyes, adding an unusual brilliance to his otherwise cold countenance. And at this moment, the viewers in the live stream finally got a clear look at the man's appearance. Stray locks of hair fell above his strong brow bones, his nose straight and lips thin, his slightly upturned eyes carrying a hint of coolness. Under the lines of his smooth neck, clavicles were faintly visible, the aesthetics of violence was thus defined. Shenru didn't bother sparing a glance for the man's appearance. He was merely dissatisfied with the man's attitude, and anyway, he hadn't intended to kill someone and cover it up. Some people are born with foul mouths that need warning, some are born nosy and equally need caution. The young man looked at Mou with a full eye of smiles, his lips curving into a beautiful arc, appearing not the slightest bit perturbed by the man's earlier offense. He only casually said with a flick of his red lips. Reciprocity is key. Inside the live stream room. What's so good about it? My dog eyes actually thought he was a frail beauty. He's clearly a vengeful carnivorous flower. Haven't you noticed that this guy looks a bit like President Mou from the Dark Knight Guild? Right. I also wanted to say. Would Divine Brother come to a beginner dungeon? Ding ling ling. An already quiet space was suddenly interrupted by an eerie phone ringing. Since the convenience store itself wasn't large, the shrill and piercing ringtone seemed like a death warrant circulating everywhere, making it hard to breathe. The girl who had screamed just now was frightened out of her wits, continuously covering her head and retreating into a corner. At this moment, the utility of a guinea pig was revealed as Mou gestured for the man nearby to answer the call. Just as trembling hands were about to touch the phone, another flash of pale white skin caught everyone's attention, and then the phone was picked up. Who? Shenru nonchalantly placed the receiver next to his ear, despite the crackling static sounds from the other end causing his ears pain. His expression remained calm. He didn't let others take the call not out of concern for their safety, but mainly because transmitting information through others always carried risks. Since both answering or not answering posed danger, Shenru preferred to hold the reins of information control himself. This evening, 12 o'clock, repairman, wall, beep beep beep. The young man arched an eyebrow. Ghostly repair work happening at night, this truly harbored sinister forces. It was incredibly intriguing. Shenru hadn't felt this refreshingly eager anticipation for midnight in a long while. After relaying the exact content of the phone call, apart from MOU, the rest instantly turned ghostly pale. Especially the man reprimanded by Shenru. The man was called Qi Liang, having participated in this kind of game 3 times, and today marked his 4th round. The difficulty of the instance could indeed be chosen. He owed his survival until today to that factor. Completing a beginner instance allowed exchanging for 3 days of rest duration, and naturally, higher difficulty meant receiving more rest time. Furthermore, choosing instances of the same level 3 times consecutively would result in a gradually shortened rest period. This instance, once completed, would reduce the resting time from 3 days to 1 day. However, this was not the most crucial problem. What made him tremble with fear was the unwritten rule among gamers: midnight 12 o'clock to early morning 5 was the most perilous time span. Perhaps in advanced dungeons, tasks might get announced during these hours, but it was absolutely impossible in beginner instances. Unless Qi Liang, with terror in his eyes, glanced at the remaining players, suspicions lingering within. Among them, there must be an advanced player. Similarly astonished were the audiences in the live stream. Midnight 12 o'clock. Did I hear that right? It's not. I remember this repair task was always during the day. Why has it become night this time? Case solved. That person is MOU, the great god. Dang, these rookies meeting a master is either their luck or misfortune. Huh. I just ask you, have you ever seen a master with a liability? Shit, they're probably screwed then. Qi Liang did not reveal the presence of the advanced player. If the master wanted to conceal his identity, mentioning it rashly might truly cost him his life. Although Shenru had just asked questions typical of a newcomer, it couldn't be ruled out that this was just an act by the master pretending to be new. Judging from his prowess and extremely terrifying mental state, Shenru was highly likely to be an advanced player. Seemingly aiming to flatter or display his own worth, Qi Liang enthusiastically shared the information about the midnight danger with everyone. The purpose was to leave a selfless impression on the master. The girl who had screamed earlier was named Du Xiaomei. After hearing this, her complexion turned ashen gray, and she hurriedly stepped forward to grab Shenru's sleeve. She had witnessed his combat skills, he could certainly protect her. We will die. Please save me. Shenru was not a compassionate person, despised being touched even more, and loathed troubles. He especially scoffed at weaklings banding together for safety. Coincidentally, this girl covered all his dislikes. Before Qi Liang could respond, the youth seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world, laughed uncontrollably, raised his hand to pry the woman's grip apart, and even the icy red pupils shimmered with a hint of mockery. If you can kneel down right now and kowtow to me 3 times loudly, I may consider sparing your dog's life. The girl sitting by the stairwell could no longer bear it, standing up to say indignantly. What you said is too rude, she is a girl after all. Shenru shrugged indifferently, watching her with a smirk. Then will you replace her? When the repairman comes, I can let her stay inside. Of course, the girl didn't agree, shaking her head while retreating. Why should I? After hearing that, the youth nodded in agreement. Right. Why should you? Instead of begging me, why don't you beg him? With that, Shenru pointed his finger at MOU and joked, after all, if the lab mice croak before the experiment starts, it wouldn't be good, would it? No sooner had the youth finished speaking than several crisp knocking sounds echoed on the shattered glass door. Knock knock knock. They're here. Chapter 3, Positive Review Convenience Store, 2. The urgent knocking echoed in the small space, and the already precarious glass door seemed almost useless. Before anyone else could react, the door opened with a loud sound due to an external force. 3 tall, slender black shadows entered, their faces gourd-shaped, their curved mouths taking up most of their face, and sesame-sized eyes protruding on their pale faces, making their proportions bizarre and awkwardly off-putting. Du Xiaomei was so scared she retreated repeatedly, both hands tightly covering her mouth, her eyes turning crimson from terror. Suddenly, a very sharp voice exploded in the deathly silent atmosphere. Who is the manager here? For a moment, no one dared to speak. Strangely, at this bizarre critical moment, Shenru found himself incredibly interested, unable to feel any fear. He even had the presence of mind to observe everyone's reactions, until his gaze fell on that annoying guy. MOU's cryptic gaze remained fixed on the young man, the ink-like color in his eyes deepening as he leisurely tapped the corner of his injured eye, revealing an inscrutable smile. This person is our manager. After MOU finished speaking, he looked on like watching a good show, eagerly awaiting what surprise this glass doll would bring him. Shenru showed no signs of being scared at all, completely ignoring the direct gaze the man had on him. The dim light illuminated the face that triggered many imaginations, naturally curving the corners of the youth's lips into an elegant arc. He nodded gently towards the 3 monsters. Hello, I am Shenru, the manager of this Positive Review Convenience Store. The man observed the youth's natural and spontaneous response without showing any outward emotion, a long-awaited interest flickered in his eyes. The shrill voice followed immediately. Before the repairs, we need to discuss the price. Ding. Detected player Shenru triggering side quest. You are the manager of the Positive Review convenience store. Although the store hasn't opened for business yet, it has already suffered damage. You need to try to control repair costs as much as possible and maximize profits. After hearing the content of the task, Shenru calmly observed the reactions of those around him. Obviously, only he could hear the task details. It seemed that the side quest was triggered only when the character's role within the scenario was confirmed. Thanks to that irritating troublemaker, he had first gained a legitimate identity in this game. Although the youth's face betrayed no emotions, inside he was extremely annoyed by this two-faced individual. Better not let him catch an opportunity, otherwise he would certainly retaliate fiercely. In the live streaming room. Brothers. Is there really a segment in this simulation where we haggle over prices? I'm also puzzled. I remember that these 3 days for repairs were part of the newbie adaptation period, which should go smoothly. Why does it feel different now? Is it fine to let this pretty boy handle the negotiations? As a fan of good looks. If he survives this round, I'll follow him. The mission content was quickly broadcasted. From an outsider's perspective, Shenru seemed to think for a few seconds before slightly nodding his head, his smile widening more and more, fully expressing his friendly attitude, some might even say gentlemanly. Of course. May I know what your compensation requirement is? That shadow suddenly raised its hand, pointing at 3 holes indented in the wall, then its body sharply twisted, becoming longer and thinner. The creature abruptly extended its neck to sniff each person present with its non-existent nose. 3 holes, you pay me 3 human heads. The thing arrogantly retracted its head, as if 3 human heads were already the biggest discount it could offer. Qi Liang, seeing Shenru's perplexed expression, felt his heart drop instantly. No one would be foolish enough to negotiate with such a monster, it was best to directly agree just to keep oneself alive. Moreover, looking at the young man's thinking expression gave away that he was weighing pros and cons in his mind. And as for the 3 who would be sacrificed, they were sure to include him, since he had previously entertained thoughts about the boss. Although Shenru had never bargained before, ignorance can sometimes have benefits. Thus, he feigned difficulty before starting. 3 is too expensive. 1.5. Take it or leave it, I'll find someone else. Shenru regretted speaking immediately after he started. People always said you should bargain down to half first, but he hadn't thought carefully before opening his mouth. Fine. The creature seemed to be afraid he would change his mind, hastily agreeing as soon as he heard Shenru's words. Shenru, still too high, 1 head should have sufficed. Qi Liang stood there with his mouth wide open, dumbfounded as he stared at the rather confident young man. Wait. You really dared to haggle. And how are you going to pay for 1.5? Audience members in the live streaming room hearing this bargaining process were stunned speechless. 1.5. Brother, are you trying to show off your skills at haggling? I'm not exaggerating, if I went out to bargain like this, my mom would kill me. I'm staying here all day today. Let's see how this streamer plans to pay that 1.5. Me too. So it was settled, but an eerie silence enveloped the room more intensely than before. No one knew whose heads the 1.5 human heads would come from, especially that extra half. Satisfied with the agreed price, the youth's smile grew even brighter. As casually as chatting about daily life, he engaged the 3 monsters in conversation. How long does this kind of work usually take, master? The monster barely gave Shenru a glance, replying indifferently, very soon. Seeming completely oblivious to any rudeness, the youth continued conversing easily. To be honest, when I took over this shop, I had no idea who among those cursed ones had wreaked havoc on it like this. Luckily, you masters came to our rescue so quickly. So how about this, later I'll make up the rest for you to round it up to 2 heads, and then you guys could leave a good review for our store. They will definitely agree. Shenru didn't know what the monsters wanted with players' heads, but judging by their eagerness during price negotiations, this offer must have been a huge deal for them. Sure enough, the leading creature paused for just a moment before its high-pitched and bizarre voice responded quickly. Alright, do continue to patronize our services in the future. The shadows completely covered the handsome youth's face, but his red eyes gleamed with an unsettling glimmer. The upward curve of his lips betrayed his present satisfaction. Of course. Mo casually leaned against the counter, leisurely smoothing out the wrinkles that had formed. With a seemingly disinterested gaze, he sized up the young man. Relaxed yet tall and sturdy, his slightly drooping eyelashes concealed the savage factor lurking deep within his eyes. He was fully prepared. If the youth did something unexpected, he would personally strangle the lovely neck of the beautiful Rose with his own hands. Soon, the walls were repaired perfectly, and the 3 monsters left behind positive reviews for the shop accordingly. Shenru, watching the shop's rating suddenly increase by 30 positive reviews, couldn't help but feel deeply delighted inside. So 1 monster can count for 10 positive reviews? Almost visibly, excitement made the corner of the handsome youth's mouth lift even higher, so much so that he found even these grotesque beings pleasing to the eye. Now, it's time for me to pay you your due reward. Instantly, everyone's expressions turned into ones filled with panic. In particular, Du Xiaomei shook her head wildly like a rattle drum. Her teeth chattered uncontrollably, her entire facial muscles twitching in extreme terror as she kept retreating, unable to utter a single word. When she clenched her eyes shut and couldn't help trembling violently in a corner, suddenly a shrill scream pierced through her ears. Through blurred tear-filled eyes, she faintly saw that in the handsome youth's hand were 3 bloody objects. That bewitching face had taken on a few vivid hues of fierce heat, his raised eyebrows exuding an aggressive charm. His voice sounded like someone savoring a long-desired pleasure, his tone hurried and excited. I thought about it, and I'll still pay you the full price after all, it's simply very difficult for me to handle a half-human head. Then the mechanical sound in his mind rang out, the emotionless cold voice immediately filling his thoughts. Ding dong. Side quest completed, detecting player successfully completed transaction. Please keep working hard for the smooth opening of positive review convenience store. After hearing the system prompt, Shenru carelessly threw the filthy things outside the door, looking disdainfully at them as he told a few others to clean up the bodies inside, before walking into the restroom. Du Xiaomei sobbed with tears streaming down her face. Did he plan this from the start? Qi Liang hesitated to move for a while, giving a quick glance at Mou, seeing him nod, he hastily urged a few others to clean up the corpses. Inside the live streaming room. Getting sheep's wool from the sheep itself. Learn something new. Damn, a delicate youth standing up against 3 monsters. What a thrilling experience. I'm straight into this now, thought he was a weakling but turns out to be a superhuman warrior angel. For a moment, I wasn't sure who was the ghost. Chapter 4, Good Reviews Convenience Store, 3. The bathroom tiles were speckled with dark yellow stains, and the mirror above the sink was covered in what seemed like a layer of mud. Shenru furrowed his brows as a thin stream of water washed away the lingering metallic smell of blood. The hazy mirror faintly reflected the gleam of a small diamond stud piercing the right ear of the young man. He had no fetish for eating bloody buns, so he never intended to pay with the heads of players. The system also reiterated that the purpose of this task was to conserve resources as much as possible. On reflection, not only did he save money, but the monster ended up doing free labor. Besides, there was a psychopath nearby watching him like a hawk. Shenru reasonably suspected that if he ever entertained thoughts of killing, the other person's hand would immediately be around his neck. Haha, how splendid. Was he going to be their first guinea pig? The black-haired, red-eyed glass doll stood in place, suppressing his interest, and turned to walk out of the bathroom. But apart from the live stream audience, no one noticed. The young man in the mirror remained completely still, tightly staring at Shenru, a strange smile creeping across his lips. When Shenru emerged from the restroom, he found that the group had already cleaned up the corpse on the ground. How fast they worked. And the looks everyone gave the young man revealed complex expressions. Among them, Qi Liang's was the most peculiar. He was now absolutely certain that this individual was an advanced player. Just moments ago, the master slew ghosts with such lightning speed, it was something he couldn't even comprehend. This only meant one thing, the master's skills were unfathomable. An advanced player participating in a beginner mission must be here for some specific task. If he showed his willingness to join now, he could not only protect his own life but might even have a chance to join an elite guild after the game ended. So Qi Liang took advantage of the lull while others were cleaning up, sneaking over to Shenru, performing an awkward sliding knee bow to express his sincerity. Master. I failed to recognize your greatness earlier and was quite rude. Did you come down from the advanced dungeon to the beginner's level because of some task? I can help you. Qi Liang, fearing Shenru didn't have the patience to hear him out, blurted out everything on his mind. The young man looked at the kneeling figure before him with a hint of curiosity, and a malevolent spark surfaced within him. It appeared this pitiable guy mistook him for an advanced player. But was it really that reasonable to make such assumptions based on sheer strength alone? So Shenru didn't give him a direct answer, but instead let out a cold snort and asked, how did you figure it out? This statement neither directly denied nor affirmed that he was an old player but allowed him to learn how Qi Liang reached his conclusion indirectly. Qi Liang, of course, didn't have the capacity to think about all these nuances. His focus was solely on preserving his life and earning the respect of his idol, quickly responding. Newbie missions don't typically require tasks like this in the dead of night. Your presence must have disrupted the mechanism, which is why I assumed. Ah. That's the reason. Red eyes glinted cunningly under the dim light. You twisted freak, I finally caught you. Shenru immediately deduced that Mou's arrival caused the chain reaction of events. What's worse, this damn psycho not only stayed uninvolved but even made him clear the mess. Damn. Qi Liang, sensing the elder's dissatisfaction, thought it was due to his rash guesses. He hurriedly apologized. Master, I didn't mean to speculate recklessly. But I'm useful. This is my 4th time surviving the beginner dungeon, there has to be something where I can assist you. In situations involving life and death stakes, people always instinctively become humble or even despicable to survive. Shenru found both tendencies rather entertaining. With a smile, he helped the man stand up. His gentle voice was like a snake flicking its tongue, slowly paralyzing the opponent's nerves, turning him into a complete slave. So tell me everything from start to finish without leaving anything out. Live stream room. Hey, when did this guy turn into a master? Give me a break. SOS. Isn't Shinru extremely manipulative? Mommy, I love this shit. Am I the only one pitying poor Qi Liang? He got himself conquered from head to toe. Ha ha ha, laugh out loud funny. Running eagerly just to highlight his value for the boss, only to find out that he's dealing with an absolute newbie white boy. One could say that Qi Liang held nothing back. He practically poured out all his secrets, offering everything on a silver platter, begging Master Shen to accept him graciously. However, thanks to his detailed explanation, Shenru gained a clear understanding of this game. Though it was an eternal life game, players needed to keep passing levels to earn survival days. Moreover, the higher the level, the more survival days one could obtain. If the survival days were used up, the system would automatically throw the player into the nearest dungeon. After finishing a dungeon, players would be uniformly placed in a rest area. The rest area, also known as the living zone, had everything one needed and was said to be highly developed, where everything could be bought with points. It was very similar to the place Shinru lived before. The surviving players had formed various organizations and guilds, among which the most famous one was the Dark Knight Guild. Shinru vaguely felt that Qi Liang was quite wary of this guild and didn't dare to voice too much opinion about it. But none of these were important. What was important was that after listening, Shinru actually found such a world quite beautiful. Ignoring rules and laws. A world that judged only by strength, not by right or wrong. It was the dream heaven. Shinru's gaze subtly landed on the man far away. He was curious about why the man came to the beginner's dungeon and what he wanted to get from here. Do high-level players even need to come to the beginner's dungeon for survival time? The answer was obvious. Shinru himself was someone who extremely disliked troubles. If it wasn't for the system prompt that violent clearance was forbidden, he would rather beat all the monsters entering one by one to force them give good reviews. But now, he changed his mind. Helping others is a virtue that all human beings should have. He would help the man all the way. Crack. 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 In the silent space, the sounds of glass breaking seemed particularly abrupt and eerie. Suddenly, the whispers among the people ceased as they looked towards the direction of the sound, the bathroom. Drip. 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 The sound changed. Footsteps suddenly echoed from the bathroom. All reactions seemed to tell everyone a fact. Something had come out of the mirror. As the footsteps gradually became clearer, the heavy steps slowly came out of the bathroom, approaching the door step by step at a steady pace. Suddenly. Screech. The wooden door, which had lacked maintenance for years, was pushed open by an external force, and the wet footprints clearly fell on the dusty ground. The footprints looked enormous, and judging from their length, the person must be over 3 meters tall. Yet weirdly enough, at the moment, there was no one in the room except for the 6 players. Chapter 5, Positive Reviews Convenience Store, 4. Just as everyone was in a state of panic, an eerie telephone ring suddenly rang out. The strange and urgent ringing instantly caused Qi Liang beside Shinru to shiver violently. The wet footprints were still clearly imprinted on the floor, moving slowly and rhythmically. None of them dared to make a move, so the phone could only be answered by Du Xiaomei, who was closest to it. Moonlight suddenly streamed in through the window, revealing Du Xiaomei's deathly pale face devoid of any blood color. In that instant, despair and horror filled the narrow, oppressive room. The phone kept ringing, and Qi Liang, unable to bear the fear anymore, harshly urged her. If you don't want to die, then fucking answer it. Du Xiaomei seemed to come back to her senses at the low growl, her trembling hands abruptly pressing the phone. Cold sweat from her forehead dripped down to the ground beneath her chin. Hello. Hello. The noisy ringing finally stopped, and the crackling sound of static on the other end of the line was particularly noticeable in the silent room. A terrifying, malicious scream suddenly sounded. 15 minutes. If you can't find my feet, you'll all die. There was no need for Du Xiaomei to repeat the message too much, the voice from the other end of the phone was sharp enough to reach every one of their ears clearly. One of the girls collapsed into uncontrollable hysteria, and even before the voice on the other end hung up, she slammed the receiver hard onto the ground. With a shrill scream, the pieces inside the receiver scattered everywhere. Ah! Du Xiaomei crouched down in terror, clutching her head tightly. Her high-pitched screams pierced the air, her body shaking in clumps as tears poured down her cheeks. Seeing that the woman had broken the receiver's components, Xiao Huangmao squatting beside her could no longer hold back. Sister, even fear has its place. If you want to die, please don't drag us along with you. The girl who had previously spoken up for Du Xiaomei also couldn't help but join in. Yeah. The phone is broken, so what will we use for receiving the next mission instruction? Qi Liang kept his eyes on Shenru closely, wanting to figure out the attitude of the leader towards the situation. However, Shenru exhibited a look throughout as if uninvolved, observing coldly, and instead showing great interest watching Mou in the distance. Qi Liang couldn't help himself anymore and asked carefully, "Leader, what should we do now?" A glimmer of excitement appeared in the young man's crimson eyes, as his slender index finger slowly tapped his vivid red lips. "Shoo." Qi Liang followed Shenru's gaze, and his eyes fell on Du Xiaomei's side. Instantly, his pupils contracted sharply, and a chill ran up his spine. The large, wet footprints were slowly approaching Du Xiaomei, and judging from the disorderliness of the steps, they had already lingered beside her for some time. Considering the speed earlier, this thing shouldn't have been able to move to Du Xiaomei so quickly. Moreover, apart from the leader and the horrifying man in the corner, it seemed that nobody noticed the oddity at this moment. He really was the leader. Qi Liang couldn't help but marvel while simultaneously shifting his body backward slowly. Shenru clearly saw that the moment the girl picked up the call, the footsteps immediately stopped. But when the receiver shattered, the stopped footsteps quickly moved toward the culprit. If previously it was aimlessly advancing slowly, then the moment Du Xiaomei broke down, it locked onto its prey. Why? Shenru felt a subtle sense of wrongness. It was like, this call wasn't giving the players tasks, but rather issuing commands to the monsters. The panic or anger revealed the moment the receiver was smashed could be seen in the disordered pace and rapid movement. The system only mentioned making the players ready for store repairs, never mentioning there would be repairmen visiting at midnight. All this, in the end, came from the telephone arbitrarily issuing tasks. And who was the first to intend that players receive the call? The answer was clear. That high-level player. Shenru felt his excitement and anticipation within almost impossible to contain, and with the truth just about to burst forth, his heart was pounding fiercely. "Everyone, I think the fact that the phone is broken is actually a good thing." The young man lifted his eyes, his expression serious and earnest, as if he had truly thought carefully and arrived at a firm answer after careful deliberation. In the face of absolute power, even though everyone might think the young man here was talking nonsense, no one dared to interrupt him. Shenru provocatively glanced over Mou's position, a slight curve tugging at his lips as he employed an expression that was beguiling and enticing, luring the lambs into the predictable trap. "Among you, who has clearly received a system task that states repairmen will contact players through phone calls?" Qi Liang and the others thought for a few seconds, then slowly shook their heads. Satisfied, Shenru raised an eyebrow before continuing, "So this is just an ordinary side quest. Not accepting or completing it won't kill anyone." At this moment, Du Xiaomei also slowly lifted her head, her eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. The young man's gentle voice echoed again, each word landing heavily in everyone's ears. "So, who is it that's trying to lead us into completing this side quest?" The tail end of Shenru's sentence stretched slightly, carrying a hint of teasing, sending an inexplicable itch deep into the hearts of those who heard it. But behind his youthful facade, there was a glint in his eyes, and his lips curled momentarily in an ephemeral smile. "You freakish psychopath, let's see what you do now." Qi Liang was the first to catch on, remembering that it had been the very man who had urged him to pick up the call back then. He almost blurted out the answer, but upon realizing the lethal aura around the man, he instantly decided against being the one to speak up. Du Xiaomei had no time to think about anything else. She'd clearly seen the cold, merciless look in that man's eyes, something no normal human could possess. It was clear, he wanted them dead. "It's him. It's all because of him." With a scream, Du Xiaomei pointed angrily toward Mou, glaring at the man as if she wished to tear him limb from limb. Shenru narrowed his eyes slightly, curving his lips upward gradually, exposing a sly grin tinged with satisfaction at someone else's misfortune. Inside the live-streaming room. Holy crap. How did he manage to figure out the cause and effect so quickly? I never thought I'd witness Lord Mou getting put in his place, especially by a rookie. This is actually kinda hilarious. A few simple words, and already everyone's completely swayed. This rookie's got skills. Definitely worth following. No way. There's no way our great player would fall into a minor trap like this. Mou maintained a poker face as he looked at the young man in front of him. He hadn't been provoked this overtly in a long time, not openly called out by name. For the moment, his face betrayed no emotion. His handsome features, illuminated by the pale moonlight, appeared even more striking yet cruel. With a seemingly casual glance, his piercing eyes swept over the vibrant youth. Then, his eyelashes flickered lightly, erasing any traces of icy coldness from his demeanor. The cunning fox was so certain because he had likely discovered Mou's identity as a high-level player. If Mou were to refute now, then the young man would certainly reveal how he'd intentionally increased the game difficulty for everyone. No matter which path chosen, he'd become the focus of everyone's animosity. Truly fascinating. Why not turn the scheme back on itself? Let's play along with this little fox. Mou's deep gaze appraised the young man for a moment, his tone still cool and indifferent, but his words hit like a ticking bomb. The tolerance of a high-level player is only this much. Startled, Shenru immediately lifted his head, locking eyes straight onto the dark-haired man before him. There was no discernible emotion in the other's gaze, but in the brief closing of his eyes, there had been a flash of excitement akin to watching prey struggle. Inside the live-streaming room. Holy shit. This comeback is absolutely unmatched in history. Dude, worthy of being a pro. One sentence clears everything away smoothly. Mom asked me why I'm watching the stream on my knees. Don't ask. It's out of respect, alright. No kidding. Aren't you guys shipping these two yet? Strong alliance, intense rivalry. I'm dying of love here. Chapter 6, Praiseworthy Convenience Store, 5. Huang Mao was the first to realize something was off, and he stared incredulously at the young man in front of him. Suddenly remembering something, he quickly took a few steps back and opened his eyes wide in terror. So the difficulty of this game also increases because you're an advanced player, right? This implied that as newcomers, they were about to face the hellish difficulty of a beginner's dungeon. Before Shenru could react, the footprints that had been circling Du Xiaomei began to move again restlessly. The terrifying speed and strange sound of footsteps seemed to forewarn the exposure of fangs of some beast hidden in the darkness. At that moment, Du Xiaomei could no longer care who the real culprit was. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes full of fear from deep within her soul, and her hollow gaze carried a humble plea for help. Her hoarse throat emitted a final cry for rescue. Save me. The words had barely left her lips when those large footprints stopped abruptly in front of Du Xiaomei as if receiving a sudden command. Then came the dull sound of a blade slicing through flesh. Bright blood spurted violently out of the girl's body, mixed with entrails and internal organs, which all spilled out from the severed corpse. The sticky red liquid splashed onto the young man's cheeks. His white tender fingers wiped away the traces of blood, unconcernedly outlining vivid colors on the wall. Once bathed in blood, the translucent monster finally fully revealed itself to everyone. It was only half a meter tall. Its empty eyes were entirely taken up by whites, and its gaping mouth showed shark-like serrated teeth. Even around its neck hung a disgusting dark yellow object of unknown origin. The only noticeable thing was that the monster had no feet. Even though enormous footprints clearly marked the ground, the monster became transparent starting from its ankles as if someone had directly cut it off. Qi Liang, merely a small fry who participated in beginner missions, had never witnessed such a bizarre scene. His eyes trembled in panic within their sockets. Shocked, he glanced at the formidable figure in front of him and hastily retreated a few more steps. You have 10 minutes. The monster's raspy voice sounded like someone forced to drink a bowl of boiling oil. It echoed in the ears of every shaken player. Shenru watched with interest the monster standing still next to the corpse. Their movement space was small, accordingly the conditions for the monster's killings were exceptionally harsh. The monster responsible for repairing walls killed through negotiations, but what did this monster do? If it was because Du Xiaomei had broken the microphone just now, her life should have ended as soon as the telephone shattered, but regrettably, it didn't happen that way. Poor girl ended up being mercilessly killed while opening her mouth to beg for help. Could opening one's mouth to ask for help be the limiting condition for the monster's kills? No, that wasn't stringent enough. Du Xiaomei was an extremely timid and fearful female player, yet before asking for help, she abnormally refrained from screaming or shrieking. Instead, her eyes were filled with fear and numbness towards unknown dangers. She must have seen something right before she died. Following this train of thought, Shenru quickly circled the corpse and suddenly discovered a palm-sized lens next to the pieces of the broken microphone. He clearly remembered that there hadn't been such a thing when the microphone broke earlier. That's right, the monster emerged from the bathroom mirror, indicating it detested the mirror confining it, and this lens appeared just near Du Xiaomei. The rationale behind the monster's rampage and slaughter suddenly became clear. What a despicable person. At the start, he had enticed them into doing side quests, intimidating players using his own abilities so that they temporarily overlooked the difficulty allocation of the game. With just a few words, he effortlessly shifted the blame and kept everyone in his manipulative grip. How intriguing. Who would have thought that, in reality, he was a cunning and immoral individual who secretly played everyone like puppets? If Shenru were Mou, how pleasant it might feel right now inside his mind. Standing high above, looking down on these ants. See. He just needed to flick his fingers to advance the plot smoothly. But everything requires motivation. This man must be seeking something from these side quests, and Shenru was certain that the thing the man wanted was now on this bloody monster. Otherwise, Du Xiaomei's death wouldn't make sense. Suddenly, Shenru had a bold idea. The youth's voice was gentle and calm, like a pebble tossed into a lake, rippling endlessly through the silent space. Relieving the distress of customers is the purpose of our praiseworthy convenience store. Finding your feet isn't a difficult task, but you need to exchange it with an equivalent reward. After all, I can't let my employees work for free, right? Shenru did not look at any reflective surfaces throughout the process. He was sure he hadn't violated any rules and, at least for now, he was safe. Qi Liang had long been scared pale by his actions. Do experts all have this issue? Bargaining with the monster even in such a critical moment? Is this the confidence of a high-level player? With that thought, Qi Liang began to look at Shenru with growing respect and admiration. The monster paused for a moment, as if it didn't expect any player to be so brazenly conversing with it. After a few seconds of silence, as if receiving some notification, it bared its teeth in a grin, murmuring ominously. Fine, the payment is up to you, I just want my feet back. Receiving a satisfactory answer, Shenru tilted his head slightly, observing the man beside him carefully while pulling a smirk across his lips. The handsome young man stepped gracefully toward the man, his long, delicate fingers lightly resting on the man's broad chest. With lowered eyes, the beautiful figure's lips parted gently, displaying an unmistakable air of submission. His bright red eyes swept over the other man's neck before whispering softly, leaning closer. I truly don't wish to fight against you. After all, I only wish to survive and go home. Words alone lack credibility, but now, I'll give you what you want, and we'll get along peacefully, alright? You found it amusing and slyly revealed the youth's scheme. You want me to help find those feet? Long lashes quivered gently. Aside from the audience in the live stream and MOU himself, no one knew exactly what they were talking about. The handsome young man slowly blinked, the corners of his eyes gradually flushing pink. Following the man's words, even his white cheeks turned slightly red, while his fine collarbone trembled delicately in the cold air. Anyone would see this as someone pitifully bullied. Shenru's shattered state seemed ready to spill beyond the screen, yet the words flowing from his red lips were sharp. What is to be done then, sir? If you refuse now, I have 100 ways to make sure you won't achieve your goal. After speaking, the young man subtly shook his shoulders, somehow managing even his neck to flush. Confused, the three others quietly grouped together. Qi Liang whispered softly, Shenru definitely looks like he's been wronged. This guy tricked us into doing side quests, and now he's going after the experts too. Huang Mao's real name is Cheng Lin. After hearing this, he also nodded in agreement. Yeah, I bet Shenru is negotiating about the task. There's probably an 80% chance this guy will refuse to help. The girl standing nearby, Wei Lingling, after listening to their analysis, finally came to her senses and said incredulously, so this guy deceived us into doing the side quest, and now Shenru has to beg him to help find the monster's feet? The more they analyzed, the wilder it sounded, almost turning Shenru into a tragic little cabbage. The audience watching the live broadcast, who'd heard the entire conversation between Shenru and MOU. No, there must be some misunderstanding. If I hadn't heard what they were talking about, I almost believed these newcomers' nonsense. Not. How could someone be so shameless? Pretending to be a victim just to swindle others. My goodness. Ah. Wife is so seductive, I absolutely adore her. Rescue. Who would have thought someone would use such an appealingly pitiful appearance to spout such intimidating threats? Upon hearing this, MOU laughed instead of getting angry. His warm hand gently pinched the youth's handsome cheek and forcefully pulled him close. Instantly, their breaths mingled. A captivating cold fragrance enveloped them, followed by the deep and sinister chuckle of the man. Alright, I agree. The moonlight was somewhat dimmed at this moment, obscuring the man's handsome face with a thin veil. Under the man's pull, Shenru was forced closer and then heard a pleasurable voice near his ear. My name is MOU. Chapter 7, Positive Reviews Convenience Store, 6. Shenru blinked innocently, completely unconcerned. He didn't care whether the man was called MOU or Mayu, as long as he could be used, any name would do. However, the young man did not resist the force exerted by the man but instead went along with it, leaning against the man's shoulder and calmly accepting the ambiguous looks and stares. His extraordinarily handsome appearance and unusual eye color always made Shenru stand out effortlessly in a crowd, becoming the focus of everyone's gaze and the center of attention. But he didn't mind. Appearance was his advantage, and while he had no disdain for using it, it also couldn't deny that he knew how to use it well. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Mo. Can you let go now? The young man seemed to feel that a dry sentence alone could not calm the anger of being treated as a plaything by the man at this moment, so he extended his crimson tongue and slowly licked his parched lips and the pad of the man's index finger. This action not only made MOU stiffen for a moment but also caused an explosion of reactions in the live broadcast room. Shit! What kind of monster is this? Watch me, Sun Wukong, subdue you. Wah 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 wah. Shen Beauty, lick me. Don't lick him. That dog doesn't deserve it. Sorry everyone, I must follow this one. When he gets famous, I'll already be an old fan. Is this the legendary Sudaji? Shenru just moved his tongue slightly and easily achieved his purpose. He then added an extra embarrassment for the other party. The three people behind him were unaware, only seeing Shenru looking pleased and excitedly announcing good news to everyone. Mr. Mo has agreed to help us complete the task together. Wei Lingling, looking at the youth's ecstatic face, momentarily forgot that he was someone who could kill monsters without batting an eye, leaving her eyes filled with nothing but pity. What a fool. It was his duty to cooperate on the task, yet now it looked like Shenru had begged and pleaded for his agreement. Instantly, the few of them looked at MOU with unfriendly eyes. The man cared not about the scrutinizing gazes of others because after achieving his goal, he would leave this instant's dungeon, and the difficulty level of the dungeon would naturally decrease upon his departure. MOU couldn't help but admit that Shenru was smart. Initially, he also once believed this person to be merely a beautiful decoration. Even when the young man displayed agile skills, all MOU did was add an adjective in front of beautiful decoration, a physically capable beautiful decoration. Who would have thought that within less than 2 hours, Shenru had completely figured out his goals and identity. And there were small manipulations the young man hadn't explicitly revealed through words. This exquisite youth could leverage his own advantages to create visual differences, thoroughly reversing the situation and forcing him to temporarily agree to act together with the rookies. Interesting. From the time Shenru approached MOU until now, it had been only around 2 minutes, yet this creature remained motionless like an unwound mechanical device. As if, the blood had temporarily suppressed the violent factor buried deep within its heart. A glimmer of surprise flashed in his dark red eyes. So Du Xiaomei's death was meant to calm the beast's fury and ensure the survival rate of the other new players? Like peering into an unknown secret, Shenru's chest heaved slightly from excitement, the hidden joy causing involuntary tingles down his scalp. So even high-level players viewed human lives as expendable. Du Xiaomei was an extremely noisy, timid woman with no sense of self-determination. After weighing the pros and cons, sacrificing her alone not only maintained the stability of the secondary mission but also ensured a higher survival rate for the rookies. Ensuring more people survived was beneficial to the progress of the dungeon. Thus, Du Xiaomei's death had been predetermined. Shenru slowly adjusted his breathing, reining in that hidden excitement, behaving like a humble junior learner as he softly inquired for MOU's opinion. Do you think where the monster's feet might be? The young man had already considered this question. A pitiful monster without pupils, aimlessly wandering, whose feet had been sawn off and sealed in the bathroom mirror. If he were the wielder of the blade, he would certainly bury the feet and the body in the same area. Because the monster, having lost its sight, would never know that what it had spent its entire life searching for was actually right beside it. What a dramatically ironic scene. Just imagining it sent shivers down one's spine and evoked admiration. The man smiled wickedly, his lips curling. The youth was indeed skilled at making full use of everything. Though he had clearly thought of the answer, he stubbornly handed over this opportunity to someone else. If the answers matched, then everyone would be happy. If they didn't, it allowed others to search first, a perfect chance for trial and error. MOU flicked his eyelids, his expression showing neither joy nor anger as he coldly left a brief sentence. Inside the wall behind the bathroom mirror. Indeed. As soon as those words left his lips, an eerie and icy mechanical voice instantly echoed in everyone's ears. Ding dong. Secondary mission completed. Players have successfully helped the guest find their feet. Please keep striving for the smooth operation of Positive Review's convenience store. The moment the system announcement ended, the missing feet of the monster began to gradually reveal their true form. The instant Shenru saw them, his pupils couldn't help but sharply constrict. He'd been wondering earlier why such enormous feet belonged to a creature that was only half a meter tall. It turned out each foot of the monster was made by stitching together 3 adult-sized feet, the 3 different foot shapes forcibly wrapped together with fabric and over time becoming completely fused through prolonged binding. Based on this deduction, there should be 2 more unidentified victims hidden somewhere within the convenience store. The monster slowly moved its feet, gleefully dancing upon confirming they were its own. Shenru could even feel the entire room resonating with a sorrowful wail. The youth interrupted the monster mid-dance with a polite smile. Looks like you found your lost item, esteemed guest. Before payment, might we kindly ask you to leave us a positive review? To put it bluntly, Shenru was just as worldly as anyone else. Since he was already in the game, he naturally wanted to complete the task successfully to earn higher points. If Eternal Life game provided this option, it meant life after the game would surely be colorful and exciting. He was already looking forward to jumping headfirst into a new lifestyle. Thus, all Shenru needed to do now was exploit every advantage thoroughly, leave no stone unturned. And one benefit of convenience stores was that when monsters verbally agreed to something, they were obligated to follow through. The large-footed monster was still basking in the joy of feeling whole again, so without hesitation, it gave the store a good review. Seeing another 10 positive reviews added to the shop, the youth felt a surge of satisfaction. Now let's have our store manager, Mr. Mo, collect the reward. Shenru said cheerfully. It was clear to anyone who cared to listen that excitement and anticipation colored his tone. There was another purpose behind this statement. He wanted to assign MOU a role. The identity as administrator was granted by MOU, and naturally, the title of store manager should be returned as a gesture of reciprocity. MOU paused for several seconds, as though waiting for the system to broadcast a backstory for his character. In the live broadcast chat room. This newbie's pretty sharp, casually digging a pit for you before you know it. But I doubt these restrictions will mean much to MO God. After all, it's only a beginner's instance. That makes sense, but based on my guess, MO probably wanted to grab the thing and go straight. Now he'll probably lose a few A-grade items to escape system detection. Chui Beauty is pure black-hearted. This is the first time I've seen Big God follow such a routine in a newbie instance. Wait. Wouldn't an S-grade item used to summon a divine being appear in this newbie instance? I think the floor above is onto something huge. Chapter 8, The Favorable Review Convenience Store, 7. I want your feet. MOU's lips curved into a faint smile, his voice devoid of any fluctuations as if he were merely talking about an unimportant trifle. The monster seemed to be provoked by these words and immediately emitted a shrill scream from its throat, like sharp nails scratching wildly on a blackboard, creating a sound that was extremely discomforting. Its previously calm and strange face suddenly contorted grotesquely, leaping violently toward MOU. But the other side had evidently foreseen this move. The man drew a pitch-black blade over a meter long from behind him. It was engraved with intricate and ancient totem patterns and mysterious designs, looking extraordinarily heavy and steady yet held firmly in one hand. The bizarre patterns around it appeared alive, swirling faintly around the sword's edges. The moment Mou swung his sword, Shenru felt a chill rush into her brain. Her fingers twitched under the intense sensory stimulation. The outcome was predictable. Whether it was the monstrous and sinister face or the swollen and ugly trunk, all disappeared instantly, leaving only a pair of feet that looked entirely out of place from the creature's body. If not for the lingering foul smell in the air, Shenru might have thought that what happened just now was merely a dream in the blink of an eye. The severed feet gradually turned transparent, then transformed into a card, lying quietly amidst the bloody puddle on the ground. Unconcerned with the shocked looks and gazes of the people around, this was already meaningless to him since coming here to this newbie mission was only to acquire this prop card. Just as Mou picked up the card, ready to leave the game, no one noticed the dark red eyes of the youth at his side glowing ominously. A streak of red light. Time seemed to freeze, even Gan Qi, Liang and the others' terrified expressions were frozen in this instant. Leisurely moving between the group, the young man chuckled lightly with his half-lowered eyes casting a look intoxicating as fermented rice wine. Yet beneath his lashes, his gaze was as sharp as a blade. Graceful and delicate white fingers slowly traced over the chest of the man and effortlessly took the S-grade prop card hidden within the black shirt. The stark contrast between black and white gave the live stream audience a powerful yet absurd sensation. Is this rookie actually endowed with a companion talent ability? WTF. Time stop. That is undeniably an S-tier companion ability. From today onwards, Shenru will join my harem too. I thought after Mo captured the card, he'd simply leave, but there's a twist after all. At the exact moment Shenru obtained the card, a mechanical broadcasting tone resounded in her ears. Ching. S-grade card, Vanishing Feet. Using this card can successfully summon all monsters within 500 meters for your use, duration, 10 minutes. Additional skill, when used outside of the instance, there is a certain probability of obtaining an invitation to the secret garden tea party, where the estate owner is exceptionally hospitable, every year preparing lavish gifts for guests invited to attend. Shenru showed no emotion after listening. The usage skills of the card were mediocre, though the affected range and duration time could still be acceptable, calling it an S-level card felt rather subtle. Looks like the most coveted feature is the invitation to the secret garden. As the red diamond in his right ear flashed again, the air began flowing once more. Shenru narrowed her beautiful eyes, a sly look passing through them post-success. He knew relying on such a simple identity like a novice trial would never confine someone like him. This youth did it because he was upset about working for free, so deliberately to make things unpleasant for him. How interesting it would be. High-level player diving into a beginner scenario, only to find nothing in their pocket when they step out. Haha. That must be quite an invigorating scene. Actually, Shenru himself didn't know exactly how his power came about. But just as he woke up from this instance earlier, the system had introduced the talent of pausing time right next to his ear. Judging from his current situation, he could halt time in the instance for a total of 3 minutes. This explains why everyone couldn't clearly discern his moves during the previous attempts. He used his talent, it'd be odd if anyone could follow them. Shenru teased the man in front of him, leaning lazily against something, his posture elegant, eyes filled with indiscernible meanings, while his fair, delicate fingers gently touched his fresh red lips, waving gracefully as if bidding farewell like a lover. A flicker of fierce anger flashed through Mou's eyes, his expression dimmed slightly, instantly concealing the turbulent waves in his gaze. His tongue pressed against his palate, letting out a deep laugh. He was in a good mood and didn't mind playing around with the little fox. The man casually snapped his fingers. Instantly, the ominous atmosphere in the air froze, everything stopping as if by that crisp sound. This rookie's companion talent was actually S-grade, and Mou was indeed surprised when he discovered Shenru's talent. However, what was different this time? In the eerie atmosphere, it wasn't just the man who remained conscious. He could steal others' abilities, but the person whose ability was stolen would remain unaffected. That was why Shenru wasn't frozen in place. Moreover, there was a bizarre bug to this stealing talent. During the period of theft, even the talent owner couldn't use it again. This meant that now the beautiful doll was truly powerless. Mou watched as the youth rarely showed signs of panic and confusion, finding great satisfaction and excitement deep within himself, as the violent nature finally broke free from its cage. A sticky, horrifying shadow instantly surged out from the man's shadow, and before long, the fiery, scorching skin of the youth was covered by icy darkness filled with malice and cruelty. It mercilessly sought to force more thrilling sounds and struggles from the pretty doll in front of him. It shocked him enough that the man also had the power to pause time, but now, this dead pervert was escalating further. As the shadows touched somewhere, Shenru suddenly gasped, his pupils contracting sharply, cursing instinctively. Dead pervert, are you sick? Stimulated by pain and other complex emotions, the youth's eyes watered up red, and tears glistened at the corners. His damp lashes trembled under the man's relentless provocations. I will kill you. Mou paid no attention, calmly sizing up the enraged young man before him from head to toe. Perhaps only now did Shenru genuinely embody a glass doll, fragile, endearing, even prompting an urge to touch him tenderly. But those dark shadows tightened their grip in response, partially binding Shenru's body as if silently urging something. You can only maintain this for 90 seconds. The man shrewdly picked up on the young man's subtle movements and kindly warned him. Shenru gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at the despicable man in front of him, seemingly noble yet committing vile acts. Mou seemed patient enough, even considerately adding when met with the youth's silence. If you don't want everyone to see your condition in a few seconds, just hand over the card. In the live stream chat. Holy shit, plot twist after plot twist so fast. I never get tired of watching my husband's talent. Is it copying? He never talks about it outside. Hahaha, Shen Beauty is stunned. I love stupid beauties too. God damn it, can this dungeon just leave Shenru and Master Mo behind, and kick the rest out? I'm loving how they're testing each other's limits. Chapter 9 The Well-Received Convenience Store, 8. The man was eagerly awaiting a unique reaction from the youth, something that was at least not begging for mercy or submission. It was strange. His original purpose in coming here was simply to put the S-level card into his collection, but Mou now even felt that the card wasn't all that important. At this moment, he was more concerned with how the young man might surprise or scare him out of this predicament. The flashy and bold youth showed no sign of panic, his red pupils gleaming clearly in the light with an air of hesitating charm. Senior players messing with a newcomer won't really bother me if it gets around, but your guild's reputation might take some damage, right? Since both skills and talent were above average, it was unlikely this person had remained outside a guild, and perhaps they were even the president of a renowned one. He personally could care less, but others wouldn't stop speculating. Sure enough, just as those words faded, the young man noticed the man's expression began to ease somewhat. There was hope. Shenru cast a glance down, his brow corners showing a mild and intimate warmth. He gently persuaded. I know you mainly want the S-card for an invitation to the secret garden tea party, sounds interesting. Why don't you take me along? Though the youth didn't speak bluntly, his words implied a clear meaning. If you don't bring me, let's ruin it together, no one can have a good ending then. Clearly, Mou understood the implication fully. He squinted his dark eyes, excitement and tension flickering through them like a cat teasing its prey. Yet inside, he found himself rather pleased that the youth was interesting enough to make this monotonous journey exceptionally vibrant. A deep and pleasant voice exploded in Shenru's ear. My pleasure. Shenru regained his freedom and calculated the remaining time of the stasis before subtly lifting his eyes to graze over the handsome face. His voice softened with sweetness. Find me after the instance ends. With your abilities, that shouldn't be difficult, right? Suddenly, the stifling atmosphere became lively again. The bulbs continued to buzz in the room while the rancid smell lingered on their noses. But unlike before when time froze, Mou had disappeared. In the live stream chat room. Shen Beauty's eloquence is such a shame wasted here. Wah, what kind of player is this? This is my long-lost wife, come back please. Gentle tones with threatening undertones, oh my god this vibe is so powerful. When did I last get this excited? Oh yeah, the last time. Qi Liang and two others stared in shock at Shenru, still trying to grasp where Mou had vanished to. The master looked flushed, the reddened eye sockets and tip of the nose indicated a recent struggle. Even the dark red eyes shimmered with tears. What a brutal fight it must have been. To the point where it made someone cry. Wei Lingling wasn't as scatterbrained as the two boys, instead, she hesitated looking at the youth, slightly furrowing her brows wanting to say something yet decided against it due to politeness. Although Qi Liang was a scumbag, he excelled at diffusing tense situations. Seeing the mysterious disappearance of the man, he didn't ask much since it was probably one of those elite things that didn't need explaining, sometimes knowing too much was harmful anyway. Without mentioning the man's departure, Qi Liang asked cautiously, Master, what do we do next? Continue with the side quest. Shenru didn't answer because he wasn't sure if there would be any side quests left either. With Mou gone, maybe the difficulty of the dungeon would decrease to normal levels for newcomers. But Shenru had a bad feeling. If this dungeon was originally designed for 5 people, expanding its capacity due to Mou joining would explain the increased difficulty. However, if the dungeon was actually meant for 6 people, who will fill that void? And besides, the psycho gave up a player just before leaving. Before the young man could think through all the possibilities, a buzzing sound suddenly erupted from the top right broadcast. An unsettling noise shattered the silent oppressive space. Now, hiring convenience store employees. Report by 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, static. The voice sounded as if someone was humming a tune with a raspy throat, sending chills down the spines of everyone who heard it. The malicious intent behind the repeated transmission over the broadcast speaker was clearly meant for someone to hear. Cheng Lin's blonde hair stood on end in sheer terror, his face turning ashen white while his body stiffened. He couldn't stop trembling all over, completely losing control. What does this broadcast mean? Wei Lingling was one of the braver players among them but still bit her teeth and shivered nervously as she spoke. Maybe we're about to meet our new colleagues. Shenru maintained no expressions, instead rummaging through the clutter on the floor until he found an unopened pack of wet wipes. After cleaning the counter, he sat casually atop it. Leaving aside whether the 2 replacements were even human, the broadcast had made it explicit that these 2 employees needed to be hired. Where hiring was concerned, interviews were inevitable. So what kind of things would come for these interviews? Regardless, Shenru was actually relieved. Instead of worrying about how to repair everything back to its original state, the system kindly sent some labor their way. Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, urgent knocking echoed from the door. The sound was grating, brimming with full intent of malice, spreading tension into the already strange and eerie atmosphere. The young man's eyelashes flickered slightly, his lips curled up into a smirk. Excitement surged wildly in his brain, and a faint murmur of pleasure reverberated around the other players. It seems our convenience store is about to welcome its first batch of customers before opening. Qi Liang's pupils shrank drastically upon hearing this. Recalling the legendary past event when this powerhouse let monsters leave good reviews for the convenience store. Not possible, big brother. You're targeting even the monster interviewees. Are you going to drag every passerby into your scheme as well? Confused but still following suit, Qinglin and Wei Lingling obediently opened the door. Before they could get a clear look at the visitors' faces, they scurried back inside as if their butts were on fire. When the 6 applicants aligned themselves under the light, frantic breathing filled the air and suddenly stopped short in an instant. Even Shenru could hear an astonished gasp. It seemed no matter who looked, this bizarre scene would make anyone struggle to keep composed. These 6 interviewers all shared the same face, and every person present knew her. Du Xiaomei. Her rigid expression matched the grotesquely split body sewn together with coarse black thread. Her intestines and organs trembled visibly, exposed outside, yet despite being eviscerated in life, she now stood intact though eerily so, right before everyone. Each one displayed a wooden smile, wore identical uniforms, and delivered chilling recruitment pitches laced with malicious intent. Could I become an employee at your store? As everyone froze, shocked into silence by this sudden wave of fear, the young man seated at the counter leaned forward slightly. His genuine and expectant grin felt out of place amidst their frightened looks. His voice exuded warmth, making people feel undeniably valued. Of course. But I need to ask one question beforehand. The striking red irises scanned each unnervingly similar face with a scrutinizing gaze, commanding authority like a leader as he asked seriously. Can you conveniently give us a positive review for our convenience store? Qi Liang, damn it, I knew it. In the live stream chat room. You must have fallen into money worship, huh? Heartless boss. Whose wool aren't you pulling? The award for best employee this year has got to go to you. Chapter 10 Positive Reviews Convenience Store, 9. Seemingly worried about their refusal, Shenru curved his lips into a suggestive smile, adding meaningfully. Of course, you can also consider this part of your evaluation during the interview process. Shenru wasn't concerned that they'd refuse. Thanks to MOU, he was now the administrator of the convenience store, meaning his reasonable-seeming hiring demands posed no risk of violating any rules. Thus, much to Qi Liang and the others' shock, these 6 monstrous figures successively left 5-star reviews for the convenience store. Seeing the extra 60 positive reviews pop up in the back end, Shenru nodded contentedly. Soon after, a sincere and warm smile illuminated his face as he continued to inquire. Next, I hope each of you can individually talk about your strengths. There were only 2 positions to fill, yet the system had brought them 6 peculiar beings. Shenru had to determine their differences. Leaning both hands lightly on the counter, his long fingers tapped rhythmically against the table. His stunning red eyes gleamed with intriguing depth. I only need 2 shop assistants, so you have to give me a reason to stay. Capitalists love to watch malicious competition the most. Sufficient oppression and this can force out the lowest and vilest desires of humanity. Of course, it also applies to monsters. The moment the youth finished speaking, the monster standing in the middle, with a polite yet wooden expression, stepped forward mechanically without any emotion. Qi Liang and the others were scared and instantly retreated 2 steps, tightly pressing against the wall. It seemed completely oblivious to the fear of others as it opened its stiff mouth, mimicking Du Xiaomei's soft broken voice, saying gently. I'm best at cleaning. I can clean up all kinds of dirt completely. Shenru listened indifferently with a tilted head and then nodded absent-mindedly, slightly raising his chin to signal the next person to continue. I'm best at organizing. I'm best at restocking shelves. I'm best at handling cash register duties. The sound floated in the air lightly, each low and terrible moan was like an eerie ghost issuing hollow cold cries. With the same tone, pitch, and timbre, every word was full of malice. Different from others' uneasiness, the young man did not care about these things' tone or attitude at all. Instead, he frowned slightly and feigned a look of difficulty. Wei Lingling noticed Shenru's confusion and asked cautiously, is there any problem? Shenru shook his head and slowly sighed as if hesitating, showing regret. He raised his eyes to look at the 6 identical monsters and said. I believe in the abilities of everyone here, and every one of your skills is what our convenience store needs. Giving up any one of you makes me feel like losing a mainstay talent. Qi Liang. There's an ominous premonition. Then the young man turned his tone completely, exposing the little thoughts of the capitalist, hooking his lips with great expectations and looking at all of them. It is often said that practice produces real knowledge. I hope everyone can use their respective expertise to make the convenience store look brand new. We will select the top 2 according to everyone's performance. Exploiting the job seeker's psychology for creating value for him, while he in turn creates employment opportunities for employees. Actually, in Shenru's eyes, leaving anyone behind would be the same. So why not use limited time to create infinite value? Moreover, the reason why the young man could recklessly exploit these resources was because of the probing done by the few previous words. He first threw out some simple and easily achievable tasks, observing the reactions of the 6 NPCs. If they could act according to his will, it meant that in this recruitment, he held the dominant position. Once he confirmed this point, Shenru had the confidence to make them work for free. Sure enough, as Shenru gradually increased his demands, the system also implicitly approved this behavior. Wei Lingling and the others. In the live stream chat room. Even though the host's move is really impressive, why does it make my teeth itch? Wife, you look just like my boss who is soon to pass away. Everyone entering is a guest, but still cutting down on passing through. I just came in. Am I seeing double? Why am I seeing monsters working for people? Upper floor, you didn't see wrong. Suggest watching the replay, there's more intense stuff before. More and more people started to gather in the live stream room. It seemed to have broken through a certain threshold when suddenly Shenru heard a system announcement in his ear. Ding! Detected that the number of viewers in the player's live stream has exceeded 1,000. Retaining the audience might be a convenient way to gain points and glory. Shenru was startled for a moment by this unexpected broadcast. Live stream. Viewers. What, meaning? So, from the beginning of all his actions have been broadcasted 360 degrees without a blind spot. Even now, there are 1,000 pairs of eyes somewhere, watching his every movement continuously. Realizing this fact, Shenru suddenly felt surrounded by countless lines of sight which made him excited. As if countless weak small electric currents flowed through his body meridians, even making him shiver with excitement. And from the system's hints, it seemed that viewers were closely related to the points distributed after the scenario ended. Although he couldn't see the chat messages, it didn't stop him from waving to greet them. The beautiful glass doll-like figure cast her eyes downward, her thick lashes leaving deep shadows on her pale cheeks. Every contour of her face radiated a softness that was completely non-threatening. The young man slightly curved his lips, and instantly, his striking facial features became vibrant and lively, filling the air with an ambiguous atmosphere. Hello everyone, I'm so sorry for addressing you all so late. Her bright red eyes shimmered attractively under the dim lighting. Then, it seemed as if the youth lightly licked his lips before speaking gently. I just enjoy killing and seeing some blood, but I haven't done anything against heaven's principles. You guys won't unfollow me, right? Although the audience knew Shenru couldn't see the comments, there was still a momentary pause on the screen. Then immediately afterward, a huge uproar erupted. I need to call the police, someone is killing me with their beauty. Ah, my wife only likes killing, what's wrong with that? Kill them all. Whimpering. He's really good at manipulating my feelings even though he can't see the comments. Of course, no one will unfollow. From now on, Yehanara will swear to protect my wife until death. Shenru tilted her head, seemingly appraising the hardworking monsters, while in reality waiting for the system's announcement again. Ding! Congratulations to the player for receiving 500 points from live stream viewers rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the player for receiving 300 points from live stream viewers rewards. The youth smiled happily as he listened to the announcements made by the system. This is truly interesting. Although they're not very useful, it's enough for entertainment. Chapter 11, Positive Convenience Store, 10. After several monsters diligently finished cleaning, it was unclear how they managed it, but even the mirrors in the restroom were restored perfectly. Qi Liang and the others looked at the newly renovated convenience store, astonished beyond words. Cheng Lin stood with his yellow hair standing up awkwardly, inching close to two people to whisper quietly. They are too strong. The system sends people to interview, and then turns around to make them work for the system. This black eats black strategy has been mastered by him. Wei Lingling also nodded in agreement, however, when she saw the entire room filled with identical Du Xiaomei faces, staring intently at Shenru with uniform smiles, her heart felt tightly squeezed as if something heavy was gripping it. These things, wouldn't they hold a grudge? Shenru paid no attention to these terrifying gazes at all. As the manager of the shop, his primary task was to clearly distinguish which individuals could be fully exploited for their effective value. But, these things appeared to have already been set by the system, including every motion, expression, and even body amplitude, so precise that it couldn't be measured by the naked eye. Clap, clap, clap. The long slender fingers had clear joints, the back of the hands smooth and full of skin, glistening faintly pink under the moonlight. The young man's eyes brimmed with appreciation as his two hands rhythmically clapped, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Truly unexpected that all your abilities are this outstanding. The level of work of each person is more than satisfactory. Shenru's lips curved into a perfect angle, declaring the final result without any sign of bias. But evaluation must have a first and second place. This isn't what I wish to see, but the shop can only expand to hire 2 people, it's an unfortunate necessity. With just 2 sentences, Shenru conveyed 2 pieces of information to the monsters. First, he would prefer to keep everyone because every employee met the recruitment standards. Second, due to external factors, compulsory measures must be taken. In short, the youth exonerated himself entirely. Then temporarily leave behind the 2 employees skilled in cleaning and organizing. Congratulations to both of you. Originally, the 6 of them looked exactly the same, so they couldn't tell who among the 2 had been successfully chosen. However, the 2 du Xiaomei left standing abruptly lost their previously blank expression control, their facial expressions becoming eerily unpredictable in an instant. 2 pairs of ashen gray pupils stared intensely at Shenru, their bodies, skin and muscles glowing fresh and transparent under the light. But Shenru was like a blind man, turning a deaf ear to the malicious stares and even curving his eyebrows humorously, his red eyeballs twinkling brightly under the dark yellow lights. On the other hand, the ones who failed the selection shouldn't lose heart. Although our store can only accommodate 2 full-time employees, new hires undergo a 7-day probation period, during which mistakes can be made, allowing you to substitute at any time. As if suddenly remembering something, the youth blinked sheepishly. By the way, there's no salary during the probation period, if anyone minds, feel free to leave now. Ha, whoever steps through his door, no one will leave clean and pure. Qi Liang's eyes were dazzled by the young man's swift operations, and he uncertainly asked the 2 people beside him. Is he, trying to act as a deadbeat? Qing Lin's lips twitched slightly, nodding in doubt. If nothing unexpected happens, we will have 6 more new colleagues. Wei Lingling didn't look any better than the other 2 either. If I were an NPC, I'd punch him right now. The livestream chat room also exploded into chaos. What? There is also an evaluation period? This bastard, how did he manage to make himself so hateful? For the first time in a game scenario, I feel sorry for NPCs. Not paying them? How can you say that with a straight face? I thought making them clean from inside out was already the limit, but it turns out he wants everything. Whatever it takes. Screw, within 5 minutes, he's temporarily no longer my wife. Of course, after these words were said, naturally no monster would leave voluntarily, or rather, the system's goal was very clear from the beginning. These things, whether alive or dead, would be tied forever to this convenience store. At the same moment when the 6 bizarre creatures received the information about staying in the shop, their eyes suddenly widened and stared at the young man coldly, as if they were about to pounce on him and tear him limb from limb. Shenru displayed the temperament of a capitalist. He believed there was no such thing as a free lunch. Making these NPCs clean up without compensation while forcing them to labor for free certainly carried great risks. But the greater the risk, the greater the harvest. Moreover, since this was such an interesting matter, he couldn't wait to take a closer look. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The loudspeaker made an ill-timed, hair-raising sound, its mechanical tone carrying some eerie cheerfulness. Recruitment task completed. Congratulations everyone, starting business early. The crackling sound of static abruptly stopped, followed by the familiar system announcement echoing in the player's ears. Congratulations. The player has successfully completed the convenience store repair and cleaning task earlier than expected. Now, await delivery personnel to supply goods. After settlement, formal operations start at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Operating time is 4 days. Achieving 500 positive reviews within the store marks a successful trial. Wishing all players smooth sailing and prosperity. As soon as the system's prompt ended, Shenru saw that his phone used for giving good reviews had received a balance reminder. Starting capital, 10k. This starting fund wasn't too much, nor was it too little. After organizing until this point, Shenru clearly realized that only a small portion of the shelves contained packaged goods, meaning they would need to acquire large quantities of supplies. The system hadn't announced beforehand what items would be sold in the convenience store, nor did it clarify the unit price of each item. Although there were many uncertainties, it allowed for much greater adjustments. If the funds were indeed tight in the end, reusing the 6 monsters gifted by the system wouldn't be impossible. Qi Liang's eyes were turning rapidly, imitating others' actions, which is part of a follower's required learning, and he was sure that the senior was thinking about the next few days' operation plans for the shop. So Qi Liang proudly offered help to Shenru, saying, "Senior, let me handle the supplier's good reviews later." Seated on a chair with legs crossed, upon hearing this, the young man lightly massaged his temple and forcibly managed to force out a strained smile, replying, "Are you obsessed with money? No matter who comes, do you have to give good reviews before they leave?" Qi Liang was baffled. "No, why are you scolding me with words you use to scold yourself? Isn't it something you taught me?" Even though he complained inwardly, he still didn't dare to vocalize it clearly, and could only look at Shenru with a confused expression, hoping the senior would explain. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the group, Shenru sighed lightly. These people were still useful to him. If he killed them all, he'd be in trouble over the next few days and shouldn't act impulsively. The supplier is the staff who delivers goods to the convenience store. They are not one-off items, so there are unpredictable risks involved. If we blindly ask them to give positive reviews for the shop, they may resent it, thereby affecting their supply of goods and prices. The young man glanced casually at the several people who seemed to understand, patiently asking, "Do you get it?" From the very beginning, Shenru determined that apart from customers, there would be no one else able to give the shop positive reviews. The reason why he wanted these monsters to rate the store was because deep down, he never planned to let them walk out of the shop alive. In the live streaming room. Damn it guys, the truth is out. Creepy as hell. He didn't let the supplier give good reviews and I was confused about it, but it turns out there were so many thoughts behind. Hell, he's so awesome. Ah, scary beauties are the best. Thank goodness my wife wasn't placed in the look streamer zone due to her beauty, otherwise I would have missed her forever. Chapter 12, The Good Review Convenience Store, 11. The narrow space, devoid of speech, appeared unusually quiet and desolate, lacking any signs of life. Through large glass windows, the cold moonlight poured directly into the room, shining on a carefree rose in full bloom. The young man's index finger tapped lightly on the table as he lazily sat on the chair, waiting idly for the supplier to arrive. Whether it was his appearance or working style, he drew enough attention. Even if he did nothing but sit there, the live stream audience went crazy, showering him with gifts and praises. 6 pale-faced monsters stood motionlessly in various corners of the room, temporarily refraining from showing hostility. The hour hand of the clock quickly pointed at the number 3. Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. They're here. Qi Liang and the others jolted suddenly, instinctively looking towards the door. Unbeknownst to them, a huge truck had already parked by the entrance. From the rhythm of the knocking sound, one could tell how impatient the person was. All 3 looked at Shenru simultaneously. Without realizing it, this young man had become the leader of their group, as all decisions seemed to need his approval before they could be carried out confidently. Upon hearing the knocks, Shenru's lips curved into an unpleasant smile, revealing a flash of sinister thought in his dark red eyes, as though plotting something wicked. Open the door. After hearing this command, the group hurriedly opened the door, their shadows falling prominently against the wall. The indoor light illuminated the face of the person who knocked on the door. Qi Liang gasped sharply when he saw the visitor's appearance. This person didn't even have a face. Instead, wet, sticky yellow mud covered their entire body, with some excess mud dripping onto the floor. The thing emitted a gurgling noise, instantly reminding everyone of the sound someone might make if cement were stuck in their throat. No one noticed that, amidst the silent deathly stillness, those new employees had quietly positioned themselves behind the players. Forming a straight line, they slowly moved toward the door. Shenru showed no signs of panic or fear, but his dark red eyes slightly narrowed, exhibiting an expression of deep contemplation. What could something made entirely of mud possibly deliver? Looking at the featureless head, the youth felt an immediate chill run through his spine. Not really. With a smile, Shenru nodded slightly toward the pile of foul-smelling mud, as if confirming something, then asked. May I check the goods first? This question wasn't unexpected. As the buyer, Shenru neither revealed ignorance about the type of goods being delivered, nor gave up his right to inspect the quality before deciding on the quantity. The supplier paused momentarily, seemingly not catching any logical flaw in the sentence, and agreed with a nod. Shenru approached the rear of the truck along with the others. It hadn't been clearly visible before due to the distance. On closer inspection, the entire cargo compartment, especially the gaps, contained large amounts of wet, wriggling yellow mud, some parts even moving like they had lives of their own. Qi Liang raised his gaze to look at the vast cabin and felt an ominous feeling creep over him, making him shiver uncontrollably. He couldn't help glancing at the other players but accidentally locked eyes with the 6 bizarre creatures lined up neatly. Qi Liang was so frightened he took 2 hurried steps back. Shenru, watching the shape-shifting mud, couldn't suppress his curiosity anymore and signaled the supplier to quickly show him. In response, the lock clicked open and the truck tailgate swung wide open. Neat rows of yellow mud human face masks filled the interior of the truck. Each face mask was intricately carved, appearing lifelike and strange. Some masks had sunken eye sockets, and their mouths were opening and closing as though muttering incomprehensible words. So these were the items destined for their convenience store. Huang Mao stared at the scene in shock, unable to close his mouth. He quickly covered it and whispered softly. Are we sure these ghostly things won't cause trouble if placed inside the shop? Qi Liang shook his head weakly, equally pale. This far exceeded the difficulty of the beginner level he was used to. Before this scenario, he had never seen so many living human faces. Wei Lingling attentively observed that ever since this handsome youth laid eyes on these goods, his body began trembling uncontrollably. Turns out, even Shenru is afraid of something from time to time. After all, being human, how could one not be afraid? Shenru's eyes watered slightly. Since he had seen this eerie scene, his excitement was hard to hide, and he was so agitated that a thin layer of sweat appeared on the palms of his hands. He began to wonder who could possibly have invented such game scenarios. No worldly pleasures could match this. Fortunately, the young man quickly adjusted his facial expression and demeanor. His tongue lightly licked the corner of his right lip as he frowned slightly and inquired. Are they made fresh on the same day? I see some of them have already cracked. After saying that, Shenru casually pointed at a few substandard items with poor quality. By analyzing the bargaining tactic from the previous round of haggling over the human heads, he decided to give the supplier a taste of it this time. The mud figure evidently hesitated upon seeing this, but before it could explain, the youth's gentle voice rang again. The price can be negotiated. It's not easy for you to make this trip. Let's say, I'll buy all of them to cover your gas money, but the price. He didn't finalize the negotiation. Instead, he kept the option of using time pause open in case this stubborn mud person didn't know its place. If needed, he would turn these substandard products into entirely useless ones. At that point, even if the monster agreed to bear the loss itself, Shenru wouldn't hand over a penny. This mud creature seemed not to expect the youth to leave any room for discussion and hastily replied. The price can be discussed. Normally each costs 100, but if you buy all, I'll sell them to you at 80 each. The young man gave a cold snort and didn't even bother to look up at it. He snapped his fingers lightly and said somewhat dissatisfied. A few of these masks are broken. Did I not tell you yesterday that I wanted fewer? In the live stream chat. Were those broken just now? Are you fooling around with ghosts here? What a scoundrel. Didn't he just use some talent to break the ones he didn't like? My wife really knows how to bargain well. This creature, having no clue what just happened, started oozing more sticky fluid, spreading an overwhelmingly foul stench everywhere. The nauseating smell penetrated their noses, making everyone gag. After a long pause, so long that Qi Liang even thought this deal couldn't close anymore, surprisingly, a raspy voice finally broke through the silence. That thing growled with gritted teeth. So, how much do you think is reasonable? A flash of shrewdness immediately lit up in Shenru's crimson eyes as the corner of his ruby lips curled upward. In the moonlight, the young man looked breathtakingly beautiful. Human desires always have no end. He had thought that the other party might lose control in anger, yet never expected that they could still concede. Apparently, even for monsters, there were many restrictions in this rookie mission. Shenru blinked gently, contrasting starkly with the monster's fierce growls. His voice was incredibly soft. 40. He originally intended to offer 50, but since this thing was constantly challenging his bottom line, it left him somewhat irritated. That thing seemed deflated, nodding viciously, splashing a few drops of foul-smelling mud. In the live stream chat. I don't think he's cutting prices, he's hacking off the life of this monster, haha. Ha. Laughing till death, cutting down from 100 to 40, I prostrate myself in admiration. Damn, is this guy really a new streamer? I highly suspect it's another minor account. My wife gives me this confidence, maybe giving him 30 would work too, haha. Yuri being ridiculous, hahaha. Chapter 13, The Good Review Convenience Store, 12. Counting the several masks Shenru himself smashed, a total of 200 human face masks were sold. With a pleased smile, the young man handed over 8,000 yuan to the supplier and waved cheerfully to it. No matter how pungent and disgusting this monster was or how black-yellow mud spattered from its body, he found it particularly appealing. After all, who doesn't like a sucker? Shenru covered his nose and mouth with one hand, furrowing his brows slightly as he took a step back. Looking at the 6 NPCs standing still in place, he was somewhat annoyed. As he was about to speak, he heard Qi Liang loudly ordering behind him in an act of pretending authority. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and bring them inside. Since someone had taken the villain role, Shenru readily played the kind part. With a pleasant smile, the young man kindly reminded them, your evaluation period starts right now. If each of you performs well, I'm not unwilling to regularize you. Capitalists never cursed when they insulted others, and although Shenru didn't prefer it, this trick came in handy indeed. It has to be said, although these NPCs looked stiff and weird, they worked very fast and were extremely organized. In no time, they had emptied the supplier's compartment. However, this yellow mud monster didn't seem too happy. A more suffocating sound came from its throat, and its sticky voice was like an incomprehensible substance about to spew out at any moment, making one want to vomit. But this angry monster suddenly started humming a strange tune with no melody just before it left. It twisted its faceless head as if challenging them, swaying as it drove away. The young man's fist that had been clenched suddenly loosened, his dark red eyes like cold star-sunken pools, and his whole face filled with gloom. He would thoroughly figure out the operational mechanism tomorrow. The last night of delivery would be the end for this mud person. His eyelashes quivered lightly twice, and after completely suppressing the anger in his heart, Shenru returned to his originally carefree self. Clean up the entrance. Looking at the full room of yellow mud face masks, Shenru fell into deep thought. He carefully reviewed the players, monsters, and NPCs he had encountered since entering the game, and found that none of them seemed odd wearing this thing. Either this stuff would automatically fuse when stuck on human skin, or customers and the previous suppliers alike were made of yellow mud. Neither situation seemed favorable. Who among normal people would come to a convenience store to buy faces? What a niche concept. Moreover, when the young man inspected the cash register, he not only saw good review forms but also bad ones. That was why he left himself 2,000 yuan as spare change. You're bound to encounter unreasonable guests while doing business. One bad review could affect the sales strength and footfall of the entire shop. Qinglin and Qi Liang followed several NPCs inside, carrying the faces, while Wei Lingling stayed outside to clean up. With the formal operation approaching, cleanliness within the store became a critical matter that couldn't be ignored. As Qinglin wiped the second row of shelves, something strange happened. He noticed that a face on the 3-layer shelf began to cry, its eye sockets deeply sunken, continuously shedding tears which flowed down its high cheekbones onto the shelves. Listening closely, this terrifying object emitted woo-woo cries. A chilling sensation shot from Qinglin's spine directly to his brain. He turned anxiously toward Qi Liang but found no other abnormalities on the other side, as though this eerie crying sound was audible only to him. In previous games, such behavior undoubtedly equated to a death sentence, but seeing how Qi Liang seemed to defer to Shenru, that person must surely be a high-level player and therefore Qing Lin still had hope. With that in mind, he disregarded his surroundings and rushed toward Shenru without delay. Unseen by him, those 6 NPCs turned their heads as if sensing something, revealing strange yet terrifying smiles in the direction the yellow-haired boy ran. "Help, me." Though flustered, Qing Lin wasn't unintelligent. He deliberately lowered his cry for help, a trembling note of nervousness accompanying his tone as he knelt before Shenru. "Big bro, a mask, no, a human face is crying." Perhaps due to extreme fright, Huang Mao's words were all over the place, albeit stuttering, but he managed to explain the situation clearly enough. Having facial expressions for these masks wasn't strange, this might be what truly attracted customers, but amidst so many densely packed masks, Shenru hadn't heard any unusual sounds from the face masks just now. Shenru took some interest and followed Huang Mao to the position of the second-row shelves. "Which one are you talking about?" Qing Lin blinked hard, and the mask that had been sobbing earlier was now lying still as if asleep, its eyes closed. Huang Mao muttered curses under his breath, turning hurriedly to explain, "But it was crying just now. I even wiped the mud off of it, look." Trying desperately to prove something, he quickly unfurled the cloth used to wipe the mud. However, it was clean with no trace of anything. Qing Lin stared in disbelief, collapsing onto the floor, muttering in terror, "How could this be? I really saw it." Shenru remained expressionless, doubting that Huang Mao would be bored enough to fabricate a ghost story to scare him. So why did this situation occur? The young man's gaze quickly scanned over these few rows of shelves. In his view, the expressions on each mask were pretty much the same. The reason he could tell this thing was moving was because of its facial muscles twitching. Then, in the eyes of others, was it the same scene? "Qi Liang." Shenru's voice wasn't loud, and his tone and demeanor were also very steady, as if the words that came out of his mouth were casual. "What are the expressions on these human face masks?" Qi Liang was a little confused, but since the big shot had asked, there must be a reason, so he obediently replied. "The first 2 are smiling, the middle one has its eyes open looking at us, and the last 2 seem to be smelling something." Before Shenru could speak after Qi Liang finished, Wei Lingling next to them stopped breathing for a moment, her face suddenly turned pale, and she looked at Qi Liang incredulously. "But I saw the first 2 eyeballs rolling around, and the ones behind seemed to be opening and closing their mouths as if talking." "What? How is that possible?" Qi Liang's face was also very unpleasant looking, let alone with several eerie unknown creatures still standing inside the room. For a moment, no one spoke, and the silence in the space seemed like only the sound of a few people's thumping heartbeats could be heard. "Ha ha ha." The handsome young man laughed wildly. His red eyes took on a watery sheen due to intense emotions, and his low, hoarse voice carried an insane fervor. "This is too interesting, really too great." No one dared to approach and ask what this delicate and dewy red rose was laughing about at this moment. They only knew that in the instant the laughter erupted, something abruptly shattered the terrifying dead silence. Inside the live-streaming room. "Holy cow. Honey, don't go crazy. I won't say who got scared to death. Save me. So freaking intense. Now I don't care about the human face masks, I just want to kiss my honey. Ah. Didn't you see those NPCs coming for our honey? Holy crap, stop radiating charm and look around fast." Chapter 14, The Positive Review Convenience Store, 13. 6 faces with identical expressions quietly approached. Their faces, perhaps due to the hot and humid weather, have already started showing signs of corpse spots, their eyeballs involuntarily swollen and protruding, and their entire visage resembling balloons about to burst. Shenru slightly raised his eyes and clearly saw these nearly collapsing faces, unable to help but sneer. "Haven't even started working yet and you're already eyeing employee benefits?" As soon as these words left his mouth, his fresh and white hand directly grabbed the lower part of the mask, and a ginger yellow mud immediately enveloped the young man's slender fingers, tightly entwining them. Shenru directly pressed the face onto one of the NPC's heads. At the same time as he withdrew his hand, the mask acted as if alive, tightly wrapping around the corpse's rigid cheeks. The putrid mud instantly fused with the skin, transforming into fine, detailed muscle lines, completely vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, the disappeared mask thoroughly transformed into the NPC's new skin, no longer Du Xiame's strange stiff face, but a fresh and vibrant one with rosy complexion. It was indeed as expected. The young man slightly bent down, and his dark red eyes scrutinized him from top to bottom anew, then nodded satisfactorily. "Is this the face you like?" That NPC nodded stiffly. Shenru, seemingly thinking of something, looked somewhat displeased, coldly said, "I'm going to sell this for 200. Even for employee benefit price, I would at least charge half." After speaking, he took a couple steps back in slight disdain, and then severely warned, "Not bad enough as it is. If you can't create value for me in the next few days, I will personally peel this face off again. Do you understand?" Having spoken, he gestured to the other 5 eager NPCs, indicating they could also choose their favorite masks. "You're all the same. From now on, if you cannot provide value, I'll consider you as trash." Qi Liang and others were already completely stunned. Watching the remaining 5 NPCs exchange their desired human face masks gave them each different appearances. The strange atmosphere seemed to have dissipated somewhat. Big brother. Big brother, do I not have to die? Huang Mao trembled and asked, his eyeballs still uncontrollably trembling slightly, and his entire person in a state of bewilderment. Shenru smirked and kindly explained to everyone. This thing can read the observer's mind and change its form accordingly. In other words, your mental state determines what you see and hear, which is why each of us sees different expressions on the same mask. Wei Lingling suddenly understood and tried to comprehend, so now that the NPCs have different faces is also because each wants a different face. Shenru nodded and kindly added, or it could also be said that these faces are truly how they looked in life. Everyone. Suddenly, it became a bit eerie. Inside the live stream. I get it, since Huang Mao was in an extreme state of fear, he saw the masks not only crying but also making sounds. I'm really scared. I had no time to study how this thing works, it could just send me away directly. Then wouldn't this thing sell well? After all, everyone would see the face they want. Not necessarily. If Huang Mao's mental state led him to see something eerie, what if tomorrow's customers are the same, won't the shop receive bad reviews then? Shit, this thing is so deceitful. The morning sun slowly rose, the light not intense but at least bright. Although it was a scene full of vitality, there wasn't a single bird chirping in the still air, and no crowds came and went by the street corners. The surroundings were covered in whiteness, no one dared to guess what might emerge from within. While the other three were enjoying their brief moment of tranquility, Shenru was different. He noticed something odd about this convenience store. It seemed as if from the start, the settlement method for this game stage was based on the number of human heads. The repairman required the price of 3 human heads, the monster hidden in the bathroom mirror clung to lives, and even this convenience store sold human face masks. Yet, their transactions with suppliers used money. Could it be that human heads weren't the universal currency of this game stage? But if considered further, the situation became serious. Assuming the circulating currency of this game stage was actually human heads, then when the next customers arrived, wouldn't they have to trade using bloody heads? Sitting on a chair, Shenru slightly twisted his stiff neck, the sound of bone friction, cackling, signaling the arrival of the first customer. Ding dong. The door of the convenience store opened from the outside, and a person walked in. Or rather, half a person. This customer maintained the posture of a human below the neck, but its head was completely black goldfish. Its dark, slimy skin had become somewhat shriveled in the dry air, most noticeably its 2 large eyes, each pupil was as big as a normal human head, clumsily moving left and right. Shenru noticed that white nodules grew behind its left eye, tightly packed together, particularly glaring against its black skin. May I help you? The customer is God, possessing 100 ways to complain, among which is the manner of treating them. Regardless of how repulsive this thing looked, the youth maintained a perfect smile, even calling for some NPCs to wait beside the shelves ready to carefully explain to the customer. Perhaps due to something behind its left eye, the goldfish's head continuously tilted left, as if it hadn't seen Shenru's warm greeting at all. After circling around inside the store, it headed straight for a human face mask and reached out to put it on its face. Shenru quickly interrupted the action and considerately asked, "Do you like this style?" Because of the special nature of the product, once worn, no returns or exchanges are possible. I hope you understand. The thing didn't respond to these words, dodging the young man's interference and directly putting the mask on its face. A large mirror stood next to each shelf, its oval surface framed in gold, allowing customers to admire their new appearance. The black goldfish carefully examined its new face and finally uttered its first sentence after entering the store from the throat. Your masks have good quality, but wearing this doesn't seem very impressive. I'd like to switch. A sharp voice, a picky tone, and impolite behavior, each aspect hit deeply into Shenru's pain points. But at this moment, the youth still gave enough respect to the customer, slightly bowing with a soft tone. How could it not be impressive? Your current appearance looks like a girl in her early 20s, skin flawless to touch, even glowing with pinkish whiteness, extremely beautiful. But this goldfish didn't seem satisfied and still responded sharply, don't say those flattering words. Quickly change one for me, or I'll give you a bad review, ha ha ha. Fine then, are you just waiting for him? The young man slightly raised his eyebrows, his eyes swiftly sweeping around. Seeing that there were no other customers for the moment, he suddenly pulled out an iron rod from beside the shelves and ruthlessly swung it towards the back of the goldfish's head. Bang! A loud sound echoed, and the goldfish collapsed to the ground in response. Perhaps due to the loud noise, a few others also turned their heads. They were fine until they saw the master hitting the first customer on the head, making them all stunned. Qi Liang was scared and rushed out anxiously, looking furtively at the entrance and panicking as he said. Master Shen. What are you doing? Who does business like this? This person came here to change faces, but he directly hit her head open. He's fucking insane. The dark eyelashes slightly trembled, those crimson eyes shining brightly, with a smile so dazzling on the porcelain white face. The youth gently bit his lower lip, its vermilion hue driving one to want to instantly fall under its spell. The instigator seemed completely unaware of any issue, merely tilted his head, and couldn't help laughing. I was just teaching her a lesson. Qi Liang quietly whispered a question, what lesson? I kill anyone who causes trouble in my store. Shit, this person is crazy. Inside the live stream. Ah 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 ah. Hit her. I never liked that damn goldfish anyway, what a relief. Starting now, I'm willing to be her #1 dog. None of you can compete with me. You become the dog then, I'm staying human, ha 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 ha. Holy shit, isn't this scene too thrilling? But I'm still worried about the aftermath. +1, me too, Our Lady must gain enough positive reviews to get out safely. Stop worrying, look at her, does she seem like someone who doesn't plan ahead? Chapter 15, The Positive Review Convenience Store, 14. Shenru felt unblocked after landing the blow, standing up to feel the unique fresh sweetness of the morning air. Seeing a few more customers about to enter, the youth gestured to the NPCs to tie up the black goldfish and drag it into the adjacent storage room. The 6 people who had changed faces worked extraordinarily fast. Unlike players, they showed no surprise toward Shenru's actions against the customers, behaving exactly as if programmed by the system, diligently laboring without complaint. Satisfied, the youth nodded slightly, specifically reminding everyone before entering the storage room, remember. Our service principle, the customer is God. Several players. Listen to yourself, does that even make sense? Naturally, Shenru wouldn't care about the complex gazes of the players, his world was never judged by good or bad, but by his mood. The moment the warehouse door closed, the dim lighting illuminated the smooth profile of the young man's face, his crimson eyes glinting as though drenched in blood, perpetually shining with an irresistible glow, part righteous, part villainous, yet passionately extravagant. The goldfish hadn't been killed outright by Shenru's single strike, it had simply lost consciousness under the intense attack. Shenru squatted down, using a dry handkerchief to wrap his clean hands, and smacked the goldfish's newly swapped face hard twice. If you're awake, don't pretend to be dead. The light bulb inside the storage room began to buzz and flicker, instantly infusing the confined, silent space with an eerie atmosphere. The creature struggled furiously, finally transforming into a dying dried fish writhing helplessly on the chopping block. Underneath a rage-filled emotion, the new human face mask could no longer maintain its shape, starting to exhibit signs of rejection by its organic skin. Ochre-yellow mud dripped down the cheeks unevenly, with parts of the face constantly swelling outward until, in a frenzied burst, a putrid smell spread through the room. Sharp, piercing screams reverberated throughout the dim space. Where is my face? Did you see my face? At the sight of this scene, the youth didn't show any fear, rather, he realized something crucial at that moment. These customers truly desired not life nor approval, but eternal youth and beauty. Whether humans or NPCs in the game scenarios, as long as they have desires, they possess weaknesses. Shenru did not exhibit any feelings of disgust or dissatisfaction. His expression even seemed as though he had forgotten about the blow he'd just delivered. I have many masks available. If you behave properly, I'll give you a new face every day. How does that sound? The mesmerizing voice, smooth and flowing like music, gradually soothed the restless and frenzied emotions of the creature. Upon hearing this, it suddenly paused for a moment, tentatively responding, really? Shenru lifted his gaze, the cunning gleam in his eyes flashing momentarily as he replaced it with an earnest look, of course. I always keep my promises. The black goldfish became thoroughly swayed and hurriedly asked what it needed to do. In fact, it's quite simple. Can you act as an accomplice? Inside the live stream. Recycling waste. I foolishly thought my wife was going to kill and silence this dead fish. Looks like I underestimated her. My beautiful wife really excels at extracting everyone's full potential. In reality, this job was very simple. The black goldfish just needed to act like a normal customer, stepping in appropriately when other customers hesitated, thereby smoothly closing the deal. This role in Shenru's previous world was called a salesperson, though that didn't matter much. What mattered was that each successfully completed transaction and positive review would earn the goldfish a new mask daily. Seeing the other party nod in agreement, Shenru cut the ropes binding it. There's still one more issue. He originally intended to verify this during the other party's checkout and payment, but unexpectedly, he had encountered a situation where the first customer attempted to dine and dash, forcing him to ask directly. What is your circulating currency? The black goldfish hadn't expected such an incredibly ordinary question, and thus simply pointed at its own head. Shenru looked at the other party's gesture, his heart dropping momentarily as he couldn't help raising his eyebrows to inquire further, nothing else. Confused, the black goldfish dared not ask more questions, merely shaking its head. The youth slowly closed his eyes, beginning to think deeply. The system had explicitly stated that the goal of this task was to receive good reviews. However, it never mentioned how much money players needed to make to qualify as successful, leaving a trap from the start. In this game scenario, customers sold goods according to individual monetary units per person. But at night, when they traded with suppliers, renminbi, Chinese yuan, was required. There was no clear conversion process between individual heads and renminbi, meaning the shop would soon run out of funds and supplies. Shenru waved a hand towards the golden fish on the ground, signaling it to go out and get to work quickly. Remember to catch up on those missing positive reviews. The black goldfish could hardly wait to leave this chaotic place, urgently nodding and bowing, promising to handle it immediately after getting out. Unaware of the cause and effect, several players only saw the warehouse door open momentarily, allowing a dark, round object to rush out, diligently giving the shop good reviews before continuously guiding customers to place orders. Wei Lingling slowly approached the two people, puzzledly asking, "Am I hallucinating? I swear I just saw a black goldfish acting as an accomplice." Qi Liang rubbed his eyes vigorously, sighing with unspoken meaning, "It mustn't be your problem, I also saw it." No one could figure out exactly what methods the big shot used. All that mattered was that they were extremely impressive. Perhaps because there was a local resident assisting, the store business was particularly prosperous. It wasn't long before the cash register started lining up customers ready to pay. Row after row of guests who had swapped their faces shone brightly as they queued up, inexplicably pulling out bloody heads, red blood dripping onto the floor from their severed necks, causing the air to fill with suffocating metallic smell instantly. Fortunately, Shenru had mentally prepared himself, so the current scene didn't come as too much of a surprise to him. But the others weren't faring as well. Wei Lingling even ran to the restroom to vomit, while the other two players were left petrified with fear. Shenru's gaze coldly swept over the three, repeatedly tapping his finger against the desk as if trying to alleviate impatience. Useless waste. They weren't nearly as reliable as NPCs. The young man swiftly instructed them to open the windows and doors for ventilation and clean the floor, promptly using mops to prevent dangerous accidents due to the sticky blood. Since payment was based on individual heads, Shenru planned to collect fees at a ratio of 1 to 5 since this constituted the hard currency within the. Keeping some extra wouldn't hurt. Soon, all the masks in the shop were sold out, and the warehouse filled with mountains of severed heads, their faces smeared with blood, corrupted and twisted after prolonged exposure to a confined environment. Several white, fat maggots squirmed on the faces. Shenru felt that a gentle stomp would have them falling off quietly in large numbers. Chapter 16, The Well-Reviewed Convenience Store, 15. After a day of business, Wei Lingling calculated the store's revenue and positive reviews for the first day after closing time. A total of 200 masks were purchased. After deducting the damaged ones, employee benefits, and costs for black goldfish acting as accomplices, 180 masks remained. According to the exchange rate, 5 individual heads equaled 1 mask, so they received a total of 900 heads. However, there were some cases where one customer bought multiple times but could only give one positive review. The first day yielded 115 positive reviews. Adding the previously obtained positive reviews from Shenru's trickery on monsters, the count came up to 215 positive reviews in total. The convenience store did not receive any negative reviews on its opening day, but it wasn't because of their service attitude or good luck. It was because every customer who intended to give a bad review was handled by Shenru. Including additional income, they collected 906 individual heads that day. Wei Lingling glanced at the account statement and felt a momentary sense of self-doubt. She had never imagined that her accounting expertise would one day apply to such bloody and violent scenarios. Moreover, she had envisaged many difficulties before the store's formal operation, especially how to deal with unreasonable customers. She didn't expect Shenru to directly pull out an iron bar, completely eliminating the possibility of troublemaking. Although this place was an independent space outside of other worlds, few people would fully discard human nature and moral constraints, completely letting loose their true selves. Habits and restraints accumulated over decades were hard to break due to accidental changes. But clearly, Shenru was an exception. Though there were small setbacks, the number of positive reviews on the first day was satisfactory. There were still 3 days left in the mission. If everything went well, as long as they ensured no fewer than 95 positive reviews each day, they could complete the task smoothly. It was now 6 p.m., 9 hours away from the delivery time at 3 a.m. The team decided to take turns keeping watch while the rest slept in the employee dormitory, ensuring everyone got at least 3 to 6 hours of sleep. Cheng Lin took the first shift. After his greeting, Shenru and the others went into the dormitory. This was his first time entering the staff dormitory. It wasn't as he imagined. Perhaps it had been specially cleaned by NPCs, though the space wasn't large, the walls were clean and tidy, and the bed linen exuded a faint fragrance. Even the iron railings around the beds were spotlessly clean. Shenru casually picked a bed and sat down in a very relaxed and comfortable posture. Seeing that Shenru wasn't doing anything else, Qi Liang and Wei Lingling also chose beds and lay down accordingly. It was only meant for a short nap since there was no other private space available. Especially given that the warehouse next door stored an entire room full of severed heads, Wei Lingling wouldn't agree to sleep alone even if given the option. After lying down, they didn't fall asleep quickly. Qi Liang and Wei Lingling weren't mere ornaments either. Although Shenru didn't clarify the currency circulation rules within the game scenario, both understood them thoroughly after working the cash register all day. As Wei Lingling kept track of the accounts, she was more aware of the gravity of the situation and couldn't help saying, "Boss, we only have 2,000 yuan left in our account balance right now. What are we going to do if tonight's supplier still insists on conducting transactions in renminbi?" Qi Liang joined in the worry, but when reminded of how Shenru violently dealt with customers earlier, suddenly became enlightened, saying, "If we can't negotiate successfully, then we'll just rob them." A youthful voice faintly responded, "Are you a bandit?" Qi Liang. What's wrong with this guy? Didn't he teach us this principle? Inside the live stream. Haha, my wife is so law-abiding in ways I don't expect. Haha, died laughing. This wave, I support Qi Liang. My first reaction after watching for so long was robbing, ha 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 ha. I'm genuinely curious how the boss will handle it. Last night was Renmin betrayed, why has the monetary mode suddenly changed? I'm curious too. +1. Time passed quickly during their rotating shifts, and it was Shenru's turn for the last guard duty. Tonight's moonlight wasn't as bright as last night's. The surroundings of the little convenience store were pitch black, resembling an endless abyss whose bottom could never be reached, filled only with impenetrable darkness upon first glance. The shop was tightly surrounded by thick, dark evil fog, indicating to the players that the game area was strictly limited here. No matter how much they struggled, there was no escape. Shenru sat idly behind the counter, his hand supporting his cheek as he gazed at the moonlight. He had sent those NPCs to check on the warehouse. Looking at their faces all night would only remind him of the useless 6 human face masks he had, which left him feeling irked. Bosses who provided employee benefits during the trial period were truly rare. He must have a Buddha's compassionate heart. The young man's gaze paused on the glass window as he contemplated. This game, he was already starting to feel bored with it. Qi Liang had mentioned that the game scenarios were varied, mystery solving, battle royale, character role-playing, or something like this domestic one they were in now. It was indeed less interesting without that man around. Just as Shenru was reflecting on how dull the game had become, he suddenly saw an odd shadow stumble out from the black mist. His interest instantly piqued, and his eyebrows arched slightly as he straightened up in anticipation for the arrival of this mysterious figure. He expected the system to announce a side quest, but after waiting for a while, there was no response. Could this person not be an NPC? Casually stepping out from the eerie black fog and emerging unscathed? Shenru immediately became more vigilant, even readying his talents just in case. At first, the figure seemed unstable on its feet but quickly recovered and started meticulously adjusting their clothing. As the person drew closer step by step, Shenru gradually slowed his breathing, prepared for any kind of attack. However, when he finally saw the face clearly, how could he put it? He had expected some grotesque monster, twisted features and such, but instead, what appeared was surprisingly normal. Golden blonde hair, a cute cherubic face, especially with bright sparkling eyes that radiated friendliness, resembling an obedient and adorable chihuahua. And this chihuahua acted exceptionally thrilled upon seeing Shenru. Pushing open the door without hesitation, he shouted recklessly toward the young man, "Sister-in-law. I finally found you." For once, Shenru's usually guarded expression cracked. Then the beauty broke into a smirk, laughing softly as she murmured, "Sister-in-law. Who is your brother?" Her light tone carried through the night air, heavy like a needle piercing the heart, causing a tingling sensation throughout her body. Inside the live stream. You can't just call people anything. The position of your brother has already been reserved by Mo de Shen. There are rules of seniority here. Wait. Is this guy Xing Ziyao, the third in command of the Dark Knight Guild? Yuri Wright almost didn't recognize him with that dyed hair. If he's calling you sister-in-law, then wouldn't his brother be? Holy crap, does my wife have something going on with MOU behind my back? Chapter 17, The Well-Reviewed Convenience Store, 16. Xing Ziyao was able to secure the position of the guild's third-in-command not only because of his excellent skills in completing game levels but also due to his knack for reading people's expressions and moods. Recently, the annual Secret Garden Tea Party was approaching again, and all the big guilds were vying fiercely for invitations. Rumors suggested one might be hidden in a rookie-level scenario, which is why MOU had joined. Originally, with their leader's capabilities, securing that invitation from the rookie level should have been guaranteed. Unexpectedly, after exiting the scenario, the invitation had vanished, and several A-grade items were lost as well. What was even more chilling was that when their boss brought up the matter, there wasn't even a hint of anger, only a calm smile with words implying no urgency. Of course, how could they not be anxious? Could an invitation fly back by itself? But witnessing the look in MOU's eyes, a sinister glint filled with intent to peel flesh off bones, none dared to inquire further, especially Xing Ziyao who excelled in observing other subtleties. He understood very well the malevolence brewing in his boss's eyes, a threat strong enough to nearly drown their entire guild. The higher-ups privately speculated among themselves about who had caused such a significant loss for MOU, and they eventually selected someone by playing rock-paper-scissors to venture into the newbie-level dungeon and take a look. Unluckily, that person turned out to be Xing Ziyao. Nevertheless, he had a way of comforting himself. Since the individual capable of matching his boss must be extraordinarily skilled, someone average might end up being either a friend or rival, whereas someone attractive, especially if they were a beauty, must definitely become the sister-in-law. In that case, he considered this mission as an early meeting with family, where he could gain some favor. Now facing this stunning beauty who smiled directly at him, Xing Ziyao suddenly felt as if the hand of death had clamped down on his throat. Strangely, phrases echoed in his mind from other members of their guild. A person capable of standing equal with our boss likely shares his madness. Although he admitted the importance of his boss, his own life mattered far more at this moment. Forgive me. Xing Ziyao clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and took the plunge. My brother is MOU. Boss. I'll wash your socks for a month when I get back to show my loyalty. Shenru couldn't help but find the sight of the boy before him amusing, as if ready to face death. After sizing him up with a glance, Shenru had an idea. His crimson eyes curved, and as he smiled, his facial features became captivating, brimming with affection. His voice was soft and sweet, like that of an angel who had mistakenly wandered into the mortal realm. "What's your name?" Who could possibly resist such temptation from beauty? Sheng Ziyao was barely over 20 years old, so naturally Shenru had easily gained the upper hand. He obediently replied, "Sheng Ziyao." The smile on the youth's lips deepened further. Despite having an angelic face, the words that came out of his mouth pierced straight into Sheng Ziyao's chest. "Ziyao, is this what you call sneaking across?" Shenru was so sure because the system never once indicated that another player had joined. When Mou disappeared and Du Xiaomei died, the system determined suitable NPCs would take their place. However, this boy's appearance hadn't caught the system's attention at all. Or perhaps, it would be disastrous if they were found out. Sheng Ziyao suddenly felt as if half of his heart had turned cold. All he could do was pitifully gaze at the stunning beauty in front of him, but the other half of his heart froze completely. "Don't be nervous." There was still a smile on Shenru's lips as his voice clearly landed in Sheng Ziyao's tense heart. "If you're sneaking across, then you won't be bound by the system's rules, right?" Sheng Ziyao bit his lip, feeling a strange tingling sensation in his scalp. Stiffly, he nodded. "How wonderful." A duck delivered straight to the door. Inside the live stream. "Holy crap, check this out. My wife has become a human trafficker. I always feel Shen Beauty isn't plotting anything good. I have a foreboding premonition. Ha ha ha, am I the only one quietly shipping the couple? Insane Beauty and obedient puppy, I love them both. Blasphemy. MOUX Shenru can't be broken up, no dissent allowed." Shenru just entered the instance, so she wasn't too familiar yet. Realizing only after speaking that there was a live stream, she sheepishly gave a polite smile toward the void, her eyes sparkling like stars. Her slightly curly short hair clung to her forehead, making her skin appear even whiter. She gently touched her red, soft lips with her slender fingers and then softly said, "I trust that you will keep this a secret, right?" The live stream immediately exploded. "Sure thing. You can have my life." "Ah ah 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 ah. Wife, you remembered us after all, sniffle sniffle sniffle. In all the surrounding villages, no one keeps secrets better than me." Sheng Ziyao was completely distracted by this series of moves. Secretly, he began to worry about his boss, realizing what a difficult spouse they had on their hands. A misstep could leave him boneless. At 3 o'clock in the morning. When Qi Liang and the others woke up and saw Sheng Ziyao suddenly appear in the instance, they were surprised. After all, randomly traveling between instances required consuming S-grade items. But upon second thought, since he was a friend of the great player, owning a few S-grade items wasn't such a big deal. Moreover, as friends of the great player, their survival rate was ensured, which was the most crucial part. Everything else didn't matter. The supplier arrived promptly at the convenience store's entrance. With the car door opening, a putrid smell instantly filled the entire space. This time, the fetid stench was stronger than last night, and looking at the mud around the vehicle, there was significantly more than before. It seemed this time the supplier brought plenty of goods. A hoarse voice broke the silence first. "How much do you want tonight?" Shenru's expression was warm and gentle, carrying a faint smile, exuding confidence as she said, "I'll take it all." Upon hearing this, Qi Liang and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes. They weren't clear about the terms of tonight's trade, nor did they know how much was inside the carriage, and yet she already declared that she wanted it all. "Ha ha ha." That entity suddenly laughed derisively. "Seems like business is booming, but tonight, you might not be able to afford it." Under the moonlight of the night, which carried a eerie greenish hue, half of Shenru's body was concealed in darkness, as if about to be swallowed up by shadows. Yet, his composed face and habitual upward curve at the corner of his lips were still visible. "Let's see the goods first." The mud person snorted coldly, seemingly confident that he wouldn't achieve the same success as last night. Without any concern, he shrugged his shoulders while going to open the cargo door, muttering, "You still won't be able to buy them." After hearing this, Shenru's lips curved wider, his dark red pupils trembling slightly. "Just wait. Don't rush." The compartment door opened, and all the human face masks had been individually packaged. They even had gas filling inside to prevent any cracking or damage. No damage meant they had to be bought at the original price. Shenru gave a cursory glance. How many? 500. That was enough. They only needed 285 more good reviews to complete their task. In other words, if he could purchase everything tonight, this would be the last time he met with the supplier. The youth raised his gaze. "Name your price." The entity seemed to have the upper hand, proudly demanding like a triumphant lion, 70k. 70,000. Qi Liang exclaimed in astonishment, how ridiculously expensive it was. Even based on last night's price of 100 per piece, that was still overpriced by 20,000. Wei Lingling trembled as she stood behind Shenru. "Can we trade heads for them?" The thing appeared to have been waiting for this very moment, its raspy throat sounded as if holding thousands of needles, sharp malice rushing towards them. "Of course not. However, if you give me your heads, I might consider it." Shenru finally understood where the hostility of this scenario stemmed from. No wonder when he haggled with the repairman about trading 1.5 human heads, the other party eagerly agreed. It seemed that in this instance, the players' heads were worth much more than they imagined. An NPC could exchange 5 in-game heads for a mask, while a player's head could be traded with the supplier for 500 masks. Alright, but before that, can you leave a good review for our shop? Though her voice was gentle, Qi Liang and the others didn't know what crossed their minds, their pupils widening in shock as they fearfully stared at Shenru. Didn't it mean that apart from customers, only dead people could leave good reviews for the convenience store? Could it be what they thought it was? This was worse than robbery. The creature, unaware of their thoughts, took it as foolish self-struggle from the players, and nodded. The satisfied youth then coldly scanned Xing Ziyao, who had already been prepared, giving an approving nod as if permitting him. Then everyone saw a boy with baby face carrying a sack directly pinned down the damned mud figure, kicking it in the stomach and smashing its head against the ground. Shenru somehow pulled out a long and sharp knife, throwing it next to Xing Ziyao. The blade was entirely black, exceedingly sharp, exuding an icy aura as if capable of severing the monster's head with just a touch, leaving a bloody mess. Chop it. What a pity, he couldn't do it himself since he was an NPC in the key part of the scenario, and there was no telling if it would be judged as violent clearance. But Xing Ziyao was fine. After all, he was also an illegal entrant. If punished, it would only affect him alone. Live stream. Damn, this is why the children were being abducted. I never thought I'd see the third in command of the Dark Knight Guild cutting up mud in a rookie dungeon. Why does my wife look so regretful? Because she didn't get to act herself. Ha ha ha. Such insane madness, I love it so freaking much. Chapter 18, The Good Review Convenience Store, End. The night was very quiet. Even amidst the recent chaotic scene, Xing Ziyao's attention shifted partially from the monster, bypassing layers of external interference to focus on the handsome youth standing aside. Yells, struggles, and even strange screams did nothing to make this beautiful person spare even a glance. Suddenly, a gust of night wind came, dispersing the locks of hair on the beauty's forehead, making Xing Ziyao shiver involuntarily. He was merely curious about this individual and hadn't planned to take the S-grade card from the youth. After all, even the boss failed, so he'd better not try either. Maybe it's time to withdraw. If he stayed any longer, he might end up being bundled and sold. Shenru looked at the headless body lying on the ground, a smile once again creeping into his eyes. The youth carried a heavy iron club, slowly walking towards the monster. His dark red eyes were filled with coldness, instantly turning the originally gentle and tender demeanor into something wildly erratic. The iron rod continuously struck the monster's skull, chest cavity, and spine. Blood splattered all over his charming yet ruthless face, yet Shenru's expression remained unmoved. Only when the thing finally turned into a lump of dirty, messy mud did the young man contentedly curl his lips, casually tossing the stick to the side. Move it. After hearing the instruction, a few obedient NPCs and completely terrified players hurriedly moved the human skin masks from the car into the store. During this process, Qinglin even ran quickly, fearing that Shenru might smash his head too if he wasn't satisfied. Shenru glanced at the chihuahua sitting on the ground, slightly raising his eyebrows. Aren't you going to help move them? Xing Ziyao felt as if he had been transported back to the high school classroom, with that sudden panic of being caught daydreaming by the homeroom teacher rushing to his head. He swallowed hard, stiffly turning his head toward the young man, No, I'm leaving right away. A trace of amusement flickered in Shenru's eyes as he asked somewhat curiously, You're leaving already? Xing Ziyao scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. Anyway, after this dungeon is over, we will definitely meet again. The chihuahua had a strong premonition deep down that if he didn't leave now, he was probably about to have a run of bad luck. Shenru looked somewhat regretful, leaning down slightly as his fingertips gently brushed against the boy's golden curls, his gaze lifting slightly. Even though there was no extraordinary action, it still gave people an indescribable feeling of licentiousness and decadence. The ambiguous atmosphere was ended by one sentence from the youth. How wonderful it would be if Xing Ziyao were our shop's employee. Suddenly, all players within the instance collectively heard the cold announcement sound of the system near their ears. Attention! Detected illegal interference with the instance by player Xing Ziyao, removal is now initiated. Countdown, 10 seconds. Shenru didn't know what kind of removal method the system would adopt, but judging by the boy's panicked expression, he guessed that the chihuahua must really like this parting gift. In the live stream. I said, why does my wife ask for their name? So gossipy lately, turns out she was planning ahead. Ha ha ha, everyone told you not to come. Your boss didn't get any good results either, poor kid, ha 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 ha. We'll probably lose quite a few A-grade items again. Luckily this is a rookie instance, so it should be fine for him. Laughing my head off. The child was clearly confused when the system made the announcement. As if shocked by the system's broadcast sound, Shenru innocently blinked twice. Actually, you didn't need to leave in such a rush. After all, once tomorrow passes, this instance will be over. Countdown, 5 seconds. But still, thank you for your help. When you get out, remember to pass my regards to MOU and tell him not to forget coming to find me. Countdown, 2 seconds. Shenru said nothing more, just smiling at the boy with red lips slightly parted as he mouthed a farewell to the disheveled little dog about to exit the instance. Bye-bye. Countdown reaches 0. Player Sheng Ziyao detected to have exited the game. System judged removal successful. Please continue striving, other players. Thanks to the supplier, each mask was independently packaged, resulting in no extra losses during transportation. The black goldfish girl also kept her promise, selling products even harder the next day. In short, before closing the shop, they successfully completed the positive review task. After submitting the task, the system's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Ring, detected players in the positive review convenience store instance successfully collecting 500 positive reviews. Exiting channel now open. Post-game ranking about to begin, transmission starting in 10 seconds. Shenru had no thoughts about his teammates, lazily sitting on the chair waiting quietly for the transmission. He had figured out the type of this game's instance, the approximate frequency of entering the game, and the live streaming mechanism. However, seeing how serious MOU and the others were about the cards, it seemed that the reward system of this game should be quite optimistic as well. He had shortened the 7-day mission to half its original length. With this alone, his rating should improve slightly. Just as he was thinking, the entire instance space began collapsing and breaking apart. Before he knew it, Shenru was teleported to an empty room, with a furry carpet laid out on the floor. In the center stood a single-person sofa, and on the left side of the sofa was a small table made of white crystal, on which exquisite pastries and drinks were placed. Shenru felt no restraint, comfortably slouching into the sofa, half closing his eyes as he waited for the system to announce the post-game rankings. Detecting player Shenru has successfully passed the newbie instance, positive review convenience store. Now proceeding to settlement. Newbie instance settlement reward, 2,000. Exceptional performance within the instance detected, bonus reward issued, 3,000. Live stream audience rewards, 1,000. Platform commission deducted, final reward, 500 inch. Total points, 5,500. Instance rewards now being announced. Player successfully convinced NPC to assist in improving shop sales, obtaining C-class card, black goldfish. Using this card allows for 30 minutes of free breathing underwater. Helping the NPC in the find his lost legs, obtain an S-class card, the disappeared legs. Detected that the player engaged in deceitful labor exploitation within the instance, final comprehensive ranking upgraded from D to B. Shenru wasn't particularly concerned about his rank evaluation, nor did he have many thoughts about it. He was simply curious about everything here and had a lot of questions he wanted to ask. System. Yes. A cold voice responded. What additional functions are included with the B grade compared to D grade? It was obvious that the level in the instance would increase, and accordingly, the points earned would rise as well. However, Shenru was more curious if there were any other added functions. B grade players will automatically have their live streams initiated upon entering an instance. The live stream process and replays are publicly available by default. The mall function is also enabled, allowing you to shop according to your needs. The young man nodded slightly and said no more. On the trading market in the living quarters, a massive optical brain projection was displayed right in the middle of the bustling square. The new round of rankings was being refreshed once again. Wow, I always get so nervous at this time, worried that a dark horse might suddenly appear and disrupt the default order. Don't be tense. Out of our tens of millions of people, only MOU has emerged. There's no way there could be a second madman. The reset order of rankings started from the lowest level and gradually increased. There was little change in the rankings from D to C level. Generally, those who could stably hold the top spots were usually experienced veterans, and few could easily alter the fixed order. As the B-level rankings kept rolling, when an unfamiliar name slowly appeared at the top of the B-group screen, Shenru, someone in the crowd began to question in disbelief. Hey, look! The B-level rankings have changed. Holy crap, really? Who is this guy? Does anyone have his live stream replay? No, I checked the C and B level live stream lists, and there isn't a single person called Shenru. There's not even someone with the same name. What? A new B. By listing all possible scenarios and eliminating every impossibility, the remaining conclusion became undeniable. Shenru was a newcomer. At that moment, it seemed as if the busy square had hit the pause button. Everyone was shocked, staring at the B level rankings as if they realized something. If I'm not mistaken, MOU also jumped 2 levels during his rookie phase, reaching B level back then, didn't he? So, does this mean the abilities of this newcomer are incredibly terrifying? For a newcomer to gain the system's recognition and leapfrog directly to the top position on the leaderboard meant what exactly? Since the game's establishment, only MOU had achieved such a feat. Because the game was absolutely fair, showing no favoritism at all, everyone's first reaction was the astonishing ability of this new player rather than questioning any misjudgment from the system. Is it going to change drastically soon? No one knew, but Shenru's name was indeed firmly engraved on the screen, dominating the top spot in the B section. Chapter 19, Yes, I Miss You So Much. Fortunately, rookie instances were temporarily exempt from public live streaming rights, so information about Shenru's appearance, abilities, or tactics wasn't fully understood by the general public. Therefore, before Shenru entered the next instance, he remained in a state of safety where he wasn't bothered. There were millions of players in the living quarters, and among them, even if there weren't hundreds of thousands, there were certainly tens of thousands with similar names since his name sounded simple and casual. And this was part of the welfare given to rookies in the novice instance. They had just entered the game, and even if they possessed abilities beyond ordinary people, there still existed a gap in knowledge and differences in skill cards. If thrown directly into the spotlight, it might accelerate the decline of newcomers. From either the perspective of game development or the players, this was an undesirable scenario. Dark Knight Guild. Bright sunlight filtered through the gaps between tree leaves, casting mottled patches of light onto the floor inside the room, a scene of leisure only visible in the living quarters. The man sat leisurely at his desk, exuding elegance and nobility despite his relaxed posture. His slender fingers tapped lightly on the desk as he hummed an unnamed tune. The light played across his flawless skin, and his eyes carried a hint of icy amusement, like a demon that enjoyed playing with humanity in the palm of its hand. "Boss." The tranquil atmosphere was interrupted by a crisp male voice, followed by the office door being pushed open. Mou squinted his eyes but didn't get angry at the boy's rudeness. Instead, he smiled and looked over the other person with a curled lip. "Did I hear right that you were kicked out of the rookie instance by the system?" Xing Ziyao was sharp. From the man's tone, he could tell that his boss was in a good mood, so without hesitation, he sat down on the couch and started rolling around. "I just went in for a quick peek. Just one look. Who knew this great beauty would turn out to be such a black-hearted jerk? Not only did she drag me into hard labor, but in the end, she exposed me directly." His golden curly hair rubbed against the couch until it stood up with static electricity. Despite feeling perfectly fine about himself, Xing couldn't figure out what exactly he had done to offend her. Being forcibly ejected from the rookie instance made him completely the laughingstock of the guild. Just earlier, number 2 wouldn't stop hounding him, wanting desperately to meet the legendary person who had embarrassed both the second-in-command and their boss. After sulking on the couch for half a day, Xing Ziyao suddenly remembered that the beautiful woman had another message for his boss. "Mo brother, the beautiful lady sent a message for you." The man finally got interested, slightly raising his eyes and asked meaningfully, "What is it?" Xing thought for a moment and grinned, showing off his gleaming white teeth. "She said hi and told you to come see her." At this point, he became more excited, his eyes darting mischievously all around as he asked. "Boss, is this beautiful lady my future sister-in-law?" "What?" Mou's expression stiffened for a moment, then seemed to suddenly realize something, laughing softly. "So what did you call her when you first met?" "Sister-in-law. Is there any problem with that?" Xing scratched his head, asking puzzled. The man didn't explain much further to him, merely stood up, tidied his clothes simply, and prepared to leave. Walking to the door, Mou paused for a moment, pondering deeply. Squad 3 is currently rushing the A-class instance, take them through more often. Watch less nonsense and don't mess up your mind or else step down from your position. Xing pouted, replying pitifully, "All right. Why does trouble always find him?" After the system finished its settlement, Shenru was teleported to the living quarters. There were a lot of people around him, and most of them, judging by their confused looks, were likely new players entering the game for the first time. It seemed this place was specially prepared for them. Shenru keenly observed several groups nearby. Although their demeanor and actions clearly weren't typical rookies, they were still lingering at the designated rookie release point. Definitely, some newcomer caught their attention. Apparently, the game system did provide protection measures for rookies, like keeping the rookie instances private being the biggest guarantee. Unfortunately for Shenru, he stood out extraordinarily in the crowd. He had large, wide eyes that made him appear unusually young, long, thick eyelashes, and dark red pupils that sparkled like gemstones. Standing at 183 centimeters tall, he was undeniably handsome. Especially having just come out of an instance, his shirt was disheveled, one button missing for some reason, leaving it loosely hanging from his frame like an angel desecrated by divinity. Shenru hadn't taken even 2 steps before he was blocked by several well-dressed, muscular men. Their leader wore gold-rimmed glasses, his face exuding disdain and unfriendliness. "Mr. Shen, our president has been waiting for you for a long time." Shenru remained expressionless, standing silently in place, watching him. His crimson pupils shone sharply in this moment, resembling red rubies floating with shards of ice. "Oh. And who might your president be?" The young man's gaze carried a hint of disdain. He had one characteristic, he absolutely despised rude individuals, except for himself. The man hesitated momentarily, seeming to associate something with the audacious rose before him. He bent slightly and apologized softly. "Sorry Mr. Shen, I apologize for offending you earlier. I am Gu Changming, Vice President of Dark Knight Guild. President Mo ordered us to wait here for you and hopes to invite you to visit our guild." Among all the players capable of embarrassing their president and Xing Ziyao consecutively, no one else fit the description besides the person standing before them. Had his initial attitude been a little more assertive, perhaps a third victim would have emerged. Gu Changming was an astute businessman who excelled at gauging situations, analyzing and studying human nature. After all, the essence of all business lies in controlling people's spirits and behaviors, intruding into their lives and time to ultimately achieve the goal. Before meeting Shenru in person, he had underestimated the youth's worth, leading to his earlier impulsive and self-important behavior. Now, all he could hope for was that making timely amends could alter the already set outcome. Shenru found him interesting, and the more interesting a person was, the less likely he was to let them go. The young man didn't bother with the apology from the man. After all, there was a saying that went something like this: better late than never. He blinked his eyes and opened his mouth as if to sigh. Your President Mou is so busy. In fact, I am also very busy. I wonder if other guilds would be interested in an invitation for a tea party. The beautiful rose didn't mind showing its thorns. After all, it wasn't him who gave someone a warning right from the start. The atmosphere solidified once again. Just as Shenru decided to leave, a deep and pleasant male voice sounded from behind the crowd. It seems you really want to see me. Several people heard the voice of the president and moved aside, leaving enough room for the man. Shenru noticed that, except for Gu Changming, the remaining burly men were all looking down, their tightly clenched fists trembling slightly. The youth raised his lips, slowly walking up to the man against the backdrop of everyone's terrified gazes. His long fingers lightly pressed on Mou's lips, suggestively traced downward, circled twice around the Adam's apple, spreading an atmosphere of ambiguous obscenity. His striking features exuded allure. Shenru approached the man a few more steps, his sweet voice resonating in the ears of those present. Indeed, I miss you. Chapter 20, Pretending to be his lover. Shenru's gaze on Mou openly contained hostility, and the curve of his lips grew wider. The people beside him watched the actions of the young man and took in a sharp breath. Instantly, whispers spread around them. This youngster is bold. He's facing the president of the Dark Knight Guild. Does he have some leverage over the president? How can he behave so arrogantly before Lord Mo? Damn, impressive. A new player dares to act so boldly. Could he have entered through connections? You're crazy. Who enters this game through connections? Mou did come as agreed, but silently bestowed upon Shenru a grand gift. Shenru himself might not know that his name had already shaken the entire Class B players, even drawing particular attention from the Class A players. Though the process of passing the rookie's instance wasn't broadcasted, the Dark Knight Guild, being the largest guild in Eternal Life, always had more information sources than imagined. Thus, some Class A and Class B players had been watching the Dark Knight Guild closely since the beginning, ready to act accordingly. Mou going into the rookie instance wasn't a secret among other guilds, and with this unexpected standout performance also happening within that same rookie instance, many naturally began to speculate. Could this brazen young man meddling with the president be Shenru, ranked first in Class B? Once seeds of suspicion are planted, they take root and sprout. Thanks for your thoughts. By the way, I should congratulate you. A refined smile adorned the man's face, his black eyes shimmering with a cold light, maintaining an air of elegance every moment. Shenru felt something wasn't right but maintained an unchanged expression as he asked indifferently, what do you mean? Mou smiled deepened further. He took a step back, slightly distancing himself from the youth, carefully smoothing out the creases on his collar with his elegant fingers and genuinely congratulated him. Just coming out of the rookie instance, yet you've already topped the Class B rankings, don't you deserve congratulations? Shenru accidentally glanced at the astonished looks of those around him, his crimson eyes now brimming with anger. At first, he assumed this weirdo just enjoyed making a show, hence the grand spectacle. Now, it seemed clear that it was all prepared for him, a gift using the reputation of the guild to expose Shenru completely to the public. Sheng Xiao truly had a good older brother. The youth glared steadily at the malicious black eyes and forced a smile, biting back his fury and said gently. If this is your congratulatory gift, then it's rather pitiful, isn't it? Mou seemed to have been waiting for the youth's statement, lightly grasping Shenru's hand, pressing his thumb against the youth's hand. Amidst everyone's surprised gaze, he slowly leaned down and placed a kiss on his own thumb. Where the mark landed wasn't important. What mattered was what everyone saw. Mou kissed the back of Shenru's hand and kindly invited him to visit the guild. That was enough. This is the real gift I prepared for you. The man cruelly rubbed the fingertips across the pale, soft skin of the youth, happily saying, get in the car, I think we need to discuss business seriously. After the car drove away, the surrounding crowd couldn't control their voices anymore, loud chatter exploding. Fuck, what kind of person has such a grand scene? I was nearby and heard President Mo say something about being ranked first in Class B. What? That person is Shenru? Shenru turns out to be a great beauty. My eyes nearly froze when I first saw him. It's not. What's the relationship between Shenru and the Dark Knight Guild? The president came over to meet him. As Mou wished, rumors always find an opportunity to sprout. The relationship between Shenru and the Dark Knight Guild became mysterious and obscure. Some even claimed they had personally seen Shenru, describing her as a stunningly charming beauty. Dark Knight Guild. Other details aside, the decoration of the top guild mirrored Mou himself, every single detail flowing with traces of time and imprints of art. Exquisite flower carvings adorned the surroundings, luxurious lines outlining the hierarchy of the space. Especially the over 2-meter-tall gates at the main entrance, slowly pushing inward with heavy rumbling sounds, symbolizing awe and authority. Shenru and Mou entered the room. In most cases, Mou didn't like others invading his territory, but today was an exception. Sheng Xiao looked at the tightly closed door, thinking about the cool glance Shenru had given him. Involuntarily swallowing saliva, he edged closer to Gu Changming quietly. The boss also said he wasn't interested in that person, yet rumors have already spread. Gu Changming adjusted his glasses and said calmly, the boss was right. You should focus less on magazine gossip. Sheng Xiao's face wrinkled up in confusion and asked, then why did Brother Mo act that way towards Beauty Shen in front of everyone? Gu Changming sighed without explaining in detail but instead posed a question, how many do you think would oppose the Dark Knight Guild? So many, countless. That's the reason. A flicker of ambiguity passed through Gu Changming's eyes. The behavior of our boss today conveyed two pieces of information. First, it tells everyone who Shenru really is. Second, the relationship between the Dark Knight Guild and Shenru is profound. If you were an enemy of the Dark Knight Guild, facing such a clear target, would you stand by idly? Besides, the opponent is not only a threat to Class B players but also causes some fear among Class A players. So complicated? Sheng Xiao's eyes rolled around for a moment, hesitated, then said, Brother Gu, with such a sharp mind, why are you someone else's deputy? Gu Changming was already used to Sheng Xiao's unpredictable thoughts and didn't respond to his joke. They both knew well that they followed Mou not just because of his terrifying martial prowess or extremely high intelligence, but because Mou was extremely protective of those close to him. That was also why Mou grandly welcomed Shenru today. Perhaps this handsome youth Shenru could see the meaning behind his leader's actions, except for the fool Sheng Xiao. This was done for him to find support. After all, being kicked out of the rookie instance, in the eyes of older players, it was indeed unbearably embarrassing. Inside the room, Shenru sat down without any courtesy, his gaze casually scanning the facilities within the room. Unlike the lavish exterior decoration, the colors inside Mou's room were extremely monotonous, simple black resembling thick ink spreading drop by drop, gradually soaking into the youthful figure present in the room. The youth gave a cold snort, teasingly saying, are we in this kind of relationship now? The man didn't answer, only smiling while looking at the young man. Slender fingers traced through the air, and suddenly, a majestic and uplifting symphony echoed throughout the spacious room. Amidst countless intersecting sounds, colorful melodies instantly burst forth, powerful and vibrant. At the same time, shadows in the dark resembled thousands of strands of silk ribbons lying dormant when the music was low-pitched. Following a fiery sound, they suddenly rushed towards the youth. Tangled together, gradually infiltrating Shenru's entire body. The instant the darkness eroded him, the young man's pupils sharply contracted. He had never expected that the man's abilities could also work outside of the instance. Constrained, the beautiful doll could only helplessly come before the man. Mou's voice carried laughter as his fingers lifted open Shenru's clothes. Though there was a suggestive and flirtatious atmosphere, there were no further inappropriate actions. Following the crescendo of the music, the man effortlessly obtained that S-class card. Perhaps we are soon to become this kind of relationship. As soon as the words fell, a mechanical prompt suddenly rang in their ears. Beep, detection of S-level card usage confirmed. The Secret Garden Tea Party invitation has been activated. The annual tea party is the Leon couple's favorite part. This year, they have prepared a special surprise for everyone. We hope all of you can attend on time. After the system prompt ended, the S-class card turned into a handwritten letter. Dear Mr. Mou, we sincerely invite you to visit the Secret Garden in 3 days. The Leon couple looks forward to your arrival and that of your beloved. A deep coolness flashed through the man's dark eyes as he spoke with an indifferent tone, look, my beloved. The crimson pupils were filled with malice. Lowering his head, the youth smiled, concealing an uncontrollable madness, replying in a hoarse voice, my honor. The exhilarating music abruptly stopped. Chapter 21, The Leon Couple's Tea Party, 1. Shenru thus boldly moved into the Dark Knight Guild. Since Mou intended to link him with their guild, he might as well solidify this rumor openly. The youth was fully aware that the reason for Mou's such wicked behavior was to make him a target for everyone. Simultaneously, their guild would also take on Shenru as an unknown risk. If Shenru left the Dark Knight Guild after this, Mou could easily spread rumors about Shenru's disagreement with the guild to confuse the public, isolating him completely without support. That plan sounds loud. The abacus beads even broke onto his face. Though most of the conflict stemmed from Mou's protectiveness, the protégé himself had been getting along very well with Shenru these past 3 days. Sheng Xiao enthusiastically told Shen Beauty the origin of the guild, introduced delicious and fun places in the living area, and even acted as a guide, inviting Shenru out. This time, the usually unfriendly young man behaved very unusually. Unlike in the dungeon, he appeared utterly harmless in front of Sheng Xiao, completely complying with his various strange demands. Shenru also found out about the uniqueness of the Tea Party dungeon. According to Sheng Xiao, this dungeon was independent of ratings, participation difficulty depending on the player's skills. However, getting one of the few slots among tens of millions surely indicated its difficulty. But this dungeon had an S-class card and many A-class cards. Most players participating in the Tea Party aimed for the rewards of this dungeon, with few caring about the rating. Sheng Xiao really liked this beauty and wanted to take her everywhere. Thus, not only did their friendly relationship spread within the Dark Knight Guild, but other guilds also heard about it. Thanks to Xing Xiao, the false news of Shenru joining the Dark Knight Guild quickly became widespread. Inside the office. Shouldn't we clarify this? Asked Gu Changming. The man reviewed the list of participants for this tea party, pausing briefly before shaking his head. It was us who took the initiative to befriend Shenru, and he has been staying here for several days. Clarifying now would seem too deliberate, illogical, and cause unnecessary trouble. Gu Changming didn't know much about Shenru, his partial impression came from observation and hearsay. Coupled with the youth's recent actions, which indeed differed from the rumors, he suddenly realized. Is Shenru being intentional? Mou's gaze fell on Blue Record Guild, his voice cheerful. Yes, what a temper. Today's live-streaming hall was exceptionally lively. The annual tea party was about to begin, especially since the Dark Knight Guild announced that President Mou and the new representative would collaborate for the first time, making it a must-watch event. There will be a lot to watch in this live stream. The newcomer debuts at the Leon couple's tea party. This is no ordinary start. Probably just inflating prices. What tricks does a rookie really have? I heard Shenru is a great beauty. Is that true? I've heard that too. Can anyone show a picture? As the game dungeon in the live streaming hall started, the highly anticipated tea party dungeon topped the list. A massive warning message was right in the middle of the light screen, with prominent red notices catching attention. Reminder, players only have viewing functionality, the comments section is temporarily not open. Accompanied by a flash of white light, Shenru woke up again inside a private car. The car played an energetic symphony. With a weary expression, the youth looked at the man beside him. An exquisite grey suit adorned with a pure white feather brooch rested at the chest, his cold and bland demeanor giving no hint of being a symphony lover. Within the live stream room. Wife long time no see. Holy cow, rare framing. Crazy screenshotting. I'm so looking forward to this year's tea party. There are always a lot of twists every year. I wonder what programs the Leon couple will prepare this year. I hope my wife can spark some romantic chemistry with my husband in the game. Are you awake? Shenru nodded slightly in response. What was the format for past tea parties? Although Mou was considered a complete psychopath by the young man, his undeniable abilities were truly formidable. If seeing someone freely use their powers outside the dungeon was already surprising Shenru, then hearing about Mou's legendary achievements from Xing Xiao over these few days made his blood boil even more. Staying in the game for too long numbed the players. One's life might end at any moment in the next dungeon, so within these dungeons, regardless of how dangerous it was, life outside them was excessively indulgent. It was said that the predecessor to Dark Knight Guild was actually a high-class club jointly built by the presidents of the 8 great guilds. It was rumored that some unlucky person had once knocked out the rookie Mou and sold him into the place. Despite the various presidents guarding it, Mou somehow transformed the place into the 9th guild overnight, naming it Dark Knight. However, no one talked about what exactly happened that night. All the guild presidents remained eerily silent. Within just 1 month, Dark Knight's points surged to the top, cementing its position as the #1 guild. In Everlife game, strength was revered. In this game that annihilates humanity, only the strong deserve recognition and respect. Mou spoke in a steady tone without much fluctuation. The format isn't fixed. The Leon couple's tastes are hard to predict. We can only respond as we encounter things. After hearing this, Shenru turned around seriously and examined Mou. Seeing the other party's calm expression, he arched an eyebrow and said, "Is something wrong?" The invitation card invited Mou, and whoever his lover was, it didn't matter, as long as Mou agreed. But why did he choose himself? Shenru couldn't believe in meaningless promises. With Mou's strength, he could easily replace him. Since Mou didn't, it meant there were certain things only he, having just exited the rookie dungeon, could handle. Mou said nothing, but closed his eyes and enjoyed the final part of the music like it was a divine experience. As the last note faded away, his deep, elegant voice reached Shenru's ears. What should I do? Sometimes you really ignite a fire in me. Shenru gave a cold snort, with a tone full of disdain. If you didn't have so many perverted hobbies, I'd say the same thing back to you. Mou curved his lips slightly, automatically ignoring the mockery in the other's words. He opened his mouth and said. There are 8 invitations total, and all of them are in the hands of the presidents of the top 8 guilds this year. Each can bring 1 guest, making 16 people in total. However, no more than 8 will truly participate in the tea talk. After pondering for a while, Shenru said, seems like the threshold is pretty high. Does this dungeon have a screening process? Mou nodded, yes, right after we get out of the car, the screening begins. So. The man tilted his head slightly, turning to look out the window at the scenery, with a wicked smile that sent chills down one's spine. Nothing, your intelligence will make you figure it out soon enough. Of course, if you're still alive. Shenru remained expressionless, his voice calm and unreadable, looks like you still don't know me well enough. First, I won't die. Second, I'll never help you. You will. Go screw yourself, sooner or later I'll kill you. With gritted teeth, Shenru closed his eyes. Not long after, the car stopped in front of an abandoned building. The weather-beaten walls looked as though they would crumble at any moment due to years of exposure to wind and sun. The bricks and tiles had suffered erosion through time, presenting a scene of decay. When they got out of the car, quite a few people had already been waiting for some time. Shenru recognized almost all of the guild presidents and their appearances through Xing Xiao's introduction. A blue-eyed little girl with twin braids was Wei Lanqing, president of the third-ranked Kanhe Guild, reportedly a hardcore fan of MOU. Wei Lanqing was wearing a splendid princess dress adorned with numerous lace layers dotted with small pearls, showing she put thought into her outfit. The girls saw MOU and excitedly waved to greet him. "Big brother MO, it's been such a long time." MOU politely nodded in response. Beside him, a man commented, "Looks like our dear Leon couple is consistent this year. They required everyone to wear formal attire, but now we're brought to such a desolate location." This man was Chu Rong, the president of the fourth-ranked Chenxi Guild. It was said he lacked real skills and relied on connections to secure his leading position. Shenru gave a quick glance, meeting the gaze of the president of Lani Guild. This person was just as rumored, a pure egotist. Guan Wenyue's eyes were like sharp daggers, meticulously scrutinizing every inch of the young man's skin, as if calculating his worth. Shenru didn't flinch under such blatant stares. Instead, he stood at ease with an air of calmness, allowing the other party to freely observe him. The screening mechanism had a high mortality rate, perhaps the next moment, the person would turn into a corpse. Coincidentally, Shenru had great tolerance for dead people. Ring, all players have arrived, now activating instance, Leon couples T-chat. Screening begins. This building used to be covered by lush rose vines, but the eternal roses vanished overnight. Players must find the reason and submit their answer. Time limit, 3 hours. Kind reminder, the Leon couple pays strict attention to etiquette and dressing style. Please ensure you maintain cleanliness at all times. The game has begun. Chapter 22, The Leon Couple's T-Chat, 2. The game instructions had already been clear enough, requiring players to discover the secret behind the disappearance of the rose vines in the abandoned building within 3 hours while ensuring they stayed clean and presentable. Setting aside how harsh this instance environment was, the reason why the screening mechanism had such a high mortality rate was due to its extreme danger. Players not only had to survive perilous situations but also had to maintain personal hygiene. At this thought, Shenru couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. This Leon couple really appealed to his tastes. He truly looked forward to the moment he met them. The system mission had been issued, yet the 16 players on site remained unmoved, none willing to be the first to enter the ruins of the building. Though the task details seemed specific, many aspects weren't explicitly explained by the system. For instance, how the clues would be provided. And whether there were traps or mechanisms inside the building. Shenru idly swung his wrist back and forth, his gaze wandering around Chu Rong, the president of Xigong Guild. He quickly glanced away as if uninterested. Sure enough, before long, Chu Rong grew impatient and confidently stepped out of the crowd. Since everyone wishes to show respect, then Chu will take the lead. He signaled for someone beside him to follow, and a boy who appeared unfamiliar and terrified complied reluctantly. As expected, this boy would likely serve as cannon fodder. Having no choice, the boy steeled himself and followed. Not long after the two entered, everyone heard a voice notification. Ring, the game hide-and-seek has started. A lockdown is initiated on the second floor area. All gazes focused on the second floor. Once the system announcement ended, a barrier formed around it, faintly glowing with blue light. But Shenru noticed that the air wall seemed to be on the inner side of the entire structure, slightly apart from the walls. Can two people play hide-and-seek? One of the girls looked rather uneasy, clearly an inexperienced player. Wei Lanqing, adjusting the lace edging on her dress, sneered without even looking up. Of course, probably just these two are hiding. The implication was clear, there must be unknown entities in the game, and the number was unknown. The method of obtaining clues is also evident now. I shall not hold back any longer. Guan Wenyue bid farewell to the others and proceeded into the game area with her teammate. Many people left one after another, leaving Shenru, MOU, Wei Lanqing, and her partner still outside. Just as players went in, the system notifications began ringing non-stop, indicating that more players had discovered the game trigger points. Although Wei Lanqing was technically a fan of MOU, she could not abandon her teammates to propose cooperation with other guilds as a captain. She could only watch enviously as her idol paired with others. Should we not go in yet? Only the third and fifth floors haven't triggered the game. It might be too late if we wait much longer. When Meng widened her eyes slightly and, seeing her guild president entering fangirl mode, realized that relying on her was impossible. Thus, she turned her gaze to the remaining two. When Meng, the third in command of Wei Lanqing's guild, had been specially introduced by Xing Xiao. Despite her delicate appearance, she possessed supergravity abilities, which could crush 10 Shenrus of the frail type. What do you think? MOU's gaze was stern as he scanned the entire building, casually asking the question. Shenru cast down his eyes, deep in thought, before answering, something doesn't add up. They may have been misled. The man tugged at his lips, feigning confusion. What do you mean? The young man ignored MOU's hypocritical demeanor. He knew the other party was testing him, though they had spent a few days together in the last instance, this was their first time cooperating. One obvious point is the air wall isolated by the system. After Chu Rong entered the game, the air wall appeared for the first time in our sight, clearly demarcating the entire game area. But as other players joined, these air walls all shared one characteristic: they completely separated the building's walls. When Meng, puzzled, asked, "What does that imply?" Wei Lanqing's expression turned somewhat sour. Though she didn't want to admit it, Shenru's analysis made sense. It suggests the game mechanism is unconsciously protecting the walls from being damaged by players. Shenru nodded, exactly. And vines usually grow on walls, so even if we trigger any scene tasks, it should have nothing to do with inside the building, most likely a misdirection option. Moreover, the system never explicitly said completing the game would yield clues, it's obviously setting a trap. After this explanation, Wen Meng revealed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Though she'd heard right away that this young man had advanced directly to the top of the B-rank players after the beginner instance, experiencing firsthand just how quick-witted he was still left her impressed. His intelligence and observational skills were truly unbeatable. When did you figure that out? The man remained emotionless after hearing the reasoning. It was within his expectations that Shenru could think this far. After Chu Rong went in. What? Wei Lanqing's expression froze, her gaze complex as she looked at him. Then why didn't you say anything earlier? Shenru seemed to suddenly hear something funny and couldn't help but burst into laughter. The youth's luscious lips curved upward, his smile resembling a midnight rose in full bloom, his red eyes bright and flashing with sly brilliance. Of course, I wanted to watch. How amusing. He wanted to watch them fight over non-existent clues, battering their heads until they were bloodied and utterly disheveled. Inside the live stream. Fuck, I was just worried that there wouldn't be any clues left by entering so late, but it's actually like this. I said there's something off. The selection process every year is disgusting, yet this year seems oddly smooth. But I feel like the guild presidents could realize something's off soon once they go in. I'm a new fan. Is this streamer always in such good condition mentally? Watch more and you'll get used to it quickly. This is my ideal waifu, not going crazy after being in the game for so long, I almost can't adapt. I feel like my waifu has scared the girl. Wei Lanqing's nearby female player looks pale. Wei Lanqing's methods of dealing with things never involved cruelty or indifference. Everyone got along harmoniously, and even when encountering extremist players during instances, they tried their best not to instigate conflicts, a rare guild that could preserve its original purity within games. So when the young man acted without restraint, treating human life with disregard, even Wei Lanqing, who was apathetic toward death, couldn't help but tighten inwardly. Is Shenru's outstanding performance among rookies merely due to his high IQ? The young man grinned at Mou, his dark red eyes forming a beautiful crescent moon, his voice sticky as he spoke to Mou. Satisfied, Teacher Mou. Mou chuckled softly, lazily observing the air walls on different floors, the pale blue light reflected in his pitch-black eyes. His posture was relaxed. Let's take a look behind the building. Pretty soon, someone will realize how foolish they've been. The group nodded and followed to the back of the building. Upon turning the corner, lush weeds came into view. Then, they spotted an old sign lying quietly amid the grass, which read, North Gate of Research Institute Building. The moment everyone stepped onto the lawn, a familiar mechanical voice sounded in their ears. Ding! Detected players entering the main storyline. Your suspicious nature led you not to rashly enter through the front door of the building but carefully examine around. Eventually, you found the strange thing about this building: the front gate and the north gate lead to entirely different worlds. Perhaps the secret behind the disappearance of the rose vines lies hidden within the research institute. Further exploration will surely reveal something significant. Wishing you all good luck. After the system broadcast concluded, accompanied by a wave of dizziness, the surrounding scenery gradually collapsed and reformed. All around were verdant trees, and the brand new building was completely covered by rose vines. Despite their varied shapes and seeming randomness, the growth was orderly. The sign was brand new and shiny, as if it had just been hung recently, with the red ribbon on it still not removed. Before the group could react, a stern rebuke suddenly came from within the door. How dare you interns dress like this? Hurry inside and change your clothes. In the darkness stood a gaunt woman. Her disheveled bangs clung tightly to her scalp, her sunken eyes and prominent cheekbones giving her a gaunt appearance. Red roses bloomed all over her body, each one vividly crimson and eye-stabbing, looking like a living rose vine. Shenru and Wen Meng were entering this game instance for the first time, but Mou and Wei Lanqing weren't. So when Wei Lanqing saw the woman, her breathing paused for a moment, her pupils shrinking as she whispered in disbelief. Mrs. Lian. Hearing this, Shenru suddenly realized that the person in front of them was one of the organizers of the tea party and looked towards the woman. Chapter 23, The Lian Couple's Tea Party, 3. After finishing her sentence, the woman turned around and entered the institute. Her words already informed the players of their identities as interns at the institute. They could temporarily take off their formal wear, avoiding any potential stains or wrinkles. From Wei Lanqing's expression, it was clear that last year's Mrs. Lian didn't look like this. Perhaps something happened during the past year, or perhaps the authenticity of the scene needed to be scrutinized further. Putting aside these questions in their hearts, the four hurriedly followed the woman's pace. The research institute covered a fairly large area, with its external building having no distinctive features, just standard and ordinary. The ground floor was a hall used for office work, receptions, cleaning, and changing clothes. The second to top floors were all laboratories, with one noticeable detail being that there were no stairs in this building. Verification of identity was required to reach every level. It was quite evident that if one wanted to discover the secrets of the rose vines, at least high-level clearance was necessary. Intern status was far from enough. Mrs. Leon only led them into the changing room and then left. Inside the changing room, they placed the formal wear into the wardrobe and changed into researchers' exclusive uniforms. The nameplates clearly stated, Rose Caretaker XXX. Apparently, the main subject of research at this institute was roses. Just as the four finished changing and came out, a call came from nearby. Hey, it's time to fertilize the seeds. A young man wearing black-rimmed glasses was approaching them, carrying 4 electric batons. Shenru clearly saw his nameplate, Senior Rose Caretaker Zhao Cheng. You guys are so careless, forgetting the electric batons. Saying that, he handed an electric baton to each of them. The group. In the live stream. Ha 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 ha, what is this? Has the rose come alive? Even caretakers need to carry electric batons. LOL. OMG, honestly, seeing my waifu holding the electric baton feels totally normal. Ha 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 ha, I immediately got hooked. I can still vividly recall my waifu beating NPCs with a steel rod. To be honest, I have a bad feeling about this. Is this internship really safe? Wei Lanqing, experienced in coaxing information out of people, took the electric baton and quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank goodness for your reminder, otherwise we wouldn't have known what to do next. Zhao Cheng showed no particular reaction, merely nodding in response. Yeah, recently, I don't know what's wrong, everyone has become less obedient. The group keenly picked up on the oddness of this statement and exchanged a silent glance with each other. Shenru weighed the electric baton in his hand, glanced at Zhao Cheng's troubled eyes, and smirked. You watched the eager expression on the young man's face and his right eyelid twitched. I've got an idea. Shenru looked sincerely and seriously at the bespectacled man. Wei Lanqing and Wenmeng widened their eyes, astonished expressions on their faces as they looked at him. What nonsense is he talking about? There was also a brief pause in the live stream. You just arrived at the institute less than 5 minutes ago. Do you even know what the lab looks like? And yet here you are saying, I've got an idea. To be honest, I always feel like my waifu will do some unforgivable things anytime soon. Sorry, new fans. It should be fine, this time MOU is here. He won't let anything crazy happen. Ha 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 ha. Are you sure MOU won't assist in making things worse? Zhao Cheng was a straightforward and earnest researcher with no ulterior motives. Upon hearing that someone had a plan, he didn't question why an intern would be so confident. Instead, he quickly asked. What's your plan? He took the bait. Shenru slightly lowered his eyes, looking like a dull experimental worker as he slowly said, I need to see it in person first. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Cheng nodded, that's true, every type of rose is different, so we can't generalize. Theoretically, entering the institute and being able to access one of the top floors through a senior caretaker's clearance should have been a reason to celebrate. But faced with the unknown, they lacked a response plan, and from Zhao Cheng's earlier words, it was clear that the lab contained more than just roses, hence the use of everyone. Rash action would undoubtedly carry great danger. Wei Lanqing urgently signaled MOU, hoping he could stop this reckless behavior quickly. However, MOU paid no attention to Wei Lanqing, instead showing interest in watching the young man before him. As Shenru's dark red eyes curved into a mischievous smile, their gazes locked without hesitation. This determined look only fueled MOU's anticipation. Can we go together? Such an observational learning opportunity is rare. MOU fanned the flames even higher, intending to fully ignite the situation. To Wei Lanqing and Wenmeng's astonishment, Zhao Cheng enthusiastically agreed with a nod. You're right, we can't afford to pass up any chance to learn and grow. In the live stream. Guys, are you sure this insane combination of MOU and Shenru is okay? Stop talking, I'm starting to doubt myself now. Go ahead. Let me see what you're planning, I need to sleep already. Just as these words were spoken, Zhao Cheng led the four toward the elevator, entered, swiped a card, and pressed the button for the 6th floor. Shenru noticed the elevator had a total of 8 floors and casually commented, who knows when we interns will get promoted. Now hopeful about Shenru, Zhao Cheng responded eagerly, don't worry. Although you currently only have access to floors 1 to 3, if you perform well, you can be promoted to a senior position within 5 years. For me, it'll take around 3 more years of effort to reach floors 7 to 8. This statement revealed a lot of information. Interns' access range was limited to floors 1 to 3, senior researchers could access floors 4 to 6, and elite employees could enter floors 7 to 8. Satisfied with the new information, Shenru nodded. Ding! Floor 6 arrived. As the elevator doors opened, the calm and peaceful atmosphere shattered. Piercing, eerie screams echoed down the entire corridor. Unlike the hall, there were multiple laboratories on both sides of the elevator, each laboratory marked with corresponding plant symbols. Despite every steel door being tightly shut, nails scraping against them produced an unsettling and horrifying sound. Some doors were even pounded from the inside by something inside the rooms, creating loud banging noises. Standing outside the closed doors was already enough to send shivers down their spines, making them dread what horrors lay beyond the iron doors. From the moment they arrived here, Wei Lanqing's heart began racing furiously, tensing her to the extreme. No matter how bright the hallway was lit, it could not dispel the deep, sinister darkness radiating from behind the doors. Worried that they might find this scene overwhelming, Zhao Qing kindly explained. Don't worry, they're all locked in their respective rooms. Occasionally a few may break free of their chains, but none will come out of the iron doors. It's absolutely safe here right now. Wei Lanqing gave a wry look at the innocent NPC. Safe now doesn't necessarily mean safe later. Leading the group down to the farthest end of the corridor, Zhao Qing said, this is the new batch of seeds we've received recently. They're rather unruly. See if you can find a way. The door swung open. The room was pitch black, filled with wild animal-like roars emanating from the darkness, like a monstrous beast lurking, giving off an intense sense of oppression. The petri dishes need to be fused in complete darkness initially. I'll adjust the lighting color momentarily. For now, don't approach. Zhao Qing said as he stepped outside. No one responded, but their hearts sank heavily. Even before Zhao Qing closed the door, a brief light illuminated the interior of the room. In that single glance, Shenru caught sight of the legendary culture dishes. Inside, there was a giant structure similar to a placenta, connecting rose vines and a human being. This person's body was completely covered in thick, red moss. Some areas were infected from scratching and were beginning to fester. Covering the spine was a dense cluster of blood-red pus-filled blisters. The sticky fluid inside had nearly turned the outer layer of the pustules translucent, as if they were about to burst at any second. But this wasn't the most shocking sight. What truly stunned them was that this person had just parted ways with them not more than 15 minutes ago. Chu Rong, the president of the Dawn Guild. Chapter 24, Mr. and Mrs. Leon's Tea Party, 4. Snap. Suddenly, dim warm light flooded the room, revealing every detail of its layout. A massive oval-shaped glass petri dish, just big enough to fit a person, showed Chu Rong connected to various experimental devices by an intricate web of tubes. Blood-red rose vines clung to the upper portion of the glass vessel, being nourished in real time by human flesh and blood. The horrifying scene caused Wen Meng to cry out involuntarily, her voice trembling, "Why is he here?" No one responded. Perhaps this was the punishment for failing the game of hide-and-seek. At this point, Shenru confirmed something, whether entering the building from the front or back, it always led to this scenario. Just the identity card details differed. Chu Rong inside the petri dish now clearly saw their faces, his trembling lips producing faint gasps. Help, me. Shenru raised an eyebrow. Consciousness meant communication, which could be useful. Thus, under Wei Lanqing's astonished gaze, the young man didn't hesitate and nodded decisively, locking eyes with the other as he spoke quickly, I can save you, but later, you must tell me everything you know without withholding anything. Otherwise, I'll find you a new home. Got it? Faced with such outright threats, Chu Rong had no time to haggle, hurriedly nodding in agreement. Are you insane? If you save him, Zhao Cheng's NPC storyline will be disrupted. Wei Lanqing furrowed her brows, unable to fathom what this man was thinking. Just moments before, he had seemed eager for them to destroy each other. Now, he was pretending to have the heart of a bodhisattva. She wanted to turn around and ask him to weigh in, only to see the man narrowing his eyes, black pupils fixed intently on Shenru, his expression akin to a child finding a new toy, unnerving and bone-chilling. Ah, that was the reason. They were the same kind of people. Not long after Wei Lanqing finished speaking, Zhao Qing entered from outside the room. How's it going? Is there still hope? Shenru feigned some thought, then replied, the situation isn't optimistic, but it's not entirely hopeless either. What method? The other asked anxiously. The young man's lips curved into a smile, dark red irises gleaming dangerously. His sweet tone tinged with malice rang out. Change the nutrient bag. Having said that, he stopped time momentarily and, in a brief moment, raised the stun stick in his hand and delivered a brutal blow to the back of Zhao Cheng's head. Even in the dim lighting, the sleeves rolled up to his arms gleamed brightly white. It took only 2 seconds for the smooth and polished skull to cave inward into a terrifying curve. From everyone else's perspective, all they saw was Shenru executing a quick and deadly blow, smashing Zhao Cheng's head open in an instant. Blood splattered everywhere, the strong smell of iron spreading rapidly through the air. The beautiful roses seemed to find amusement in it all, dripping fresh red droplets sliding down from Shenru's nose bridge, flowing along his neck and disappearing into his collar. As long as the head is crushed, it won't be disobedient anymore, will it? Subsequently, Shenru removed Zhao Cheng's name badge and clipped it onto his own chest, smirking as he pointed to himself, starting now, I'm Zhao Cheng. In the live stream. Damn. Translation note, loosely translates to, super handsome. Ha, who would have thought he'd have another trick up his sleeve? No wonder he was so brazen about cracking Zhao Cheng's head. Could we even do this? So this was my wife's plan. Not bad, really effective. Mou procured a sharp blade from somewhere, cutting off the various tubes and vines connecting Chu Rong and pulling him out of the petri dish roughly. Shenru stripped Zhao Cheng's clothes, tossing them over to Chu Rong, ordering him to quickly change. Upon entering earlier, the young man had observed that there weren't many staff members on this level, most researchers stayed confined in their labs and rarely moved about. Thus, after gently closing the door behind him, Shenru leaned casually against the wall and asked lazily. "Speak up. What did you encounter since entering the game?" Chu Rong, terrified from the recent experience, hastily dressed while recalling chaotically. "It wasn't a game of hide-and-seek at all. The system gave us 1 minute to hide, but didn't specify what the ghost was. The entire second floor was covered in rose vines, and we hid in the gaps between them, not daring to move." At this point, Chu Rong seemed to recall some terrifying scene and suddenly began dry heaving. Wei Lanqing herself didn't have a good relationship with Dawn Guild and sneered at its president who got in through connections. Seeing his cowardly appearance, she coldly snorted. "It seems the ghosts were the vines, you guys hid right in their den." Chu Rong kept his head down, his expression unclear, but his voice was low, there were no clues at all. "After I failed the game, I passed out, and when I opened my eyes again, I was here." As his body gradually recovered from promptly breaking free from the vine's control, he exchanged a life-saving item at the store immediately, so his condition was relatively stable now. Bang! A large pit was smashed into the ground next to Chu Rong, and he looked at the culprit with a terrified expression. "What are you doing?" Shenru's laugh was unrestrained, his dark red irises and the fresh blood on his face appeared especially startling under the light. "President Chu, we're all adults. Can you be a bit more honest?" Mou was somewhat displeased by the dirty and despicable tactics even as they approached death. After barely escaping peril, Chu Rong's actions indicated intentional misdirection. He avoided directly explaining what the ghost was and left crucial clues blank, fostering speculation. Was it a foolish challenge? Chu Rong tried to feign ignorance and said, "I don't understand what you mean." Mou stared at him, his pitch-black pupils gleaming eerily like a deep pool, making it hard to discern the man's intent. "Do you think why you're still alive?" The man did not give Chu Rong time to react, instead glaring contemptuously and saying, "Because you're still valuable. But if you can't prove your value, why should I let you live? Anyone could be the president of the Dawn Guild, you know that, right?" Mou leaned down, mockingly patting his face while teasing, "Do you understand what to say now? In the live stream. Shit. My husband is charming, everyone step aside. Don't touch him, touch me, touch me. I get the feeling that this is just a duo act." Not bad for a guild leader, I see Wei Lanqing hasn't changed her expression, it seems like she also finds Chu Rong's performance distasteful. I really want to know how he climbed up to the presidency. Chu Rong knew Shenru, just a B-rank player, was nothing to fear, but Mou was different. This man was a devil. He excelled in playing people like puppets, deriving pleasure from watching them struggle desperately and suffer in agony. He couldn't die like this, absolutely not. With a pale face, Chu Rong swallowed and confessed. "You might think the games look separate from outside, but inside, all scenes are interconnected. There's no rule at all. Out of 12 players, only 4 can survive, that's all." "So, are you one of the survivors?" Wen Meng asked uncertainly. Chu Rong nearly cried, hurriedly nodding, 2 from Blue Note and the president of 5th Guild are also alive. Beyond that, I truly don't know anymore. Shenru looked around the room full of medical facilities, seeing Zhao Cheng who was already bloody and mangled, and fell into deep thought. It was too strange. From the moment Zhao Cheng had led them up to the 6th floor until now, everything was extremely smooth. And the numbers were just perfect. With a screening survival rate of 50%, there were exactly 8 people left, just like Destiny had already written the ending. The content of the game isn't hide-and-seek after all. The 12 players must deceive the remaining 4 to join their cause. I speculate your task is to prevent us from discovering the secret, which means clearing the level, right? Shenru's clear voice cut sharply through Chu Rong's heart like a nail, bursting the live bubble at that very moment. Among the 12 players were the presidents of various guilds. However, regardless, having such an incapable player among the final 4 felt very wrong to Shenru. Chu Rong suddenly looked up, sweat streaming down his forehead and nose bridged to his chin. The youth smiled seductively, yet his dark red eyes carried no warmth. "In the live stream. Guys, this is getting mind-boggling. Shit, with 5 people having 800 hearts, looks like I'm the fool here. What the hell, in just a few minutes I've had so many twists. Is the screening mechanism this year really that insane?" Chapter 25, The Leon Couple's Tea-Chat, 5. Even if Chu Rong had connections, he wouldn't be able to stay securely in the position of president if he couldn't win over the majority. He must have some strengths, like lying and acting. Initially, his setup was to be the humanoid cultivation liquid of the rose vines, and even if Shenru and the others hadn't come up to the 6th floor in time, he wouldn't have been in any mortal danger. Shenru noticed his overly fast recovery speed and thus became suspicious. Moreover, judging from the current situation, Chu Rong must have reached an agreement with Zhao Cheng. Even if they didn't speak directly, Zhao Cheng would certainly try every means to bring them 4 here. If that was the case, Zhao Cheng should be the boy standing beside you, right? You used an item to disguise him. Are all of you aware of each other's identities? Hearing Shenru ask this, Chu Rong's expression had long started crumbling, becoming grotesque and wicked as he glared at him venomously. I only have a partnership with Zhao Cheng, how others act has nothing to do with me. But you're different. You just killed not NPCs, but living people. The room reverberated with Chu Rong's malevolent words, each word seeming to stab through the facade of the young man. Shenru showed no emotion, coldly staring at what was now a worthless piece of trash, completely devoid of any remaining value. I see no difference between him and you. This was the last sentence Chu Rong heard in this world. In his last moment of panic, his final gaze froze on the instant when his blood blossomed around him, the youth smiling with evident pleasure. As Shenru made his move, Wei Lanqing pulled Wen Meng back 2 steps. She disliked the smell of blood and so in game scenarios was entirely a peace advocate. But the young man before her was different. He was the true target audience of this game. With no regard for laws or moral constraints, rampaging unchecked within the gaming scenario. He wasn't playing it safe. Instead, he enjoyed it immensely. She perhaps understood why Shenru had ascended directly to the top B-level status from a beginner scenario. To be honest, before meeting the youth, she and the presidents of other guilds shared similar thoughts. Mou had been mesmerized by Shenru's good looks and temporarily lost his mind. Looking at it now, the ones who were confused were actually them. From Chu Rong's statements, it became clear that their 12 players knew none of each other's identity cards. The only 2 individuals who could cross-reference information had already died. Thus, starting now, Shenru was indeed Zhao Cheng and could smoothly access floors 1 to 6. And from the available information, it could be analyzed that the reason the rose vines could cover the entire building was due to the layer-by-layer laboratories within the building. Using humans as feedstock allowed the vines to grow wildly. The cause of the incident had been discovered, now they only needed to learn about the events that followed to pass the screening smoothly. Moreover, the system only provided 3 hours, so under such tight time constraints, it was impossible for there to be a large amount of residual information. That is, although the exploration area was vast, the information was singular. Their next task was simply to head to the top floor. Wen Meng, while feeling a chill running down his spine at Shenru's behavior just moments ago, felt that the man currently held no malice towards him and Wei Lanqing. So, he softly asked. What's next? Wait. The deep voice echoed through the blood-soaked room, inevitably leaving much to the imagination. Wait for what? Wei Lanqing had little standards where Mou was concerned. As soon as the man spoke, her fangirl mode would immediately activate. Mou glanced once at the broadcasting horns in the corner of each lab wall. We wait for the fish to take the bait. Their adversary's side would undoubtedly try to gather first, discuss strategies. Furthermore, those 12 players must know that they 4 are interns, so they will intentionally carry out screenings. Crackle crackle crackle. Suddenly, the hissing sounds of the broadcast horns burst forth in the silent space. Permission has been granted. All senior researchers and above, please proceed to the top floor for a meeting. The fish had taken the bait. There were only Shenru and Mou in the elevator. Wei Lanqing and Wen Meng did not come up. Currently, the opposing side knows of only 2 deaths. If they recklessly went upstairs, the mismatched number would raise suspicion. Wei Lanqing also realized this, so she proactively suggested looking for clues on floors 1 to 3, then reunite after the duo's plan concluded. Between her words also implied an intention for temporary alliance. Moreover, Wen Meng had given them 2 disguise prop cards. After all, Chu Rong and his partner were the first players everyone saw enter the building. If they weren't there but the numbers still matched up, it would also expose them. So, Mou temporarily agreed to a 4-person alliance. Mou. The young man's voice was refreshing, his gaze directly locked onto the man. What is it? The purpose of bringing me here is to let me kill someone on your behalf, right? Shenru's tone was steady, with no fluctuation, as if discussing what to eat today casually. The man smiled, even though his appearance had changed drastically from before, his dangerous and charming aura still carried significant pressure. Why do you say that? I am not one of your guild members now, so the sin of killing anyone can't be placed on your Dark Knight Guild's head. Moreover, don't you like me, right? Even though Shenru's tone was casual, in the places where the man couldn't see, every muscle in his body was tense and ready. Mou used him only because this was currently the best option, but it wasn't necessarily an indispensable choice. The man chuckled lightly. Do you guess who I want you to kill? Mou's voice was low and gentle, like an elegant cello playing solemn music. The youth responded with a grin. Maybe it's the person who gathered everyone. Ding. The elevator door opened in response. The design of the top floor was no different from the first floor, without the densely packed laboratories of other floors, and there were no distressing or terrifying cries and screams. In the middle of the entire hall stood a huge experimental apparatus, emitting continuous beeping sounds. Complicated wires were intertwined, all leading to a transparent glass vessel. It was slightly different from what they had seen on the 6th floor. The liquid inside the glass vessel was sticky and crimson red, and inside there was a vague human shape, which had already been soaked into a translucent state. But above, intricate rose vines were entangled, the bright roses blooming brilliantly and full of vitality. The strong smell of rotten flesh, along with the visual shock of this glaring redness, made people feel a bone-chilling sensation. In front of the large glass vessel stood a man. His sharp eyes were filled with cunning, standing at the pinnacle, evaluating the value of the ants below. The president of the Blue Memory Guild, Guan Wenyu. Shenru suddenly understood why the man had said he wouldn't refuse his proposal. Because from the moment they saw this man for the first time, Guan Wenyu was already dead in his heart. Chapter 26, The Leon Couple's Tea Chat, 6. Guan Wenyu stood in front, looking over the crowd, taking in all 12 players. Everyone, I have gathered you here urgently to share a piece of good news. We've been striving to cultivate an eternal and indestructible rose vine, and we've finally succeeded today. As this inspiring message spread, there were shouts of excitement among the crowd. Clearly, the man's identity was that of a special-level researcher, or perhaps even higher. Guan Wenyu cleared his throat and continued, there are 11 researchers deserving special commendation. Those whose names are called please wait in the adjacent meeting room. Subsequently, the man called out the names of all players except himself, and everyone entered the adjacent room in unspoken understanding. Shenru inwardly rejoiced, glad that they hadn't rushed upstairs and specially changed their appearances, otherwise, it really would have become a joke. Not long after sitting down, Guan Wenyu entered from outside and exchanged a glance with his partner, closing the doors completely. Everyone must already know our tasks are the same, the game name broadcast by the system was merely an illusion. Though the task difficulty is harsh, the opponent is just interns whose ability to explore floors is restricted, making it fair for both us. Someone in the crowd spoke up, isn't this harder for them then? Without permission, it basically means goodbye to the tea chat. Another person, that's right. I bet those 4 are gloating, thinking they found a shortcut, not knowing they're not even close to the truth, ha ha ha. Guan Wenyu listened to everyone laugh, without giving any opinion. But judging from his expression, he was very satisfied. In the live stream chat room. Isn't there a possibility they've infiltrated your group? Ha 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 ha, I'm laughing so hard at this segment, help me sometimes when people are so stupid. Ha 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 ha, looking forward to the moment they find out the truth, help me, it's truly pitiful. There will always be voices in the crowd who oppose him. Qi Ning, the president of the 5th Guild, did not agree with Guan Wenyu's words and loudly rebutted. You people really underestimate Mou and Wei launching too much. Everyone is scared to death in front of them but talks nonsense behind their backs. Someone followed Qi Ning's lead, Chu Rong is usually the one shouting the loudest, why isn't he speaking today? As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes turned toward Mou disguised as Chu Rong. Shenru suddenly felt his toes clenching hard against the ground beside Mou. He should have let Mou pretend to be Zhao Cheng instead. What now? Would Mou have to humiliate himself publicly before such a large crowd? Mou mimicked Chu Rong's arrogant demeanor, crossing his legs and saying disdainfully. Feel free to shout away. I've already met them and gained an important piece of information anyway. It has to be admitted that despite being elegant, Mou had perfectly imitated Chu Rong, displaying a carefree yet annoyingly insufferable attitude. No one on the scene found any abnormality. As soon as Mou stopped talking, various voices began buzzing around. Is it true or fake? On which floor did you see them? Why didn't I notice? What did they tell you? Mou said nothing, only raising the corners of his mouth into a challenging smirk at Guan Wenyu. Understanding Guan Wenyu's character, Mou knew for sure that he wouldn't miss this opportunity, especially regarding news related to Mou himself. Indeed, Guan Wenyu could no longer contain his curiosity and stood up, walking directly to Mou. He asked gently, how did you encounter them? Shenru arched his eyebrows slightly, interest flickering in his eyes more strongly. This was intriguing. Instead of asking directly for the content of the information, Guan Wenyu chose to hear about the process first. This man was very cautious indeed. Mou's eyes were full of mockery, coldly laughing and retorting, so what if you don't believe me? Fine, Zhao Cheng met them on the first floor and directly reported to me. Guan Wenyu stopped questioning Mou and instead coldly turned his gaze toward Shenru disguised as Zhao Cheng. Shenru feigned shock, trembling fearfully and nodding affirmatively. Apparently, Guan Wenyu believed him, thus continuing, I am not doubting your judgment, President Chu. After all, this matter concerns everyone's interest, so being extra cautious is never wrong, right? Mou cast a glance at him and casually nodded his head, though judging by his expression, he wasn't entirely satisfied either. So what did they tell you? Now that Guan Wenyu confirmed the source of the information, he was ready to ascertain its details. Shenru also curiously leaned forward to listen. Mou dug inside his ear and snapped irritably, asked Zhao Cheng. I was faking humility in the petri dish then. How would I know what they discussed? Shenru. This guy intentionally did this, huh? His urge to kill reached its peak. In the live stream chat room. Ha ha ha. I laughed my ass off. Ha ha ha, my lady enjoys watching the commotion, but such a huge pot falls from heaven like this. I officially doubt Mo God can't make up any more stories, so he passed it on to my wife since she's good at messing others up. After carefully pondering the statement, Guan Wenyu found no flaws, immediately directing his sight to Shenru, gesturing for an explanation. Before Shenru could even react, he forced himself to respond, they must have been inspired when seeing President Chu has already transformed into nutrients, identifying the nutrient source of the rose vine clearly. Since I changed my outfit at that time, they mistook me for an NPC, and spoke without holding back. The young man seemed to have been frightened by Guan Wenyu, stuttering nervously, then pausing momentarily before continuing. They said the secret to the disappearance of the rose vine isn't internal, but outside the wall. Because when we came in from the front, the position of the air wall was incorrect, specifically leaving out part of the wall might be to protect something. This conjecture was just Shenru's early hypothesis based on problems noticed upon entering from the front. Now, he was almost certain that the disappearance of the vines had nothing to do with the walls, but this assumption could still serve to explain things to them. After all, weaving some truth into falsehoods would be more convincing, and facing suspicious Guan Wenyu, they needed to be more cautious. After repeated deliberations, Shenru disclosed this wall hypothesis to them. Guan Wenyu naturally fell for it, catching on to the position of the air wall, deliberately questioning, "Are you sure they mentioned that the position of the air wall was incorrect?" Shenru looked directly into his eyes, confidently stating, "I'm absolutely sure because Guild President Wei Lanqing raised doubts at the time and Guild President Mo gave a specific explanation." By bringing Mou into the story, it became far more persuasive. The crowd nodded in agreement at this statement, and someone even slapped their head and shouted loudly. "Shit, I felt something was off back then, but didn't expect it to be such a trap." The group effect was in full swing here. As long as one person among the masses affirmed something, it mostly influenced the judgments of others. Just like now. All right. Everyone go back to your respective floors to inspect the walls. Report any problems immediately. After Guan Wenyu finished speaking, everyone rushed out. Shenru and Mou also blended into the crowd, but when it became crowded, they slipped into a nearby empty room. As soon as the door closed, Shenru couldn't help but launch an attack. "Mou, do you want to die?" The man responsible for the blame game lazily leaned against the wall, his voice calm. "I don't think you have the ability to kill me right now." The young man stared at him without saying anything for a while, his long eyelashes slightly drooping, looking obedient, making others mistakenly think he had suddenly changed character. The answer. "I know it now." Mou's indifferent gaze finally became interested as he looked at the youth, his eyes becoming meaningful. "You always give me unexpected surprises." "Alright, what are your terms?" Shenru hooked his lips slightly, his dark red eyes flashing with cunning. "Tell me your talent." He actually wanted to know the secret behind why Mou could use abilities outside the game, but he wasn't naive enough to think Mou would agree. After all, given the man's capabilities, finding the answer was only a matter of time. Deal. Chapter 27, Leon Couples Tea Time, 7. There is one point the players didn't get wrong. This game indeed operates on a fair principle. A significant disparity between the two factions existed, and the faction with more members also had access to high-level laboratories. That was definitely not fair. But they overlooked a crucial point. Discovering why the rose vine was immortal wasn't the key lay in its disappearance. This indicated that the reason for the disappearance must be in the hands of the minority side. It wasn't until Guan Wenyu announced the successful creation of the Eternal Rose just now that Shenru realized this point. The research on the Eternal Rose relied on the nutrient solution supply, so what if that supply was cut off? He didn't believe Mou missed it. The figure inside the glass container was Mrs. Leon, who welcomed them at the beginning. Saving might be too grandiose a term, but tea time should certainly have its host. Mrs. Leon staying alive was the ultimate reason for the disappearance of the rose vines. So, to sum it up, their task should be translated as, to ensure the success of the tea time meeting, please successfully rescue Mrs. Leon. Shenru and Mou split up because neither had permission to reach the top floor. Therefore, one had to stay behind while the other went to save Mrs. Leon. In Shenru's eyes, Mou was simply a selfish bastard who didn't want any trouble. To put it simply, the Dark Knight Guild would never bear unnecessary responsibility. Thus, the final decision was made. Shenru would stay upstairs, while Mou returned downstairs to notify Wei Lanqing and the other, successfully retrieving their formal wear. Since they decided to conclude this screening phase, Shenru deactivated his disguise props card. He enjoyed a spectacular ending. Like the life he craved. Now all the attention was on the walls, as if willing to burn holes through the cement. The young man walked cheerfully out of the room, humming the symphonic piece he had listened to earlier in the car, heading step by step towards the huge glass vessel. Many functional cards for B-Class were available in the game store, one being the enhancement type item. It could enhance any non-living item. Shenru chose to enhance his electric baton. Bang! Perhaps even the young man himself hadn't noticed it, but the sound of shattering glass accompanied a loud noise, bringing Beethoven's Symphony No. 5 to its climax. The mournful wail of alarms highlighted the excitement, people shouting, footsteps chaotic, everything was part of Destiny's gift. Guan Wenyu stormed out of the office, her blood pressure rising at the sight before her. The rose, once elegant, now revealed its thorny nature, blooming dangerously, with a pair of crimson, blood-red eyes filled with extreme danger and hypnotic allure. Shenru, how did you come upstairs? Guan Wenyu had always disdained to be among those who sell their appearance for benefits, and so upon seeing him clinging to Mou, she labeled him as fragile, incapable, and filthy. Only fools at A or B level would regard this porcelain doll as a threat. But now, this delicate flower was extending its claws, rushing fiercely toward her. Guan Wenyu's talent was metamorphosis into a beast, and he was extremely reluctant to display this talent that didn't fit his own temperament in front of everyone. But now he had already been driven crazy by anger, wanting only to teach the young man a lesson of deep pain. His clothes were gradually torn by his growing size, smooth skin filled with black hair, his appearance becoming hideous as it progressively turned into a beast. Accompanied by a terrifying roar, a huge black bear fully appeared before Shenru. The black bear's crimson eyes were glaring fiercely at the young man, its mouth suddenly opening to reveal jagged teeth as it lunged toward Shenru. Shenru nimbly dodged left and right, continuously attacking the black bear's vulnerable parts with the electric baton in his hand. The red diamond in his right ear gleamed with light, and time suddenly froze for a moment before returning to normal. Only at this moment did the black bear have a black electrified stick piercing its right eye. The young man tightly grabbed its head, forcefully turning the electric baton with his right hand and stirring it. Crimson blood sprayed forth instantly, drawing an elegant arc in the air. The secret of the disappearance of the rose vines lies in keeping Mrs. Leon alive. With force from his right hand, Shenru harshly pulled out the electric baton, and taking advantage of the black bear's agonized roar, scooped up Mrs. Leon and ran. I'll give you the answer, hoping you'll find the next game enjoyable. That pair of dark red eyes carried a sticky malevolence, as if eager to push the other party into the abyss, forever confined in a prison of eternal life. Once again, the youth activated his talent and teleported to the elevator entrance. He knew Guan Wenyu wouldn't let him off easily, so he thoughtfully prepared a gift for the man. Bang! As the elevator doors closed, the massive and precise instrument exploded, collapsing immediately. From then on, the roses fell, and people returned to their mortal world. Shenru successfully met up with the others, Wei Lanqing considerately handed over a damp towel, gave him the suit, and hurriedly said. There's no time. Quickly wipe yourself down, we need to submit our answers. The youth nodded, quickly tidying up his attire. With the sound of the wall collapsing, a familiar mechanical voice sounded near them. Detection shows players' answers are correct. Congratulations on successfully passing the screening stage. The Leon couple looks forward to all of your arrivals. Top floor. This time, the players who came into the game were all from the top 8 ranked guilds, but those who had seen Mrs. Leon's real appearance could be counted on one hand, unfortunately including Qi Ning. Guan Wenyu gathered everyone together, seemingly to jointly complete the task, but in reality, just to extract all the information in their hands, not mentioning a word about Mrs. Leon's existence. Apart from MOU, the reason Guan Wenyu could sit in second place wasn't just due to shrewd calculations but also because he desired power more than anyone else. Qi Ning had discussed business with him a few times, and the other's sense of control made him uncomfortable. Since then, they had avoided each other without any significant interaction. As for Guan Wenyu's nonsense, Qi Ning naturally didn't believe it. He was sure Mrs. Leon was the key point, but he hadn't figured out how to break through yet. So after the crowd dispersed, he didn't go downstairs but stayed on the top floor. Just as Qi Ning and his subordinates were unsure where to start, someone nearby suddenly exclaimed, Ninggu, look, isn't that Shenru? Is he crazy? Following the gaze of the person beside him, Qi Ning saw an exceptionally handsome young man, whose danger and charm couldn't be masked even by the plain uniforms. For some reason, although Shenru was smiling faintly, Qi Ning immediately broke out in goosebumps and felt a slight chill creep over his back. What exactly was this person planning to do? Having MOU backing you makes you think you're invincible, Ninggu, huh? Look at that pretty boy acting so arrogantly. The man beside him snorted disdainfully. Qi Ning frowned slightly, making no comment. This kind of behavior from the youth was undoubtedly courting death. It wasn't like a newcomer awakening some powerful talent could do much against Guan Wenyu, who certainly wasn't incompetent to hold the position of second guild president. Just as Qi Ning was about to step in and stop Shenru, the young man's action of breaking the glass vessel made him pause slightly. It was too late. Qi Ning closed his eyes. He cherished talent, and the young man's act of pulling oneself up too fast left him regretful. Shit. The shocked cry from those around him made Qi Ning suddenly open his eyes. Unexpectedly, what happened next completely embarrassed Qi Ning. The killing intent, malice, and unimaginable speed displayed by the young man astonished him greatly. Until the iron rod was inserted into Guan Wenyu's eye socket and stirred continuously, even the air seemed to shrink, like an invisible giant hand choking his throat, leaving him unable to make a sound. Immediately afterward, the young man's excited and joyful voice reached both their ears, carrying clear answers and blatant mockery. The high-ranking Guan Wenyu had thus been humiliated by a mere junior who had toyed with him effortlessly. As the instrument shattered, the researcher's Eternal Rose project was utterly obliterated. Chapter 28, Leon Couple's Tea Party, 8. Following the prompt indicating they had passed the screening stage, the scene in front of everyone disintegrated instantly. Countless space fragments broke apart and reformed again. The essence of the screening was actually selecting players who truly harbored goodwill toward the Leon couple. However, the expression of such goodwill varied each time. During this process, Shenru heard the system's narration of the plot. The Tea Party replica of the Leon couple has officially started. There is no time limit for the replica, it will automatically enter settlement mode after the tea party concludes. The Leon couple are very warm and hospitable. They have specially prepared 4 luxurious guest rooms for the 8 distinguished guests arriving from afar. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the Leon couple will entertain all guests in the back garden. We hope everyone can attend on time. By the way, the Leon couple are planning to move soon as they feel uncomfortable living here. They often send strange gazes during the day and suffer from backaches at night. Others may not know, but after the system broadcast ended, Shenru heard the sound of rewards in his ear. Congratulations, player, for obtaining an S-Class card, Mrs. Leon's protection. While using the card, you may arbitrarily select 2 people to immobilize. The selected players or NPCs will experience a 1-minute stagnation period. Cooldown time, 24 hours. After the mechanical sound disappeared, a sudden flash of white light appeared, and a fresh, natural floral fragrance wafted toward him. Bird chirping, wind rustling, and the sound of leaves swaying mixed together, making the surrounding scene come alive as if it rippled for a moment. Looking around, Shenru saw before him an impressive and grand courtyard, with a gravel path stretching straight through its center. White wooden fences, pointed brownish-red roofs, full of exotic charm. Shenru scanned the surroundings and noticed exactly 8 players who had survived the selection round, no more, no less. When he saw Qi Ning and another person also pass the screening, his eyebrows slightly arched. He had assumed that among the 12 participants, only himself and Guan Wenyu would make it through, yet there were 2 others. Qi Ning seemed to notice the youth's gaze and, when their eyes met, gave a polite nod. Shenru did not display any hostility but simply smiled warmly as he sized up the other. There was no way anyone else besides those present could have known the answer to the screening puzzle unless they were also on the top floor, and very close. It really took some skills to be a guild president. Good afternoon, everyone. The greeting broke the brief silence. Shenru looked up and saw an elderly butler appear within the courtyard. The butler scrutinized each person with an assessing glance, as if inspecting whether the guest's attire met the standards. Then, satisfied, he nodded and said, "After your long journey, my masters have already prepared the rooms for you all. Rest a bit so that you can maintain good spirits for the tea party tonight." Even though the butler looked amiable, his voice carried a hint of unsettling eeriness. Without waiting for a response, the old butler had already turned and headed inside. They hurriedly followed. Shenru glanced at Guan Wenyu, innocently blinked his large grape-like eyes, lightly touched his right eye, and then revealed a very mischievous grin. Not satisfied yet, as he casually walked past him, his soft, sticky voice whispered. "Be grateful, the fact that you're still alive is all because of me." In the live streaming room. Ha 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 OMG, why didn't I realize how skilled boss is at irritating others earlier? Help. Guan Wenyu's face has turned black like coal ha 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 dot. Wow. Boss holds grudges so well, I love it. Hey, I originally got into this due to looks, but now I'm captivated by boss's excellence dot. Me too. A trace of ferocity flashed across Guan Wenyu's gloomy face. Who knew how many cards and points he'd spent just to save this eye? He vowed to make this pretty boy pay blood for blood. Following the butler, they arrived at the 3rd floor of the villa. Wei Lanqing was somewhat puzzled. The villa only had 3 floors, and the fact that they were staying on the top floor seemed to go against the rules. So she asked the butler, "Excuse me, may I ask which floor Mr. and Mrs. Leon live on?" The old butler was very polite. He turned around and slightly bowed to Wei Lanqing, respectfully answering, "The owners reside on the 2nd floor. The guests were staying on a higher floor than the hosts." Wei Lanqing did not ask further but merely nodded and said she understood. The layout of the villa was a bit strange. Both the 2nd and 3rd floors had rooms designed directly facing the staircase. When passing by the 2nd floor earlier, the players took a quick glance at the interior decor. However, once on the 3rd floor, they mostly found the inconsistencies. Judging by the decoration, room size, and hardware facilities, the 3rd floor appeared more like the master bedroom for the owners. But now it had been converted into guest rooms, with the butler providing no clear explanation about it. Is this room at the stairway unoccupied? Qi Ning sharply noticed that although the rooms on the 2nd floor were tidy, there were no signs of them being lived in. Also, when allocating the guest rooms on the 3rd floor, the butler deliberately avoided the room at the staircase. The master's wishes. The butler provided no additional information, indicating that the players would have to investigate on their own. As Shenru was nominally Mou's lover, naturally they had to stay together. Upon entering the room, Shenru didn't waste any words and rushed straight into the shower room. He simply couldn't bear the sticky, bloody smell all over his body. Every second Guan Wenyu's stuff stayed on him was an insult. Mou casually sat on the sofa, carefully examining the room's fixtures. It was more rundown than he had imagined. Both the walls and furniture showed signs of having undergone secondary renovations. Careful observation revealed visible cracks in the walls. It seemed the owner of the room had tried to fix them, as the areas around the cracks had lighter colors from previous repair work, yet it looked ineffective. Inside the bathroom. The moment Shenru entered, he immediately sensed something was off. Despite its large size, the space was surprisingly simplistic. There was just one mirror, a toilet, and basic shower facilities. It was evident that the owner had reinforced these simple amenities. Not unusual, but compared to the luxurious nature of the entire villa, there was a subtle sense of disharmony. Temporarily seeing no danger, Shenru could only set aside his curiosity for now. His wavy hair, after being washed, obediently clung to the beautiful pale face of the young man. In the misty haze, red eyes faintly appeared through the steam, and his slender, tight, and sexy figure was clearly observed by something lurking in the corner. In the live streaming room. What's going on? Seriously, you don't show us the great beauty bathing, but give us this obscure little spot. Hold on, look closely, is there a tiny white dot in that crack? Holy shit, that tiny white dot moved. Motherf asterisk 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 airs, take a good look, is that a tiny white dot? It's the white of someone's eye. Oh my god, what is it looking at? Surely, it can't be watching us. Damn, my wife is in danger. Are you sure it's your wife who's in danger? Chapter 29, Leon Couples Tea Talk, 9. With one hand, the young man swept his damp bangs back, revealing a clean and full forehead. His crimson eyes narrowed slightly, and his lips were temptingly red, exuding a dangerous allure inside and out, much like a fruit ripe to the point of danger. Shenru casually put on a bathrobe and walked out of the bathroom amidst a mist of warm steam. He ignored the piercing gaze locked onto him, pretending not to notice as he calmly walked out. Not knowing exactly what or who the other party was, acting rashly in the replica would be akin to being a fool. Shenru languidly sat across from Mou. Due to a large movement, a portion of his abdominal muscles were exposed under the loose robe. Beneath the slim, pale swan neck, his arterial vessels pulsed excitedly. Despite the young man sitting there peacefully, he looked like a meticulously carved piece of artwork. In the live stream chat room. Pull the robe down more. We're all friends here, don't hold back. How blessed am I? I'm eating so well, sobbing uncontrollably. Every time I see the two of them alone, my face heats up. Does anyone else feel this way? I do too. Mou broke the silence first. I thought you'd kill him. The man's eyebrows raised slightly as he licked his lips and drank the well-aired red wine in his glass in one gulp. Shenru idly rubbed his wet hair and gave him a bemused look. When did I agree to kill him for you? It seems like a specially prepared gift for me. Mou slightly leaned back, letting his spine fully rest against the sofa. The sound of his fingertips tapping on the glass cup hovered between the two of them. Shenru couldn't fathom the man's thoughts. Mou seemed unhurried, and everything Shenru guessed or understood was based purely on conjecture. Mou had not directly responded. But if he truly wasn't in a rush, why bother dragging him into this replica? Now, it's time you told me what your ability is. The most critical thing for Shenru was figuring out Mou's capabilities, for instance, why Mou could use the time freeze skill in the previous replica. Plunder. I can steal others' abilities. The duration lasts half as long as the original ability's timeline. Mou adhered to their agreement. His black eyes reflected the young man's stunning physique from head to toe, capturing every inch of his skin beneath them. Shenru furrowed his eyebrows slightly and continued to ask, after plundering, will you retain the permanent usage rights to that ability? At this moment, the man sat elegantly on the sofa. It was afternoon, and the sunlight outside was bright, yet no matter how warm the rays were, they failed to illuminate the man. A dark shadow extended behind him, arrogant and dangerous. The man in the darkness suddenly laughed, his deep chuckle making Shenru feel somewhat unnerved. This is your second question. Of course, Shenru knew exactly what he meant. The reward for the first question was the answer content regarding the screening mechanism. To find out the second question, something of equivalent value must be provided as exchange. The youth with crimson eyes laughed freely. It was all so interesting. Not once mentioning killing Guan Wenyu but subtly reminding Shenru that only by killing Guan Wenyu would the answers to the questions be revealed. After a moment of staring at each other, Shenru made a move that caught Mou off guard. The youth stood up and walked over to the man, casually adjusting his collar. The action exposed much of his chest as his shirt gaped open widely, revealing white collarbones and enticingly rounded shoulders. A large expanse of flesh was now laid bare before Mou, a spectacle even more captivating than the earlier inquiry. The man didn't object, allowing the alluring rose to sit in his lap without resistance. As their distance grew closer, Shenru's damp hair released tiny droplets that slid along its wavy strands and dripped down onto the man's neck. Why don't you push me away? From the start, both of them agreed that there was something around them whose purpose required further verification. Although Shenru was testing, his action also served to provoke revulsion in the man. Unexpectedly, not only did the man fail to fall for the trick, but he even wrapped his arms around the young man's slim waist, hinting suggestively as he drew him closer. Someone's watching. The meaning of this phrase depended on interpretation. It could refer to the live stream audience or imply that something else was in the room. Of course, both assumed the latter. The youth arched an eyebrow, willingly leaning closer into the man's embrace. Within the live streaming chat room. Ah! What a damn good day it has turned out to be today. I cried hearing how heartfelt they acted. I can't imagine how sweet they'd be if they were really together. Wait. Isn't anyone worried about the plot, such as who's watching? Well, considering Mou's character, he probably isn't referring to us. They might have already detected something wrong. Shenru lightly rested his head on the man's shoulder, slowly running his index finger across the man's sexy throat while whispering in a seductive tone that sent chills down one's spine. I could kill Guan Wenyu, but I need to know the reason. Could you tell me along with the second question? The man chuckled, lowering his voice as he gently gripped the finger trailing over his throat, his voice hoarse and irresistible, as though whispering to a lover. Of course. This answer further solidified Shenru's conviction that the man was plotting something terrible. He allowed Shenru knowledge of his secret ability, even handing over the reasons freely, just so as not to make the public suspect Dark Knight Guild's involvement. Shenru wasn't a stickler for rules, but in this scenario, he'd unwittingly fallen into each of the man's traps step by step. How disturbingly terrifying. Having obtained the promise he sought, the youth broke away without hesitation, retreating smoothly from the man's embrace. Shouldn't we now proceed to the information exchange phase? Mou nodded. This room has likely undergone at least 2 renovations, and despite repeated attempts, they haven't managed to fix the gaps in the walls. This only leads to one conclusion. Shenru went straight to the bathroom after entering the room, without carefully observing the facilities inside. But from the man's words, he could deduce. It seems there is something living in these gaps. The Leon couple must have noticed this too, which explains why they kept making renovations, but it doesn't seem like they made much progress. The man nodded in agreement and continued, and the system explicitly warned that the Leon couple felt some strange gaze. That must be referring to this. Shenru thought for a moment, frowning, and said, but there are still many things we cannot confirm. Firstly, what exactly is the thing in the gaps, and how far does its presence extend? Also, what's the purpose of the room at the stairway entrance, why is it unused? Finally, why did they particularly mention that the Leon couple had sore backs? However, the most important point came next. The young man's red eyes slightly raised as he looked at the other with unclear intent. The system hasn't strictly stipulated that solving the puzzle is mandatory. Wouldn't some players just prefer to avoid trouble and refuse to participate in the instance? The man chuckled, his icy words falling one by one, saturated with despair. Refusing to participate means death. As soon as the words left his mouth, a thunderous sound of excruciating pain resonated throughout the corridor. Ah. Chapter 30, The Leon Couple's Tea Party, 10. Chao Liao was a newcomer in the Water Mirror Guild, and like Shenru, performed exceptionally well in the rookie instances. Qi Ning wanted to train the rookies, so he brought them along to the instance. Upon entering the house, they quickly noticed something off with the room after considering the system's hints and soon deduced that there was an issue with the gaps. Qi Ning specially reminded Chao Liao, little Liao, don't get close to the places with cracks in the room. We temporarily don't know what this thing is, and rash contact might lead to danger. Although not extremely quick thinking, Chao Liao was a burly man with decent combat power and stood out among the rookies. He carelessly nodded, showing off his muscles to Qi Ning, President, please don't worry. Even if I encounter danger, I at least have the ability to strike back. Despite some concerns, remembering that Chao Liao would eventually need to handle situations alone, and with the intention of honing his abilities, Qi Ning simply instructed him briefly before going to wash up in the bathroom. The moment the bathroom door closed, the air in the room seemed to suddenly cease flowing, the sunlight outside gradually dimming. Within a few minutes, the entire room was plunged into eerie darkness. Even though Chao Liao was a rookie, he immediately sensed something amiss and began vigilantly scanning the suddenly altered environment. Suddenly, the room began emitting intermittent white flashes due to its intense darkness, forcing Chao Liao to step closer to make out the walls. Cautiously stepping forward, the condition of the walls became clearer. It turned out there were originally many scratches resembling those made by sharp blades. However, due to the walls being renovated twice, they weren't visibly prominent. These white flashes emanated from the gaps. As Chao Liao prepared to retreat without reacting further, the surrounding white lights abruptly turned off. After being directly exposed to the white light, sudden entry into darkness leaves the eyes adjusting, causing temporary near blindness and darkening the environment even more. At this moment, an eye suddenly appeared in larger cracks in the wall and cabinet doors, shining unnaturally bright in the dark. Chao Liao was sufficiently prepared, yet overlooked human instinctive reactions. Even knowing the thing was dangerous, his reflex still forced him to lock gazes with that blood-red eye. Instantly, Chao Liao felt a fierce tearing sensation in his eye sockets. Immediately afterward, scalding and metallic sweet blood gushed out of his mouth. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the room returned to normal. The dark room abruptly lit up again, revealing a blood-soaked corpse lying right in the middle. Unbelievably, someone died just because of a short rest. By the time Shenru changed his clothes and met Mou at Qi Ning's room, several others were already on site. Chao Liao's bloody body lay amidst the pool of blood. The blood had drained from his face, leaving pale lips slightly agape. His hollow eye sockets, now black voids, revealed unimaginable agony endured in life. Both Qi Ning and Guan Wenyu wore grim expressions. Shenru discreetly approached Wen Meng for information. What's the situation now? Wen Meng glanced around and whispered, President Qi has a talent to see the last 5 minutes of the dead. President Guan asked President Qi to recount Chao Liao's death scene but was refused. Shenru was somewhat surprised. He had thought that Qi Ning and Guan Wenyu were on the same side, but it now seemed they weren't. He liked to observe the commotion, but he did not wish to be a part of it. Moreover, every word and action of his at this point was associated with Mou. Judging by Mou's demeanor, it seemed he quite enjoyed stirring up trouble. So fanning the flames would be perfect right now. President Guan, isn't this asking too much? President Chi just lost his teammate, yet you only care about clues, isn't that a bit unreasonable? The young man glanced at the calculating face of the man, and beneath his thick lashes, his dark red eyes flashed with a sly gleam. Wei Lanqing immediately understood Shenru's meaning. Since Shenru was brought by Mou, by extension, this must have been their idle suggestion. Then they absolutely had to fan the flames. That's right, Guan Wenyu. Weren't you and Qining teammates during the screening phase? Aren't you supposed to take care of your teammates' feelings? Wei Lanqing smirked as she looked at Guan Wenyu. The man's intentions were so transparent that everyone could see them. She had dismissed him long ago. Guan Wenyu didn't bother responding to their taunts but instead looked askance at Mou with an enigmatic expression. President Mo, is this your idea? Mou showed no emotion, his cold gaze like looking at a dead man. What does it mean? The illustrious president of the Dark Knight Guild intends to isolate other guilds for fun. At this, Guan Wenyu lost his temper completely. Normally, neither Shenru nor Wei Lanqing would catch his eye, but now they dared to step all over him, surely only under Mou's instruction. Otherwise, how would they dare? Mou appreciated the angry expression on the man's face, as if admiring a masterpiece he was extremely satisfied with. Subsequently, cruel words echoed among the few. Dark Knight hasn't fallen so far that it needs isolation to hurt your self-respect. The message was clear in the live stream, Dark Knight had no intention to target Blue Star. All speculation was baseless gossip. In one sentence, he absolved himself completely. Inside the live stream. I swear, this hits me right in the feels. The sexual tension is through the roof. Shen Beauty, I recorded your smug look just now. Sigh, clearly good enough to be a handsome streamer, but insisting on proving worth in infinite streams, girl, you're confused. Guan Wenyu gritted his teeth, rendered speechless by Mou's words. He had indeed rushed things a little, ever since underestimating Shenru's capabilities, it felt like he'd been caught in some strange loop, wrong move after wrong move. It came down to interest being prioritized above everything else. Both within the instance or outside of it, he simply lacked the ability to contend with Dark Knight, so he decided to back off slightly. Sorry, President Mo. That was me losing control just now, I apologize for my careless words. Guan Wenyu bowed slightly, not expecting any response, then finding an excuse, I have matters to attend to, so I won't disturb everyone anymore. With that, he left with his partner. Seeing the obstructive people gone, Shenru broke into a grin. Those red eyes concealed mischief as he softly asked Mou. Is there any card that can pause the live stream for a moment? Within the live stream. You're gonna talk shit behind our backs. Did you hear yourself? What even is that? Babe, gotta say, you've got a serious case of sneakiness going on. Mou regarded the youth with an almost amused expression, curious as to what he planned to do, then nodded. 3 minutes. Enough. As soon as the words escaped, the live stream immediately displayed lost signal connection. I'm reporting you. Ooh. This pisses me off. Why can't we hear what you're saying? Shenru's purpose was simple, he wanted to recruit Qining. But doing it dramatically while streaming would nullify the value of both alliance building and the original plan to kill two birds with one stone involving Mou. Only just now did Shenru realize why the man never admitted anything in front of him. It turned out Mou couldn't acknowledge this matter in the live stream from the start. President Qi. The youth's tone was sincere and straightforward. I deeply regret the death of Chao Liao. Qining eyed the other warily, having witnessed how the youth acted when provoked, and knowing full well who stood behind him. It happens to most people eventually. Qining responded officially, impartial, and without giving away anything. But I can make his death meaningful. Would you like to hear how? Shenru stared at him intently, his red eyes sparkling as he waited quietly for the other party's response. What do you want to do? He was hooked. President Qi, although Chao Liao had an unfortunate end in the instance while under your protection, people outside may not understand the full story. This not only tarnishes your reputation but also affects the guild's honor. The young man appeared quite confident and self-assured, which made Qining think more highly of him. I won't let Guan Wenyu leave the instance alive. After leaving the game, we'll accuse Guan Wenyu of plotting against Chao Liao's death in pursuit of clues. By doing this, not only can we resolve our previous problems, but Blue Star will be leaderless. I believe that benefits all of us here. Chao Liao could die, but not without meaning. Qining lowered his gaze, thinking silently for a long time before finally raising his head and seriously asking Shenru, what do you need me to do? Then the youth smiled slightly, his eyes glowing with peculiar light as he spoke softly yet seductively. It's simple, align our stances, tell everyone why Chao Liao died. Agreed. As soon as the words were spoken, the live stream signal returned to normal. Chapter 31, The Tea Party of the Leon Couple, 11. In all of Shenru's words, there wasn't even a hint about the Dark Knight Guild. Yet, no one present doubted the truthfulness of these statements. Before entering the instance, rumors about Shenru and Mou had already spread far and wide. Even if neither party made any official statement, the perceptive ones believed that Shenru had the backing of the Dark Knight Guild. And Qi Ning, having seen another side of Shenru, naturally trusted the confidence and ability of the young man before him. After much deliberation, agreeing to cooperate seemed like the best choice. Wei Lanqing was startled by Shenru's persuasive rhetoric, her eyes widening in shock, unable to move or speak for a long time. He intended to kill Guan Wenyu. Was it appropriate to share such information with everyone? However, when viewed from the perspective of the guild, even if she weren't Qi Ning, Wei Lanqing was moved by Shenru's persuasion. Since Guan Wenyu became president of Blue Star, shared resources gradually came under his control. Furthermore, multiple guilds suffered from personnel loss, but this was not the main issue. The core problem was their difference in stance. Eternal Life included different channels: entertainment channel, horror channel, infinite flow channel. There was no interconnection between these channels since the game began until now. Nobody had attempted to break this boundary. But Guan Wenyu was different. What he did could easily endanger millions of lives in the living quarters and even harm innocents in other channels. Such a fate is deserved. According to the agreement, Qi Ning narrated the scene of Chao Liao's death. After hearing this, Shenru's expression didn't change much, but he quickly spotted a problem. It seems that the thing lurking in the gaps is pretty smart. Qi Ning nodded in agreement, using subconscious human reactions for hunting purposes. If it weren't for Mr. and Mrs. Leon also feeling this presence, I would have thought a human caused it. Perhaps it is a human, after all NPCs count as people too. The man rarely joined discussions but suddenly smiled toward Shenru, his meaningful look making the young man raise his brows involuntarily. The clue was too obvious. There were only 3 people in the entire courtyard, Mr. and Mrs. Leon and the elderly butler. Facing this situation, they had 2 choices: actively search or wait for the ghost in the crack to come to them. This entity clearly had high intelligence. Simply waiting would increase the danger level several folds. Therefore, their only option was to proactively locate the creepy creature lurking in the cracks who enjoyed peeping. The young man immediately grasped Mou's intention, smiling as he invited everyone. Do any of you want to check out the butler's room? It should be quite interesting. The butler's room was on the first floor. It was nap time, and everyone was resting in their rooms. Entering unannounced would obviously be inappropriate. Wei Lanqing suggested, "When Meng and I will lure the butler away. How much time do you need?" Currently unsure whether the butler was related to the thing in the cracks, sending one person as bait would be too dangerous. Therefore, Wei Lanqing proposed acting together with Wan Meng. Shenru hadn't expected her to volunteer willingly. It seemed that not all presidents were selfish like Guan Wenyu and Chu Rong. However, the young man still shook his head and declined. "I will be the bait. Guan Wenyu must be observing our actions now. In his eyes, I should already belong to President Mo. My action would be more deceptive. Besides, there are some things I want to ask the butler." Mo Yu looked at the cheerful youth in front of him. This rose was constantly reminding him that sitting back and reaping the benefits always came with a price. The man gave a low laugh, completely unfazed by the youth's reminder. His pitch-black eyes held rare tenderness as he happily said, "Then you've got my thanks." Shenru responded with a smile, "No trouble at all. Because sooner or later I'll get it back from you, you psycho." As per the agreement, Shenru immediately turned around and rushed out the door. He acted panicked, his steps disordered as he made a beeline for the first floor as fast as possible. He even deliberately made a terrified sound on the first floor to catch the butler's attention. Sure enough, after hearing the sound, the old butler came out of the kitchen. Seeing the strikingly beautiful face covered with panic and sweat, the butler's smile grew even clearer. Inside the live stream chat. "Brothers, is it just me? Or does this old butler look a bit creepy?" "I agree. Shouldn't the first reaction to seeing guests be bowing respectfully like before? Damn, could he have been faking all along? Hell, this gives me the creeps." Shenru naturally noticed something was off too, so his expression became even more earnest, with misty eyes threatening to well up with tears. "May I ask what is troubling you?" The butler's voice trembled slightly. Shenru understood this was a sound of excitement and anticipation. The young man quickly grabbed the butler's sleeve, speaking through hiccups in a tearful tone, upstairs, someone's dead." The elderly butler gently stroked the vulnerable back of the beautiful rose, tracing the memory of an arc line. At this moment, Shenru had confirmed who was responsible for the disgusting gaze in the bathroom. So he subtly took a step back, as if suddenly realizing how rude he might have been. Hastily wiping away his tears, he lightly coughed. "Sorry, would you mind coming upstairs with me to take a look?" "Certainly, it's my duty." With that, they arrived at Qi Ning's room. When passing other rooms, Shenru deliberately made some noise outside Guan Wenyu's door, the movement calculated yet clumsy. The elderly butler took in the young man's behavior with his dim gray eyes flashing a strange light. In the live stream chat. Did Shen Beauty make a mistake on the room? The signal isn't right at all. What if our beloved wife did it intentionally? Intentionally letting the butler see her signaling Guan Wenyu, making the boss think they're in cahoots, convenient for targeted attacks later. Holy crap, then Our Lady is really crafty. Pretending not to see the butler's revolting expression, Shenru hastily pushed open the door, desperately wanting to prove the danger within. "Look, the body, it's gone." The room fell into deathly silence. The clock ticked away. Shenru lowered his eyes as his brain furiously worked. The disappearance of the body was unexpected. He had originally wanted to use someone's death to criticize the butler and gain time. But now, with the plan interrupted, he needed to rethink. The butler remained the same gentle smile, considerately wiping the young man's sweat from his forehead with a tissue, and softly providing a way out for him. "I believe you just had a nightmare. I'll bring you a glass of milk upstairs." Saying that, he turned to leave. No. He couldn't let him leave like that. "Butler sir, may I ask, among the guests this time, how many homosexual couples are there?" The dark red eyes of the young man flickered coldly, not showing any inner panic, instead sitting down calmly, tightly watching the butler's back. The butler's voice was hoarse as he politely replied, "Only you and Mr. Mo." Shenru lightly smiled, his upward inflection carrying a teasing and flirtatious undertone. "So, I like men." The butler didn't flinch, answering indifferently, "Yes, sir, quite obvious." His delicate fingers began unbuttoning his shirt, exposing a tender neck, revealing clear vulnerability like a ripe sweet peach waiting to be picked. "Could you help me take off my coat?" Inside the live stream chat. "I'll help you take it off." "Mom, someone's being perverted here." If this butler dares to touch a hair on my wife today, I will fight him to death." Chapter 32, Leon Couples Tea Talk, 12. Peeping is for gaining a sense of belonging and recognition, aiming to strengthen the connection with the peeping subject from a secretive view. And at this moment, although the butler faced away from the young man, just turning around would reveal his heavy breathing accelerating abnormally, gray eyes glowing with a strange satisfaction, and his mouth curling up in a crazed manner. Every pore on his skin screamed loudly, desperately expressing his current fervent emotions. The old butler took a deep breath, already back to normal after turning around, showing not an ounce of confusion in his gaze. He politely said, "My apologies, I shall help you right away." The icy hand grazed over the young man's straight shoulders. A sweet scent mixed with floral fragrances accompanied the butler as he approached, like a flood tide assaulting Shenru's senses. The young man silently took off his coat, casually mentioning in passing, "Mr. Guan might fancy a cup of milk. Could you please deliver one to his room later?" The most malicious way to deal with a peeper isn't exposing them but making them realize that even if they're near enough to reach out, the distance between them still spans a vast gulf. Imagine this, your object of interest just gave you a flirtatious look and even allowed you to come closer as a favor. Next moment, while in your embrace, she expresses concern for another man using alluring tones. Just imagining it made Shenru feel extremely satisfied. Guan, when you must be experiencing the same feeling. Indeed, the original sultry atmosphere was replaced by coldness. The butler hesitated briefly before draping Shenru's coat over a nearby hanger and slightly nodding. "Alright, do you need anything else?" Shenru wore a happy smile like a blissful angel and gently replied, "No, everything can go to him. I hope you could smoothly convey the hatred well." "Oh, right." The youth suddenly remembered the scent he smelled on the butler earlier. His eyebrows twitched momentarily as he casually asked, "What does Mrs. Leon like?" The butler paused briefly, answering, "Perhaps roses, since Mr. Leon likes them." Then he left. He delayed long enough, there was no worry about Mou and the others bumping into the old butler. But these words suddenly made Shenru's pupils contract sharply. Watching his departing back, he fell into deep contemplation. Mrs. Leon should hate roses the most. He saw the woman despairingly soaking in blood, her whole body swollen and translucent. The butler was lying. No, looking at his expression and indifferent attitude, it didn't seem like he was lying. Instead, though seemingly casual, the sentence attached at the end like muscle memory stood out. "Mr. Leon likes roses." Shenru found it strange but couldn't think of any connections right now. Inside the butler's room. As soon as the door opened, a strong smell of blood mixed with floral fragrance filled the air, its complex and bizarre stench instantly making one nauseous. There were no electric lights in the room, only a few candles flickering silently against the walls. The narrow, confined space housed a messy desk covered with sketch paper tacked to the walls. Mou led the group, carefully stepping inside the butler's room. As they ventured further in, the peculiar floral aroma grew stronger. Under the dim light, the true contents of the wall-mounted sketches became completely exposed. They depicted terrifying scenes drawn obsessively in pencil strokes filled with chilling detail. Even common people without artistic training could discern the excitement and passion intertwined within every line. The scenes shown were familiar human experiments conducted inside the institute aimed at cultivating eternal roses. Wei Lanqing let out a surprised low whisper, "So, the butler is the mastermind behind the institute." Mou shook his head then shifted his gaze to the disordered desk. When he caught sight of its contents, a dark laugh escaped the man. His gaze turned profound, nearly pitch black, and shadows in the darkness surged madly, seeming frenzied. Judging from the artwork, whether it be brushwork or composition of light and shadow, the artist possessed an astonishing skill and technique that left one awestruck. Most of the scenes were frozen moments of the Leon couple entwined on the bed, with the roses beside the bedside painted in dazzling hues, as if brimming with love and growing wildly. Until two completely different pictures appeared later. The youth's body lines were smooth and sexy, even though his back was turned to everyone, the delicate waist and full, plump buttocks, half covered, still sparked endless imagination. The pristine white skin in the dim, lightless bathroom seemed like a faint redeeming light emanating from a filthy world, saving people. This. Qi Ning was a little surprised. He had anticipated all sorts of reasonable or unreasonable things in this room, but he never thought he would see Shenru's face. You didn't say anything, but the shadow behind him had already lost control and was spreading madly until the man lightly tapped the desk twice with his fingertips. The sound was so faint that if Qi Ning hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he probably wouldn't have heard these two emotionally charged taps. The shadow suddenly surged out from behind the man as if finally receiving an order, instantly enveloping the entire space with heavy malice and suffocating fear. The two exclusive paintings of the young man were shredded into pieces. Inside the live stream chat. Although, could you give me the drawings? Collecting private photos isn't good indeed, but I admit I'm quite perverted. Ha ha ha, although Lord Mo is unhappy, I'm having so much fun right now. To be fair, there's something about the butler, looks like the peeper has been exposed. They rarely saw you lose emotional composure. First, one had to be at least grade S to take the position of guild president, and now at this level, unless they were grouped for a dungeon run, they seldom encounter others of the same level. Second, Mo was a man with excellent emotional control, few people could figure out what he was thinking. Getting to his current position, there were very few who could compete with him, so emotions were long irrelevant to Mo. Even though Wei Lanqing and the others were astonished inside, they did not show it, instead smoothly changing the topic. It's hard to confirm the connection between the Rosa Vine Institute and him, but the old butler being the thing in the cracks is certain now. Qi Ning also agreed, that's right, but there's still one thing I don't understand, why does he have to kill Chao Liao? Mo looked around the room again, ensuring there was nothing more valuable to explore. After pondering for a moment, he slowly spoke. Perhaps because Chao Liao saw his eyes, those unique grey-white eyes. Looks are never the standard for judging someone's goodness or badness, just like how ability and morality have no relation. Don't foolishly judge a person's essential qualities based on their level of ability. Who would have guessed that the solemn gentleman of a butler was secretly a freak who liked peeking at his master's intimate activities? Chapter 33, The Leon Couple's Tea Talk, 13. After the butler left, Shenru didn't go back to the room. Instead, he walked to the next door and knocked on Guan Wenyu's door. Guan Wenyu was surprised when opening the door to find Shenru standing outside. Screening copies gouging out his right eye and then publicly mocking and taunting him earlier made it impossible to predict what the young man was going to do next. Shenru smiled brightly at the other party, completely ignoring the wariness in the man's eyes, and tilted his head curiously asking, President Guan welcomes guests this way. Not even letting them in. Guan Wenyu slightly stepped aside, naturally not wanting to appear undignified, politely saying some nice words, of course not, Mr. Shen, please come in. He wasn't sure yet what the lunatic planned to do right now, but Guan Wenyu could ascertain one point, Shenru's arrival didn't carry overwhelming hostility, and even considering the guild's face, it would be impossible for the youth to act rashly at this moment. After entering the room, Shenru quickly glanced around at the furnishings and layout. Sure enough, every guest room had roughly similar arrangements, and the crack sizes on the walls were basically the same. The young man sat elegantly on the sofa, watching Guan Wenyu across from him, and despite seemingly casual movements, an air of nobility exuded from within. How to put it? He was indeed worthy of being the president of the Blue Memory Guild. Despite experiencing two humiliating provocations, Guan Wenyu still maintained an attitude of broad tolerance toward Shenru, giving off a sense of supreme superiority and always having control over others' lives. Guan Wenyu lightly coughed, picked up the teacup, took a sip, and looked up at the young man. So, what do you want with me? Shenru blinked, making no attempt to hide the amusement and interest in his eyes as he opened his mouth to speak. I've come to tell you what Chao Liao saw before his death. Guan Wenyu was a smart man, and it would be hard to lure him without offering something substantial. Sure enough, after hesitating for a moment, the other party did not directly ask about the content but instead asked with puzzlement, why are you telling me? The youth sneered lightly, nonchalantly saying, because it's interesting. How about it? Do you want to know? There are no permanent friends, nor permanent enemies. Guan Wenyu always firmly believed this point. The young man might have his own reasons, but as long as the information he provided was accurate and error-free, that was enough. The man tried to spot even the slightest flaw on the young man's face, even a tiny trace of lying. However, much to his dismay, Shenru wasn't lying, he truly found it intriguing, which is why he had come to tell him. Guan Wenyu began to reassess the youth, having made a grave mistake by allowing first impressions to mislead him earlier. Now, Shenru voluntarily delivering the information, regardless of whether it was just to see him and Mou fight to a standstill, didn't matter much, his aim was to obtain the ultimate reward from the live stream copy. S-Class card, Tears of Mrs. Leon. This card was the key to connecting all the live streaming channels. Guan Wenyu straightened his body and nodded with a smile, of course, I'd be willing. The young man smiled as he vividly described the scene before Chao Liao's death, cheerfully informing him at the same time that the butler was indeed the peeper. Your point is that the butler is the thing in the cracks. Guan Wenyu was surprised. In the half hour since he left the room until now, Shenru had managed to deduce the secret of the gaps based solely on the deceased's cause of death and a few words spoken by the butler. Shenru showed no hesitation as he nodded, exactly right. But Guan Wenyu wasn't one to take things lying down either. he quickly noticed something odd and frowned as he asked, "Alright, what's your condition?" Even if Shinru found it amusing, there should still be an expectation that he would do something once he obtained the information. Hush! The dark red pupils shone brilliantly, striking fear into one's heart as the youth focused intently on the footsteps coming from the corridor. As the sound drew closer, the fiery light in his eyes grew increasingly captivating. Knock knock knock. A brief yet polite knocking broke the silence that had been hanging in the air. The butler's voice sounded from outside the door, deep and magnetic, as though transmitted directly into their ears through the crack under the door. "Mr. Guan, your milk." The news about the butler being the hidden observer hadn't fully sunk in yet when, at this moment, the very thing addressed him warmly as Mr. Guan while posted outside the door. An intense chill raced up his spine straight to his head, accompanied by slight tingling in both hands. He was just about to decline, but unexpectedly, the young man suddenly stood up and responded gently, "Just a moment, please." And so, he opened the door. Shinru's voice was soft, carrying a deliberate tenderness meant to bewitch hearts. "Mr. Butler, we meet again." The butler clearly faltered upon seeing the young man open the door, his obsession evident in the lingering expression. Then the youth appeared to have transformed entirely, affectionately taking the milk from the butler's hand. His forefinger casually brushed over the man's palm as though by accident. With a smiling gaze, it was like a small hook swiping lightly over the man's nether regions before calmly sipping the milk right in front of him. Inside the live stream chat. F***K, my god. I'm blushing red in the face just watching from the screen. Save me, I feel like the butler is completely owned. I'm a little lost here. What is she planning to do? Since Shinru had specially requested that the butler not prepare his portion, the milk he drank actually belonged to Guan Wenyu. So naturally, after drinking some, the youth handed the milk to Guan Wenyu. The butler watched their interaction, his smile growing even more radiant. He bowed politely before leaving but deliberately left a message before doing so, "Mr. Guan, remember to stay warm as the evening gets cooler." Then he exited the room. The youth caressed his lips gently and let out a pleasurable chuckle, revealing a charming and captivating shade of red on his lips. "President Guan, aren't you curious why I've been so kind? Let me tell you now." Shinru picked up a wet tissue from the table and meticulously wiped the fingers that had touched the butler earlier, joyfully stating. "The butler peeked at me bathing, and I realized he has certain feelings toward me. So, I went along with it to get his confession, but during the process, I suddenly thought Mr. Guan might be thirsty, so I specifically reminded the butler to bring you a glass of milk." Guan Wenyu was no fool. Upon hearing this, he naturally understood what Shinru had in mind. If the butler indeed had a deep interest in Shinru as he said, then naturally, he would have a possessive desire for the object of his interest and thus reject any obstacles, active or passive, that stood in the way. And Guan Wenyu himself was one of the obstacles Shinru had deliberately set up. Shinru slowly clapped his hands, showing great admiration for the man's quick reaction. "I believe that with President Guan's strength, you wouldn't be tripped up by a mere butler. But don't you want to know who's trying to kill you? That's why I came." The youth grinned widely, his crimson eyes gleaming with sharp intelligence and danger. Life was too dull, only things like this were interesting, right? Rather than being bait himself, he would still lure others into the game. "Guan Wenyu did. You also did." In the live stream chat. "I'm absolutely shocked. So damn crazy. I could give her a quick death, but I just won't. Wow, my wife is so insane. So she wasn't giving out freebies without reason after all." Chapter 34, Mrs. Leon's Tea Talk, 14. Guan Wenyu had no way to deal with Shinru. He could easily fly into a rage, but there was no good justification for it. Shinru had indeed brought him valuable information, and it stood up to scrutiny. But without a doubt, he had also caused him trouble, just as the youth had said, non-lethal but very thorny. The room diagonal from Guan Wenyu's was the staircase entrance to the unoccupied room. When Shinru came out of the room, he happened to see the opposite room wide open, with an inexplicable eerie floral scent wafting through. He originally didn't want to linger. Shinru wasn't overly curious either. Taking the initiative to step inside meant inviting complications and entanglements. Only a fool would willingly walk into trouble. But just as the youth was about to ignore it, suddenly, a male moan broke the silence of the corridor. "Shinru. Seriously? If there really was someone in the room, players could definitely be ruled out. That left only the butler and Mr. Leon. Terror." A piercing sound of tearing fabric filled the air. Shinru's feet involuntarily moved closer to the doorway. He held his breath tightly and took light, slow steps toward it. When the butler showed them around the rooms earlier, each one at the stairwell had been quickly glanced over, so he didn't know the layout of the room. Fortunately, the curtains inside the room were tightly drawn, so even if someone entered, as long as they didn't make noise, it would be hard to be noticed. It was a suite, and clearly, this was the original master bedroom of Mr. and Mrs. Leon on the third floor. The sounds came from the bedroom. Shinru quietly hid in the dark and peeked through the crack in the door. On the bed, there were evidently two bodies entwined together. One of them had the uniquely strong and muscular figure characteristic of Westerners, with the butler's golden hair smoothly bouncing as it kept moving. Even outside the door, Shinru could feel the agitation and passion between them. Although he hadn't seen Mr. Leon, deducing by elimination confirmed that the person under the butler was the male master of the villa. Just as Shenru was about to leave, the butler suddenly turned his head. A pair of grayish-white eyes glimmered with excited laughter and trembled. In the darkness, their gaze crossed with those dark red eyes. Suddenly, the loud panting echoed thunderously throughout the entire room. Shenru's pupils constricted violently, and he quickly fled the scene. Shit, these people were all fucking perverts. Whether it was leaving the door open or having it be Mr. Leon, it made Shenru feel nauseous. Inside the live stream chat. Family. Although I only saw a bunch of pixelated stuff, I'm sure my wife got scared stiff. Ha 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 ha, seems wild and crazy most of the time, but turns out to be such a baby. Curiosity killed the cat, I demand an uncensored original version. Throw out whoever's above. What the hell, am I the only one shocked by what just happened? This butler is playing too loose, I'm getting more confused about this game. Shenru returned to the room with a pale face. As soon as he opened the door, his gaze met several pairs of eyes. Wei Lanqing looked at how ghastly the other person appeared and hurriedly asked, what happened? Did that old butler hit you? It was better not to bring it up. As soon as Shenru mentioned the butler, the scene resurfaced vividly, and visibly, the young man's face became even paler. A vibrant rose that had once bloomed now resembled an eggplant with frost, droopy and listless. Wei Lanqing looked left and right, confirming that there were no wounds on the youth, allowing her some relief. I'm truly curious about who put you in this state, just consider it a way for me to have some fun. Tell me. Shenru stared at the blue-eyed girl, her face radiating clear interest in gossip. Girls would inevitably exude the essence of gossip at any given time, indeed. The youth was just about to speak when the shock he had endured earlier, compounded by his long period of holding his breath, caused a temporary dizziness as fresh air rushed through his head. Suddenly, the world before him went dark, and his entire body turned limp as if he were about to fall backward. A shadow suddenly darted out from behind Wei Lanqing, wrapping around his slim waist, steadying the youth just before he toppled over. Are you really all right? Wei Lanqing asked carefully. With an ashen face, the youth managed to stand up with support, shaking his head. Fine. Wei Lanqing. No, you look like you're dying right now. After drinking some water, Shenru finally regained some composure and meticulously recounted what he had seen moments ago, seriously and intently. He had expected everyone's focus to be on either the affair between the butler and Mr. Leon or the purpose of the room at the stairway entrance, but unexpectedly. Spit. Ha 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 ha, my dear, you're so adorable. Is that it? Wei Lanqing laughed until her stomach hurt, and even Mou, who usually acted all dignified, showed quite a bit of amusement in his eyes. Shenru. Why was it not what he had imagined? Wei Lanqing couldn't believe that the usual bad influence capable of handling everything could faint upon seeing adult films. What a contrast. It was utterly too cute. Never been in love? Wei Lanqing adopted an expression as if she was ready to become the youth's close confidant. Shenru twitched his mouth, unwilling to respond to this question. Since his childhood, he'd never liked anyone, and nobody ever dated someone who was insane. Finally, Qi Ning noticed the solidifying atmosphere and timely shifted the topic. So, the room by the staircase is specifically prepared for Mr. Leon and the butler? Shenru nodded, lowering his eyelashes, pondering about the identity Mr. Leon held in the entire event. This level outwardly presented itself as harmonious and peaceful, with a loving couple warmly inviting guests to their home every year. Yet, realistically speaking, which female host would recklessly guide the guests through screening phases like that? What connection did the mysterious floral fragrance from the butler and the rose vine hold? Was Mr. Leon participating voluntarily, or was he coerced? However, one thing Shenru could ascertain, Mrs. Leon must know about the two engaging in illicit activities, releasing their primal instincts crazily in the room at the staircase without closing doors or windows, and indulging in perverse behavior, which definitely had the tacit approval of the mistress. Did anything unpleasant happen between Mr. and Mrs. Leon during last year's session? Shenru lifted his head, his crystal-clear eyes firmly locking onto Mou. He didn't trust answers from others. If possible, he hoped to hear directly from the man. Mou felt the sincere gaze of the youth and was suddenly reminded of how the kittens at home wanted to eat canned food when they were little. There was nothing unusual. However, when the session ended last year, Mr. and Mrs. Leon lost their only daughter. Qi Ning quickly grasped the situation, a wild thought flashing in his mind, looking incredulously at the young man. You suspect the changes last year triggered this year's direction? Shenru nodded. This can't be possible, there has never been such a situation. Wei Lanqing shook her head to negate it, having attended 3 tea talk sessions herself, knowing each was its own independent story. The man cut off their speculations coldly, his voice low and magnetic. Perhaps asking Mrs. Leon will make things clear. Chapter 35, Leon Couples Tea Talk, 15. There were still 3 hours until the tea talk began. They each returned to their rooms, perhaps all doubts would be answered during the tea talk. Shenru sat silently on the sofa, his eyes vacant, as though he hadn't yet fully recovered from the shock he experienced moments ago. His shirt buttons were casually unfastened here and there, and a few strands of his soft and fluffy curls stuck to the side of his face. In the bright sunlight, his snow-white skin gleamed, revealing a rare moment of complete vulnerability for the youth. Mou observed him with unclear intentions. The shadow behind him grew more active, resembling an open peacock's tail, constantly changing forms to capture the youth's attention. Speak your mind. Shenru was just dazed, not blind. The butler showed me something interesting. The man spoke naturally, showing no emotion, but judging by his tone alone, he sounded pleased. Shenru perked up a bit, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Didn't you receive anything else? Given the butler's degree of perversion, he should have been even more jealous of the person his lover spouse, so it didn't make sense for him to show no reaction at all. Mou's eyes carried a hint of indifference as he said casually, there were some gifts indeed, but I sent them back. Guanwenwan probably didn't benefit from it. Sorry about that. Shenru didn't show much expression, but he hit back with a sharp retort, apologies from President Mo. Truly honored. After all, it was just a small gift. The man's voice was low and gravelly, his gaze shadowed, yet full of joy and interest. Too kind, I really enjoyed it. This beautiful rose would never let himself be at a disadvantage, every time trying every means possible to take revenge. He truly liked it. Shenru's gaze lingered on Mou for a moment, then suddenly a chilling sensation of being spied on enveloped him like a sticky poisonous tongue coiling around his surroundings. The young man shivered down his spine, inexplicably covered in goosebumps. The butler had come. So fast. Shenru glanced subtly within visible range and noticed a gap faintly shimmering in his peripheral vision. Mou and Guanwenwan had already received the gifts he entrusted the butler to send. It seemed the grand finale was ready for him to accept personally. Shenru tried to get up but found himself paralyzed, unable to move except for his eyes and mouth. How strange. Mr. Chow was perfectly fine before his death. Why was the situation different for him? Mou. The youth called out tentatively to the man across from him, but there was no response. His movements were now extremely stiff, yet the man across remained oblivious, appearing completely normal to Mou. Shenru suspected he might seem asleep in Mou's eyes. That sticky gaze wandered over every inch of the young man's skin. Despite being tense, Shenru continued to provoke the butler in a haughty, dismissive tone, akin to a completely envious young master. What? You're here right after finishing something? Since he couldn't move and the thing was lurking in the dark without revealing itself, all Shenru could do was lure it out. As expected, right after his words, the rapid breathing sound paused momentarily, followed by eerie laughter echoing through the space. How could I possibly, sir, I came specifically to invite you. Shenru's pupils contracted sharply, then the scene suddenly changed. A musty, decaying smell assailed his nostrils. The wall clock ticked evenly, the entire space eerily quiet. He was back in the room at the stairway entrance, still in the familiar position, angle, and dimness. The bedroom door was slightly ajar, its light illuminating the young man's pair of enticing, crimson eyes through the crack. Following the light revealed the filthy scene inside. What was different this time was that the butler on the bed stared at him with a dangerous and horrifying grin. Look what we have here. The butler gripped Mr. Leon's head, doing who knows what before letting out a scream. Shenru clenched his teeth tightly, struggling hard against nausea and desperately trying to break free from the butler's bizarre control and terrible possessiveness. The youth's current location happened to fall right between the door cracks, looking exactly like a vulgar, perverted creep. The butler did this deliberately. Wasn't it impossible for him to have absolutely no desire for revenge? Shenru allowed the butler to see his ambiguous relationship with Mou and Guanwenwan, so the butler was retaliating in the same manner. Once Shenru figured this out, the youth laughed. His dark red eyes gleamed brightly, glancing naturally at the butler's disgusting gray ones, his face radiant as he said. Isn't this the big play you invited me to watch? The youth lowered his eyes, concealing his blood-red irises brimming with murderous intent. Blood stains marred his lips where he bit into them, his voice dripping with sweetness and mockery as he continued. Has Mrs. Leon seen it too? This comment incited a strong reaction from Mr. Leon beneath. When the butler saw him struggle fiercely, his actions turned crueler instantly. In the live stream room. Seriously, if I were Shen Beauty, enduring this would feel worse than death. The peeping thief switched roles, making the player spy on himself. And what's worse, he didn't allow my wife to move a muscle, leaving me watching helplessly. Guys, judging from my wife's demeanor, I think something wicked is brewing. Shenru exhaled softly, his gaze unwavering as he scrutinized the two before him with an indulgent expression. His smile deepened. Mr. Leon seems very eager for his wife to see. So, I'll fulfill your wish. After saying that, the young man immediately used an S-class card, Mrs. Leon's blessing. During the use of this card, 2 players or NPCs would be placed in a state of suspension for 1 minute. When Shenru had first obtained this card, he had already speculated that if it were Mrs. Leon's blessing, then surely freezing the target in place for just a minute couldn't be its entirety. The lady should appear to offer true protection, right? This card was originally intended for delivering Guanwenwan to her demise at the very end, but plans never catch up with changes. As soon as the figures of the two froze in an eerie pose, Shenru heard a soft sobbing sound. He instinctively glanced upward and saw Mrs. Leon standing beside the opposite bed, weeping uncontrollably. The cloyingly sweet floral scent spread like a living entity around the room, filling his nostrils with a rich yet fragrant aroma as if drowning in a sea of flowers. It tightly constricted his breathing. On the poor woman's back grew abundant rose blossoms. Shenru's pupils contracted sharply, realizing instantly why there had always been a strange floral fragrance lingering around the butler. Mrs. Leon had all along been present with them. Every moment. Chapter 36, The Leon Couple's Tea Talk, 16. Mrs. Leon's appearance made the entire storyline clearer. Shenru stared intently at the frail back adorned with roses, seeing the heavy head bowed down in helplessness due to her husband's betrayal. Her eyes revealed profound weariness and exhaustion, even continuing now to feed the roses with her own body, explaining her struggle with insomnia. Ah, right. The butler had mentioned Mr. Leon's fondness for roses. Before Shenru could voice the doubts swirling in his mind, the pale face of the opposite woman suddenly contorted. Tiny beads of sweat seeped out of her forehead, her throat barely able to emit a faint cough-like sound. It seemed she wanted to speak but had lost the ability to do so. No wonder these two had been so brazen. Did you once have a daughter? Shenru didn't want to waste time. Since the other party couldn't speak, he asked questions that only required nods or shakes of the head. The woman's eyes moved slightly, then lightly nodded in confirmation. With this, Shenru verified his inner suspicions. Last year's and this year's episodes indeed had some connection. Is Mr. Leon homosexual? Upon hearing this question, the woman clutched her clothes tightly, struggling to shake her head no, then reluctantly nodding yes. Shenru raised an eyebrow, continuing, he wasn't homosexual before the death of your daughter, correct? Faced with the woman's trembling shoulders and tears falling like rain, the youth got his affirmative answer. Finally, the last question. Should I kill them for you? He chuckled lightly, his crimson eyes half closed, leisurely examining the two lying on the bed. Speaking of which. Shenru's expression turned somber, his pallor from the earlier shock not entirely dissipated. Yet, the red light shining from his ear-piercing glowed with a startling brilliance, spreading like fresh blood. I still have some unfinished business with your butler. In the live stream room. Finally here. What does that mean? Cough, let me explain as a longtime fan. The reason my wife can endure the butler for so long is because the old man has some residual utility. But now that this value has been completely exhausted, it's time for the inevitable downfall. Bastard, get rid of him, I've endured this disgusting freak for too damn long. Countdown started, 10 seconds. The woman calmly shook her head. Countdown, 5 seconds. Shenru carelessly curled his lips, speaking offhandedly, as you wish, but I estimate if Mr. Leon sees the following scene, for quite some time, he won't experience any sexual urges. Countdown hit 0. Mrs. Leon disappeared, but the floral fragrance became even more intense. The dark gray, dull space suddenly came alive, chaotic gasping sounds and colliding noises floating once again in the fetid air. And in that very instant, Shenru regained control over his body. His slightly numb fingers trembled with heightened anticipation, as he could almost hear his heart pounding with excitement at the upcoming act of killing. The familiar and gentlemanly deep voice sounded again. I thought you were very eager to join, after all, you look extremely yearning. Yearning for your mother. I'll kill you, damn it. Shenru curved his lips into an extremely amiable smile, ignoring the filthy disordered scene, and looked straight into the butler's eyes. I am indeed very eager. Before the words had finished, the young man suddenly stood up, using his talent to instantly move in front of the butler. The crimson eyes seemed to hide a fierce cold blade, his fingers tightly clenched into fists, and he smashed them onto that nauseating face. The butler was flipped over by the sudden external force, blood at the corner of his mouth, and smiling cheerfully at the youth. Due to the vigorous movement, a few buttons on the shirt's collar burst open, revealing large areas of pristine clean skin and firm sexy muscle lines. Very eager to kill you. The entire room was instantly filled with a chilling silence. The butler showed no panic, instead spreading his exposed body without any reservations, his gaze inscrutable, sending out signals only adults would understand. You truly have a pair of mesmerizing eyes, they make me incredibly excited. As Shenru clearly saw the strange transformation of the man, and those neurotic eyes. In the live stream room. What the hell? Although I don't know what it is, it censored it. Ah, there's a pervert, runaway wife. Are you kidding me? This can. Shenru's body tensed, his throat involuntarily rolling up and down. Both the dirty desires and physical aspect made him exude uncontrollable anxiety and irritability from within. The young man quickly exchanged for a dagger from the store, rushing towards the butler. A flash of white light. Choke. The sharp blade tore through the man's neck, warm dark red blood splashing everywhere. But at the same time, those icy hands tightly pressed against the young man's soft and delicate waist, with the countdown of life forcing Shenru harshly closer to his own body. The young man distinctly felt the trembling excitement in the man now, sweet blood staining the pure white ceremonial attire. The other party's breath sprayed beside the rose's ear and neck, issuing heartfelt joy and sighs at this moment. If my sacrifice satisfies you, it will be my greatest honor. Shenru paused his breathing, the butler deliberately let him kill him. Without resistance or struggle. Why? Upon finishing the sentence, the surrounding scenes began distorting, Shenru once again returning to his familiar room. But not only did he come back, so did a naked man covered in blood marks. Their ambiguous positions were enough to leave people to endless imagination. And the room didn't just contain Mou either, there were also Wei Lanqing and Qi Ning. All in the live stream room. This is a major social death scene. Ha ha ha, oh no, my wife is embarrassed about this, everyone be gentle, ha 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 ha. Shenru's chapped lips still flowed with fresh red blood, his pale face flushed due to the previous thrilling massacre, emitting a sweet inviting aura from inside out. Wei Lanqing scrutinized the distance between the two, then secretly glanced at the unexpressive Mou, swallowed saliva, and said with a complicated tone. We're all insiders, tell me honestly, do you prefer older ones? Shenru. This is merely an accident. I get it, I get it. No. You don't. Shenru wanted to explain further, but the discomfort that was suppressed in his throat suddenly surged upward, causing an intense burning sensation. Without a word, he turned around and directly threw up into the trash can. Damn it, he really wanted to flay that peeping freak alive. Unfortunately, he died too fast. Chapter 37, The Leon Couple's Tea Talk, 17. Mou raised his head and gazed at the naked body, the indoor lighting reflecting his black eyes. The sharpness and ferocity in his eyes were about to overflow. The man remained expressionless, simply glancing at the youth who vomited until dizzy. It was obvious that Shenru lacked some insight in this area, so his confusion was normal. The butler utilized his own death, perfectly and explosively proving his superiority in possessing the youth solely to Mou. Even if it cost him his life, he would eagerly pursue it. Ha, truly a disgusting thing. Shenru was already much better, aside from a slightly pale face, there were no other issues. Just as he straightened up and looked at them with confusion, asking, how did you come back? Wei Lanqing quickly responded, because you suddenly disappeared, Mo brother just came to check if anyone else had emergencies, only to find you as the unlucky one. Shenru chuckled bitterly inside, of course only he was affected, this was the butler's grand gift to him. For fear that he wouldn't like it, the butler even invited him to sample it twice. Wei Lanqing's eyes darted around mischievously as she asked with a wicked smile, so, what happened between you two? The incident of being ridiculed by this young girl was still fresh in Shenru's mind. He just picked a few highlights and recounted them briefly. What? You met Mrs. Leon? Qi Ning seemed surprised. This lady always cited health discomfort as a reason not to see guests, refusing to appear in public. Therefore, such tea gatherings were usually the only chance to meet her. Unexpectedly, Shenru encountered her by chance. Before Shenru could respond, his body was suddenly encircled by a shadow lurking in the dark. Like a little chick, he was lifted and dragged onto the couch. The shadow deliberately squeezed hard on the youth's abdomen, leaving an alluring red mark, causing Shenru to shiver violently as he clenched his teeth to stop any sound from escaping. A faint smile lingered on the man's lips as he slowly said, the floor is cold. What were you doing earlier? He has been puking on the ground for half an hour. Shenru responded with a strained smile, Chairman Mo is really considerate. There was a subtle undercurrent of confrontation in their dialogue, yet a strange atmosphere also followed these words, spreading through the air step by step and fermenting quietly. Wei Lanqing and Wenmeng, who were more sensitive, noticed the unusual atmosphere and remained silent. But Qi Ning's attention was still focused on the game itself, unaware of the changes between the two. He continued analyzing rationally. Mr. Leon's change is indeed due to his daughter's departure. It seems that last year's and this year's games are related in some aspects. Shenru nodded in agreement, could Mrs. Leon speak last year? Yes. Wei Lanqing's expression grew serious as she took a deep breath and said slowly. In the previous game, Mrs. Leon assigned the tea-picking task to her daughter, but it happened to rain that day, making the mountain path slippery. In the end, the girl lost her footing and fell down the mountain. No one expected such an outcome. Perhaps Mr. Leon's actions were a punishment for his wife, and Mrs. Leon's refusal to divorce was her own form of self-punishment. After hearing Wei Lanqing's explanation, Shenru suddenly understood where the inconsistency lay. Facing her husband's physical and mental torment, until the very end, she could not nod to end her husband's life. Shenru once thought that Mrs. Leon was clouded by love. Judging from this, becoming the source of nutrients for the rose vine was a voluntary act on Mrs. Leon's part. Humans are truly strange creatures. Always punishing themselves in the present for mistakes made in the past. Although he could not understand such behavior, he didn't argue against it. That evening during the tea gathering, the garden appeared unusually quiet at night. The moonlight was somehow obscured by the dark clouds in the sky, leaving only a few dim electric lamps glowing faintly. An ominous, uneasy atmosphere spread among everyone. The garden surroundings were pitch black, stretching endlessly out of sight. The entire courtyard was enveloped by a dense, dark fog, throwing a stone into the darkness would make no sound at all. They had already been waiting in the garden. Because of the small mishap in the afternoon, Shenru's jacket was no longer usable. Anyway, he put a lot of effort into the shirt underneath. His elegant and refined face looked leisurely and unconcerned. Dressed in a loose, semi-transparent white shirt, the intricate lace border at the collar added to his aristocratic demeanor, and slim-fitting suit pants highlighted the graceful lines of his legs. Lifting his gaze slightly, his crimson eyes glimmered with allure under the dim lighting. He slowly surveyed the eerie surroundings, the whole villa suffocated by an oppressive silence, its doors carefully locked with several layers of chains. Anyone could tell that this atmosphere did not suit a tea gathering. On the contrary, it resembled a funeral more than anything else. Suddenly, Shenru's eyelid twitched, giving him a strange feeling, stirring unease within his heart. Not long after, a couple emerged from the dimly lit villa. Different from what Shenru had seen earlier, Mr. and Mrs. Leon appeared to be deeply in love in front of everyone. In particular, Mrs. Leon was wearing a poised smile, her face rosy, looking entirely different from the fragile and terrified person he'd met that afternoon. Just as the couple appeared, Shenru suddenly felt a fiercely hostile gaze upon him. He quickly turned his head. Guan Wenyue was there, raising her glass with a smile, as if mocking the young man's ignorance and recklessness with her continued survival. "Good evening, everyone." The strong, firm male voice broke the brief silence, and all eyes turned to the speaking host, Mr. Leon. "Thank you for visiting my humble abode amidst your busy schedules. Please forgive me if our hospitality falls short." Mr. Leon scanned the crowd with a smile, and Shenru distinctly felt an intense hatred and animosity directed at him. What did he do? Sparing this guy's life, and now he doesn't know gratitude. Soon, the host's voice rang out again. "But a tragedy occurred today, my loyal butler met an unfortunate end this afternoon. I hope everyone can help me find the true culprit." As soon as the words were spoken, the system voice, unheard for so long, suddenly echoed in the ears of the players. Ding! Detected player triggered final mission, find the murderer of the butler and deliver them to Mr. and Mrs. Leon. Time limit, 1 hour. Mission reward, S-level card, Tears of Mrs. Leon. As soon as the sound faded, Shenru locked gazes with those full of malicious intent. Mr. Leon's eyes were wide open, his lips curling into an odd and exaggerated arc as he stared at him intensely. Shit! Wasn't this just a waste? The game begins. Chapter 38, The Leon's Tea Chat, End. In the live stream room. Mr. Leon's targeting is too obvious. My wife is really suffering. Shit, I just started following her. She won't cool off so soon, will she? How are we supposed to play this? We've been facing rookie players before, even if there's a gap in strength, it wasn't much. Don't worry, Mo brother is still here. Shenru strongly suspected that Mr. Leon was retaliating out of malice, but he couldn't figure out the purpose behind it. Could it be that Mr. Leon truly loved the butler? If he killed the butler, wouldn't that make him the villain who separated the lovers? This logic didn't hold. But thinking about it from another perspective, maybe some player had struck a deal with Mr. Leon. Perhaps Mr. Leon helped this player regain his own life in return for assistance in reviving the butler. Shenru moved a few steps closer to Mou and softly asked, "Is there any player in here with revival-related talents?" Mou furrowed his brows, reviewing the abilities of a few people in his mind before responding. Shirue, who stands next to Guan Wenyue, has a talent that allows specific NPCs or people to see things that have already died, lasting a few hours or so. It was expected. That must have been why Guan Wenyue had been acting so docile lately, waiting for this exact moment. After hearing this, the young man said nothing, only lowering his eyes. Under the faint lighting, one could see his long lashes trembling slightly. His face revealed no expression, his lips pressed into a thin line, remaining silent. Mou thought he had been frightened speechless, so the shadow behind him gathered, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. The final chase mission was unexpected. Every year's tea chat was typically a daily deduction-based quest, with little conflict between players, and rewards like cards were determined based on players' reasoning, performance and participation in the quest. So when the system announced the mission, even Mou paused for a moment. Alliances could exist until the mission reward was disclosed. But it was undeniable that each person harbored selfish intentions. Coming to this quest's final aim was the S-grade card, especially since the pursued individual was a rookie who had recently ascended from a novice quest. Suddenly, Shenru raised his hand and forcefully shoved Mou away. His dark red eyes met the surprised face of the man. Without hesitation, the youth turned around and bolted towards the back of the villa, even utilizing his talent to make himself seem more panicked during the escape. Inside the live stream room. WTF, this is intentionally severing ties, protecting Mo brother, right? Shit, could my wife be this nice? WAH, I'm shipping this CP now. Isn't this love? For the sake of the other half, disregarding his own life, get your tissues ready. The reason Shenru pushed the man away wasn't due to love, nor was it out of protection, it was for himself. He couldn't let Mou act, not because he worried that if the man acted, everyone would think they were in an alliance, but because Shenru himself didn't want to have anything to do with the Dark Knight Guild. He and Mou came to this instance just simply because they found it rare and interesting. Staying at the Dark Knight Guild was only for his own safety. Moreover, he also planned to kill Guan Wenyue, then heavily betray Mou after leaving the instance, making him pay for being a toolman for so long by offering some recompense. Shenru remembered there was a natural lake behind the villa, surrounded by lush branches and leaves. Although the young man used strength in that slap, Mo Yu just took 2 steps back and then steadily stood in place. The effect of this slap wasn't very significant, it appeared as if it was merely a deliberate action to distance himself from Mo Yu. A faint smile rose at the corner of the man's lips, showing anticipation for what the young man was about to do next. Shirue immediately chased after Shinru as soon as he ran out, leaving only Guan Wenyue and Mo Yu standing there unmoving. Wei Lanqing frowned slightly, showing no intention to act. Though her interaction with Shinru hadn't been long, she deeply knew that the young man was an uncontrollable lunatic who had lost his moral compass. But without Shinru, she and Wenmeng wouldn't have made it this far so smoothly. Even if they wouldn't die, they would have needed considerable effort. Besides, Shinru was someone brought by Mo Yu. Setting aside the fact that she herself was a fan of Mo Yu, going against him over such an S-level card would make life tough outside the game. Wei Lanqing was an intelligent person, and intelligent people never did foolish things with their teammates. She held back Wenmeng, signaling her not to move rashly. Qi Ning said nothing, having similar thoughts to Wei Lanqing. His guild itself wasn't ranked particularly high, so even if he acted now and got the S card, swallowing it alone would be exceedingly difficult. In past years, cards were handed out after the game ended, but this year, it was clearly designated, targeting not only Shinru but also every player likely to obtain an S-level card. Guan Wenyue saw that no one moved and understood what it meant. Smiling gently, she politely said, "Since none of you are taking action, I will not hesitate to take this year's S card." She spoke naturally, and confidently. Shirue was a well-known enforcer from Blue Guild, rarely could anyone directly challenge him head-on. When Guan Wenyue and Shinru fought last time, apart from the young man being faster, his combat skills were indeed stronger than average players, but compared to Shirue, he fell short significantly. Even if the youth was fast, what difference did it make? As long as Shirue caught an opportunity, Shinru would be killed. What Guan Wenyue didn't know was that the young man wasn't fast just in speed. Who could have imagined that a newly promoted youth from a rookie quest already possessed an innate talent? Shirue had already followed the young man to the back of the villa, where there wasn't a soul around. The youth seemed to have flown off with wings. But the man didn't lower his guard, observing the surroundings closely. He held a knife, ready to slit Shinru's throat or pierce his heart any moment. With Shinru leveling up to B grade, his talent also upgraded. For each instance, there was 5 minutes of pause time available. To prepare in advance, the young man specifically hid into the forest using his talent at the turning corner, leaving no trace. So from the audience's perspective, the stunning red-eyed young man remained motionless on a tall tree, his body hidden behind the leaves, blending into the night. Shinru gripped a knife in his right hand, staring intensely at the man below like a hunter lurking in the dark. He was waiting for an opportunity. Suddenly, Shirue turned sharply as if noticing some sound. When he was about to attack, Shinru suddenly leapt down from the tree, exploiting his talent to create a time gap. Before the man could react, the sharp blade pierced directly into the center of his forehead. Sprays of red, viscous blood splattered wildly as the young man grinned crazily. As Shirue collapsed, the young man straddled his body, forcefully pulling out the dagger before mercilessly plunging it into the man's heart again. Thick, scorching blood spewed everywhere. Not wasting any time, Shinru released the dagger and jumped directly into the nearby pond. In the live stream room. That's insane, right? Help, wife is too hot, does my husband know? Ah, covered in awesomeness, I brotherly has to marry this wife home. After jumping into the water, Shinru immediately used the C-grade card black gold fish, which would allow him to survive underwater for 30 minutes. If he guessed right, Wei Lanqing and Qi Ning wouldn't dare to rush in recklessly due to Mou's strength. And the one who couldn't wait anymore would definitely be Guan Wenyue. Sure enough, not long after, hurried footsteps sounded near the shore. Guan Wenyue had arrived. The man turned pale at once when he saw Shirue with 2 fatal knife wounds on his body. He couldn't imagine that the skillful fighter Shirue could be killed by just 2 strikes. Instantly, he became alert and scanned around. Suddenly. Glurp, glurp. A sound came from the water. Guan Wenyue spun around sharply and stared intensely at the water surface. The person in the water seemed to sense something and held their breath again. Once more, the air fell into an eerie silence. Guan Wenyue was careful enough. If Shinru directly revealed a weakness, it wouldn't work. Thus, he needed to create a loophole himself. No one can stay underwater for too long. You'll suffocate if you don't come up sooner. Guan Wenyue had already seen through his tactic, revealing his location to let Shinru check and then drag him into the water. He wasn't stupid, how could he fall for such an old trick? Silence swept over again. That last sentence seemed like a monologue to himself. Apart from that sound earlier, there were no other sounds afterward. It seemed everything that happened before was Guan Wenyue's illusion. 10 minutes passed. This was Guan Wenyue's limit, and he even doubted whether the opponent had died or was just imagining things. Curiosity always overwhelmed people. Guan Wenyue was no exception. Shinru quietly waited underwater until he heard the footsteps getting closer and closer until they stopped. He knew the opportunity had come. With 15 seconds left of his talent, it was enough for him to swim up. Suddenly, splashes erupted. The handsome young man burst out of the water like a spirit, his thin shirt completely soaked, showing off sexy merman lines faintly visible in the air, with dark red eyes flashing a dazzling light as it swept through the air. Splash! Guan Wenyue was caught off guard and pulled into the water. He knew bears could swim, but whether Guan Wenyue could, he didn't know, and he didn't care either. At the moment Shenru pushed the man underwater, he didn't give him another chance to transform, using the same method to stab the sharp dagger directly into the man's right eye. With a sudden forceful twist of his wrist, he cut along the eyebrow bone, splitting the head into two. In an instant, the pond was filled with crimson red. Shenru sat quietly by the water's edge. Bright red water dripped down his entangled hair, flowing across the handsome young man's cheeks. His loose shirt now clung wetly to his body, outlining his pale fragile collarbone and tightly fine waist. The pond was covered in crimson red, and on the bank lay a blood-drenched corpse. When the others rushed here, this was the scene they saw. Calling him a celestial tempter sent from above wouldn't have been far-fetched. Hearing the sounds, the young man lifted his head, his dark red eyes gleaming with excitement, as if a fiery fire burned deep within them. Ding! Game trade partner detected as deceased, unable to provide equivalent exchange. Game ends. Congratulations to player Shenru for obtaining S-Class card, Madame Leon's Tears. Instance ends, auto-exit in 30 seconds. After hearing the announcement, Shenru suddenly smiled, looking at the floating corpse by the pond with regretful words that made one's heart shiver. What a pity, I wanted to kill Mr. Leon as well. Chapter 39, Settlement Hall. Wei Lanqing had only ever seen Shenru brutally beat NPCs. At the time, what shocked everyone was not only his smart mind but also his terrifying mental state. But now, facing these two bodies, she couldn't help but reassess this handsome young man sitting amidst the blood pool. Both the Blue Guild's president and its formidable enforcer had died within the instance, meaning Shenru must have some secret unknown to others. Qi Ning's talent allowed him to see the death scenes, so he had the same question as Wei Lanqing and immediately used his talent without hesitation. But the investigation results shocked him. Shenru, do you have a talent? Previously, seeing the youth brutally attack Guan Wenyue during the screening, it seemed from others' perspective that he was merely very fast, decisive, and ruthless in action. Yet from the deceased's perspective, Qi Ning felt a subtle difference in those quick attacks. Upon hearing this, Shenru looked up at him, his red eyes shimmering under the dim moonlight, streaks of blood water sliding from his cheeks into his shirt collar, revealing a stunning smile, his voice full of joy. Yes. He had no intention of concealing, nor could he. This live broadcast wasn't just aimed at an unknown audience but also at millions of infinite stream players. There was nothing wrong with exposing his talent. In the future, he would need to distance himself from the Dark Knight Guild as much as possible. He must always have a skill at hand to avoid inviting trouble. People must consider themselves, right? After speaking, Shenru didn't continue staring at Qi Ning but shifted his gaze to the other man beside him. The man was smiling. Mou revealed a smile filled with ambiguous meaning. It lacked any intent to kill or malice, only harboring excitement and tremors deep within his bones. Dangerous yet alluring. Shenru quietly gazed at him under the moonlight, by the crimson poolside, amidst the atmosphere heavy with a sweet and fishy scent. A mutual understanding bloomed silently in both their eyes, insanity and fervor spreading like wildfire between them. The instance is over, the live stream channel is closing. As the live stream ended, Shenru was instantly teleported back to the familiar space for settlement. This instance belonged to a bonus one that wouldn't affect rankings, so Shenru remained a B-class player. Not long after, the familiar mechanical voice sounded again. Detecting player Shenru has successfully passed the T-Talk with Mr. and Mrs. Leon. Settlement proceeding. Instant settlement reward, 30,000 points. Detection reveals successful exploration of secrets between Mr. and Mrs. Leon during the instance. Additional reward, 10,000 points. Live stream viewers tipped 3,000 points, after platform commission issuance reward, 1,500 points. Total score for this instance, 41,500 points. Detecting player obtained 2 S-Class cards, 5 A-Class cards, and 3 B-Class cards within the instance. Shenru arched an eyebrow, it was indeed a reward instance. Although his rank remained unchanged, the rewards were truly generous. In comparison, if the hidden plot hadn't been initiated in the novice instance before, even excellent performance had merely resulted in obtaining 1 C-Class card. Upon glancing briefly at the functions of these cards, he noticed that while most of the A-Class and B-Class cards were mainly survival tools, the final S-Class card, Madame Leon's Tears, caught Shenru's attention. According to the official explanation, Madame Leon's Tears acted as the bridge connecting everything. Nothing more was explained. Though Shenru didn't quite understand, the card already belonged to him. It was fine to study it any time later. Living Zone. The 4 glaring red words, live stream ended, appeared on the main page of the live broadcast plaza. The last image was frozen on Guan Wenyue's head split into 2 halves, sparking an intense wave of discussion among the players on the plaza where they could comment. Is this rookie really that strong? He actually took on Guan Wenyue and Shiroi alone. The guild master didn't even have time to activate his talent before dying. What kind of speed is that? He must have a talent. Could it be that a rookie awakened his talent just after passing one instance? I heard from a friend who participated in Shinru's first instance that he showed superhuman speed even then. You mean this is a companion talent? Yes. This explains why Brother Mo looked at him so favorably. Damn. I thought he was just some frail, easily overpowered pretty face. Now even his smiles give me goosebumps. Me too, damn. Amidst the heated discussions among the crowd, below the live stream page for the Tea Party instance, the names of participating players were displayed. Only 5 names remained shining, the rest 11 became dark gray upon their deaths. Living players would be ranked according to their obtained points, rewards, and the extent of exploration within the instance. During the settlement process, several names kept changing positions under the curiosity and anticipation of the audience. Finally, Shinru's name firmly occupied the topmost position. Incredible. MOU is second. Princess Wei, how did you fall to third? Yet, after seeing Shinru's fierce killing scenes, the players seemed to accept this ranking relatively well, making only a few complaints without further harsh remarks. To the right, the guild point rankings were also rearranged and reorganized. The Dark Knight Guild still maintained its firm first place. However, the ranks of other guilds were thoroughly reset in this instance. Blue Note Guild successfully fell from second to fourth. Kanha Guild now claimed second place. Third place went to Chi Ning's Water Mirror Guild. The system default allows only 9 guilds to exist within the Infinite Stream channel, so there are 2 ways for players wanting to establish a new guild. The first method is to join a desired guild. Once you reach the peak of your strength, you can challenge the guild master. If successful, you may replace them. The second method, every player gets 1 chance per month to challenge the guild master of the weakest ranked guild. Success means replacing them. However, the drawback of the second option is that even if successful, factors like personnel turnover and friction will prevent the rapid integration of the guild, keeping its rank at the bottom the following month, still risking being replaced. So generally, everyone prefers the first option. As for the Blue Note Guild, due to the death of its guild master, it now also faces such a selection process. Just as everyone was enjoying reviewing this gaming instance repeatedly, suddenly their optical brain screens turned pitch black, as if they were hacked and immediately shut down. The display only showed 5 large words, connecting. Shinru was also in front of his screen. After exiting the settlement space, he used points to exchange for a week's stay in a presidential suite, where he soaked in a bath and opened his optical brain to search for some information about this world when the signal was suddenly cut off. All he saw was a dark screen and his own handsome face flushed red from the steam. Before players could react, a strikingly invasive yet elegant face suddenly appeared on the screen. Mou sat on a soft sofa, his posture elegant and leisurely, his arms relaxed on one side, the man under the light radiating a fatal allure. An exhilarating symphony played out of the screen. In the next second, the man curled his lips into a smile, ominous like an arriving demon yet with a dangerously unique charm. This smile came from deep inner joy. Mr. Shen, I still owe you something. Could you contact me after seeing this? His slightly hoarse, rich voice echoed in Shinru's ears like an indomitable oath. Shinru knew Mou was doing this deliberately. Chapter 40, Preference for Obedient Little Dogs. Of course, the young man knew what those things owed referred to. They had struck a deal within the instance. He helped the man kill Guan Wenyue without involving the Dark Knight Guild. Now, it was naturally time for Mou to honor his promise by answering the young man's questions. There was no need to create such a spectacle for this. Furthermore, the urgent party wasn't Mou but Shinru himself. Even though the man's virtual figure was on the other side of the screen, Shinru could still feel the intense animosity and interest wrapped in the gaze aimed at him. Inside the instance, ties between Shinru and the Dark Knight Guild had been severed. Yet outside the instance, a subtle ambiguity lingered as their connections couldn't be fully disconnected. Shinru scoffed inwardly. It was all about using the screen again to confirm for all players that Shinru's true backer was Mou himself. The meaning behind the man's action was clear too. If Shinru didn't want to join the Dark Knight Guild, then no other guilds would dare consider him either. After all, who would dare provoke the Dark Knight? He lost all interest in researching further and, before the man could say anything else, Shinru directly turned off the screen. To hell with it. Not anymore. Dark Knight Guild. After cutting off the live broadcast, the man showed no intention of getting up. His dark eyes were intently fixated on a corner shrouded in shadow, seemingly appreciating the final movement of the symphony with a faint smile. A peculiar emotion suddenly surged in his heart. Initially upon meeting Shinru, he merely found the youth amusing, just a slight tease would cause an explosive retaliation. But the young man's successive actions afterward surpassed his expectations, much like a pre-programmed routine that suddenly developed consciousness. Mou felt their current relationship had moved beyond stranger status. Changming. Following the music rhythm, the man tapped lightly on the glass cup with his index finger, his tone lazy yet constantly testing fragile sanity. Gu Changming was still pondering over Mou's motives when called by the man. He quickly responded. Mr. Mo, what's wrong? Mou furrowed his brows, pausing briefly before speaking. His strong reaction to things I do provides emotional value, and I enjoy this dynamic. What do you think it is? Gu Changming was stunned. What kind of description was this? Their exchanges could possibly be interpreted as playing with someone like teasing a cat or dog, right? Although Gu Changming hadn't deeply researched emotions, he once had a poodle at home before entering the game. The way the man and the dog interacted indeed resembled what Mo described. Therefore, he swallowed hard and tentatively asked, "Mr. Mo, are you planning to raise a dog?" Mo remained silent, the warm glow of the indoor light casting down on him. His eyes shimmered with burning passion and interest as he carefully pondered over the suggestion given by the other party. A rearing relationship? It didn't seem impossible. This rose was bristling with thorns all over, and a moment's carelessness would result in being pricked until bloody. But to the man, their current behaviors were merely small skirmishes, harmless probing that barely scratched the surface. If this person stayed close, they'd surely be much more entertaining than mute porcelain dolls. After realizing this, all strange sensations previously lodged in his chest instantly disappeared. Not only that, but also the dullness and lack of excitement towards everything around him were swept away, replaced by an overwhelming desire to possess the young man. Thus, Mo stood up and prepared to leave, send me Shenru's location. Upon hearing the name, Shenru, from the president's mouth, Gu Changming immediately understood why the man had said those things earlier. His expression darkened as if struck by lightning. No way. Could it really be what he thought? What exactly did he just say to Mo? Did he ask if the guild master wanted to keep a dog? Boss Missouri, I think what I said before might be inappropriate. Gu Changming tried to explain to Mo the difference between humans and animals but was rudely interrupted by the man. You're absolutely right, and I find it very fitting. Mo paused at the entrance of the guild hall, smiling brightly at Gu Changming. His gaze carried a mix of urgency and deep pleasure. Gu Changming. It's not appropriate, let me explain. As he watched the retreating figure of the man, Gu Changming felt certain that from now on the Dark Knight Guild would make it onto Shenru's blacklist. Mo was dressed in an expensive suit, his perfectly pressed coat showing not a single wrinkle. Shenru thought the man shouldn't be at his doorstep, rather, he belonged in banquets full of intrigue and debauchery or nightlife. The water droplets from his hair hadn't dried yet, and his loose bathrobe hung loosely around his body. The young man leaned casually against the doorframe, looking quietly at the man. He wasn't particularly surprised, as expected, it made sense. After all, he had kept that S-grade card all to himself, making this already the second time such a situation had occurred. President Mo personally visiting to enlighten me. Shenru slightly shifted aside, smiling and inviting the man to come in. Mo didn't hesitate, finding a place to sit casually, his voice low and resonant. Of course, after all, you're so agreeable to my taste. Those ambiguous words rolled smoothly off the man's tongue. His deep eyes were fixated on the young man, like a relentless lover exchanging glances of hidden longing. Shenru laughed aloud. His bright crimson eyes hid a crazy excitement and a trembling anticipation. His tongue flicked gently against the roof of his mouth as he bent down, speaking softly next to the man's ear. Then it will be Mr. Mo's honor to tell me about your abilities and objectives. After speaking, the youth straightened up and made a gesture of invitation, then took a seat opposite Mo. The first step to becoming a qualified owner is satisfying the pet's needs. So Mo continued, after plundering talents, I indeed have been allowed continual usage rights, but the game enforces restrictions for fairness. The man paused briefly before continuing, Guan Wenyue has always attempted to fuse different channel broadcasters. The tears of Mrs. Lian you obtained are necessary props for breaking down channel barriers, so I couldn't let the card fall into Guan Wenyue's hands. Shenru's eyes sparkled brilliantly as he smiled mischievously. Stop deceiving me, that's not your reason for wanting to kill him. Mo squinted his eyes and suddenly chuckled, as though both helplessly indulgent and lovingly amused. You're really clever. Because he didn't obey. Once the words left his lips, the tenderness in the man's eyes was instantly replaced by a sinister and ruthless shadow. His tone was casual to the point where Shenru assumed the man considered his target nothing more than a troublesome toy. Would you obey? Mo scrutinized the youth's face seriously for the first time, which was undoubtedly beautiful, far more beautiful than the countless others he had encountered. Especially the passionate and unrestrained look in the little Rose's eyes, it was something anyone could go mad over. Shenru slowly glanced twice over the man before taking a deep breath and throwing a punch straight at Mo's smug face. Needless to say, the outcome was predictable. Dark shadows tightly bound the young man's pale, delicate hands. Despite the malice and anger flashing in the latter's eyes, the shadows spoke gently. I like obedient dogs. Shenru's gaze turned icy cold, and his blood-red pupils revealed clear intent to kill. But I don't like perverts. Chapter 41, Upside Down Asylum, 1. Since their last parting on bad terms, Shenru had completely locked himself in his room for a whole week without stepping outside. He had slept soundly day and night, thoroughly digesting the fatigue accumulated over this period. Mo was nothing but a lunatic with mental instability, both of them equally off-kilter, neither one fared better than the other. Naturally, he hadn't taken the man's words seriously, dismissing them as mere babbling while having a fit. Shenru lay quietly on the bed staring at the ceiling until his gaze became scattered. The walls began to warp into form, and finally, a pungent smell of disinfectant rushed into his nostrils. A new game had begun. Beep. All players have been detected on site, starting instance, Upside Down Asylum. Time limit, 3 days. Important reminder, This instance is a mystery-solving type where players need to infer the unreasonable phenomena presented in the plot themselves. Rewards will be distributed based on reasoning achievement. Game begins. Shenru remained still on the bed, trying to calm down his heartbeats and breathing sounds as much as possible. He felt changes happening to his body, his head was heavy, his limbs numb, accompanied by difficulty in breathing and cracked lips. Before falling asleep, he must have consumed or injected some drugs containing sedative ingredients. The young man glanced around. It was a single-person room. It was nighttime, the clock pointed at 8. Only faint moonlight trickled into the room from outside, and within it there was absolute silence except for his own breathing. The dark corners appeared to be cloaked by shadows. By the moonlight, Shenru could vaguely see an inscription on the opposite wall: "Overcoming bestiality is the first step towards becoming a normal human being." Based on the title of the instance provided by the system, Shenru could confirm that he was now inside the ward of a mental asylum, with no apparent abnormalities on his body. The condition couldn't yet be determined. After waiting for a bit longer without noticing anything unusual, Shenru gently moved the hands under his blanket, making sure they were back to normal, then slowly sat up. He wasn't sure whether the unreasonable events of the instance would occur following the progression of the storyline or if they needed self-exploration to trigger. But whichever way, he was looking forward to it. Inside the live stream chat. "Dudes, will a nurse come to check rooms soon in this scenario? Yeah, I remember that once a player left his room out of cleverness, and when discovered by the nurse, the outcome was unimaginable. What about my beautiful wife then? Clearly, my wife is acting clever." Shenru couldn't see the comments in the live broadcast, nor did he know what was going to happen. Silently leaving the bed, the eerie silence and the adrenaline-inducing tension of not knowing when danger would strike made the young man feel mentally refreshed. His trembling crimson eyes shone brightly in the darkness, his cheeks and brain flushed with excitement. As Shenru got closer to the wall, he noticed scratches all over the white walls caused by someone's violent clawing attempts. Many of these scratch marks even carried traces of blood. Most of the plaster had peeled off, revealing rough spots. In the dim light, Shenru spotted that the exposed brick surface bore a hollowed-out hole created forcibly. Just as he reached out to touch it, the empty corridor emitted steady walking footsteps. Thud, thud, thud. The steps were heavy and resounding, each one feeling like a hard iron punch landing directly onto one's chest, causing him to tremble. The youth didn't panic. Instead, he quickly grabbed several pillows and stuffed them under the blanket, then curled himself into a corner, silently awaiting the entrance of whatever thing it was. Screech. The door was pushed open from the outside. A sharp and distorted voice hummed an eerie tune while entering the ward. The hallway's light poured into the dim ward through the open door, clearly illuminating the bizarre silhouette of the intruder on the floor. Unlike the heavy sound, the figure was extremely thin, although its proportions were a bit uneven, with a disproportionately large head resembling a hat shaped like an animal face. As the footsteps drew nearer, Shenru involuntarily shrank his pupils upon seeing its features. Its face was scarlet red. Black eyes bulged outward grotesquely in egg-sized shapes, exposing a terrifying curve. Its entire face was covered in densely packed blisters of various sizes, some covered with slimy film-like substances, while transparent fluid dripped constantly from the blisters onto the ground. What was most important though, this was not a human face. Rather, it was a pig face. Viscous fluids continually produced a drip-drip sound in tandem with the coarse panting coming from the pig's head. Shenru immediately connected this to the name of the current dungeon. Inversion. Did it mean the roles between humans and animals had inverted? Besides receiving treatment, what other purposes do the people kept here serve? Before the young man could react, the mechanical tone of the system suddenly rang out in his ears. Ding! Detected player Shenru discovered unreasonable abnormalities. Strange nurse. One day I suddenly found that all humans had become beasts. Is it my fault or this world's fault? The system broadcast ended without giving a time limit, meaning that as long as the task was completed before the scenario concluded, it would count. The creature was panting coarsely with great effort, and Shenru remained motionless in the shadows, staring intently at it. Suddenly, a red light flashed in his right ear, and the viscous liquid dripping from above froze mid-air before immediately falling to the ground. A sharp blade in the young man's hand gleamed coldly, just about to penetrate the skin when he abruptly changed direction, smashing the hilt hard into the neck of the beast. The figure swayed for a moment then slowly turned around while continuing to breathe heavily. Though clearly a pig, Shenru saw full malevolence in its bulging black eyes. It didn't faint. He had used all his strength, yet the thing remained unharmed. Shenru's lips curved slightly upward, revealing an evil yet playful smile. His crimson eyes flashed with a peculiar dark light. He had changed his mind. He initially intended to knock it out, but now Shenru wanted to kill it. He would see how thick this fiend's skin truly was. Accompanied by a light laugh, the young man's right hand grabbed the collar of the monster while his left plunged the knife directly into the raised eyeball. As the malevolence dissipated along with the bursting of the eye, a foul-smelling stench spread throughout the room, rushing into his nasal cavity. The surveillance camera in the upper corner glowed red, recording every move the youth made. Hum. A mechanical and icy voice suddenly sounded throughout the room. It felt as if something had struck Shenru's head sharply, causing intense dizziness that forced him down on his knees. But there was nothing visible on the floor. There was no knife. Not even the monstrous pig head. In the live stream chat. Holy crap. It wasn't a dream, I just saw that thing. Was it an illusion? Does this dungeon include such a phase? Not. I swear the pig head must have existed, I've watched this episode 800 times already. Maybe none of the players killed the pig head upon arrival, so we're triggering different scenarios. That makes sense. If that's true. My wife is really fierce. Shenru stared at the clear bloodstains on his hospital gown, completely certain that everything had happened just as he had witnessed. The scene suddenly transformed. Shenru felt himself sinking into a soft bed, his limbs once again going numb and stiff. Chapter 42, Upside Down Asylum, 2. Time reset. Shenru distinctly felt his body return to the stiffness of having just awakened, the hour also returning to 8 o'clock. The monitoring camera still flickered with its red light, the pair of eyes behind him observing his every move closely. Earlier, when preparing to knock out the monster, the buzzing sound hadn't appeared. Only after the blade pierced through the monster's eyeball did time rewind, everything reverting to the beginning. You can't kill NPCs. TCH. At this realization, Shenru became somewhat agitated, frowning as stiff fingers beneath the blanket lightly scratched the sheet. He had wanted to dissect the creature and see what lay inside. Such a pity. This time Shenru lay on the bed without moving, closing his eyes and quietly waiting for the monster's rounds. He wanted to observe exactly what the pig-headed, humanoid thing intended to do. If he sensed any danger, he had survival cards he could play in time. Therefore, this time, despite the putrid odor entering his nostrils, the young man gritted his teeth, keeping his expression unchanged. In the live stream, viewers could clearly see that the creature quietly stood beside the bed, lowering itself unprotected. In merely a short moment, the strange pig face hovered just millimeters away from Shenru's. Scorching hot breath, reeking with a foul stench, sprayed onto the vulnerable features of the youth's face. Sticky liquid dripped along the edge of the pillow. Just as Shenru prepared to rise and strike this revolting creature with his weapon, the monster let out an eerie laugh. Hee hee hee. Your earlier stab in my eye really hurt. Shenru's eyes shot open. The protruding eyes radiated ominous menace, anger, and hatred filled the entire eye socket, causing one's bones to chill. Instantly, chaos erupted in the live stream chat. Grass 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 grass. Shit, the bastard remembers what happened before. So only the location resets, but both parties retain their memories. Dudes. If someone stabs you, and then time resets, what would you do? Of course, I'd kill the one who stabbed me. Wife, run. They always say that during dangerous moments, the body reacts faster than the brain. The moment Shenru opened his eyes, he locked onto a horrifying sight, and his body immediately responded with the most sincere reaction. His right hand clenched tightly and smashed towards the monster's temple. For an instant, Shenru even felt as though the two pitch-black eyeballs were about to burst from their sockets under the force of the blow. As the monster swayed, Shenru caught a flash of white light on its chest, and the badge clearly read, Level 3. The door was half open. Without giving it another thought, Shenru lifted his knee and drove it into the monster's abdomen, grabbed the creature by its collar, and buried its pig head beneath the covers. He struck again with a fatal elbow. Then he jumped up and bolted toward the doorway. The long corridor was eerily quiet, the cold fluorescent lights glaringly bright, leaving Shenru squinting against the blinding rays. Ah! A blood-curdling, chilling scream erupted from the ward, the sound echoing down the empty hallway with the monster's wails reverberating in the young man's ears. Footsteps scrambled chaotically inside the room, followed by frenzied roars growing closer. Shenru ran with all his might. This dungeon map was larger than the previous two, and the environment also differed from what he had expected. The white glow from the ceiling cast upon the spotlessly clean floor, neatly ordered room numbers, and newly painted walls, all contrasting starkly with the hospital room, making it seem worlds apart. Just as Shenru began pondering these inconsistencies, the system broadcast interrupted him mechanically. Ding! Detected player Shenru has found unreasonable abnormalities, strange ward environment. I accidentally fled the room, this being one of my rare opportunities for freedom of movement, but I find the decoration outside is completely different from my living quarters. Am I seeing things? Shenru urgently needed a safe refuge and scanned each room quickly. The wards were definitely not an option, God knows whether the entities within were NPCs or players. NPCs could pose attack risks, and retaliating against them could max out their hatred level, not worth it. Players weren't a sure bet either. MOU had been openly exaggerating the tension between them at the residential area. If Shenru encountered an enemy from the Dark Knight faction, he would be no different from offering himself up as a lab mouse. Finally, at the end of the corridor, Shenru spotted a supply closet with the door slightly ajar. Without better options, the youth braced himself and slipped quietly inside. The moment the door shut behind him, he turned around to lock eyes with a terrified young man. Damn. The supply closet had no lights. Visibility relied solely on the faint beam slipping through the crack of the closed door. In pure instinct, Shenru rapidly approached the young man, pressing a hand over his face. A trace of ferocity flashed in his red irises despite the calm tone achieved after his intense sprint. Lowering his voice, he whispered menacingly. Don't make a sound, any sudden moves and I'll kill you. Understand? Ruan Ping nodded hurriedly, his wide eyes glittering like stars without a hint of the panic from earlier. After all, it was Shenru. He had watched the entire live stream of the T-Talk replica. The young man's violent decisiveness and seductive bravado made him admire deeply. Even the fleeting glimmer of lethal intent from Shenru's dark crimson eyes caused Ruan Ping's heart to race wildly. Not to mention, Shenru's hand was still pressed firmly over his mouth. Rather than feeling fear, Ruan Ping wished he could cry tears of joy. What virtue does he possess? Seeing the boy nod obediently, Shenru remained vigilant and did not release his grip but focused instead on the noises outside the door. The sharp cackling echoed through the whole corridor, filtering through the slit into their ears. Heavy footsteps approached bit by bit until they reached the end right in front of the supply closet door. Both the youth and the boy beside him held their breath, Ruan Ping omitting even the act of blinking due to sheer tension. After what seemed an eternity, the footfalls outside started moving away, the sounds gradually fading together with the trembling vibrations caused by the monster's weight. Only then did Shenru pull his hand back, silently observing the boy across from him without speaking. Ruan Ping also realized the situation and hurriedly introduced himself in a low voice. Sorry, Brother Shen, I'm Ruan Ping, a B-level player. I watched your live stream and admired you so much. After saying that, he seemed to feel a bit embarrassed, scratching his head as his ears turned slightly red, stuttering. You don't need to hold back, use me however you like. Shenru, who was about to continue intimidating the other person, suddenly didn't know what to say after being hit by the directness of the other person. Inside the live stream room. Just now, weren't you going to call someone wife? Tell me, did you want to call her wife? This guy seems proper but how could he speak so offensively? Don't you have a wife yourself? How dare you covet someone else's wife? Seeing Shenru wasn't speaking, Ruan Ping seemed to want to start a conversation to get closer to his idol, and thus casually said. Was it the pig-head monster? It looked so gentle, why was it chasing after you? Gentle? Shenru looked at this young man before him, who appeared not older than early 20s. His clean-cut looks would have been popular even in Shenru's original world. How do you know about it? Shenru did not let down his guard, considering the abundance of deceivers these days. He didn't offer extra information, instead leaving the space for an answer open for Ruan Ping. The other party didn't hesitate much, his clear eyes suggesting sincerity. He directly explained, when I first woke up, I was lying on a bed. After some time, it came to check on me, and I sneakily took a glance when it wasn't paying attention. Afraid Shenru wouldn't believe him, Ruan Ping added deliberately, I have an A-grade card which can save my life. Although I didn't use it then, I kept it as my backup. Looking at Ruan Ping's nearly bare all honesty, Shenru barely believed his words. So, you did nothing? Ruan Ping obediently nodded his head and casually asked back, Brother Shen, what did you do to make it so angry? Shenru. Without a mother, stories are endless. Inside the live stream room. Ha ha ha, pure counter-questioning is most deadly. Nor did he do much, counting thoroughly, he beat it twice and killed it once. Yes, just a mundane relationship of mortal enmity. Ha 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 ha, laughing to death, hence, the result of all those operations done by my wife just now is, full anger value from NPCs. Chapter 43, Inverted Mental Hospital, 3. Shenru smiled, her red lips curving into a beautiful arc as she carelessly said, I killed it. Ruan Ping suddenly raised his head, gasping sharply, stunned with his mouth wide open without saying anything for half a day. What? Even with such high combat power, no player kills NPCs upon meeting them. Not right, if the one outside just now was killed, where did the other monster come from? But Ruan Ping quickly thought again, Shen Master himself was not a regular player. Letting him quietly go through a dungeon would be torture for him. Thus, while sympathizing with the senior's act of killing, Ruan Ping shakily asked out his own doubt. Then, why did it come alive again? Under the dim light, red eyes glimmered brightly. The upward curl of the corner of his mouth made him look like a hunter lurking in the dark night waiting for the other side to expose its weakness automatically. Once you kill an NPC, time will reset, but both parties retain the memory of the previous events. Ruan Ping widened his eyes in shock and then suddenly understood. No wonder the pig head was so aggressive, it had a grudge. So Ruan Ping immediately put on a solemn expression, firmly looking at Shenru and guaranteed. Rest assured, Brother Shen, I'll protect you. Shenru watched the other's determined look and suddenly remembered their first eye contact when the other showed a fearful and helpless expression. Inside the live stream room. Protect my wife, this sentence is probably the funniest joke I've heard this century. But from this, I can confirm that this is my wife's true fan. Ah, I knew this kid has ulterior motives towards my wife. Shenru mentioned this matter merely to observe Ruan Ping's instinctive reaction and attitude, because walking with a stranger was more dangerous than being chased by NPCs. But judging from the young man's gestures and expressions, there were temporarily no issues. Shenru soon stopped worrying too much about Ruan Ping's identity. There were currently too many unknowns, and the first thing he needed to do was find his basic information. Since both could see the human-bodied pig-faced monster, they had a common mission. Brother Shen, what should we do next? Ruan Ping quickly asked when he saw the other party not speaking. Shenru lightly moved 2 steps towards the door crack and carefully observed the situation in the corridor through the gap. It was very quiet, without strange footsteps, nor the sound of a pig breathing heavily. During the run just now, he noticed the layout diagram of each floor on the wall, but could only take a quick glance because of running too fast. Go out, we need to figure out the activity range of this dungeon and the location of the doctor's office. Alright. Ruan Ping didn't even think about it before directly agreeing. Following a master definitely wasn't wrong. After confirming multiple times that there was safety outside the door, Shenru and Ruan Ping tiptoed out of the storeroom and headed towards the remembered position of the floor plan. Unlike Ruan Ping who clung tightly to the wall, Shenru walked brazenly down the middle of the corridor, with his peripheral vision constantly keeping an eye on the doors that might open at any moment. The empty and silent corridor echoed with the footstep sounds of the 2 people. The monster just now seemed to really disappear like a hallucination. Upon arriving at the designated spot, just as Shenru had said, the layout map was drawn on a piece of white paper and then firmly stuck onto the wall. The mental hospital had 5 floors in total, 1 to 3 floors were ordinary wards, and floors 4 to 5 were for severe cases, each equipped with a nurse station and an office. They were on the 3rd floor, meaning the next level up was the severe area. Shenru suddenly remembered the nameplate seen earlier on the monster, which she hadn't had time to think over. Now everything made sense. It was very likely that this thing was only responsible for the 3rd floor area, so it was level 3. Then what about the nurses on other floors? Brother Shen, the nurse station and the doctor's office are right ahead. Shall we go? Ruan Ping still clung tightly to the wall, swallowing saliva with difficulty, eyes glistening as he looked at Shenru, and even the tone carried a slight tremble that he himself had not noticed. Shenru thought deeply with her eyelashes lowered, and finally, after careful consideration, raised her gaze to say seriously. If we encounter danger in a bit, you grab the wall and run. Hearing that their idol was considering them, the wet eyes instantly became somewhat misty. Brother Shen, you're such a good person. Before finishing the sentence, they heard the young man's voice adding quite calmly and indifferently. You're too weak, you'd hold me back. Ruan Ping, alright. A wasted effort. The 2 continued walking forward, and soon reached the nurse station. Surrounded openly, its size wasn't large either, but different from the tidy corridor, the tables here were filthy at present. Patient records lay scattered all over the ground, the insides and outsides of desks were full of muddy black spots, and even the pre-prepared instant noodle soup was spilled on the table. The entire scene was a mess. Shenru picked up the information on the ground, but the content inside was completely different from what she expected. Livestock number 1, pig. Cause of illness, porcine mycoplasma pneumonia. Symptoms, intermittent coughing and wheezing, runny nose, visible mucous membrane cyanosis. Appetite without obvious change, growth obstruction. Livestock number 2, pig. Cause of illness, edema disease. Symptoms, swelling in head, face or whole body. Body temperature without significant change, increased heart rate and respiration. Severe cases can lead to convulsions, screaming, foaming at the mouth. Shenru skimmed through all the subsequent data information. They were all various diseases found on pigs, indicating that this building originally wasn't meant for humans, but rather a place for livestock treatment. This could explain why the environment inside the ward differed so much from outside the ward. Because at the beginning, the ward wasn't intended for human habitation. Shenru suddenly recalled the symptoms of the patient during the examination. They were similar to the condition of livestock number 1. How close had she been to that pig? Damn it. Was this disease contagious? Just at this moment, a horrifyingly rough sound came from the adjacent office. Shenru had read a report dedicated to studying the relationship between pigs' cries and emotions. Short bursts of crying represented excitement or happiness, while longer cries indicated more negative emotions. So right now. Heavy footsteps suddenly sounded, familiar vibrations surged from the feet all the way to the top of the head. Shenru swiftly turned her head towards the office entrance. Coarse hair protruded from its face, due to full-body swelling, the pink skin was forcibly stretched into a semi-transparent state, and fangs jutted out from both sides of its mouth corners. Its body size grew due to edema, making anyone involuntarily startled. That thing emitted a sticky, nauseating gurgle, and in the next second, its head sharply dropped as it rushed toward Shenru and the others at incredible speed. Almost simultaneously, Shenru instantly exchanged a bundle of ropes at the mall and skillfully used her ability to knock down the monster in front of her. She swiftly looped the rope around the creature's neck and pulled with great force at its neck, followed by delivering a direct elbow strike to the back of its neck. Deprived of oxygen and due to the external impact, the creature went unconscious immediately this time. Shenru then quickly tied its hands and feet together, fastening it with a hog-tying knot before throwing it aside. Ruan Ping. The excitement of witnessing everything happening right in front of him was indeed vastly different from watching behind a screen. The expert truly stood out. This person wasn't afraid at all. The youth's actions were so skilled that Ruan Ping almost believed he had worked as a pig slaughterer before. In the live stream chat. Ha, my goodness, the final touch with that hog-tying knot was simply the highlight. Not. What on earth did our pretty darling do beforehand? Binding pigs like this is too practiced. Chapter 44, The Upside-Down Mental Hospital, 4. Such sturdy ropes could be easily exchanged in the mall system for cheap. Though the scenario didn't forbid killing NPCs, doing so would reset the game and increase hostility levels. So tying it up was fine then. Wan Ping was terrified to the point where his face turned pale and cold sweat streamed down his back. When lying on the hospital bed earlier, he only squinted his eyes to sneak a quick glance, roughly determining it to be a pig-headed humanoid monster. He hadn't dared to look closely at any further details. However, when the monster emerged from the room under the cold white light of the corridor, the light shone directly onto the bloated, horrifying pig-like face. This time he saw it clearly enough to even make out the brown hair growing on its face. Looking at the unconscious monster on the ground, Wan Ping struggled to swallow, although his face was ashen, his trembling lips continued to speak. Shen. Big brother Shen, is there anything I can help with? He was scared, but he still wanted to contribute. The young man slightly raised his red eyes, glancing at the boy who looked like he was about to cry and asked incredulously, have you been so frightened that you're talking nonsense now? Using tears to scare off the wild boar. Wan Ping. Thank you for being insulted. In the live stream chat. Ha 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 Ping, why don't you straighten your tongue first before helping? I think this kid is already about to crumble, yet he's still able to open his mouth to offer help. Wife. I've confirmed it for you, it's absolute true love. After confirming that there was nothing left to search in the nurse station, they turned and entered the office. As soon as they stepped in, an overpoweringly bloody stench hit them. The nauseating foul smell was so strong that it made Shenru squint her eyes and her foot unknowingly stepped into something. A sticky sensation immediately sent both of their scalps tingling. Wan Ping felt along the wall and encountered something akin to a switch, which he then pressed down. Click. The blinding white light illuminated the entire room, revealing the sight inside to both of them. On the deathly pale walls, scratches of various sizes were visible everywhere. The whole wall was covered with mold spots, the floor had already loosened and would emit a creaky sound whenever stepped on. Throughout the room were scattered clumps of black-yellow coagulated substances. The sticky liquid on the ground may have been saliva from animals or unidentified fluids resulting from untreated infections in the body. Shenru gritted her teeth against the nausea, and despite her reluctance, approached the desk. The desktop remained dirty and disordered, providing basically no useful information. In fact, many words on documents were already blurred, some even incomplete. While she was still searching herself, Wan Ping suddenly let out a startled cry from the other side of the room. Big brother Shen, come take a look. Wan Ping's complexion was deathly pale, his pupils shaking slightly, unable to believe what he saw written on the wall. Shenru walked over and found the guidelines for staff members posted on the wall. 1. During treatment, patients are easily infected and form cognitive disorders. They may see monsters with animal heads and human bodies. If this situation arises, it indicates that their condition has worsened. Please transfer them to the 4th floor for treatment immediately. 2. After being cognitively contaminated, patients will develop informational recognition difficulties. Do not be easily deceived by their behavior. 3. There are no dangers inside the mental hospital except after 8 p.m. 4. If the patient has already been infected, the above principles hold no reference value. Wan Ping felt that these 4 sentences completely shattered the worldview he had painstakingly built up. He originally thought this replica was an exploration scenario involving humans and animals swapping identities, but after all the twists and turns, these 4 sentences told them everything they had perceived was an illusion. Because their cognition might have been infected, they were seeing bizarre phenomena. Are we cognitively infected? Wan Ping looked disconsolately at the handsome young man beside him. Even an expert would feel a headache at this moment. Unexpectedly, he saw Shenru's lips curling into a faint smile filled with mischief. Her slightly narrowed red eyes gleamed with light, not displaying any sign of the confusion and chaos he had imagined. Do you think who wrote this message? The crisp voice resonated in Wan Ping's ears, providing an answer to some fuzzy, tangled questions like a messy ball of yarn. After thinking for a while, Wan Ping cautiously replied, it should be written by the principal. Shenru nodded in agreement and continued to guide him. Do you think the principal is a human or an animal? Wan Ping was about to answer when he suddenly froze. Based on his previous experiences, he had already confirmed that the entire mental hospital's identities and positions were inverted. In other words, he initially assumed the current principal was an animal, so the patients referred to them as players. If considering Shenru's hint, viewing it from the perspective where the principal is a human, the original form of this mental hospital may have just been a treatment facility for livestock. These 4 rules could then logically be seen as instructions given to staff members. If changing the term patients to livestock, it makes perfect sense. Domestic animals during illness indeed tend to bite or refuse treatment. Therefore, these points were specially noted in the employee guidelines. In the live stream chat. Honestly, anyone would have a breakdown upon first glance. I've experienced this replica. It's actually a deception method aimed to lure players upstairs to the 4th floor. Wouldn't players go upstairs anyway? Why bother with such unnecessary measures? This replica has a time limit of 3 days. If players figure out there are only pig-headed, human-bodied monsters on this floor, many would choose to preserve their lives and avoid going upstairs, hoping to survive until the end of the replica. That's really cruel. This was the first time Wan Ping had witnessed Shenru's terrifying intellect beyond sheer physical prowess. He had played the social gathering replica many times, replaying countless instances of the young man's impressive killing spree at the end of the game, but because of his over-admiration for Shenru's strength, everyone else developed a stereotypical impression of him being a reckless lunatic. But in reality, since meeting Shenru, he had always acted extremely calm. It was precisely because of this calmness that they managed to uncover the glitch in this replica and could smoothly endure the 3 days within it. Seeing that the other party had fully understood, Shenru gave a satisfied nod, her red eyes finally flashing with excitement, the upward tilt of her eyelids forming a beautiful curve. Even her usually steady breathing became slightly hurried. Since you understand, let's head to the 4th floor. The young man's voice was soft and sweet, carrying an almost tender sense of anticipation if listened carefully. However, this statement was like a cold knife plunging ruthlessly into Wan Ping's heart. Almost unable to believe, he turned back to look at Shenru, his expression shocked and bewildered. What? Wan Ping thought he must have misheard, finding it difficult to verify with the youth. Shenru was in a good mood, raising her lips to show an incredibly ostentatious smile, her dark red eyes full of gentleness, as if preparing to visit an old friend she hadn't seen in years. I said, let's go together to the 4th floor. Wan Ping took 2 large steps backward. This guy is insane. Ah, who praised him as being calm? At this very moment, Wan Ping suddenly found the pig head lying on the ground to be somewhat more amicable. In the live stream chat. Ha 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 ha. I can tell Wan Ping's entire worldview has received a powerful shock. Ha ha ha, I swear he definitely wanted to survive 3 days without risk and then pass through. I can't stop laughing. My wife even deliberately emphasized, we. Congratulations to player Wan Ping, your path of being squeezed dry by my wife is just beginning. Chapter 45, The Upside Down Mental Hospital, 5. Inside the elevator. Shenru reflected on the employee regulations she had just seen in the office. Based on existing clues, it seemed that animals' cognitive contamination likely stemmed from awakening self-awareness during treatment. Moreover, Article 4 of the employee guidelines clearly stated that if livestock showed signs of infection, the above 3 rules would be invalidated. Thus, there was no safe period in this mental hospital at the moment. Moreover, it was uncertain whether their appearance had changed in the eyes of the monsters. Thinking of this, Shenru took out a nameplate from her pocket, which clearly wrote, Level 3. In the live stream chat. When did he take it? I remember the last bloated pig did not have a nameplate. It seemed that he took it when he escaped the room for the last time. The scene just flashed by, and I thought it was an eye illusion. Damn, so she thought about getting the nameplate so early. After the time reset, Shenru had a close encounter with one of those monsters. At that time, she didn't think much about the nameplate but simply grabbed it during the fight for any emergency. Now, it turned out to be useful. Then, the young man handed over the nameplate to Wan Ping. Wan Ping wasn't stupid, he naturally knew it was a sign belonging to the monster. In many scenarios, such items were crucial for changing character identities. For instance, in the current situation, it could very likely be the key prop to alter their fate. This is what Brother Shen found, I can't wear it. Although Wan Ping wanted it badly, he couldn't. If he wore it, then what about Shenru? Everything on the 4th floor was still unknown, and he couldn't watch his idol in danger. Shenru looked at the other's sincere face and suddenly realized that the guy must have started imagining some melodramatic story in his head again. Wear it. I am not sure what we look like in the opponent's eyes right now. Just tell them later that my condition has worsened, and I've been sent up here for treatment. The crisp voice of the youth shattered Wan Ping's beautiful fantasy. If the monster's attitude towards you isn't normal, your next main task will be ensuring survival. Understand? Wan Ping blinked his eyes, and his unfocused pupils gradually focused as if he hadn't quite understood what the other person meant. Shenru chuckled lightly, raised her lips slightly, and with an upward tilt of her eyelids added teasingly, didn't you let me use you fully? Wan Ping. In the live stream chat. Ha ha ha, the kid is confused. A second ago, he was grateful, but now, forget it. Yeah, baby, these are your fans. You can't just discard them after using them. I feel Shenru is indirectly protecting him. If both are patients and move together, the danger level is higher. If Wan Ping can smoothly join the role of nurse, he'll definitely be safer. Yes, I agree. Normally, this is the key to changing identities. Shenru testing mistakes herself would be more beneficial, but she didn't do it. Wawa, my wife is indeed sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. Shenru indeed intended to use this to determine whether the nameplate could be key to switching identities. Moreover, if the hypothesis holds true, it means that this nameplate might well be one of the elements of cognitive contamination. Ding! Floor 4 arrived. The elevator door slowly opened. Different from the 3rd floor, a strong and stimulating smell of decay immediately hit as the doors opened. The long corridor only had 2 lamps flickering with weak light, and black-red disordered bloodstains covered the walls around. Incomplete meat pieces were scattered all over the floor, and some newly cut flesh pieces still showed nerve reflexes, continuously wriggling on the ground. As far as the eye could see, everything was in chaos. With poor lighting, Shenru couldn't make out exactly what things were there. Suddenly. Hiss. Wanping suddenly drew in a breath sharply, and the pace forward abruptly stopped. A sticky, cold sensation wrapped around his ankles, even trying to climb up along his pants. Shenru quickly turned her head and followed the boy's gaze to find the original severed body's true form. An octopus. This creature had died not long ago, its nervous system hadn't completely ceased function yet, so even without the brain, it could still act alone. Shenru calmly pried the octopus tentacle off and unexpectedly raised her eyebrows slightly. The octopus arm was drenched in blood, and the suckers were tightly packed together, adhering to round, white spherical objects. Wanping also noticed this point and curiously observed it. Until he and the two spherical objects' black pupil-bearing gazes met, Wanping was scared pale in an instant, clamping his mouth tightly and hastily retreating 2 steps. They were a pair of eyes. Apparently, they had been forcibly sucked out. Shenru immediately ruled out the possibility of a player being killed because judging from the situation on site, the octopus monster had been torn apart and despite any residual nerve reflexes, it would soon die entirely. If an NPC dies, it would lead to the game resetting. Therefore, he should have returned to the 3rd floor instead of staying on the 4th. Thus, these eyes were not from another NPC but the octopus monster's own. Just as this thought crossed her mind, suddenly a system prompt tone sounded in both of their ears. Ding! Detected irregularities involving player Shenru and player Wanping, unusual dead octopus. Due to the aggravation of my condition, I was unfortunately transferred to the 4th floor for treatment, yet the dismembered octopus body and the chaotic hallway are telling me strange things about this hospital. After the broadcast ended, Shenru turned her head toward Wanping and said, "Let's go to the nurse's station now and proceed according to our earlier plan." Wanping seemed entrusted with a crucial task, nodding seriously with a grave expression. There was no one at the nurse's station, so they had to find someone in the office. Wanping stood rigidly by the doorway, giving himself mental cues, gritting his teeth hard, and telling himself not to scream no matter what he saw next. Prepared to take a deep breath and knock on the door. A pale, delicate hand suddenly appeared before him. Then the beautiful wrist lightly swayed twice. Knock, knock, knock. The hurried knocking sound instantly rang out. Wanping. What? Are you that impatient? In the live stream chat. Ha 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 ha, damn, couldn't stop laughing. My wife, no one else is more reckless than me, ha ha ha. Monsters witnessing this scene must be shocked too, hurry up and open the door. Your daddy has arrived. As Wanping anxiously scanned his surroundings, a gurgling, sticky crawling sound came from inside the room. It grew louder as it approached, accompanied by a wet grinding sound, and the door was then pulled open. A dark red eye, glowing eerily green, abruptly appeared in the crack of the door. Wanping immediately shrank back his pupils, forcefully suppressing his trembling molars as he tried to keep his voice steady. Hello, I'm the nurse from the 3rd floor. This patient's condition has worsened, so I'm sending him up here for treatment on the 4th floor. Upon finishing his sentence, the eyeball in the door gap abruptly shifted its gaze toward the red-eyed youth behind Wanping. Their gazes met, causing Shenru to unconsciously curve her lips upward as her hands trembled slightly. It wasn't out of fear or panic, it was the overwhelmingly malicious stare that triggered an inexplicable excitement within her. What could possibly provide a greater thrill than skirting the edge of death? A sharp voice emerged from behind the door, "Nurse, wait in the office. The patient, come with me." After saying this, the soft-bodied monster effortlessly slipped through the door, revealing its entire form to both of them. Chapter 46, Upside Down Mental Hospital, 6. Its massive body displayed a pale yellow hue, covered with distinctive blue ring-shaped patterns and black spots, the whole thing resembling being draped in a translucent film. Its drooping brain dripped fresh slime continuously. Unlike the creatures on the 3rd floor, this was entirely in the shape of an octopus, moving upright on some of its tentacles. Yet, both its appearance and movements looked as if it had just hatched. Female blue ring octopuses die after laying eggs and successful hatching. So, could the octopus in the corridor be the mother of this monster? Though still uncertain, the only thing Shenru was certain of was that the nameplate was indeed a key to changing identity, likely one of the main sources of livestock consciousness contamination. Shenru signaled to Wanping with her eyes, who immediately understood. Subsequently, he obeyed and entered the office, watching as the youth and the monster walked down the corridor to the other side. There was nobody in the office, all that lingered was an uncomfortable briny smell making people nauseous. Blue-ring octopus-like mucus clung to the walls around the room, marking territory in every corner, drenching the air with its unique scent. Wanping quickly glanced over the desk, finding nothing particularly valuable. The information was mostly similar to what was found on the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor mainly dealt with treating pig-related diseases, while the 4th floor was primarily focused on diagnosing cartilaginous animals. The same position still listed several employee guidelines for the 4th floor. Glancing over them carelessly, Wanping's heart suddenly sank halfway. 1. This hospital strictly refuses blue-ringed octopuses, despite their gentle nature due to their deadly poison. To ensure employee safety, when encountering a blue-ringed octopus within the facility, ignore it. 2. The diagnosis areas for octopuses and snakes are separately located on either side of the long corridor, but if the rule is broken, chaos may ensue. 3. Due to the limited movement range of cartilaginous animals, there are only 2 staff members on this level. If a third appears, disregard it. 4. If any of the above 3 situations occur, it means that the hospital is no longer safe at this moment. Staff members are requested to evacuate immediately. After reading these 4 rules, Wan Ping's face unconsciously showed an expression of panic. Even the scalp at the back of his head felt numb, not to mention the sweat in his palms, which seemed as if it could be wrung out like water. None of these rules looked like a good situation. Wasn't the creature earlier a blue-ringed octopus? According to the guidelines, the hospital doesn't admit such animals, so what exactly was the being next to his idol? The entire room was deathly silent, and the atmosphere of terror reached its peak after Wan Ping read through all 4 rules. He wasn't sure if it was tension or hallucination, but he thought he heard unusual sounds inside the room. SSS, SSSS. At first, the sound was very faint, like tinnitus caused by overthinking. Wan Ping raised his hand and tremblingly scratched his ears, only for the strange hissing sound to become much clearer instantaneously, uncontrollably agitating the boy's fragile nerves. Unbeknownst to him, a several-meter-long python opened its mouth slightly, its bloodthirsty crimson eyes flashing, and its sharp fangs slowly approaching his frail, delicate neck, seemingly ready to bite off his neck at the next second. The corridor was quiet. Shenru obediently followed behind the octopus while her mind rapidly whirled. The theme of this was the reversal of human and animal roles. Perhaps certain human behaviors had polluted the consciousness of animals, allowing them to form autonomous ideas, and consequently, restricting various human actions. This process should have been natural. However, the appearance of nameplates led Shenru to confirm the involvement of artificial intervention in this process. From the behavior of the monsters, the evolution of their consciousness hadn't yet made them develop mutual respect for their own kind. Thus, the hum following the monster's killing earlier and the time reversal must also have been artificially controlled. Who could it be? Shenru thought as her gaze scanned the octopus body on the ground. Originally just glancing casually, one look suddenly made her pause. The tentacles on the ground were yellow with no patterns, anyone would see it as an ordinary octopus species. Could this type of octopus produce offspring of the blue ring variety? That was clearly impossible. The monster in front continued to crawl unnervingly, while the young man's dark red pupils showed no panic. His steps and breathing remained steady, but his mind had already processed the existing information repeatedly many times. Blue-ringed octopuses contain potent poison. Logically, not every hospital has the ability or conditions to treat and house them, let alone when they lead to the death of ordinary octopuses. Perhaps the monster in front of him didn't belong here. In the live stream chat. I just came over from the adjacent room, saw the employee guidelines for the 4th floor, I'm already overwhelmed. Wife, wake up. This ghostly thing doesn't know where it plans to take you. Don't shout, if your wife knew about this, do you think she would keep walking or turn around and run? Then I won't worry anymore. For my wife, knowing or not makes little difference. The corridor atmosphere was oppressive, and Shenru couldn't help but feel, though unsure if it was her illusion, that there was an observing gaze coming from a gap between doors. Her red irises flickered, accompanied by a subtle smirk at the corner of her lips. Suddenly, the monster in front spoke. We're here. Go in. Shenru did not enter immediately. Instead, she quickly observed the room's interior from the doorway. Different from the dimly lit corridor, the glaring electric lamps emitted a cold white light. Most noticeable was the large cylindrical glass tank in the center of the room. Under the lights, numerous snakes shining with black brilliance were tightly intertwined, their flexible bodies emitting bone-chilling hisses as they moved, causing the lid of the glass container to subtly loosen. A cunning excitement flashed through the young man's eyes as he stared at the camera inside the room with a bright red light and broke into a gorgeous smile. Could you wait a moment? Could you bear witness for me? Shenru quickly adjusted her expression, keeping her tone calm, even casting an empty gaze at the octopus as her eyes lifted. An impatient and sharp voice rang in the youth's ear. What kind of witness? Witness. Shenru elongated her tone, swiftly exchanging a steel rod in the space mall, adding an enhancement package onto it just in case. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of many parties, she swung her arm powerfully, smashing towards the glass vessel. The exceptionally delighted voice, filled with passionate tremors, accompanied the sound of shattering glass as the young man finished his sentence tenderly. Your time to die. If NPCs couldn't kill monsters, how about monster-on-monster killing? The handsome eyes slightly curved upwards, waiting for a reaction from the person on the other side of the surveillance. In the next second, the sharp and horrifying sounds were paused one by one, leaving countless snake tongues suspended in mid-air, forming a chilling arc. Finally, the person on the other side of the camera spoke with a tone that seemed both helpless and indulgent. When did you figure it out? The handsome eyes of the youth slightly bent into an amused curve, his tongue lightly licking the corner of his mouth, leaving a trail of moisture. He responded ambiguously and provocatively. Just now. Chapter 47, Inverted Mental Hospital, 7. Indeed, Shenru was trying to trick him. He had no idea who the person behind the camera was, but he wanted to see how they would handle this situation. The system hadn't given any prompts about there being a mole or other factions within so the character's role should have been an NPC in the game. Does President Mo enjoy monitoring others' every move? After saying this, Shenru casually unbuttoned the top button of his collar, revealing his pale clavicles without any reservation. From the monitor came a low laugh filled with suggestive innuendo, transmitted through the mechanical electronic device. I only like watching you. In the live stream chat. Grass. What did you two do behind my back last time when the mission ended? The CP drama has come unexpectedly suddenly. What? Are they together already? Damn, treating me like an insider too much, huh? Speak up, whatever comes to mind. I want to hear more. Say more. Shenru didn't know that the viewers in the live stream were already naming their child. Instead, he felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing that final sentence. You had mentioned before that he liked obedient little dogs, but they parted ways unpleasantly after that. Now observing his every move through the monitor, wasn't this the same as setting up cameras at home to check on your pet anytime? There was no difference, You simply wanted to be the master. Coincidentally, he wished to become You's adoptive father. Damn. You didn't care whether the other party responded or not. A short burst of laughter followed, and the stagnant air once again became lively. At the exact moment Shenru released him from the talent-induced stillness, he triggered his talent again, darting forward wildly amidst furious roars and eerie hissing noises while frantically running towards the other side. Passing by the previous ward, Shenru's playful voice fluctuated due to his sprinting motion. You'd better start running if you don't want to die. Soon, voices of complaint sounded from within the room, immediately followed by a blur shooting out. Grass, what bad luck. Mengyi couldn't help but wonder, was this guy insane? He had been hiding well inside the room, so how did he end up suffering undeserved calamity? That giant octopus could easily kill this frail, spindly thing with one slap, but instead, he actually went to provoke the creature. However, Mengyi was farther away from the final room and had quite a few life-saving items in hand, so he was relatively confident. Unlike the frantic escape of the youth, Mengyi even found time to look back. It was at this very glance that he witnessed the terrifying fangs revealed when a seemingly docile blue-ringed octopus opened its mouth, releasing venom in anger. Countless pythons scrambled hurriedly out of the room at the corridor's end, bizarre hissing sounds instantly filling the entire hallway. Some snakes had already entwined around the octopus's body and tentacles, pressing and twisting each other viciously. Mengyi. Who released the living llama? How many protective items are enough to deal with this kind of situation? Mengyi quickly turned his head, exerting all his strength to escape swiftly forward. In the live stream chat. I can't stop laughing, my wife will make sure I take her down with me if I die. The player confidently looked back just moments ago, and the instant he turned around, I could feel his face turning white. Oh my god, I'm dying from laughter. Despite the urgent situation, why does it feel like a full comedy effect? After Shenru left, Huan Ping also noticed something amiss in the room, and he could distinctly feel something gradually approaching his neck from behind. The sound was far too close, it felt as though the next second, the thing would merge with him. Oppressed by unknown fear and unable to breathe, Huan Ping clenched his teeth and suddenly turned around. Better to endure short pain than prolonged agony. Let's go for it. Just as Huan Ping locked eyes with the malicious golden-yellow vertical pupils, his pupils shrank sharply. He felt a chill rise from his feet to the top of his head, and his clothes were instantly drenched with cold sweat. Even his breathing slowed down. For a moment, neither side moved. Under the light, the python's figure was clearly imprinted on the ground. The dark shadow twisted continuously, and Huan Ping's heart also hovered in suspense. The nurse from the third floor, what are you doing here? The giant python stood upright, looking down at him from a height, as if there was an insurmountable chasm between the third and fourth floors. Upon hearing this, Huan Ping's suspended heart finally fell back into place. It seemed that the name tag could indeed change one's identity, and perhaps in the giant python's eyes, he looked like a pig head with a human body. He then took a deep breath and explained, a patient on the third floor has become severely ill. I'm sending them up for treatment. The python spat out its tongue and circled around Huan Ping repeatedly, continuing to ask, where is the patient? The patient was. Huan Ping's words had not yet finished when there came a disturbing commotion outside the door. Footsteps, curses, even the hissing sound of the python spitting its tongue that he had just heard. Huan Ping's first reaction was that Shenru was in trouble. He couldn't tell whether he was afraid or not. Taking advantage of the python's distraction, he dashed out the door in one swift step and slammed it shut. After rushing out, he immediately ran toward the direction of the sound and saw a horrifying sight that would haunt him for life. Shenru was leading a charge towards him, followed by a little pink-furred thing with its mouth wide open and a terrified expression, the focus being the dense cluster of damn pythons and the blue-ringed octopus he had just encountered. This must be a dream. Huan Ping slapped his face hard. Shenru had only been gone for 2 minutes, this definitely wasn't his doing. Huan Ping's steps forward became mysteriously heavy, unsure of how to decide. But then a sudden explosive sound of the python breaking through the door came from behind. That's right, there was still a giant python behind him. When Huan Ping was hesitating, he heard Shenru shouting at him. What are you standing there for? Run to the elevator. Quickly. The body always acts faster than the brain. After hearing this, Huan Ping didn't have time to think and bolted towards the elevator. At this moment, the giant python finally broke through the broken-down door behind him, the furious roar echoing through the entire corridor. In the live stream chat, the scene can be said to be very chaotic. I don't know who to blame for the current situation. Anyone can be wrong, but my wife must be right. Take this blind worshipper away. Fortunately, Ruan Ping ran fast enough to open the elevator door first. Shenru and Meng Yi successively arrived, hastily pressing the close button, barely isolating the monsters outside, successfully ascending to the 5th floor. The three gathered together safely inside the elevator. Phew. Meng Yi sat inside the elevator, exhaling a long breath, looking at the youth ready to start yelling. But upon raising his head, he locked eyes with the distinctive red eyes. Meng Yi trembled as he weakly extended his finger pointing at the youth, struggling to speak after a long pause. You're Shenru. The youth appeared without any hint of remorse, instead curving his lips slightly. His dark red eyes flashed with interest as he smiled amiably and said, "Of course." Meng Yi sucked in a sharp intake of breath, looking extremely aggrieved, then just now. It was intentional. This way is much more fun, isn't it? Doesn't the feeling of adrenaline surging make it wonderful? This statement came naturally from the youth, anyone could see the unmistakable excitement and intense passion for in those eyes. Meng Yi kicked a steel plate. Ruan Ping's face turned pale, his expression dazed as he stared at the two. Being a lackey for a master player really requires risking your life. Chapter 48, Inverted Mental Hospital, 8. 5th floor of the mental hospital. After the elevator door opened, a spacious and tidy hall came into view. Different from the layout of the previous floors, the elevator entrance directly faced the triage desk and the nurse station. On the left were the wards, and on the right were the consultation rooms and operating rooms. Pale white lights illuminated the entire corridor, and surveillance cameras continued to operate in the corners. Quiet, pure white, even carrying a faint sense of serenity. Shenru was surprised to see a girl sitting at the nurse's desk. She had her hair tied in a ponytail, wore neat work attire, and exuded an energetic demeanor, even greeting with a polite smile on her face. When she saw the three of them emerge from the elevator, there wasn't a trace of surprise. It was as if she were programmed, naturally approaching them to inquire. What happened? Shenru remained silent, his dark red eyes curved slightly as he intensely scrutinized her until the moment she was about to ask again. The youth finally spoke. There are strange noises from downstairs that made me feel dizzy, I want to see a doctor. The nurse didn't respond immediately to this statement but instead turned her gaze toward the two behind the young man, smiling politely while asking again. The doctors haven't started work yet. Is there anything you'd like to tell me? Did something happen downstairs? Meng Yi and Ruan Ping suddenly remembered the red eyes they saw in the elevator, and then both abruptly shook their heads in unison with Shenru's earlier explanation. It's just dizziness. In the live stream chat. Ha ha ha, these two are so obedient. Brothers, doesn't this nurse seem off? That's true, and the atmosphere on the 5th floor is clearly different. It feels like the calm before the storm. The nurse sheepishly withdrew her curious look and gently said to the trio, you will temporarily stay on the 5th floor. Can we arrange everything when the doctors start work tomorrow? Upon hearing the affirmative reply, Shenru's eyes finally showed a faint trace of amusement as he continued, we prefer to stay together. The female nurse clearly hesitated for a second, then quickly adjusted her expression, smiling and agreeing readily. Shenru happily followed the nurse, refraining from revealing specific details about what happened downstairs. Instead, he recounted only things that sounded odd but harmless, knowing full well that if the female nurse was another player, she would descend in order to unlock further events. How exciting! He wondered if she would be delighted by the gift he left behind. Inside the room. The nurse had arranged a standard 4-person dormitory for them. After Shenru confirmed the door was securely closed, he glanced at the camera mounted above, chuckling cynically at its flashing red light. The atmosphere inside became heavy, though difficult to articulate. An evident problem, up to now, every floor's nurses or doctors were animals in disguise. But this floor's nurse was indisputably human. Ruan Ping curled up in his blanket, exposing only his head. His voice trembled as he hesitantly asked. Shen brother, could this nurse actually be a monster in disguise? Shenru shook his head. Since the three were currently acting together to avoid any sabotage from each other, he patiently analyzed the situation for the others. From our 4th floor test, it's been established that one source of cognitive pollution for the monsters is the name tag. Hence, the monsters would regard Ruan Ping, who wears a name tag, as a kindred being. But think carefully, did the nurse react that way earlier? Ruan Ping suppressed a startled exclamation and wavered nervously, Shen brother, your point is, that the nurse isn't a monster. Meng Yi shook his pink-haired head and sighed, she's not just a monster, I reckon she's a player. She was trying to get information out of us, you're just too naive to notice. After Meng Yi pointed this out, Ruan Ping suddenly recalled the employee guidelines he had noticed on the 4th floor, which explicitly stated that there were only 2 staff members there. If a third person appeared, simply ignore them. He shared his observation with the other two. Shenru paused for a moment and replied, if we examine it through the lens of inverted theory, the giant python and octopus on the 4th floor were substitutes for the 2 official staff members. So, the real staff members might be either trapped players or NPCs within rooms. We can't exclude the possibility that the female nurse might be a player from the 4th floor, but we can't say this for sure either. Given that there were still 2 eyeballs found on the dead octopus suckers from the 4th floor, there was a high probability that the other player had already met their demise. Based on the current clues, the amount of information they could deduce remained limited. After all, the deadline for Thu is 3 days. Thanks to Shinru, the other 2 were utterly exhausted, falling asleep on their beds almost instantly. Shinru didn't fall asleep right away. He stayed awake, gazing directly at the surveillance camera above. Silence enveloped the room entirely. Perhaps he had thought incorrectly from the very beginning. Maybe, more than just MOU lay behind the camera. Otherwise, why did the other party insist on using their talent to communicate with him? The night grew deeper. Dim moonlight seemed to seep into the room, obscured by shadows, gradually eroding their vision. The light before Shinru disappeared, leaving him completely shrouded in darkness. It was unbearably cold. The young man felt himself surrounded by thick fog, tightly bound by some invisible force. Trapped like a golden oriole locked in a cage, no escape seemed possible. Shinru felt a warm breath on the back of his neck, and his shoulder sank accordingly. A familiar sweet fragrance came close, and one of them couldn't help but have a rapidly beating heart in their chest. What is President Mo doing? Rose always liked to rise her tone at the end of sentences, somehow adding a hint of allure. Lulling you. The deep voice sounded beside the youth's ear, speaking with a gentle laugh. Shinru burst into laughter, his tone icy as the previous flirtatious tone vanished without a trace. Wasn't this some trick suggested by your pet-loving friends? MOU had indeed read a lot of pet care tips, many of which taught him how to take care of pet emotions. But the man felt that if he told the truth, the other person might get angry, so he awkwardly and poorly steered the conversation away. Don't like dogs? Then a cat can work too. Shinru was almost infuriated by the man's nonsense, but now his body was confined, forcibly restrained by someone. He could only grit his teeth hard and use up his last ounce of patience to tell the man. I want to be human, and if I can, I want to be your dad. The moment those words left Shinru's lips, a warm, large hand mercilessly covered his mouth, creating red marks on his handsome face, making him look pitiful. The man leaned closer, his well-defined fingers brushing against the corner of the youth's reddened eyes, leaving behind an incredibly delicate yet charming mark near the red eyes. Then Shinru heard MOU sigh, his deep and pleasant voice stimulating his ears. So cute. Shinru. Cute my ass. What a vulgar way to insult someone. Struggling, Shinru tried to open his mouth to curse, but unfortunately, his whole body was enveloped in the sweet fragrance, unable to move. Even his mouth was sealed tightly, allowing only mumble sounds to escape, expressing his dissatisfaction. MOU was amused by the youth's actions, his dark eyes carrying twinkles of laughter. The two were very close, and the man lowered his head effortlessly, nearly touching the youth's nose. Do you know about the Truman Show? A gentle voice whispered in Shinru's ear, I'm waiting for you to come find me. The black mist dissipated, and the heavy breathing of the other two in the room became clearly audible. Moonlight gently shone through the window, softly illuminating the handsome face of the young man. His eyes were moist with water, the red marks on his face still hadn't faded, and his eye corners had been rubbed all over. The youth's red eyes slightly lifted, carrying an awe-inspiring beauty. Inside the live stream chat. Shit. I said the live broadcast signal couldn't possibly be interrupted for no reason. How did my big wife turn into this in the blink of an eye? If you don't let us watch, fine, next time let our kid hear a sound, alright? Chapter 49, The Inverted Mental Hospital, 9. The Truman Show was a movie MOU watched before coming to this game. It tells the story of Truman's entire life being lived in a reality show, whether it's his environment, co-workers, or even his wife, all are staff members of the production team. The world may be false, but one must have the courage to break out of the false cage. So, was the ward surveillance camera not used to monitor the patient's condition but rather to observe the relationship between patients and doctors? Shinru had already guessed earlier that these series of cognitive awareness pollutions could not occur autonomously, there must have been external intervention. This made sense. Though the plot suddenly connected smoothly due to the clue, thinking about how they obtained it made the young man grind his teeth in anger. Liang Yu sent the three into the ward and immediately prepared to go to the 4th floor. She recognized the youth at the front just now as Shinru, the currently most powerful new player. Although the rookie's instance was not publicly accessible, she believed that anyone who had watched the Tea Party instance would be deeply impressed by those red eyes. So, from the first glance at Shinru, she decided to pretend to be an NPC, using her identity to extract information. This nurse's uniform and the level 5 insignia on her chest were Liang Yu's final means of self-preservation, and also her powerful tool to move unrestrictedly. Since Shinru could lead two players successfully to the 5th floor, it meant the lower floors either had no significant risks or that the youth had already cleaned everything up. All she needed to do was discover any abnormal phenomena, conduct reasoning, and complete the task. Of course, this was what she thought before the elevator doors opened. Squeak. At the instant the door opened, the pitch-black corridor, shrouded in shadows, seemed eerily desolate. The shadows appeared to be moving faintly, and an eerie, horrifying hissing sound echoed throughout the empty hallway. A sticky, fishy smell rushed towards them. The floor was covered with snakes lying motionless, and just opposite the elevator stood a colossal octopus corpse of an ordinary species. There were still a few thin pythons wriggling on it, clearly having just enjoyed a sumptuous meal. Liang Yu. Truly, believing a man's words is as easy as believing that a sow can climb trees. How did they make it safely to the 5th floor under these circumstances? Liang Yu wasn't stupid. Seeing the current scene and connecting it to the youth's various expressions and mannerisms earlier, she suddenly understood everything. She had been deceived. There was no time to think much about it now. Holding her breath, while the monsters on the ground hadn't noticed her yet, she gently pressed the close button. It wasn't until the elevator doors slowly closed that the cold sweat seeping from her forehead dripped down her cheeks. Just as Liang Yu thought she could finally relax. Suddenly. Bang! A deafening sound came from above, causing the entire elevator to violently shake. The buzzing electrical current didn't stop, and after the light stubbornly persisted for a moment, it went out with a snap. The already cramped space was instantly shrouded in eerie darkness. Liang Yu didn't scream, but her complexion was ghastly pale. Had the monsters on the 4th floor discovered her? Or had she just run into an elevator malfunction? In this strange, dark environment, especially after just witnessing a terrifying and bizarre scene, anyone would feel enormous psychological pressure. Dun dun dun. The urgent sound of objects hitting iron plates echoed from above. Liang Yu's heart jolted twice in fear. Even though she couldn't see her expression at the moment, she could vividly imagine how white her face must be. What she didn't expect, however, was that alongside the hurried sounds came a male voice laced with amusement. Still there. Liang Yu remained silent, her heart pounding against her throat as she swallowed the saliva with great difficulty, waiting for the next words from the man. Currently, she should have been between the 4th and 5th floors. Since the person could stop the elevator, he must also have the ability to send her back to the 4th floor. When Liang Yu thought the other party might make some outrageous demands, the man spoke. I'm Shinru, you've met me before. Startled, Liang Yu widened her eyes and gazed upward in shock. Although she hadn't guessed that the man had already seen through her tricks, threatening her here was something she'd never expected. Without knowing the actual condition of the elevator, being alone up there guarding like sitting by the roadside waiting for rabbits meant that if there were any malfunctions and the elevator crashed, the man would become the first one to end up splattered into mush. He truly was reckless. What do you want? Go ahead and ask. All this roundabout maneuvering boiled down to wanting the intelligence and clues in her possession. Currently, she felt like a fish on the chopping block, left to be carved up as others wished. She could only submit to whatever happened. The other party seemed to ponder deeply before asking. Have you ever been a con artist? What? Isn't swindling becoming such a high-profile profession these days? How rude to start asking questions like that without proper introductions. Apparently dissatisfied with Liang Yu's silence, the man tooted slightly and slapped the iron panel above the elevator threateningly. Gritting her teeth, Liang Yu unconsciously softened her tone. I have lied. She thought she'd hear dissatisfaction in his tone, but instead, the youth above the elevator sounded slightly excited. You need to help me visit the 4th floor and deceive the monsters. If you've lied before, then it shouldn't be an issue. Liang Yu was shocked by Shinru's casual tone. It sounded like he was going grocery shopping at the market or something. To the 4th floor. Who am I supposed to trick? As soon as those words left her lips, the elevator let out a fragile groan, wobbling precariously as if it were about to fall into an abyss the next second. This was Shinru's warning to her. Damn. Recalling the chilling scenes she'd just witnessed, which felt like watching a horror movie, Liang Yu felt uneasy and nervous inside. What kind of weirdo goes back to the 4th floor again? Did not check my fortune today, ran into a madman. Inside the live stream chat. Where are you going? Brother, I'm hard of hearing, I just experienced some auditory hallucinations. My wife wants to hold a team-building exercise on the 4th floor. The person upstairs is too extreme. I think Liang Yu has shattered already. Is there anything more desperate than going on a midnight tour of the 4th floor? Yeah, the most desperate thing is that she has to go with my wife. Ha ha ha. Liang Yu, just let me die. Shinru had carefully considered the hints given by Mo. The straightforward information was that all their actions were under the conscious control of some people. This reminded him of the pair of eyeballs on the octopus suckers at the 4th level. The appearance of this thing there was very strange. No matter how he thought about it, it didn't make sense. Moreover, the scene at that time was too chaotic for him to check whether there were any surveillance cameras in the corridors of the 4th floor. No matter what, he had to go back once more. After receiving a positive response from the victim, Shinru satisfactorily released the person from the elevator. Liang Yu had just regained her freedom, but she couldn't help being full of questions and wanted to ask subconsciously. However, as soon as she looked up, her eyes met with a pair of bright red eyes. The dark red irises were filled with excitement and anticipation, even with a certain degree of interest. Shinru was looking forward to something. What he expected was self-evident. Liang Yu's pupils trembled in shock, her teeth chattered uncontrollably, yet she managed to bring out the biggest question in her mind. Why is it me? The young man laughed, his gaze swept over the girl's level 5 badge, revealing a trace of madness and incomprehensible profundity in his eyes. Because I need bait. Chapter 50, The Upside-Down Psychiatric Hospital, 10. Upon hearing Wan Ping's description, Shenru understood that the hierarchical relationship here was very clear, similar to the survival of the fittest in the jungle rule. So the level 3 ID card was useless at the 4th floor. But Liang Yu was different. She was on the 5th floor, her badge naturally ranked at the top of the food chain. Shenru had also considered bringing an ID card himself to the 4th floor, but remembering what he did on others' territory, and the fact that NPCs could bear grudges, he suddenly became less confident. If the badge failed for him, then this trip would be like throwing meat buns to the dog, going without return. Therefore, the best plan was to have Liang Yu accompany him downstairs. Coincidentally, Shenru felt that Liang Yu was also very interested in the 4th floor. Inside the elevator. Liang Yu felt the elevator constantly descending, her heart that was suspended ultimately sank. Just by playing a small trick, pretending to be an NPC in front of Shenru, wouldn't that deserve death? The young man's previous words still rang clearly in her ears. Can you behave arrogantly? When you see the monsters later, look down at them through your nose, and take me to the treatment room boldly. Shenru seemed worried about the other party being afraid and promised solemnly, don't worry, absolutely safe. Liang Yu's worldview collapsed when the youth opened his mouth to go to the 4th floor. So at that time, she just numbly nodded. Now, reflecting carefully. Behaving arrogantly, toward whom? Her life, which was already treading on thin ice, has become even more difficult since she encountered Shenru. Squeak. A dirty and chaotic scene came into view of both of them. The yellowed walls were splashed with crimson blood spots and disgusting slime, thin pythons scattered all over the corners of the corridor, and that octopus was already dead. Even its brain could be seen through its rear skull with protruding snake heads. Liang Yu cast a puzzled glance at the octopus. She remembered it didn't have blue spots the first time she saw it. However, her instinctive panic temporarily replaced the confusion. Because the air was not only permeated with fishy stench but also interspersed with intermittent hissing sounds echoing through the entire corridor. Shenru raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes brimming with interest, even his pores quivered due to the shocking scene before him. Liang Yu beside him stiffened her body, her eyes rapidly scanning the surrounding environment. For a moment, she couldn't determine who was the doctor of the 4th floor. When she was pondering how to quickly find the target monster without alarming all the pythons on the ground, a heavy coughing sound suddenly came from nearby. Cough cough cough. The young man's voice was deliberate and clear, the echo reverberating repeatedly through the vast corridor. The intermittent hissing paused for a moment, followed by a bone-chilling friction sound, and the slimy coiling noise of bodies intertwined, surging toward them like an incoming tide. Liang Yu suddenly turned her head, looking at the other side in terror, her pupils shaking violently because of extreme fear. Who exactly said absolutely safe? What a hell of a start. In the live stream chat room. Ha, I can't stop laughing. I anticipated my wife would say surprising things, but not so fast. Ha, great job, now we don't have to worry about finding the attending physician, they're all heading towards the 2. A familiar expression appeared on the girl's face. Liang Yu turned her head, looking at the other side with sheer horror. The handsome young man squinted his eyes, smiling as he silently formed words, this is faster. Liang Yu. Sure enough, accompanied by an eerie and terrifying hissing sound, the wooden door on the left, which had a large hole smashed into it, creaked open. A giant python slowly crawled out from inside. Despite being shocked by the size of the python, Liang Yu did not forget the task given to her by the young man. Her current mission was to project the authority of someone at the top, ensuring her acting didn't give anything away. Liang Yu quickly adjusted her expression, inspecting the giant python with an air of disapproval, even disdain. What does the treatment room on the 4th floor even do? It can't cure such basic issues and has to send patients upstairs to the 5th floor. The python paused for a moment, apparently noticing the emblem on her chest. It suddenly lowered its head, and the surrounding smaller pythons followed suit. The chilling hissing sounds that made one's scalp tingle disappeared instantly, leaving the long corridor eerily silent. The smell of blood in the air grew stronger. Just as Liang Yu thought the python wasn't going to cooperate, a horrifying voice emanated from the massive snake head. This is entirely the fault of the octopus. It failed to ensure the patient received timely treatment. As it spoke, the python's vertically slit eyes glowing green flashed under the dim lighting. For reasons unknown, Shenru detected a sense of danger and hostility in the monster's gaze. Liang Yu seemed dissatisfied with this answer, continuing sternly, this time, I'll personally escort the patient. You don't need to follow. The giant python bowed its head even lower, hesitating before responding in a hollow voice, do as you please. With the python's verbal assurance, the two moved smoothly through the right-hand corridor, all the small pythons respectfully making way, retreating into the corners on either side. The two slowly walked towards the end of the corridor, with Shenru carefully observing the movements within the ward rooms on either side. He had deliberately made noise earlier for 2 reasons, to draw out the giant python, and to see if there were any other players on this floor. In such an environment where death could come at any moment, anyone hearing another human's voice would surely try to make contact. But their journey so far had been quiet, revealing nothing. Just as Shenru was feeling somewhat regretful, a faint cough suddenly came from one of the wards. Though soft, the sound was clearly caught by both of them. They continued walking as normal, both knew it wasn't a good time to rescue any fellow player now and they could only head to the treatment room first and think of a plan later. There were no surveillance cameras set up in the corridor, and the wall corners above were pitch black. Shinru glanced at the ground and slightly raised his eyebrows. The octopus tentacle that absorbed the eyeball had changed position. Perhaps due to the earlier commotion caused by the snake swarm, it had moved approximately 5 meters closer to the end of the corridor from its original location. As Shinru was pondering the oddity, those lifeless eyeballs suddenly began spinning violently. It was because of this rotation that Shinru clearly saw what the thing truly looked like. Round eyeballs, but with vertical pupils. Shinru fixed a wary stare on it. The preceding Liang Yu also seemed to have noticed something amiss, her body trembling violently. Before either could react, the system notification resounded in their ears. Ding! Players Shinru and Liang Yu have detected an abnormality, strange eyeballs. My condition seems to have worsened again. Why does the eyeball keep spinning on the octopus tentacle? Am I really seeing an eyeball? Does the octopus even exist? Realizing Liang Yu had paused, Shinru hurriedly reminded her, don't stop, keep moving. There was still a python behind them watching with intent. Shinru always felt something off about the python's gaze, and if Liang Yu's cover slipped, their lives might be in serious danger. Only after the two entered the treatment room, out of range of the bizarre gaze, did Liang Yu let out a heavy sigh of relief. The broken doorframe, shards of glass scattered across the floor, and the slick, wet traces left by the pythons on the walls all indicated some terrible events had occurred inside the room. When Shinru first entered this room, he had been nervous and disorganized, further disrupted by MOU. He hadn't had time to look closely at the details of the interior arrangement. So he couldn't confirm whether there were employee rules posted on the wall last time. If Wan Ping had seen the rules regarding monitoring the octopus, then these would likely be the corresponding guidelines for monitoring the pythons. 1. Snakes hold grudges and can mimic human voices. If you discover they are speaking, absolutely do not engage. 2. Pythons won't kill octopuses, but humans can. 3. Always remember, this level employs only 2 staff members. 4. If there's a conflict between the above 3 points and reality, it means this floor is no longer safe. Evacuate immediately. Liang Yu, which floor did you start on? Shinru's voice was exceptionally calm, without a hint of panic, giving off an impression that everything was under control. Liang Yu's face was pale, understanding the implications of his question. In a trembling voice, she gave a despairing answer. The 5th floor. Shinru stood in place, his eyes tightly fixed on the employee guidelines. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. The young man's shoulders shook slightly, his joyful laughter felt eerie and unsettling in the empty, deathly silent room. This was good. They had perfectly and precisely triggered every single rule. Chapter 51, The Upside-Down Mental Hospital, 11. Shinru was certain that there were surveillance cameras in the corridors of the 3rd and 5th floors. But the 4th floor was different. Before the clue about The Truman Show, he hadn't paid much attention to the cameras. On the contrary, since the 4th floor was controlled manually, its level of chaos could be used as a model for system observation. Such a valuable observational sample, yet there wasn't a single camera in the corridor. Something was off. Had he missed something? Shinru went over the entire process of arriving at the 4th floor again. There was nothing left out. Then, only one possibility remained. Their perception had already been compromised. The awareness of monsters changed due to the chest badges, so when exactly did they witness strange phenomena? The youth's eyelashes flickered slightly, making him appear fragile and helpless in the dim light. Though Shinru's contemplation lasted merely tens of seconds, each second seemed excruciatingly long to Liang Yu. Seeing his blank and helpless expression, she even felt her life entering a countdown. Just as she fell into despair, the youth's lips parted lightly, uttering 2 words. Eyes. What eyes? Unlike before, the youth lifted his head, his handsome face filled with passion and joy. A dark red flash in his eyes hinted at a wild beast-like excitement, his unique way of expressing excitement. The cuttlefish is the species present on this floor, but after Hu Ping and I came to the 4th floor, we not only saw cuttlefish but also the eyeballs adhere to it. The youth curled his lips into a smile, leaning closer to Liang Yu. His stunning eyes stared intently into hers. When you moved from the 5th floor to the 4th floor, the only living creatures were the tiny pythons. I guessed you saw the corpse of the cuttlefish, definitely not the blue-ringed cuttlefish. Liang Yu's ears turned slightly red at the sudden closeness. She couldn't help admitting this person indeed had some tendencies of wielding beauty like a weapon. How do you know? Because your cognition hadn't been infected before reaching the 4th floor. Think carefully, besides the cuttlefish, what else did you see? Liang Yu furrowed her eyebrows, gradually following Shinru's guidance and starting to clear her thoughts. Besides the cuttlefish, there were only pythons all over the floor. Could it be the eyes of the pythons? Shinru nodded. Do you remember the coughing sound we heard when we arrived? At this mention, Liang Yu's complexion worsened further, uncertainly saying, the rules mention snakes mimicking human speech. So there's no one else on this floor except for us, right? Exactly. A pair of dark red eyes flickered slightly, and the youth's body instinctively reacted under the situation, completely awakening a hidden desire. It seemed as if the other side also sensed that the moment had arrived. Instantly, the door began to show signs of unrest. Eerie hissing sounds and crawling noises began rising and falling incessantly. Liang Yu also sensed that something bad was coming and asked anxiously, "What should we do now? There are too many snakes, we can never kill them all. We can't kill NPCs, it will reset the game." "What? How do you know?" Liang Yu, who had already assumed the fighting stance, turned her head in shock, disbelief evident in her eyes. It seemed as though she just understood the reason. "Impossible. What exactly did he do before reaching the 5th floor?" "In the live stream chat room. How should I explain this to you? No one would intentionally kill NPCs at the start of the game, right? This must be hard for them to understand. I'm already feeling despair ahead of time. We can't kill NPCs, but we need to survive. These two conditions contradict each other." Shenru didn't answer her question, the delicate balance had been shattered after he uncovered the truth. He had a vague suspicion. Does the source of contamination exhibit a transmission phenomenon from object to object? If they could just cut off the main source, would everything vanish into thin air? Shenru wasn't sure, but in this game, weren't they all gambling with their lives? He liked this game. The young man's dark red eyes glinted with a sharp gleam. Without hesitation, he directly rushed into the long corridor. He was very fast, smoothly dodging the attacks and entanglements of the small pythons on the ground thanks to his talents. Just as he was about to reach the two eyeballs, a giant python suddenly shot out, opening its massive mouth and charging straight at Shenru. The youth braced himself on the ground and jumped suddenly. The blade that appeared out of nowhere directly pierced into the wall. With the right hand's momentum, he beautifully sat on the snake's head. The giant python wildly shook its body shape, moving quickly, trying to violently throw the person on its head onto the ground. Shenru had anticipated its movement. Tightening his legs around the giant python's head, he drove the sharp blade through the air, instantly piercing into the monster's eye. Bright red blood splattered everywhere, blooming like colorful red flowers across his handsome face. At the moment the knife pierced the eyeball and his hand felt the soft sensation, Shenru felt an immense sense of relief throughout his whole body. Blinding one I wouldn't count as killing an NPC, would it? In an instant, a wailing sound filled the entire corridor. All the small pythons on the floor trembled too, crazily writhing their bodies and emitting heart-wrenching screams. This scene made Shenru even more certain that resolving the pollution source would completely eliminate cognitive contamination. Aiming at the landing position on the giant python's head, using the momentum from his right hand, he leaped high up. His wide hospital gown flared with the wind, revealing his slender and strong waist. A bright flame rose in the dark red pupils, captivating with just a glance. As his feet touched the ground, he suddenly exerted force from his waist, leaning forward. The dagger in his hand directly plunged into the two eyeballs. With the explosion of the two eyeballs, the surrounding scenery changed instantly. The dazzling white lights illuminated the entire corridor. The clean walls were spotless, and the faint disinfectant smell brought a greater sense of reassurance. Liang Yu felt the change in the scene and hurriedly rushed out of the room to see. The youth still maintaining the pose of just now, the dagger in his hand firmly stuck deep into the ground. His face stained with bright crimson blood was eerie, dangerous, yet mesmerizingly beautiful. The look of joy tinged with neurosis from the fierce battle, when his eyes flickered, sharp and cold gaze emerged, filled with madness. After confirming the identity of the person approaching, that danger became subtle and deep. Even though the danger had temporarily subsided, Liang Yu still broke out in a cold sweat. She suddenly felt a surge of fear. Before Shenru rushed out, the other party hadn't said much at all. Because even he didn't know how likely success was. It was a huge gamble. What startled Liang Yu even more was the fighting prowess and the tangible madness in his eyes. Shenru could have directly threatened her physically to cooperate, or even thrown her away after using her. But he didn't. Instead, he fulfilled the promise made in the elevator. Absolute safety. That was the most chilling part. Inside the live stream chat room. I almost thought I was going to lose my spouse. Whimpering scared me to death. I thought the wife was definitely going to die, but then she delivered an incredible comeback. So awesome. Wife doesn't care if we live or die when she goes berserk. One word. Shocking. Chapter 52, The Upside-Down Mental Hospital, 12. The sticky feeling underfoot had disappeared entirely. The cold light illuminated the young man's fair face, casting dense shadows under his eyelashes, the intense fervor gradually calming down. After the space completely transformed, Shenru became listless. After Liang Yu triple-checked that those weird and disgusting things had disappeared completely, and that the current scene wasn't a dream, the breath she had been holding in her chest was finally let out slowly. Just as she was about to say something, the door to the office at the end of the corridor was slowly pushed open. Creak. The shrill sound of the opening door slowed down Liang Yu's breathing for half a beat. Just as she held her breath, staring at the eerily opening gap in the door, worried that some enormous creature would burst out of it in the next second, several fluffy little feelers cautiously peeked out first. Liang Yu. She must be crazy, she actually found them cute. These little feelers initially clung tightly to the doorframe, as if confirming something. Seeing that the two people opposite did not move, they grew bolder gradually, slowly extending their soft bodies outward. Tisk. Shenru's somewhat irritable voice broke the tranquility of the moment, echoing through the long, empty corridor as if it were a silver needle piercing directly into one's heart without any defense. The few tentacles recoiled in shock, hastily retreating back behind the door like frightened prey. Perhaps due to their haste, they stumbled over themselves, leaving the door gap too narrow. As they attempted to retreat, the excess soft flesh was squeezed unnaturally. Liang Yu blinked and stared at the quivering octopus tentacles before glancing again at the handsome yet daunting young man before her. Oh no. For a fleeting moment, she wasn't sure who the real monster was. Before Liang Yu could inwardly rant, a soft, timid voice came from behind the door on the other end of the corridor. Patients are not allowed to wander the corridors at night. Before that voice could finish speaking, the youth sitting on the ground abruptly stood up, a smirk curling at his lips with a red gleam in his eyes as he slowly strolled toward the direction of the voice. Liang Yu. Inside the livestream chat room. Why do I suddenly feel like my wife is bullying a child? You upstairs need to wake up. This thing may be soft, but it's still a monster. The youth stepped forward and disregarding any resistance within the room, pushed open the door. A pungent sea salt smell rushed out. The enormous octopus was tightly curled in the corner, its sticky tentacles clinging firmly to the wall while its two huge eyes stared warily at the intruding youth. Every inch of its being screamed. Prepared for battle. As the youth advanced a step, the octopus' pliable body would retract an equal distance. Before Shenru could speak, the octopus erupted into frantic cries as though startled by an arrow. I just came down from the 5th floor, I know nothing. Each word spoken clearly, Liang Yu darted looks between the creature and the man. This octopus indeed left much to be desired incompetency, acting like a sieve letting all the information leak out. Within the livestream chat room. Wow, it's not about knowing nothing, it's about remembering everything word for word. Hahaha, this level 4 boss has quite questionable intelligence, doesn't it? Fellow viewers, my wife is acting strange. Unlike Liang Yu, Shenru curled his lips slightly, his darkened gaze filled with hidden excitement. Somewhere along the line, a curved blade had appeared in his hand. The sharp weapon cut through the air, lodging itself inches beside the octopus brain, embedding deep into the adjacent wall. I believe it's best we deal with each other honestly. Losing a few tentacles won't kill you, will it? His smile was cold and menacing, brimming with palpable threats and disdain. An octopus is a highly intelligent animal and equally cunning. From level 1 to 5, the capabilities and IQ of the managers incrementally rise. Could a meek, flighty octopus truly handle the responsibilities of managing level 4? Thus, every move, demeanor, and tone until now was merely its ruse. The tension hung taut, his crimson pupils trembling faintly. He'd prepared himself early. Once the octopus was exposed and revealed overt hostility, he'd use Mrs. Leon's blessing to immobilize it. Shenru's aim wasn't slaughter but deceit. Sure enough. The octopus hesitated briefly, then a chilling sneer reverberated through the cramped room. The shrill sound materialized into various voices, vague and chaotic as if simulating a tumultuous crowd arguing. We've been watching you. The arrogant and ignorant will face judgment. We eagerly await seeing you under someone else's control. Countless voices exploded before Shenru, every sentence steeped in arrogance and cold indifference. The lofty tones implied a godlike stance above mortals. How laughable. In this brutal and bloody game scenario, someone still dared to fantasize about divinity. Suddenly, the system's notification sound blared unexpectedly in both their ears. Ding. Detected abnormalities with players Shenru and Liang Yu, strange sounds. I thought eliminating the bizarre phenomena on the 4th level marked the end, but ever since then, eerie voices have been unrelenting day and night in my ears. Who's talking? I'm really going insane. As the system's announcement concluded, the vitality of the octopus in front of them dissipated. Its fearful expression faded gradually into lifelessness, finally becoming dull and gray. Some tentacles twitched once more without reflex, before its sleek skin rapidly deflated, releasing a putrid stench. The duo immediately leapt backward. What's happening? Liang Yu covered her nose, retreating quickly with every step. That thing should have been dead long ago, it was probably being controlled by someone just now. At this, Shenru suddenly remembered the buzzing sound that had echoed in his head after he killed an NPC. Could players be controlled as well? While stifling a yawn and pondering, Shenru made his way towards the elevator entrance. Seeing the other person about to head upstairs, Liang Yu couldn't help but stop and asked curiously, "You're just leaving? Aren't you going to search more thoroughly? This was such a great opportunity. How could one resist? Hadn't they quit drugs?" Upon hearing this, the young man clearly hesitated for a moment, then turned his head with disbelief written all over his face, looking at Liang Yu painfully. His tone grew unusually heavy. Young people shouldn't push themselves too hard. Go back to sleep. Your life is precious. Liang Yu. This felt like an insult. Did anyone really not care about their life? Who was threatening whom on the elevator earlier? Who insisted on coming to the 4th floor? Were you acting out of another personality altogether during the previous battle? Inside the live stream chat room. Ha 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 ha, mission accomplished, only Liang Yu got hurt. My wife always finds ways to be so unpredictable and unconventional at critical moments. Liang Yu, they're leaving. My adrenaline is pumping. LOL, laugh until I die, dog's life is precious. Wife, when did you ever think about your life while doing anything? Chapter 53, Upside Down Mental Hospital, 13. In the end, Liang Yu gave up struggling and returned to the 5th floor together with Shenru. Having experienced the danger of the 4th floor, she realized that remaining alone with her current abilities would only result in peril. Once again boarding the elevator, Liang Yu couldn't help but sigh. With the intention to die, she went downstairs only to find her heart suffered the heaviest blow. Liang Yu looked endlessly at the young man who now appeared relaxed. His eyes slightly half-closed, dark red pupils faintly glowing, humming a nameless tune under his breath without any trace of the domineering posture from before. Shenru thought back to the words those people behind him had delivered through the octopus. I just came down from the 5th floor, I know nothing. It was obviously deliberate bait, but the 4th floor already lacked valuable exploration opportunities. Furthermore, Wan Ping and Meng Yiji were still on the 5th floor. No matter what, he had to return. Is there anything strange happening on the 5th floor? The crisp voice broke Liang Yu's train of thought. After some contemplation, she shook her head, no, everything is normal. I haven't encountered any threats on the 5th floor. As soon as these words left her mouth, Liang Yu seemed to realize something and her complexion turned somewhat grim. Before experiencing the bizarre occurrences on the 4th floor, she had never doubted her situation. But upon reflection, total normalcy itself was the least normal. This nap was hazy and confused. Shenru didn't know how long he had slept, but his head was heavy, his limbs rigid, and even sharp low-pitched ringing resounded in his ears. In the midst of semi-consciousness, it seemed like many voices spoke around him. Machines emitted a rhythmic beep-beep sound, accompanied by a stabbing pain around his neck as cold liquid flowed into his body. The young man lost consciousness entirely. After a very long while, his eyelashes trembled lightly, and a strong smell of disinfectant hit his nose and throat, causing Shenru to furrow his brows. He slowly opened his eyes but immediately squinted due to the overly bright, ghastly white indoor light. It took a little while for them to adjust. Gradually, he began to take in his surroundings once more. Medical devices lay in disarray next to the bed, monitoring instruments were still beeping softly. Intersecting wires connected every direction but all ultimately pointed to one destination. His body. The rigidity in his limbs was gradually diminishing. Apparently, he must have been injected with something tranquilizing like. You're awake. A man seated in the shadows moved slightly, lowering his eyes to look at the youth lying on the bed. Shenru recognized the familiar voice and blinked toward its source, slightly perplexed. The man sighed, his eyes darkening with a thick shade, quietly murmuring, I'm not fond of this fragile side, but you are particularly obedient only during these times. With the chair scraping sound resonating, the handsome and regal features of the man became fully visible in Shenru's line of sight. His delicate throat moved faintly, crimson lips quivering lightly. Humph, I thought you'd get so excited that your whole body would shake. The young man's voice carried an unclear meaning, almost teasing, after all, you've coveted me for so long. Mo Yen didn't get angry because of this, instead, the frailty of his counterpart spurred an uncontrollable desire within him. After deep consideration, he realized a simple predator-prey relationship couldn't satisfy his lust. What kind of scene would it be if the alluring eyes shed tears, and the beautiful mouth cried for mercy? He wanted to make the young man truly taste the flavor of fear, to reveal an expression of despair until his whole body and even thoughts belonged solely to him. But Mou wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he was quite patient. The man walked calmly up to the youth, and his warm hand half-forcibly lifted the young man's chin. The tips of his fingers lightly brushed Shenru's jaw. Upon observation, the patient exhibits symptoms of extreme restlessness, heightened emotions, and even aggression towards others. After careful consideration, antipsychotic drugs have been administered to control his moods, but strong aggressiveness remains, thus electroshock therapy has been applied. What? An elegant porcelain doll face showed a rare crack, its low voice allowing no room for negotiation. No sooner had these words finished that there was no time given for Shenru to react. The power source for the electrotherapy device on the other side was connected, tiny currents surged wildly into the youth's body through chaotic wires. A numb sensation rushed directly to his heart, causing his body to involuntarily convulse. Unlike being dealt a fatal blow, Mou precisely controlled the voltage within limits acceptable by human flesh, continuously torturing the young man. Amid repeated torture, beads of sweat appeared on the youth's forehead, and his cheeks turned rosy due to the pain, with his fine white neck standing out like jade, making his crimson lips more fiery. His gaze, tinged with allure, displayed every hint of desire. Shenru was forced to let tears fall. Mou watched as the tear trickled down Shenru's earlobe and flowed to the back of his neck. Indeed, roses were stunning from head to toe, even their ears held beauty. Clothes soaked in sweat clung tightly to the young man's slender, proportionate body, accentuating his figure captivatingly. Taking advantage of the brief pause in the electric current, the youth slightly raised his red eyes, inadvertently scanning his surroundings. It wasn't because Shinru knew much about Mou, but at the very moment the man seductively lifted his chin, his gaze briefly shifted downwards toward the right. The room was completely empty, so who was he looking at? Moreover, this time Mou had acted immediately as the authority of the doctor within the scenario without reacting to his provocation. Why? The young man scanned the entire room, finding no surveillance equipment. There were only two possibilities he could think of. First, system limitations. Second, besides Mou and him, there was someone else in the room. Before Shinru could contemplate further, another round of shocks commenced. His face was wet, droplets sliding off a high-nosed bridge while those bright red eyes, tormented by the inhumane treatment, became misty, yet revealing his youthful beauty even more shockingly amidst such cruelty. In the live stream chat room. Mou, you lack a heart. Ahahaha, battle-damaged beauties are my ultimate weakness. Thanks to this instance, I've seen a different side of my wife, leaving no place in my heart for anyone else ever again. You're all obsessing over my wife's looks, whereas I am worried about her survival. Shinru gritted his teeth, enduring excruciating pain while compelling himself to think quickly. Mou could casually disclose the Truman Show world to him, ruling out the system limitation factor. That leaves the second option then. What made the world appear differently to both him and Mou? Think fast. Think faster. What distinguished him from Mou? Shinru was a patient, Mou was a doctor. A doctor didn't need injections. Right. Since entering the scenario, he had felt obvious physical stiffness, the state of being injected, and earlier, the clear sharpness of needle piercing his skin on his neck. Were routine treatments meant to prevent them from seeing reality? Within the Truman-like world, it seemed those behind everything weren't merely cameras monitoring every player's actions non-stop, they lurked nearby everywhere, always watching. So in this cold operating room, it wasn't just Shinru and Mou. During the break between electric shocks, a trace of ruthlessness flashed through his darkened red eyes. Shinru quickly exchanged a small blade from the shop, spinning it playfully before slicing the wrist restraint strap binding him. Without hesitation, the youth utilized his talent to rip off the electrical patches attached to his body, then swung his knife upward with a flash of white light. Blood flowed from the cut on his wrist, dripping incessantly like severed pearls, painting vibrant, eye-catching red flowers on the pristine white bed sheets. Shinru couldn't think of a good way to accelerate blood circulation and quickly metabolize the drugs in his body. He could only resort to bleeding. As the blood flowed out, the scene in Shinru's eyes began to gradually change. The empty room slowly revealed several human figures. Shinru squinted slightly to make out their faces clearly. Their plague-ridden skins were covered with black spots and ulcers, with dislocated facial features, and some faces were even disproportionate. These were grotesque monsters. Shinru's pupils shrank sharply as he swiftly looked at the man smiling nearby. Had Mou always seen such scenes? Damn, he was the crazy one. In the live stream chat room. Bullet comments for protection. This is too eerie. When I think about how my wife has been surrounded by people like this all along, goosebumps are already all over the floor. Who could remain expressionless while cutting their own blood? My wife. Don't talk about it anymore, this scene paired with Lord Mo's smile has me wishing to die right here. Chapter 54, Upside Down Mental Hospital, 14. Witnessing such an intense scene made Shinru's mind go blank for a moment. He suddenly recalled the last few words of the octopus on the fourth floor. At the time, it had seemed like these people were using some method to speak through the octopus's body. Now thinking back, maybe they had been nearby both himself and Liang Yu all along, acting like experiment observers who ceaselessly recorded the status of players and mutated animals. Suddenly, a cold robotic voice interrupted Shinru's thoughts. Ding! Detected abnormality in player Shinru, strange group of people. Today I was routinely scheduled by the nurse to receive treatment in the operating room, but today was different. Besides the doctor, I actually saw others too, their faces were so strange, could they really still be called humans? The moment those words left his mouth, the somewhat blurred silhouettes Shinru had noticed also started to solidify, becoming increasingly clear. Even the putrid stench emanating from their skin due to long-term ulceration and corrosion gradually became perceptible. With a fanatical grin curling their lips despite misaligned facial features, Shinru could discern they were laughing even through their twisted appearances. Realizing something, those people initially standing far away by the wall began stiffly and mechanically moving closer towards the young man. With blood still flowing from his wrist, Shinru's paler complexion and trembling eyelashes betrayed his current fragile state. Seeing Mou watching leisurely, Shinru frowned gloomily, angrily plunging the knife in his hand deep into the hospital bed as if venting frustration. Suddenly, the young man seemed to have realized something. His furrowed brows eased, his eyes tilted upwards, revealing an unfathomable expression. Shinru's gaze fixed on Mou, while his delicate fingers rapidly untied the buttons of his own clothes, exposing a flushed face and ears that hadn't yet dried from sweat. In the live stream chat room. My life of kindness and merit has led me to deserve this. Wife. My wife. What are you doing? Blah blah, food, hungry, excited to distortion, nonsensical speech. As white skin gradually exposed itself in the air, Mou felt a flicker of excitement in his heart, briefly disrupting his breathing. Then he steadied himself, prepared to continue observing what exactly the young man intended to do. Shenru swiftly took off his top, used one hand to support himself against the bed, and directly lunged at the man. Mo only caught a glimpse of a flash of whiteness before soft sensations spread from various parts of his body. The patient uniform shed by the youth lightly draped over him, followed by a sudden ache on his shoulder. A light laugh reminiscent of Rose's echoed in his ear. You can no longer sit idly by and watch. The instant the youth finished speaking, Mo suddenly heard the mechanical sound of the system. Ding! Detecting residual diagnostic drugs in player Mo's body. Current identity changed from doctor to patient. Mo's smile widened even more, his intimate tone resembling whispers between lovers, very smart. If the situation hadn't abruptly shifted to himself, the man might have praised it aloud. Shenru's eyes curved charmingly, blindingly radiant. He needed to get back at the electric shock earlier and the multiple times the man had verbally offended him. Now, both were on the same rope, neither would escape unscathed. Mo immediately wrapped the patient uniform around the young man's soft, pale body and without warning, swiftly carried Shenru away with increasing speed, accompanied by unsettling laughter from around them. Just as they stepped out of the door, they bumped into Ruan Ping and two others at the corner near the entrance. After waking up, Ruan Ping and Meng Yiji found Shenru's bed empty. Especially Ruan Ping, noticing his idol was gone, instantly felt a bad premonition and dragged the little pink-haired girl out. Although Liang Yu was initially defined as a patient in the scenario, she cleverly changed into a nurse uniform and thus witnessed the entire process of Shenru being pushed into the operating room. After discussing among themselves, the trio decided to rush in to save him. Just as they were preparing to take action, they heard the sound of metal clashing from inside the room. The door then swung open. The beautiful Rose was drenched in sweat, her clothes disheveled and looking disarrayed, clinging to the chest of a man. Her wet black hair stuck to her delicate face, while her dark red eyes sparkled with bright amusement. She blinked in the astonished gaze of the three people. All three. Ruan Ping recognized the man as Mou. Not bothering to think about why the two were in such a position, she blurted out in shock. Brother Shen, so you really have something going on with Brother Mo? Shenru, what nonsense are you spouting? Meng Yiji and Liang Yu also widened their eyes incredulously at the scene before them. The video where the Dark Knight Guild blackmailed the light screen to publicly search for people had become famous household knowledge. Now, had the president of the Mo family actually chased someone into the instance dungeon? So it's true. Even big players with real skills go for showy displays of affection. While they were struggling for their lives in the dungeon, these two still had time to fall in love. In the live stream chat room, the audience's focus was completely thrown off by Ruan Ping's loud shout. I was so nervous that I dared not even breathe, but now I'm suddenly feeling ecstatic. Mentioning this reminds me, isn't Brother Mo ranked much higher than our sister? Is this what's known as chasing someone to the death? Ha ha ha, our sister originally thought highly of herself, but is now forced to acknowledge the relationship. Shenru was the first to be pushed into the operating room, following the sequence, making him the first player who needed supplementary treatment drugs. The other three hadn't received timely injections yet, so the cognition-disrupting drugs had mostly metabolized out of their systems. Just when everyone was immersed in wondering why Shenru was lying shirtless in the arms of the president of the Dark Knight Guild, the door behind them made sounds once again. A multitude of footsteps echoed densely like ants crawling across the heart, filling the vast corridor. What are you all standing there for? Run! Shenru's hands were tightly gripping the fabric at the back of Mou's neck. His fingertips turned faintly red due to tension or excitement. As Ruan Ping, the #1 fan, immediately responded. Others, not entirely clear on why, followed suit and started running. With both emotions and atmosphere heightened, everyone broke out in a sweat. Perhaps because of the sweating, it exactly accelerated metabolism within their bodies. During the escape, Meng Yiji couldn't help his burgeoning desire and took a quick glance back. Not glancing would have been better. When he did, his pink hair shot upright in sheer fright. The previously empty corridor was now filled to capacity with people. Decayed faces, rigid movements, like discarded parts in a junkyard randomly pieced together. Their bodies emitted an unsettling stench, resembling an army of zombies rushing towards them. Meng Yiji. He sharply turned around, his face full of anger as he looked at the youth in the man's arms. It seemed Shenru had some sort of sensation, slightly lifting his gaze. His crimson eyes flashed with excited amusement as he smirked toward the bristling Meng Yiji. Meng Yiji was terrified beyond belief. It's definitely your doing. If no one's watching, will you ever stop playing around? The last scene was still fresh in his mind. Here we go again. In the live stream chat room. Ha 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 ha, little pink hair saw right through everything. I see doubt in his eyes directed towards my wife. Excellent, you've caught my attention. Ha 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 ha, the last time he was grinning widely while chasing after our wife, I couldn't stop laughing. Hey. Unexpected twist. There's more to come. Chapter 55, Upside Down Mental Hospital, 15. What do we do now? Meng Yiji's desperate cry prompted both Ruan Ping and Liang Yu to turn back. Unlike the panic-stricken pink-haired figure, the two saw the rear situation and promptly turned away, expressionless. Particularly Ruan Ping, staying extremely calm as she brainwashed herself, it must be a problem with my eyes. Even though his words were self-deceptive, his feet were already making quick movements. Shenru's shoulders trembled slightly as he buried his face into the Tolman's shoulder without any hesitation, betraying Mo for a moment of excitement that made him feel cheerful. President Mo, what should we do now? After being around this kind of thing for so long, Shenru didn't believe the man had left him without backup. Moreover, they were all good companions on the same team now. Hearing Shenru speak, everyone held their breath, silently waiting for the big shot to give advice. For a while, in the long corridor, apart from the eerie laughter behind them, there was only the sound of their hearts beating rapidly. Mou lowered his eyes and looked at the small rose in his arms with gleaming red eyes, still tinged with redness from the recent electric shock. Suddenly, he felt a dryness in his throat. Take the elevator to the first floor, there's a staircase leading directly to the basement. The group barely had time to consider why Shenru's single sentence led to Mou revealing the secret of the basement. Everyone translated the elder's words uniformly, "We're saved." However, the live stream audience exploded. With a beauty in his arms, President Mo unintentionally divulged secrets. And you say you two haven't talked? Am I blind? Let me not disclose, I was once a fan of my wife's looks. Can you pull up my wife's clothes? I have quite strong possessiveness, polite smile, ... Inside the elevator. The three looked at each other, staring at the sudden appearance of Mou and Shenru pretending to be dead in someone else's arms. TSK. Having no time to think during their escape, everything seemed off now. Every detail deserved careful scrutiny. Like. Why did President Mo appear in a B-level instance dungeon? What were those things more terrible than zombies? Did they really talk yet? Their eyes met briefly, then selected one unlucky individual. Ruan Ping painfully swallowed her saliva, using her innocent clear eyes and asking a question without any tact. Brother Shen, aren't you cold? Meng Yiji, Liang Yu. Well done. From among countless questions, she picked the least relevant one. Shenru showed no sign of embarrassment, as the patient gown hung loosely on the youth's body, exposing a section of frosty neck. Not cold, it's pretty warm here. After finishing, delicate fingers lightly tapped on Mou's chest, the red eyes curved like a crescent moon. Ah, alright, don't catch a cold. Ruan Ping responded dazedly. Liang Yu couldn't bear to look next to her, knowing full well asking Ruan Ping wouldn't get to the point, so she came right out and said. So what's the situation now? Can the two of you explain to us? Shenru nodded and gave a detailed explanation of Mou's sudden appearance and the crowd that rushed into view. Your meaning is, because our setting inside the instance dungeon was as patients who have already been injected with drugs, we could only see mutated monsters. After Liang Yu finished, she immediately felt an icy chill. Then are there none of these creatures in the basement? Meng Yiji was somewhat worried since according to Shenru's guess, those things were everywhere. Not for now. According to my observation, these things' activity range is limited between floors 1 to 5, due to my previous identity allowing me free access to all levels. The basement was found by accident. While explaining, Mou used the medicine exchanged from the shop to stop the blood flowing from Shenru's wrist. His actions to stop the bleeding were too natural, and Shenru quietly stayed in the man's arms waiting to be taken care of. Since this was something he nearly sacrificed his life for, it didn't seem strange to him. But the three beside him thought otherwise. The romantic radar in Liang Yu's head started sounding alarms wildly, scaring her enough to make her quickly close her eyes. Ding! They'd arrived at level 1. Once out of the elevator, Shenru had already adjusted his clothing and jumped out of the man's embrace. The elevator doors slid open on either side, releasing a cold, damp air. Unlike the layout above, level 1 was a reception hall. The entire space had no windows, only a pale and harsh lighting overhead flickering non-stop. A large clock hung in the front of the main hall. Its hands were spinning abnormally fast. Together with the strange movement of the hands, an eerily quiet atmosphere began spreading throughout level 1. Isn't the second hand moving a bit too fast? Ruan Ping's complexion turned paler, as an incredible idea surfaced in her mind. The speed of time flow has accelerated. Shenru furrowed his brows and stared intently at the time on his watch. It showed 6 o'clock in the evening. However, from the clock, it was impossible to tell whether it was 6 in the evening of the next day or the third day. If the time flow rate inside this dungeon had always been faster than normal, plus their nap on the 5th floor, it should, without a hitch, be the third day of the dungeon. The group followed Mou through the emergency channel and reached the entrance to the basement. The iron door was covered in rust, with long chains and locks bearing thick layers of dust. Just as the man had said, it was indeed somewhere that hadn't seen visitors for a very long time. Moreover, it was quite apparent they didn't know where the keys were. They could only force the lock open. There was some hesitation among them, not because they worried about failing to break the lock, but due to the surrounding silence. If they made a lot of noise, it might attract unwanted trouble. When everyone was at a loss, Shenru somehow produced a thin wire from who knows where. With 2 twists toward the keyhole. Click. The door opened. The young man tossed the wire on the ground carelessly, turned around, saw the astonished looks on everyone's faces, suddenly paused, and his eyes filled with confusion. What? Don't you guys know how? In response, he received only silence. Inside the live stream chat. Who would bother learning such things unless they have nothing else to do? To be honest, when my wife inserted the wire into the lock hole, I froze for a moment. This stuff seems simple enough, but after trying it myself just now, the lock hole got blocked instead. What should I do? Urgent. Creak. The rusted gate was forced open, emitting a sharp, jarring sound. The moment the door was pushed open, a stale, decayed smell spread out. The light switch for the basement was right by the entrance on the wall. As the switch was turned on, warm yellow light illuminated the entire layout of the basement. They had originally expected to see some high-tech lab equipment or large-scale research apparatuses. After all, awareness contamination and drug interference sounded too mystical, certainly needing scientific support and intensive research. Instead, what appeared before their eyes was a rather primitive unfinished rough draft, a house awaiting renovation. The beams were several meters above the ground, and the entire space was large. At the end stood a few rows of glass jars as tall as human figures, while the walls all around were carved with dense graffiti. Meng Yiji's curiosity was insatiable. Seeing no one around, he was the first to rush in and carefully examine the mural's content. Hiss. Upon seeing something, the pink-haired boy suddenly bristled and took 2 steps backward, panic-stricken. Chapter 56, The Upside-Down Mental Hospital, End. Everyone hurried forward a few steps and clearly saw the carvings on the wall. Strictly speaking, these couldn't be called graffiti, they were more like an octopus autobiography. Its cognitive awareness may have just been polluted and unable to write human text, so it could only record its experiences in pictorial form. The first picture depicted a little octopus in a petri dish, with cute, soft tentacles continuously touching the surroundings. Masked individuals stood in a circle as if closely examining this tiny life. The second showed a masked individual injecting something into the petri dish where the little octopus resided. The octopus looked in immense pain, tears welling up in both eyes, pitiful looking, while someone nearby scribbled notes. In the third picture, the small octopus gradually grew larger, and those wearing masks replaced the glass containers with towering cylindrical ones. The octopus' lower body was connected with different wires, whose other ends linked to people in masks. From this point onward, the heartwarming scenes began to reverse. The once worry-free little creature's life henceforth became bleak and dreary. Aside from the obvious torment, its body also started to undergo changes. The culture medium gradually transformed from pale yellow to blood red day by day, and the wire parts began growing flesh. Over time, new tissue continually developed, transforming the cold wires into animal nerves and vessels, fully growing into human skin and form. Thus, the monster was thoroughly born. On the other side of the wires, the masks shattered, their features disarrayed and misaligned, exposing ulcer-covered and highly rotten skin to the air. They used their minuscule strength to prove that contradictions within nature indeed existed. Of course, the price they paid was also extremely tragic. In the final picture, the octopus burst through the glass jar and crazily surged towards the root cause of everything. Even if the visuals brought visual shocks, Shenru felt the seawater's sticky salty scent mingling with fresh red-hot blood, blending together in the blood-soaked space, causing a consciousness that chilled the heart to awaken. Perhaps this was the original intention behind locking the basement all year round. Meng Yiji's complexion became somewhat ghastly white, his lips compressed into a straight line. He shivered, raised a trembling finger pointing toward the rows of glass jars at the far end, and spoke with a quivering voice. Is this what the painting depicts? How long has it been placed here? Is the glass sturdy enough? This statement instantly pulled everyone back to reality, making them break out in cold sweat. There were at least 50 to 60 glass jars spread across several rows. If they were to break just as depicted in the painting, even Mou using his skills wouldn't be able to hold them off for long. Realizing the severity of the situation, the atmosphere became tense for a moment. Crack. The contents inside the jar seemed to understand their concerns, responding appropriately by cracking a few seams. This further increased the restlessness and impatience among everyone. Ruan Ping instinctively looked at Shenru. Perhaps even the expert would have no good solutions now. Unexpectedly, his innocent, clear eyes met with a pair of calculating red ones. Ruan Ping. The last time he saw such an expression was when Shenru asked him to wear a nameplate to lure NPCs. Wait. Could it be? He had a very ominous feeling. Sure enough, the next second, the other party raised his eyes, and his dark red pupils openly stared at Ruan Ping while his glamorous red lips parted slightly. A sweet and soft voice rang in everyone's ears. I have an idea. The trio who had been tricked before. In the live stream chat. These 3 people's faces visibly turned pale. I briefly recalled the scenes where these people met their wives. Well, Ruan Ping was chased by a boar-like monster, Meng Yiji was chased by venomous octopus and a buttload of snakes, Liang Yu fared a little better, just faced threats to life that forced her into the lair of monsters. Hahaha upstairs summary makes me feel icy cold, you make my wife seem somewhat inhumane. Not until Shenru helped Ruan Ping throw the explosion card to the end of the corridor and both of them were chased madly by monsters and bizarre humans did Ruan Ping's soul return gradually. His ears seemed to have caught some terrible things earlier. At that time, Shenru patted his shoulder like assigning him an important task, earnestly saying. Each of us 5 is responsible for 1 floor. Since patients need periodic injections, we are now the best bait, luring people to the first floor and cutting off their retreat path with the explosion cards. Sounds good, right? But due to the star aura effect, Yuan Ping subconsciously filtered the young man's words as, blah blah, no problem, right? Without really understanding the content, Yuan Ping excitedly nodded his head. Thus, there came the scene where his soul just returned. Actually, although the method sounded somewhat dangerous, its actual feasibility was high because these groups of people didn't possess too strong offensive abilities. Shenru's goal was only to guide the crowd to the basement so that they would fight against each other. Although the explosion card could be set ahead of time, placing it at the end of the corridor was relatively difficult, so Shenru would use his talent to help the players accomplish their tasks. Floors 1 to 5 only supplied elevators, and thus they couldn't act together but had to strike from the highest floor downward one by one. MOU stayed on the first floor since that was the focal point of gathering. Whether people or monsters, the number would surge rapidly. Everything went smoothly until the horrifying crowd was finally driven into the basement, and the rusted large door was closed forcefully. Only then did everyone relax heavily like shedding a heavy burden. However, the standing young man tilted his lips and cheerfully called out to the man. MOU. The man turned around, with a pool of unfading ink in his dark pupils, fascinating even under casual gazes. Perhaps due to the excessive running and jumping earlier, a few buttons on Shenru's shirt burst open, revealing snow-white skin, glistening neck sweat, and flushed cheeks, each feature added vibrancy to his already vivid beauty. The young man stared meaningfully at the man until a few light thuds came from inside the gate. That face not unlike a celestial being grew increasingly cheerful. MOU paid no attention to the sounds from within the door, instead, he fixed his gaze on the young man intently. After successive muffled thuds, there suddenly mixed the ear-piercing sound of explosions, forming the same mouth shape along with that pair of glamorous red lips. Boom! The ground trembled, and the intense heat surged abruptly, synchronizing erratically with MOU's heartbeat. It was hard to imagine the ghastly scenes behind the door. Shenru harbored a deep grudge. Letting the monsters and those people consume each other was far too lenient, especially the pain of electric currents coursing through his body, which he sought to repay hundredfold. The deep red eyes provocatively stared at the handsome face, his entire being radiating joy and an alluringly brutal desire. MOU's lips twitched in amusement. He knew this was a present from Shenru. He liked it immensely, so much that he was ecstatic. Truly beautiful. With slow steps, the man walked over to the youth, exclaiming in admiration. A warm large hand lightly caressed the tender neck of the rose. His nose drew near, and the black pupils gradually carved out every feature of the young man's face as he said joyfully. I just thought of something very interesting you should like. Just as the words left his mouth, a mechanical voice announced in the player's ears. Ding! The inverted mental asylum instance has ended, congratulations to the players for surviving. The game is over, the instance will close automatically in 30 seconds. Chapter 57, This Trap is Just for You. Explosion after explosion sang wildly in intense flames, and tangled, ambiguous thoughts continued to burn ceaselessly in this great fire. Shenru looked at the man standing perilously close and curved his lips, his wet, red tongue teasingly licking the corner of his mouth, with a tone that was both tormenting yet soothing, word by word breathing hotly. Is that so? Don't let me down now. Thick smoke made the young man's eyes water. The magma-like red light illuminated both their figures, they were extremely close to the explosion point, so close it felt as if they had brushed shoulders with death. In the live stream chat. Please consider us as human beings, okay? I must clarify that I'm actually my wife's toxic fan. With such a good atmosphere, why don't you two kiss? Ah, my waifu. Next time when you enter an instance won't you already be someone else's mother? Escort those who have lost their minds outside. The man gripping the back of the neck used some strength, warm skin pressed against his palm as the young man's body slightly shuddered. The other hand slowly traveled up Shenru's waist and abdomen, pausing briefly near the collar. Then leisurely buttoned up the shirt where the buttons had popped open. In their ears sounded the countdown for the instance to end. The instance is ending, the live stream channel is closing. Shenru waited in the familiar system space for the settlement. Player Shenru successfully passed the inverted mental asylum instance, now settling rewards. B-level instance reward settlement, 20,000 points. Detection of successful resolution of unreasonable phenomena during the instance. Additional bonus, 20,000 points. Audience tip of 5,000 points, issued after platform deduction, 2,500 points. Total points rewarded from this instance, 42,500 points. Attention players, upon detecting sufficient settlement points for upgrading qualifications, your next game will enter the A-level instance unless special notes are provided. Shenru buried himself into the sofa, closing his eyes without speaking. Afterward, the system began organizing and explaining the card rewards obtained from the instance. Excluding the fairly ordinary attack and healing cards, he had obtained a very intriguing A-level card, Cognitive Pollution. This card extended the core idea of the instance. When used on any player or NPC, within 3 minutes the individual would reconstruct new scenes and characters based on their deepest innermost yearnings. However, the side effects were also quite obvious. The pollution range would extend 10 meters around the user, trapping any players or NPCs within that radius in the cognitive pollution created. Harming the enemy 1,000 times, but at the cost of harming oneself 800. Perhaps not as useful to others, Shenru found this card extremely satisfying. Residential area. After exiting the settlement space, Shenru tallied the points in his possession and confirmed that he was still reasonably wealthy. Therefore, he generously renewed his presidential suite subscription for another week. Taking a shower washed away every trace of sweat from his body. Just then, his stomach growled, quite inconveniently reminding him. Of course, even though time flowed quickly inside instances, he hadn't eaten a single meal. Casually drying his hair, the youth grabbed a shirt and hastily put it on before heading out to eat at the hotel restaurant. The charming doll with black hair and red eyes immediately became the focus of attention when entering the restaurant. Whether it was his appearance, strength, or even the Grand Dark Knight Guild background, anyone would naturally linger their gaze longer. Plus, having just completed a B-level instance where President Mo had once again appeared, this only further solidified their ambiguous relationship. Envy, curiosity, even resentment, all these various emotions flooded toward the young man like a torrential tide. Shenru paid no attention to these whispers, and he leisurely sat down at a window seat, lazily scanning the outside scenery while waiting for his dishes. Such an interesting matter. I wonder what kind of surprise Mo you will bring me. Just as Shenru retracted his gaze, he noticed a few shadows appearing beside his table, and immediately various discussions erupted around him. Isn't that Chinyu, one of the candidates for the Blue Record Guild president? Who's Chinyu? Oh my, don't you know? He used to be the second in command in Blue Record Guild. Good-natured and handsome with a particularly gentlemanlike character, he's now the most favored candidate. So why does Chinyu approach Shenru? Trying to poach before becoming the president? Who dares to poach from MOU? All these mixed words slipped clearly into Shenru's ears. He raised his eyes to take a look at the man in front of him. The man appeared sincere in his eyes and carried a smile on his lips. Although his demeanor seemed mild-mannered like fine jade, his overall presence was undeniably different from others. Shenru knew Blue Record Guild currently had no leader since their president was personally killed by him. Was he here for vengeance? In broad daylight, acting above board? Afraid of leaving any traces, huh? While Shenru was sizing up Chinyu was also examining him carefully. The young man had just taken a shower, with wet hair and a loosely worn shirt hanging carelessly on his body. The collar was dampened by droplets from his hair, forming a watermark. Chinyu glanced briefly and quickly averted his eyes, giving a polite greeting. Mr. Shen, I've heard much about you. Shenru lifted his gaze, responding lightly, hello, Mr. Chin. The youth's eyes weren't fierce but his signature crimson irises fell casually onto the other people present, still making them blush and avoid direct eye contact with Shenru. Chinyu reciprocated with a polite smile, directly getting to the point. Mr. Shen, it may seem abrupt, but would you consider being invited to visit our Blue Record Guild? Shenru arched an eyebrow, letting his eyes linger on Chinyu for a moment before a playful grin flickered across his expression. Mr. Chin appears so composed. Your psychological resilience must be quite strong, yes. Caught off guard by this sudden nonsensical comment, Chinyu paused for a second then nodded affirmatively, certainly. It's one of the fundamental abilities required for game characters. Upon receiving confirmation, those vivid red eyes glimmered. Shenru licked the corner of his mouth, replying with delight, great. No time to waste, let's go now. You had mentioned before that Guan Wenyu was killed for not following orders. Since the presidency of Blue Record Guild was still vacant, there would undoubtedly be various factions jockeying fiercely. So, while it seemed to be an internal selection process, it would definitely require the support of Dark Knight Guild to ensure everything went perfectly. At this crucial juncture, Chinyu seeking Shenru could only mean he'd heard some rumors, wanting to use Shenru to connect with MOU. Too amusing. There were actually people who openly wagged their tails, brazenly saying, I want to exploit you, will you come with me? Oh yes. The young man curved his brows slightly, feigning some weakness, speaking softly, could you ask the two behind you to help me stand? I have a bit of hypoglycemia. Thank you. Surprised at this request, though finding it odd, Chinyu didn't think much and nodded agreement, of course. Subsequently signaling the two men behind him to assist Shenru. Due to their conversation being too quiet, everyone simply saw Chinyu's two big men picking up Shenru and walking away. Pale as a glass doll, seemingly unable to resist, with every movement his already loose shirt got even more disheveled. In summary, 4 words could sum it up. Total submissiveness. Never underestimate how fast rumors can spread and evolve. Within just a few minutes, the rumor of Shenru being maliciously taken by Chinyu spread through every street and alley. Dark Knight Guild. Mo Yu was seated at his desk processing work documents. Due to spontaneously running into the B-level instance, many matters requiring his final approval hadn't been settled yet. Gu Changming was reporting on the guild situation over these past couple days. The exquisitely tailored suit hugged the man's figure perfectly, designed to accentuate his broad shoulders and narrow waist sensuality to the best extent possible. His fingertip hovered over the list of Blue Record Guild presidential candidates. Suddenly, sounds of clamor grew louder as they approached from afar. Brother Mo. Mo Yu looked up, seeing Sheng Xiao rushing in like a skyrocket, his face full of panic. Unnoticeably furrowing his eyebrows, Mo Yu asked, what happened? Sister-in-law was abducted by that Qin Yu. Helpless to do anything. He acted as he pleased. Sheng Xiao, agitated, almost jumped up, that Qin Yu looks proper and decent, so why is he kidnapping other people's wives? Chapter 58, When did President Mo have a lover? Upon hearing this, the man lifted his gaze. His usually composed figure was momentarily stunned. His elegant fingers gently tapped on the desktop, the steady knocking sound accompanied by his heartbeat echoing in the empty office. Seeing Mo Yu's stillness, Sheng Xiao grew even more anxious. Brother Mo. Are we not going to rescue her? His concern made him talk so much that his voice cracked. Gu Changming's temple twitched more severely with each faster sentence from the other person. Due to the president secretly running off to the B-level instance, all big and small guild matters were crammed into his hands, leaving him dizzy and now having to deal with an irrational player who thought things through no less than anyone else. It would be great if Sheng Xiao's IQ could match his EQ one day. Xiao, what kind of person do you think Shenru is? Mo Yu smiled slightly at the corner of his lips, looking graceful and noble yet giving an odd sense of detachment despite his normal expression. The little curly-haired head swayed around without thinking before blurting out, beautiful, capable, crafty, and never takes any loss. No sooner had he spoken when Sheng Xiao abruptly realized it and stammered in disbelief, sister-in-law, did it on purpose. The smile at the corner of the man's lips became more pronounced. It was strange, every time the young man gave him an unexpected absurdity. But this unknown impact slowly ignited his soul with boiling excitement, making him involuntarily delighted and thrilled. Because Shenru knew Qin Yu's intentions, he dared to leave with him without hesitation and used the rumors to greatly deceive Qin Yu the candidate. And this rumor also restrained Mo Yu. Considering their interplay relationship, if the Dark Knight Guild didn't respond properly, it was hard to imagine how they would be criticized next. Suddenly realizing this, Sheng Xiao blinked and asked tentatively, so? Brother Mo, are we taking the bait? The man narrowed his dark eyes, his hands trembling lightly due to excitement. Of course, let him get his way, and we will affirm the rumor that she is your sister-in-law. Rather than being manipulated repeatedly by these rumors, it would be better to go along with them directly. Head to Blue Record Guild. Yes, I'll arrange it immediately. Before leaving, Gu Changming grabbed the back of Sheng Xiao's neck and took him away. If left alone with the president, who knows what shocking words he might say. Sheng Xiao dazedly followed Gu Changming out, his eyes somewhat hollow, his mouth opening and closing in disbelief. So Shen Beauty and Brother Mo were actually innocent of any affair before. Gu Changming's headache worsened. After contemplating the president's meaning, he summed it up as succinctly as possible. Not exactly innocent. Phew, Sheng Xiao patted his chest and sighed in relief, that's good, that's good. Gu Changming. It's beyond explanation. Blue Record Guild. As soon as Shenru and Qin Yu arrived at the guild headquarters, the rumors followed like wings. After hearing the news, Qin Yu looked at Shenru, who was treating the Blue Record Guild like his own home with a mix of feelings, and his heart inexplicably jumped. Shenru's live streams, especially the ones where he solo killed 2 opponents, were something Qin Yu had watched closely. Shenru's skills and level were indeed commendable, but the most fatal aspect was his innate talent. Without the support of such talent, Shenru would have been unable to kill Guan Wenyu and Shiroi. Another thing worth noticing was the young man's clever mind. The cunning fox was excellent at tricking his prey, and Qin Yu believed himself to be quite cautious. He specifically issued the invitation in public, aiming for absolute certainty. But he didn't expect the other party to reverse the situation with just a few words, turning the situation around, making it seem like Qin Yu had forcefully dragged Shenru around, compelling virtue into vice. Truly frightening. Qin Yu quickly adjusted his expression, remaining calm despite being at the center of the rumors, speaking softly and kindly. Mr. Shen, did you guess my intention early on? Shenru casually picked up a piece of cake from the table and put it in his mouth, his dark red eyes revealing satisfaction. His slender fingers gently wiped the crumbs from his lips, and his bright red tongue licked the bits off his finger, then indifferently hummed in affirmation. Qin Yu didn't get angry due to the other party's perfunctory attitude since he admitted his prior deception, considering that he indeed had a request for the other, he promptly bowed to apologize. Sorry for not clarifying beforehand. I was truly worried that you would reject my request. Shenru shook his head, it's fine. I can't really help anyway. After all, he and Mo Yu weren't actually involved in any kind of relationship, even if Shenru tried to blow into Mo Yu's ear, there was no guarantee he'd listen. How could that be? We should thank you for gracing Blue Record with your presence. President Mo has personally messaged me to say he is coming to pick you up. Qin Yu paused momentarily, a hint of implication in his eyes as he added. President Mo insists that his exact words be relayed to you. Rest assured, the Blue Record Guild presidency has the full support of the Dark Knight Guild. As Shenru heard this, a vein throbbed at his temple, a strange unease rising within him. Qin Yu opened his optical brain, projecting the screen before the young man. It showed a message sent 10 minutes ago. Mo Yu, any trouble my lover caused will be handled and clarified by the Dark Knight Guild. I am on my way to take him home. Mo Yu, please ensure the above message is conveyed verbatim. Mr. Qin, rest assured that the position of the Blue Record Guild president will have the full backing of the Dark Knight Guild. Shenru. The usually calm youth rarely faltered like this. What the hell? Is MOU insane? Shenru had acted so conspicuously exactly because he was certain MOU wouldn't make a move. After all, outside the dungeon, Shenru couldn't use his talents, but MOU could. What difference would it make to drop into his hands like a bun into a dog's mouth? Thus, retreat was the best option among the 36 stratagems. Shenru coughed lightly, standing up and moving toward the door. Since Mr. Qin has already achieved his purpose, I won't bother further. He waved his slender, fair arm and turned to leave. Just as he pivoted, someone rushed in from the entrance, their expression subtle upon seeing Shenru, then running a few steps forward to tremble slightly as they spoke to Qin. Mr. Qin, the Dark Knight Guild has sent someone. Shenru. In the Blue Record reception hall. The man sat centrally on the sofa, indistinct black shadows hidden in the dimness. The surface seemed tranquil, but underneath churned turbulent waves. Warm sunlight filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows, softly brushing the palms that had been rubbing the youth's neck, the fingertips tapping gently against the sofa armrest as if following the rhythm of music. Shenru looked up, meeting the man's half-smirking gaze. He wasn't stupid either. Seeing the man's message immediately revealed what MOU intended to do. To put it plainly, Qin Yu's efforts were quite unnecessary. No one could force MOU unless the man had planned this all along. Shenru had fallen into Qin Yu's trap designed to pit him against MOU, but MOU cleverly turned the tables, using the situation to counter-scheme right back. Since caught red-handed anyway, it might be better to just own it, just as long as he himself wasn't embarrassed, others would be. With a raised brow, his crimson eyes gleaming mischievously, another devious idea brewed in the youth. I've heard President Mo has a lover. How come I didn't know? Turning the tables. He had never verbally acknowledged their relationship after all. Shenru's lips curled with amusement, radiating interest from deep within his bones as he watched the man eagerly. Mou chuckled lowly, his tone slow and graceful, exuding unbearable gentleness yet revealing an unyielding resolve. So now you know. Chapter 59, Mou, remember to pamper me. Shenru scrunched his eyebrows tightly. An odd and absurd thought arose in his mind. Not possible. Is Mou serious about confirming their relationship publicly? And how does that benefit either of them? Though he liked interesting things, he didn't mean to involve himself in such nonsense. Shenru said nothing, his gaze wary as he considered the situation, brainstorming ways to escape smoothly. Physical resistance wouldn't work. Even inside the dungeon, he wasn't a match for Mou, let alone outside the game. Given the other party's impenetrable stance, appealing to emotions was definitely not going to cut it. Only one choice remained. Escape. Without hesitation, the youth spun around, ready to dash toward the door. But as if anticipating Little Rose's next move, the man leisurely voiced. I'm sure you haven't seen Xing Xiao for a long time. I've asked him to wait for you at the gate, turn right after exiting and you'll see him. Damn. There was no turning back now. Shenru took a deep breath, muttering a curse under his breath, then viciously approached Mou. Bending down, he yanked the man's collar, roughly pulling that bewitching face close, bluntly warning. I'll go with you, but if you dare to do anything outrageous, I'll flay you alive. Satisfied with the answer, the man curled his lips in amusement, showing no care for the other's threat. Mou paused for a few seconds, then leaned slightly in the direction that the youth had pulled, forcefully suppressing the waves of excitement rising within him. Let's go. It'd be impolite to linger any longer. The youth bit his lower lip, the mingling of frustration and beauty enhancing his already attractive face. His crimson eyes glared daggers at the man before he turned and walked toward the door. Mou didn't rush to get up. Instead, he leisurely adjusted his collar, then his gaze rested meaningfully on Qin Yu beside him. The moment the youth exited, the shadows behind the man expanded wildly, instantly engulfing the entire villa. The once bright windows were shrouded in thick fog, pressing down suffocatingly on anyone inside. You should be grateful you're already on my list of considerations. Qin Yu felt his neck tightening, then an invisible force lifted him off the ground. In no time, his face reddened due to lack of oxygen, the painful and desperate sensation of asphyxiation spreading through every pore. Slap. Qin Yu was like a fish struggling at the brink of death, barely thrown back into water by some divine intervention. He gasped for air, reborn. Behave yourself. How Guan when you met her end is clearer to you than me. After speaking, Mou rose slowly without looking back, leaving the room calmly. The instant the man stepped out of the villa, the dark shadows receded like a tide retreating outwards, making the entire villa shine dazzlingly once more. Qin Yu made his mistake by testing Mou's bottom line. Regardless of whether that bottom line was Shenru or not. Shenru was the first to come out of the villa, seeing from far away a tuft of yellow hair fluttering leisurely in the wind, utterly relaxed. Only after turning the corner did he finally understand why the person who came earlier gave him such a strange look when saying the Dark Knight Guild had sent someone. Exiting through Blue Record's main gate, one faced a bustling street directly. The road was wide, the vision unobstructed, the location perfect. And now, this excellent road was jam-packed with Rolls-Royces. Standing next to them, Sheng Xiao saw Shenru and waved his head excitedly, ignoring the chatter around him. Stretching his neck, he shouted loudly, "Sister-in-law." Shenru almost laughed in exasperation. So this was the so-called moral blackmail plus a kidnapping operation, right? The young man hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Sheng Xiao, raising his lips in a knowing smile before walking toward the little ball of yellow hair. Spotting the figure at the corner from the corner of his eye, he became even bolder, stepping forward, using frosty white fingers to lightly brush Sheng Xiao's blushing cheek, bending close to the boy's flushed ear, whispering softly, "Your hair's a mess." Finished, he immediately retreated to a safe distance, turning his head and watching amusedly at Mou, who had been observing everything. Mou said nothing, just taking quick steps towards them, his face dark as he threw the keys at a beet-red Sheng Xiao, impatiently dismissing him. "You drive." Sheng Xiao. What got into him? Inside the car. Shenru and Mou sat in the back seat. The youth wore an oversized shirt, making his whole frame appear even more slender. Whether intentional or unintentional, the collar gaped open widely, revealing a stretch of porcelain white skin. From the perspective of the man, it was a splendid view laid bare. "Is this the interesting thing you mentioned, President Mou?" The young man smiled faintly, his earlier panic gone. He thought it over carefully. Mou coming in full force to Blue Record to fetch him was precisely to ensure incidents involving people like Qin Yu would not happen again. Cementing their relationship also gave both parties a clear identity, sparing future complications and suspicions in the living area. Most importantly, it limited Shenru's freedom of maneuvering. Apart from the loss of title, for Mou, it was practically killing multiple birds with one stone. So, arriving in grand style at Blue Record and letting Shenru board the car under public gaze marked the beginning of solidifying the rumors. In a few days, there will be a guild tournament. The man's soft, gentle voice reverberated in the car, somehow imbued with an inexplicable allure when it reached Shenru's ears. The youth tilted his head, blinking, sizing Mou up and down mischievously, teasing, "Where's the fun in the league? The league itself isn't interesting, but the prize is." Mou said hoarsely, "The first team to complete the challenge gets a chance to designate any travel location they want. One-day trip for 2 people, accessible either within the dungeon or our past dwelling places." Shenru's interest was piqued by the man. Before she could respond, the man continued, "Would you like to join?" The youth smiled and turned completely towards the man, not uttering a word but reaching out to grab Mou's arm. Then, he leaned in closer, his alluring gaze slowly tracing over the man's throat. Just as the man was about to pull the rose near, a clear, cold male voice suddenly interrupted, "Don't move." Mou squinted his eyes, silently waiting for the youth's next move. "How many members from each guild are participating?" The delicate fingers lightly tapped on the man's hand, and when he didn't reply, they gently rubbed it to urge him along. The man, feeling pleased with the coaxing, responded cheerfully, 3. Ah, the rose tilted its head back, drawing an enticing curve at the neck, then turned slightly and smiled, "Then how about having you and Sheng Xiao be the other 2? As soon as Shenru finished speaking, he locked eyes with a pair of clear, shocked eyes in the rearview mirror. The young man smiled at him, since sister-in-law couldn't be called for free without some kind of payback. "Of course, I'll listen to you." The dark pupils bent happily at the youth's words, packing Sheng Xiao off without hesitation. Even Mou himself didn't know where this excitement and joy came from, but the ripples in his heart all pointed toward one person. Indeed, he shouldn't let him go so easily. Roses should still be kept in the garden to bloom more delicately. Satisfied with the answer, Shenru laughed merrily, his lips appearing bright red and moist. He opened his mouth slightly under the man's ambiguous gaze. "To travel with me, remember to please me inside the instance. Damn it, I'm going to work you like a dog." Chapter 60, The Absurd World, 1. The live broadcast square gathered quite a number of people, mostly waiting here for the same reason. The League instance was about to open. League instances differ from regular ones, there is an unwritten rule, participant lists will be disclosed before the instance opens. Many players were here not only out of curiosity about the instance itself but also hoping to see their favorite contestants. People are always like that, when removed from danger themselves, they keep a heightened curiosity towards perilous things. As everyone began discussing the participants this time, the black screen suddenly flashed twice, and the long-awaited scene finally lit up. A cozy room flashed by, followed by a bustling street entering the view. As the camera rotated, it focused on a bus briefly before finally stopping on an eerie gray-white building. The image gradually blurred until it became impossible to make out any details. Afterward, the lists of personnel from different guilds appeared. Instantly, an uproar broke out. "Noble Lanxin didn't come, I thought I'd get to see my little lowly Yu. President Qi Ning is here too, is he bringing in new players again? Qian Xuan isn't a newcomer at all. She's an A-ranked player, Miss Ice Cold, kill me. Wow. President Mo is really taking his wife through the instance. Is he preparing for their honeymoon after winning? What? What do you mean? You don't know. President Mo grandly took his wife home from Blue Record and sent a message to Qin Yu that somehow leaked online. My husband and my wife are together. Tonight I'll definitely have to go out and celebrate with 2 bottles. As everyone chattered endlessly about this round's participants, the light screen suddenly flared crimson. Blood-red liquid started dripping down from the top of the display. The entire screen glowed with ominous red light, and finally, those chilling drops of blood slowly formed into 7 large words. League instance activation ongoing. Ding. Detected all players present. Opening instance, the absurd world. Time limit, 7 days. Reminder, this instance requires role-playing. Players must follow system prompts to complete plots and character development. Surviving 7 days safely guarantees a smooth exit from the game. Good luck, everyone. The game begins. Morning light shone softly on a delicately charming face. The lashes were as soft as ducklings' feathers, while the glossy full lips sparkled faintly. The eyebrows knitted slightly, hinting at dreams of something unknown. Inside the live-streaming room. Wife. Ever since we last parted ways, your admirer has missed you dearly. Beautiful even while asleep. If I woke up to such a face every day, it would be sheer bliss. Suddenly feel Mo got lucky cheaply. Reject bondage, the wife stands alone in beauty. Tisk, although the wife is beautiful, why does she look exceptionally stunning this time? 5 o'clock in the morning. Jingle jingle jingle. The shrill and noisy alarm clock suddenly rang in the empty room. Careful viewers of the living area should be able to notice that the room Shenru woke up in was exactly the scene from the first moment in the preview video. Shenru frowned as he woke up from his dream, but while the scenery before him was still hazy, beads of cold sweat were already breaking out on his forehead. A surge of eerie suffocation hit his heart with a wave of palpitations. With each additional ring of the irritating bell, Shenru's inner distorted anguish grew stronger. His white arm reached out from under the blanket, dark hair tangled around his delicate wrist, and slender fingers switched off the annoying life-threatening ringing. Wait a second. What just wrapped around his wrist? Could his hair possibly be that long? Realizing this point, Shenru jumped up without noticing the surroundings, and took a big leap straight toward the dressing mirror, followed by a silence so quiet it could cut through steel. The face in the mirror looked largely the same as the youth originally had, but upon closer inspection, the features appeared softer, the facial structure slightly adjusted, and the most noticeable change was that his once short hair now hung glossy and jet black all the way down to his waist. Since Shenru's bone structure was already more delicate compared to an average male, the pink strapless nightgown didn't seem awkward at all, rather, it radiated a sweet allure unconfined by gender. In short, this was undoubtedly a genuine young girl. What was going on? Without saying a word, Shenru immediately started feeling himself all over in wild confusion, as if confirming something important, then slowly let out a breath of relief. Inside the live stream room. Holy shit. Ha 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 ha, I think I know what our dear wife was looking for. Dying laughing meh, look how frightened the kid looks ha 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 dot. Ah. Cross-dressing. The appearance has even been fine-tuned. System God, I adore you. I said there was something off. I said it. Sisters, confirmed from next door, only the wife is cross-dressing. Feeling accomplished. However, the youth quickly snapped back from the shock, then began vigilantly surveying the surrounding environment. The pinkish room walls were decorated with certificates and awards from various competitions, piles of textbooks were stacked high on the desk, and the little lamp continued shining its light, as if working tirelessly throughout the night. The wardrobe was stuffed full of identical school uniforms, but not a single regular casual outfit could be found. Once again, the suffocating sensation of collapse inexplicably surged toward his chest, arrogantly asserting its presence. Shenru furrowed his brows. Something wasn't right. He was perfectly clear-headed, this wave of negative emotions wasn't coming from his own will. ZGA. Without any warning, not even the sound of footsteps, the door inside the room was suddenly pushed open. A face without any features, hollow, walked in from outside. Why are you just getting up? You're already 5 minutes later than usual. Even though it was a featureless monster, Shenru could detect reprimanding and anger in its tone. Suddenly, the mechanical system voice issued the first mission since entering the instance. Jing. Detected player triggering main storyline task. Now explaining background details of the instance. You are a student at number 3 middle school. Your mother came into your room as per her usual routine to check on your progress. Based on the plot requirements, fulfill your mother's demands, go out on time. As soon as the sentence ended, the chilling voice at the doorway sounded again. What's with that frown? Can't stand a couple of words, huh? You're so blessed now, unlike when I was a child. I'm already going to be late for work because of escorting you. Hurry up and get dressed and come out. I gave birth to you, but you act like I owe you something. After speaking, this faceless mother sighed with apparent regret for not having made iron out of raw material, then turned and left. What a three-pronged asphyxiation attack. Shenru roughly understood why his body and mind had been uncontrollably constricted and trembling from the start. A depressing study and living environment, an urgent desire for one's daughter to succeed, and an overly intrusive lack of respect for a child's privacy. This role-playing type instance clearly emphasized acting. Given Shenru's subtle changes in appearance and situation so far, understanding the true intention behind this instance couldn't rely on observing events develop from a bystander's perspective like before. Instead, one must personally experience the entire process. Shenru's gaze lingered on that set of school uniforms for merely 2 seconds before gritting his teeth and changing into the girl-exclusive skirt. His gleaming white thighs flashed briefly on the screen, dazzling the audience lords to drool profusely. He didn't know which books to take for school, so he randomly grabbed a few from the table, shoved them into his backpack, and hurriedly rushed out. As he was opening the door, the grumbling of this mother still lingered in his ears. "Next time if you sleep in again, don't bother going to school." Shenru didn't reply, he simply nodded quietly. He wasn't crazy enough to start provoking the featureless monster as soon as they met. The moment the two had just stepped out from inside the house, a female voice rang out. "Ms. Shen, why haven't you gone to work yet today?" "I'm on leave today, let me take your child." Hearing the sound, Shenru lifted his gaze and saw another faceless monster walking out from the neighboring house, with a little blonde-haired curl behind it. Upon hearing the commotion, the blonde-haired boy raised his head. In an instant of seeing Shenru, shock, surprise, and excitement surged through him, but considering the unusual situation that couldn't be explained by words, his chubby face turned red. Shenru helplessly watched Sheng Xiao's expressions change rapidly like Sichuan opera face changing. After almost blurting something, Sheng Xiao finally refrained and excitedly mouthed at him, "Hey! Sister-in-law! Shenru! Was this guy really the third in command of Dark Knight?" While the two featureless monsters exchanged pleasantries, Sheng Xiao stealthily crept over after a few seconds of brewing curiosity that beat his better judgment, then asked. "Sister-in-law, you sure have great mental strength." Shenru glared darkly, briefly glancing at the two mothers still chatting, gave a smile, and gracefully swept his glossy hair behind his ear, saying something irrelevant to the previous question. "How's the difficulty level of the leveling up instance?" Sheng Xiao hadn't caught on why Shenru asked this, obediently replying, "Leveling up is naturally more difficult than regular instances." "What's up?" Shenru's bloodshot eyes slightly narrowed, a spark of cunning light glowing beneath, his voice unhurriedly echoing forth. "It's nothing, my league instance just coincidentally clashes with the leveling instance, not sure if it will affect your gaming difficulty." "Did you want to make me unhappy, huh? Neither of you will get off easy." Chapter 61, The Absurd World, 2. Just as Shenru finished speaking, Sheng Xiao suddenly sensed impending danger and quickly clamped his hand over his mouth as if trying to swallow back the reckless words. Shenru paid no attention to Sheng Xiao's small antics, instead refocusing his gaze onto the two mothers. They were still exchanging pleasantries, even though they lived very close to each other. When they met, they seemed to have endless things to talk about. Suddenly, a strong sense of discordance surged up in Shenru's heart. Just before, the one complaining that she would be late for work because of his slowness was this mother. And now, the same mother was chatting endlessly with the neighbor. From the start until now, what exactly was this instance trying to express? Shenru feigned urgency, anxiously tugging on the monster's arm and said worriedly. "Still not leaving? We're going to be late." Indeed, just after Shenru spoke, the chatter between the two monsters came to an abrupt pause, and though their expressions couldn't be seen, their voices clearly betrayed their displeasure. Children should not interrupt adult conversations. "You're only worried now. What were you thinking when you slept in? Let's go, if we're late, your teacher will come looking for me." Another suffocating three-shot. Shenru could clearly feel every word piercing like needles deeply into his heart, melting into flesh and blood, becoming an integral part of his body. It was the first time he distinctly felt that something was seriously wrong with this instance. "Isn't it making me overly empathetic?" After the mother finished her sentence, she made a brief farewell greeting to the other monster and left. Sheng Xiao's mother was very warm-hearted, just about to drive the two to school, but suddenly received a call. Apparently, it was urgent on the other end, and she reluctantly entrusted her good friend Sheng Xiao with taking care of both, pulling out a wad of cash from her wallet and reminding them to take a taxi to school so they wouldn't be late. With their promise, she left without looking back. Shenru didn't speak, observing Sheng Xiao deliberately avoiding eye contact with the monster, gradually forming a chilling suspicion in his heart. Before the young man could ask, the blonde-haired boy already grabbed his arm in panic, his voice trembling slightly. "Sister-in-law, aren't you scared? That thing's eyes were practically popping out when it heard you speak. I've never seen someone's eyeballs look so round." Shenru's expression grew complex, associating it with the expression he saw when Sheng Xiao first encountered him, and confirmed his thoughts with a follow-up question. "These two things, in your eyes, they have faces, right?" Sheng Xiao froze for a moment, an eerie sensation instantly crawling up his spine, making his complexion look unpleasant as he struggled to nod. "The strange expressions and words I directed at you earlier, they weren't because of me but because of that thing nearby." The blonde boy nodded again, then paused momentarily before shaking his head to add, "My excitement was because I saw you, sister-in-law." So the phrase, great mental strength, came from Sheng Xiao seeing the creature standing beside him. "What do I look like in your eyes?" After hearing this, Sheng Xiao's eyes darted around 3 times in their sockets, suddenly gathering enough courage. Don't tell Brother Mo about this. Pale skin, beautiful looks, long legs. Hee. So it's like this." Shenru didn't reply, his fragile back trembled slightly. Lowering his gaze to cover his eyes, completely hiding the trembling pupils of the young man filled with excitement and fervor. "This is amazing. What an interesting instance. Am I really the only one who can't see their faces? Unbelievably, putting on women's clothing feels so natural in other players' eyes. Is it this world that's wrong, or am I wrong? In the live stream chat room. Fuck. I'm confused. What's going on now? I thought wife could see what those things looked like. Even Xing Xiao just took wife wearing women's clothing without batting an eye, reacting as if he had accepted it from the start. Holy shit, when you think about the name of this instance alongside all this. It's terrifying. Not being a fool, Xing Xiao instantly understood Shenru's implication, and for a while, the atmosphere in the air became heavy. The mechanical sound of the system broke through the oppressive silence. Ding. Main quest progressing. Originally your mother should have taken you to school, but today's circumstances are special, so you must travel with friends instead. The aunt seems very generous and kind, entirely different from your mother. Envy and jealousy rise within you. Continue completing character plot tasks, arrive at school on time. Ignoring the hint of jealousy stirred by the system's description, Shenru didn't overly concern himself with the odd phenomena and calmly stated. Let's complete the task. Xing Xiao nodded. Besides the occasional role in that new player mission, this was his first time collaborating with Shenru. After suppressing his unease, anticipation grew. Watching a dry screen all the time lacked the thrill of real immersion, and this incident might be considered a blessing in disguise. Walking along the road, the two arrived at a crowded street, where something peculiar occurred. Despite the bustling street teeming with crowds, there was only one public bus crammed with people slowly cruising along the roadside. Shenru surprisingly felt an expected sense in this situation. Xing Xiao also sensed something was off, setting aside his usual unreliable demeanor, beginning to ponder whether they could take the bus to school. Xiao. Instinctively, Xing Xiao turned his head toward the young man. There was not a trace of panic or urgency in Shenru's gaze, rather a stunning smile appeared, his red eyes sparkling as they stared intently at the packed bus. Eh? Xing Xiao blinked, startled. This familiar feeling. Can you drive? Xing Xiao sharply held his breath, twisting the word "can" into a mountainous detour, finally answering under the other party's hopeful gaze. No. He knew it. Right now, he felt immensely fortunate that his mind reacted quickly enough. Shenru raised an eyebrow, watching the proud little face, laughing softly. It doesn't matter, I can. Xing Xiao. You know how to drive, and you're asking me. In the live stream chat room. Ha 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 ha. Without Xing Xiao's smug face, I probably wouldn't laugh this happily. Ha 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 ha. I have the feeling that my wife would never leave her fate in someone else's hands. Joy at this moment is tangible. Xing Xiao felt a twitch in his scalp, then glanced at the overcrowded bus again. It's weird, tall skyscrapers loom everywhere, merchants line both sides of the streets making the city lively, yet in such a vast landscape, only one bus exists. Then why did the monster specifically remind them to take a taxi to school? Isn't that ridiculous? Xing Xiao quickly accepted his sister-in-law's regular operation, secretly regretting that he couldn't fathom her intentions beforehand. Then how do we get to the driver's seat? The blonde boy swung back and forth in the air. Thinking of Shenru's usual operations, he opened his mouth to cater to his sister-in-law. By fighting? Shenru's expression became a little subtle. For the first time, he felt that the public had some misunderstanding about his image. This wasn't the first time he'd heard such crude words. The young man sighed, deeming it necessary to correct this kid's values. Our identity is as students, besides, robbery is illegal. Xing Xiao nodded uncertainly, hesitantly asking. What do we do then? Shenru looked at the slowly moving vehicle, with a harmless smile on his lips. Can you fake an accident? Xing Xiao. Brother Mo, please save me. Chapter 62 Absurd World, 3. In the live stream chat room. I knew it. No core value system would come out from the wife. Speaking of which, is it the first time for Xing Xiao to experience the charm of my wife in the dungeon? Ha 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 ha. I guarantee he will never forget this. Xing Xiao couldn't believe his eyes as he watched the other person, his mind was spinning. Faking an accident? That might just stop the car, but no matter how absurd this world got, it wouldn't deviate from its rules, right? Logically, there's no way the driver would give up the driving seat to a passenger. What after the faked accident? Xing Xiao felt his heart turning dark, actually starting to consider the feasibility of the plan. Shenru gazed at the crowded bus interior, smiling increasingly happily as sunlight illuminated the long-haired young man's face, his red eyes full of implication. Then it's my turn. After speaking, the youth waited for the perfect timing, pushing the small blonde boy forward with one hand. Thrown off balance by the unexpected force, Xing Xiao had no choice but to take a bold leap. Slap. A black shadow jumped high, crashing directly onto the windshield of the bus. Screech. The bus braked immediately, so swiftly that the tires screeched against the ground making everyone cringe. Subsequently, continuous yelling filled the air, instantly creating chaos inside the bus. While people were still confused, Shenru acted immediately, using his talent to throw a punch straight at the driver's face. Due to the timing, the driver barely caught a glimpse of what flickered in front of him before feeling a sharp pain in his right cheek. People are often like this, thinking a single misfortune is just coincidence. So the driver merely rubbed his numb cheek, feeling quite puzzled. The youth raised an eyebrow, repeating the same move by punching the driver's left cheek. Now the driver finally realized something was wrong and let out a shrill scream. "There's a ghost." The ear-piercing cry caused panic among the passengers inside. The driver didn't hesitate, pushing through the crowd like an arrow and darted away. Thanks to his timely stop, no casualties resulted from the driver fleeing. Taking advantage of the chaos, Sheng Xiao hurriedly escaped. As a team leader in the dungeon, he usually flexes his muscles in front of his teammates, but this was his first encounter with such vividness. To keep face. The passengers inside were also startled by the sudden turn of events. After a brief moment of stunned noisy uproar in the confined space, pandemonium ensued. Since the driver had fled, other passengers naturally muttered complaints while getting off, gradually emptying the bus. Shenru smirked with interest and climbed aboard contentedly. Upon entering, he saw a pink-haired head wriggling in the back seat. It seemed the pink-haired person also noticed the noise in the bus and lifted their head. The previously half-closed eyes widened dramatically upon seeing who had arrived. Meng Yizhi shook violently, alternating between looking at the driver's seat and the now empty bus, mentally digesting this dramatic plot twist before showing an expressionless smile more pitiful than crying. Shenru raised an eyebrow, watching Meng Yizhi with growing interest. There was only overwhelming shock in the latter's eyes, not even a hint of surprise at Shenru's female attire. What a ridiculous world. Indeed, utterly ridiculous. Can you drive? The young man asked indifferently. Meng Yizhi and Sheng Xiao. The pinkhead shook fiercely, laughing to death. Was he really trying to hide his intent? This answer seemed within Shenru's expectations. He slightly nodded as if just going through formalities, eagerly sitting in the driver's seat and muttering animatedly. I've never driven a manual transmission before. Which side is the gas pedal again? The two people in the back seat. Inside the live stream chat room. Mrs., look at me seriously. You were deceiving me all along. Little Yellow and Little Pink's faces are already white. Mrs., please don't joke. Maybe Mrs. is just scaring us. Could that be a possibility? Before the messy discussion in the live stream ended, Shenru had already placed his hand on the gearshift. With the hum of the engine, the entire bus suddenly lurched forward. A few people. Just as the two assumed Shenru would give up, the horrifying hum sounded again. Without giving anyone time to prepare mentally, the vehicle shot forward. The young man had already inquired about the location of number 3 middle school. Go straight down this road, turn right after 2 traffic lights, and it would be there. Shenru drove fast, so the braking sound was terribly sharp. A horrifying roar thundered out. A bus stopped at the school gate. They expected this unique arrival method to draw dissatisfaction from the school and curiosity from the students, but surprisingly, except for the players who paused by the school gate, the rest of the NPCs ignored it completely. As if this were an ordinary everyday event. Soft strands of hair fluttered with the wind, a pale face flushed slightly from excitement, adding a touch of vibrant beauty to the eyes. Long and slender, delicate legs made bold movements, revealing a stretch of slim and strong waistline. Rose and a pair of dark ink-stained eyes met each other. When Mo saw the person, his eyebrows twitched sharply, and his voice deepened. It looks great. Upon hearing this, Shenru suddenly looked up, her eyelashes trembling in surprise. You noticed? The man was momentarily startled but quickly understood what he meant, then glanced around the others' gazes. There wasn't any abnormality. But this precisely was strange, because no one didn't know Shenru was male, yet cross-dressing did not raise the slightest surprise. Sheng Xiao, is there anything different about Shenru today? At the call of their leader, Little Blonde immediately lifted his head, disregarding his pale complexion and scrutinizing the youth closely before responding cautiously. Driving is aggressive. I'm dressed as a woman, and none of you have noticed. Shenru was fed up with these unproductive guesses, so he chose to rip the veil directly. This statement echoed in the players' minds like an alarm, jolting them awake from the bizarre normalcy they had accepted without question. Indeed, why hadn't they noticed? After all, they all knew Shenru was male. Sheng Xiao turned pale. He was the first to meet Shenru, yet throughout their journey, he had found nothing unusual. Even when Shenru had tested his attitude, he hadn't detected anything amiss. Is this just the start of the dungeon? Will we become like those NPCs in a few days? When Meng sucked in a breath of cold air and cast a horrified glance at everyone. From questioning, to habituation, to eventual numbness integrating into this world. Worse than being trapped in despair is becoming accustomed to the despair. Shenru laughed faintly, seemingly comprehending why he felt pain against his will. People only experience pain because they still harbor expectations for life and existence. The purpose of this dungeon was to assimilate away excess emotions. Habituated to pain until numb, ultimately losing all hope. MOU. The young man raised his head and smiled at the man, his every eyebrow crease filled with intense intrigue, his crimson lips curling upward into an enchanting curve. I truly love this world so much. Chapter 63 Absurd World, 4. The man curled his lips slightly, winding the young man's hair around his index finger, his gaze landing on the sleek black ends of the hair as he softly asked. Other than this, what else have you encountered? Shenru discreetly took a small step back, watching the strand of hair gradually slip away from the man's fingers as he addressed everyone with a shadowy look in his eyes. Except for you all, I can't see anyone's face. Literal meaning, in his view, aside from the players, everyone had lost their facial features. Shenru's gaze swept over Xing Xiao and Meng Yizhi. His red eyes curved as he uttered a sentence that struck fear into the hearts of the two. Maybe it's also due to extreme negative emotions. While driving earlier, I really had a moment where I wanted to take everyone to die with me. This statement was like a bomb dropped on flat ground. Who would have thought that Shenru, the most conscious one, was affected the deepest by this world? Xing Xiao looked in terror at the youth, who still had an unconcerned smile on his lips. That shocking statement didn't seem like something that could come out of his mouth. Mou lowered his eyes, slowly pulling over the young man's slender wrist, and his thumb gently stroked the pulse jumping on the inside of the wrist. To be honest, he was a bit curious about how a lunatic would voluntarily end their own life. But at the same time, he also felt regretful and uninterested. He had always liked things that struggled for their lives. Mou sighed. But his lips already curled upward uncontrollably, showing unrestrained interest. Suddenly, the school's broadcast system suddenly came alive, and a tremendous static noise echoed across the entire campus. Please gather all students immediately on the playground for the flag-raising ceremony. Just as this message ended, Shenru heard the mechanical voice of the system announcing a new task. Today is Monday. You arrived at school early to participate in the weekly flag-raising activity. Last weekend, you were named by your head teacher to be this week's flag raiser. Please prepare at the flag platform immediately. Shenru's face, with its bright and lazy charm, reached up to comb through his hair, allowing the strands to flow through his fingers before tying it into a high ponytail. I need to go to the flag platform. The other few received different tasks from the youth. They merely needed to stand below and watch the flag-raising ceremony to complete the task. What a coincidence, I'm going there too. Shenru lifted his eyes just in time to meet the probing gaze of the man and obligingly curved his lips, saying, then, thank you, President Mo, for looking after me. Then, the youth turned away without hesitation and headed directly towards the playground. Only when reaching the playground did Shenru have time to seriously examine this teaching building. Strangely, though they spent a long time at the school gate before, no oddness was noted, but now under close observation, some strange spots emerged. The wall was full of dents, painted with grayish-white paint, unlike the exterior of a normal school. Its surface was covered with protruding square blocks that could barely fit a person. The window frames and doors were layered with dirty yellow rust stains. The classrooms were brightly lit, yet the curtains were tightly drawn, and occasionally, several silhouettes would quickly run past the windows before vanishing instantly. The crowded playground was deathly quiet, falling into an eerie silence that sent chills down spines. The players also showed no signs of abnormality. After all, such situations in the unpredictable scenario weren't uncommon. Shenru took on the flag from the NPC without expression, only to furrow his eyebrows slightly the moment he grasped it. The rough white cloth was rolled into a ball, and bits of vivid red seeped through the fabric onto the youth's palm, vivid and glaring. When unfurled, the white cloth wasn't the expected rectangular shape, it turned out to be a small white dress worn by toddlers. It was soaked with thick, vibrant blood, and the densely packed little handprints stood out prominently. Was this thing supposed to serve as the flag raised every week? After a brief glance, the two hesitantly clamped this unsettling, crimson-drenched skirt onto the flagpole. The surrounding area remained eerily silent. Suddenly, an odd melody played over the broadcast, mixed with static sounds that made one's scalp tingle. In sync with the terrifying tune, the little white skirt filled with handprints seemed to gain life, continuously changing poses and dancing to the music. It slowly ascended along the flagpole, finally floating in the air with the cuffs placed inside the lower hem. It froze in an eerie and twisted pose at the highest point. Shenru looked down at the students below the flag platform, not seeing their expressions. As his gaze swept downward, he didn't expect much. But in the motionless crowd, there appeared tiny ants behaving differently. Clearly retreating footsteps, constantly trembling bodies, and occasional sniffling sounds in the silent air clearly indicated that these students weren't entirely indifferent either. Mou, do you think if so many people were to run out together, what's the probability of a stampede happening? The youth tilted his head, his long black hair sliding down from the man's shoulder onto his broad chest. The incomprehensible malice in his red eyes was flowing out like a spring. The man leaned closer, warm breath sprinkling onto the youth's ear, tickling him as he responded with keen interest. Look, seems like our little lunatic has a good idea. You're obviously excited yourself, President Mo, somewhat hypocritical. Without a care for the players and students below, Shenru naturally rested his head on the man's shoulder, closing his eyes in a relaxed pose. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips, his words like little hooks prodding at some hearts. Didn't you promise to please me? Use your abilities to throw that white dress onto any student's head. Since they were so resistant to this blood-stained white dress, Shenru would help them adapt properly. He wanted to see if these people's numbness was real or faked. If they were going to die, then everyone could die together. The guild participating in this league also sent out many new faces. Qian Shiwen is an A-level player under Qi Ning. After observing Shenru in last week's tea party instance, she had been eager to run through it with him but lacked the opportunity. This time, after hearing rumors from somewhere, she insisted on joining at all costs. Initially, Qi Ning didn't want to participate directly, but remembering Shenru's absurd actions in previous instances, his brow twitched intensely, and he gritted his teeth before stepping in as well. Boss, isn't Shenru not as terrifying as you said? Are they here to fall in love in the instance? Qian Xuan watched the two heads close together on the flag platform, feeling exasperated yet curious. It wasn't her place to gossip, but their relationship had spread widely around her ears constantly. Qi Ning shook his head, recalling Shenru's past fits of madness. I advise you not to lower your guard. Before Qian Xuan could protest, she suddenly heard someone beside her gasp sharply and curse quietly, quickly retreating. Shit, I knew that bastard was up to no good. Qian Xuan abruptly realized something was wrong and looked up just in time to see the white dress originally hanging on the flagpole violently thrown onto an NPC's head nearby by a shadow. She even smelled the overpowering stench of decay and foulness rushing towards her face. The crimson handprints resembled two glaring red eyes of a monster plunging down from the sky. Ayawaha. The chosen student let out a shrill scream, writhing as though there was something forbidden on their head, wildly grabbing at the dress before flinging it to another student. The air immediately filled with terrorizing smells, mingling with cries and sounds of shuffling crowds pushing each other. The warm sunlight illuminated the terrified faces of the students, accompanied by continuous cries of bones breaking, making the sweet metallic scent flood their nostrils wave after wave like an unstoppable tide. Qi Ning instantly reacted, urgently pulling Qian Xuan back to safety. Her panicked eyes widened, staring at the long-haired young man on the flag platform. His increasingly dazzling smile pierced into her brain's nerves, sending a chill surging down her spine. Had Qi Ning not been present, her casual attitude earlier might have landed her trampled beneath the stampeding crowd. One white dress turned the playground into a hellish scene. The celebration of villains, the oppression of superiors. Bloody chaos, utterly absurd. Chapter 64, The Absurd World, 5. Inside the live stream chat. Grass grass grass. Nobody told me that Mo God has a spouse who's this affectionate. What a raging flame of gasoline poured on fire. Should we switch to aiding evil instead? Just to clarify, my wife was in the same bed as me last night, and we have great feelings for each other. Previous floor, can you stop spouting dreams? No wonder she's my wife, there's such a tranquil madness about wanting to destroy the world. The pink-haired guy escaped incredibly fast. Meng Yizhi, having experienced repeated deception, knew Shenru wouldn't wait calmly for death. He expected the other side might make some extreme moves, but he never thought this lunatic would involve the entire school. Still, when it came to speed, Sheng Ziyao was unmatched. Even though it was the first time Sheng Ziyao collaborated with Shenru, he couldn't help but be familiar with his leader's tendencies. In the instant Mou released his ability, the blonde hesitated briefly, then immediately initiated danger alarms. He nearly twisted his neck in panic before dashing off without looking back. The scene became momentarily chaotic. Endless bloody mist danced and entwined in the air, carrying sharp howls of pain wrapped in chilling winds. One by one, vividly grotesque flowers of hell bloomed among the crowd. The light of blood illuminated the entire world. All were followers of madness. In the red pupils of the youth radiated fervent jubilation, savage elements coursing wildly through his veins, trembling uncontrollably from internal organs to skin. Is it beautiful? Mou cast his eyes downwards, watching the crimson light reflect on the delicate face of the rose. He murmured with indiscernible meaning, it's beautiful. As soon as he finished speaking, the man felt a lightness on his shoulder, followed by an itch on his neck. An amused voice vibrated near his ear. The atmosphere has been set, if I don't descend now, it'll be hard to wind down. In the live stream chat room. What should I say? This flourishing Tang dynasty is exactly as you wished. Stop, wife, you descending will be the beginning of chaos. I bet blindly that the wife is about to make some big moves. Just as he spoke, the young man rushed out without hesitation. Perhaps due to their close proximity, when Shenru moved, a smooth and soft sensation unexpectedly grazed against the man's arm. The rose bloomed too quickly, failing to notice any abnormality. His expression unchanging, the man only felt a slight numbness where they had touched, and his mood improved accordingly. Shenru had already chosen the target. There was a particularly unique figure among the crowd, clearly with a strong desire to survive, moving with large strides following the flow of people, as if terrified. Such individuals were easiest to manipulate. Since no facial features could be seen, one could only judge based on attire and hairstyle. This individual was male. The young man activated his talent and charged into the crowd, forcibly pulling this boy out and binding his hands and feet with ropes. Sheng Ziyao, come here. Shenru glanced up at the small yellow-haired youth crouched in the corner, beckoning him over. Sheng Ziyao and Meng Yizhi were clever, they had hidden beneath the flag platform. After all, the white dress would always ascend slowly every week here. Since everyone avoided the white dress, naturally, the same psychology extended to the flag platform. When Sheng Ziyao heard his sister-in-law's call, he straightened his neck, ignoring the astonishment in the pink-haired youth's gaze, and hurried toward Shenru. Meng Yizhi. Did this person have a special wire installed in his brain solely for Shenru? Following Shenru's instruction, Sheng Ziyao forcefully pressed the boy under the platform, thoroughly sealing his ability to flee. The young man kicked the boy with his foot and lightly stepped on his chest, his pale thighs appearing even more seductive and inviting amid the swirling blood. Why are you running? The boy struggled violently, shaking his head in terror without answering, then pretended to knock his head against the ground ready to end everything. Will you not speak? Shenru exerted force beneath his foot, pressing harder, and then gave him another fierce kick. Just as the onlookers thought the young man would continue coercing, Shenru casually picked up another student like selecting chicks at the market. He grabbed the back of the neck of that student and directly slammed them against the tiles beneath the flag platform in front of the boy. Then, paying no attention to the muffled groans and pleas from the other side, he leaned on this leverage to press them down and took out a sharp blade previously exchanged for the purpose. He stabbed viciously toward the fragile skull resembling an egg. Viscous, scorching blood spurted out, landing on the heated cement ground and splashing on the handsome face of the young man. And at this moment, the dead body's clear facial features appeared right before Shenru. With a toss, like discarding garbage, the young man nonchalantly threw the corpse aside, squatted leisurely beside the boy, teasing. Will you speak now? Shenru clearly saw the NPC's throat awkwardly moving up and down after swallowing saliva repeatedly but still remaining silent. His spirit teetered on the brink of collapse. Just one last push remained. The young man laughed out loud, his striking features lively and alluring, concealing a keen edge and coldness in his red pupils. A flash of white light occurred, accompanied by the boy's piercing screams and pleadings for mercy. The blade that had just pierced through the head hovered near the boy's scalp, then plunged deeply into the concrete floor. Ah! 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 I'll talk. Please don't kill me. A strand of hair delicately swept across the boy's chest as Shenru patted his cheek, her voice tingling with excitement. Good child. Inside the live streaming room. Damn. I just want to say, wife, you're my god. Wife is once again committing atrocities relying on her beauty, I'm jealous. Excuse me, who are you jealous of? The one just killed or the one about to be killed? It's different for me, with a single glance from the wife, I'll confess obediently. Wife is so crazy. I love it so much. Ah. The players all understood where the safe zone was, so the distance between them wasn't too far. Naturally, the scene that just unfolded came directly into everyone's line of sight. A madman who disregarded life had personally created a nightmare on Earth, with all of them as participants in it. Qian Xuan finally woke up from this absurd and terrifying dream, seeing the genuine emotions behind numbness and understanding the significance of the young man's actions. There was an unmistakably clear boundary between the players and the students. There were many ways to break these boundaries, but Shenru chose the most direct and cruel one. If someone really didn't fear death, why would they do things that connected with society? Because fundamentally, they weren't as simple-minded as they seemed. And the reason was the purpose behind Shenru igniting this disaster. The young man shook his mind briefly, sighed as if accepting his fate, and slowly said. You've all been deceived. This is not a complete world, we only live on a massive island. Chapter 65, The Absurd World, 6. Go on. Shenru kicked the young man's side waist, impatiently urging him on. Gathering his courage, the man clenched his teeth and said. We've been raised on the island since childhood, without fathers or mothers. Some kids die without anyone caring, and those who survive, regardless of gender, wear white dresses until they turn 5. Only after 5 can we choose skirts or pants according to our gender. Qian Xuan's heart jolted and she voiced her doubts, you can only choose between these two forms, but aren't the clothes the same? The man nodded, after turning 5, we can enter school officially and switch from white dresses to uniforms. Shenru suddenly remembered that there was nothing else in his wardrobe except for uniforms. The young man continued questioning, this school's traditional ceremony sounds unique, raising children's skirts as flags. The boy trembled involuntarily as if hearing something horrifying. After calming down for a while, he finally spoke. It's a warning, not a tradition. Shenru raised an eyebrow, last question, what happened before you turned 5? Upon hearing this question, the boy became suddenly agitated and uncooperative. Despite Xing Ziyao's strong grip holding him down, he still resisted communication, screaming loudly and losing consciousness as he hit his head hard against the ground. Shenru muttered a curse under his breath and showed no mercy as he stabbed through the boy's skull, giving him a swift death. Useless thing. It seemed this was the limit that could be explored after probing the game copy. Something horrifying must have occurred before they turned 5 that left them unable to speak about it. From the boy's words, it was also evident that, barring any accidents, their lives had been continuously controlled. Even though there was nothing more to extract from him, speaking the secret still brought no freedom. Since everyone here lacked parents, what exactly was his mother? Why does everything have to hinge specifically around the age of 5? When Meng had remained silent all along but paid close attention to this detail. Girls tend to be more meticulous and sensitive, and the number 5 made her associate it with some terrifying matters. A person's gender awareness generally awakens between the ages of 3 and 5, but if a child grows up without such awareness, the awakening period may be extended. 5 years old is a safe time point. At this stage, children are at their freshest and most eye-catching moment for certain people, right? Staring at the fabric in the distance that had already been soaked in blood, Shenru made a bold conjecture. I don't know if you noticed the last frozen gesture of the white dress synchronized with the music. Thinking back carefully now, it seems like it was hinting at something. When Meng instantly grasped the young man's meaning, her face turning pale immediately, her trembling lips barely able to utter a word. If it really was like that. Just then, the loudspeaker suddenly blared out, and a cold voice interrupted, seemingly intentionally arranged to pick this exact moment. The flag-raising ceremony has ended. Students, please return to your classes in order. Those whose names have been called, please report to the teaching office immediately. Shenru, Xingziyao. Xingziyao. He's nothing but a pawn. This is purely an unforeseen calamity. Inside the live stream room. Hey. Please welcome this session's unlucky participant, Xingziyao, making his grand entrance. I feel a little sorry for him, but not much. Take good care of my wife, Xiao Huang Mao. Don't talk too much. Haven't you suffered enough because of my wife? Calamity comes from careless words. Although MOU expressed his desire to join in the commotion, unfortunately, right after the announcement, the system immediately assigned him a specific mission. The two could only act separately from the other players. An eerie corridor radiated an overwhelming damp and decayed stench from within. The walls were covered in beads of water, while the glass windows were painted with vibrant colors using markers. The misty space seemed coated by a thin film that stuck to their skin, creating a sticky, wet sensation that made their hearts uneasy. Despite this place oozing with oddity, the signs around were quite considerate. Each room had massive labels, even pinyin above Chinese characters. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the teaching office entrance. Sister-in-law, if they get aggressive later, should we still respect humanitarianism? Xingziyao was bold enough, the gloomy environment wasn't influencing his emotions just yet. Shenru's previous teaching still echoed in his ears, be harmonious and friendly, and don't be too rough. No. The young man answered decisively, his red irises flickering coldly under dim light. Blood stains on his cheek had dried, giving him an air of a cold-hearted fanatic. Ah. You yourself said it, it's humanitarianism. It doesn't apply to beasts. And also, I am not your sister-in-law. Okay, sister-in-law. Shenru cast him a disdainful glance, not wanting to argue further with the foolish boy, then remained silent. Knock knock knock. The young man knocked on the door. Suddenly, there came a childlike scream from inside the room. After a while, the person coughed. Come in. Shenru raised an eyebrow, then without hesitation, pushed the door open. A strong stench of fishiness hit the youth, causing him to squint his eyes slightly. The atmosphere in the office was even more humid, the ceiling droplets dripped ceaselessly into puddles. The furnishings inside were dilapidated, what should have been cabinets storing student records were now covered in layers of dirt, muddied and clinging stubbornly to the glass due to the moist stickiness of the air. The head teacher sat at his desk. Shenru observed him carefully but couldn't see his face, making it impossible to discern his expression. However, those misaligned collar buttons clearly indicated what he'd been up to before. Xingziyao gently pulled at his sleeve and whispered as low as possible, blind in one eye. Resilient despite disability, bold but spirited. Teacher, what do you need us for? The guilty party showed no sign of remorse. No sooner had these words left his mouth than the sound of furious desk pounding followed, accompanied by an angry shout. Leading a disruption of school order. What do you think I've called you here for? Shenru didn't respond, merely looking indifferently as the head teacher exploded. Seeing that neither of the students would say anything, the director felt vindicated and grew even ruder. What future can students like you have? You better pack up and leave early. Xingziyao was itching to jump in already, mentally counting down. His eyes kept darting toward Shenru, ready to spring forward upon any signal. Director, we're helping you clean the garbage. Does that count as disrupting school order? The director didn't expect such a sudden retort and noticeably hesitated. What? The young man looked up disdainfully and gave the man who reeked of foul desires a cursory scan before speaking coldly, for you, aren't we all just garbage? I was just doing some cleaning earlier. You. Furious, the director stood abruptly, forcing his chair to scrape harshly against the floor. But Shenru did not continue provoking him. Instead, she smirked seductively, her laugh incredibly sensual as she reached out and loosened her hair tie, letting her thick black tresses cascade over her face like a temptress of the highest order. There was something the student in front of her had said correctly, anyone over 5 years old was seen as trash in their eyes. The director originally intended to lecture this rude student, but the moment scene was cut short before he could continue his sentence. Shenru moved forward and kicked lightly at the leg of the desk with her foot, her red eyes lifting nonchalantly as she asked. Why isn't the director speaking? Realizing something, the youth casually fiddled with her skirt hem, exposing tender white skin intermittently. She spoke softly with a smug tone, am I not beautiful? The director didn't say anything, Shenru couldn't tell what his expression was now, but judging from the direction of his neck movement, he was probably looking at Xingziyao. Ha, pervert still has shame. Are you bothered by my offer? After saying this, the rose retracted its thorns and retreated to a safe zone, waiting for the prey to slowly walk into its trap. Xingziyao had never expected Shenru would use her alluring charm right in front of him. At this moment, he only felt that his older brother's head was glowing green. Inside the live stream room. Don't. What could be worth you sacrificing your dignity like this? Wife, what are you talking about? Tisk. Stop yelling. I'm thinking. Don't bother thinking, my wife has been possessed by a ghost. For waiting game, Shenru was very patient. Actually he didn't have to go through such trouble, but there was likely a child hiding under that desk. Under 5 years old, if scared too much, there'd be no way to get any information out of him. Some tricks needed to be played to lure the person out willingly. Indeed, this pervert seemed to like his proposal a lot, stood up with an utterly disgusting laugh. Like a beast without brains, he stepped closer to the beauty in front bit by bit. Until they were within a step distance, Shenru lightly tapped the director's shoulder with her finger, indicating him to stop. An urgent voice came out of this filthy body, what do you want to do first? The dark red eyes burned with scorching fire. The youth chuckled, his tone flirtatious as he said, I want your life first. A flash of cold light revealed a chilling scene. Crimson blood gushed out. Shenru saw clearly the head that fell on the ground. Ah! It was indeed as Sheng Ziyao said. A blind man. Chapter 66 Absurd World, 7. Shenru happily enjoyed the sense of euphoria brought by the gushing blood. The head that didn't have time to scream fell off the neck, the sound of it hitting the ground was like drum beats in a bloody symphony. This world is great. Inside the live stream room. Too immersive, feels like my face got splattered with blood. This run really makes my wife unleash her nature completely. Who gets it? I need to carve the scene on the playground just now into my DNA. Sigh, am I the only one regretting that you missed the scene where my wife seduced that guy? That blonde guy. Repeat it verbatim to me later. Isn't that what you're best at? Sheng Ziyao let out a sigh of relief beside her. Who knew he was more nervous than the two parties involved just now? When Shenru placed her hand on the old pervert's shoulder, he even felt dizzy, with his brain experiencing a brief blackout. Good thing the family relationship remained intact. Stepping over the corpse, the two slowly walked towards the inside side of the desk. As Shenru guessed, there was a young child hiding under the desk. However, what surprised her was that she could see the child's face clearly. A 4-year-old girl wearing a white dress curled up in the corner of the groove, her head tilted against the side of the table, tears wetting her eyelashes, yet stubbornly not making a sound despite biting her lips. Blood flowed from under her skirt to Shenru's feet. Holy crap. Without a second thought, Sheng Ziyao directly exchanged a potion from the mall to give the girl a drink. But the little girl was so frightened that when she saw the extended hand, she recoiled sharply, causing her head to collide heavily with the wooden board behind her. Sheng Ziyao was scared stiff and rushed to hold her, but was stopped by Shenru. The little girl had just suffered harm, and now another strange man was approaching her voluntarily. If Sheng Ziyao insisted on getting close, it would only produce a rebellious psychology. Do you want to live? Shenru squatted down, her long black hair falling down her back, her tone without temperature, her eyes cold and calm. The little girl's pupils reflected a pretty sister with long hair, anxiously staring at Shenru in front of her. After a long while, a trembling little hand loosened its tight grip on the skirt hem. Yes. Her voice was tender but determined. Shenru looked meaningfully at the little girl, but handed the medicine to Sheng Ziyao instead, give me the drug. Xiao Huangmao obediently nodded and placed the treatment drug in the youth's palm. After obtaining the drug, Shenru didn't immediately make the girl take it, but rather leisurely waved it in front of the girl, her tone gentle as she said. Since I have medicine to save your life, I naturally also have ways to kill you. Can you understand what sister means? The young man smiled at the girl, giving her ample time to think. Although Sheng Ziyao wasn't high in emotional intelligence, he was smart when it came to IQ. When Shenru didn't immediately hand the potion to the little girl, he understood her intention right away. Children at an age where they cannot distinguish between good and evil often rely on instinct and might lie in order to obtain something. His sister-in-law was doing this partly to remove the little girl's doubts. Was the medicine from a stranger really a cure? But Shenru's threat indirectly proved the safety of the medicine. On the other hand, Shenru was also warning the girl not to act foolishly. If anything seemed off, she would mercilessly kill her. The little girl trembled violently upon hearing those words, her forehead breaking out in cold sweat, her cracked lips and pale face betraying her fear. The voice above her head sounded again, nod if you understand, and sister will give you the medicine. The little girl remained silent for a moment, then nodded, her soft voice hoarse with fear, I understand. I want to live. Shenru looked into the eyes of the girl, seeing the yearning and urgency in them. She twisted the bottle cap open with skilled fingers and praised as she handed it over. Good girl, you're my favorite child. Inside the live stream room. Guys, wife. Why is wife so natural calling herself sister? He. Is this guy even guarding against kids? Folks, there's a troll in the chat. Let's kick him out. After drinking the potion, the girl's bleeding stopped in no time, and her complexion slowly turned rosy. Thank you, sister, and thank you, brother. The little girl looked teary-eyed, her reddened corners of her eyes still trembling from before. Although her lips were still dry, her voice no longer sounded weak. Shenru stared steadily at the little girl, the red diamond on her right ear flashing faintly among her black hair. Then she softened her gaze and gave an innocent smile. You're welcome. She did not rush the child, but the little girl seemed quite anxious, leaning forward and grabbing Shinru's arm, the trembling passing through the fabric onto the youth's skin. Sister, whatever you want to know, I'll tell you. As if trying to please her, she tugged at the sleeve, her soft fingertips rubbing the school uniform tightly pressed against the young man's arm. Shinru made no reaction, letting her mess around on his arm. Then tell me your name, and what happened inside the house before we entered. The little girl paused momentarily, her eyes filled with confusion as she met those deep red eyes filled with meaning, and quickly dropped her gaze. Sheng Ziya watched their interaction, the strange feeling growing stronger. How could this little girl be so adept at seduction? She was barely under 5 years old. Could it be his mistake? The girl nodded, lightly biting her lower lip as if something was hard to express. My name is Anan. Just now, Master and I were playing a game. After speaking, her tearful eyes lifted toward Shinru. Master said it might hurt a bit, but Anan would be good and not make a sound. Despite already guessing what had happened inside, Sheng Ziyao still wore an expression of shock. As soon as the words were spoken, the young man seemed finally interested. His pale fingers gently stroked the girl's smooth cheeks, then lightly pinched her chin, tilting her little face upwards. Then why did you cry out, Anan? Aren't you supposed to be good? Anan showed no panic, blinking her eyes obediently, because the knocking scared me. Shinru understood. The young man's eyes held both evaluation and scrutiny, his familiar and icy gaze making the girl extremely nervous. Finally, unable to hold back any longer, she burst into loud sobs. Sister, save us. I have many friends who have lost a lot of blood. The hand pinching Anan's chin abruptly moved upward, muffling the girl's heart-wrenching cries beneath it. Hush, good girl, don't cry. You're making sister's head ache. Shinru wiped the girl's tears with another hand, her voice cool but gentle. Where do you live? Sister will send you home first. I need to find help to rescue Anan. The little girl seemed a bit worried, her hands clutching the wrists covering her cheeks. Upon feeling her grip, Shinru loosened slightly, allowing Anan to softly inquire, Sister, are you lying to me? Shinru laughed once, her red lips curling into a smile without needing makeup. Sister never lies. After saying that, the young man raised her gaze to meet Sheng Ziyao's shocked and speechless eyes. Sheng Ziyao. Inside the live stream room. Ha 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 ha, same look generation. I want to refute this statement too, but after careful consideration, my wife really doesn't lie. Shit, this sentence brought back my rebellious phase. Brothers, is the helper my wife talking about? Perhaps not. Other players, chills down my spine. Shinru smiled kindly at Anan. This little girl was too amusing. He needed to take his time with her and not be too hasty. Chapter 67, Absurd World, 8. This little girl was lying. According to this kind of confinement mode, it wasn't surprising that a few children died between each other from time to time. But after someone had died in the house, Anan didn't display an extremely calm or numb attitude. Instead, she gave off vibes of extreme fear and forced restraint as if she dared not make a sound. Her acting was too heavy-handed. Since Shinru and Sheng Ziyao's character roles were students, Shinru maintained silence after the child took the medicine. He was considering what angle he should approach the problem from. But at this moment, Anan appeared very anxious, eager for both of them to extract the full story from her mouth. Whenever Shinru paused even briefly, she would rely on fear and panic to narrate the story smoothly. Upon careful reflection, a child of such an age, who struggles to differentiate right from wrong, being confined like a pet in this dark place, subjected to lifelong torment by fate, how could she still be an innocent child? And through subtle actions, the girls subtly hinted that she might not be entirely passive. Subtle provocations, deliberate yet composed eye movements. Perhaps before the two of them entered, the events inside the house weren't necessarily led solely by the head teacher. It was merely a guess, but one thing Shinru could be certain of. This child urgently wanted him to go to where she lived. Sister will take you back. Although the voice wasn't loud, it left no room for refusal. Anan tried to plead, looking up to see the pair of deep red eyes exuding coolness, which made her swallow her words halfway. Then can sister carry me? The little girl lifted her face, stretching out her small arms and looking earnestly at Shinru, possibly harboring some mischievous thoughts. Sheng Ziyao noticed Shinru's hesitation. Thinking that Imogu hadn't even hugged his sister-in-law yet, a sense of fervent protection over their first embrace arose within him, silently urging. How about brother carrying you? Anan glanced at the somewhat naive doll-like face, then looked again at the shining beauty beside him, blinking her eyes. Suddenly, she puckered her lips, scrunching her cheeks together, and burst into tears while screaming heartbreakingly. Wah, I want the pretty sister to carry me. The pretty sister. Carry me. Sheng Ziyao. The damage value was 0, but the insult was incredibly strong. Come over here. Shinru's headache worsened from her noise. Aside from the naughty intentions in the little girl's mind, her tantrums actually resembled those of a real child somewhat. Satisfied, Anan wrapped her arms around the young man's neck happily, pointing out the direction of her residence cheerfully. The three moved through the damp and stifling corridor. As they ventured deeper, the number of windows decreased, and the surroundings grew darker. In the deathly silent corridor, only the sounds of their footsteps could be heard. The lights hanging above emitted dim illumination, and the area covered by the light was very limited. Shenru walked ahead with the child cradled in one arm while Xing Ziyao kept his peripheral vision focused on their surroundings tightly. Neither relaxed their nerves for a single moment. Suddenly, a naive and childish voice echoed through the empty corridor. "Sister, your neck looks so nice." After finishing the sentence, a cold little hand suddenly covered Shenru's carotid artery, with the fingertips gliding lightly along the vein. The girl continued unperturbedly. "Did master have his throat slit by sister here too?" At this moment, Xing Ziyao's face was already filled with terror. He knew there was something off about the kid, but he never expected her to be this brazen. Xing Ziyao quickly began brainstorming every possible way to kill the child. Shenru curved his lips slightly, and the laughter in his red pupils shone brilliantly. A cold voice sounded above the little girl's head. "Besides school, Anan has nowhere else to go, right?" The little girl blinked, confused. "What?" The young man ignored the girl's question and continued speaking on his own. "Anan, have you ever seen a big fire? The blazing fire dances wildly with the wind, recklessly devouring everything. The relentless flames crawl over every vulnerable part of your body, and the building filled with sin collapses and explodes in an instant." Shenru smiled tenderly as he looked at the girl, raising his hand to lightly blow beside his mouth. Poof, and it's all gone. "Do you want to take a look?" The young man brushed the hair from the girl's forehead aside casually and said, "I'm actually quite curious to see it myself." Xing Ziyao. "Count me out, just say you don't want to see it." What kind of psycho would really do that? Inside the live stream room. Shit, what is this major scare scene? How does my wife manage to say such cold words in such a gentle tone? Ah. Burn it all. Crazy one, drag her away quickly. Just as the words were spoken, Shenru felt the cool sensation on his neck vanish. Little Anan quietly clung to him, muttering that she didn't want to see. What a pity. Shenru sighed regretfully. Following the girl's directions, the two quickly arrived at their destination. The dampness here was even stronger, and water sounds were splashing from inside. Above the grayish door, two large characters were written, "Water Room." Shenru furrowed his brows. In his understanding, a water room usually only occupied a few square meters, nowhere near enough space to contain so many children. Just as the young man was about to go check it out, Xing Ziyao suddenly held him back. "Sister-in-law, there's a sound." Xing Ziyao's expression grew serious. He could guarantee that apart from the water sounds, there was definitely something else inside the water room. As he held his breath to listen carefully, suddenly a familiar shadow emerged from the door. What a coincidence. The man stepped out from the shadows, his laughter growing more obvious. His deep voice rubbed against Shenru's ears, causing the young man to pause momentarily. "Brother Mo." Xing Ziyao eagerly scampered to his side, wearing a serious face while saying that he had not disappointed the organization and was faithfully protecting his sister-in-law. Mo nodded without speaking, just smiling at the young man. In the brief moment they hadn't seen each other, the youth's school uniform was already covered in a good deal of blood stains. His pitch-black hair hung over his shoulder, the fiery hues blossoming on his rose-like face made him seem almost unearthly beautiful. Little Anan looked up at the man, burying her head into Shenru's shoulder instantly after a moment. Too terrifying. They say a child's eyes can see many extraordinary things. In front of this man, countless red lives lurked in the shadowy aura behind him, bloody figures reaching out and clawing outward viciously. For a fleeting second, those eerie creatures wanted to swallow up the sister holding her completely. "Sister, is this your boyfriend?" The innocent voice broke the ambiguous atmosphere between the two. Xing Ziyao's bleached hair stood straight like an antenna, for fear of missing any key information. Seeing that the pretty sister didn't reply, Anan mentally accepted the nature of their relationship and said somewhat regretfully. "Sister, will you also do those things with him? Like what Anan did earlier inside? If this pretty sister has a boyfriend, will she willingly stay?" The young girl frowned, trying to get a definitive answer from Shenru. But the air seemed frozen at that moment. Inside the live stream room. "Family members, my wife got an ultimate skill triggered by a kid. Kid sister. You're chatty. But, this little girl truly expressed my long-held wish wawa. Say it quickly. I want to hear it too. Shit, my heart is now filthy." Chapter 68, Absurd World, 9. The handsome face was blank for a moment, and inexplicably his ears heated up. The impact of these words coming from a child under 5 years old was clearly significant. Shenru was about to open his mouth to explain when a dark shadow suddenly flashed in front of him. There was a sudden emptiness in his arms followed immediately by a startled cry from the child. Mou remained standing in place unmoving, his deep eyes sparkling with interest. Even dressed in a school uniform, the elegance and refined air exuded by the man were undeniable. A noble exterior concealing unadulterated madness. The small girl was tightly restricted in midair by that dark shadow, her mouth forcibly sealed. The man chuckled lowly as he examined the girl's crumpled clothes, raising an eyebrow and deliberately asking, "So, tell me what you were doing in that room?" Xing Ziyao. "Actually, not much. Just some things involving tomatoes that weren't allowed to be written." Anna knew that if she didn't come up with a plan soon, this man would really kill her. So she used her old trick again, tearfully turning her head toward Shinru and crying out. Sister. Shinru hadn't expected the man to be so blunt, and besides, he also didn't want to hear any similar words from the girl's mouth, quickly interrupting his behavior. Alright, how did you end up here? Mou smiled, looking at the rose whose ears had turned red, and lightly tapped on the water room door in a good mood. You could ask Xing Ziyao. The youth glanced up and caught sight of the guilt-ridden look in Huang Mao's eyes, immediately understanding. They were from the same guild and within the same dungeon, how could they possibly lack basic communication tools? Shinru's temple throbbed violently, and his temper flared uncontrollably. So it seems President Mo is a pervert. Spying on me? The man didn't get angry, instead, he was rather thrilled by the term pervert, responding joyfully, watching my own possessions, how can that be called spying? Shinru stared silently at him, a glint of something indiscernible flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, the young man used his talent, dashing forward smoothly and pressing the man against the wall with swift, decisive actions. Despite the man being taller than Shinru by half a head, it took only a moment before Shinru gained the upper hand. So I belong to you now, huh? How come I didn't know that? The man was yanked by the collar up close by his rose, and the uniquely youthful scent invaded his senses uncontrolled, madly seeping into every pore of the man's body. Mou grinned brightly, showing no sign of unease about the situation. I thought I had made it clear enough before we entered the dungeon. Just as Shinru was about to lose his temper, a faint grumble drifted through the air. Sister, are you two flirtatiously bickering right now? In the live stream room. Not now. Who asked you to interject? My wife and husband are busy. Can't your issues wait? It was almost time for the baby, but it got suppressed back. Damn. Heartbreaking. Xing Ziyao rushed to defuse the tension. Sister-in-law, don't be angry. Let's focus on what needs to be done first. Shinru quietly loosened his grip on the man's collar, belatedly regretting losing control after encountering Mou like this. At the moment the youth let go, the man released the little girl from his shadowy control and placed her gently on the ground. After being set down, Anan remained silent. She felt a bit scared. Inside the water room, white tiles covered all the walls. Several rows of faucets were neatly arranged, providing hot water periodically according to schedule. When the sound of the water supply pressure rang out, the entire room became uncomfortably humid and warm. A misty cloud of water vapor mixed with a sweet, bloody smell that tightened the throat and made one feel nauseous. The step where people fetched water was high enough for just a child's height. Anan walked over to the middle of the second row. Beneath the faucet was a movable tile that, when pressed down, revealed a hidden door. Oddly enough, the size of the hidden door could only accommodate a small child, making it difficult for even someone slightly larger to enter, let alone allow a grown man free passage. As the hidden door opened, a peculiar scraping noise echoed throughout the empty room. Anan crouched halfway, preparing to go inside, hesitating momentarily as she gathered her courage and looked back at Shinru. Sister, you must come find me. By this point, the youth had already returned to his normal state. He stepped forward, squatted down, and gave Anan a light embrace. The strands of his hair carried a cool, faint scent, brushing unintentionally over the girl's neck. Of course, go ahead. The hidden door closed. Silence enveloped the water room. Mou's eyes brimmed with interest as he watched Shinru, anticipating his next move. And the youth did not disappoint him, his red diamond under the hair gleamed as a whiff of fragrance came swiftly, wrapping around the man's neck. The captivating yet dangerous aura enveloped every inch of his skin. Mou smirked, feeling thoroughly pleased. Even being restrained under the rose didn't hinder him from skillfully intertwining his shadows with the youth's hair, creating an intricate dance between them. If President Mo keeps this up, I might start thinking you're developing feelings for me. The man showed no sign of surprise at these words, instead his smile widened even more. He had retreated again and again from his bottom line, and now as long as this rose was in his garden, the joy and anger would be only shown to him. He could fully satisfy the young man's need for any intimate relationship. Of course, including love. You can understand it that way. As soon as the words were spoken, Shinru quickly pulled back, the hem of her skirt following the youth's movement, creating a beautiful arc in the air. The flash of white skin made Mou's mood even better. In comparison to the man's satisfaction, Xing Ziyao seemed not so good. This was the first time he had witnessed their direct confrontation, and his muddled brain finally got the clue. So Shinru wasn't even his sister-in-law yet. His older brother was still at the stage where toads wanted to eat swan meat. No wonder he kept getting sharp glares from Shinru before, his premature addressing. It's over. The big tree in the guild's backyard offered a nice view, he'd be buried there after he died. Just as Xing Ziyao was brainstorming, choosing an appropriate gravesite for himself, Shinru had already devised a new plan. The reason Shinru didn't agree for Anan to go immediately with her was considering the risk issues. With only him to shoulder the unknown dangers, too many uncertainties existed. It needed shared exploration with other players to lower the risks. But no one was foolish. Unless the system issued tasks, who would recklessly explore new maps? Mou, do you know where the broadcasting room is? The youth raised his eyebrows slightly, half smiling as he looked at the man. Since he never haggled over trifles, and since the man was voluntarily showing concern, he couldn't refuse. Of course. Mou was equally thrilled, looking forward to the youth bringing surprises to every pore of his body. In the classroom. The few remaining players had a simple task assigned to them, just follow the crowd into the classroom. Meng Yizhi noticed Mou leave his seat, suddenly feeling uneasy. The flickering pink strands irritated Qian Shiwen, who sat behind Meng Yizhi. Finally, unable to tolerate it anymore, Qian Shiwen grabbed the strand outright and hissed. Can you calm down? It's not like you're going to the principal's office, why are you so restless? Meng Yizhi was startled, thinking back to when the youth acted alone, almost sending him off to see Granny, sighing inwardly. Stupid. You have no idea how dangerous the current situation is. It's precisely because you let him act alone that we're all anxious. Before Meng Yizhi could retort, an electric crackling sound suddenly emanated from the PA speakers. Then, a familiar voice came through the speaker. Hello, I'm Shenru. I found a secret passage in the water room. If any of you classmates are interested, you can come with me. Haha, who among us fools would make ourselves uncomfortable for nothing? The players sneered at the matter. They hadn't even finished gloating for 2 seconds when, after the broadcast ended, a cold mechanical voice sounded beside them. A classmate has discovered a major hidden secret in the water room, curiosity drives you to uncover the truth behind this secret. Main quest updated, immediately head to the water room and join player Shenru to explore the school's hidden secrets. The players. Meng Yizhi. He knew it. This guy would trick even a dog passing by on the road, let alone us lambs awaiting slaughter. Chapter 69 The Absurd World, 10. In the water room. Players gathered at the entrance according to the system requirements. The corridor's width was limited, so they had to stand side by side. The already humid and stuffy environment, combined with everyone's irritation, led to growing dissatisfaction among several players. Some could no longer hold back their complaints. The door is so small, any fool would know it's impossible to enter. As soon as the words were out, a white light flashed in front of the group, followed by a piercing scream echoing down the entire corridor. The sound was abrupt and shrill, making everyone's blood run cold. All instinctively turned their heads, tracing the sound to its source. A fruit knife had clearly stabbed into the shoulder of the player who complained moments ago, instantly flooding the sensation of pain throughout his whole body. Why be angry? I'm obviously helping you. The atmosphere stilled, as the youth tilted his head, puzzled, strands of hair scattered across his shoulders, occasionally a few sticking gracefully along his neck. What? That player, astonished, clutched the wound on his shoulder and hastily exchanged items from the shop to stop the bleeding. The dark red pupils bent slightly, explaining with a smile, you wouldn't seriously think this would let everyone survive until the end, would you? It's better if we all go together rather than leaving it to some unlucky guy who might accidentally trigger something. That made sense, no one could guarantee that the next plot released by the system wouldn't be related to this. Facing it as a group was much better than leaving it to just one person. Shenru scanned through the crowd. Besides Wen Meng, Qi Ning, and Meng Yizhi, all others were unfamiliar faces. Although they seemed shaken on the surface, they hesitated without making a decision, indicating they needed more persuasion. I saw a little girl in a white dress with Sheng Ziyao in the office. She comes from another space connected by a secret passage. Her dress is stained with blood beneath, it's horrifying. As soon as these words came out, the players immediately grasped Shenru's meaning. The girl had been turned into a puppet manipulated at will, enduring unspeakable atrocities. Anyone could see that the white dress was a main thread running through the. If it wasn't of such importance, there wouldn't have been such fierce turmoil on the playground. And now, Shenru was handing them the clue personally. I agree, if the white dress really originates from this hidden passage, we cannot avoid it anyway. Me too. Me as well. Qian Shiwen helplessly watched the anxious situation get instantly reversed by a few sentences from the young man. Besides astonishment and admiration, she couldn't help but feel a chill. She indeed complained about Shenru's actions on her way here, the behavior of pulling everyone else down with him made her disgusted. But President Qi Ning had always intended for her to be patient, so she didn't voice her thoughts. And at this moment, she felt that even though Shenru's approach was crude, he was indeed helping them. This was what made the youth most terrifying. She was being brainwashed silently and willingly obeyed. If it's like this, could you also help me with a small matter? Shenru opened his mouth with a cheerful tone, I want to know what is taught in this school's classes. This question resonated deeply with Qi Ning. During class, he had noticed something off, and after hearing the youth's explanation, he finally understood the absurdity of the. He struggled to say, it preaches the correct 3 perspectives, re-educating students on gender concepts and self-respect. Before Shenru could react, Sheng Ziyao gasped in astonishment, your meaning is, the teacher's duty is to inform students that the inhumane things they experienced before the age of 5 were wrong, and then force their consciousness to re-accept the correct perspectives. Qi Ning furrowed his brows, almost retching, but barely held it in. Yes, the wounds caused by injuries sustained during childhood, when they scabbed over, would be reopened during growth. Then healed again using the right method. It was both laughable and absurd. For a moment, an illusory faint scream seemed to emanate from the tiles of the water room. Thick fog surged forth, enveloping the corridor in darkness, a deathly silence prevailed. But the secret door is too narrow, how are we supposed to pass through? Qian Shiwen raised the problem. A door only suitable for children to enter and exit, it was never designed for adults to get through from the start. Meng Yizhi looked at Shenru's lips curling up slightly, hiding mischievous thoughts that flickered over his own body, finally settling on Wenmeng. Wait. Why was Wenmeng being looked at? Wenmeng was in the same guild as him, and this girl had the talent of supergravity. Thinking of this, Meng Yizhi hurriedly became alert and retreated 2 steps amidst the crowded crowd. It doesn't matter if the door is too narrow, we can just widen it. Shenru described the width happily while spreading his arms and measuring with his eyes, searching for his target. Qian Shiwen immediately grasped the youth's intention and angrily shouted, pale-faced, are you insane? Without understanding the inside, forcibly widening the passage may cause collapse. Aren't you supposed to rescue the kids inside? This action will accelerate their deaths. The dark red pupils gleamed with vigor. The youth grinned arrogantly and dangerously, when did I ever say I wanted to save them? The icy voice lacked any warmth, as his gaze wandered towards the end of the darkness, leisurely stating. The lives of all people here ended the moment they arrived on this island. For them, death is rebirth. But you have no right to make that decision for them. Qian Shiwen frowned, still not approving of the youth's actions. Shenru showed no annoyance, merely narrowing his eyes and opening his mouth with a pity-like tone. From the moment I learned about this hidden passage, I was granted the right. No one refuted him. Whether it was the children or the students or even everyone living here, none of them had the right to make decisions for themselves. Only the higher-ups had the authority to decide their lives and deaths. Wenmeng, can you still use your talent? Mou broke the silence. I can. Wenmeng was Wei-Lanqing's subordinate, knowing full well that her boss was a big fan of Mou, so naturally, she supported him unconditionally in the "You come, I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong." Okay. President Mo clearly expressed his stance, leaving the other players without any objections. With a huge explosion, the entire water room violently trembled. The surrounding tiles uncontrollably crashed down to the ground. Dust flew everywhere, and an eerie, intense fragrance seeped out from the cave mouth. As the smoke cleared, the scene came into sharp focus before everyone's eyes. The narrow and dark tunnel had collapsed, revealing a massive white gate instead. Carved onto the gate were 2 round, fair-skinned children embracing each other, their hands lifted by a pair of rough yet broad hands. The children's faces radiated happiness and joy as if they were amidst a sea of flowers. Above the gate were carved 4 extravagant characters. Extreme bliss of humanity. In the live stream chat room. Shit, I'm getting goosebumps. I thought I'd seen the end of humanity's downfall, but turns out this is just the beginning. Ah, visible danger. Why did my wife bring me here? Chapter 70 Absurd World, 11. Who would have thought beneath the cramped, narrow water room lay such a splendid, luxurious setting? Shenru didn't give the group time to process, eagerly pushing the door open and walking inside. Mou and Xingziao closely followed after. The players exchanged glances. With the mission dispatched, there was no choice left but death if they failed, offering no alternative but to plunge ahead despite the looming danger. Inside the door, darkness persisted. Everyone felt their way forward cautiously. With endless darkness ahead, the shuffling footstep sounds around gradually grew erratic and rapid. Someone had used a skill to summon a flashlight. The faint beam illuminated a small area, somewhat soothing the restless crowd. As time ticked on, the eerie sense of moving endlessly without reaching an end point enveloped them all. Some players were gripped by fear trapped within the cave, hair standing up as panic set in. The youth moved resolutely. An's information couldn't be wrong. While the little girl might lie about some parts when speaking to him, her earnest desire to bring him here was undeniably sincere. But they had been walking for nearly 10 minutes already. For a child under 5 years old, it would have taken even longer. This wasn't reasonable. So the issue must lie among them. Shenru stopped and calmly asked, check if anyone's missing between the guilds. Not understanding why, everyone still instinctively searched for fellow companions who had entered the together. After confirming there were no discrepancies, they reported back to Shenru. Just as the youth furrowed his brows, deciding to switch perspectives, a sudden gasp of terror arose from the crowd. There's one extra person. Even though League players may lack in abilities, their mental resilience far surpassed those from regular dungeon runs. Upon hearing these words, the murmurs immediately ceased. No one spoke, instinctively holding their breath. The flashlight beam instantly swung towards the direction of the startled cry. On the wall stood a tiny silhouette. A white dress hung loosely like an oversized gown on the body, tangled long hair draped over her shoulders carelessly. The dim yellow light illuminated her innocent-looking face. Her pitch-black eyes remained motionless, staring directly at the young man in the back of the group. Hee, are you here to play too? The childish, shrill voice incessantly tugged at the fragile nerves of the players, accompanied by subtle vibrations causing sand and dirt to keep dropping from above. When the child saw no one responding, anger welled up inside, fueled by feelings of being ignored. Her black eyes turned blood red as she bared her teeth, resembling a thoroughly enraged wild animal. Anan said her sister was particularly gentle. Why do you ignore me? Why? Ah. Frenzy, frustration, jealousy, a torrent of emotions erupted alongside the unrest. The surrounding sand and rocks trembled even more noticeably, as if about to collapse violently, burying everyone under the desolate darkness. Meng Yizhi was the closest to the child, softly trying to coax her in order to soothe her irritable emotions. Good girl, brother pays attention to you, don't. Meng Yizhi. From a certain perspective, this truly achieved equality for all. Solving problems with the simplest and most direct method. In the live streaming chat room. Calling again. Directly shut you up. The solution to violence is more violent measures. My wife knows her stuff. I was just thinking, why hasn't my wife made a move yet? Turns out I was too eager. Sorry. At that moment, in a dimly lit room, the walls were covered with bizarre and colorful graffiti. Faint light illuminated an extravagantly luxurious bed, opposite which the scene of players in the tunnel was playing. The image paused on that detestable face that both gods and humans alike would abhor. Her dark red eyes shone like gemstones, as if a single glance could completely suck one's soul out. I told you she's amazing, didn't I? Anan sat on the bed, her face flushed, her bewitching eyes carrying no trace of thesh once endured. The man before her had lost his legs and lay prostrate on the bed like a female dog. His aged cheeks tightly pressed against a white dress, showing utmost piety like a devoted believer. Her delicate little foot lightly stepped on the man's shoulder as she joyfully said, "This is the special gift I've chosen for dads. They'll definitely like it." The man did not respond. In the dimly lit room, the only response came from the chilling laughter emitted by the young man in the video. In the hidden passage. After Shenru's repeated intimidation, the child in front of him stopped crying. The youth gently set her down, wiped away the tears from the child's face, and casually combed through her messy hair, putting on a sad expression as his tone became exceptionally gentle. Good girl, sister didn't mean to hurt you just now, she was merely a bit overexcited. You don't blame me, do you? The child favored this mixture of punishment and kindness. Shaking her head, she obediently leaned her cheek against the palm of the hand the young man had not yet retracted, curiously eyeing this beautiful long-haired sister. In the live stream chat room. A huge psychological manipulation scene. Fuck, I want to be manipulated by my wife too. Move aside, let me come. Ah. She's still a child. But I'm an adult already. You can touch me. Shaking her head, the child said softly with a whimper, not blaming sis. Shenru smiled, pulled the child close into her arms, and lightly placed her hand on the frail shoulders of the child while quietly probing, what a good girl. Sister is trapped here and cannot find a way out. Do you have any ideas? Basking in care and warmth, the child greedily inhaled the pleasant aroma, replying without a shred of defense, yes, I'll take sister out. Saying this, the little girl reluctantly left Shenru's embrace, feeling along the wall, and tapping it gently a few times. During the wait, Shenru straightened herself, simply moving the strands of hair clinging to her face. Realizing there was no sound behind her, she turned around to check. As soon as she twisted her head, she saw players full of complicated expressions. What's wrong? Shenru asked in puzzlement. Qian Shiwen glanced at the young man, then looked at the appeased child, finally unable to contain herself and blurted out. I misjudged you. Sometimes having a difficult personality isn't your fault. Shenru. Meng Yizhi. Oh no, what small movie has this older sister been playing in her mind? She wouldn't possibly think Shenru's previous coldness was all pretense, would she? Big trouble brewing. Just as Meng Yizhi was about to speak, suddenly some movement was heard from the wall side, causing the surroundings to rapidly transform. Darkness was replaced by dazzling gold, and the colorful marble walls dazzled brilliantly. Gigantic crystal chandeliers cascaded down like waterfalls, with oil paintings covering the inner walls and palace domes, the contents mostly similar to the patterns carved on the gates. It turned out they had already been inside the hall. The entire palace was covered with ostentatious and strange carvings, subtly revealing a sense of ethical sin and depravity. Just as the players were taking stock of their surroundings, a servant-like figure approached and smiled politely at everyone. Esteemed guests, may I escort you to bathe before entering, he said courteously. Then, raising his eyes, the servant glanced around with a tinge of regret and added, a few guests have failed the assessment and will not be granted entry. With that, he snapped his fingers softly. From various rooms in the palace emerged hulking black shadows several meters tall. They passed through walls with incredible speed, efficiently decapitating some players who had been panicking in the tunnel earlier. The heads rolled on the ground. The stench of blood filled the air, making it seem unusually thick. Chapter 71, An Absurd World, 12. Shenru did not recognize these people, they must have been players lingering near the bottom of the pack. But what the servant had said was intriguing. Failed the assessment, it was a phrase too ominous to contemplate. Other than encountering a child in the dim tunnel, nothing else happened. The answer seemed clear. Apparently, children weren't the lowest tier in this palace hierarchy after all. No one made a move. These shadowy figures appeared to be simply following rules but also subtly issuing a warning to the remaining players. Shenru stepped forward, following the servant ahead. Her gaze quickly scanned the environment. There were no elevators here, only ornate European century-style decorations, spiral staircases leading upwards, and stained glass windows adorned with images of pure young girls. Despite the high ceilings, there were only 3 floors. Their bathing and washing area was located on the first floor. As Shinru was about to follow the crowd around a corner, she caught sight of someone being wheeled out from a corridor opposite her. This person sat in a wheelchair, their legs absent beneath their torso. What drew Shinru's attention was not just the odd humming tune this individual sang but also the extremely satisfied expression on their face. Most notably, their mouth emitted an unusual red glow. Suddenly, the youth paused mid-step. Moyu, standing beside him, noticed something amiss and quietly asked, "What's wrong?" Shinru's expression grew slightly nuanced. "Since we arrived here, I've been able to see every player's face." This alone was peculiar, but what followed piqued the man's interest even more. "Apart from other players, I can only see the faces of children in the dead." Led by the servant, the group traversed down a corridor until reaching an indoor hot spring. As soon as they opened the door, a wave of floral fragrance greeted them. At this point, men and women were supposed to separate. However, Shinru found herself in a dilemma. Since the servant was still present, how could she enter the male bathhouse with the face of a girl? Seeing her predicament, Moyu smirked mischievously, gazing toward the uneasy Shinru. Is mixed-gender bathing really such a problem? Clearly experienced, the servant remained calm and responded without hesitation, "Certainly, that is your freedom." Inside the live streaming chat room. "Moyu. From now on, you're my god." Wait. My wife is going to soak with my husband. Can I join? I want to sit between the two of you. Mixed bathing. Elder Moyu truly has guts saying this, ha. Someone save my wife, I feel like I'm about to explode. Sorry, my dear, tonight I'm supporting President Moyu. Shinru held her breath for 2 seconds before breaking into a smile, her dark crimson eyes locking deeply onto the man. With every intertwining glance, the distance between the two became closer and closer. First, the school uniform jacket hit the ground. Then, the youth suggestively touched the collar of their uniform, untied the necktie, and draped it casually around the man's neck. "I'll be waiting inside," came the soft voice tinged with coquettish charm yet leaving no room for refusal. Raven hair grazed the man's cheeks, leaving faint traces of sweetness behind. In extreme excitement, hearts raced madly, and fervent, scorching sensations surged through their bodies. This strange yet familiar feeling began to grow unchecked within. Moyu wore a tender smile, oblivious to the other's stares, bending down to pick up the rose-colored jacket, then turning and walking into the room. The rest of the male players stayed rooted in place. Meng Yiji swallowed hard, asking Chen Ziyao painfully, "Should we go in?" Chen Ziyao rolled his eyes and glanced at Qi Ning. "Qi Ning. Are you serious? Just hurry up and go in. Your guild master won't do anything crazy inside the dungeon." After saying this, Qi Ning forced himself to walk into the room. The blonde and the pink-haired individual glanced at each other, finding it sensible, and followed suit. Steam filled the air, a suffocating heat pressing on their chests, making waves of warmth ripple through them. The pool was clear and spotlessly clean. Shinru entered the hot spring first, leaning against the edge with eyes closed, lost in thought. The warm flow of water brought a rosy flush to her alabaster face. Swish went the water. The youth looked up and met Moyu's gaze, full of ambiguous meaning. The lukewarm water reached just above the slim waist of the man. Broad shoulders and narrow hips framed by graceful abs were prominently displayed. Shinru's eyelashes flickered as she quickly averted her gaze. "What are you thinking about?" Shinru exhaled faintly, not mentioning the previous awkwardness. "I made a mistake before, children are not the lowest ranking within this set of rules. In fact, they may likely be relatively high ranking." Qing Ziyao arrived shortly after, hearing Shinru's words, everyone's expressions turned grave. Moyu did not deny it but instead gazed down at the young man and continued listening. "Furthermore, every move we made inside the tunnel probably has already been reported by that little girl. If we were merely victims, our actions would have been more restricted." Qing Ziyao, quick to catch up, suddenly rose, causing ripples in the water, saying something shocking. "So the first floor is specially designed for disabled individuals. These people aren't here to receive services but rather to provide them." Meng Yiji didn't fully understand but had an ominous suspicion growing in his heart, confirming aloud. "You mean that on the first floor, children are the ones being served, right?" "It seems so." Black hair flowed over the young man's back, scattered across the water surface as Shinru dropped her gaze, speaking softly, "So, the anon seen by both me and Qing Ziyao isn't someone who used to offer services but rather someone who enjoys being served." The temperature of the hot spring seemed to rise even further, the heavy heat leaving all feeling stifled. Suddenly, the courteous voice of the servant resounded outside the room door. "Dear guests, your change of clothes has already been placed in your respective rooms. After changing, please exit through another door in the locker room." Upon hearing this, all immediately stood and left for the locker room without hesitation. In her room, Shinru found a sheer crimson gauze dress as thin as cicada wings quietly hanging on the hanger. Her original clothes were taken away. If she didn't want to go out naked, she would have to comply and wear this. The bright red silk dress was slightly transparent. The fabric gleamed under the warm light, with gold bells adorning her ankles. As the young woman took steps, the bells chimed melodiously, evoking lewd thoughts. In the live stream chat room. Slightly translucent. Short skirt. Bell. I'm going insane. Fuck. I'm loving this game so much. Wah, the game knows exactly what I love watching. Bowsy who are watching must have pulled out their phones to frantically take screenshots already. Shenru gathered her long hair carelessly and pushed the door according to the direction provided by the servant. The dark black corridor reappeared before her eyes. Unlike before, a dim white glow emanated from its end. Slowly blinking, her crimson eyes twinkled faintly, a subtle smile curling at the corner of her lips as she stepped forward. A soft carpet covered the floor, making it comfortably warm even barefoot. As she got closer, she discovered that the faint glow came from a lamp suspended above and saw a large, heavy door right before her. Before the youth could raise her hand to push the door open, the massive doors gradually creaked open outward, releasing a salty, fishy smell rushing straight at her. Under the grand stage sat bustling crowds. Most dressed in formal attire, cradling in their arms little girls clad in white dresses. Even in the shadowy space where details were hard to make out, the sounds and scents clearly painted a chaotic picture. As the young woman moved forward, streaks of ghastly pale light shone upon her figure. With raven black hair flowing freely, her footbells tinkled gently with every step. Her radiant, porcelain-like skin exposed to the air under the spotlight made her look particularly beautiful, rich and inviting. On the stage, there were also other players, and Shenru instantly spotted Mou. Elegantly dressed in a dark-colored suit, he stood quietly among the players. His severe features carried a hint of dangerous sensuality. The man looked at Shenru in her red attire, the blackness in his eyes igniting as if a fire had just been kindled. Before the other party could make any move, an excited voice abruptly sounded from the stage. The auction begins now. As soon as the words were spoken, an uproar arose among the audience. The cages of beasts were thrown wide open, releasing the darkest desires of human nature to their utmost extreme. Shenru lazily lifted her head, her eyes brimming with mirth. The golden bells rang incessantly as a pair of pale, delicate feet halted in front of the man. The youth's back was a striking sight, vibrating with both excitement and fury, his entire body trembling slightly. Rose stepped barefoot onto the man's leather shoes, tiptoeing lightly and wrapping her arms around his neck, her warm breath brushing against him. I suddenly feel this place is a bit dirty. Could I borrow your space for a moment? The man chuckled softly, reaching out to embrace Rose's slim waist. Whatever you wish. Once more, the sweet, saccharine voice whispered into his ear, I suddenly find this place quite meaningless. No sooner had the words left her lips when a sound of collapsing walls reverberated around them. At the very moment she had stepped onto the stage, Shenru had planned to completely destroy this place. Let these disgusting things be buried forever beneath the earth. In the midst of Rose's fervent laughter, a cold mechanical announcement sounded sharply in the player's ears. Ding! Detected violent behavior by player Shenru leading to disruption. This scene automatically accelerates, entering day 2 in 3 seconds. Note, the mission within this scene remains unchanged. Please approach the game with the correct attitude. Shenru. Other players. Inside the live stream chat room. Of course, I knew the day my wife would do something like this would come. Help. Whose wife turned the game into a violent destruction? Oh right, it's my wife. Chapter 72, An Absurd World, 13. Jingle 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 jingle. The shrill ringtone echoed through the room, dark crimson eyes snapping wide open, devoid of any sleepiness or fatigue. The pink, youthful bedroom, adorned with rows of accolades even including a closet filled with identical school uniforms, all hinted that she had returned to the start once again. Yesterday, he believed those certificates proved academic excellence. Today, they seemed to glaringly contradict the true purpose, perhaps signaling the smooth assimilation into the proper worldview. As though suddenly realizing something, the youth leapt up from the bed, a strand of black hair floating gracefully in the air. His hand made contact with the wall, his knuckles bending forcefully to tear down the commendation certificate. Best Loyalty Award. Loyalty. A child taken here before the age of 3, educated starting at 5 years old with the correct values until adulthood, becoming one among the bustling crowds on the streets. He finally understood the source of his dissociation. Only individuals who show absolute loyalty to this world are given the privilege to leave the school. The players, however, with thoughts alien to this filthy place, will inevitably be treated as commodities, sold off as shown before. Resisting meant fighting small battles, submission meant certain death by torture. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching the door, urgent and making his heart tighten. Shenru abruptly raised her gaze, confirming that the mother of this home adhered strictly to the rules of this twisted world and thus wouldn't accept what he did yesterday at school. Indeed, before the footsteps reached the door, an angry, sharp scolding voice already came from outside. Shenru. Come out here now. The words barely finished when the door was yanked open violently, unable to bear the sudden force, emitting an ear-splitting groan as it stretched to its limit. Barefoot inside, Shenru watched helplessly as a wild-eyed woman lunged toward him. It was strange. He could see her face. Her hollowed-out eye sockets gaped deeply, dark and bottomless. As this mother nearly pressed her face against Shinru's, whether illusion or not, a faint putrid smell emanated from her. The nauseating odor repeatedly entered his nose, causing waves of revulsion. It's all because of you. I had to pay 2 eyes worth of reparations to the school just for them to calm down. How can you be so undutiful? Evidently, misconduct at school also resulted in parent summonings, teachers employing a much harsher method to discipline parents. Pain alone leaves the deepest impression. I don't need to attend school. Shinru said indifferently, as if he hadn't confessed anything unforgivable. She had thought that with these words, this mom would become furious and even utter more offensive words, but it didn't happen. The other party hesitated for a moment, lifting her head slowly. Her parched mouth opened slightly, and although there was nothing but emptiness in her eye sockets, one could still feel the astonishment and confusion of the woman. How can you say such a thing? You have to go to school, what else could you do without school? You don't have another way to live. This statement was somewhat ironic. If judged by the standards of this world, indeed it was not wrong. All of them were people trapped in a vortex, born without any rights to choose. But their life, filled with an extreme sadness as they resisted fighting till death, left one questioning where the pursuit lay. The woman's hands tightly gripped the young man's arm, her trembling hands showing prominent veins, while white skin became reddened under the pressure. Shinru's expression remained entirely unmoved, as if he could not perceive the silent threat from the woman. He casually brushed off her hands, enjoying the panicked helplessness displayed on her face due to his single statement. Previously, because I couldn't see your face, I had no chance to admire such a touching expression. Shinru gently touched the hollow, lifeless cheek, stopping his fingers at the edges of the concave eye socket and rubbing hard, trying to reopen the wounds and make crimson liquid flow again. The woman attempted to resist, but she despairingly found that she couldn't break free from the youth's grip. She could only let out painful screams to release her terror. To fall into my hands makes you lucky. At least I can give you a quick end. Saying this, Shinru grinned and grabbed the woman's neck as anger from being previously notified by the system surged through him. His hand tightened bit by bit in complex emotions. It isn't your fault to be enslaved. Thanks to you, I've thought of a great plan. The young man's voice was lazy, yet filled with greater laughter. In the midst of her suffering struggles, the woman stopped breathing, and her pale fingers neatly arranged the messy hair before her forehead. With tenderness and deep affection, he said. My mother wouldn't be so weak. She would only tell me to do whatever I want, and that I will definitely get whatever I desire. Crunch. The woman's neck was twisted completely. Inside the live stream chat room. Brothers, I feel like my wife is more like a boss. Why does it feel so damn good? Sigh, this woman is quite pitiful, tortured since childhood, instilled with the idea of lifelong constraints, she has no escape but to follow rules obediently. That's why my wife gave her a swift end. Hopefully, her next life won't be so tragic. Upstairs, you're just making excuses for your wife. Shinru released his hand as the thud sound of the woman falling to the ground cleared his mood that had been annoyed after being notified by the system. He hummed a tune and walked barefoot to the dressing mirror. He happily combed his shoulder-length long hair, not sparing the effort to remove the nightgown from his body, revealing snow-white skin that shone dazzlingly. His fingertips danced among the hangers, and despite all the same uniforms, the young man meticulously chose the most satisfactory piece. The sound of clothes changing echoed in the room. People on this island had all their morals taught to them by the school, so even resorting to violence should be done in the right place. Shinru had previously believed that destroying that boundless dark palace would be the method to end the sin. It seems that he had oversimplified things. The proper point of entry is the school education. After stepping outside, Shinru did not head to school immediately but went to Xing Xiao's room door instead. Thus, when little yellow hair and his mother stepped out, they saw the young man leaning against the wall, winking at them like a street hoodlum. Xing Xiao. Suddenly, wonderful memories of taking the bus flooded his mind. Xing Xiao abruptly grabbed the woman's arm, regardless of her expression, and earnestly said. Today, please drive us to school. Inside the live stream chat room. Ha 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 ha, laughed Deadme, Xing Xiao, count me in. This baby now sees my wife, and his calves are cramping, ha 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 ha. I really like little yellow hair, following him yields sugar to crackle. Before the woman could speak, Shinru had already stepped forward, baseball bat in hand which he retrieved from his home, and swung it toward the mother's head. Bam! The woman collapsed flat. Shinru, fearing she wasn't completely dead, delivered 2 more hits. Xing Xiao. Little yellow hair looked in terror at Shinru, who was clearly prepared for a fight, swallowing nervously and blurting out without thinking. Sister-in-law, have you finally gone crazy? Shinru, get treated if you're sick. Xing Xiao, to start hammering people like that, who's sick? Chapter 73 Absurd World, 14. Xing Xiao watched as Shinru remained completely unfazed by the system broadcast, instead becoming more energetic and even more unpredictable. He had once heard this kind of violent pass announcement when playing a dungeon with his guild leader before. Back then, his leader had accidentally killed an important NPC in the dungeon, resulting in the game time being extended directly. They couldn't finish within the specified time, which led to a pileup of work. Gu Changming had been busy until he was utterly exhausted. Since then, their guild leader had been particularly careful. Reflecting on it now, there was truly some truth in the saying. Not part of the same family wouldn't enter the same door. Xing Ziao looked at the lifeless corpse lying motionless on the ground, waiting momentarily but hearing no system announcement, thus instantly feeling relieved. Shenru, noticing the other party's cautious demeanor, couldn't help but find it amusing. Don't worry, it won't be considered as passing violently. Why not? Xing Ziao, seeing how easily the other party handled things, immediately felt a chilling idea creep into his mind. Impossible, right? Then the youth curled his lips slightly and let out a soft laugh, because I've already tested it. Ignoring Xing Ziao's shocked expression, Shenru explained matter-of-factly. Early this morning, I realized I could see their faces. You know, aside from players and children, I can't see anyone else's face clearly. Do you know what this signifies? Xing Ziao, seeing how serious the other person was, began to ponder as well. He blinked, asked curiously, what does it signify? The young man curved his lips, enjoying the fact that his bait had taken, gently tugging at the fishline, calmly opening his mouth. It signifies they are already dead to me. Xing Ziao. A rather stiff yet rational excuse. To be judged by the system as passing violently means first that this scene or NPC is extremely significant, certainly being the main content of the dungeon. Their nominal mother was merely an insignificant detail in this whole process, only serving to apply negative pressure to the players, having no actual effect on advancing the plot. Therefore, she was naturally dispensable. Little Yellow Hair didn't dwell on it too much, quickly accepting this absurd explanation. So how do we get to school? Are we going to bump and rob again? Shenru looked at the gleaming eyes opposite him, somewhat incredulous. Do you enjoy bump and robbing? No, I don't exactly like it either. For heaven's sake, did he want to collide? After just one day, how could this guy forget everything? In the live stream chat room. Ha 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 ha, my wife's regular moves still blow everyone's minds. Wife, I am absolutely not wrong. If problems arise, please reflect on yourselves first. Without little pink hair around, something feels missing, ha ha ha. The young man hooked his lips, affectionately ruffling Little Yellow Hair who had his hair standing up, a red glint of danger and profound meaning flashing in his eyes. Xing Ziao got goosebumps all over from the look, alarm bells ringing furiously in his brain. I think what you said earlier is correct. Huh. The raised corner of his mouth revealed a cunning look that was hardly noticeable. Shenru delightedly breathed in the fresh, free air outside, enthusiastically stating. My driving skills are indeed mediocre. Professional tasks should be left to professionals. Having said that, the young man in front picked up the baseball bat off the ground, swung it hard twice, skillfully weighing it in his hand, revealing a satisfied smile. Xing Ziao seriously observed, opened his mouth to think for a while, and then closed it again. His sister-in-law was truly extraordinary, managing to make carjacking sound so pure and elegant. Shenru didn't understand the general progression of this copy before, employing some legal and compliant methods. Although the result was the same, the process was a bit troublesome. Now it seemed there was absolutely no need to force himself to be a law-abiding good person. After all, the words law-abiding sounded laughable enough when spoken. Thus, the two brazenly hijacked the slow-moving bus. It wasn't until the bus reached the school gate that the gleaming white dagger left the trembling driver's neck. Inside the live stream chat room. From a certain perspective, really feel sorry for Uncle Driver. I feel like ever since the system judged my wife for passing violently, she's gotten crazier. Mainly focuses on not exhausting herself and torturing others instead. Save me, won't we do something earth-shaking at school again? My word, can it fast forward? I'm all anticipation. Since it was the second day of the dungeon copy, the school didn't enforce mandatory attendance for students to gather on the playground for the flag-raising ceremony. Instead, they broadcasted reminders over the loudspeakers for students to promptly enter the teaching building for self-study. So, the system-prompted tasks released were also different from yesterday. Please return players to their designated classrooms as required by the school. The players didn't rush to meet up since they were in the same class and chose to follow the crowd into the classroom first. Shenru and Xing Ziao did the same. The teaching building looked much the same as yesterday, still dim and damp, with the decaying sticky smell lingering in the air. It seemed that yesterday's explosion had already been automatically repaired by the system and had no effect on the school. The students' steps were like clockwork, unified as they advanced in a consistent, ordered manner toward the upper floors, making Shenru, who kept looking around in the crowd, seem out of place. Xing Ziao walked beside him, watching his companion's odd behavior and suddenly tensed. Would his sister-in-law really obediently follow the crowd back to the classroom? Yesterday's significant loss inside the underground palace had left them feeling humiliated, being treated like an object on auction. Today, Shenru acted as if nothing happened yesterday, never mentioning the embarrassing memory. Was this normal? As Xing Ziao pondered, closely following the crowd to the right front intending to enter the classroom, Shenru suddenly turned left. He just wanted to call her but saw the other person turn around with a smile, red lips parting as she mouthed, going to the restroom. Little Yellow Hair got momentarily distracted by her black hair and red lips and dazedly returned to the classroom. Just as his butt touched the seat, he suddenly thought of something and jumped up abruptly as though having grown a tail. No. The restroom was also to the right. What was his sister-in-law doing? After detaching from the crowd, Shenru walked alone in the silent and dim corridor. In the quiet space, light and cheerful footsteps echoed, along with an unidentifiable tune softly flowing from the young man's lips. Suddenly. Squeak. The door ahead was pushed open slightly by an external force, and the semi-open crack revealed some brightness, while rustling sounds came from inside. The singing ceased instantly. Shenru raised an eyebrow and glanced at the sign above the door. Teacher's office. She had arrived. The youth lowered his eyes, confirming there was no other movement around, after which he tiptoed towards the doorway. Even before reaching the entrance, the sound of sticky water flow became very clear, accompanied by warm steam continuously seeping through the crack. Also came an overpoweringly nauseating stench. Shenru squinted, turning her head aside, peering through the light into the interior. A field of crimson entered her vision. The bloody creature had peeled off its outer skin, its subcutaneous fat pattern clearly visible, constantly producing squeaky noises as it moved. The monster fumbled along the wall until something triggered, revealing a human-sized gate covered in blood stains on the wall. Shenru suddenly associated this with those protrusions outside the school, giving her a chill. When the gate opened, a series of intact human skins stored in glass jars full of transparent liquid were neatly arranged. The youth's pupils contracted sharply, she quickly stepped back but bumped into someone behind her. Her instinctive counterattack was easily neutralized by the man. Mou stood in the darkness, his lips curved upward, his warm hand gently covering the young man's nose and mouth, his deep yet pleasant voice saying, "Be good, don't move." Chapter 74 Absurd World, 15. The man appeared quietly behind him without Shenru sensing a thing. Blinking her eyes, Shenru immediately understood why she'd run into him here. "Did you come here to use the restroom too?" Warm breath spewed recklessly onto the man's palm, her dark hair falling loosely behind her. Her forehead was covered with sweat from the rising heat. With a slight lift of her red eyes, she exuded an otherworldly allure. Mou's palm tingled slightly, he pinched her smooth cheeks in punishment. Yeah, what a coincidence. Just as the two engaged in their flirtatious tugging, chair scraping sounds emerged from within the room. It appeared the monster inside was prepared to die. Shenru quickly exchanged for a handy dagger in the store, the gleaming blade flickered in the dim space, as if urging the man to let go. Mou gazed at the youth in his arms, feeling an immense joy welling up from within. Complying, he drew his hand away and, before his rose's very eyes, licked his palm which still retained warmth, his lips curling with excitement. Shenru's lips were vividly red, slightly parted, and a stream of curses circled her throat but were swallowed back with hostility. Shit. This dead pervert. In the live streaming room. Fuck. Only my wife could handle this. Who else could take it? The bed is prepared, hurry up. Oh God, look at your priceless expression. My heart rate has already reached 180 now. Guys, I'm about to die. I beg you guys, just for me, give each other a kiss. Shenru didn't know how wild the chat was getting, but she knew waiting wasn't an option anymore. Though she had plenty of questions about what was inside the room, this was the perfect chance. Mou also understood the young man's intention and made a gentlemanly inviting gesture, after which the shadow behind him followed the youth's movements into the room. With the man's help, Shenru didn't need to use any talents or items, and the monster trapped by the shadows couldn't move an inch. Possibly because the skin just worn wasn't yet perfectly suited to its body, during the struggle, the human scalp began peeling off gradually. A mix of crimson blood and hair swirled together. The bloody scene made people's scalps numb. As the sharp edge pierced the soft outer skin, after slight resistance came the smooth feeling of cutting through muscle tissues. Blood splashed everywhere, and the monster stopped struggling. What is this? Red eyes flashed with brilliance, fierce flames rolling at the bottom of them. The man gently wiped away the sticky bloodstains beneath his red eyes with his fingertips, quietly tossing that blurry lump of flesh aside and murmured. The malice of humankind. It was the monster nourished by humanity's greedy and dirty malice, and this game copy merely brought to life those usually invisible things in a vivid way. And then, reasonably returned them back to humans. Yesterday, because Xingzia was summoned to the office, he failed to arrive at the classroom on time. Today, without any external hindrance, little yellow hair and pink hair finally reunited. After their colorful heads met, an instant sense of regret for not having met sooner naturally arose within them, and they sat together in agreement. How did you get here today? The yellow head whispered curiously. The pink head was extremely proud and excitedly wagged the tuft of hair on his head. I left an hour earlier and walked over. Who knows who the bus driver was going to be today? He'd rather take bus number 11 than ride in Shenru's Deathmobile. So how about you? How did you come today? The pink head was genuinely curious about their mode of transportation. Little yellow hair was also quite confident, hooking his lips in a manner akin to a bandit chief, smugly saying, my sister-in-law hijacked the bus, so today the bus master drove us here. Too bad you weren't on the bus. Meng Yiji. Thankfully invited, but he certainly felt no loss. However, upon mentioning Shenru, Meng Yizhi suddenly thought something was amiss, shaking his head back and forth, then turning it to ask Xing Ziao fearfully. "Where's your sister-in-law?" Xing Ziao was startled by his sudden wave of nervousness. She went to the restroom. "Alone?" Meng Yizhi anxiously grabbed onto Xing Ziao's sleeves with both hands, even pausing his breathing for 2 seconds out of tension. Little Yellow Hair shook his head. Meng Yizhi's heart slowly calmed down as well. Then, hearing Xing Ziao innocently add, "And our boss. Did you hear that?" Meng Yizhi looked at him in despair. "What?" The sound of a shattered heart. Xing Ziao. As the two were whispering under their desks, light footsteps gradually approached the classroom. All discussion ceased quietly, and neither players nor students dared make a sound. The atmosphere became eerily silent. One could hear a pin drop. Screech. The classroom door opened, and the warm indoor light illuminated a pair of dark red pupils. Her scarlet lips curved gracefully, and her bewitchingly alluring face carried a deep composure uncharacteristic of her bold appearance. A well-dressed man stepped out from behind the youth, carrying a medium-sized black box. With a handsome and elegant presence, he stood by the podium, smiling as he looked at the classmates inside the classroom. Shenru's unusually serious face appeared as she walked to the podium, looking at the students who filled the large room. Her beautiful fingers lightly tapped on the desk with an intimidating air as she said, "I'm sorry to inform you that your teacher isn't feeling well today." As soon as she finished speaking, the man grinned and presented the black box on the podium for everyone to see. Click. The lock opened. A bloody head suddenly appeared in the classroom. It was yesterday's teacher. The classroom was deathly silent, except for the frightened expressions of the players. The students' faces remained indifferent, even unreactive. The students didn't care who came to impart knowledge to them, they only followed the rules, and therefore felt nothing upon the teacher's death. "So for the next few days, I'll be here to teach all of you." Since these numb students were just extensions of evil and destined to be controlled no matter where they went, it might as well be put to good use. The plan to explode the underground palace was no longer an option. He'd have to think of another way. He would return what he had suffered sooner or later. Seeing that no one raised objections, his attractive face finally lit up with a satisfied smile. "That's settled. Let's start the first lesson right now." As he spoke, a blood-stained dagger was violently thrust into the podium. The action was quick and ruthless, and with the young man's movements, the podium let out a creaking sound that sent shivers down everyone's spines. Shenru looked at everyone with a grin and began. "First, you need to understand something clearly. I am not your teacher. I'm here to control you." She lightly tapped the black box with her pale knuckles and continued, "Only by understanding this point will you avoid meeting the same fate as this teacher, disappearing without cause." The classroom was utterly silent. The man stood in the shadows, concealing an abnormal excitement and madness in his eyes. It was him who had personally placed his rose on the pedestal. In the live-streaming room. My wife is so seductive. Addicted to my wife. Obsessed with my wife. Smashed the wall for my wife. I can guarantee that Mo God is already excited beyond measure seeing our wife like this. How can my wife possibly say such exhilarating words with such a beautiful face? Wife, teach me. My life is yours. Chapter 75, The Absurd World, 16. Admiring power is a human instinct, especially for NPCs that undergo rigid education and are constantly restricted. To shake their deeply rooted beliefs, aside from instilling new ideas, physical pain must accompany it. Judging from the NPCs Shenru had killed, it seemed these people weren't completely without feeling. On the contrary, it was precisely because of their strong desire to survive that they chose to follow the rules. If the operations Shenru had carried out on the playground and in the underground palace left them awestruck, then her current actions chilled every player to the bone. Physical death simply ends a life. It changes nothing but merely terminates it. What Shenru was doing now was gaining total control over the students' thoughts, sparking a massive spiritual revolution. Alright, let's get to the main point. The bright sky gradually turned dark, and the human head in the black box, seemingly unable to hold its skin together anymore, collapsed to one side limply. Meng Yizhi watched the young man tensely, using his incredible sixth sense to assure himself that Shenru's next words would undoubtedly be shocking. "Our class today will discuss your value." The young man descended from the podium, his faint footsteps echoing in the classroom as red eyes lazily scanned each person present, deliberately emphasizing his gaze. Living and dying are inherently opposites, but remember one thing, living without meaning is itself a waste of life, like this. As soon as he finished speaking, shadows emerged from nowhere, piercing straight through the head of a student sitting next to Shenru like a sharp sword. The classmate didn't have any time to react. Blood mixed with pale yellow brain matter sprayed everywhere, like a burst water balloon, leaving chaos across the floor. The warm liquid splashed around, bursting like crimson fireworks in the classroom. "You see, this is meaningless living, this kind of death has no significance to me." Shenru watched as the students displayed looks of terror and helplessness, smiling contentedly before continuing, "Tragedies are always unfortunate. That's why I've come here to save you all, in order to prevent such misfortunes." Xia Fenmeo's expression had transformed from horror to disbelief. What is this guy doing? Holding the lives of all the students in the school in his hands. threatening their lives while indoctrinating them with values. Isn't this a pyramid scheme? Her crimson tongue lightly licked her parched lips, and on the face of the black-haired youth was an intriguingly interested look. His fingers lightly tapped on a classmate's desk, each word exuding authority. Tell me, why do you live? The student who was called upon clearly hadn't recovered yet from the bloody scene that just unfolded right before their eyes, trembling as they stood up, cold sweat trickling down from their forehead along the hairline. I don't know. Perhaps even the student didn't realize that they were already being enveloped by fear invisibly. Tisk. The beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly as Shinru expressed dissatisfaction, saying, that's not the answer I want to hear. After finishing, the shadow lurking in the dark darted out without hesitation, directly piercing through the neck of this student. Only real pain can awaken numbed consciousness. The gorgeously hued lips parted slightly, under the guise of saving people, performing the cruelest deeds. Next, I hope you strive to live on for my approval. White fingers casually traced through the air, finally stopping at random on a classmate's cheek. For some reason, he could now clearly see their appearances. So at this moment, the young man enthusiastically appreciated the look of panic on the other's face, accompanying it with a light laugh, two beautiful fingers slowly poking into the eyeball filled with horror. A gentle voice echoed in the classroom. You have made me very happy now, so I give you value. This is the meaning of your survival. Do you understand? The seated students nodded one after another, the fear in their eyes fading, instead their gazes now brimming with genuine sincerity and adoration. Desperate and numb lives were forcibly given hope and significance. It was the mercy of the God. God loves the world. Inside the live streaming room. I think I've entered the wrong live stream. Let me exit and re-enter. Just said don't let my wife have space to act, we should blow it up. Congratulations, our wife has become the head of a pyramid scheme. Might as well say that President Mo truly spoils his wife, she only needs to glance, and he acts immediately. The players naturally wouldn't be brainwashed by Shinru, but it was hard not to be shocked by the young man's methods. This was different from ordinary threats. Threats force certain effects using life, but during this process, the youth forcibly shaped an image of rescuing others in the minds of NPCs. A show of power when entering, followed by the forced breaking down of fragile barriers, and finally establishing a noble image of rescuing the world. Qian Xuan felt his temples twitch constantly after hearing this speech. Looking at the NPCs being brainwashed, with indescribable emotions, he turned to the president of his own guild and sighed. A person like this absolutely cannot be allowed to return to the normal world. Qi Ning. Why do you always worry about useless things? Shinru nodded satisfactorily, guiding the topic to her ultimate goal. I found an underground palace at the school. Who knows the correct entrance? The youth's index finger rhythmically tapped on the podium, leaving vivid traces mixed with blood that hadn't been cleaned up. Seeing the troubled expressions on the students' faces, Shinru did not rush them, instead leisurely stating. There aren't many opportunities to be acknowledged, but this is the easiest one. The players also eagerly awaited the outcome. The first time entering the underground palace, they went through a hidden door. It was evident that this wasn't the proper way to enter the palace, which led to them being treated as exhibits once inside. The air in the classroom stagnated for a moment. Just as the players thought there would be no result, a shaky hand rose in the crowd. Shinru smiled, walking gently to this student and lightly stroking their tense shoulder, as if divine protection was giving them the courage to speak. The principal, office. Good child, you've done well. The student who had been acknowledged sighed in relief, and the trembling on their shoulders gradually subsided. The next question, what is the basis for dividing the 3 floors inside the palace? The young man's voice was slightly cold, with a faint rise in tone at the end, evoking nothing but an itchy feeling in people's hearts, with no fluctuation in emotion. With the first student speaking up, it became much easier for others to follow. Soon another classmate raised their hand and spoke. The first floor is only open to disabled individuals who have succeeded, but there is an unwritten rule that these disabled individuals cannot choose whether they are service providers or recipients. Everything is directed by the children. Reality is always cruel and shocking. Shinru raised an eyebrow as if urging them to continue. The second floor is heaven for important figures, providing services to elite groups that enjoy the company of children. The third floor, we've never been there, but when we were little, we had a unified name for the characters on the third floor, dads. Shinru nodded approvingly and smiled as she asked the final question. When you were kids, did you invite anyone else into the palace? The moment these words left her mouth, Sheng Xiao abruptly lifted his head. A chilling sensation surged up from his spine to his neck, leaving him with a cool dread settling in his heart. Others might not know, but he distinctly remembered. That girl named Anan had indirectly invited his sister-in-law to enter the underground palace. Judging from the recent explanation and yesterday's experience, neither the first nor the second floor fell within the scope of consideration. Therefore, only one option remained. The third floor. A level even children weren't allowed to enter. Just as Sheng Xiao felt shaken, a student's voice shattered the classroom silence. Those invited were all transfer students, asked to visit our dads upstairs. The classroom was deathly silent, no one said a word. The answer was clear. The third floor was specially prepared for the players. Children were responsible for selecting suitable prey, wrapping them up and sending them to the third floor. Perhaps this was true human bliss. Chapter 76, The Absurd World, End. Inside the live streaming room. Man. I'm getting chills right now. I was wondering before how the system would notify the players if my wife hadn't discovered this palace. Turns out the players were on the list from the very beginning. Thinking back to yesterday's auction, the people seated below were actually the dads from the 3rd floor. Fuck, it gives me the creeps. I thought the players were just explorers of information, but one misstep here and we'd become participants. I can't imagine what would happen if my wife were sold to the 3rd floor. This damn copy. Shinru curled her lips upward, her crimson eyes slightly shining, quietly hiding all emotions. Only the man standing beside noticed the youth's slightly trembling fingers. The 7 days in the weren't meant for game completion, but the maximum time limit for the players to be tamed. By chance, due to Shinru's violent success in completing the players learned its secrets in a different way. But there was one loophole that fell outside the system's calculation. 7 days was the players' limit, and accordingly also the NPC's limit in the. What startled the players and viewers alike was that Shinru didn't react with fury or panic after learning this news, nor did she go mad and create chaos like before. Instead, she calmly settled down to act as a substitute teacher, giving lessons punctually every day. However, the teaching content was bone-chilling. She continued instilling a single idea in the NPCs: death is not the end, but rather a welcoming of new life. Under the influence of divine compassion for humanity, ending one's life slowly turned into the ultimate goal students longed for in their hearts. This view once made all the players shudder with fear. The players found it hard to be influenced since they had seen the truth behind the world themselves. But for NPCs manipulated from childhood, the situation was vastly different. Everyone knew what Shinru intended to do, yet the thought of once being part of that disgusting auction revealed the chilling indifference of human nature. On the 7th day of the. To Shinru's surprise, the children hadn't been seen for several days. She had thought Anan would appear again, but it seemed the other party had understood her intentions, deliberately waiting for the arrival of the last day. Night fell. As if intentionally orchestrated, the entire school lit up brightly, the lights around the playground harshly white and dazzling. The long-haired youth stood quietly in the center of the playground, a smile hanging on her lips as she greedily inhaled the refreshing dampness of the evening air filled with earthy fragrance. The light shone on that arrogant yet enchanting face, her hair ruffled by the wind greedily caressing her vulnerable neck. Beneath the veins of her blue skin lay a sense of ultimate pride in herself. As everyone knew, in this game of despair and terror, the madmen were always the most popular. The remaining players had been placed either on the school's rooftop or inside the campus broadcasting room. Sheng Ziao and Meng Yiji stood at the window of the broadcasting room, looking down at the figure of the young man on the playground. The surrounding light directly illuminated Shinru, but around him seemed to be an extreme danger. The shadows cast by the darkness harshly carved out a clear boundary between daylight and night. Meng Yiji's eyes appeared somewhat vacant, as he dazedly gazed at the distant scene and nervously asked Sheng Ziao. "What's your birthday wish this year?" Sheng Ziao scratched his head, not quite understanding where this nonsensical question came from, but still shyly replied. "I hope when my brother and sister-in-law get into their wedding bed, I can listen in from underneath it." Meng Yiji. The pink-haired one looked like they wanted to cry at Sheng Ziao's reply, suppressing the urge with pursed lips, nearly breaking into tears. "You should have asked me." Sheng Ziao suddenly realized his mistake and quickly inquired, "Then what about you?" Meng Yiji glanced out the window, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. "I hope in futures, I can meet a highly skilled psychologist." Sheng Ziao. Pink hair couldn't suppress their emotions any longer, pointing uncontrollably towards the direction of the rooftop and shouted furiously. "Have you ever seen NPCs committing mass suicide, and we have to provide the music for it?" Just as those words left his mouth, Sheng Ziao saw his sister-in-law's signal and hurriedly pressed the button. Subsequently, the moonlight sonata rang out fluidly across the entire campus. The young man slightly tilted his head back, his neck drawing a smooth and elegant arc in the air. His arms gently extended outward, while his agile and graceful fingers danced through the air in oblivion. A ruler high above others, crazily and coldly observing all facets of this world within his comfort zone. In sync with the music's rhythm, his pale index finger lightly pointed towards the side of the rooftop, following the progression of the beat with subtle movements creating a beautiful curve in the air. Bang! Successive falling sounds resonated repeatedly in their ears, cries of life and gifts from the heavens. Vivid blood blossoms burst forth on parched grounds. These were Shinru's gifts to the prominent figures on the 3rd floor and also arrogant warnings. Amidst the desolate wasteland filled with dust, corpses piled up like mountains while demons roamed freely. The well-dressed man holding an umbrella stepped gradually out of the dark toward the young man. Blood droplets kept falling incessantly from the edge of the black umbrella onto the ground. This dirty world held nothing but disdain for him, but the young man before him always brought something unexpected and interesting. The rose lifted its red eyes and teasingly beckoned him with a finger. The melody somehow began to shift. In the dim moonlit night, both danced captivating steps amidst a mist of blood to an elegant, passionate tune. Their encounter was mutual probing and more so, defiance of this world. Clap clap clap. A crisp and sudden clapping interrupted their dance. Unnatural and bloody distorted fleshworms appeared in the players' sights. Through the wrinkles in their flesh, one could even see white fragments embedded within. The gluttonous eating sound sent shivers down spines. From that huge mass of flesh, one could hear sharp and piercing cries of children. Finally, the bigwig had made an appearance. Shenru never intended to enter the underground palace again right from the start. Through the first exploration, he had already determined that place was a trap leading to certain doom. The system explicitly gave hints requiring players to uncover its secrets. However, even if Shenru brainwashed the NPCs and extracted information from them, it was still insufficient for the system to judge their mission as accomplished. This indicated that the problem lied with the unseen third floor. If players couldn't enter, then it might be better to let the powerful ones on the third floor willingly walk out. Shenru gazed intricately at the fleshy mountain before him. With no covering skin tissue, it evidently appeared to be an accumulation of human fat floating in space. He immediately connected this to the sight he saw in the teacher's office. Thus, the essence of the third floor was exactly what MOU referred to as human malevolence. Realizing this, the system prompt signaling task completion simultaneously sounded in Shenru's ear. Though the task was complete, the players found little happiness in the outcome. There was no way this thing was going to let them go easily. Shenru naturally anticipated this and deliberately chose a time point close to dawn to provoke the monster. Anin was right, you truly satisfy me. A putrid smell filled the air, accompanied by a raspy voice that overlapped with the innocent tones of a child. Somewhere along the way, the moon turned blood red, triggering an intense wave of insecurity and an uncontrollable racing heart. It was now 3 minutes before 12 o'clock. Just a little more delay would be enough. Shenru calculated in his mind, but on the surface he appeared very calm, without a trace of panic. His bright eyes gazed at the other with an unfathomable look, as his jet black hair was pulled behind his ear, revealing his tender and alluring ears. His voice was steady as he asked. Where is Anin? Is she doing all right? That entity cackled angrily in response, its formless structure leaving no face or expression visible, but the warped sounds were enough to evoke the imagery of an ugly and malicious visage. She's doing well, so well she has completely merged with me. Afterwards, a thick mass of flesh withdrew some shreds of human skin from its viscous fissures, mixing them with skin tissue before tossing it in front of the youth as a contemptuous offering. Shenru stared at what lay before him, there was no doubt about what this was. TSK, how disgusting. The young man stepped back twice, lightly leaning against the man beside him as he teasingly said. To think I am also in a similar situation as Anin, suffering much at the hands of President Mo. His slender fingers twirled his jet black hair as his tone carried a weightless air, making it hard to read his emotions. Alas, my power falls short, and there aren't many good opportunities for retaliation either. The monster relished the ambiguous entanglement of humans before death, a unique and endlessly captivating mode of farewell exclusive to humanity. Shenru tilted his body, reaching out to grab MOU's collar. Under the man's surprised gaze, he abruptly closed the distance between them. The youth exuded a commanding yet dangerous aura. The gap between their lips could fit only a thin sheet of paper, a cold and fresh scent continuously invading the man's senses, even his breathing carrying a barely noticeable heat. I admire your strength. Countdown, 30 seconds. But I also detest your strength. Countdown, 20 seconds. This is the gift I've been contemplating for quite some time, President Mo, do not disappoint me. Countdown, 10 seconds. The crimson lips gently touched the wildly pulsing artery on the man's neck. See you outside the game, darling. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shenru activated Mrs. Leon's blessing, freezing both MOU and the monster in place for 1 minute. The game is over, the game will automatically close in 30 seconds. Shenru waved goodbye to the shocked players upstairs and cheerfully chose to exit the game. What a pity. He couldn't witness the sight of President Mo causing chaos everywhere. So regretful that he'd laugh in his sleep. Chapter 77, Tempt Me, I Like It. What Shenru didn't know was that just moments ago, his passionate interaction with MOU was seen entirely differently by the players watching above. Especially the tricky angle they had, which fully made it seem like a blushing scene. Sheng Ziao stood there, his small yellow hair sticking up, his large face tightly pressed against the glass. Surprised and helpless, he opened his wide mouth. Mr. Meng, looks like my birthday wish will come true soon. Meng Yiji, congratulations. Thank heavens, Shenru was the first to exit the game. Shenru hadn't felt this refreshed in a long time. Especially the electric shock therapy from the last game left a deep impression on him, though he retaliated, the physical pain was far less satisfying than merely changing someone's status. If possible, he hoped that monster would step up, allowing MOU to be stripped layer by layer. Back in the familiar settlement space, Shenru threw himself onto the soft couch, closing his eyes quietly listening to the system announcements. Unsurprisingly, the rewards for the league that the man mentioned should be claimed by himself too. After all, he did contribute quite a bit to this game. Detected that player Shenru has successfully passed the absurd world replica, conducting final calculations. League replica reward, 40,000. Congratulate player on leveling up, overall final grade rising from B level to A level. Live streaming audience rewards 10,000, after platform fees distribution reward, 6,000. Total points, 46,000. Detected player has obtained an A level card, disguise. This card can be used regardless of location, both inside and outside of the replica. The female disguise will last for 3 days, with a cooldown period of 3 days. Detected player using violent methods to complete the replica, S-level rewards will not be issued and will be passed to the second player. Players are reminded to follow game rules, as penalties will increase on repeated offenses. Shenru. He had forgotten about the issue of passing through violently, originally thinking of getting a card to make Mou beg him. Well, it wasn't really important anyway. Thinking about how the man had already suffered losses in the replica, Shenru couldn't help but gloat. However, this A-level card was still quite useful. After leaving the settlement space, the original room wouldn't be available anymore. Considering Mou's persistent nature, once out of the game, he would definitely not let go of him. After making up his mind, Shenru used the A-level card and exited the settlement space. Residential area. Shenru immediately headed to the live streaming hall after coming out. Although the replica had ended, voices discussing fervently on the square were still going strong, many reminiscing about the final moment when President Mo made the kill. It's been a long time since we've seen President Mo take action, I'm still left wanting more. He didn't even use his regular weapon, just used black shadows to manually strangle that pile of flesh. He must be rushing to find his wife in the next level, right? TCH, do you think those two kissed at the end? They surely did. Otherwise, how could President Mo be so willing to help clean up the mess? I don't think so, my husband's eyes weren't right, they don't look like they've had any fun yet. Shenru initially wanted to listen more carefully, but as soon as he took a step forward, he bumped into someone and nearly lost his balance. Just as Shenru looked up, familiar pink hair came into view. Wow! They were old acquaintances. Meng Yiji had just come out of the replica and was randomly dumped onto the live broadcast plaza by the settlement space. The shocking scene of Shenru and Mou replayed vividly in his mind, making him somewhat dazed. So, when he turned around and met those red eyes, goosebumps uncontrollably erupted all over his body. Reacting instinctively, he stepped back fiercely. Shaking off the haze, he realized the person before him wasn't Shenru and wasn't even of the same gender. The long black hair had become slightly disheveled from the collision, equally vibrant and bold, but upon closer inspection, there was indeed some resemblance to Shenru. The bright red eyes gleamed with sharpness and happiness. Meng Yiji immediately ruled out the possibility that the person in front of him was Shenru. The genders didn't match, and when had that lunatic ever been subtle? A player who always added music even while killing couldn't possibly stoop so low as to cross-dress. Sorry, did I hurt you? Meng Yiji quickly apologized, after all, she was a girl, and it wouldn't do to be rude. Shenru curled his lips upward, the red diamond on his right ear flashing briefly between strands of hair, as a sweet and weak female voice wafted into the other person's ears. So heartless. You called me teacher inside the replica, but now you're so distant. Meng Yiji was stunned, then wide-eyed, shocked beyond measure until his jaw nearly dropped. Finally, he covered his mouth manually, trembling as he pointed at Shenru, unable to utter a word. What misdeeds had he committed? If he deserved to die, it should have been inside the replica. Not right after exiting the game, only to turn around and see the other casually playing Mirai Nikki. Meng Yiji was no fool either. Hurriedly pulling the person aside, he asked in shock, are you finally admitting you're insane? Shenru still smiled serenely, shorter than before but still towering above 170 centimeters. Tall beauty with a smile approached the pink-haired one, her feet mercilessly stomping on his shoes and then grinding hard. Only after hearing his wail did she withdraw, seemingly satisfied. Though Shenru's actions were brutal, his tone remained gentle and steady, because Midnight is definitely looking for me. Meng Yiji gasped, you know this and you're still talking to me? Aren't you afraid of being exposed? Shenru appeared completely unconcerned, kindly warning him, so you're currently the only one who knows my identity. If I get exposed, it's because you leaked it. Subsequently retreating to a safe distance, smiling sinisterly, and you know I don't have much of a moral baseline. Meng Yiji. Little pink hair stared at the other's self-assured expression, lowering his head slowly. Got screwed. Didn't check the almanac before leaving home. No one else's fault. So, what do you want to do now? Meng Yiji conceded to the sin. Shenru sighed, making a pitiful expression with this gorgeous face, I can't stay in a hotel with this identity now, so I'll just have to make do at your place. Meng Yiji. Coming to his place for free food and lodging, and still saying it's a bother. If you don't want to stay, don't. After roaring furiously in his heart, Meng Yiji forced a smile and led this Buddha he picked up on the road back home. This Buddha slept in Meng Yiji's nest for 5 whole days. If it weren't for occasionally coming out to eat, he would really think Shenru had chosen a peaceful way to leave the world. On the 6th evening. While the two were harmoniously eating dinner, the door of Meng Yiji's house was opened. Beep. The combination lock clicked open, and the man walked elegantly inside in a black suit. There was still a cold and dangerous sweet smell on him, even without asking, one could tell that he had just finished dealing with work. Shenru simply glanced at Mou once, then continued eating the hot pot. It wasn't surprising at all that the man could find him. But coming so late did indeed confuse Shenru a bit. Mou saw that the young man had returned to his original appearance, with the collar of his loose shirt relaxed, revealing a beautiful collarbone, and his nose and lips red from the chili pepper. Even his usually sharp red eyes were foggy. An indescribable itch arose in his heart, even affecting his breathing. The man's purpose was very direct, so there was no nonsense. He directly used his ability and wrapped the young man with black shadows. The frosty white at his waist flickered briefly. Soon, those mischievous and lustrously bright red eyes appeared before him. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, the man's hands encircled the young man's waist, bringing their distance closer just like when they were in the replica. Warm and intimate breath flowed across the youth's neck as the man's seductive thin lips lightly touched the smooth and robust skin there. To retaliate, actively enticing me. The low voice was dangerous and malevolent. To be honest, I like it. Chapter 78 Shinru, I have a great idea. Shinru's blood was flowing fast now, the sound of his heartbeat filled his ears, constantly throbbing with excitement. He had known all along that Mou was strong. But the elegant and calm demeanor of the man always made people forget the fact that he was actually insane. The icy and sweet smell lingered around Shinru's nose, making his breathing more hurried. A certain emotion went rampant in his heart, not knowing whether it was excitement, fear, or the passionate resonance of each other's souls. For men's pride, madness, and disdain for life. He was extremely excited. Mou tightly stared at the red eyes he longed for day and night, thinking about how the person delayed time in the replica only to get revenge, yet enjoyed it himself. His restless emotions grew wild again. As anger surged, another anticipation also arose quietly. Would Shinru give him any other surprises? What is President Mou doing? Although at a disadvantage, the young man still maintained an arrogant posture, full of playful amusement in his eyes, completely unyielding. Mou didn't answer immediately. The breath near Shinru's neck quickened slightly as his Adam's apple moved up and down, his lips curving into a lazy arc. The man chuckled strangely. Didn't my performance in the replica disappoint you, Teacher Shin? In the replica, Shinru had heard many people call him teacher. But it was the first time Mou had called him that. The young man raised an eyebrow, interestedly saying, "Of course not, you're excellent." Upon hearing a satisfying answer, the man chuckled lowly, slowly elegant but on the verge of collapse, while the shadows in the darkness leapt eagerly. Shinru's inner alarm bells rang wildly. No. The timing is wrong, the location is wrong, nothing feels right. Because he lost earlier, now wanting revenge. Mou, you. Before he could finish his sentence, the shadow hidden in the dim part of the room suddenly surged towards both of them, building high walls around them, thoroughly isolating the ambiguous atmosphere from the outside world. The man looked with a mocking smile at the pulse by the neck following the crazy beat of the heart, darkened his eyes, and bit down recklessly. The sweet blood slid gently down the tongue toward the mouth. The parched throat was finally nourished. The dark eyes revealed a look of satiation. The thick black mist went berserk, wildly darting around the two, abruptly adding a dim and ambiguous tone to the tangled atmosphere. Shinru was in great pain. But along with the pain, there was also an itch. What on earth was Mou doing? Was he trying to disgust him with this primitive way? Finally, the warm sensation on his neck disappeared. The man raised his eyes, using his long fingers to gently wipe the blood-stained lips, smiling as he said, "Thanks for the treat." The rose had been picked. Without anyone's permission. Meng Yiji looked at the empty room and the steaming hot pot on the table, expressionless as he transferred 10,000 points to Sheng Xiao via the terminal. The other side didn't hesitate at all, immediately collecting the payment. Half a minute passed. Sheng Xiao slowly typed out a few question marks. Meng Yiji, this is my condolence money. Sheng Xiao. Players were all discussing how Ink God crushed the monster in the final moment of the replica, which looked invigorating but more fear-inducing and unsettling. In the game replica, ability supremacy has always been an ironclad rule observed by everyone. Mou, acknowledged as the top leader in the replica, naturally doesn't need much talk about his strong abilities. However, players hadn't seen the man use his power for quite a while. As the president of the first-ranked guild, he was entitled to higher privileges than regular players, but he also needed to make corresponding contributions to the game. For example, Mou could extend the time inside the replica at will, but he would need to help the game handle potential dangers as well. These hazards not only included people who threatened the replica but also the possible imbalance among different channels that could break any time. Guan Wenyue was one of these examples. The man had always dealt with such things effortlessly. But this replica was different because he wasn't graceful enough at the end. He was impulsive, even having an impulse to kiss those red lips when they got close. He originally planned to settle accounts once he exited the replica, but the system dispatched cleanup work held him up. He was unhappy. But compared to killing Shinru, he wanted something else from the young man more. Like determining whether the unique fragrance of roses came from his blood. Dark Knight Guild. Although taken aback by the condolence money from Little Pink Fur, Sheng Zia welcomed the act of handing over points willingly. It was already late. After exiting the replica, he was called by the boss to tidy up the aftermath of another replica and hadn't eaten yet. So the blonde was all ready to have a meal happily. As soon as he opened the bedroom door, his face almost touched Shinru's, who was standing in the dark. Shenru was at Xing Xiao's door, wanting to find out what exactly Mou was doing for the system. After all, this kid's mouth was as loose as elastic waistbands of cotton pants. Just coax him a little, and he'd spill everything. Xing Xiao blinked, hurriedly checking if the door he just opened was his bedroom door or Doraemon's anywhere door. After confirming the scene was correct, he felt a bit less hungry, frightened. Only after Shenru walked out of the shadow did Xing Xiao completely see the youth's appearance. Initially intending to ask why his sister-in-law was here, his eyes quickly scanned around and finally settled on the clear tooth marks on the neck. The words he intended to say took a sharp turn, hesitated for a moment before blurting out, "Sister-in-law, what happened to your neck?" Upon hearing this, the sound of a door opening upstairs echoed. Shenru, who was originally about to frown coldly, raised his eyebrows and smiled, tilting his head to completely expose the wound on his neck. "Where? Can you check for me?" Xing Xiao nodded, without a word, moved closer. Not too near, but from the angle upstairs, it was intimate enough. "TSK, this bite's a bit harsh." Gu Changming, who had just come out of the office, heard the commotion and looked down, only to witness a brain hemorrhage-inducing scene. The yellow-haired boy stretching his neck toward someone else's neck, furrowing his eyebrows seriously, mumbling indistinguishable words. "Xing Xiao." Gu Changming pinched his temples, looking meaningfully at the guild master's gaze, attempting to drag Xing Xiao back from the brink of death. "Ouch." The yellow-haired boy was concentrating on his observation when he was startled by the sudden voice, raising his head sharply, staring at the upstairs in sheer terror. Mou had no particular expression, just telling Gu Changming calmly, "Xing Xiao hasn't handed in the report for this replica yet. Make sure he does so tonight." Xing Xiao, who always delayed the reports for 3 days. Gu Changming. Who exactly was being punished here? Feeling the man's intermittent gaze falling on him, Shenru showed no embarrassment at all for doing something wrong. Instead, he exchanged meaningful glances with those dark eyes. Feeling the faint throbbing pain from his neck, his dark red eyes flashed with a hint of cunning, and a mischievous idea sprang up in his mind. Chapter 79, Mou, you have to beg me. Gu Changming took Xing Xiao away when he left, leaving the boy looking like he'd lost his soul. The plan to dig out information from Leak Spoon was put on hold. Shenru's face did not betray any disappointment. Instead, he ascended the stairs with great interest and slowly approached the man. He was sure Mou had done it on purpose. He should have thought of this earlier. When Xing Xiao used to circle around him, the man had already shown signs of dissatisfaction. Because Mou once expressed that he wanted to be his keeper, Shenru always mistakenly believed that all these abnormal actions were merely territorial displays. But now he realized. Would the master ever bite their own pet? Would a zookeeper feel an accelerating heartbeat, shortness of breath, or even crave a blood exchange because of their pet? This is too interesting, Mou. Even a proud and unrivaled man has a day like today. The man stood still, composed and elegant. You can ask me directly what you want to know. I'm not really interested anymore. Shenru's gaze lightly swept across those thin lips, thinking for a moment before laughing. However, if you beg me, I might just reluctantly ask. He was lying. He had countless questions that he desperately wanted answers to. Be it about the relationship between the man and the system, or the connections among various channels. Each one piqued his curiosity to the extreme. But he couldn't let it show. Once someone had desires, they could be manipulated. The man raised an eyebrow, watching the youth with great interest. Under the warm yellow light, Shenru's face became vivid, a full forehead, a pretty nose tip, and those stunning lips that would constantly bring surprises. His reckless struggles made his vibrant life even more enchanting, impossible to resist. Mou leaned lazily and casually. Why would I beg you? Shenru laughed, making his already bright and charming face even more radiant. With slow steps, he gradually approached the man until they were almost hugging each other. His white, beautiful fingers gently traced the corner of the man's eye, his little foot slightly tiptoed up as his round, cute nose came near the man's cheek, softly sniffing. Moving down slowly, he stopped in front of the uncontrolled rolling Adam's apple. A bit of passionate meaning seeped into Mou's eyes as he waited for the next move of the youth. Shenru paused for a moment, using his pretty nose to lightly touch the man's Adam's apple. Immediately afterward, that place was suddenly invaded by a warm and moist sensation. Feeling the stiffness of the man, the youth smiled contentedly, without hesitation biting down hard. Fresh blood instantly flowed out of the fragile skin, mixing sweetness and spiciness lingering in his teeth, along with the waves of tingling sensations caused by the man's dangerous yet ambiguous laughter. Shenru never let himself lose. Before discovering the secrets, he must get back what he deserved. This is owed to me. Roses lifted their heads, their crimson lips especially dazzling, with a somewhat unfathomable red glow in their eyes. Mou couldn't help but admit, this appearance was so beautiful it was shocking, but what moved him even more was the soul hidden beneath that exterior, causing trembling excitement. The rose smiled, and suddenly the man felt dazzled. In the next second, Shenru arrogantly kissed the man's lips. The sweet taste immediately spread between their lips. Mou only felt his lips suddenly covered in softness, all the blood rushing to his head, every nerve in his body screaming wildly. Just as he was about to reach out and embrace the youth, the soft touch disappeared suddenly. The young man raised his corner slightly, his unsaid words clearly understood. The man's breathing slightly stagnated as he cast a meaningful look at Shinru, his voice hoarse. You truly do have the ability to make me beg, Shinru. The crimson lips slightly parted, and that sweet, seductive voice softly hit Mou's ears. What kind of deal do you have with the system? This was the thing Shinru most wanted to know. The game values fairness above all else. But being able to use talent skills freely outside the game disrupted the default rule itself. Mou slightly arched his eyebrows in surprise, suppressing a strange impulse inside, admiringly saying, that's a good question. Hurry up and say. Cool fingertips lightly tapped on the man's thin lips, signaling him to pay according to the agreement. I help the system resolve troubles. Without a game permit, the balance between channels cannot be disrupted to ensure this game continues indefinitely. Of course, the system also provides me with unique talents to ensure I have enough ability to complete this task. A pair of large hands gently caressed the youth's nape, and during the kneading, the man's hoarse voice was heard. Now can I ask Mr. Shin for my second question? Shinru smiled, his crimson eyes carrying a hint of coolness as he mimicked what the man had done to him in the dungeon. His slender palm covered the man's lips, the warmth from his fingertips seeping through the man's skin, and his teasing voice reached the other's ears. Don't rush, there will be a next time. Shinru broke free from the man's hold, his striking red lips curving into an elegant arc. Oh right, I believe President Mo wouldn't do something dirty like climbing into someone's bed in the middle of the night, would you? The young man's red eyes bent slightly, and without any lingering, he stepped away. The sweet scent uncontrollably invaded the man's nostrils, but Shinru didn't see that the lust in the eyes of the person behind him grew darker. Mo couldn't comprehend what this emotion represented. To him, skin contact seemed like a natural act following human desire, something he once disdainfully ignored. But this time was different. While being manipulated and utilized made him irritated, the pleasure welling up from his heart and the thrill radiating from his bones excited him beyond measure. No matter. Anyway, Shinru belonged to him. The answer would come sooner or later. At the moment Shinru closed the door, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mou, oh Mou. He really looked forward to seeing the scenario where the man begged for mercy next time. This sense of retaliation brought him immense pleasure both mentally and physically. Yet, amidst the excitement, Shinru's mind continuously reflected on the words the man just said. Mou mentioned the balance issue among the channels again. If Shinru remembered correctly, the reason Guan Wenyue died was due to her attempt to arbitrarily break the channel barrier. But the man also said it wasn't impossible, just requiring the game's permission. So he could interpret that the channel barriers were not indestructible, perhaps one day there would be a fusion of all channels. But not now. Moreover, Mou just revealed his own abilities, the system granted special privileges to maintain order. There was a question though. Why Mou? Shinru actually wanted to continue asking, but today was not the day. His method of restraining the man was only a surprise attack, and using the same trick again would inevitably harm himself. Chapter 80, My Day, 1. Grade A dungeon is activating. Ding. Detecting all players present. Now activating dungeon, My Day. No time limit. Warm reminder, this is a deduction-based dungeon. Players need to supplement missing plots according to system prompts and trigger key mission nodes. After the plot is supplemented completely, you may leave the game. Wishing everyone good luck. The game begins. When Shinru woke up, he found himself on the back seat of a car. The damp, cold air rushed toward him. The seating space was cramped and narrow, the foggy window glasses limited visibility. Due to the dark light, it was impossible to observe the situation outside from inside the vehicle. After roughly checking the surroundings, there was nothing particularly noteworthy in the car except for a baseball bat, which drew Shinru's interest. Talking about this item, he had a deep connection with it. Whenever he didn't want to use knives to kill, it was his preferred tool. Inside the live stream room. This dungeon hits the spot immediately by selecting the death method of the next victim. Stop mentioning my wife, even I find this relatable. Upstairs, your thoughts are dangerous. Mindlessly asking, where do you live? I'll avoid you. Shinru was contemplating whether he should open the car door when the familiar mechanical voice suddenly rang in his ear, starting to introduce the basic situation of this dungeon to the players. It's the weekend today, and we've driven the whole family to the mall for big shopping. There are so many people in the mall, so the three of us split up. Dad went to the first floor to look at electronic products, Mom went to the second floor shops to buy clothes, and I went to the third floor to buy snacks. We clearly agreed to meet 2 hours later, but why can't I find them anymore? I tried to leave the mall, but I couldn't find the exit. How strange it is here. Everywhere are doors, yet none of them lead anywhere. Help me, I can't get out. Ah. A piercing and despairing voice concluded the system's announcement. From the system introduction so far, the most direct way to solve the puzzle is to find the mall's main exit. And the role that players take on is precisely the I from the earlier story. As Shinru was about to get out of the car with the baseball bat in hand, someone opened the car door from the outside. Plop. The young man inside didn't move, but his eyes were fixed on the soon-to-be-open car door, his body tense, ready to attack at any moment. The veins on the back of his hands bulged as he gripped the baseball bat even tighter. The dim light slowly crept into the rear seat as the car door gradually opened. In the instant Shenru identified the face, he mercilessly activated his talent, directly grabbing the other person by the neck and forcefully pressing them down to the ground. At the very moment Shenru removed his talent effect, the baseball bat swung toward the other person's face with great force. Just when the weapon was less than a centimeter away from the target's face, a shadow suddenly darted out of the darkness, instantly immobilizing the, followed by a deep laugh. So vicious. Mou's voice was filled with pleasure, one wouldn't guess he had just narrowly escaped death by merely hearing his tone. Hearing the obnoxious taunt from the man, Shenru felt the pain in his neck resurface again. Compared to the dangerous Mr. Mo, I'm not even worth mentioning. Shenru should have known better from the start. Discovering new things for Mou was akin to a 3-year-old child who couldn't let go of a new toy. That night, after enduring it all, Shenru couldn't help himself and ended up fighting barehanded against the man. Mou also demonstrated good sportsmanship by refraining from using his talents, pure physical strength battle. The result was predictable. The man had kept his word well, he only bit his neck. Therefore, the next day, when Sheng Xiao saw the bite marks on the other side of Shenru's neck, his expression of shock wasn't feigned. Little Huang Mao asked rather foolishly, even the malevolent elements can't be stopped by the Dark Knight Guild. Thinking about this, Shenru's expression darkened further. However, the young man quickly regained his composure. He didn't expect the man to appear in this scenario. If it wasn't some kind of creepy tracking obsession, then there must be something wrong within this dungeon that the system wouldn't tolerate. Shenru released the man, stood up, and glanced around at the surrounding environment. Based on the dungeon's intro, they should be inside a shopping mall. But the chilling, damp atmosphere, the tangled white lines on the ground, yellow speed bumps, and disorganized vehicles nearby suggested something else entirely. They were in an underground parking lot. Shenru was the first player forced out, besides Mou. Subsequently, sporadic opening car doors were heard, and players began emerging from the car rear seats. All unfamiliar faces, no sign of the familiar pink-haired figure made Shenru inexplicably feel regretful. But because Shenru had participated in 2 dungeons together with the guild and added fabricated rumors spread everywhere, people who recognized him were generally more numerous. They exchanged simple nods and greetings briefly. Seeing neither Mou nor Shenru showing any intention to speak, a girl finally took the initiative. Judging from the meaning of the dungeon, we're all stuck in the same cycle. The mall's entrance should be on the first floor. Shall we check it out? This girl was named Xiao Wen. After all, being an A-class veteran meant everyone still possessed basic deduction skills. The parking lot should have clues too. This is our first plot point after all, it should trigger missions. Lu Yang held a different opinion. Just then, another player joked, they say underground garages are easy to haunt, like red balls or something, and this dungeon introduction feels ominous. It probably won't. He didn't finish his sentence. A sound that chilled everyone to the bone came from the distance. Thud. 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 The sound was weak and soft at first, but with time stretching, it gradually became clearer, echoing through the vast and empty parking lot. Until finally, a bright red ball appeared abruptly from the corner ahead. With each thud echoing in the air, it bounced towards the players one by one. That player clearly hadn't expected his own words to come true and instinctively stepped backward. Shenru raised an eyebrow, sensing something odd. Lu Yang moved swiftly, and as the ball approached, a flash of cold light revealed a sharp blade plunging straight into the crimson sphere. As the blade pierced through, everyone's heart tensed along with it. Lu Yang froze in place. An eerie silence hung in the air. Everyone realized, they had misjudged something. There was something wrong with the sound. The ball should have emitted a pop sound when punctured, as it would expand upon being squeezed and the air released. But all they heard was a muffled groan as the blade pierced through flesh. In the dim light, the true form of the thing gradually revealed itself. A bloody human head startlingly appeared before everyone's eyes. Ah! A female player witnessing this scene suddenly trembled and stepped back, clearly sweating profusely. Before others could ask her anything, she blurted out her thoughts in panic. I was just thinking earlier about some horror stories where from afar something looks like a ball but turns out to be a head, an overused trope, but I didn't expect. As the light illuminated the severed head, Shenru finally realized where the strange feeling originated from. The underground garage lacked bright lighting, obstructed vision made the ball appear far away. How did he instantly identify its crimson color? And another thing, he had searched the car thoroughly and was certain there was no baseball-related item on the awakened sedan. How did an incongruous object appear out of nowhere? The last question lingered. The system mentioned that there were many people in the mall. Why was there not a single NPC in the parking lot? The answer was clear, it wasn't a real scenario. More specifically, it was an imaginary landscape conjured by the players based on the hints. Shenru shared his thought with the others. The disoriented female player nervously asked, then, how do we leave this scene? Shenru grinned slyly, and in the faint light, the edge of a knife he had exchanged sometime earlier gleamed eerily. This is a bit embarrassing to say, so I'll explain later. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man activated his talent. Within moments, 4 bodies lay dead on the ground, their heads brutally stabbed through. However, soon after, the gory scene vanished into thin air. Not a trace of blood or even the splashes on Shinru's face remained. The best way to control consciousness is to kill it. Turning around, Shinru's dark red eyes brimmed with anticipation, locked onto Mou. This might be the only chance to kill Mou with his own hands. How could this not ignite excitement? A soft chuckle echoed throughout the spacious garage. Smiling and opening his arms wide, Mou's handsome face betrayed no fear of death, instead looking excited as if ready to embrace a lover for eternity. Shinru strolled leisurely toward Mou, his trembling spine betraying his barely contained excitement. Mou's warm hug matched what Shinru had imagined, encircling Shinru's slender waist. Shinru slowly leaned towards Mou's cheek. A lover-like whisper resonated between them. "See you in a bit." As the words escaped, a cold blade pierced both their heads, spurting blood that painted dazzling red flowers on the concrete floor. Crimson mixed with demons bound in eternal night. Live stream viewers' reactions poured in. Damn. I think I've gone crazy. How am I actually rooting for this? Ah. This is such a romantic story of lovers meeting death together. Pure sweetness. Pure sugar. Holy crap, reminds me of that saying, don't mess with my wife, because when she gets mad, she doesn't care who gets hurt. Am I the only one finding how much Mr. Mo adores his partner here? This makes me root for their love. Oh. Chapter 81 My Day, 2. I want to drink the pudding milk tea on the 3rd floor. There's a sale at the supermarket today, let's check it out. I don't know why, but lately, women's clothing sizes are getting smaller, and I can't find fitting ones anymore. Eyes opened again. The pain from having his head pierced hadn't entirely faded, but Shinru was aware enough to hear the chatter around him. Like normal times, ordinary to the extent that Shinru almost believed he'd returned to his original world. The same group of players stood nearby as before, but now, there was an added hint of wariness in their gazes when looking at Shinru. Lu Yang had seen the previous dungeon Shinru participated in. Though Lu Yang was shocked, he never witnessed Shinru harbor ill intentions or intentionally harm other players. Many within these deadly dungeons disguised themselves as ruthless psychopaths for self-protection. At least until Shinru killed him, Lu Yang thought this way. Now considering this due to dungeon settings, would they meet their demise next time simply because they angered this psycho? Would they really die? For a moment, the players remained silent, merely re-examining their surroundings. Suddenly, a conversation between a mother and daughter caught Shinru's attention. Mom, look at that handsome brother's red eyes. If you like that big brother, why don't you go up and compliment him? As soon as the words were spoken, a little girl with twin tails hopped over holding a doll. Shinru glanced down. It was clear her mother loved to dress her up, her light-colored tutu embellished with delicate lace edges. Even the doll in her hands was dressed fashionably. Big brother, your eyes are so beautiful. Upon hearing this, Shinru suddenly felt a prickling sensation in his eye sockets. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the doll in the girl's hands. Slowly, on its smooth and empty face, a pair of red eyes started to appear. Suddenly, accompanied by a sharp pain in his eyeballs, wet, viscous liquid slid from the young man's eye sockets. 2 bright crimson streaks instantly appeared on his otherwise handsome face. The vision became darker and darker, but the innocent voice of the little girl still echoed in the ears of the players. That sister's mouth is also very pretty. Uncle, your ears match my doll perfectly. Though Shinru could no longer see, he knew each player had been borrowed something by the little girl. When people can't see, their other senses get infinitely magnified. Take hearing for instance, the eerie scraping sound made by the legless player crawling on the ground, along with cries of agony. Or smell, a cool gust of wind carrying a familiar scent approached from behind him. And touch, the man behind Shinru placed a knife in his hand and suddenly the skin around Shinru's eyes grew cold as a silk scarf similar to satin was tied behind his head. Protect yourself. You're quite alluring even in your current state. The man's voice was deep and rich, as if trying to suppress his emotions after a brief compromise. Shinru didn't know what he looked like now, but it was evident that the man wasn't affected much. In the live stream room. Wait a minute, haven't you guys noticed? Mou seems completely unharmed. No missing parts. Ah. Keep away from my blind wife. Who knows what you're planning? F***K, who thought up the blind guy's backstory in this game? Now I love it so much I want to thank the system. Suddenly, the system announcement rang out in the players' ears, mechanical, icy, and grating, drowning out their terrified, shrill screams. Detecting passive player triggered game, find the doll. In order to escape, I decided to replay every scene I experienced today. Dad just parked the car and I couldn't wait to run out. I haven't come out to play in a long time. In my excitement, I accidentally broke a little girl's doll, so I promised to give her an identical one. The little girl waits where she is while I turn back to ask Dad for help. But strangely, Dad isn't here. Game time limit, 10 minutes. Please find the correct doll for the little girl within the specified time. Players exceeding the time limit will have someone randomly executed. Good luck. After the system prompt disappeared, everything returned to normal. Shinru took 2 slow steps toward the direction where the little girl should be, but there was no one. This situation was extremely disadvantageous for him. To compensate for the doll's deficiencies, players had to offer up their own organs. This seemed to be the premise given by the system. Although Shinru was unfortunate to have been selected to lose his eyes, this also prevented misjudgments due to sight. The players quickly adjusted their mindsets and began exchanging information about the organs they had lost. Xiaowen lost his mouth and couldn't speak, Liu Yang lost his ears and couldn't hear, the other two players contributed their arms and legs respectively, leaving only Mou intact. To be honest, I'm not sure why, but although my nose is still there, I know I've lost my sense of smell. The man spoke plainly, his gaze firmly fixed on the red silk before Shinru's eyes. It was a color he had specifically chosen for Shinru. Even though the red irises had temporarily lost their shine, this splash of red still stood out strikingly. Though questionable, the players still chose to believe him because the loss of the sense of smell wouldn't impact participation in the game. Shinru couldn't see, but he keenly detected a sudden silence around him. Click. 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 After the man proved himself, strange sounds came from all sides. Ah! Before figuring out what it was, a horrifying scream suddenly echoed in Shinru's ear. It came from the male player who had lost both legs. Shinru confirmed this was the sound of the man without legs. A faint smell of urine spread through the air, whether real or imagined, he thought he could hear the sharp intake of breath from the other players. What the hell is that? Everyone's breathing stopped abruptly, their bodies tensed instinctively as they immediately fled in the opposite direction from whatever those things were. Shinru felt a warm large hand pulling him along with hurried force. Then, the deep voice resonated and eventually settled by his ears. Hang on to me. Unseen by Shinru, countless plastic dolls densely covered the area. Unlike models at a shopping mall, these ones had extremely elongated limbs, their heads almost flat against the ground, with their backs arched high. They twisted their bodies in bizarre ways. Some even climbed on the parking lot walls, their plastic joints turning frantically with an eerie clicking sound. Had Shinru been able to see, he would have discovered that these weird creatures had faces identical to his own, especially their vivid eyes, every pair mesmerizing and haunting. Thrown off guard by the sudden bizarre scene, the players fled chaotically. Xiaowen was one of the slower runners, but she knew the secrets to survival included intelligence, and holding on to strong allies. After scanning around and not spotting Mou's figure, she simply followed closely behind Shinru and rushed towards the restroom around the corner. During her escape, she doubted, could Shinru run so fast despite being blind? Was there some kind of special item aiding him? Shinru noticed something amiss when the man pulled him and started talking. When the man offered to carry him, the unsettling oddity hit its peak. Mou. The long fingers grabbed the man's wrist, fingertips pressing against the evenly throbbing pulse. Ask me nicely, and I'll let you carry me. Breathing heavily after running, Shinru's tone wavered slightly, taking on an ambiguously sultry undertone. Even though he couldn't see, his face remained breathtakingly beautiful enough to bewitch anyone, stirring hearts intensely. Mou didn't seem to realize that he had absolutely no resistance to men like this. As Shinru spoke suggestively, he calmly felt the pulse on the man's wrist. It was eerily still, without any fluctuation. Just before entering the restroom, Shinru suddenly halted, violently yanking the man's wrist back using his knowledge of human anatomy. He plunged the sharp blade into the man's heart. Squeak. The sound of plastic being pierced rang in his ears. The warm wrist instantaneously turned cold and elongated. The bright eyes embedded on the doll's face dimmed, losing all vitality. Chapter 82, My Day, 3. In the live stream room. I just cycled through life and death moments. As expected, indulging in everything only harmed me. Still, how did my wife realize something was wrong? Both my eyes saw nothing wrong, it looked exactly like emotion down to the hair. Because the heartbeat wasn't right. On the night they kissed, Mou's heartbeat thundered loudly. Shinru was confident and proud enough. He believed Mou liked him. So when that red and wet mouth addressed him, Shinru firmly believed Mou's heartbeat would race wildly due to him. But the man showed no fluctuations. Having dealt with the danger nearby, Shinru wasted no time in pulling the knife out instantly before leaping directly into the restroom. Even though he was blind, his ears still worked clearly, he sensed someone behind him. Xiaowen had been following very closely, so when Shinru's actions became unusual, she instinctively got scared. As they moved closer together, 3 pairs of footsteps replaced the original 2 hurried sets of steps. Shinru might not feel anything in this dark-covered situation, but Xiaowen definitely perceived death looming over them in the dim underground parking lot. Seeing a plastic doll appear next to Shinru, Xiaowen's face went ashen white. Those eyes gleaming with a strange red light stared fixedly at the young man, then suddenly turned towards her, refusing to look away until their glow faded. Xiaowen felt utterly despairing, as if receiving a death sentence. She couldn't confirm if similar invisible entities lurked around her, but she witnessed the male player who lost his legs become playthings for the dolls while fleeing. The monsters treated the man's body as parts, mercilessly disassembling and dissecting him. In the end, they didn't even allow him to let out a scream, directly sentencing him to death. She couldn't be the next victim. Her intuition told her that only by following Shinru could she survive. So without hesitation, she ran into the restroom with Shinru, despite the youth immediately pressing a sharp blade against her throat as soon as they entered. She did not hesitate in the slightest. Shenru knew it was a woman the moment he grasped her chin. Her breaths were extremely unstable from fear and running, her entire body trembling, soaked in cold sweat at her back. Yet, all she did was tremulously pull lightly on his sleeve, imploring pitifully for mercy in this desperate situation. Not going to talk, Chiu-wen. A smirk appeared on the youth's lips as the cold tip of the knife deliberately grazed the woman's neck artery. In the face of death, all are equal. Without waiting for her reaction, Shenru gently exerted force with his wrist, and beads of fresh red blood gushed forth hastily from the arteries. Chiu-wen hurriedly nodded, her movements so exaggerated that Shenru could sense her intention even without touching her. If you want to live, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. If your answer is yes, touch my hand once. If no, touch twice. Shenru gave her no time to hesitate, smoothly and decisively asking the first question. You lost his sense of smell, right? One touch on the hand. Yes. Has the player who lost both legs already died? One touch on the hand. Yes. Shenru paused for a moment before asking the final question. What do these dolls look like to you? This wasn't a simple yes or no question, but Shenru quickly got his answer. Because Chiu-wen's trembling hand slowly tapped on this handsome face. Shenru was momentarily stunned, then leaned down and laughed happily, realizing the answer to this game had been given by Mou from the start. The man shoved the knife into his hands, clearly telling him to protect himself. Because the doll the players were supposed to find was Shenru. This game seemed like a game of hide-and-seek, but in reality, it was a faction battle. And this poor woman had unknowingly chosen the dark side. If he guessed correctly, these dolls wouldn't harm him, instead, they were Shenru's feint, designed to divert the attention of the players. So what he needed to do was clear. Create chaos and confuse everyone's perception. Do you know which way Lu Yang went? Shenru had already released Chiu-wen, appearing leisurely relaxed, the red silk cloth closely adhering to the young man's fair cheeks, brushing over his high nose bridge, covering those bewitching eyes, forming smooth arcs. His full red lips curled slightly upward. Sweat clung to the strands of black hair falling on his forehead from their earlier panicked run. Under the pale white light, he looked even more gorgeous and captivating. Chiu-wen nodded, seeing no reaction, and hurriedly used her finger to lightly tap the youth's hand. Good. I believe you also understand that you now have no choice but to rely on me, correct? As Shenru felt the touch of the woman's fingertips on his hand, he smiled faintly, the vivid scarlet silk flickering amidst the black hair, strikingly bright and mesmerizing. So listen carefully, shortly I'll need you to escape in the direction where Lu Yang is hiding. The youth's voice was incredibly gentle, you should know how you ended up in the real scenario of this game. So Chiu-wen definitely won't go the wrong way, right? As soon as the words were spoken, an intense pain of blood spurting from her neck instantly filled her mind. Even though she couldn't see the eyes beneath the red silk, she still sensed an unsettling chill deep in her soul. Of course, Chiu-wen knew this was a veiled threat, but she had no other options. An alliance between them was formed without hesitation, seizing the opportunity to rush out together. Inside the live stream room. Being threatened by a little blind guy, Chiu-wen, you really have terrible luck. I don't dare imagine what scene this will create if God catches us in this state. I only wish I could become that red silk, softly caressing the face of my wife now. Lu Yang and the female player who lost both arms ran in the opposite direction. Losing hearing was almost as disadvantageous for gaming copies as Shenru losing his vision. Without basic judgment of the game scenarios, he had to bind himself with other players. So, the inclusion of the female player wasn't met with any resistance. The two ran to the elevator entrance at the corner, Lu Yang frantically pressing the elevator button, but the machine showed no reaction. It seemed that they would have to complete the game to leave the underground parking lot smoothly. Do you really need to be this anxious? I don't think Shenru is something we should fear. We were killed earlier because we weren't prepared. And now he's blind, certain death. Lu Yang hesitated for a moment, but once Shenru dies, it'll be our turn next. Moreover, perhaps the real doll was among those eerie mannequins. If there was a chance to examine them up close, they could surely find the differences. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he noticed the woman beside him suddenly change expression, panic-stricken as she looked aside. Realizing the situation was bad, Lu Yang turned around quickly. Although he couldn't hear anything, his eyes still worked fine. A woman suddenly darted out from the far corner of the hallway, clutching an iron rod that appeared from nowhere, her eyes overflowing with tears like a broken faucet. While madly running, she also used the iron rod to pound on the walls furiously, guiding the youth behind her. As Lu Yang and the woman were bewildered, muffled, nerve-wracking, crack-crack sounds came from behind the woman. Then, a dashing young man rushed out from the corner, holding under his arms two plastic dolls in unnatural poses. A dark mass followed closely, all charging directly toward the two of them. Chiu-wen was unable to speak, so she kept pounding the wall with the iron rod, crazily expressing her indignation and terror. After emerging from the restroom with Shenru, she had felt stunned when she saw the young man unhesitatingly rushing into the horde of monsters. She had then realized their predicament. Especially when observing how recklessly Shenru dove into the mess due to his blindness, randomly picking out two unlucky spectators and assaulting them viciously. After dismembering countless arms and legs, he got up eagerly, urging the woman to work faster. Qiuwen knew what Shenru wanted her to do, but didn't expect it to be leading these monsters. What kind of difference did this make from risking one's life? She bitterly regretted not having a mouth to vent curses. If given another chance, she'd rather die. Lu Yang muttered, damn. In broad daylight, it felt as though he'd entered the underworld. Otherwise, how else would the King of Hell and his minions arrive together? Inside the live stream room. Ha 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 ha, holy crap, isn't this thing basically a guide dog? Ha 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 ha, OMG, I'm dying laughing here, the only one who benefits from all this chaos is my wife. This teaches us a valuable lesson, don't piss off the blind kid. Ha 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 ha. Shenru, heard you want to investigate this stuff. I'll bring it right over. Chapter 83, My Day, 4. Shenru arrived on the scene with the army of mannequins. His purpose was to confuse Lu Yang's thoughts, even if not entirely, at least enough to delay time. After all, they only had 10 minutes. Even if the players failed to guess correctly, it didn't matter, he would directly submit the correct answer, which could still prevent any more deaths. What are you standing there for, run? Lu Yang yelled furiously, his voice especially loud since he couldn't hear himself. He reminded the female player before running, because the game wasn't over yet, and danger might lurk just around the next corner. He couldn't afford to abandon being the tool person acting as her ears. Qiuwen lured the monsters over with streaming tears, naturally Shenru couldn't let her die easily like this. So, using his talent, he instantly teleported in front of her, speaking urgently, are there any other hiding spots nearby? Qiuwen panicked and glanced around wildly, her mind already too clouded to think clearly. Seeing the power supply room sign, she nodded frantically and hurriedly pointed at Shenru's arm to signal him. Shenru immediately understood, take me there. People facing death can always unlock hidden potential, and Qiuwen had never imagined she could run so fast. These 10 minutes felt like years. From the initial horror of getting decapitated right at the start of the game, witnessing players being dismembered right in front of her eyes, to the pain of dragging this crowd of monsters through a frenzied sprint in the parking lot, all in less than 10 minutes. But it felt as though she had lived her entire lifetime. Squeak. The door was heavy, producing a creaking friction sound as it was pulled open. The room was chilly, and the stench of decay greeted them. The electrical equipment hummed noisily while operating, and the young man lightly touched its surface, smudging it. It was completely clean. From the start of the game announcement, about 5 minutes had passed. Judging from the current stage, the first part of the game wasn't too difficult. He just needed to endure the remaining 5 minutes, and he could easily win. There shouldn't be much danger here. Let's stay here until the game ends. It's boring, but you'll have to bear it. He couldn't see Qiuwen's expression, but he knew she probably felt as uninterested as he did. Qiuwen. For the first time in her life, she realized how agonizing it was not being able to speak. Just as these words left his mouth, Shenru's exclusive game content echoed in his ears. Actually, I lied to that little girl. I already have a suitable doll to give her, but I need Dad's permission to make the decision. But where is Dad? Player Shenru's task updated, find Dad with the doll within 5 minutes. Game penalty, unknown. Shenru paused for a moment before smiling with unclear meaning. Did this game really suit his taste so well? Or was there someone using the chaos of the game to open back doors for themselves? Qiuwen, do you know where you went after all this time? The young man leaned lazily against the wall, his arms hanging loosely at his sides as his index finger lightly tapped on the wall. Accompanied by the buzzing sound of the equipment, it made anyone who heard it feel an involuntary chill. Then Shenru seemed to realize something, laughing, Tisk, I forgot you can't speak right now. Qiuwen. Well, let me ask it another way. Do you think anything has been strange up until now? Shenru slightly tilted his head, the crimson silk rubbing against the wall with every movement of his body, strands of hair falling onto the beautiful cloth, the clash of red and black creating an abrupt yet startling beauty. His lips curved upward, red and alluring. Compared to how his eyes usually looked, there was now a trace of inappropriate lust present. There were 2 fleeting touches on his arm. This was Qiuwen's response. She didn't find it odd, Mou's disappearance didn't seem unusual to any of the players. This game hadn't been right from the beginning. Players were trapped in someone's consciousness, only entering Thebe ending their lives correctly. And then began this terrible and chaotic game of finding dolls. But his identity was the little boy in the story, yet the system assigned him the role of a silent dead object. Even the terrifying mannequins all shared his face. Combined with Mou's mysterious disappearance after the game started, it seemed like the consciousness hosting Thua's awakening at an unimaginable speed. From order to chaos, and then possibly back to order. In this process of chaos, the tasks released by the system were interwoven with someone's cruel humor. Dad had the right to decide if the doll could be used as compensation. Or in other words, he also had the power to deal with Shenru however he wished. Because Shenru's final identity in this game was the cursed doll. The answer was obvious. Whoever issued this boring task was undoubtedly the answer. So interesting. Only now did he begin to find it interesting. You must have done this because the last time Shenru rejected his proposal. Back then, the man gritted his teeth and said he wanted Shenru to ask a second question, but the young man laughed and refused. Now, someone was wagging their tail, blatantly threatening him inside the. Great, this provocation was exactly to his liking. Shenru felt around for the door handle and opened the heavy door under Chiu Wen's astonished gaze. Dim lighting fell on the youth's figure, and a mocking laugh echoed from the other side of the door. You look good no matter what. The youth's lips curled upward as he closed the door completely, slowly responding sarcastically, not bad, maybe coincidentally grown into President Mo's heart. The man said nothing, his gaze sweeping over the red silk scarf he personally tied for the young man, step by step approaching this blooming rose. Shouldn't you ask why? Shenru couldn't see Mou's expression, but he could feel the warm breath brushing against his lips, slightly irritating. The ruby-red lips curved into a beautiful and charming smile. The pale hand blindly reached out and touched the man's shoulder, then forcefully increased the distance between them. Recalling something funny, he chuckled and said. Look, there's something even our esteemed President Mo doesn't know. Mou suddenly regretted taking away the seductive double eyes of the youth at this moment. If those dark red pupils opened now, it would be such a charming scene. A sudden surge of unknown anger rose in his heart, making his throat dry and unbearable, irritating the man to knit his brows with annoyance. His fingers uncontrollably massaged the youth's intense red lips. Mou had to admit, he was indeed utterly captivated by Shenru, his smile growing increasingly. Shenru curved his lips, waiting quietly for the moment the man broke down. Until, the youth's chin was forcefully lifted. Please. A piece of extremely hot softness abruptly pressed onto another tempting red thin lip. The man's satisfied and joyful sighs reached both their ears. Both of their hearts beat wildly within their eardrums. The corridor was silent, yet someone was lost in a fleeting tenderness. Carrying emotions that couldn't be described and mixed with a sense of exploration, all the man wanted right now was the answer. Shenru was getting annoyed. Who gave Mou the right to make decisions on his behalf? Who allowed him to take charge? Roses stepped heavily on the man's shoes, mercilessly, full of malice. Even after they separated, the man didn't show even a bit of displeasure. When have I ever said if you beg me, I'll definitely tell you? Shenru snorted softly, meaningfully pointing his finger on the man's chest, mocking, Mou, I don't have the mood for this right now. Mou didn't speak, his eyes becoming excited and blood-red because of the youth's provocation, his smile getting wider and wider. Even the shadows lurking in the dark began shaking recklessly. So let's talk about something else then. The man stroked the youth's beautiful neck, lightly outlining the barely visible tooth marks, speaking lowly and dangerously. Did you figure out the answer yet? Little blind guy, call dad. In the live streaming room. Language system crashing. Ah, Xingzio. Isn't this couple supposed to be consummating their relationship tonight? Master Mo. How do you always hit the sweet spot every time? Please. Get them a bed. I'll pay for it. Chapter 84 My Day, 5. Shenru laughed from being so angry, his face darkened but still remained silent. The man didn't rush either, patiently waiting for the other's response. The still air, along with their wildly beating hearts and breaths made Shenru's mood incredibly foul. He was slowly stepping into the trap intricately woven for him by the man. The system clearly stated that the punishment for answering the final question wrong was an unknown act of freedom given to Mou. Meaning if Shenru said he didn't know, it would give the other a chance to do whatever he pleased. Shit. Shenru's eyelids were twitching, wanting nothing more than to grab the man's collar and beat him up. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded in the player's ear, the cold tone akin to a countdown pressing on Shenru's already depressed mood at that moment. Regulation time has ended, please submit your answer. The location of the doll. Shenru clenched his teeth tightly, he had never found each second as hard to endure, knowing the answer yet unable to say it aloud, he decided he would get back at the man times 100-fold. The man's deep and melodious voice interrupted his thoughts, the doll is right in front of me, can't deny that the awareness of this copy has great taste. Mou chuckled, the alluring words rolled off his tongue and became raspy whispers lingering near Shenru's ear. I'll answer this question for Teacher Shen, but you can't slack off on the next one, Huh, your mom. Shenru mentally lashed out at the man's disgusting smirk. The mechanical sound of the system continued. Answer correct. Please player answer, who is the boy's father? Although Shenru couldn't see it, just the scorching breath against his ear was enough to indicate the man's current enthusiastic state. The crimson lips slightly curved, the young man's voice was pure and carried a hint of irritation, as he answered. Mou. Mou is dad. Answer correct. The man arched an eyebrow, for Shenru, a difficult to articulate answer had been so easily spoken. Mou felt neither completely delighted nor disappointed. But it must be admitted that before those thin lips opened, he eagerly awaited what kind of an answer he'd get from them. Shenru heard the first stage game end prompt. The tender, slender fingers pulled away the red silk in front of them, and the sudden brightness made the lush eyelashes tremble lightly. As the eyelids slowly lifted, a pair of dark red, enchanting eyes mockingly stared at the detestable man in front. Mou, you're really great. Shenru grinned while staring at the man, inching closer to scrutinize the man's thin lips. His fingers traced rough patterns on them without restraint as he looked up and said. Next, let teacher Shen teach you what respect means. The space around suddenly distorted and reorganized, the ghastly white light accompanying the agitated drumbeat exploded into fragments. Shenru activated his A-grade card, Cognitive Contamination. Within 10 meters, both players and NPCs automatically entered Shenru's consciousness space, including Mou in front and Qiuwen behind the wall. In the midst of the intense symphony resounding through their chaotic consciousness, the first one Shenru heard in Mou's room. Amidst the tight, heated rhythm, the black-haired youth harshly pinned the man down onto the bed, with his limbs tightly bound by thorny vines. The skin was torn open, blood slowly trickling down and dripping onto the pure white sheets, glistening alarmingly. Mou didn't use his talents, nor did he have any intention to resist. His messy hair revealed his wild and fervent enjoyment of the pain Shenru brought him, the veins on his neck exposing his real state at this moment. A low, alluring voice spoke. Is that all? The crimson youth leaned down, gently slapping the man's cheek, smiling warmly. Don't rush, 3 minutes can also be very long, can't they? Shenru never considered himself a good person, his violent retaliatory psychology and restless urge to kill were constantly urging him on. Let's start with slight pain. The man's neck was wrapped with vines, gentle but impossible to defy, as his chin was forcibly lifted. Shenru imitated Mou's previous move, his fingers lightly rubbing the fragile skin before mercilessly biting down. The same action, the same place, the same overflow of blood. But this time, it wasn't him who was in disarray. The man's clothes were already in tatters, lying on the bed with his head tilted back like an instant toy wantonly played with. Shenru finally broke out in a satisfied smile. Look, even our President Mo can be so captivating. At this moment, the passionate symphony reached its climax. A sharp dagger suddenly appeared in the youth's hand. The cold knife insultingly tapped the man's cheeks. The man raised his lips in a smirk, despite his appearance being thoroughly disheveled, but his gaze still remained languid and comfortable, savoring his own Rose's current passionate and concentrated emotions. To make you captivated is my honor. As Mou finished speaking, the sharp dagger was cruelly plunged into the man's shoulder. Shenru playfully watched cold sweat bead on the man's forehead and then firmly twisted the blade in the wound. Seeing the sweat due to the man's pain, his heart was thrilled. But it wasn't enough yet. He wanted Mou to know, children who haven't been allowed won't get any candy. Shenru slowly approached the man, his bright red tongue licking the sweat off the man's nose tip into his lips as he whispered softly. In the future, you can only kiss me after I give permission. Understand? As he spoke, he applied force with his arm, causing the man's shoulder to immediately become a bloody mess, yet the rose laughed more beautifully and seductively. Mou indulged in all Shenru's actions. On that flawless face, his smile became increasingly wicked and frenzied. Looking at those beautiful red eyes arrogantly inspecting him, the man was extremely excited now. Countdown to the card ending, 15 seconds. Hidden shadows in the darkness suddenly rushed out, cutting all the vines binding the man's limbs in an instant. In no time at all, their positions were entirely switched. The blood from the shoulder trailed along the blade and dripped onto Shenru's extremely charming face, audacious and abusive. Sweat had completely soaked the man's shirt, clinging tightly to his strong body and displaying a perfect physique. Countdown to the card ending, 10 seconds. Mou lovingly smiled down at the rose beneath him. Shenru's hands were confined, just as he had done to the man earlier. An unbearable itch crept over his chest, and the rose could no longer restrain his emotions, beginning to struggle fiercely. Are you fucking stupid? The next second, Mou aggressively bit the disrespectful lips. A strong smell of blood filled the air, even tearing apart the young man's clothes, creating several wrinkles. Countdown to the card ending, 5 seconds. The man didn't linger, leaving behind a bloody kiss filled with revenge and an ambiguous meaning. Though lacking in skill, it was enough to leave a shocking impact. Mou licked the sweetness unique to the youth from the corner of his lips, staring ambiguously at the reddened eyes on the bed, gasping heavily like a rebellious pleasure-seeker. I heard you, Teacher Shen. He then ignored Shenru's struggles and curses, slightly tilting his head with an icy glare toward Qiuwen, who was trembling in fear in the corner. Qiuwen immediately shuddered and hastily lowered her head. That look was as if she were already dead. Qiuwen. It wasn't her intention to come here. She opened her eyes and ended up here. Inside the live stream. Guys, the truth is out, turns out we and Qiuwen are all part of some grand plan. Don't say anything more. This is exactly what I deserve for burning incense and praying day and night. Can I interpret Mo God's previous oppression as completely faking it just to please his lover? Damn, even though my wife is now furiously embarrassed, I've been genuinely sweetened by this. Chapter 85, My Day, 6. Countdown ended. The cognitive contamination card became ineffective. Still in the familiar environment, but unlike before, the empty underground garage had once again returned to its bustling lively atmosphere at the start. The disheveled youth still had a few drops of crimson blood lingering at the corners of his eyes. The ferocious aura that had just existed vanished, leaving only an indeterminate smile on his radiant face. Suddenly, he yanked out the sharp blade lodged into the man's shoulder. The man showed no sign of displeasure, instead gently wiping the red marks off Shenru's temple with warm fingertips. No one mentioned what had just happened. Strangely, none of the people passing through the underground garage gave them an odd look. It was as if appearing in the underground garage covered in blood was the most normal thing. In the midst of shadows, MOU completed a graceful yet eerie costume change, erasing all traces of disorder and absurdity. The noble composure of the man formed a stark contrast with the ambiguous wound on the youth's lips. The teeth marks carved onto Shenru's glossy lower lip exuded both arrogance and debauchery, inviting anyone to imagine how heated and uncontrolled the scene had been. Seeing MOU's satisfied expression, Shenru confirmed one fact. There indeed seemed to be confusion within this subconsciousness simulation. According to the current progress and the task requirements issued by the system, they had consistently been looking at things from the boy's perspective. That meant the scenes witnessed and experienced by players should correspond to the consciousness of the young boy. At such a curious age, how could someone ignore two blood-soaked men so easily? MOU claimed he acted according to the system's instructions to clean up errors. That meant the man only handled abnormalities, yet did he have the authority to interfere even with tasks assigned by the system? On the surface, MOU tried desperately to prevent channel fusion but paid no attention to the S-class interconnected card left untouched in Shenru's pocket. What was he up to? At this moment, the system announcement interrupted unexpectedly. The tone wasn't ordinary, the mechanical voice seemed tinged with joy. I don't know why, but Daddy disagreed with giving away the doll. But he gave me a good idea. I can go to the supermarket and buy some snacks as compensation gifts for the little girl. I'm thrilled because I love browsing the supermarket. Please proceed to level B1 to purchase snacks for the little girl. The elevator, which previously malfunctioned, started working properly. Since there were no escalators from B2 to B1, the player followed the prompt and boarded the elevator. Unexpectedly, the female player who had always stayed close to Lu Yang was nowhere to be seen. It was likely that she had been sacrificed as bait for those plastic dolls. Lu Yang felt somewhat uneasy under Shenru's gaze and coldly snorted, "What's so interesting? After all, that woman's death was entirely your fault." He was dissatisfied with Shenru luring the monsters and also couldn't find the correct answer among the dolls. Each event unfolded without warning, leaving him completely unprepared. Shenru ignored Lu Yang, not even sparing him a contemptuous glance, angering Lu Yang even further. As an A-grade player, Lu Yang believed he had authority in this game, let alone the hard-earned strength he had built step by step, far superior to this bed-climbing face. Gon's tone became even more disdainful. Chill-1, you were truly blind this time, choosing the wrong person. When it really mattered, some people still had to rely on President Mo. Chill-1, who had personally witnessed Shenru stabbing MOU with a knife. No, Lu Yang wanted to die, but did he have to drag her along? She wasn't ready to die yet. Inside the live stream. I'm actually in a great mood now. Hearing these words not only didn't make me angry, but I'm filled with joy. It's been a long time since we've seen such stubborn players. Somehow nostalgic. Ever since my wife's reputation for craziness spread far and wide, I haven't heard such stimulating words for a long time. Not. Does Lu Yang not watch the live stream at all? Old man calculated with my fingers that this guy won't. No, did you guys forget that my wife is still fuming? Thanks to Brother Mo, I quickly confirmed the next person to die. You have a lot of life-saving items, being an A-class player after all. Shenru narrowed her eyes, crimson irises scanning up and down Lu Yang as if coldly evaluating what part of this dead object could still be useful. Lu Yang sneered in response, even snorting coldly, what? Killing one female player wasn't enough, so now you're going to kill me too? After hearing this, Shenru suddenly burst into laughter, the glimmer of deep red flickering in her eyes, seeming genuinely delighted. This was wonderful. The elevator door responded by opening. Noisy bustling sounds immediately broke the hostile atmosphere, a sweet fragrance wafting through the air. The sound of checkout counters ringing, the playful laughter of adults and children, and promotional shouts for premium products surged forward, mixing into a cacophony. As soon as everyone stepped out of the elevator, the system updated its task instruction again. Dad told me, when buying things, always think carefully before acting, take responsibility for your actions. Please do your best to choose suitable items. Note, items not recognized by the system need to be dealt with by the players themselves. Time limit, 10 minutes. The game begins. A very bizarre game, giving no basis at all before letting the players freely choose in the supermarket. Who knows what the system's standards are? Just after the system prompt ended, Jill started thinking about how she could continue to cling to Shenru's coattails. This game was different from the previous one, her eyesight was already fine, so there was no need for a guide dog. So what value could she showcase now? Originally, when she hadn't mistakenly entered Shenru's subconscious space, she secretly planned never to get involved with this lunatic again. But finally, the look in President Mo's eyes like seeing a dead person thoroughly shattered her pride. When did society demand pleasing personalities? And she happened to be quite skilled at it. Shenru was unaware of the convoluted thoughts in the other's mind. Her red eyes slightly narrowed, sweeping her gaze over the trembling Chiyo-1, then asked. How are your crafting skills? Chiyo-1 hadn't expected the big shot to throw out an olive branch, leaving her no time to consider where this question came from, and excitedly spilled out her story of winning first place in the origami competition during the first grade. In summary, it came down to 4 words, extraordinary talent. The young man smiled brightly, nodded in approval, and finally shifted his gaze to Mou, whose tidy appearance revealed nothing of the wildness from 10 minutes earlier, where his eyes had been blood red as he gnawed indiscriminately. President Mo, would you be so kind as to help push the cart? Shenru stared at the gentleman's refined demeanor with a sly smile, her crimson eyes deliberately scanning his lips, perhaps noting the lingering taste of herself there. After all, one shouldn't bite the hand that feeds. This was a dialogue without gunpowder. One side was utterly despicable, while the other seethed with suppressed anger. Visibly, the man grew pleased, rolling a few passionate words off his tongue, filled with unfulfilled desires, which reached the ears of everyone present. Teacher Shen is absolutely right. Chapter 86, My Day, 7. From the moment the game began, Lu Yang pushed the shopping cart away. He had experienced many cruel and bloody game modes, and also plenty with harsh game restrictions. By comparison, this phase was just like playing house in a beginner's mode, extremely simple. Children's preferences were pretty straightforward, and the conditions set by the system were quite lenient. There was no amount limit, only requiring them to dispose of items not recognized by the system, and how hard could disposing of kid stuff be? Without hesitation, Lu Yang entered the shopping area. The dazzling array of goods overwhelmed him, reminding him how long it had been since he last browsed in such a supermarket. In the living zone, players could buy what they needed in the mall by simply placing a virtual order. The system would automatically deduct their points, and the purchased items would immediately appear before them. So browsing around in the supermarket should have been a relaxed and enjoyable shopping experience. At least, 5 minutes ago, he had thought so. Lu Yang only realized something was off when the shopping cart was already filled with all sorts of random snacks, leaving not even a bit of space for anything else. When did he grab so many things? What was that green package? Did he pick it up? If not him, then who did? Fortunately, there was still time, and he woke up to the issue early enough. All he needed to do was return the extra stuff to their original places. Everything around seemed normal, there were no signs of abnormality. Even the bustling noise of the crowd was still ringing in his ears, he could even hear the haggling voice of an auntie in the ready-to-eat food section. However, Lu Yang was already past caring. The moment he realized that he might have lost a fragment of his memory, a series of terrifying guesses started flooding into his mind uncontrollably. Was he currently in an illusion? After all, it had been years since he last shopped in a supermarket. Could this all be his own delusion? Or perhaps something invisible had taken advantage of his inattention and thrown items into the cart. Or, had he done all of this himself without realizing it? Lu Yang had no time to think too much. Various bizarre thoughts surged uncontrollably in his mind like wild beasts. Despite this, he remained highly vigilant and didn't let his panic take control. The snack area with green packaging was quickly found by Lu Yang. Just as he hastily returned the snack to its place, a shrill and childish scream suddenly cut through the air, striking directly at Lu Yang's nerves. Ah! This is my favorite snack, why are you putting it back? A pungent stench hit him, carrying strong malevolence that made the hairs on his back rise. The instant Lu Yang turned around, his body instinctively kicked into self-defense mode. He threw 3 explosive cards toward the object, taking advantage of the smoky chaos to pull the cart and flee swiftly in another direction. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a large, twisted mass of black lines gradually appeared in sight. It wasn't alive, it looked more like an absurd doodle drawn by a child using a black pen on a wall. Its mouth was stretched wide open, 2 mismatched blood-red eyes hanging carelessly on top of its head. Like an infant lacking wisdom, it used its cries and eerie movements to vent rage and dissatisfaction furiously. Shenru encountered the same situation. However, for some unknown reason, Chiu-wen was affected most deeply. Shenru barely felt anything unusual, and there wasn't even the slightest impulse to put anything in the shopping cart. When Chiu-wen realized what happened, the cart was already completely full, unable to fit anything more. Realizing the trouble she'd caused, Chiu-wen held onto a snack bag in her trembling hand and asked anxiously, "Kids probably can't eat this much, right?" Even after saying that, she herself thought it sounded ridiculous and privately blamed herself for holding everyone back. Shenru glanced casually at the cart. Her clear eyes flashed with insight as she spoke with apparent satisfaction, "No problem, this is excellent." As soon as the words left her mouth, a wailing sound from the right front broke out, followed by a deafening explosion. Surrounding shelves collapsed everywhere, wheels grinding violently against the floor, and a bizarre dark shadow appeared in everyone's view. And, of course, that dark shadow said something deep and thought-provoking. Shenru instantly understood what had happened. It wasn't hard to guess. Lu Yang must have encountered the same situation as Chiu-wen. The only difference was that he was alone, so when he noticed the problem, he couldn't quickly determine the answer among numerous possibilities. All the snacks were stuffed into the cart by Chiu-wen while she wasn't aware of it. Apparently, upon entering the supermarket, Chiu-wen's greed was instantly amplified. She became like a child who wanted everything they saw, insatiably craving. And the riot that just occurred certainly stemmed from Lu Yang trying to return the snacks to their original locations, thus provoking the creature's anger. This was also why the system specifically emphasized the importance of thinking carefully before acting. But Shenru never had much interest in grocery shopping, boring transactions with paper money had absolutely no appeal to her. Naturally understanding the situation, Chiu-1, who was personally involved, fanned the flames next to Shenru with resentment. Lu Yang deserved it. With such foul-mouthness, he should have died long ago. No, he cannot die. There were still 3 minutes left until the game ended. The light illuminated the young man's ruby-like eyes, and the tooth marks on his lips were particularly clear and alluring at this moment. Accompanied by the thin red lips opening and closing, a cold tone filled with malice rang out. At least he can't just die like this. Chiu-1 didn't understand why Shenru was helping Lu Yang slow down the monster's movement speed. Clearly letting him be killed would have been the most satisfying choice. But she quickly found out. With Shenru's help, those 3 minutes flew by for Lu Yang. The system's prompt still carried an undertone of excitement as it announced the final decision of Dad on the snacks to be bought. The shopping cart had already been filled up, especially Shenru's side where 3 carts had been crammed full by Chiu-1, leaving no space whatsoever. Of course, they all passed the system's test. However, a new problem soon arose. Snacks outside the approved range needed to be dealt with by the players themselves. In other words, eat them all. For a child, it was a cause for cheering jubilation, but for the players, it was a nightmare. Chiu-1 was just about to resolve to eat her fill, since following in the wake of a powerful player always came at some cost. No thought without words. As her claws reached into the shopping cart, she heard a sound coming from not far away. The young man burst out laughing, looking extremely pleased, his throat constantly moving as if parched, his crimson eyes finally settling on Lu Yang, with an overwhelming sense of urgency evident. This is my first time doing something like this. Honestly, I'm a bit nervous. Wah. Before Lu Yang could react, that dangerous yet captivating face instantly appeared right in front of him, with no warning or preparation time at all. He heard the zip-like sound of fabric being slashed by a blade, followed by a sudden chill in his abdomen as his body uncontrollably fell backward. His stomach was now nothing more than a pouch that could open and close at will, viscous intestines and blood streaming uncontrollably from the wound, with one end of the intestine breaking off and oozing a foul-smelling black-yellow fluid. Seemingly concerned that Lu Yang might pass out from shock, Shenru specially used an S-level card to stabilize his figure. You're curious too, aren't you? Delicate fingers slowly traced the flesh at the opening, sensing the rise and fall of Lu Yang's nearly hopeless breathing, speaking softly. How much exactly can your stomach hold? As soon as the words left her mouth, Lu Yang watched helplessly as the sharp weapon slid twice inside his exposed belly. The young man's icy voice sounded in his ear, Chiu-1, start loading. Chiu-1. Save me. No wonder the boss said earlier that taking how much didn't matter. Inside the live stream room. Shit. Give me a code before someone sees this. I thought hard, over and over, but never expected a bloody evisceration this time. The last time I followed after my wife through a quest, I saw her make NPCs jump off buildings en masse and thought she was twisted enough. My sincere apologies for my previous enthusiasm. Thinking this time, she'd top out at just piercing through the brain, never imagining she would calculate organs into it. Chiu-1 didn't dare to resist, mechanically and numbly stuffing things into the person-turned-flesh sack as fast as she could. Lu Yang's organs were deteriorating rapidly, and Shenru kindly exchanged medicine at the store to keep this worthless dog alive. Only when he was completely inflated into a swollen, bloated balloon did Chiu-1 pull her blood-soaked hands out of Lu Yang's gut. Before she could recover from the horror, Shenru tossed her a sewing kit so ordinary it could be swapped for a few points in the shop. Sew him up, little artisan. Chiu-1. Without any further ado, grabbing the sewing kit, displaying an incredibly robust state of mind, she bent her head and began stitching furiously. Shenru paused briefly, turning her head toward the man in the darkness, the youth's face flushed with delight due to the joy of killing, exquisitely beautiful like a masterpiece crafted by a sculptor putting all their effort into creating a rose beauty. Her dark red eyes were brimming with interest, generating an uncontrolled excitement. MOU, when did you become the game system? The youth let out a low chuckle, his eye corner lifting into a graceful arc, while his mouth spat out cruel and cutting words. Not fit to be a father, do you think you want to be God instead? Seeing the man curl his lips slightly, utterly unmoved, Shenru's sudden surge of competitive spirit completely took over. The radiant Rose stepped cautiously into the shadowy area, thinking she'd finally found MOU's Achilles heel, her smile widening even further. Mockingly, her finger tapped the man's previously injured shoulder as she teased with sarcasm. Better practice your kissing skills before you try to be God. Awful. Chapter 87, My Day, 8. Shenru was now extremely excited. Whether it was because she had uncovered the man's hidden secret or because her mockery put MOU in a less-than-perfect mood. For once, he felt a sense of balance and satisfaction in being on an even playing field. Ever since the man demonstrated that he could use his abilities outside the dungeon replicas, Shenru had felt something was off. MOU's deal with the system wasn't false, this explained why the man could choose which replicas to enter freely, including beginner ones. And over such a long period, Shenru hadn't seen MOU assigned by the system to complete necessary tasks in any high-difficulty replicas. Instead, he buzzed around her like a fly. Apparently, while helping the system clear unknown errors, the man also made corresponding changes to the replicas. A well-planned scheme had exposed its flaw due to selfish motives. MOU, do you know what you look like now? Teacher Shen, I might get hurt if you keep talking like that. The man neither denied nor admitted Shenru's suspicions about tampering with the replica. He responded gracefully and calmly to the young man's last statement. In MOU's eyes, all these issues paled compared to doubting his ability. So gods can feel heartbroken? Shenru feigned surprise, stepping forward to cover the man's eyebrows with her hand, leaving only the elegant jawline exposed. Her crimson eyes, filled with excitement, quivered as she asked. Aren't gods supposed to be free from desires? Qiuwen beside them dared not say a word, she even wished she could shut her ears. Was this something she should be hearing? She just wanted to survive, but already saw Mengpa beckoning her on the bridge to the afterlife. Suddenly, she envied Lu Yang for at least dying with a full stomach. Inside the live stream room. Why can't I hear anything? What was said? Qiuwen's face has turned pale. Just as Shenru was about to press further, she noticed a slight curve at the corner of the man's lips. Then, the familiar mechanical voice echoed in the player's ears. I've finally coaxed the little girl. Daddy said he needs to check his phone, so let me go upstairs to find Mommy. Mommy always takes forever trying on clothes, but she says I can play with the other kids. My friend says he'll be the ghost and gives me 5 minutes to hide. Players have triggered the game, hide and seek. Please proceed immediately to the second floor. Time limit, 15 minutes. Who is my friend? Will I die if I'm discovered? Mommy says good children don't kill their friends. A mysterious smile lingered on MOU's lips. He didn't stop Shenru's movements, instead, he leaned forward, bringing his eye closer to her delicate palm, speaking with joy and interest. You'll enjoy it, Shenru. His figure gradually became enveloped by shadows. Just as he was about to vanish into darkness, Shenru felt the blackness slowly melding through her fingertips. Simultaneously, his deep, elegant voice carried. As an apology, here's a gift for Rose. MOU left. Or rather, he just temporarily left. Having abandoned all pretenses, he stood aloof above the fray, watching the players play among the human worlds below. Second floor of the mall. Circular layout. On the left were glass railings, while shops lined up tightly on the right side. A few large doors led to other entertainment areas on the second floor, but they were locked, clearly indicating those weren't part of the game zone. Only their footsteps echoed in the empty circular corridor. At the moment Shenru and Qiuwen stepped out of the elevator, it seemed all the people on the second floor evaporated instantly. An eerie, dark atmosphere, carrying foreboding danger, greeted them. Doors of the women's clothing stores were tightly shut, and faint light filtered through a glass ceiling above, casting shifting and grotesque shadows, like the whims of a bored man. Shenru glanced upward at the locks on the door handles, her eyes flickering with eagerness to try something. Confused, Qiuwen questioned silently. Inside the live stream room. Hahaha OMG, this reminds me of when my wife once incredulously asked, what? You can't. LOL upstairs, why are you allowed to send voice messages? Are they going behind the doors? I have this chilling thought, if the ghost is hiding there, wouldn't we be walking straight into its trap? Who do you think is walking straight into a trap? The ghost? Hahaha upstairs commenter, don't be ridiculous. Shenru confidently strode towards the door with the large lock and skillfully picked it open with a piece of wire, all under Qiuwen's stunned gaze. Qiuwen had now reached a state of half alive, knowing things she probably shouldn't have. She guessed that her survival chances were slim. Speaking to Shenru was no longer as formal. Master, your life must have been pretty tough in the original world. Other than a locksmith, she'd only ever seen such proficient lockpicking skills from a thief. Shenru, I know two people, you two would probably get along really well. Qiuwen. Does she even have the chance to make friends? After Shenru opened the lock, she didn't hide inside but followed the faint light, running toward the only glowing sign not too far away. Inside the restroom. Shenru frowned, looking at the large female symbol on the restroom door, feeling a throb in her temple. There was only one bathroom on the second floor, obviously an intentional setup by the man. MOU anticipated that Shenru wouldn't hide in any shop, nobody could guarantee whether those models in display windows would turn out to be his good friend. Moreover, with the limitation of being unable to kill others, the hiding places available for Shenru were extremely limited. Ding! Time's up for hiding. Good friend, are you hidden? I'm coming to find you. The eerie mechanical voice made everyone's hearts race involuntarily. Right after these words, the outside world seemed darker, dividing the light from the restroom's lamps into two worlds, one within and one without the restroom door. Suddenly struck by an intuition, Shenru looked up at her reflection in the mirror. A dazzling face appeared in the mirror, with a ruby flashing brilliantly in her right ear, like an exuberantly blooming red rose. Her jet-black long hair fell over her shoulders, and her dark red eyes were stunningly beautiful, akin to a god of love descending from heaven. It was Shenru dressed as a woman. The man was using an extremely despicable method to express his interest to the young man. Crack. The youth mercilessly landed a punch on the mirror image of the gorgeous person, immediately creating countless fine cracks which paused briefly before spreading in all directions and shattering into pieces across the ground. Vivid sticky blood flowed down the glaring white ceramic tiles alongside the scarlet streaks. Shenru curled her lips as if she felt no pain at all, mockingly gazing at the broken mirror and said teasingly, why so eager? As soon as she finished speaking, a rustling friction sound suddenly erupted outside the door. Listening to it, it sounded like countless bugs rushing out en masse, forming an overwhelming tide. The ghost had started its hunt. Chapter 88, My Day, 9. Xiaowen immediately turned pale upon hearing the rustling sounds from outside. Just judging by the sounds alone, there were countless weird creatures waiting for them. Shenru remained silent, just lowering her eyes and blinking lightly, suddenly breaking out into laughter. This apology hit exactly where he wanted it to. Of course, nobody had specified how many good friends would come to find him. Stupidly choosing to hide in the restroom, she saw Mou's gift meant especially for herself, completely trapping her in this cramped space, making her a turtle in a jar. Mou seemed to deliberately keep the eerie rubbing sounds lingering outside the bathroom entrance several times but refused to come inside immediately. It was like a Damocles sword hanging over one's head, never knowing when it would rush in and rip someone apart in this confined space. Unable to kill. At present, Shenru was merely an unarmed ordinary player, hurriedly fleeing. Thinking about this, the youth's smile grew wider. Xiaowen, do you remember the big door we opened earlier? Her tone steady, giving no hint of intention or forthcoming wild actions from the mere inflection. Xiaowen quickly nodded. Shenru raised her eyes and held some familiar tools in her hand. That distinctly jointed hand tightly gripped the baseball bat's end and smiled while lifting her finger pointing at the exit, saying, After the noise passes again, you leave from here, go wait for me at the locked main gate. Xiaowen had absolutely no desire to question the directive. The strange sensation of sewing Lu Yang's abdomen still lingered on her fingertips, prompting her to follow orders instinctively for her own safety. Shenru clearly understood that all of this was aimed solely at her. As long as Xiaowen timed it accurately, these creatures wouldn't relentlessly chase them forever. After all, having one tormentor was enough. At the exact moment Xiaowen ran out, Shenru affixed an enhancement card onto the baseball bat in her hand and then, without hesitation, fiercely smashed it toward the already shattered mirror. Shards and fragments flew everywhere, accompanied by cement and sand shooting out from the cracks like sharp blades. The sharp shards even cut across that hauntingly beautiful face. As if devoid of any sensation of pain, Shenru completely demolished this bathroom into smithereens. Grabbing their attention actually only required one strike, but Shenru wanted to tell the man that neither this whole riddle trap nor this so-called consciousness duplicate could confine him. Don't rush, Mou. It'll be your turn soon. Seemingly sensing the strange sound, a bone-chilling rustling noise abruptly rushed towards the restroom. Upon seeing what approached, Shenru's pupils contracted in rare astonishment. Contrary to his assumptions, and entirely off target. Based on the game segment in the underground garage, Shenru had always thought these dense creatures outside should be the distorted mannequins from display windows. But the reality was far worse than imagined. These were indeed things that had walked out of the display windows, but they weren't mannequins. They were exquisite little dresses, each brimming with life. They danced eerily in the air, rushing towards Shenru in bizarre and strange poses like instructed dolls. In the instant they saw Shenru, their current sounds closely erupted. Hee, we found you. Shenru had no time to take stock. Jumping out of the ashes, he immediately bolted toward Xiaowen's direction. Behind him, one after another, grotesquely twisted dresses chased after like ghosts, continually emitting nerve-wracking electric buzzes. That sound grew clearer, as if resonating right next to Shenru's ears. Am I not pretty enough? Why didn't you choose me? This voice suddenly boomed amidst the silent second floor, every word revealing someone's abnormal preferences. While running, Shenru cursed silently, dead pervert. Circling around to give Xiaowen ample preparation time, he finally reached the destination. Right now, open the door. Just before entering the gate, Shenru activated his talent for instantaneous teleportation, completely stuffing all those chaotic things inside. When Xiaowen prepared to shut the door, a familiar duet suddenly came from inside. Ah! I knew something bad would happen. What the heck, which dad tore my pants? Xiaowen. Shenru. Live streaming room. This familiar voice brought flashes of colorful images. Gently wake up the sleeping mind. Turns out someone else was lured into the net. Meng Yizhi ended up here purely by entanglement. Just 5 minutes ago, he and Sheng Ziao were enthusiastically eating dinner in the living area. The reason was celebrating Sheng Ziao successfully completing the previous copy's report book. Thank goodness my sister-in-law opened a copy, or brother Mo might have kept me locked away for who knows how long. After saying that, he hurriedly gossiped about the origin of the gift money, solemnly entrusting Meng Yizhi to vividly describe every detail. The pink-haired one was enjoying the admiration in the yellow-haired one's eyes while animatedly recounting how President Mo used shadows to build towering walls, and their intimate moments together. Suddenly, Sheng Ziao lost control, horrified and pulling Meng Yizhi into a frenzy. Before the pink-haired one could react, a suction force directly pulled them both into the replica. Meng Yizhi. Thanks, it's my blessing to have you. No one had informed him in advance, eating dinner also came with this bonus stage. Completely bewildered, Meng Yizhi followed Sheng Ziao into the Class A replica. The corridor was pitch black, and the two of them felt their way along the wall in darkness, perhaps still somewhat relaxed from eating just moments before. Therefore, their nerves hadn't fully tightened yet. There was still leisure time for conversation. What's going on? This was Meng Yiji's first encounter with such a bizarre situation. He'd never heard of anyone being dragged into a replica so mysteriously. Each player entering the replica was under extremely strict time and condition restrictions, on one hand, to maintain the basic order of the game, and on the other hand, to ensure the absolute safety of players in the living area, preventing them from being caught off guard by sudden tasks. But judging by what they were experiencing now, things didn't seem as straightforward as that. Brother Mo obtained a card during his recent passage through a replica, capable of summoning teammates into the chosen replica. Although Xing Xiao's emotional intelligence was average, fortunately, his intellect was more than sufficient. Lies came out of his mouth easily. The deal between MOU and the system, as well as freely entering and exiting replicas, even personally altering how a replica operates, was something that couldn't yet be revealed to Pinky. Meng Yiji didn't think much about it and silently nodded, but then abruptly froze mid-step, seemingly lost in thought. Didn't you say earlier that President Mo and Shenru were in a replica together? That's right. At this point, Xing Xiao's excitement grew even more intense. I couldn't believe I just got done gossiping before witnessing some sweet moments live. I'm so lucky. Meng Yiji, suddenly I remember I have some things to do. He hadn't finished speaking when a familiar voice from the end of the corridor cut through. Before they could react at all, the door was violently flung open. President Mo's mischievous habit had instantaneously swept both Yellowy and Pinky into the fray, leaving them as innocent victims. Meng Yiji. He knew it. Chapter 89 My Day, 10. Shenru hearing two familiar cries stiffened instantly with a rigid expression. MOU being able to send other players into the replica was something he hadn't anticipated. So, was this his way of flaunting that his abilities far surpassed normal limits? Xiaowen didn't recognize the people inside, but she understood that aside from her and the two experts, there shouldn't have been any other players left in this replica. Then who or what was behind this door? A ghost? Acting purely on instinct without even consulting Shenru, Xiaowen began applying brute strength, desperate to slam the door shut. Shenru frowned sharply after noticing her effort. Even if the door was closed now, based on Xing Xiao and Meng Yiji's capabilities, breaking through wouldn't be an issue. Moreover, since they were newcomers, Shenru wasn't sure if the game restrictions would apply to them. If this situation could somehow resolve these issues, then fine. But if not, closing the door now would only be like concealing a time bomb for herself. Realizing this, Shenru hastily shouted a stop. Wait. Open the door. Just as her words echoed, Xiaowen saw Shenru dash towards the glass railing, stepping firmly onto the handrail and leaping decisively without hesitation. Her crimson eyes gleamed fiercely, her head and back arched downwards, forming a beautiful curve with her waist, mimicking the sacrificial dedication one might present to the gods. Perhaps in the very next moment, this dazzling rose would fall into an uncertain multiplication zone. Both body and soul willing to pay any price to win this gambit. MOU had calculated everything except for the most unpredictable factor. In shopping malls, each level had high beams, which meant that falling face first from the second floor onto the ground would result in serious injury or death, at minimum a cracked skull. Thin threads of light illuminated the frail form of the young man midair. Dark red blood blossomed into new roses on Shenru's body, bruises turned into branches, and the fiery glow in her eyes consumed twigs. It's well known that gods have no weaknesses. Even if it means sacrificing the soul rose in the barren lands, MOU's goal must be achieved by any means necessary. To him, this was a situation destined to fail from the beginning. Right before his head was about to crash against the ground, a shadow suddenly appeared lifting the young man up dramatically. The man stood above Shenru in absolute control. The youth lifted a broad smile, the passion and madness flickering in his eyes evident as his captivating lips whispered enchantingly. You lost, MOU. But I liked this game. Suddenly Shenru reached out, pulling down the man's collar and swiftly flipping their positions. Chuckling, the youth carried traces of mockery in his gaze but expressed pleasure and satisfaction in his tone. Remember, this is the reward for good kids. Just as his words faded, the dark pupils of the man trembled slightly upon reflecting the magnificent figure of long black hair and crimson lips. Shenru had activated the disguise card. Caught off guard in his brief astonishment, the black strands brushed lightly over the man's cheek, eventually hanging perfectly on either side. The teacher teaches only once. A meaningful hoarse sound resonated in the man's ear, sparking a secret understanding that intensified unnoticed between them. The eerie electric noise finally vanished, leaving complete silence in the vast emptiness of the mall. Little Yellow, Little Pink, and Little Autumn hung like three dolls from a store display, holding onto the railing of the glass balustrade, leaning forward identically to look down below. Am I really not going to be so blissfully happy that I get a brain hemorrhage after seeing such a scene right after dinner? Xing Xiao swayed his body, happily indulging in the sugar rush. Meng Yiji, who was forcibly dragged up and made to run 500 meters, was already half dead, clutching his stomach with a pale face. Not that, but I might develop a prolapsed stomach. Xiaowen. It felt like someone in the underworld had company, making even corpses seem slightly warmer. Xing Xiao laughed nervously but quickly scanned his eyes around, determining the basic situation of the replica. Generally, when one was pulled into a replica midway, it indicated that the leader hadn't fully taken control yet, meaning there were still some risky uncertainties present. And solving these potential hazards required passing through the replica as one would normally do. During the cleanup time of 30 seconds after the system announces the end of the game, if one's observational skills are good enough, they can discover the awareness prototype within the replica. And Xingzi Yao's talent precisely lied in being meticulous enough. Now, he could basically accurately locate the consciousness of the replica within 30 seconds. This was the reason why MOU specifically teleported him here. It was just unfortunate this time, it came with an extra person. The flamboyant young man surveyed the man's crimson lips from above, with a superior air. The suggestive warmth and breath seemed still lingering between their lips. And the vengeful tooth marks on the corner of MOU's lips. The young man curled his lips and jumped recklessly, making the rose sweat all over. The black long hair clung tightly to his slender neck, the stark contrast of white and black causing a thrilling effect. Did you learn what the teacher taught? Shenru's breathing was light, challengingly looking at the man. Thanks to Teacher Shen for both verbal and physical instruction. MOU's eyes expressed an indescribable sense of satisfaction and interest. His long fingers lightly caressed the youth's jet-black long hair, emanating an elegant and noble aura despite being in a lower position. He was quite adept. That means it's time for the teacher to collect tuition. Shenru slightly leaned down, gripping the man's jaw tightly, teasingly shaking it left and right, and asked slowly. What is President Mo trying to do? MOU was exceptionally odd in this replica. If previously he had always hovered at the edge of the replica, now he had completely transformed his identity. Unless the man had sufficient confidence to avoid being detected by the system, otherwise how could he act so flagrantly? Before Shenru could figure it out, the man's soft laughter had already reached his ears. I'm courting you, Shenru. Youth's heart was now as if scratched wildly by countless claws, but the man deliberately didn't give him a straightforward answer. A surge of bad mood arose, Shenru increased the strength in his hands and said coldly. I prefer more direct ways. MOU chuckled contentedly, behave yourself, don't rush. The same words were returned to Shenru. The man's gaze remained casual, and upon noticing the youth's increasingly darkening complexion, he slowly said. I aim to break through the barriers of all channels and re-establish the order of the game. MOU's speech was relaxed and unconcerned, his tone indifferent to the point where there wasn't a ripple of disturbance, as if casually saying he ate an egg this morning without anything unusual about it. Shenru was startled. No wonder the man busied himself flattering the system while also freely allowing him to hold on to the connectivity cards. So why did you kill Guan when you earlier then? MOU raised an eyebrow. I said it before, because he didn't listen. Because he didn't listen, thus even though their thoughts were similar, the darkness could not accommodate him. The youth blinked, exposing a terrifyingly bright red glint of excitement and jubilation in his eyes. An unexpected dagger slashed fiercely across Shenru's tender palm, the overflowing blood dripping down his beautiful wrist onto the edge of the man's lips. MOU indulgently smiled, his tongue licking the crimson blood. Underneath the intense appearance, there was a free-spirited demeanor. Inappropriate smiles. Both were gamblers betting their lives. Chapter 90 My Day, 11. Shenru willingly accepted MOU's invitation. This was much more interesting than any life-threatening game. But judging by MOU's implication, there were still many uncontrollable factors between the various guilds, and MOU was continuously gaining the trust of the system while balancing different poles. Whether it was out of pure self-interest or private curiosity, Shenru found it fascinating. Shenru smiled toward the man, roughly deducing all sorts of roles Xingzi Yao might play. Xingzi Yao's combat power wasn't particularly prominent, at least not at the level to be the third in command of the Dark Knight Guild, so the issue still lay with his talent. Seems like President Mo hasn't fully controlled the replica consciousness yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been pulled into MOU's controllable range. The man laughed but remained silent. Suddenly, the system's cold and eerie mechanical tone transmitted into the player's ears. After parting ways with my friends, my parents took me to the three-story cinema to watch a movie, but I fell asleep and didn't know which movie was shown. Perhaps the reason for being separated from my parents is hidden in the cinema. Detecting that the player has triggered the game, watch a movie. While watching the movie, please strictly follow the viewing guidelines. No loud talking, running around, or recording videos with electronic devices, avoid affecting others' experience. Thank you for your cooperation. The movie Man Pig will be screening in 5 minutes. Please arrive on time to watch. Just from the movie title, it could be seen that this phase was fundamentally different from the other floors previously dominated by MOU. The practice of creating a man-pig was extremely cruel. In contemporary understanding, it involved cutting off the limbs, but originally it was devised to torture people by cutting off their wrists and ankles. Once the person lost their hands and feet, the limbs could no longer be called palms but instead hooves. Unable to stand, they had to crawl on all fours, making their appearance and movements resemble pigs to some degree. Apart from physical resemblance, the eyes of the man-pig would also be gouged out, their ears burned until deafened, and finally their throat poisoned until mute, losing all hearing and sight completely. In the end, the man-pig would be thrown into a toilet. Leaving their tongue and nose intact was solely for them to taste the foulness within. Subsequently, some people would cut off all 4 limbs of the man pig, leaving only the torso. No matter how it happened, it was an extraordinarily inhumane act. The players were well aware of this, so when everyone sat down in the cinema seats, their mood couldn't be described as anything pleasant. After all, this absolutely couldn't be a simple viewing. The moment the countdown ended, Shenru only felt the big screen in front of him light up considerably. On it, a helpful reminder was displayed in blood-red letters: if during the viewing process you feel psychological discomfort, please do not disturb others and leave on your own. It seemed like this was going to be an immersive viewing. Before he could finish thinking, all that remained before his eyes was complete darkness. Even before opening his eyes, a wave of stench and cursing assaulted Shenru's senses. How many times have I said not to defecate wherever you want? Have you never been a human before? Can't you understand a word I say? Damn, my credit score is going to be deducted again this month. Eat all this filth. If you can't, then you're just waiting to die. Furrowing his brows, Shenru slowly opened his eyes. Perhaps due to the scene being too familiar, it made him momentarily pause. Clean wide streets, a constant flow of vehicles, humid sea breeze rushing towards him, causing a fleeting moment of dizziness. But the oddities were quite apparent. For example, these 2 individuals at the corner were hard to overlook by Shenru. The one shouting stood proudly aside, judging from his attire he appeared to be a second-generation rich kid. The one kneeling didn't have as much luck, his whole body seemed wet with liquid, his upper body exposed showing tight lines, while his legs covered in a suit pant crouched on the ground moving like an animal, making him look pitiful. The wealthy second generation held a dog leash in his hand, loudly cursing while roughly pulling the rope, kicking the other end of the rope attached to the man on the ground. Shenru stood there observing the bizarre scene, curiously raising an eyebrow. There were plenty of people on the street, none of whom found anything wrong with what was happening, some even casting envious glances. Slave trading. Not only was Shenru assessing this world but also noticed the strange changes happening to himself. Originally draped across his shoulders, long hair disappeared upon entering the movie scenario. Normally speaking, if not manually cancelled, this A-level card could maintain feminine attire for 3 days. A sense of unease surged within Shenru. Upon investigation, Shenru discovered that within this movie replica, neither any cards nor talents were usable. As Shenru was about to walk around and further observe the surroundings, suddenly he heard someone calling out behind him. How did you end up here? Didn't we agree to go to your house for dinner today? Shenru turned around, seeing a strange man smiling and walking toward him. At this moment, the system gave a timely prompt. You invited Wang Yang to come over to your house as a guest today. He was very enthusiastic, and you two have a good relationship. Shenru curled his lips and replied nonchalantly, I was just walking around without paying attention. Wang Yang nodded. Perhaps the system had made an error adjustment, the NPC didn't overinterpret Shenru's actions too much. It seemed as if completing a fixed task before continuing the dialogue. There is a good delicatessen nearby. Let's go buy something. Shenru did not refuse, the location mentioned by the NPC indeed warranted a closer look. Besides, at this moment, he didn't know much about this world. With his talents and cards restricted, it would be best to act cautiously for now. The two walked up to the delicatessen. The storefront decoration was pleasant, and the owner had even been considerate enough to hang a large sign outside with information. It stated that today's meat was fresh. However, it differed from usual practices in that no specific kind of meat was indicated, only a vague promise that it was definitely fresh and affordable. Though having some doubts inside, Shenru still followed Wang Yang inside the store. As soon as they entered, a waitress warmly approached to introduce, Hello, esteemed guests. What kind of meat would you like? We have 2 new lively pigs today. They are not only energetic but also have great texture, suitable for steaming, boiling, stewing, or frying. For some unknown reason, upon hearing the terms, 2, and lively, Shenru involuntarily felt his temples throb. Wang Yang, let me take a look. Alright, please follow me. The waitress led them through the lobby into the kitchen. As soon as they entered, a strong smell of blood mixed with stench hit their noses. Many people were hung upside down on the rafters, treated like livestock. A chef was wielding a cleaver, stabbing each head one by one to let them bleed out. One individual who was uncooperative immediately had their arm severed. The chef skillfully removed the flesh from the bone, chopped it into mince, and tossed it into a dog bowl. These ones have already been processed. The meat is dense, and the taste is rich. Without waiting for Wang Yang to respond, Shenru directly said, I'd rather see those 2 lively ones you mentioned. The waitress hadn't expected someone to want ingredients so authentic. Clearly startled for a moment, she respected the customer's opinion anyway. Alright, please follow me. The pair exited the kitchen and was directly led to the warehouse. As soon as they reached the entrance, the angry yet familiar screams halted Shenru's feet momentarily. The leg hair is my symbol of manhood, get away from me. Hey hey hey. Is this supposed to scare me? Put that knife down. Ah, damn your ancestors. Shenru. Such a familiar voice. Inside the live stream chat room. That's the real deal. Haha, small Huang small fan being so unfortunate really cracked me up. They're directly treated like livestock and sold to the deli. Such intense scenes, aren't they removing their body hair right now? Ha ha ha. Open the door quickly. Let me see. Chapter 91 My Day, 12. Since the first time Shenru saw Xingzi, he always thought that this blonde was talented. The screams rivaled those at a slaughterhouse. Fortunately, he arrived in time, otherwise, the two might have been thoroughly skinned and bled. The service staff continued to talk non-stop about how active these two were, elaborating even on specific cooking methods in great detail. Perhaps because the sounds of yelling and struggling were too loud, the waitress somewhat awkwardly suggested. If you like these two, we can process them for you as well. Once dead, they'll be delivered to your house. Wang Yang, that's fine, or... Shenru interrupted Wang Yang, smiling brightly. My skills are also very proficient. After saying this, he turned to the waitress and said, these two then, open it so I can have a look. The warehouse gate opened accordingly, and light shone into the dim warehouse. The dust and the beams of light rushed outward frenetically, leaving the room disordered with stains of blood on the walls. Xingzi and the other weren't the first to be sold here, nor would they be the last. Their eyes met. Shenru looked at the two's astonished expressions and slightly raised an eyebrow, silently forming an shush. Like a youth picking items in a mall, he approached and carefully examined the two who nearly lost their hair sitting on the ground, appropriately using his foot to kick Xingzi thigh muscle while half-mockingly commenting. Not bad, though a little thin. Afraid that he might change his mind, the waitress hurriedly added, there's a discount going on now at the store. If you buy two, you get 20% off. Though there isn't much meat, the quality is excellent. Look at their smooth faces, the taste will surely be top-notch. No matter how confused Xiao Huang and Xiao Fen were, they understood that they had been sold. Shenru was going to great lengths to buy himself out of the store. Shenru hesitated for a moment, as if making a decision in his mind, then reluctantly said, then these two will do. Tie them up and throw them into the car. Wang Yang didn't have any objections. He wasn't particular about ingredients, but he was a bit puzzled by Shenru's actions. Are you going to kill them? Shenru's crimson eyes flashed under the sunlight before he finally perked up, lazily saying, you'll see in a while. Wang Yang wanted to say something but stopped himself after his mouth moved several times and ended up saying nothing. After purchasing, the two drove back. Sitting by the window, the light breeze made the young man close his eyes. On the road, people tethered by chains relieved themselves on the ground without regard for decorum. Suddenly recalling their previous conversation, Shenru said, since urinating or defecating anywhere reduces one's credit score, it would be better not to raise pets, right? How could anyone feel affection for animals? Wang Yang was stunned for a moment, his expression becoming even stranger. I really didn't expect to hear this from you. Who was it earlier that insisted on keeping a pet at all costs? Shenru. The two in the back seat heard everything clearly. Ah. The smell of the vast grasslands. Before Shenru could react, Wang Yang continued with a worried tone, but you need to be careful. Recently, new regulations have been introduced stating that those with a credit score below 30 lose the qualification to raise pets. If your score is completely zeroed, it'll lead to major trouble. Don't get yourself dragged down because of an animal. Shenru didn't say anything but calculated quickly in his mind. It seemed that the credit score was directly tied to identity. Although Wang Yang hadn't explicitly stated it, having the credit score reset probably meant he would end up like fish on a chopping board, subject to others' mercy. Although Mou and Qiuwen hadn't been found yet, Shenru figured that since Mou had collaborated with the system, his position in the game might not be high, but he should still rank above ordinary people in this world. Qiuwen, on the other hand, might be in a worse situation. Perhaps her status was someone's pet. Still, the worst start had been given by this pair of difficult brothers. The only uncertainty now was the pet that the original owner had kept in this world. If things didn't go well when he got home, Shenru wouldn't hesitate to slaughter the creature. Oh, right. Wang Yang suddenly interrupted Shenru's train of thought. How are you doing with the movie I recommended before? Don't tell me you're too scared to take action. People are buying live animals these days, these mixed breed ones are hardest to deal with. The two colorful mixed breed creatures in the back seat. Shit, this NPC talks too rudely. Shenru gave no reaction but was thinking of ways to extract more information from the other party. Judging from Wang Yang's tone, he must be an actor who refuses to participate in films due to his fearfulness. Not great, I need to think about it some more. Of course, he needed to think more. Not even the name of the movie was mentioned, and the system hadn't provided clear instructions. Who would willingly cause trouble for themselves? Wang Yang didn't seem to care whether the other person remembered, speaking calmly but hurriedly. Although the movie, Human Pig, emphasizes realism, rest assured that wherever there are bloody scenes involving you, they will use animals instead. Later, they'll digitally replace the faces so there won't be any issues. The system prompt followed closely, sounding loudly in Shenru's ear. Wang Yang has introduced a movie resource to you, but due to the violent plot, you've been hesitating. Mission requirement, agree to star in the movie. After the mission was issued, the live stream chat exploded. Performing in a movie within a movie? WTF. Is my wife playing the human pig in the movie? My wife might be a little violent sometimes, but she doesn't deserve such a fate. Didn't they say there's a body double? Who's the body double? Just as Shenru was preparing to respond after hearing the system announcement, he saw Wang Yang slightly tilt his head backward and say, "By coincidence, we already have ready-made doubles. These thin arms and legs don't look very appetizing anyway. If not, we'll keep them in the crew. Take your pet along too, you refused when I suggested euthanasia. This can be a memorial left in the movie." Without giving Shenru any time to hesitate, Wang Yang's hands remained on the steering wheel, but his head twisted sharply toward the young man, even producing a creaking sound. A strange and terrifying curve appeared on the corner of his lips, his eyes tightly fixated on the young man, filled with icy laughter. "I don't want to pressure you with my credit score, but don't make me feel conflicted." Shenru blinked, his furrowed brows suddenly smoothing out, making his smile appear even brighter. A tender, sweet voice emanated from his slightly parted red lips. "All right." Upon receiving the satisfactory answer, Wang Yang returned to his previous cheerful demeanor. Shenru also gleaned quite a few clues from this. Credit scores represented one's social status. The higher the credit score, the greater the privileges granted. Moreover, in this world, human meat was the universally recognized meat product. Once the credit score dropped to 0, two fates awaited, either being sent to the slaughterhouse or being bought by someone as a pet. At the front door of his home, Shenru was full of enthusiasm as he prepared to unlock the door. It was the first time he had arrived at this home, and there was even a little pet he himself kept inside. How exciting! Before Shenru could unlock the door, it was pushed open from the inside. His cheek suddenly felt warm, as a cold yet elegant fragrance wafted up, accompanied by Moyu's graceful low voice in Shenru's ear. "Welcome home, master." Shenru. Grass. Inside the live stream chat room. "So this is the pet my wife insisted on keeping despite everything. Wait a second, who was it that wanted my husband euthanized? Come out and fight me. I wouldn't want to go out and film a movie if I had a pet like that at home either." Chapter 92, My Day, 13. The man shamelessly completed a series of movements without any hint of embarrassment, it even seemed as if he was extremely practiced at them. Moyu currently looked utterly relaxed and lazy. His hair was half-dried, his upper body bare, revealing a lean yet strong physique. Drops of water slid from his damp hair to his neck. A loose pair of sportswear hung loosely around his waist, and he lazily glanced at the unexpected visitors. Seeing how naturally the man behaved, an unpleasant streak rose within Shenru's heart. His darkened eyes slightly lifted, the young man's seemingly amused but sly gaze leisurely swept over every inch of exposed skin on the other man, before his hand reached up and caressed the still damp hair strands, then forcefully pressed down. The breath near his lips spread across the handsome man's face as a dangerous tone crept into Shenru's voice. "How did I teach you? Did you forget?" The slender fingers lovingly fondled through the strands and rubbed them as if rewarding. A soft yet seductive voice sounded again. "Kneel." Wang Yang had no idea about their dynamic. In his perception, people were free to command, torment, or even abuse them without question. However, Sheng Ziao and Meng Yizhi were completely different. Xiao Huang and Xiao Fan quickly held their breaths, desperately trying to reduce their presence as much as possible. Sheng Ziao acted as if he was blind. Joking aside, he just came for some drama, how would he expect to see this bowing? Just thinking about the report already made him feel like he lost a whole life, so what should he do now after seeing this? With that in mind, Xiao Huang pulled the shocked Xiao Fan to the side near the doorway. And didn't forget to silently gesture toward her. But in Meng Yizhi's eyes, this wasn't the case at all. He imagined an evil blonde taunting him, "Isn't it great? Even in death, you're dragged along." On the other side, the man displayed absolutely no displeasure in response to the youth's malicious teasing. Instead, he appeared interested and lively. "Please punish me." After finishing his words, he obediently knelt down. Even though under another person's control, he still maintained an upright posture, elegantly raising his head to look at the young man with devout reverence in his tone. His black eyes brimmed with indescribable emotions. The handsome youth smirked provocatively, lifting his foot and gently stepping on the broad chest of the man, teasingly pressing down as he condescendingly said. "This isn't punishment, it's a reward." If the man could flirt with Shenru in front of everyone, why couldn't Shenru return the favor? The man's fingertips lightly hooked onto the hem of the young man's shoe. The warmth of his large hand massaged the white ankle as what seemed like simply removing a shoe became something entirely more alluring. There was a deliberate friction on the inner ankle causing redness. Without hesitation, the young man withdrew his foot from the man's embrace and leaned down to breathe near that handsome face. "Mr. Mo." The voice was slightly hoarse and soft, only reverberating between the two. "What is it? Do you enjoy taking off my shoes for me?" The man didn't respond angrily but chuckled softly, his Adam's apple rolling gently. "Naturally, I enjoy it." Shenru curved his lips before straightening up and walking inside. Wang Yang left the three behind and followed inside as well, since pets and livestock entering the house was already a rare honor. In the living room, the curtains were tightly drawn, with only occasional beams of light slipping through the gaps and shining onto the floor. Wang Yang sat on the couch, furrowing his brows as he stared at Sheng Ziao and Meng Yizhi standing not far away. It was as if he didn't even need confirmation, he could almost smell the stench emanating from the animals according to his worldview. "First lock them up in the warehouse. They're too dirty." Wang Yang waved his hand at Shenru, signaling him to hurry up. Since the young man had agreed to join the movie, the superior tone in his voice came naturally. Shenru chuckled, completely ignoring the commanding tone in the man's words. Let me guess, if I refuse to participate, not only will your credit score be affected, but the entire crew as well? The young man lounged lazily across from Wang Yang, ready to squeeze out the last bit of value from this NPC. Without any innate talent or cards to rely on now, they were all just ordinary people. And dealing with ordinary people always involved a more winding approach. For example, intimidation. Wang Yang's face darkened instantly, clearly dissatisfied with Shenru's offense. You're in the same situation. Would you like to end up as an animal? Why don't you tell me more about the filming precautions? After all, we're in the same boat. Shenru smiled pleasantly while looking at him, having mastered the art of turning the tables. It must feel awful being controlled by someone with a lower credit score than you, right? Caught off guard, Wang Yang couldn't refute the truth behind each word the young man said. Moreover, given that the other party's points were still within the human range, he could only temporarily agree for now. The director of this crew has a peculiar habit, he doesn't like calling cuts. So some bloody scenes look very thrilling not because of special effects, but because they actually happen. Seeing Wang Yang pause for a moment, Shenru pushed further. Go on, are you planning to take us down together? Wang Yang, startled, continued, the director once said that your head is quite appealing, it would surely cause a big sensation if it were made into an adult G movie. That was already quite straightforward. This movie didn't require any stunt doubles, these were just pretenses to deceive Shenru into falling into the trap. Just look, even as a person, sometimes it's better to live freely like an animal. Shenru's crimson eyes circled around Wang Yang, as if considering whether anything was missed. After confirming there wasn't, he pulled his gaze back with mock sympathy. I suddenly have an urge to meet this director immediately. Wang Yang, confused, asked unconsciously, what? Shenru ignored him and spoke on his own accord, there's a good way to realize my wish, but you'll have to suffer a little. As if realizing something, Wang Yang quickly turned back, terror mixing with astonishment flashing through his eyes. Sheng Xiao grabbed a handy kitchen knife and, taking advantage of the moment when the other looked back, plunged it into his neck. To make you die at the hands of what you perceive as animals. Bright red liquid spurted out of the veins, crimson eyes glinting coldly in the dim room. Wang Yang may not have been an important NPC, but he did play a role in advancing the storyline. In line with the principle of fast clearing before, killing him might accelerate the game progress. MOU was indeed correct. There seemed to be issues with the game awareness. Who wasn't a selfish villain in their own right? But sometimes, unbridled evil thoughts ultimately circled back and burnt themselves. Shenru sighed, the curve of his lips fully revealing the pleasure he currently felt. Taking the blade from Sheng Xiao, his tone was playful yet regretful. I didn't want to do it this way, but one needs to bring a gift upon first meeting the director. Hot, sticky fluid kept gushing out of the NPC's body. The rose's mouth spouted compassionate-sounding platitudes while using the cruelest methods to freeze someone's horrifying final moments in time before death. Before the body stiffened, it was stuffed into a large glass jar, and strong white liquor was poured in. The aroma of alcohol spread throughout the blood-stained space. My techniques really are excellent. I hope the director likes my present. His lazy voice floated in the air as the curtain fell on the first act of the play. The young man lifted his eyes with wicked interest towards MOU, his blood-streaked fingers curling, issuing an order laced with nasality. Wipe it clean. The man slowly approached Shenru. He gently pressed the slender hands onto his exposed skin, carefully cleaning off the rewards obtained, his deep voice tinged with laughter. Yes, sir. This is your right. At the next second, the system sound rang awkwardly. Ding. Game progression change detected. In 10 seconds, the scene will automatically transition. Please prepare yourselves. The filming of the adult G movie will soon begin. Chapter 93, My Day, 14. It was like a transition cut in a movie channel, with the blink of an eye, the surroundings changed completely. The four people, along with the carefully crafted human pig wine jar made by Shenru, were transferred to the next location. Before they even opened their eyes, a gruff male voice could be heard far away, losing his temper. Where's that Wang Yang kid? Get out of here. Leave me alone. If he dares to fool me, I'll make him sleep in the pigsty again tonight. A chaotic and disorderly sight revealed itself, with messy filming equipment piled up together. Behind them stood a crumbling apartment building. It was so dilapidated that even the volume of the argument just now could cause large chunks of the walls to fall off this building. The moment they opened their eyes, this was the scene that greeted them. Meng Yi instinctively glanced around, seriously observing the building, confirming without doubt that this would be the filming location. With this quality, it probably wouldn't last until being turned into a human pig. The building might collapse, sending them straight to heaven. The pink-haired person frowned, deliberately taking a few steps away from the apartment. Though their voice wasn't loud, it coincided with an exceptionally quiet moment in the theater. The film director was fuming, upset at having no outlet for his anger. Ignoring others' protests, he stormed towards the source of the sound. His angry footsteps abruptly stopped as soon as he caught sight of the group. Because he saw Wang Yang, who'd been missing for 2 days. And beside Wang Yang stood the handsome young man he had been yearning for day and night. Shenru was a well-known beauty in the industry, famous for her full and luxurious charm. Initially, when she wanted to raise an inferior animal, rumors spread wildly within the circle. Everyone said Shenru must have lost her mind because nobody else valued that thing, yet she treated it like a treasure, never bringing it out, giving it treatment similar to humans. But now, apart from 2 mongrel chickens, there also stood a highly attractive man behind Shenru, drawing everyone's attention and quickly gathering onlookers. Dong dong dong. Long fingers lightly tapped against the glass jar containing Wang Yang's body. Do you like it, director? After all, this is fine wine brewed from someone considered elite, it should be very nourishing. The fresh blood and flesh had already swelled up inside, producing a sticky, nauseating smell mixing with the muggy atmosphere. The crimson lips parted gently, releasing breaths of warm air as laughter awaited a similar passionate response. The director's face turned ghostly pale, clearly not expecting such audacity from the other party. He tried to say something but was immediately interrupted. I think making the movie is more important. After all, it's hard to find an actor better suited for the human pig role than me. If one Wang Yang dies, there will always be another. Don't you agree, director? The young man remained calm and collected, mastering the rhythm of development. During the brief hesitation from the director, the victory of this confrontation had already been secured. Leaning back comfortably into the arms of the person behind him, the youth fully enjoyed being favored by his master. Long fingers cruelly pinched the man's chin without mercy until he saw the rolling Adam's apple. Then, as if bestowing a favor, he planted a light kiss on the neck. The red lips slowly curled upward, revealing a brilliant smile as he softly said, Director, let's begin. I can't wait anymore. Inside the live streaming room. Grass grass grass. I can't wait either. MOU, what good fortune. Ever since the system limited my wife's abilities, I've discovered her extraordinary talent for language. But honestly, could that glass jar be moved a bit further away? Looking at Wang Yang's forcibly stitched open eyes gives me chills. The robotic voice sounded once again, narrating the upcoming plot for the players. Today is your birthday. You've invited friends over, and your parents promised to cook a table full of dishes for you tonight. You're very happy. Upon returning home with your friends, you discover that the table is indeed filled with food, but your parents are nowhere to be found. The player must complete this scene's filming and locate their parents. Shenru raised her eyebrows thoughtfully. This instance represented a child's consciousness outwardly, but internally was the ongoing search for one's own parents. The message the movie intended to convey likely had little connection with the theme of human pigs. Filming begins. The other several individuals seem to have received the system task as well, acting as Shenru's classmates and entering the decrepit apartment building together. The first floor of the apartment featured a spacious hall. On the right side, there were mailboxes for each household on every floor, while on the left, a row of old bicycles and electric scooters were parked. Judging by the accumulated dust, they hadn't been moved for quite some time. Shenru subconsciously scanned her own room number. Unlike the other dirty iron surfaces, mailbox 1001 had been wiped clean. The old elevator groaned, the dim light inside shining down from the top. Bright red eyes flickered on and off in the confined space, showing no trace of tension in their calm expression. Whether it was due to the elevator's condition or not, as the elevator ascended, a strange buzzing sound gradually grew louder, eventually reverberating through the minds of everyone present with an almost grotesque intensity. At the end of the hallway lay pitch darkness, with countless stubbornly stuck small advertisements plastered all over the walls. In front of several room doors were piled bags of kitchen waste, the bottom of which leaked yellow fluid, emitting a pungent sour smell. Shenru's home was the first room on the left side at the elevator entrance. As they took a step forward, a grandmother slowly emerged from the next door. Seeing Shenru accompanied by a group of classmates, the grandmother clearly hesitated for a moment before saying, Young Shen, don't study too late into the night, your health is far more important. Shenru sensed that the grandmother had something specific to say but was too reserved because others were around. So she responded politely, all right grandma, I will. After bidding farewell to her neighbor, the group entered the house. Compared to the outside, the room inside was stark white with bright lights, and its cleanliness was almost unnatural, lacking any excess clutter. The place seemed empty and desolate overall. In the center stood a spacious table where the dishes were still steaming hot. Mixed with the appetizing aroma of the food was a faint fishy smell, making the entire house quite unpleasant. Suddenly, a distorted voice of the director crackled through a horn filled with electrical static. Shenru will stay in the living room for some single-person shots, the rest of you please wait in the rooms. Once the others went into the room, changes appeared in Shenru's eyes. The temperature suddenly dropped. The sound of the refrigerator working seemed louder, causing his head to throb in pain. Just as he raised his gaze to check the source of the sound, his eyes caught sight of something beside the dining table. His crimson pupils shivered slightly. 2 pitch-black human shadows silently appeared by the table. These shadows looked peculiar. Unlike human beings who usually have full and well-proportioned figures, these shadow bodies appeared flattened, as if forcibly removed from a child's comic book. Their faces wore excited yet bizarre smiles. The ringing in his ears grew louder. Shenru paid no attention to the thing sitting by the table, instead picking up a long chopstick lying on the table. Her beautiful face grinned arrogantly, her upward-sloping eyebrows hinting at a certain dark seductive allure. That chopstick spun rapidly between her slender fingers. Suddenly, her wrist exerted force, and the chopstick quickly twisted toward the young man's temple, aiming for a vicious stab. Slap. Just as the chopstick was about to touch the skin, it was abruptly snapped into two pieces by an external force. The ear-ringing disappeared instantly. As the vibrant bubble shattered, so did the shadow at the table vanish into thin air. The surroundings fell silent once again, returning to deathly quietness. So interesting. Which director would allow such an out-of-place chopstick to remain embedded on a perfect masterpiece? Moreover, one so beautiful. Shenru threw the broken chopstick onto the ground, glanced at the food on the table, smiled faintly, and walked out of the door. Inside the live streaming room. Wait, darling. Are you really this cruel even to yourself? I doubted whether our wife forgot she doesn't have talent or ability cards right now. My temple's already hurt. What is she doing? Going out alone is too dangerous. Who is dangerous? Make sense please. Chapter 94, My Day, 15. Inside the room. When Mou entered the main gate, he observed the overall layout. The large living room was mostly bare except for a few items placed on a shelf near the window, completely blocking two windows. This smaller room was even worse. The window had been completely sealed with cement, leaving no trace visible. Though the room appeared tidy and clean on the surface, it was saturated with a heavy and suffocating stench of blood. Meng Yi held his nose while narrowing his eyes and looked around. He said uncertainly. Isn't this too obvious? Someone must have died here. Xiaofan stood cautiously by the door, hesitant to act recklessly. Meanwhile, Xing Xiao had let go of his arms and started searching thoroughly. On the left was a single bed squeezed tightly against the wall. The most eye-catching feature of the tiny room was its uneven and irregular wall surfaces. The scrapes and dents on the wall were severe, with several red streaks piercing through the spotty surface, strikingly jarring. It was evident that the room's owner had repeatedly patched up the area near the bedhead, making it appear unnaturally white in contrast to the rest. The bed was neatly made, and an old radio hung by the bedpost, seemingly the child's only form of nightly entertainment. After searching for a long time, Xing Xiao stood at the bedside lost in thought for quite a while, his lips pressed into a straight line. Under Meng Yi's expectant gaze, he shook his head. There's something wrong with this room. Meng Yi. Shit. It's you whose brain has problems. What exactly is he expecting from Xing Xiao? With great frustration, the little pink-haired one waved her hand and pushed him aside, then sat down directly on the bed to study the radio hanging on the bedhead carefully. Hiss. The moment her butt touched the bed, Meng Yi felt something sharp pierce her right cheek. The pink hair on her scalp suddenly bristled, causing her to leap up as if shot. Apart from the pain, there was something else amiss. This bed wasn't as flat as it appeared. Mou didn't hesitate and immediately pulled off the blanket, revealing a shocking sight. A vivid splash of crimson flooded the entire view. Beneath the quilt lay dark brown dried blood, and numerous grotesquely decayed human heads were neatly embedded within the bed, apparently the owner's morbid fancy. Every mouth was wide open, and sharp iron wires were inserted directly through the mouths, pinning the heads firmly onto the bed. ZZZT, ZZZT. Suddenly, the radio by the bedhead began emitting buzzing sounds. Its high-pitched and terrifying tone shattering the original stillness. Like a balloon stretched to its limit, it burst unexpectedly, startling everyone into goosebumps. The walls in this room talk. They don't sleep at night, do they? Too noisy. Someone's staring at me. Help. If people die, they can't speak anymore. I'm going to kill them all. The piercing voices hardened gradually from anger, repeating in cycles the rage-filled emotions of the radio's owner. Who could hear walls talking? Clearly, the owner of this room suffered from severe schizophrenia. But that wasn't the main issue. The main issue was how similar these voices sounded to Shenru's smooth and melodious voice. Xing Xiao paused silently for 2 seconds, looking at Meng Yi and swallowing with difficulty. Little Pink, do you think my sister-in-law knows she's ill? Meng Yi. Your sister-in-law wasn't even normal before entering this game. As Meng Yi's complaints reached her throat, she suddenly remembered something. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she muttered quietly. But Shenru's solo scene lasted pretty long this time, and it's unusually quiet outside. Xing Xiao stiffened slightly, turning to look at Mou. Brother Mo, why don't we check out what's happening? While Xiao Huang was still seeking Mou's approval, the live streaming room had already erupted. Little Yellow. You're definitely the smartest one here. Go check it out quick. The movie will end soon. It's killing me, go out now, my wife has already gone berserk. Inside the living room. The lights went out at some point. Xiaowen was trembling nervously as she sat beside the dining table, looking at Shenru and the surrounding neighbors. She'd been pulled into the film set to help with miscellaneous tasks, this time portraying Shenru's neighbor in this movie. She had imagined countless ways to make her appearance, but none involved opening the door to find Shenru's vibrant, demon-like face and hearing her voice reverberating in her ears. It's my birthday today. I've invited you over to play. The stifling air mixed with countless scarlet molecules. Everyone gathered around the dining table, grinning widely as they joyfully celebrated the youth's birthday. Of course, silently. Shenru drove the sharp chopsticks into their throats, and all commotion faded away. The youth quietly sat on the sofa, her deep red pupils slightly narrowing, savoring this fleeting moment of peace attentively. How wonderful. The world was finally quiet. Click. The room door was opened. The man inside paid no heed to the mess scattered across the living room, taking slow steps toward the young man, his leather shoes clicking against the floor like a perfect drumbeat resonating gently within each other's hearts. As if sensing the man's intention, Shenru tilted her head slightly, her ambiguous gaze landing precisely on Mou. Their eyes met. The deep crimson pupils finally flickered with an interest-filled amusement. Everything around suddenly became surreal, quiet, and perplexingly enigmatic. It was as if the entire world had been reduced to just the two of them, the footsteps growing ever closer while Shenru's universe fell into a deeper silence. Until Mou arrived by the side of the rose. His dark eyes brimmed with intense sincerity and fiery passion. The man knelt halfway on the ground, his gaze filled with lingering charm and ardor. Speaking of which, I haven't given you your birthday present yet. Shenru calmly watched the man, anticipating his next move. Even though they were both engulfed in grotesque bloodshed, Mou felt inexplicably elated. Brutality and excitement intertwined within him, his lips curving upwards as he pressed a devout kiss onto the owner's elegant jawline. Is this all? Although spoken with an interrogating tone, the youth's emotions mirrored the man's fervent rise. The man chuckled lowly, straightening up, seems like you're really looking forward to it. Like a captivating love song that swayed softly into the ears of the young woman, her lips curved into an alluring arc, seemingly reaching a pinnacle of pleasure due to a brief moment of serenity. Her scarlet gaze was hypnotic, I'm more than looking forward to it. With a smile, the man walked over to the dining table, admiring the beautiful masterpiece crafted by his rose. The pungent, salty scent of blood danced in their noses, its decaying intensity painting the shape of death. The man's fingers gently tapped against the fragile heads of the NPCs as he chuckled, how can a banquet be complete without fine wine? The rich, resonant voice rolled through Shenru's heart like a potent vodka. In the kitchen, the man selected a handy knife and swiftly slashed it toward an NPC's head with startling force and speed. Accompanied by the tearing of flesh, the head was violently chopped in half. The remaining portion stood like a stemmed glass on the table, holding an unconventional liquid, a spontaneous gift created by the man. Mou demonstrated through silent actions that his abilities hadn't been suppressed by the system. The well-defined fingers danced along the edge of the human brain, akin to performing a touching symphony for this birthday celebration. Shenru directly approached the man, her hand caressing the fingers dancing along the edges of the skull. She smiled provocatively, I like it very much. Chapter 95, My Day, End. Inside the live streaming room. You two need to get together right now. For fuck's sake, this is the first time I've seen someone use a skull as a wineglass. If anyone tried giving me a birthday present like this, I'd kill them, except my wife. The dark red irises seemed to contain uncontrollable madness and agitation. Her cherry-red lips parted slightly as she uttered bone-chilling words. I must be a schizophrenic. Shenru tenderly stroked the throbbing neck of the man, her excited voice echoing in the dimness. I always hear different voices speaking. The young woman stretched lazily, gracefully stepping back a couple of steps, then laughed passionately. So, I killed everyone who could speak in this building. Her spirited gaze swept across the blood-spattered shirt, evidence of the man's willing involvement. My parents must have been figments of my imagination. In this room, there's only me. Shenru knew the consequences of revealing the answer, after all, she was still trapped in a bizarre movie channel. Being too carefree would only invite even harsher retaliation. Yet, the youth revealed it anyway, eagerly awaiting what would come next. The system's cold warning abruptly rang out in the deathly silent air. You finally realize that everything you know has merely been illusory hallucinations. Your schizophrenia worsens, often forgetting things you've done, inexplicably getting hurt, sometimes even waking up in pools of blood. Until one evening, when you awaken from sleep, you find yourself limbless, having lost both your hearing and vision. Though you're in unbearable agony, the world has finally become quiet. Please complete the scenario. Note, if you cancel the avatar, players will have to reach the corresponding pain threshold to pass. The corner of the black-haired youth's mouth lifted into a radiant smile, her enchanting gaze intoxicating. Ignoring the astonished stares of the others, she pulled out a chair from the dining table. Tossing aside the dead body sitting on the chair with casual indifference, she grinned invitingly at Little Yellow and Pink standing at the door. Let's eat first. Don't waste my cooking. Little Yellow and Pink. Such a big heart. Meng Yiji looked at the smiling face of the other party and suddenly felt a chill down his back, his forward steps abruptly stopping. Little Pink. Shenru tilted her head, with great interest said, I've thought about it carefully, and you're most experienced in this matter. Meng Yiji. Oh no, it's too dark to see by Wu Chang, a ghost character from Chinese folklore. Shenru seemed not to notice the unwillingness on the other's face, and continued on her own. Anyway, your current role in this movie is an animal. If you don't use this opportunity well before we exit this dungeon, I'll feel sorry for you. Meng no. I think life should have some regrets. He didn't finish his sentence when the crisp voice already echoed in his ears. Or do you think being someone else is also good? Little Pink immediately swallowed the rest of his words, his attitude instantly changed 180 degrees. What you say makes sense, after all I've always been human, being an animal is my first time. There should be some memories kept. Seeing his buddy was assigned a task, Sheng Zijiao became more excited. Sister-in-law, I'm also an animal. Shenru, then you go with him. Inside the live streaming room. I apply to sew this yellow-haired guy's mouth shut. Try to be human, I've seen many. Try to be a dog, I'm seeing this for the first time. Ha 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 ha, am I the only one laughing out loud outside the screen? The order here was a bit strange, but could still be traced. For example, people here extremely disliked being touched by animals, even showing expressions of disdain and disgust. Wang Yang's behavior at home explained this. Moreover, Shenru observed the terrain as soon as they got here. The surroundings were desolate, and this apartment building was at the end of the alleyway, so the escape route was singular. If the alley entrance was blocked, there would only be the entrance of the apartment complex left as a choice. Catch turtles in a jar. Meng Yiji never thought there would come a day where he would be running around like mad dogs with Sheng Zijiao holding 2 kitchen knives. The feelings were complex, a bit happy, but not much. Shenru and Mo were blocking the door, slaughtering to their heart's content. Qiuwen didn't understand why the master alone hadn't assigned her any tasks. But soon Shenru gave her the answer. She looked at the bloody ground and trembled inside, her unease growing stronger. The black-haired youth raised an eyebrow, his beautiful fingers pointing at the tallest tree at the door, and said in a mean-spirited tone. Sew them on to that. Use your specialty. Qiuwen. Mentioning her skilled handicrafts to Shenru was the biggest mistake she had made since meeting her. The music was written to its final chapter. The two returned to the initial room. The dim, damp space floated with blood-red elements, and the excitement deep in the soul made Shenru uncontrollably shake. The bell toll echoed within the room, the floor seemed to be trembling along with it. Mo watched with great interest. The next second. The sharp blade in the young man's hand pierced through his shoulder without hesitation, the pristine white skin instantly turning bright red. This was the sacrifice he had to make to leave the dungeon. Only when the pain reached the standard recognized by the system would it be considered completing the mission. The man's gaze was fixed on Shenru without any wavering, falling firmly on the fragile, trembling shoulder of the youth at this moment. The pain made sweat beat up on the beautiful forehead, but this was just the beginning. The dark-haired beauty's red eyes dimmed slightly, lunging forward aggressively, pulling the man into her embrace, then piercing both of their other shoulders with the blade. Would it be reasonable for only the master to endure pain? Mo smiled, hooking his lips and slowly pressing Shenru's knife-wielding hand, then again applying force deeper into the flesh. The young man's breathing paused momentarily, a while later raising his hand resolutely to stab the same spot a second time. In the pitch-black room. An intense confrontation enveloped in blood and tension. The man silently submitted to the youth. Even if I'm strong enough, you have the right to hurt me. The crimson-eyed youth lightly pushed away the man's restraints. Fresh blood surged from the rosy lips, yet the red eyes laughed wildly. The electronic sound signaling the successful completion of the level sounded in the ears of several players. And at this moment, Shenru also realized the final answer to this dungeon. The child wasn't lost in the mall because he couldn't find his parents. He never had parents in the first place. All the fantasy and setup levels originate from the inner desires and envy of one's heart. He wasn't unable to find the door. Rather, he didn't want to return to his lonely home alone. Shenru forcibly slowed her body down, calmly taking a few bottles of medical potions from the mall and drinking them. The man lowered his gaze as he sized her up. Although the game had already been cleared, the irritable emotions in his heart grew more intense. He had a deep aversion and hatred towards the youth's fragility, illness, and death. Even the surrounding atmosphere distorted momentarily due to his uncontrollable emotions. President Mo, I never do unprofitable business. A lazy tone carried with a slight hoarseness, even a frail rose when its smile burned fiercely hot. As her body recovered by half, Shenru gripped the man's jawline, and her previously pleasant eyes gradually regained their brilliance. The dark depths of the man's gaze faintly reddened, and with unclear intent, he looked at the other party before curving his lips slightly after a brief pause. A deep and resonant voice reverberated between the two. I won't let you lose out. Chapter 96, Rest Day, Seaside Cruise, 1. After the players exited the movie theater, the prompt sound for the end of the game also coincidentally rang. After watching this movie, I seem to have found the answer. I always immerse myself in things I can't see, constantly deceiving myself. I don't remember if I was born without a family, but now I want to strive for a place to belong. It turns out it wasn't that I couldn't find the exit, but that I simply didn't want to leave. Chime. The game is over. The instance will close in 30 seconds. The players directly chose to exit the game. Shenru listened in the settlement space about the rewards for this instance. Although she had deeply participated in every phase, after all, apart from the last cinema scenario being autonomously set by the system, the rest were merely Mo entertaining himself. She assumed this time's reward wouldn't be too substantial, but unexpectedly, she received an S-grade card, Ghost Wall. Using this card allows one to specify an activity range where players or NPCs within this range would be disoriented for 5 minutes, lost in terrifying loops of self-cognition from which they cannot escape. The usable range could reach up to 500 square meters. Shenru arched her brow, seeing that the specified range of this card could be adjusted according to needs. Before this instance, she never doubted the distribution system of the system's rewards because, in the eyes of the players, there was no existence fairer than the gaming system. But now, Shenru didn't think so. After all, how fair could a system that could cooperate with the players be? She even suspected now that there was another story behind the reward card she received this time. Just as Shenru was pondering the unseen dealings between MOU and the system's announcement sound once again rang out. 3 days later will be the quarterly public rest day for the game. The living area will open a new activity scene, a sea cruise. Please ensure timely attendance. The moment the words finished, Shenru received an invitation appearing out of nowhere in the settlement space. Player Shenru. The Eternal Game sincerely invites you to participate in the Seaside Cruise event 3 days from now. Please attend on time. At the bottom of the invitation, a line of small print appeared, I hope you like my apology gift, MO. The young man's laughter echoed through the empty room. Originally uninterested, Shenru's curiosity was thoroughly piqued by these small words. Then let me take a look, President MO. What kind of gift have you prepared for me? 3 nights later, at the Eternal Pier. Tonight, the stars shone especially brightly, the sea surface remained calm and peaceful, and a humid salty breeze blew into faces while slow winds echoed in the ears of the players. The extremely luxurious and spectacular Eternal cruise ship anchored along the coast. Although participation in this activity was not mandatory, the surrounding coastline was still crowded with people. It seemed this was the first time the cruise ship opened to the public, causing many veteran players to marvel at the splendid and majestic sight of the Eternal ship on the sea. Looking up, just the deck stretched over dozens of floors, it was difficult to imagine the quantity and extravagance of its leisure and entertainment facilities. Under the moonlight, the body of this giant ship reflected blinding white light, its shadowy side blending with the pitch-black seawater, both luxurious and inspiring awe for nature. Players who generally participated in such leisure activities were typically long-time gamers of the game. They had enough points to afford the extravagant indulgence on the cruise and were still in a state of tension worrying about the next game, so they generally wouldn't easily participate in such sudden leisure activities that came their way. The boarding inspection wasn't strict, all one needed was to show the invitation to board. As for room arrangements, these were allocated according to player levels, the higher the level, the more luxurious the assigned room. Suddenly, the system announcement rang out in everyone's ears. Please now line up orderly, stay quiet while tickets are checked. Any behavior like cutting in line, roughhousing, or leaving midway will be considered as violating the cruise rules and will result in immediate cancellation of survival rights. Shenru followed the crowd to queue up orderly and, after hearing this odd prompt, suddenly felt a bit of anticipation. Anyone could tell that this was a preemptive warning issued by the system. Sure enough, moments later. The massive 3D light screen facing the players flashed several times in the dark night before showcasing the various exquisite and lavish entertainment scenes on each floor of the cruise ship. With a shift, the light screen dimmed slowly and crimson blood letters appeared repeatedly at its center. There are over 20,000 players on site, but unfortunately, the cruise can only accommodate 10,000. Due to staff errors, we regretfully have to execute over half of the players directly. Once again, we apologize for our mistakes. We wish you all a pleasant evening. The last segment of those glaring, crimson words stayed displayed before slowly fading away, ultimately vanishing into the endless darkness. An eerie silence descended. No player dared raise objections. Neither shouting, fleeing the scene, nor killing other players by hand was allowed, as rules prohibited it beforehand. This was an unprecedented situation during the leisure day. Suddenly, an intense and passionate symphony erupted from the luxurious giant vessel, with vivid colors flashing around the hull, creating a stunning spectacle. Accompanied by a few bangs, fireworks bloomed spectacularly in the night sky, scattering fragments of firework across the heavens. It was as if an ominous forewarning of demons descending upon the human world, a wild celebration before death. The brightness that swept across the sky illuminated the youth's dazzling features, his lips curling into an elegant arc as the fireworks exploded. It must be admitted, MOU's aesthetic sense was impeccable. He knew that only roses nurtured with rich blood could bloom with even more striking petals. Killing was done alternately. Players queued up for their deaths, faces transitioning from despair to numbness. Throughout, not a single person dared to resist. After all, if left to chance, there was still a 50% probability of surviving. But should anyone escape or change position, they'd be instantly condemned to death by the system. It happened fast. Just when the player in front of Shenru was about to be reached, the server suddenly swung a massive scythe toward the young man's handsome face. Slap. A pale wrist forcefully gripped the blood-laden handle of the scythe, brimming with good cheer. I have an excellent idea. The server likely didn't expect a player to interrupt the cleansing process and merely paused for a moment. Before long, the scythe was seized by the handsome youth right in front of them. After all, the system-imposed rules only restricted the players themselves and did not limit interactions between players and executioners. In front of the stunned crowd, Shenru snapped the sharpest part of the scythe blade cleanly in two. Seizing the opportunity, she threw down the man and jabbed him forcefully in the chest with a coarse wooden stick. The crude weapon lacked the sharpness to deliver a fatal blow immediately. Amidst heart-wrenching screams of pain, the young man yanked out the stick. Sticky red fluid splattered onto her smiling face, blood droplets rolling down from her elongated eyelashes, bright red coloring the corners of her enticing eyes. The dull stick pierced back into the bloody chest. The young man's spine quivered slightly, fierce excitement welling up in his heart. Lifting his deep red gaze, he met eyes with a man standing nearby on the crew's deck. His smile was unrestrained and charged with exhilaration, his voice ringing with joy. "Can I get on the ship now, President Mo?" The corner of the man's mouth curled upward in amusement. He slowly approached the young man, crouching down to wipe the blood off his face with the handkerchief pinned to his chest. He replied with an indirect question. "Do you like it?" The stick was abruptly wrenched out by an external force. Shenru watched as the elegant and prestigious suit of Mou was stained with fresh red marks, yet satisfied, she declared. "I like it immensely." Chapter 97, Rest Day, Seaside Cruise, 2. Shenru's actions were not impulsive. Since Mou could leave messages through the system-issued invitations, it meant that most of the event's authority lay with him, not the system. Thus, Shenru's open defiance of the rules without violating any of the system's regulations served as a wake-up call to all players. That is, the system was not perfect. Seemingly hopeless situations could be met with new hope if viewed from a different angle. Sure enough, shortly after the young man stood up, others behind him mimicked his tactics and quite a few dodged their deaths. Once Shenru stood, a designated cruise butler immediately led her to tonight's room. The cruise elevator was highly technologized. Upon sensing body temperature, the surrounding glass would become transparent, allowing passengers direct views of the exterior scenery. It was unclear how it was achieved, but when the elevator door opened, Shenru appeared directly in the room. A large glass window greeted her sight. Through the windows, she could still see the dense crowd beneath the ship. Despite the brutal selection process having correct answers, only a small percentage of people could seize the opportunity. Blood stained the ocean red, the ground covered with crimson and flesh scraps resembling a sea of bright red flowers when viewed from above, scenes appreciated during leisure hours by those at the top. The presidential suite was impeccably decorated, yet Shenru showed little interest. The youth washed off the filth from his body, changed into clean clothes, and sat by the window enjoying the beautiful night view. The ship had already left the shore, heading towards endless darkness. Apart from the minor friction before boarding, everything else seemed normal, as though the players truly could have an entire evening of unrestrained fun on this luxurious cruise ship. Knock knock knock. An urgent knock caught Shenru's attention. Noisy voices invaded the space around the door. Sister-in-law. Shenru. Ah, she'd almost forgotten. Mou loved keeping Xing Zijiao around, leaving all dirty tasks to Gu Changming. Naturally, Shenru wouldn't leave someone who added so much joy to her quest life outside. Opening the door revealed only a tuft of yellow hair swaying in the wind, her crimson eyes faintly displayed regret. Xing Zijiao enthusiastically invited Shenru down to the deck for drinks. Sister-in-law, come drink. Hey. Drink today while you can because tomorrow we might die. You're my dear little sister. Shenru made a show of closing the door, go away now or I will beat you. Xing Zijiao rushed forward, clinging onto the door with hands and feet, determined not to leave and acting shamelessly. Don't close it, don't close it. There's also a crazy show where the system randomly selects players to participate. Many people die every time these games occur. The yellow-haired one felt less resistance and continued persuading. Gruesome performances, first come first served. Eventually, under relentless temptation from the boy, the youth's firm resolve broke down. She slowly released the doorknob, raising her eyes to ask. What is the madman's show? Delighted inside, Xing Zijiao responded. There's a chance. He patiently explained, the madman's show is held once a year, and it doesn't necessarily fall in any specific quarter rest day. Moreover, the rules are always different. Last year it was performance art, requiring participants to fuse repulsion and absurdity, with no limits on materials. Recalling past events, the yellow-haired one shuddered slightly. Last year, a player cut themselves in half to sew together with some strange fish just to win. Leaning against the doorframe, the light from the hallway illuminated the young woman's face vividly, making her red eyes gleam with anticipation after hearing Xing Zijiao's introduction. In other words, no one knew what this year's madman's show theme would be. She even began to suspect that the little yellow-haired fellow was sent deliberately by Mou as a gift. Her beautiful red lips slightly parted, playful laughter drifting lightly in the air. Alright, let's go for a drink. Open-air bar. Sea breeze carried the scent of alcohol and nicotine, continuously reaching the nostrils of revelers. Perhaps due to the usual oppressive nature of the quest environment, hedonistic factors finally found the perfect opportunity to burst forth. Xing Zijiao was already dancing flamboyantly at the center of the dance floor, blending completely into the crazed crowd. Midnight was the prime time for excitement to take over. Most people enjoyed the stimulation brought about by the night and hormones. Shenru chose a seat by the poolside bar. Would you like a drink, Shen teacher? The low, melodious voice was like music played by a musician on a cello, ambiguous yet captivating. The young man's red eyes carried an inexplicable smile, their corners tinged with a flush due to the restless atmosphere. Just inviting me for drinks doesn't count as compensation, President Mo. If he couldn't understand this by now, he'd be a fool. Sheng Zijiao had entered the bar as if a wild man returning to nature, extraordinarily proficient. It would be unlikely that he hadn't wandered off already without Mou's instruction. Light cascaded onto the near-perfect face of the man, and perhaps bolstered by the seductive ambience, his normally sharp features softened with a touch of tenderness. With deft fingers, he silently pushed the well-mixed cocktail towards the young man, a rose petal gently floating atop the alcohol. Utter decadence. Don't rush it. After all, only the wildest show can match the most vibrant roses. A thunderous roar erupted as fireworks violently exploded in the sky, driving the fervent mood in the dance floor to its peak, the ecstatic cheers of the crowd filling both their ears. Leisurely, the man stepped out from behind the bar counter, dressed impeccably in a well-tailored suit free of any wrinkles. Shenru's gaze roved over Mou, her laughter soft as she said. President Mo's sudden attention truly leaves me feeling quite honored. The man suddenly glanced down and chuckled softly, then took another step closer to the young man, bringing their distance even shorter. I've decided to give up Gu Changming's pet theory. His finger lightly caressed the flushed corner of the youth's eye, speaking slowly, to become your suitor. The youth raised an eyebrow, giving no time for a response, and grabbed the man's tie, pulling him forcefully backward. Splash. The summer night's swimming pool held a trace of coolness, the icy current clung affectionately to their heated skins as lights and seawater merged, sinking together into the water. Bright and profound gazes met, each relishing the sense of drowning and suffocating, born and dying amidst oxygen's abundance and absence. Shenru pulled the man closer. As they savored death, they passionately and wildly kissed. Until their last ounce of oxygen was depleted. The damp rose resembled a lush enchantress risen from the depths, every breath carrying an allure that captivated the heart. I approve, my suitor. Chapter 98, Rest Day, Sea Cruise, End. The Madman's show is about to start, please prepare yourself if you are volunteering. Wishing you another pleasant night. This was an unmistakable romantic present. Even though the man's status now differed from what it was in the scenario, apologies were still owed in full measure. Who knew what method Mou used, but black mists swirling around their clothes instantly evaporated, leaving them dry, including his formerly soggy hair that now appeared fresh. Shenru sat by the poolside, despite appearing calm, her insides began to stir. Moments later, deep footsteps gradually approached the youth. Shenru warily looked up, her dark red eyes flashing a hostile gleam. Mou came forth with an extremely bright red bouquet of roses. The man silently fiddled with the petals of the rose, presenting Shenru with a restrained smile. Shenru understood that this person was Mou, but also not Mou. The caution and intrigue in her eyes suggested that the man before her was Mou from her first scenario. Without hesitation, the roses were cruelly thrown onto the water surface, and the man leaned forward to extend an invitation. May I have this dance with you? Bang! An intense melody broke free from its restraints, shaking the soulful symphony within one's heart. Shenru maliciously lifted the corner of her lips, placing her hand in the man's grasp, replying tenderly, certainly. Lost in the passionate symphonic music, the two danced with great abandon. At the moment when the music crescendoed, the man abruptly sidestepped, and pebbles behind him suddenly shot toward Shenru's face as if controlled by an unknown force. Her ever-alert nerves instantly caught the danger, following the graceful tune, the elegant figure of the youth turned aside effortlessly avoiding the bizarre attack. This was their first encounter, and the initial trial of their skills against each other. Shenru attempted to escape the arm wrapped around her waist, hearing the man murmur quietly, concentrate. We still have much history ahead. Then the man immediately dived with the young man into the swimming pool filled with rose petals, letting the water rush into their nasal cavities, tightly holding down the struggling roses below. Exhausting their oxygen supplies, heading toward death together. Shenru, drenched in sweat, sat awkwardly on the deck, the scent of chlorine from the swimming pool still lingering in her nostrils. The moon was full tonight, its bright light shining directly on the handsome and charming face of the youth, illuminating the sweat droplets on the tip of his nose until they glistened. Shenru felt extremely refreshed at the moment. Standing up and turning around, she suddenly collided into a warm embrace. The man's arms encircled the youth's slender waist, shadows surrounding them stretching endlessly across the deck until they were completely covered. With an arrogant yet defiant gaze, he looked down at Shenru, his long fingers gently brushing away the sweat from her nose. Long time no see, my love. Shenru realized clearly. This was the identity noted on Madame Leon's invitation. The youth snorted, her eyes full of implications. Mou, so you were that annoying back then? Mou smiled, his deep eyes tightly focused on the other as he said slowly, it was indeed my mistake to make you fight 2 against 1. Just as the words ended, the shadow tightly bound the youth, suspending her motionless in midair. Shenru could only watch helplessly as the man stood at the edge of the deck, with a dangerous and invasive smile on his face, plunging the dagger hard into his own head. Pain, suffocation, and intense anger surged into her heart. Her already crimson eyes were instantly filled with bloodshot veins. Whether in a dream or reality, she wouldn't allow this ridiculous event to happen. Only Shenru could kill Mou, not even Mou himself could. As the man fell completely into the sea, the shadows entwining the youth gradually disappeared. Blood spread across the deck and merged with the moonlight. This was a belated apology. When she opened her eyes again, she was in bed. Mou, dressed in a white coat, was looking at her with a smile. "Good morning, may I give you a sedative injection now?" Eyes with red veins yet to fade glared calmly at the well-mannered man before him. Suddenly, Shenru pulled the blanket over her head and burst out laughing, both relaxed and conflicted. She laughed at herself for being foolish, laughed at herself for being extreme, laughed at herself for realizing after such a long time that the best way to torture a man wasn't by killing him but by killing herself. Her pale wrist extended voluntarily towards Mou as if rewarding him, saying, "Go ahead." The cold liquid flowed into her veins. Shenru lazily raised her eyes, watching the excited man mischievously ask, "What's next, Dr. Mou?" The man's icy fingers lightly caressed the youth's scarlet lips, pinching forcefully on the plump lower lip, responding regretfully. "According to the treatment plan, if the patient is compliant, maintain the current state." "Is that so?" The flirtatious voice subtly strummed the man's strings, "But I think it's not enough." Shenru knew very well that if she showed compliance at this stage, the man would never feel the suffocating anguish as deeply as she had. Sure enough. Mou arched his brows with great interest, patiently asking, "Then how does the patient suggest the treatment should proceed?" At the sound of his words, her delicate neck tilted upwards in a terrifying arc, her Adam's apple rolling, presenting a picture of beauty and temptation. The man hesitated momentarily, then heard Shenru chuckle lightly. "What are you thinking about?" The clear voice carried moisture, slowly cutting through the string named reason in the man's heart. "You just need to place your hand there lightly, then slowly tighten the force, watching me struggling with flushed eyes until I ultimately belong entirely to you." Shenru continued to incite, "Listen, soon I'll belong to you." As Mou's palm tightened gradually, air gradually left her nasal cavity. It was just like the previous scene. A lifeless rose lay in the man's arms, time frozen. This was the youth's revenge on the man for deciding to end her life without consent. One last time. Shenru woke up again in the rooftop garden of the ship. The night sky shimmered with starlight, sea breeze mixed with floral fragrance, romance coexisted with excitement. The man, dressed in dark formal attire, stood elegantly behind the youth. If his crimson eyes didn't reveal his current manic state, Shenru might have thought the previous revenge meant nothing to the man. The youth's eyes sparkled with laughter, challenging yet exhilarating. "What do you want to play this time, Mou?" The man ignored the brazen and obvious mockery from the rose, instead pulling out a violin from nowhere, leisurely asking. "Would you like to learn how to play the violin, Teacher Shen?" Though her face didn't show it, Shenru knew that the other party must be hoping for a positive answer deep inside. After all, the location was chosen so appropriately. He would never ruin the mood. "All right." The man stood behind the rose, placing the violin on the youth's left shoulder while wrapping his other hand around the youth's wrist. The bow lightly touched the strings, and a beautiful melody mingled with the sea breeze in the air. As the sound rang out, her left arm resonated along with her heart. In the middle of playing a stirring piece, Mou's left hand abruptly lifted both their bows high into the air. The music ceased instantly. Twisting his wrist, the bow pierced through both of their beating hearts. Mou's voice quivered uncontrollably with excitement and inexplicable fear as he murmured low in the rose's elegant ear. "Our ending can only be intertwined with each other, sharing the same journey to the netherworld. There's no other choice for you." The music ended. The dream faded. Chapter 99, A Love Between Man and Machine, 1. An exciting and nerve-wracking night passed quickly. When she emerged from her dream, dawn had already begun breaking through the clouds. The morning mist over the sea wasn't thick, allowing a faint view of the docks by the shore. Sheng Xiao had been hyped up all night, his yellow hair flying about wildly, his shirt dirty beyond recognition, appearing disheveled overall. Drunk from too much alcohol, his eyes were blurred, his walk unsteady. Plop. A tuft of yellow hair floated atop the water surface, with bubbles gurgling up continuously. When Shenru and Mou descended from the upper deck, they witnessed this scene. People around them were either sleeping or passed out, no one noticing someone actually setting off toward the perilous path. Shenru knelt amusedly beside the swimming pool, silently watching the water calm down. Would Chairman Mou be upset that I've turned a blind eye? The man glanced down, observing Sheng Xiao in the pool, replying vaguely, "Of course not." Just before Sheng Xiao lost consciousness due to lack of oxygen, he suddenly shot upright, beginning to cough violently. His first conscious thought was simple: he couldn't breathe any longer. Once his vision returned, instinctively scanning the surroundings, he met a pair of red eyes twinkling merrily. The sense of guilt from last night for helping deceive someone resurfaced, leading him to greet shakily. "Sis. Sis-in-law." Shenru gave a faint smile, gently patting Sheng Xiao's drenched head, saying softly. "Which dungeon is Gu Changming going to enter next?" Now realizing where the whole raising theory originated, Sheng Xiao hesitated. Something felt suspicious today, an immediate alertness sprang up within him, sensing the malice, prompting him to deny hastily. "Sis-in-law, Brother Gu is innocent. How could a person dedicated to acting like a housewife possibly do anything wrong?" Upon hearing this, Shenru smiled even wider. Ah, then would you take his place? Brother Gu has a dungeon to tackle in 2 days. Shenru. Gu Changming has great fortune in having you as his friend. Afraid Shenru wouldn't approve, Sheng Xiao hurriedly added, this dungeon is Brother Gu's leveling dungeon, but system detected some consciousness fluctuation. Before he could finish, Shenru cut in, her red eyes gleaming with interest. Will Chairman Mo also be joining? Mo did not refute. As if guessing the youth's intention, a smirk tugged at his lips as he casually said, naturally, you're also coming. Sheng Xiao saw how far his boss's priorities had swung and rushed to send a message to Gu Changming. Brother Gu, though I don't know how you offended sister-in-law. Please survive at all costs. Gu Changming, sure, my urn will arrive in 2 days, feel free to die. Level A dungeon initiation in progress. Notification. All players are present, initiating the dungeon, love between man and machine. No time limit. Currently uploading game introduction for player Shenru. First, please remember you are the sole antagonist here, never reveal your identity to others. Crescent City is renowned far and wide as a mechanical powerhouse, specializing in researching all kinds of level A intelligent robots. Standing proudly in the center of the city is a mechanical giant, a masterpiece created collectively by thousands of scientists. But one day, people discovered that the city's proud giant shed tears of crimson blood, followed by its massive body splitting apart in half. You are a mechanical engineer at Eternal Mechanic Company, assigned to save the mechanical giant. But believing the task to be ethically questionable from the very start, you inwardly refuse it. Player's task, prevent the repair of the mechanical giant. As soon as the introduction ended, Shenru found herself immersed in the scene. Her hearing returned first since the surroundings were too noisy. His eyes are already bleeding, and you still intend to repair him? Aren't you afraid of divine punishment? Don't trouble yourself with this, I'm merely following the company's assigned task. Shenru opened her eyes slowly while sitting on a chair. 6 players were seated around a rectangular office table, with a PowerPoint presentation in front detailing how the repair would be conducted. 2 managers-like figures were loudly arguing within the room. Shenru deliberately glanced at the NPC who opposed the repair plan. He was a middle-aged man with glasses, wearing a badge that read, Manager Ji Zhe from the Development Department. As the two continued their argument, several players exchanged glances. Shenru didn't see Mou among the 6 players. Besides Gu Changming and 3 other unfamiliar players, she unexpectedly spotted Ruan Ping inside the scenario. Ruan Ping seemed to have noticed his idol as well, immediately turning into a starry-eyed fan full of admiration. Bang! The sound of a door slamming resounded throughout the room as Ji Zhe stormed out. Their meeting had clearly ended on sour terms. The silence descended upon the room momentarily. The NPC cleared his throat, seemingly affected by his foul mood. He gave out orders promptly without wasting words. Fang Suan and Ku, the 2 of you go to the site and measure the cracking distance and necessary mechanical parts for purchase. Shenru watched as a male and female player nodded in response. Then the NPC added, you 4, reorganize the internal data of the mechanical giant and highlight the key problems, submit them to me before quitting time. Without giving the players any chance to question, the manager furrowed his eyebrows and said sternly, if you can't do it, then all of you are fired. After that, he left the meeting room. Hardly had the NPC finished speaking when the system prompt echoed. Note, players who are dismissed from the company due to personal reasons will be considered mission failure, immediate execution. Shenru surveyed the meeting room carefully, gazing thoughtfully towards the door. It was evident that their tasks conflicted directly with the one given by the system. For now, they could only follow the game's intention, uncovering the core and problem areas of the mechanical giant's operation, which would allow an effective way to prevent the repair. With no other NPCs currently present in the meeting room, the players took the opportunity to introduce themselves briefly, facilitating future cooperation. Among the players remaining in the room, Shenru realized there was only one nameless player she hadn't met yet, Xiao Xinran. After introductions wrapped up and brief discussions confirmed the target objectives, Fang Su and Ku left the company premises to head toward the location of the mechanical giant for on-site measurements. The 4 remaining players stared at each other awkwardly. Eventually, it was Ruan Ping who broke the ice, albeit nervously. So, what should we do now? Let alone highlighting key issues, I even failed to underline anything meaningful in my high school Chinese textbooks. Not only was Gu Changming suffering a headache over the bizarre nature of this assignment, but he also felt regretful about past mistakes, especially after receiving a forewarning message from Sheng Ziyu. Adding insult to injury. I've got an idea. Shenru turned to Gu Changming, her smile polite but loaded with underlying meanings. The heated argument between the 2 NPCs earlier reveals clearly that the person named Ji Zhe definitely knows something important. Gu Changming wasn't exactly unfamiliar with Shenru. On the contrary, though they had never cooperated before, he was well versed in the young man's notable deeds. Thus, Gu Changming quickly articulated his thoughts. Do you suggest we directly threaten Ji Zhe? Or kill him once we obtain what we need? Shenru appeared disappointed, staring at Gu Changming. Mr. Gu, I didn't expect you to be such a superficial person too. Gu Changming underestimated him. Shenru grinned lightly, looking outside through the window, her tone carrying an obscure meaning. Sometimes, chaos is all it takes to bring secrets to the surface. Chapter 100, Human-Machine Love, 2. Although this statement wasn't wrong, Shenru had his own selfish reasons. His mission was to prevent players from completing the mechanical repair, so he had to figure out in advance what exactly this company was researching. What was the reason for Zay's strong opposition? And judging by the system background introduction, this giant robot might have already developed cognitive awareness. If that were true, would fixing this thing really be a blessing for humanity? But such possibilities could never come into being in an orderly atmosphere. People only take away the most valuable things during moments of crisis. Contrary to Shenru's expectations, the group reached an agreement effortlessly. He had anticipated needing to expend much effort convincing them and even prepared himself to threaten them, since creating chaos could indirectly affect the completion of the task. However, everyone cooperated unexpectedly. Wan Ping and Xiao Xinran seemed like participants without many ideas, which made them easy to manipulate. What surprised Shenru was that Gu Changming, who should be a perfectionist, also agreed smoothly. This was slightly strange. Firstly, they learned about the building's number of floors and business distribution, ensuring they could accurately find the desired data while creating chaos. The building had a total of 32 floors, with each of the 4 players responsible for 8 floors. From bottom to top, it went as follows: Xiao Xinran, Wan Ping, Gu Changming, and Shenru. Shenru intentionally assigned the area where Zay was located to Gu Changming and naturally asked how many cards the other had drawn. Gu Changming didn't refuse. After all, Shenru doing no harm to him was something to be thankful for, let alone being cooperative like this. The young man smiled slyly, having dangled the bait. If Gu Changming indeed had other tasks at hand, they must surely be closely related to the main storyline and could not possibly leave out Zay, this crucial NPC. As long as he bites, Shenru will have sufficient leverage to make Gu Changming taste what it feels like to be controlled. So, how are we going to cause confusion? It was Xiao Xinran's first time cooperating with Shenru, but fortunately, she had a good temper and followed orders, asking any questions obediently. Smoke alone might fool people but certainly won't fool machines, we still need to start some fire. Initially, Shenru only intended to use smoke to deceive briefly, but if this company truly succeeded in developing conscious robots, smoke alone would definitely not suffice. Before parting ways, Shenru stopped Wan Ping. Wan Ping remained as loyal a fan as ever, practically radiating, "Feel free to exploit me." Shenru looked at Wan Ping with a smug smile, cheerfully saying, "You've come this far alone, so you must be holding quite a few good items." Startled, Wan Ping understood that Big Brother Shen needed supplies, quickly digging through every pocket. He threw various life-saving items onto the ground haphazardly like junk. "Brother Shen. You pick." Shenru. In the live stream chat. "Even after so long, this kid is still this honest. My wife really sounds like someone robbing houses, Am I the only one curious about my wife's intentions?" "Me too." After finalizing the action plan, the group separated. They were currently on the 20th floor, within Gu Changming's designated area, but since arson involved every floor, Gu Changming followed the plan to descend to the starting point, floor 17. Shenru alone headed upward. Their different directions meant he didn't notice the youth entering the elevator, pressing floor 25, then leisurely walking down. In the live stream chat. "Why isn't my wife heading to the 25th floor? Wasn't that her plan? Though I had a foreboding feeling, I'm still utterly clueless." Shenru used his talent to swiftly cover all 32 floors. When everything was ready, thick smoke began seeping out. Ring ring ring. A piercing alarm suddenly echoed throughout the entire building. Amidst the flickering flames, the previously calm crowd became panicked birds, frantically rushing towards the escape routes. In an instant, narrow exits were jam-packed with people, their shouts, screams, and curses ringing continuously. The throng of people rapidly increased the temperature in the air. Blood molecules wildly surged. Within a brief moment, the pungent smell of blood filled the entire building. Development Manager's office. Upon hearing the alarm, Zay did not pay attention because the safety chip inside his body did not trigger any warning signals. But soon, he couldn't sit still because even though the chip didn't detect any danger, the strong smell of blood and the sharp screams had already echoed throughout the entire office area. Just as Zay was taking a file bag out of the drawer to prepare for his escape, Gu Changming suddenly rushed in from outside the door. As the second-in-command of the Dark Knight organization, his martial arts were still quite proficient. Very quickly, Zay was forcibly restrained, but he clutched the file bag tightly, not letting go for even a moment. This unfortunate NPC soon recognized this person as the engineer who repairs the giant. Despite having his head pressed against the desk while struggling fiercely, he still disdainfully said, "How about it, can't you wait anymore?" Gu Changming glanced at the item in his hand and said, "Manager G, there's one thing you've misunderstood. I don't actually want to fix that giant robot." Zay suddenly froze, then calmly responded, "Why should I believe you?" Gu Changming's expression remained calm. "If I wanted to fix it, why would I have set fire to this building?" What he said wasn't entirely true. The purpose of setting the fire was to force out the real secrets Zay had in his possession. But Gu Changming had to say this in order to quickly gain the NPC's trust. Zhe indeed hesitated, and with the horrifying shouts and rolling thick smoke from outside the office, emotions overcame reason, and he believed this claim. Seeing the smaller struggle movements, Gu Changming continued persuading. The flames will completely cover up the truth, and no one will know what happened today. At this moment, rationality completely collapsed, and Zhe finally let go of the tightly held folder. The envelope wasn't sealed well, and as it fell due to gravity, the plan inside was fully revealed to everyone present. Human Clearance Plan. The leading enterprise of Crescent City, under the guise of manufacturing machines for human benefit, planned to thoroughly eradicate humanity. Gu Changming quickly skimmed through the documents and finally replaced them with an unimportant plan before putting it back into the envelope. He turned around, ready to leave. But just as he turned back, a pair of smiling red eyes met his gaze. "Oops, look what I found." Shenru folded his arms and inspected the other party, joyfully saying, "Mr. Gu turns out to be the antagonist. TSK, how scary." Gu Changming. Who looks more like the villain between us two? In the live stream chat. Ha 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 ha, suddenly feeling the embarrassment of being caught playing games behind my mom's back. I'm dying laughing, ha 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 ha, honey, did you forget the system told you at the start, you're the only villain here? Of course. No one can walk away intact from my wife's hands, ha 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 ha. Chapter 101, Human-Machine Romance, 3. Just as Gu Changming was fully cooperating with the plan, Shenru started to suspect the content of his mission. Even if the task assigned by the leader couldn't be completed, it wouldn't temporarily involve life safety. But these few people didn't even hesitate. So Shenru specifically assigned the floor area for record-keeping to Gu Changming, waiting for the other party to expose themselves. Gu Changming's expression didn't change much. Perhaps after being tortured by Xing Ziao for so long, he had already developed the ability to remain calm in dangerous situations. Just when he turned back, his pupils shrank sharply, and he soon realized that everything was a trap set by Shenru for him. Gu Changming adjusted his glasses and sighed as if accepting his fate. "How much did you hear?" Shenru walked forward, casually flipping through the previous plan document, and slowly said. Not a single word missed. Gu Changming thought to himself, he knew it. Shenru pressed the plan book into Gu Changming's arms and smiled. "Let's keep the plan with Mr. Gu for safekeeping, but I may need your help soon. You won't refuse me, will you?" Gu Changming tidied up the documents and nodded. "For all reasonable reasons, I would not refuse." After all, it was because he came up with such a bad idea for his own boss, which was his retribution. Getting involved in someone else's romance unnecessarily really deserved a lightning strike. Shenru nodded satisfactorily, just about to walk out, when he suddenly remembered something and turned back to look at him smilingly. "Mr. Gu, wasn't it partly due to you that Xing Ziao initially called me sister-in-law?" Suddenly, Gu Changming felt a chill in his heart. At first, upon hearing about Shenru, everyone indeed discussed privately and encouraged Xing Ziao to enter the new, unknown term in this context. He also played a part. Had they waited this long to settle accounts? Gu Changming rarely showed panic, hastily explaining, that was because. Before he finished speaking, the young man interrupted him with a smile. "It seems you did play a part, truly lucky. I just mentioned it offhandedly." Gu Changming. "My mouth is really foul." Shenru laughed delightedly and enthusiastically said, "Mr. Gu, I originally prepared a gift for Xing Ziao, but Xing Ziao said you are his guardian. So, you should take custody of this gift for him." "What?" Gu Changming suddenly felt an ominous premonition. The young man glanced at the time and waved at him, his crimson eyes smiling. "Don't worry, you'll receive it soon." After finishing, he turned around and went upstairs. After all, he still had things left undone. In the live streaming room. "I always knew my wife holds grudges, but I never expected her to be so vengeful. Gu Changming, I've suffered more today than in my entire life." Didn't we already get the plan? Why is my wife going upstairs? TSK. I smell something extraordinary. On the rooftop. The entire city was enveloped by thick clouds, and the barely visible skyline gave people an unreal, dreamlike sensation. Towering skyscrapers pierced through the clouds, and drones zipped through them, constantly capturing every corner of the city with their sharp sensors. The bustling crowd was interspersed with the sound of metallic friction as machines seamlessly integrated with humans. When Shenru arrived on the rooftop, Mou had been waiting for quite some time. Maybe sensing the youth's approach, the man turned to look back. Their eyes met. Mou's dark red irises contracted sharply. There was something different about Mou. His deep eyes flickered with shadowy light, while silver-white metallic stripes wound around from his long neck to the side of his cheek, finally ending sharply at the tail of his eye. Black smoke slowly rose behind the man, complementing his black suit, as if sprouting a pair of deeply black, ink-heavy wings. The collision of white and black reminded Shenru of a phrase he read in the plan. Research on bionic robots has entered a mature stage and is ready to officially hit the market. The reason Shenru came to the top floor was that throughout the entire simulation, the technology contained in this building seemed to control the life and death of humanity. No matter what, he had to meet face-to-face with the chairman who approved the human elimination plan. What kind of person could come up with such a crazy idea? He really admired it immensely. The youth curled his lips upward, walking towards the man step by step, until his hand accurately reached the electronic heart that beat rapidly. He then feigned surprise. "Mou, why is your heartbeat so fast?" The man gave a nasty smile, his dark eyes gliding over the pair of crimson lips before him. With cool fingers, he gently touched Shinru's lean waist and started to trace circles on it slowly. "The person you love is right in front of your eyes, naturally your heart beats faster." Shinru took a step back, evading the man's fingers once again, then said with keen interest. "Eliminate humans? You really dare think big." The man curved his lips slightly, not upset by the Rose's refusal but instead stepping forward, completely enclosing Shinru in his embrace as he teased. "Don't you like it?" Then he placed his slender fingers against the youth's neck artery that was jumping faster with excitement, wearing a malevolent and somewhat psychotic smile as he whispered lowly. "Then why does your heart beat so fast? Could it be your beloved is also in front of you?" Shinru chuckled softly, her back trembling slightly as she used her delicate fingertips to trace an alluring pattern on the man's face along the silver-white metallic streaks, finally stopping behind his earlobe. "Mou, what's your rush? I'm not going anywhere." The ground began to tremble, walls and rebar emitted piercing wails. Smoke and dust scattered violently, mixing with many vivid scarlet signs of life surging towards the sky. The collapse of the high tower took only an instant. This was precisely why Shinru started from the lower floors. Although agitated flames were already starting to spread upward, the young man still remained unruffled, standing steadily on the soon-to-collapse floor while gazing at Mou with a calm smile. He was waiting for the true intent behind the man's words. The large hand gripping Shinru's waist tightened a bit further, and the rolling Adam's apple betrayed Mou's growing impatience. "I need to repair the mechanical giant." Hearing this, Shinru looked up sharply. His ruby-red pupils were filled with astonishment, finally understanding the real purpose of this copy. Both he and Gu Changming had received tasks aimed at preventing the repair of the mechanical giant. If there were no mistakes, others likely shared the same mission objective. All the players believed they themselves were the sole villains in the crowd. In reality, their goals aligned, they were all to stop the repair of the mechanical giant. And the actual antagonist character was Mou. Only Mou's task target was different. Because the numbers between the two camps were unbalanced, it was necessary to make the players within the larger camp distrust one another, thus maintaining equilibrium on the scale. Comprehending the game mechanism thoroughly, Shinru laughed unrestrainedly, his deep red eyes gleaming with fervent light. Wrapping his arms around the man's neck, his scarlet lips gently grazed the skin near Mou's ear, whispering suggestively. The 4 words, "eliminate humans," sound too alluring. Each syllable dripped from his lips like pearls, resonating rhythmically. "Let me join you." The collapse of the tall building left countless shards behind. Humanity perished in the last line of the cosmic code. The system's cold warning tone rang out accordingly. Detected a change in player Shinru's mission objective, main quest, repair the mechanical giant. Detected violent passing of player Gu Changming, now punishing him, time acceleration in the copy. This was Shinru's present to Gu Changming since the explosive card was originally taken from him. In the live stream room. "Ha ha ha ha. I just came from Gu Changming's live stream." The usually composed guy had his first black face. "Don't mention it, Huan Ping is worse off. He finally realized my wife's intention when she asked him about survival cards, and now he's scurrying out yelling ha. Daily question, when exactly will I ever have such a cute, beautiful, and charming wife?" Chapter 102, Human-Machine Romance, 4. If the player were determined to pass through by violence, based on previous experience, even if Shinru blew up this building, the system could restore it to its original state. Therefore, from the moment he went up to the rooftop, he had never thought that he would die due to the collapse. Detecting copy acceleration, task progress changed. Player Shinru, please immediately go to the location of the mechanical giant and find a repair method to complete the repair mission. Since his task was issued, then other players' task destinations should be the same. However, the content of their tasks was likely opposite. Shinru was just about to leave when he noticed that the man beside him had moved as well. "Are you going too?" Shinru looked at the clearly non-human man before him with a flicker in his eyes. Among the players, only Mou was designed by the system to be a humanoid robot, making an unexpected appearance which easily drew suspicion about the purpose of his mission. The man's thin lips curled into a smile as his direct gaze showed no reservation. "We must always cooperate with our sweetheart once." As he spoke, without knowing how Mou did it, the metallic stripes on his neck gradually merged with his skin, and his pupil color was slightly adjusted, until he became indistinguishable from his normal self. Watching the scene before him, Shinru's eyes suddenly twitched, feeling this act of changing forms anytime anywhere was somewhat like, deliberately showing off for him. There seemed to be hormones floating in the air, while the man smiled at the youth, not hiding the possession and aggression in his eyes. His bright red pupils grinned widely, so Shinru decided to give Mou a taste of something sweet. A pale hand climbed up the man's neck and pulled down gently. Stopping right before their lips would meet the other's cold thin lips, a chilly fragrance circled around them. "Mou, do you know what you look like now?" The man appeared leisurely, pretending to ask, "What does Shin teacher think I look like?" "Like a peacock spreading its feathers for courtship." Location of the mechanical giant. After seeing Mou, Shenru had made some guesses about the form of the mechanical giant. At first, he assumed that the giant should have a metallic alloy exterior like machinery. It turned out differently. Looking at the outer shape, it was undeniably human-like, with the head hidden among the clouds. Just standing next to it could evoke a suffocating sense of oppression. From the crack extending from the head to the upper half of the body, one could see the hard, thick metallic alloy shell, intricate structures functioning as bones, and complex pipes and connecting parts serving as blood vessels to provide power support. Players had gathered under the feet of the giant. Apart from Gu Changming, who knew that their president was also in the replica, all the other players saw Mou come together with Shenru, showing astonished expressions. Mou didn't care about the glances people threw his way but instead locked his gaze onto Fang Su and Nku, who were separately performing missions. "Are you two mechanized?" This statement struck everyone like thunder, freezing them on the spot. "Mechanized, is it as simple as I imagine?" Ruan Ping was incredulous, pale-faced, and his eyes carried a trace of fear. Fang Su and Nku nodded, their expression filled with regret. "We underestimated the structure inside. We entered from the cracked abdomen starting at the foot area, and the system prompted us that we had entered a contaminated zone and displayed the degree of mechanization." Recalling something terrible, Fang Su's voice shook as his face lost all color. "And inside, I saw a former player. I watched his live streams, but later his channel disappeared, and I assumed he was dead. But I didn't expect. It might be better if he had died." The dry skin covering the person's face had been thoroughly replaced by an alloy shell, his skeletal joints shone with a cold metallic luster, possessing strength and speed beyond human limits, but losing any consciousness or thoughts worthy of being called human. This was Plan 1 in the human eradication plan. It was an abandoned plan. But now it seems, maybe because it didn't achieve ideal results in practice, so it was discarded. What was the reason it didn't work ideally? Shenru observed the surroundings. There was an elevator behind the 2 feet of the giant. It seemed that players needed to take the elevator to enter the lower part where repairs were required. "I suggest we split into 2 teams to move. The source of contamination is unknown, but from what we can see now, there is indeed a risk of clustering transmission. Splitting up can try to minimize the spread." Shenru and Mou's current task was to repair the giant, meaning that other players' tasks would naturally be the opposite. But for now, the players had to cooperate since they all believed each other were the only antagonists among them. Any sudden action could arouse suspicion. It was precisely because Shenru understood this point that he dared to carry out his mission brazenly. And anyone who saw a polluted player, whether or not their task content matched, would agree fully with Shenru's proposal. After saying that, Shenru smiled at Gu Changming. Gu Changming truly lived up to his reputation as the nanny of the Dark Knight Guild, understanding Shenru immediately and supplementing, "I think it's feasible, increasing survival rates is always our first choice." That was how herd mentality worked. If someone in the group approved, it wasn't long before the whole scene reached an extraordinary consensus. In the end, Shenru, Gu Changming, Ruan Ping, and Nku formed one group, while Mou, Fang Su, and Qiao Xinran made another. Nku and Fang Su were separated so as to avoid exacerbating their mechanization. As for Gu Changming, still obligated to serve Shenru faithfully within this scenario, naturally had no option but to comply. Inside the elevator, a transparent air bubble enclosed them, carrying the crowd upward through the mechanical pipes. To everyone's astonishment, the interior of the pipe was filled with copious amounts of fresh red, viscous blood. The blood surged alongside them, quickly radiating to cover every side of their bodies. The higher their position rose, the more pronounced the sound of mechanical metals colliding became. Sharp clanging sounds were like knives piercing into the hearts of the players, causing their backs to suddenly grow cold. This bizarre space, the potential fragility of the bubble surrounding them, and the unknown dangers all attacked the fragile nerves of the players. 5 minutes passed. The air bubbles showed no signs of stopping, and the faces of the players began to appear uneasy. "How long have you two been here?" Gu Changming frowned as he asked Nku. Nku lowered her eyes, lips tightly sealed. Her already stiffened hand clenched slowly as she shook her head. "Yesterday the system sent the 2 of us up. In the end, luckily Brother Gu managed to forcefully stop the mechanical pollution. I also did this for the first time due to the failure." Gu Changming, whose leveling up was ruined by the forced termination of the last session. He ended up throwing a rock only to hit his own foot. "No need for thanks." Shenru stood quietly on the side, observing the crimson blood constantly rolling past him. A peculiar idea suddenly struck him. Could robots possibly suffer from rejection reactions? "Can any of you swim?" The youth was surrounded by sinful blood, his dark red eyes clouded over with a layer of dangerous allure that was both mysterious and seductive. The players were momentarily stunned, responding to Shenru with just a short silence. Shenru shrugged, smiling lightly. "Never mind swimming, can you hold your breath then?" Upon realizing what was about to happen, Ruan Ping turned pale and shouted hurriedly, "Big brother Shen, don't act rashly." Before he finished his sentence, a flash of cold light appeared. A sharp crackling sound, mixed with the iron rust smell, rushed toward them fiercely. With that, the air bubbles burst instantly. The blood surged up like thorny leaves wrapping around their bodies, spewing upwards in an instant. Several unfortunate players didn't even manage to scream for help as they were dragged into a sea of blood and hurled towards the broken lower levels. In the live stream. Help. Poor Ping finally came back to reality, hahaha. I'm about to get a bloody girlfriend. Is it just me feeling sorry for little Gu? After all, his retribution has only just begun, hahaha. Chapter 103, Human Machine Love, 5. Without any preparation, Gu Changming only had time to see a sea of red before his nostrils were immediately filled with viscous liquid. He had been in the eternal life game for quite some time now, and even someone as crazy as the guild leader would at least give advance notice before doing anything. No. Shenru did notify them. He asked if everyone knew how to swim. But is this really what you'd call a notification? Aside from having no other choice, Shenru also noticed something. Enk was lying. The system would absolutely never send the two of them here without reason, and MOU, the designer, wouldn't make the starting checkpoint this simple. Enk's task was to prevent the repair of the giant, and she likely still believed herself to be an antagonist. That's why she tried her best to hinder the players' progress in exploring upward. The players who were flushed up by the blood used cleaning carts to simply clean off the filth on their bodies. The inside of the giant's stomach was painted with silver metallic paint, crisscrossed with pipes that wound densely everywhere. Blue glow bars above the pipes were even more prominent in the dim interior. Perhaps to facilitate pipe maintenance, elevated enclosed corridors stretched across the air like a maze, creating an overwhelming and confusing spectacle. Drones flew in the air, surrounded by bizarre machines working tirelessly day and night. These should be the players who have been mechanized that Enk spoke of. Are these pipes not just the intestines of a human body? Ping blinked, voicing his speculation aloud. Though he was average in many aspects, his sixth sense was sometimes surprisingly accurate. The way the metal pipes twisted and coiled closely resembled the folds and bends of intestines. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice sounded behind them. Are you new engineers? Two of you come with me. The mechanized players walked soundlessly, their mechanical feet gliding tightly along the floor. Somehow, they managed to avoid even the faintest noise of metal friction. Gu Changming thought it was finally his time to prove his worth and was about to take a step forward when the young man dragged Enk out instead. Enk? We'll go with you. Ping watched Shenru being so proactive and quietly pulled Gu Changming back 2 steps, saying very earnestly. We shouldn't follow through, Mr. Gu. One victim is enough. Gu Changming, who had just gone through a blood baptism, could find no fault in these words. Shenru and Enk slowly followed the robot. As Enk was pondering why Shenru had taken her along on the mission, the other party suddenly said. Actually, you didn't want the players to come up from the start, which is why you lied just now, right? The youth's tone was calm and confident. When the other party didn't reply, he didn't rush but instead chuckled softly and continued. Don't worry, we all have different missions. It must be tough being the antagonist, huh? Enk seemed to not expect her cover to be blown so quickly. Her breathing hitched, and her expression unconsciously stiffened. Her mind raced furiously as she tried to think of lies to deceive Shenru. Even her walking pace slowed down. At the end of the day, these are all your guesses. Shenru smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he leisurely continued. You're right, but what if I directly expose this matter to the public? The person assigned as an insider trader would probably be overjoyed to have someone else take the blame. Even if it's not you, the final insider can only be you. Enk's face turned instantly pale. The core of Thua is still unknown, and now her identity had been discovered. Making matters worse. In the live streaming room. What am I seeing? A real mole threatening a fake one? Wife. Do you feel guilty even saying that? Hahaha, my wife single-handedly exposed all 5 remaining moles. Nice move, playing innocent while crying wolf. Shenru looked contentedly at Enk's distracted expression and gave a satisfied smile. He wasn't ready to do anything just yet. After all, smart people could be leveraged for much greater value. They hadn't walked long when the robot ahead stopped. In the dimly lit pipeline assembly line, robotic arms were moving rapidly, with welding sounds echoing intermittently in their ears. The system announcement then rang out. After testing, the pipes seemed to be experiencing a blockage issue. Mechanical workers were carefully checking each position on the assembly line but still couldn't find the problem. Please help complete the repair. Successful repair will increase 10% of body mechanical enhancement. At first, Shenru was somewhat surprised at the mission reward, but he soon realized. While completing the task of clearing humans, his own body might also be affected. The degree of influence would depend on the completion of the task. This is amazing. The greater the risk, the higher the reward. Thanks to the previous players' efforts for this plan, Shenru believed that the current mechanical enhancement must be extraordinary. After all, MOU was a living example. The sensation of impending mechanization eagerly surrounded Shenru, trying desperately to penetrate through the skin and into his body. It was unbearable, as if countless insects were wriggling all over him, making the young man tremble involuntarily. His lips curled upward slightly, with increasingly excited eyes. The crimson eyes darkened momentarily without any hesitation, quickly exchanging for a sharp blade from the shop and attaching an enhanced card. In a flash, he hacked towards the mechanical pipe. Instantly, the mechanical wastewater inside the pipe flooded the corridors on all sides. Gu Changming and Ruan Ping weren't idle either. Shenru had just left when the two of them received the mission from the system as well. Detecting players Shenru and Enk attempting to fix the pipeline. Please try to prevent them. Although their tasks both included stopping the pipeline repairs, neither knew about the other's mission content, so naturally they assumed the other would receive an opposing command from the system, helping the players repair the pipelines. To not reveal themselves, Gu Changming took the initiative, saying, then we should also go check out the pipelines, maybe there are places that need our help. With similar thoughts, Ruan Ping hurriedly nodded. Great. We hit gold without effort. Inside the live streaming room. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing my head off. Two of them have 800 clever hearts combined, they'll cry when they realize what they're doing. I strongly advise you to stay away from my wife, or you'll suffer consequences. When the two had just walked halfway down the corridor, suddenly the metallic walls began buzzing ominously. The urgent sound of water rushed around the metal corridor continuously, getting louder and louder. Until pitch-black waste water surged from the end of the corridor, splashing droplets onto their faces with a foul stench, only then did they realize the situation was bad. Damn. Run. Aawa, this shoddy construction has too many problems. Chapter 104, Human-Machine Romance, 6. As for how to find the issues existing in the pipeline, it's actually very simple. If such a huge production line mechanical engineering project couldn't detect any problems, then it must be something wrong inside the pipes. But he never expected that mechanical waste water would spurt out from the incision. This mechanical giant wasn't used for production or living, no matter how massive its body was, this kind of thing shouldn't exist. And just now, he thought he even heard an unexpected scream coming from down the corridor. Shenru. This time, he really didn't do it intentionally. Suddenly. Thump thump thump. Thump thump thump. A few urgent impacts came from within the pipeline. The metallic exterior vibrated continuously, accompanied by eerie and terrifying scraping sounds, echoing in the ears of the several players. In a moment, the air was filled with a tense atmosphere, as if a cold wave had suddenly invaded. No one knew what was going to come out, and this sense of unknown fear made everyone shiver. Enk's forehead was already soaked with cold sweat. When Shenru cut through the pipe with his blade, she felt like the other person was insane. Who is the player who is supposed to stop the repair of the mechanical giant? Boom! A loud explosion. With the sound of thunder and lightning, a large black giant eel burst out from the pipe opening at one end. Its surface had smooth yet resilient scales, and its mouth had meter-long tentacle-like structures. It bared its teeth showing a full set of sharp fangs. Its sinister eyes flashed with a greenish glow. At the sight of it, Shenru's dark red pupils sparkled with a piercingly intense light. Upon seeing the 5-meter-long electric eel, Shenru instantly used his talent to teleport right in front of the creature. He seized the opportunity when the monster wasn't expecting it and stabbed fiercely, piercing through the head. He thought the monster would be killed in one move, but unexpectedly, it only let out a violent cry, and then suddenly twisted wildly, directly flinging Shenru into the wastewater. It immediately utilized special parts of its body to launch electric shocks at the youth in the water. In the blink of an eye, the entire sewage pool and the metal shell around the corridor were tightly wrapped in currents. The familiar cries of pain sounded again. Among these were mixed in the indignant curses of Ruan Ping and the others. Even though Shenru foresaw this upon being thrown into the water, and immediately activated a life-saving card, due to the short duration of the card's effect, he still wasn't spared. The pain dimmed his vision, forcing the beautiful corners of his eyes to take on a vivid tinge, causing the crimson lips to slightly open and tremble involuntarily. The calmness disappeared like the ebbing tide. In the next moment, there seemed to be a strong murderous intent in his gaze. The sudden sharp sound alarmed the electric eel. Followed by the fierce impact and another attack. Blood, dirty and messy, stained the whole pool. The creature violently thrashed about while emitting horrifying roars with its gaping mouth. Shenru found out it couldn't continuously release electric shocks. Taking advantage of the gaps, they once again engaged in a desperate fight to the death. The giant eel carried the young man as it rapidly moved through the corridor, colliding forcefully with the surrounding metal walls, trying to throw the annoying thing off its head. Splattered blood dyed the already crimson eyes of the young man. His striking and gorgeous face stood out prominently. Gu Changming and Ruan Ping, who had suffered losses, hurriedly retreated from the corridor, but the wastewater everywhere indicated that if the monster initiated the electric shock again, the situation would still lead to a deadlock. Listening to the thunderous sounds coming from the corridor, Ruan Ping stuttered and praised. Indeed, wherever my idol goes, riots will happen. After hearing this, Gu Changming felt his temples start twitching. When he learned that Shenru voluntarily wanted to enter a dungeon with him, he specially reviewed previous livestream replays to carefully study all possible situations where the other could have gone crazy. The truth proved that Shenru's madness was completely illogical. All he could do was stay as far away from the lunatic as possible, as long as it remained controllable. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The savage, urgent collision sounds gradually became clearer, resonating in both their ears. A chilling feeling spread from their coccyx up to their brains. Both frowned and stared intently at the entrance of the corridor. The mechanical wastewater was still flowing down, creating waves due to the severe collisions. A heart-stopping roar resounded throughout the vast mechanical hull. Suddenly, the electric eel with green glowing eyes, bearing its fangs, ferociously shot out from the corridor. On top of the monster, the handsome youth laughed wildly, frenziedly driving his blade over and over again toward those green, glowing eyes. Blood splattered onto his handsome and beautiful face, the raised blade danced in his hand, red threads drew enchanting arcs in the air, he was a beauty dancing with the devil. Get out of the way. The young man roared with fury, and together with the monster's final electric shock, the terrifying atmosphere came to an end. Shenru was fully prepared for the electric shock this time, but Gu Changming and Wan Ping were not. So after the battle ended, all the viewers saw besides the chaotic mess was one giant eel and two electrocuted players. In the live stream chat. Ha 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 ha, I'm dead laughing, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha, who gets it? I've never felt so sorry for gamers before. This time I have to declare seriously. My wife wasn't being intentional this time. Ha 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 ha, exactly, because it wasn't intentional that it's hilarious. Fortunately, MOU arrived just in time with Fong Su and Xiao Xinran. The chaotic scene finally started to return to its usual order. The cleaning cards and healing potions were brought into action, and the mechanical production line resumed normal operation. It was now working tirelessly to fix the pipe rupture Shenru caused. Judging by your current state, you must have been having fun just now. MOU, seeing Gu Changming mentally tormented to the extreme, offered an objective yet fair commentary. Gu Changming. Thanks to Shenru, it was indeed a pleasant experience. Sheng Zijiao made a correct point, their leader's focus had already deviated to somewhere far beyond space. Not long after the death of the giant eel, the system announced the mission's completion. And as expected, mechanization rewards followed. Mechanization meant wiping out human thought and consciousness completely, allowing them to collapse entirely. Then, new programs and codes were established, and when the timing was right, the machines developed self-awareness. It was a strange and painful sensation. Only 10% mechanization did not cause much torture yet. There would be strong erosion in the consciousness space, temporary stoppage in blood vessel flow, and even the brain nerves would remain rigid. The abrupt shock caused the elegant youth to stagger slightly. Suddenly, thick black mist surrounded them, and Shenru himself fell into a familiar embrace. Outside the black mist. What's going on? Wan Ping was filled with confusion marked by a question face expression. Gu Changming sighed and said indifferently, just a little trick between lovers. Wan Ping. Wan Ping. Inside the black mist. MOU lifted Shenru's chin. Looking at the dark-haired young man enduring the extra reward added by the system, his gorgeous face flushed due to brief dizziness and the pain of internal body changes. His emotions grew increasingly heavy. Just moments later. Dark red pupils slowly opened, the excitement and blazing fire beneath them could no longer be concealed, while his enticing lips curved widely. MOU, are you unhappy? The man had to admit, he was burning with anger. He had said it clearly, every inch of Shenru belonged to him alone, from the inside out, including the crimson blood coursing through his veins. Yet, something he forbade from growing within the rose now existed. Shenru looked into MOU's eyes, which carried shadows of melancholy, and chuckled suddenly. Perhaps due to the bizarre sensations colliding within his consciousness, the young man's voice became raspy, but strangely captivating. MOU, do you know what you look like right now? The man lowered his gaze but remained silent. Shenru gave a reckless smile, like a territorial dog. Cherry-red lips parted gently, forming a mouth gesture towards MOU. Woof. Chapter 105, A Human-Machine Romance, 7. The glimmer of joy in the pupils, the red traces at the corners of the eyes, and the beads of sweat on the tip of the nose, every single detail was deeply etched into MOU's eyes. The man held Shenru's chin and suddenly increased his grip. But Shenru didn't care at all now. Compared to such minor bumps, the man's reaction interested him more. The man who had always been aloof despite verbally pursuing him was now showing unusual emotions because of him. This realization made Shenru feel particularly excited. The young man curved his lips upward and smiled as he observed the subtle changes on the man's face due to his actions. The two were locked in a stalemate for quite a while. Shenru had completely recovered by this point and easily broke free from the man's restraint. Then, he suddenly moved closer. His crimson eyes, filled with amusement, gazed at MOU with an unfathomable expression. Under the other's gaze, his lips lightly planted a kiss on the man's chin. Good boy. The man's breath caught momentarily. Shenru laughed even happier. Both of them clearly understood that even such a feather-light kiss could create a profound and violent tremor within each other. Ever since MOU had expressed his pursuit, the balance of power had shifted. But Shenru didn't mind indulging him a bit. We both know it's fake, don't we? The pale fingers of the young man, tinged with coolness, gently rubbed the spot where his lips had just fallen, and said leisurely. Or does President MO have something difficult to confess? This was what Shenru really wanted to ask. If the mechanization process were absolutely safe, the man would not have acted the way he did earlier, and even if it was driven by possessiveness, his expressions and actions went too far. MOU lowered his gaze and suddenly burst out laughing. No matter how irrational he might be, he understood Shenru's motives behind this series of behaviors. Roses were smart, they knew how to use the existing situation to effortlessly obtain their desired answers. Especially when skillfully using oneself to threaten MOU. The reason why Scheme 1 of the human elimination plan was abandoned is because we discovered that no matter how we evolved, machines could never develop self-awareness. The reflection in the man's eyes showed the striking image of the youth, and he continued. No one knows which version of the plan the system's mechanized reward belongs to. In the human elimination plan, there were 3 versions regarding mechanical modification. Apart from the first version, the second one had a few cases of awakening but came with immense pain, thus resulting in many failed machines. As for MOU, this kind of bio-robot was constructed step by step using countless lives to form the ultimate solution. Shenru raised an eyebrow, this was somewhat expected. After all, judging from the previous player's state after mechanization, they had indeed lost their autonomous consciousness, turning completely into robots on the assembly line. So what about this wastewater? It seemed that the man had finally grasped the initiative in the conversation. His handsome smile lifted high, and taking Shenru off guard, he abruptly turned the beauty in his arms. Cool hands covered the fiery red eyes, followed by a scorching and dangerous kiss on the alluring neck behind. Humans cannot keep taking, even from their pursuers. MOU's hand slowly climbed up the beautiful and tight back of the rose, stopping at the waist with its coolness, causing the youth to shiver. Isn't that right, Teacher Shen? The black fog dispersed. MOU did not answer Shenru's question. But perhaps no answer was the best response. From the start, Huan Ping had said that these winding pipes looked very much like human intestines. Leaving everything else aside, if these metal pipes were also analogous to the giant's intestines, then the wastewater flowing out. Thinking about how he fought with the giant eel in that wastewater for so long. Damn. Even after using the cleaning card, he still felt utterly disgusted. Since Shenru had completed the system release task, it also meant that the tasks of the other players had failed. Besides the 2 players initially affected by mechanical contamination, Shenru was now added to the count. However, fortunately, mechanical contamination doesn't spread through human-to-human contact, so after the group met up, they wouldn't need to split up again for the time being. After identifying the issue at the lower level, the system released a new mission. Please proceed to the upper levels to find the power crystal core. The power crystal core is the key enabling the giant's independent action, it may have fallen somewhere. Please find it and place it back in its original location. Of course, this was the content of the task Shenru received, naturally, the other players' tasks were opposite. This time, the group took the elevator and arrived smoothly at the next level. As soon as the elevator doors opened, their nostrils were assaulted by a sharp, corrosive stench. The scene that greeted them was mesmerizing, filled with flashing neon lights. Neon and fluorescent colors collided in the round corridor, which tightly clung to the surrounding walls as it ascended upward. Massive, glowing billboards floated high in the air. Countless mechanical parts and dazzling iron pipes adorned the vibrant, multicolored spectacle. In the center hung a huge metal bag, its surface featuring a noticeable dent that immediately caught everyone's attention. Clearly, this was the final correct placement position for the crystal core. Now we don't even know what color or shape the crystal core is, and the search space is so vast, it seems like we're completely at a loss on how to proceed. Perhaps Shenru knew they had different missions, thus, when Fang Su's voice reached his ears, it carried a hint of gloating. And Ku saw that some players were already backing out, causing him to secretly feel delighted. Yes, our problem now is the immense area we have to cover. Even if each person is responsible for one section, it will require a great deal of time and energy. Gu Changming glanced at their guild leader, seeing no reaction from the other party, then said. Perhaps Nku's suggestion isn't bad. If we keep acting together, we'll waste too much time, and we'll be an obvious target. If we encounter danger, we might suffer heavy losses. Seeing that no one opposed, he continued nonchalantly. Let each person take charge of one area. Once someone finds it, they notify the others. This way, efficiency will be much higher. If they all search together, even if Gu Changming found the crystal core, he wouldn't be able to destroy it. However, separating would give him far more room to act, naturally increasing his chances of completing the mission. Inside the live stream chat. Their meaning, isn't that, they want my wife to act alone. Pink hair isn't here, they have no idea how dangerous this world can be. HHH damn it, didn't you guys see the corners of my wife's mouth curl up? She's clearly happy about this. Fine. The youth's dazzling smile carried hints of sinister brutality, agreeing to the excellent suggestion with evident pleasure. Chapter 106, Human-Machine Romance, 8. From bottom to top, each person was responsible for a few corridors. Taking the grim lesson into consideration, Gu Changming assigned Shenru to the lowest level. This way, no matter how much trouble the youth caused, it wouldn't affect other players. After the area division ended, the players split up and went their separate ways. Shenru didn't rush while standing in place but instead looked up thoughtfully at the drone hovering in the air. This device wasn't just for show, it clearly served as a surveillance camera. But where would the footage be transmitted? Her sharp gaze accidentally swept over the huge iron bag in the middle, and she associated it with the twisted iron pipes on the lower levels. A ridiculous idea gradually took shape in her mind. It couldn't be. Is this iron bag equivalent to the mechanical giant's stomach? Then what is inside this bag? Thinking of that, Shenru raised an eyebrow, then leisurely walked toward the corridor. Robots were moving in order along the corridor. Their mechanical heads swung left and right, up and down, not missing any corner. They were also searching for crystal cores. Shenru suddenly stopped, watching these mechanized players search with stiff motions. To be honest, their existence did not contribute much to the repair efforts. Moreover, since the first version was considered the most failed product, why were they still allowed to exist here in large numbers? With the city's capability to produce robots, efficiently mass-producing high-performance machines should be effortless. Thinking of this, Shenru abruptly reached out and slammed a mechanized player who passed by her into the ground. Without another word, she directly exchanged a baseball bat from the maul and swung hard against the robot. Boom boom boom. By the second strike, Shenru realized something unusual. Unlike her expectation. She had assumed she could destroy this robot completely, but after its tough shell cracked off, a soft human body lay beneath. The robot was like a peeled egg, with only the limbs fully mechanized. Its head and torso hadn't undergone internal transformation yet. Even the first version of the plan hadn't managed to fully mechanize a person. But one point matched previous speculations, these beings had indeed lost all consciousness. In the live stream chat room. Although we don't know what's going on, it looks so cruel. Do you think they lost their consciousness first or became robots first? I feel like none of that matters, the question is, how did these defective products end up here? Shenru wondered the same, why would scientists' so-called defective products appear en masse inside this mechanical giant's stomach? The metallic walls, which had exuded a shiny gleam ever since they entered the internal space of the giant, gave Shenru a certain impression. The outer shell of the giant was believed to be indestructible. Now, Shenru was no longer so sure. She equipped her baseball bat with an enhancement card and smashed it towards the hard metallic wall with great force. Crack. An unexpected indentation appeared on the wall, followed by a series of crackling sounds spreading rapidly in all directions. Soon, shattered pieces of the metal outer shell fell to the ground, revealing a vivid red interior. The glaring flesh writhed eerily, the muscle textures unnervingly clear. Slowly seeping blood carried a concentrated, overpowering stench into the nostrils. Bizarre, terrifying, yet incredibly oppressive. Perhaps there are no true giants in this world, but humanity can certainly pile up a horrifying mountain of flesh made from blood and sinew. Although the size of the broken section of the wall wasn't large, the exposed flesh writhed furiously, violently struggling outward. Shenru keenly noticed something amiss. Her deep crimson eyes sparkled with interest, as if eagerly waiting for something to burst out of the wall. The next moment, a bright red tumor stretched out unnaturally long, and it seemed like something was about to gush out from the top. Amidst the frantic twisting and struggle, the forcibly torn flesh sprouted a pale eye devoid of pupils. It grew at an astonishing speed. Before long, a ghastly blood-covered figure stood fully before Shenru. In the live stream chat room. Damn, from now on I'm a fluffy-haired fan. Whoever lets my wife walk alone will get me pissed off big time. Wife, don't forget your mission is to fix the giant, you're dismantling it. Of course, Shenru hadn't forgotten his main task. Therefore, when the blood-covered figure lunged toward him without hesitation, his immediate response was to lure the creature into the corridor. He couldn't afford for the metallic sack to be damaged in any way. As he ran, the body of the blood figure continued to crack wildly, spawning new eyes everywhere. The ghostly white eyes, soulless and pale, filled the gaps between the muscles with a horrifying density. Blood flowed around them, as if it were a grotesque and inhumane experiment involving flesh and sinew. Shenru noticed that these strange white eyes suddenly displayed images. These were live feeds from every corner of this space. The eye at the top clearly showed an attractive face brimming with excitement and madness. In the hallway, man and monster stared each other down for a moment. The young man fiercely pounced on the monster, repeatedly slashing at those bizarre eyes with the weapon in his hand. The monster's eyes vigilantly monitored Shenru's attacks, barely managing to deflect his every strike. The speed of the black-haired youth was astonishing, and it wasn't until the final deafening roar that things changed. Cracks appeared in the lower corridor, horrifying in their severity. Fong Su's search area was just above Shenru's. He had been following Mou earlier, the other party's strength was formidable, and given that Fong Su himself had received the antagonist mission, he dared not draw too much attention to himself while in the presence of such a powerful figure. As a result, he reluctantly gave up trying to interfere. This time, he absolutely couldn't mess up again. Although Fong Su hadn't collaborated directly with Shenru before, he was familiar with how the latter approached tasks. When he heard strange knocking sounds coming from below him, he immediately became cautious and chose not to linger there. Instead, he continued upward. Staying as far away from Shenru as possible was crucial for survival. Fong Su's calculations seemed perfectly sound in his mind, but what he failed to consider was that others shared similar thoughts, with the sole exception being Mou. Gu Changming had deliberately placed himself in an area high above the corridors, wishing to be as far from Shenru as possible, preferably by 10,000 li. There wouldn't be any mishaps this time. Snap. 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 A series of shattering noises echoed through all the corridors, interconnected by seamless passageways designed to facilitate the movement of robots. Their connection pattern mimicked the lower levels. It all began at the bottom. The destruction started at the bottom. Like dominoes, countless metallic fibers writhed, twisted, and eventually shattered completely. The breathtakingly grand structure fell apart in mere moments, becoming dilapidated and chaotic. With the thunderous crash and shrill screams, both men and iron crashed down toward the ground. None escaped unscathed. In the live stream chat room. Hahaha, can someone show me a close-up shot? I want to know who's screaming like that. Sorry guys, my wife is a bit mischievous. Please forgive her antics. I thought it would only be bad luck for whoever was above Shenru's wife. But turns out everyone got the jackpot this time. Chapter 107, Human-Machine Romance, 9. Fortunately, the cards at hand prevented any tragedy caused by the collapse of the corridor where an A-rank player might have died. However, every player's mental state wasn't in good shape right now. There was no need to investigate the murderer. Because, just as they landed, Shenru's hammer had precisely fallen onto the already broken and battered corridor below. The culprit was obvious. Although the 10% mechanization wasn't much, it indeed restricted Shenru's movement. He couldn't fully utilize his talent time because of this, combined with real-time monitoring all over the monster's body, resulting in a low probability of being hit. After some thought, Shenru used a card to freeze the monster for 1 minute. Before everyone could react, the sharp blade was tightly pressed against the side of the monster's eye and violently pierced into its flesh. Then, beautiful fingers firmly grabbed the pale eye, nails piercing deep into the monster's skin the moment force was applied. That nauseating eye was thus forcefully gouged out by the young man. Splashing blood sprayed around, seeping deep into the ground. Viscous blood slowly dripped down through those exquisite fingers. His dark red pupils trembled slightly, beads of sweat on his forehead trickling down along his delicate face, disappearing into his neck. He could have utilized this minute to completely kill this creature. As long as Shenru killed it, the crystal core mission would be completed. But the sensation of manually gouging out the eye was different from what he imagined, catching his attention. These players were all A-rank, and there's no way they'd idly watch their mission fail. Who could have tampered with things? Gu Changming did have something on him, but even if Dry Ink Yen threatened him, he wouldn't do such a thing. Wan Ping becomes particularly unethical when encountering Gu Changming's issues, they can both be ruled out temporarily. Fang Su and Xiao Xinran, he hadn't interacted with them much. Even if they wanted to complete the mission, they weren't that desperate, and their target might not necessarily be him. Only Nku remained. He had threatened Nku. Perhaps that female player was truly scared stiff back then. Ah, Shenru smiled slightly. As long as she behaved, she wouldn't die. With 10 seconds left on the card countdown. Since the answer was determined, Shenru would have no hesitation. Judging her position, he swiftly dashed towards her using his talent. Until the blade pierced through Nku's self-important brain, and her despairing eyes caught a glimpse of the youth's charming yet poisonous smile. She still didn't understand why the other party realized so quickly that he had been deceived. She had used a card that altered cognition on Shenru, after all, it was an S-grade card, very few people could see through it so fast. So, the monster was real, the crystal core inside the monster was also real, but the frozen monster was fake. Fang Su was the unfortunate one who Shenru mistook for the monster. Of course, Fang Su losing an eye painfully was also real. The owner of the card dies, naturally rendering the card ineffective. A miserable howl suddenly rang in Shenru's ears, accompanied by discontent and cursing. My eyes. Oh. Clearly a fucking psycho, how many times do I have to tell you before you listen? Perhaps due to the pain, Fang Su's voice was full of malice, even shrill with desperation. By the time Shenru identified the problem, the monster had already been dealt with by Mou. Unexpectedly, Shenru didn't pay attention to Fang Su's abusive muttering but instead fixed his gaze intently on the man standing aside, watching him with complete focus as if no one else existed besides Mou. A trace of unclear meaning flickered in his dark red pupils, Shenru slightly lifted the corner of his mouth, and softly said. A bit too noisy. Thick black mist transformed into a sharp weapon, abruptly piercing through Fang Su's filthy throat filled with impurities. In an instant, the incessant noise ceased. The game plot let them go, but Shenru did not. Live broadcast room. What? You don't have hands or something? Wife. When did you turn into someone who can't even kill a person? Shenru scanned around, there was no one else but Xiao Xinran. Xiao Xinran. What do you think? The lush, beautiful face turned toward the quiet girl, cold wetness lingered at the tail of his brows, and his eyes revealed no waves of emotion. Xiao Xinran's face turned bright red with nervousness, but her eyes sparkled, revealing unspoken excitement even before she spoke. I think it's absolutely fantastic. Seemingly feeling that the weight of this statement was insufficient, she hurriedly added. Since I'm your waifu fan, could you bother to give me an autograph later? Shenru, who originally intended to threaten. Mou, who was in the midst of courting. Senior fangirl Wan Ping. Shit. After all this back and forth, it turns out the one plunged into crisis is actually me. In the live broadcast room. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying laughing. This girl looks so timid but managed to overturn 3 people with just a sentence. Wait. Shit. She's a waifu fan. So she got this close to my waifu. Ahawa. Jealousy is distorting my features. However, Shinru quickly calmed down from the state of shock. Not understanding, yet respectful. Since none of us here are outsiders, I must responsibly and solemnly tell you something. Shinru's smile was extraordinarily radiant, the red diamond in his right ear flashing brilliantly, matching perfectly with the neon-lit space behind him. There's a mole among us. But I already know who it is. The 3 guilt-ridden individuals. Shinru, satisfied by the expressions on their faces, slightly curved his lips in amusement and said lazily. Now there's an opportunity for you, oh mole, to join our side. Do you want to take it? His task content had changed, directly stating his desire to align with MOU's faction. Therefore, Shinru speculated that as long as the player sincerely nods, their role would change accordingly. The 3 were overjoyed at first, but soon their expressions transformed from happiness to shock. Gu Changming even gnashed his teeth eventually. Because what they heard was... Ding! Player's mission goal detected to have changed, now joining the antagonist faction. Main mission, complete the mechanical giant's restoration, exterminate humanity. Shit. Former rivals Gu Changming and Ruan Ping felt nothing but absurdity now. The 2 frantically tested each other, only to discover after all the trouble, the antagonist turned out to be Shinru. The young man watched happily as their expressions shifted, feeling much more delighted. Crimson eyes lingered on MOU's flawless face, the rose extended a finger towards the man teasingly. Neon lights replaced the moon, casting glow into those captivating, dark red eyes. MOU gently held the slender digit, slowly intertwining his fingers into the warm palm before him. What's wrong? The man restrained the rolling of his throat, eagerly awaiting what surprising words would come out from those red lips. MOU, honesty is the foundation of cooperation. The man lifted his brows, responding with interest. How am I supposed to understand that, Teacher Shin? The delicate palm trembled under touch, trying to withdraw but was tightly gripped. Shinru chuckled despite being exasperated by the man's incorrigible nature, ceasing the struggle and instead letting himself be drawn towards MOU's chest. He tapped his reddened fingertips lightly against the chest several times, then joked. President MO, wouldn't you also just be an empty shell with only appearance? MOU did not respond, allowing his cool palms to knead the nape of Shinru's neck while his low voice conveyed excitement and joy. Teacher Shin can inspect. Thick black mist continued to spread, once again isolating them from other sight. Chapter 108, Human-Machine Love, 10. Shinru paused for a moment after observing MOU's behavior, then suddenly burst out laughing. Her beautiful shoulders trembled slightly, and her chest rose and fell as her red eyes gleamed mischievously while staring at the man before she spoke. Want me to touch you? The man used his strength to guide the young man's pale fingers under the gap of his clothing. Contrary to expectations, Shinru touched something soft, smoothness that was characteristic of human skin. MOU lowered his head, his Adam's apple moving uncontrollably as he leaned in with an encouraging tone, whispering softly. Does Miss Shin feel disadvantaged? It seemed like their bodies would soon press tightly together. Shinru tilted her head back, fully exposing her graceful neckline under the man's gaze, and beads of sweat gathered at the base of her collarbone, making her look very appetizing. MOU's gaze became increasingly dark, waves of desire surging uncontrollably as he focused on the rose so close within his embrace, which he could easily pluck with just a slight effort. Just as they remained locked in a tense moment, those tender white fingers gradually moved downward from her chest. Finally, they lightly landed on the man's leg. Shinru's fingers quivered slightly. The sensation of flesh melding with machinery shocked her heart as her crimson pupils trembled violently, disbelief filling her gaze at the sight of the man in front of her. This body is not that of a synthetic robot. Shinru also thought about the things he had violently dismantled earlier, a bizarre and absurd idea slowly taking shape in her mind. Which version was mentioned in the document for the human eradication plan? Did she read the final version? Could it be that the ultimate goal of the plan wasn't literally eliminating humanity but to perfectly merge humans with machines? MOU seemed dissatisfied with the other party not answering directly. He placed a hand on Shinru's lower back, then slowly moved along the vertebrae of her spine, past her neck, and finally reached the tips of her reddened ears. Since she wasn't listening, MOU didn't hesitate to help teach Teacher Shin. With this thought, he mercilessly bit down on her left ear. Blood trickled along his tongue and into the depths of his throat, its sweet tang providing much-needed relief for his dry itching sensation. In pain, Shinru frowned, tugging fiercely at the man's hair and pulling him away forcefully, speaking unhappily. You actually want to be a dog now? Her full, bright red lips paled slightly due to the pain. She decided, after realizing how he deceived her, to take revenge by revealing the truth instead of merely yelling. The reason you chose to hide the fusion between flesh and machine is likely related to the system, isn't it? The young man who had just been in a disadvantageous position began pacing slowly around the man, anger disappearing only to be replaced by a delighted glee. Let me guess. Is the system attempting to craft itself a flesh body? Or are there some personal contributions from you, President Mo? The young man smirked cynically at Mou, saying enigmatically, the most important thing in cooperation is trustworthiness. You're trying to use this scenario to drag out the system's tail, and I simply want to have fun. There's no conflict between us. Mou said nothing, merely smiling faintly as he watched the blood slowly dripping from the youth's cheek. Initially, I suspected that this giant was purely mechanically created, but now it seems that's not the case. Where did the system get this person? Seeming to fear the man wouldn't speak, Shenru looked seriously at him, with flickers of amusement and flirtation flashing in her eyes, captivating anyone who dared look. Talk already. After all, our relationship goes beyond mere collaboration, doesn't it? Mou smiled, seemingly persuaded by this statement, responding. Every player here hasn't undergone mechanized death but rather gene mutation after fusing with machinery. In other words, they aren't failures, it's just that the direction of their mutations has gone wrong. That's enough. Both sides understood the underlying message well enough. Mou couldn't reveal too much without interfering with the game's progression. Shenru curled her lips slightly, revealing the same sly smile. Teacher Shen feels satisfied and has decided to reward student Mou. The man felt those vivid red lips suddenly draw near, tempting aromas rushing toward him. Just as they were about to meet, they shifted to his left ear, spreading a sharp pang throughout his body. The bloody lower lip stretched into a proud grin, shaping a beautiful curve. Now we're even. The power crystal core was inside that bloodied body. When Mou finished dealing with the monster earlier, this level's task content was simultaneously completed. When everyone embedded the crystal core onto the central iron pouch, the dull iron immediately sparkled with brilliant colors. Outside the black mist, Xiao Xinran watched with a face full of sorrow and anger as she glared helplessly at the space she couldn't enter. Even though her mouth didn't utter a word, the urgency in her eyes explained everything. Looking at her like this, another fan, Wan Ping, thought it was necessary to console her. Don't worry, our idol is together with Master Mou. Nothing will go wrong. Xiao Xinran glanced at the foolish-looking Wan Ping inside, saying, you don't understand the feelings of us white fans. If the pig eats the cabbage, how can I be happy? Wan Ping's face was full of question marks. Inside the live streaming room. I get it. As soon as the black mist blocks me, let alone you, I can't even see either. Emergency. Can I spend some money to take a look at the situation? For the first time, I feel that these 2 minutes are so hard to endure. Right now, I'm so anxious that I cannot distinguish between people and animals anymore. Suddenly, the mechanical sound of the system echoed in the players' ears. Ching. Please move to the upper level, all players. The cold mechanical sound did not provide any other task details, just indicating the task location with no further prompts. Then, the black mist dissipated right after, and Xiao Xinran stared intently at her beloved idol until she saw that her left ear had been bitten by a pig, which made her heart ache. Her cabbage was indeed nibbled on after all. Dog Muo Yu. As the gloomy atmosphere was about to spread here, Wan Ping, still naively gazing at Shenru with an idol-like glow in his eyes, made Gu Changming's temples throb with annoyance. He hurriedly interrupted this strange mood. President, shall we go up directly? Do we need to explore the replica's remaining consciousness or do some other work? Mou nodded, above should be the heart position, be cautious. They all agreed and took the elevator to the upper level. The moment the elevator door opened, dazzling white light pierced through the crack and came straight in, momentarily blinding them. The vast space was entirely covered with countless flat mirrors, where the spherical space was perfectly combined by blocky mirrors. With each movement from the players, the already spacious venue became infinitely extended due to the mutual reflection between mirrors, making everyone dizzy and nauseous. Every step forward increased the dizziness, causing a physiological nausea which made their faces look pale. Just as Shenru was about to take another step forward, an eerie stabbing pain suddenly surged into her brain. The mechanical sound rang clearly in Shenru's ears. Ching. A new scene is being constructed. Chapter 109, Human-Machine Romance, 11. Shenru woke up and found himself lying in bed, in a pitch-black room. The air was filled with the fragrance of roses. Shenru did not get up immediately. He lay quietly on the bed for a while, confirming the safety of his surroundings before getting up to prepare to leave the bed. Ding ding ding. Just as he began to move, he sensed something wrong. His foot was chained by a long and thin chain, which made a crisp sound when his body moved. It was too dark in the room for Shenru to immediately see where the chain extended to. He could only feel his way in the dark towards the wall to turn on the light. Snap. The complete appearance of the space was fully revealed in his eyes. This was a room with an extremely severe sense of division, where future technology machinery intertwined with ancient decorations. The neon light seeped through the wide floor-to-ceiling windows, scattering across the ground inside the house. The chains followed the light out of the house. Shenru's first reaction upon seeing the panoramic view was that this room was full of dullness. There were no sharp things in sight at least now. The square tables were also made into rounded shapes. There was a diary on the edge of the table. Shenru raised an eyebrow when he saw the name on it. It was his diary. There wasn't much content written in it, so it took just a few glances to finish reading. This world has completely changed, humanity is left with no way out. I was sent to an auction and treated as cheap labor by these robots. Fortunately, I was saved. The gentleman did not treat me like a slave, he is really good. Lately, every time I wake up, my whole body hurts, but there are no wounds, how strange. Something isn't right. Escape quickly. Anywhere, staying here any longer will kill me. The diary ended here. It seemed that the setting of this world had humans already enslaved by the mechanical world, and whether mentally or physically, they were far less efficient compared to machines. That's why they were discarded into auctions to drain whatever value remained in them as humans. Shenru kicked the silver chain wrapped around his ankles thoughtfully. Did he currently have any special value to the gentleman in the diary? A human with very low utility running away would be insignificant, right? So should he escape now as written in the diary? Before he could think clearly, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open, and a man dressed in a black suit entered unhurriedly. The silver-white metal stripes extending from his neck upward sparkled beautifully under the indoor lighting. His dark eyes reflected the youth's alluring current form. The cold light above splashed onto his face, casting flickering shadows of his long lashes. His dark red irises shimmered with fragmented light. He wore only a loose white shirt, looking exactly like a bewitching sprite. The man curled his lips, the danger and interest in each other's gazes evident without words. A deep voice abruptly resounded in the spacious room, akin to a demon whispering seductively in a lover's ear. Shenru, next time if you run away and let me catch you again, there'll be more than this. Inside the live streaming room. More than what? I won't believe you unless you say it aloud. Show me. What is this? Please throw such a plotline hard into my face. One day. I actually saw a chained wife. Merc, don't rush, it's your turn next. Can I kiss this wife first? At the moment the man finished speaking, Shenru understood the current situation. The system wouldn't randomly set nonsensical plots. They had triggered a new scene as soon as they reached the heart area of the giant. This only indicated that the present scene was crucial to the fusion mutation of the giant. Why run? His original intent was to uncover the secrets of the giant's body. Wasn't this like delivering themselves on a silver platter? The young man wasn't wearing pants, exposing the 10% mechanized parts of his body to the air. The same metallic stripes as the man circled and interwove on his frosty white right thigh, eventually disappearing beneath the end covered by the shirt. Shenru smiled, swinging the chain on his right ankle. It flashed brightly under the light, dazzling enough to captivate one's gaze. Merc felt his breathing momentarily stall, and inexplicable anger surged within him. You don't really think this thing can lock me, do you? Shenru looked amusingly at the man, trying to figure out the purpose behind his unnecessary action. The man smirked slightly, but instead spoke with utter straightforwardness. Because I think Teacher Shen will like it. After hearing this, Shenru chuckled and cautiously probed Merc. What's in it for you? Merc's gaze blatantly and ardently swept over the youth's tempting skin, as if he were looking at an unwrapped present with utter calmness. You should eat now. The man did not answer Shenru's question but instead approached and picked up the youth. His broad, sturdy hands finally touched the long-desired softness, causing his heart to beat abnormally fast. Shenru's body arched into an elegant and captivating curve, his pale legs resting on the other's arm. Upon closer inspection, even his rounded toes were tinged red, they looked well pampered. The youth's crimson lips curved deeper into a smile as he obediently leaned his head against Merc's shoulder, his hot breath grazing the man's neck as he teased. Merc, you're really a freak. In the live streaming room. What? The wife is calling me a freak. Keep going. It sounds amazing. My mom asked why I'm kneeling watching the live stream. I just want to say, those who don't enjoy this kind of meal are truly missing out. Merc. Don't let your filthy hands touch my wife's thighs. As Shenru continued to test the man's attitude, he didn't receive any useful information in return. However, the last action of the man carrying him downstairs made Shenru feel something was off. The floor inside was covered with plush carpet, so he hadn't noticed that he wasn't wearing shoes. Shouldn't you wear shoes before going downstairs? Yet the man carried him anyway. Could a purchased slave be given such high treatment? Inside the dining room. A thick blanket lay beneath the oval dining table, and there were no sharp objects in sight. Gu Changming and two others stood rigidly by the table. Shenru clearly appeared surprised upon seeing them, not expecting to meet these three so soon. These three are. Wouldn't the identities of the players always be known? The man glanced at the three and said indifferently, toys for your entertainment. Shenru. Do you have some misunderstanding about my preferences? The three toys. They couldn't dare to argue back at all. Chapter 110, Human-Machine Romance, 12. Shenru finally understood clearly. This absurd plot, apart from explaining the origin of the giants, also contained Mou's worrisome taste for mischief. On the dining table, there was a bunch of fragrant roses. Before Shenru could reach out to touch them, the man subtly moved the flowers aside. If all of this could be tolerated, then Mou personally feeding the youth with a piece of cut beef finally pushed Shenru beyond endurance. Shenru smiled and pushed away the food that the man was trying to feed him, propping his chin with one hand, teasingly asking. Didn't President Mo give up being the feeder? Beautiful fingertips lightly tapped against his cheek, and dark red eyes occasionally glanced at Gu Changming standing nearby. Mo watched the gorgeous young man before him with ease. With absolute control over Shenru, the man's soul trembled, as if his mind was constantly whispering, this isn't bad either. To pursue someone, you need to show some signs. Mo suppressed the overwhelming possessiveness in his heart, placed the dish on the plate, and looked at the young man with a smile. Shenru knew that although the man didn't mention it verbally, he still hadn't abandoned Gu Changming's ridiculous proposal. Then I'm truly flattered. While saying this with sarcasm, one leg of the young man slowly rubbed against the man's calf. Round toes were slowly rubbing against the fabric of the suit, gradually moving down along the leg line, creeping inside the exquisite trouser legs, gently massaging the other person's skin. The skin on the inner side of the calf still retained the tactile sensation unique to humans, and Mo smiled as he endured the youth's intrusion. I'm done eating. Shenru withdrew his foot and swung it slightly in the air, producing a series of light clinks from the delicate chains, further tightening the already strained nerves of the man. I need to go to the restroom. He needed some personal space. After all, President Mo couldn't possibly watch him handle his physiological needs, right? As the man was about to get up, the young man continued, let Gu Changming take me. Gu Changming. He should have stayed in the urn with Xing Zio instead of being in the restaurant. After all, Gu Changming was the second in command of the Dark Knight organization, and would always side with his own president. Mo just smiled and silently approved Shenru's request. Outside the bathroom door. Gu Changming felt uneasy. Everyone could see that his boss was increasingly showing an abnormal sense of possession in this situation. Whether it was the thorny roses or the furniture that might cause injury, they had all been modified into rounded shapes. It seemed like Shenru's body had some kind of blood clotting issue, which the president took extremely seriously. But somehow, there was an indescribable sense of dissonance. Seeing the pensive expression on Gu Changming's face, Shenru smiled and said, it seems Mr. Gu has some doubts. Gu Changming didn't say anything. After learning from previous lessons, he was now very vigilant about every move Shenru made. Shenru didn't care much, and went on saying, I can help you solve part of your problem, but I do have a condition. Don't rush to reject me, hear me out first. Gu Changming thought for a moment, it wouldn't hurt to listen to this condition. If it was beyond his capability or betrayed the president, he could choose to refuse. What do you want to ask? Shenru curved his lips, tell me the setup of this scenario, what is the status of humans in this world? This wasn't a difficult question to answer. Gu Changming didn't hesitate for long and replied. Just as usual, no difference. The system provides the background setting where humans and machines coexist peacefully. This was completely different from what was written in the diary. It was too hasty to believe the world had completely collapsed based solely on an unidentified diary. So the purpose of this diary was only one, to make Shenru stay by the man's side forever. To create a false impression for Shenru that the outside world was very dangerous. All other scenarios could be solved with enough money. It could be determined that all speculation so far should have come from the first-hand experiences of the giants outside the scene. Now it's my turn to address your confusion. Suddenly, a sharp knife appeared in Shenru's hand. Before Gu Changming could react, he saw the handsome youth, with a wildly ecstatic grin, almost crazily stab the tip of the blade into the artery in his neck. Decisive and resolute. However, the anticipated gush of blood did not appear. At the very instant the knife was pulled out from his neck, the broken muscle fibers began to reproduce and regenerate at an astonishing speed until they were fully restored. So it is true. Shenru touched the spot he had just stabbed, and within mere seconds, there was no trace of any injury left. Though his regenerative ability was astonishing, the pain was still undeniably real. Gu Changming was shocked not only by the scene before him but also by the terrifyingly reckless nature of this young man. Judging by the tone Shenru used just moments ago, he wasn't 100% certain either, was he? All it would have taken was to test on a harmless part of the body, why go so far as to stab his neck? It seemed Shenru noticed the question in Gu Changming's eyes and casually replied. Given how much Mo cherishes my body, if I don't actually suffer from hemophilia, then it's highly possible that my body could face exactly the opposite issue, an overly exaggerated concern for my well-being could all be some kind of deception. The youth continued with a smile, of course, this wouldn't be hard for Mr. Gu to deduce. But I'm someone who prefers excitement, hemophilia limits me in many ways and makes life dull. For me, death might even be better. What he craved was the trembling thrill of the soul, a wild and crazy world. If he were to lose all that, he'd rather plunge the blade into his artery and die swiftly instead. But how lucky. He was right again. Shenru could now even guess how the giants came into existence. Possessing extraordinarily powerful regenerative abilities, with scientific intervention, cell reproduction could surely continue indefinitely, it might only take a piece of flesh to grow into an enormous, towering entity. This indirectly corroborated why Shenru encountered monsters growing from flesh when he was in the stomach layer. Those weren't monsters, they were merely parts of the giant's bodily cells. You've provided me with quite a bit of entertainment. Shenru patted Gu Changming on the shoulder, his face brimming with delight as he spoke. Now, I'm going to settle accounts with your president. Before the words had even finished leaving his lips, the young man teleported directly in front of the man. In a flash, Shenru pinned him to the ground and, at the same time, drove the sharp knife that had just been in his neck into the gap between the man's legs. A charming face wearing a mysterious smile asked with heightened interest. Does President Mo have something to say to me? The man chuckled lowly, showing no concern about the knife that could easily move upwards. Lifting his hand, he placed it on the youth's pale thigh and rubbed suggestively. Haven't you already guessed everything? Chapter 111, Human-Machine Love, 13. There was one thing Shenru said that was absolutely correct, Mou was a psycho. The crazier and stronger Shenru became, the more excited Mou got, and the less able he was to let go of the young man in front of him. Not to mention how beautifully this dazzling rose was still blossoming. I originally intended to keep nurturing you for another 2 days. Mou's fingers lightly kneaded Shenru's thigh as his voice deepened, his dark eyes gleaming with excitement. How come you're so smart? Shenru wasn't angry because of this bizarre farce. On the contrary, he found it utterly fascinating. Since waking up, the man had consistently tried to steer him in the opposite direction, always implying that something was wrong with his body, including that final stab to his neck, which filled Shenru with exhilaration. The young man leaned down, provocatively gripping the man's jaw tightly and said joyfully. If this is what you call pursuing, then I really enjoy it. Their breaths intertwined and entangled, and suddenly Mou raised his hand to hold the youth's nape, pressing down forcefully as he kissed those long-desired red lips. Shenru was momentarily stunned. It seemed Mou wanted to demonstrate to Mr. Shen the results of his previous learning. An intense barrage constantly teased every active nerve in the young man's mind. In the quiet room, apart from the 2 relentless madmen, there were also 3 extras who were quietly reflecting on their actions. Passion circulated between their lips, and Shenru felt his heart beating incredibly fast. It felt like his heartbeat had traveled from his chest to his ears, so strong that it seemed ready to burst through his eardrums. Strange, did this body of his even have a heart? It wasn't until the sound of shattered glass broke the moment that they separated. The information provided by this illusion was already clear enough. The giant wasn't a complete human being but a product of endless reproduction originating from Shenru's body. And the root cause of all this was the man standing before him, controlling the entire city's fate. So, does that mean I'm being coerced? His reddened lips glistened with droplets left by the man, his ambiguous gaze fixated on the cheerful sparkle in the man's eyes. Mou savored the burning look from the youth. The warm glow from the living room filtered through his thin white shirt, outlining an unmistakably delicate waist. A deep, mellifluous voice resonated in everyone's ears. No, in fact, it's your choice. Voluntarily surrendering everything, sacrificing life, placing one's decaying soul amidst a barren dawn. At its core, it's all because of love. Amid endless deception and manipulation, gradually losing the dignity of being human, transitioning from rejection to habituation, finally becoming numb, it's only a matter of time. A being no longer considered human falls in love with a cold machine. Thus begins an abyssal descent. A cycle without end lies ahead. The crisp sound of shattering echoed around them, causing the surrounding scene to splinter into pieces. The players returned to the dizzyingly reflective mirror space once again. Looking at this spherical chamber, it wasn't hard to deduce that their current location was likely the giant's heart based on what just transpired. Mou's gaze hadn't strayed from Shenru since before. The moment Shenru locked eyes with the other, metallic stripes that should have been hidden on the man's neck visibly surged forward, revealing themselves. Shenru. In the live stream chat. Aya. President Mo, you're so lovable. I think we know who among us feels most unsatisfied now after this scenario ended. My wife's adorability has hit new heights too. To cater to President Mo's twisted little quirks, her fine chain remained dangling from her wrist even when the scene concluded. Because of love, sacrificing life, was the computational flow of robots already this sophisticated back then? Xiao Xinran had some differing thoughts about the story she just witnessed. On the surface, the story was crystal clear, with events progressing naturally. Someone, kept imprisoned for a long time due to dependency and a distorted worldview, developed an emotional attachment to a robot. But she sensed there might be something missing, though indescribable yet. Before she could fully organize her thoughts, the system's mechanical voice had already impatiently announced the next task. Please head to the top level to perform the final repair on the giant's brain. To this point, Shenru still didn't understand the connection between the human clearance plan and the repair of the giant. All answers would probably be revealed in this final mission phase. The scene in the heart area ended without incident, and Xiao Xinran and Ruan Ping looked at Mou and Shenru's retreating figures, whispering secretly. Xiao Xinran said worriedly, I wonder if those two are really together now, what should we fangirls do? Ruan Ping gave a reassuring smile to comfort her. Rest assured, I guarantee that by the end of this copy, you will have transformed from a wife fan into a strength admirer like me. No one could leave their idol's copy in good mental health. Gu Changming sighed helplessly when he saw the two talking quietly like scared quails, and kindly advised them. I suggest you two worry about ourselves instead of this. The two raised their heads in confusion. What should we worry about? Gu Changming wore an expression as gentle and patient as when dealing with Xing Xiao, kindly explaining. Our previous mission was to stop the giants' repair work. That means if we followed the original plan, passing through the copy as normal humans would be fine. But now our mission content has been forcibly switched, which means we are now on the opposite side of humanity. Seeing the gradually clear eyes of the two, Gu Changming continued with satisfaction. In other words, if the final mission is completed, no human in this copy will survive, including us players, who will all die. Xiao Xinran, Ruan Ping. Big trouble. Pause the fandom. Gu Changming, looking at the two's ever-changing expressions, finally realized the severity of the situation and nodded in satisfaction. He then turned around and walked toward the last destination. The brain. It was very different from what was expected. Unlike the neon-lit brilliance of other areas, the moment the elevator doors opened, a cold, damp, and eerie atmosphere hit them. The light was dim, and the ground was covered with messy, disordered wires, leaving the players unsure where to step. It was this uniquely different atmosphere that made Shenru suddenly realize something he had ignored earlier. From the moment the colossal mechanical giant split in two, it should have been in a power-off state. So why could the part below the brain still create such colorful scenes even without power supply? And what was providing them with electricity? Chapter 112, Human-Machine Romance, 14. As soon as Shenru stepped into this space, a system notification sounded in his ears. Mechanization level of player Shenru has increased to 20%. Shenru remained silent, but he could feel the metal stripes on his thighs spreading wildly. As they ventured deeper, the degree of mechanization kept increasing. Except for Mou, the rest of the group did not look good either, especially Xiao Xinran and Ruan Ping. Upon learning that this final phase of the game would no longer accommodate an ordinary human, despair and suffocation began to creep into their hearts. We can't continue any further. An abnormal burning sensation surged through Shenru's internal organs, causing his blood to boil. A mechanization level of 50% was currently the optimal area where Shenru could maintain control. It also marked exactly half the range of the entire space. The group exchanged items at the mall for flashlights, lighting up the surroundings. At the moment the space lit up, everyone involuntarily drew in a sharp breath. Within visible range, everything was surrounded by endlessly writhing flesh. Even the clear muscle textures and hidden veins under the flesh were exposed without reservation. This thing seemed to have a distinct reaction to light. Areas illuminated by flashlight beams caused the flesh to writhe faster, even producing chilling gurgling sounds. Apparently, low temperatures made them temporarily lose vitality. They merely showed movement upon exposure to light, but there was no aggressive behavior. Activating this region will accomplish your purpose, won't it? The young man straightened his curled hair ends, then casually adjusted his collar higher, completely concealing the metallic patterns that were about to spread. Mou curved his lips slightly, his gaze filled with manic excitement as he examined the surrounding constantly wriggling crimson flesh. It was a gift specially chosen by him for the system. However, he too was constrained by the system and could not interfere with the fusion process. Thus, he needed help from players outside the Shadow Knight Guild, especially Shenru, whom he had been attracted to ever since their feelings had not yet taken root. That's right. Shenru watched the man standing nearby. He knew the other party was waiting for the final moment, aiming to seize the opportunity to capture the consciousness of the instance and destroy it thoroughly. And the task of inducing its appearance fell on him and the others. Mou wasn't unwilling to participate, he couldn't participate. Shenru suddenly realized something and raised his eyebrows, looking at Ruan Ping who was looking around nearby, saying, "You accompany me somewhere." Ruan Ping, suddenly called by his idol, responded without hesitation, "Okay." Contrary to Gu Changming's sigh of relief, Xiao Xinran's flushed face beside them brimmed with anticipation. She furiously constructed her mental fortitude inside. After the instance ends, she might not see her wife again for hundreds of years. Now is not the time to hesitate. Shen brother. I want to go too. Ruan Ping was greatly shocked. Oh no, how could there be a competitor even in the game instance? Shenru blinked, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Are you sure?" Xiao Xinran nodded furiously. Inside the live streaming room. Muddled. My wife was going to let you off easily. Alright, now it's buy one get one free, damn life matters too. Wife, hold back a little. Looks like our wife fan army is about to lose a brave warrior. The three arrived at the lowest level of the cracked position. At the bottom was where robots were most densely concentrated. The pipe Shenru cut had already been fully repaired by the mechanized players. Their efficiency indeed deserved praise. Brother Shen, why are we here? Ruan Ping came back to where the nightmare started. Seeing the winding pipes and the unpleasant corridors made his heart start trembling. Shenru observed the robots around him, moving aimlessly in circles as if following a pre-programmed command. The eerie feeling in his heart resurfaced once more. To confirm what Xiao Xinran said. Perhaps women's intuition towards love is sharper, so they can detect inconsistencies more acutely. Before the machines developed to such a high-tech state, did robots already possess consciousness to domesticate humans? If the real issue is that humans cannot control their growing affection toward robots, why do the present mechanized players keep moving non-stop even when there is no apparent work? This resembles some form of silent enslavement. Were those willing contributions truly made by humans back then? At the time, while he was smashing open the outer shells of these robots, he wasn't sure whether they intentionally avoided or happened to be absent from the scene. Shenru had not paid attention to observing their reactions and positions at the time, but this time he had deliberately chosen a good spot to confirm. The two innocently and sincerely asked, "So what do we need to do?" The youth's crimson lips curled slightly upwards, his dark red eyes flashing a hint of slyness hardly perceptible, as he slowly said, "I hope you can gather these robots together." It was a very simple task. From previous experiences, it was evident that these robots possessed no attack capabilities. Their function seemed only to repair and endlessly move around. Players merely needed to use chains or ropes to group the machines without self-awareness together. Wan Ping and Xiao Xinran were each responsible for half of the space. They quickly completed the task assigned by Shenru. Xiao Xinran looked at the crowd of robots and felt a little puzzled. Will this work? Wan Ping, tilting his head up with utmost seriousness, lectured, as a fan of the big player, how can you question your idol's choice? All we can do is offer unlimited support. Brainwashed, Xiao Xinran's eyes cleared and she nodded. In the live streaming room. If I don't mention, you're my wife's fan, always in self-hypnosis mode. I've noted your naive expressions now, please don't disappoint me when things kick off. Just seeing the density of these robots, I guess my wife isn't up to anything good. Listen to me and run while you still can. Shenru watched contentedly, his dark red eyes gleaming with laughter and a flicker of excitement, as unknowingly he held a metal rod in his hands and directly smashed it against the wall while the other two weren't on guard. The fragmented metallic shell gradually fell from the wall, revealing the fleshy insides of crimson hue. Boom! At the moment the flesh was exposed to air, the gathered robots erupted into violent riots. The unconscious mechanics suddenly seemed like they were faced with ferocious beasts, creating loud crashing sounds as their metal shells struggled out of fear. One by one, bizarre pale human faces appeared, their grayish-white eyes bulging open, tightly shut mouths suddenly widening, crazily struggling and attempting to flee in all directions. Things happened too quickly. Before Wan Ping and Xiao Xinran could react, still holding onto the ropes faithfully, they got a full frontal greeting with those horrifying ghost-like faces. Regardless of their excellent psychological resilience, they couldn't withstand this sudden blow. The cries of terror echoed through the entire lower space. Shit! There are ghosts! Ayawa, mommy save me! Chapter 113, Human-Machine Romance, complete. The scene was extremely chaotic. The crimson flesh with sharp teeth, the frantic mechanical players, and two hangers-on who were throwing skills cards while fleeing in terror and babbling nonsense. Ha ha ha, so much fun. This thrilling and eerie feeling makes me love running. Wan Ping was running blindly without lifting his head, a self-soothing smile on his face. Xiao Xinran was darting around everywhere, wildly responding, be a horse. Be a free-spirited horse. Inside the live stream room. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. I think they are more terrifying than the robots. At least Little Yellow and Little Pink were just scared enough to curse. They have completely lost their minds. Ha ha ha. Save my life. Wan Ping is crazy already. Look at how happy he's laughing. He truly deserves to be the biggest fan of my wife. There's no way you could handle this. Ha ha ha. Shenru gathered so many robots mainly out of concern that if this thing within the walls only reacts to certain groups, there might be an error due to insufficient sample collection. But the two people's frenzied reactions were beyond Shenru's expectations. Still, there were gains. For example, he had completely confirmed the relationship between Mou and Shenru. The man was right, Shenru indeed did it voluntarily, but it was voluntary luring robots into a trap. Otherwise, the scenario of machines and flesh crazily repelling each other would not have occurred just now. The feelings between these two individuals were exactly the opposite of the previous storyline. It wasn't robots keeping humans as captives but rather humans scheming to be kept by robots. And the purpose of this human being was the ultimate fusion technology of flesh and machinery. Robots passively accepted, cherishing their connection with all circuits, giving the entire algorithm's heart entirely to the human. In the end, thoroughly deceived. These ordinary mechanized players would have such an inferior status, even deprived of the right to rest. Because from the beginning, as machines, they were never loved. The method to restore the normal operation of brain neurons was actually right in front of everyone, and that was sacrifice. Sacrifice those machines working tirelessly on the production line, letting them be fully integrated into endlessly reproducing crimson flesh. After all, they were once inseparable lovers. The speed of the sacrifice was astonishingly fast. Under the dim light, the only shadows reflected on the ground were ones being rapidly consumed. Frantic chewing, never satiating sucking. The fresh red blood vessels grew silver-white cracks because of their fusion with metal. Strands of glowing lines flowed along the flesh lines and slowly converged at the top of the head, like a metal cage enveloping the players completely. What are you thinking? Mou's fingers lightly caressed the metallic patterns that covered Shenru's neck entirely, the strands of light sprawling over the young man's slightly curly hair. Even in this extremely dangerous situation, his handsome looks became even more breathtaking. As the giant's brain gradually awakened, apart from Shenru, the other players present were also gradually becoming mechanized. Shenru observed the bizarre ebb and flow of light throughout the space, the dark red pupils flashing briefly under the illumination, hiding unknown intentions. President Mo has given me such an interesting game, and I should return the favor. Mou slightly arched his eyebrows in surprise, looking at the cheerful face of the young man and said with a good mood. This seems to be an unexpected pleasure. The fusion of the brain continued. Shenru felt strange changes within his body, sweat dripping from his nose tip mingled with both pain and excitement, fireworks blooming in his mind. The dark red pupils gradually turned fiercely crimson. Judging merely by the external changes, one could see how high the degree of mechanization of the young man had reached. When the giant is repaired, it will mark the beginning of humanity's complete mechanization. The rapid mechanization process squeezed unnamed dull sensations across Shenru's entire body, splitting his thoughts and causing excruciating headaches. He felt as though he was about to become the vessel of cold machinery altogether. Just before he lost consciousness, he activated the S-class card, Ghostly Wall. Shenru directly set the range to the maximum, encompassing the entire giant's brain, naturally including the players inside as well. This card would cause people or objects within the range to fall into the most terrifying self-cognition loops for 5 minutes. The surrounding horrifying moving flesh gradually collapsed, like a limp piece of skin, and when it peeled off, the hidden scenery behind also came to light. It was the very first scene when Shenru and Mou stood on the rooftop. Inside the live stream room. My goodness, it's the first time I've seen a player using a ghostly wall card on themselves. This move indeed hurts the enemy for 1,000 points but at the cost of self-inflicting 1,000 as well. No, don't you all see? In my wife's most terrifying cognitive scenario, there's actually a Mou. The black-haired youth lifted his eyes. In his self-awareness, even if the outer body was in pain, it couldn't affect this short 5 minutes of consciousness. The man, dressed in a suit, stood elegantly and with noble bearing right before him. Even though they were on a soon-to-collapse skyscraper, his leather shoes were immaculate, without a speck of dust, and his clothes showed no wrinkle. This was the image Shenru thought of first when mentioning Mou. Surprisingly, in his most horrifying cognition, there was Mou as well. Shenru looked at the man, unsure what astonishing actions he would take next. Mou smiled warmly at the beautiful rose before him and said with great interest. Who would have thought that I'd be honored to appear in Teacher Shin's nightmare? The man resembled a gentleman of the highest breeding, carrying a violin that appeared mysteriously in his hand, walking slowly toward the young man. Before the nightmare begins, I wonder if Teacher Shin might honor me by finishing the piece we left incomplete last time. Both knew it referred to the wild night on the cruise ship, where their music had been unfinished. Shenru became slightly excited by the mention, his rich rose-like gaze lazily tilting upwards, indicating silently to the man that he gave permission. First, I need to hold your hand. Mou's nearly perfect handsome face gradually moved closer to Shenru's nape. After sensing the other person's compliance, he continued patiently explaining. Then, support the violin with your left hand, keeping a straight line from your forearm to your wrist. The man's hand gently grazed over Shenru's back, lingering momentarily at his delicate wrist, then slowly rubbing his tender arm. Shenru followed along with his motions, watching silently for any disgraceful moves the man would make. However, at this moment, Mou surprisingly restrained himself. A melodious tune flowed between the two, as if time itself rewound to that particular evening. The entire conscious world started to disintegrate along with the music. Collapsing buildings sent up clouds of smoke, and cracks spread across the ground, yet nothing could distract the two from their passionate performance. The piece ended. Mou put away his violin, then leisurely stepped to the edge of the terrace as if welcoming rebirth, and leapt headfirst into the endless darkness. At this very moment, Shenru's heart tightened fiercely. A suffocating feeling surged uncontrollably within him. His physical reaction told him that he feared Mou's death. This card was Shenru's method of stalling for time, a ruse. By using the card at the brink of his collapse, he managed to create a time gap, allowing the 5-minute duration of the card enough time for his brain to repair itself, signifying that when the card time ran out, so would his mission. Pushing to the limits before utilizing the card, he aimed to minimize the remaining repair time, thus securing ample advance preparation, guaranteeing absolute success. During these 5 minutes, he witnessed countless times the sight of Mou dying right before his eyes. Even after the card's effects wore off and the world outside his awareness lay ravaged, Shenru remained unresponsive. The blood-red flesh had lost all vitality, turning ashen gray. Seeing Mou lying in a pool of blood with scarlet eyes, an intense emotion buried deep within Shenru's heart suddenly surged up. He wanted to see the man. Rarely losing control, Mou walked steadily towards the youth before him. He offered no explanation about how he escaped the nightmare, nor whether the system's awareness was completely cleared. In ensuring Shenru's safety unharmed, he held him in a restrained yet careful embrace. Thankfully, you're still alive. The warm lips gently touched the young man's elegant ear, followed by a low, hoarse voice. The game is over, my rose. Chapter 114, Frenzied Pursuit. Infinite blood-red mist swirled in the air, and the strong smell of blood assaulted the nostrils, almost making one want to vomit. Mou stepped over the scattered broken flesh and blood on the ground, walking resolutely toward Shenru. Shenru was someone who didn't bother with talk of love. Because in this strange, horrifying world, love was the most absurd and dreaded. He never believed that he would feel rage or pain because of someone's death. But the man's death had brutally shattered his self-assumed mental barriers. Shenru didn't ask what Mo saw in his nightmares, but judging from the man's expression and movements, it was probably related to himself. Although I didn't consult with you beforehand, overall it went pretty smoothly. The young man smiled, tilting his head as he looked at the man in front of him, seemingly wanting to just turn the page and move on. But these words were undoubtedly like lighting a fire of nameless anger in Mo's heart. The other's expression twisted for an instant before quickly returning to calmness. The man elegantly smiled, though without any warmth. You always forget, you're mine. A heart already racing beat even more fiercely because of this statement, and the excitement factor made Shenru even more eager to take action. Shenru gently pushed the man away, his dark red eyes twinkling with fragments of light. President Mo may have forgotten, right now, you are nothing more than a suitor. There is also a premise you should know, Shenru. The man gazed intently at the rose in front of him that was incredibly beautiful, every low tone of his voice sounding as if rolling off the tip of a blade. The premise is that you must stay alive. His voice unusually calm and bland, but Shenru wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed out loud, his laughter sounding like that of an alluring devilish spirit, winding its way through the man's heart thread by thread. Afraid, Mou? The handsome red eyes flashed with cunning glimmers, while seductive lips murmured sweet, sticky endearments, emotions rolling through the man's insides without him noticing. Likewise, I'm afraid too. The system prompt sound did not ring again. When Shenru came out from the dungeon instance, there was no return to the familiar settlement interface either. Instead, he was directly transported into the bustling live-streaming square. Though usually crowded, today's order in the square was clearly much more chaotic than usual. How come the live streaming light screen turned dim? Don't know. I just exited a dungeon instance, my mission wasn't even finished yet, but I got thrown out. I should have been forcibly pulled into the game by the system today, and nothing's happened so far. Normally the system is as attentive as a dog, why has it disappeared today? It could be on a day off. Shenru raised his eyebrows thoughtfully. After leaving the dungeon instance earlier, he hadn't heard the mechanical sound of the system prompting that the game had ended either. It seemed that the man had successfully killed the system's consciousness within the dungeon, but was it truly eradicated entirely? Even if not, based on the chaotic state of the entire leisure zone, the system should have sustained serious injuries. Who would have thought one set of codes ever wanted to use human hands to possess a body made of flesh and blood? Since the players' dungeons ended abruptly, they were all teleported to the square. The dense throng of people coming and going was simply overwhelming. Shenru intended to follow the crowd flow to leave, but unexpectedly looked up and immediately spotted a tuft of small pink fur not far away. Judging from the puzzled look on the little pink-haired figure's face, they must have also just left the dungeon and still weren't clear about the current situation. Perhaps due to the immense impact caused by Wan Ping and Xiao Xinran, seeing the small pink hair now made Shenru feel a kind of long-lost nostalgia. Shenru took a few steps forward, lightly tapped the little pink hair on the shoulder, and watched them with keen interest. The previous second, Meng Yi was still battling with monsters inside the dungeon, the next moment he was sharply teleported back to the living area, feeling relieved yet somewhat disoriented. So when someone patted his shoulder, he didn't guard against it much and simply turned around, meeting the long-absent gaze of a pair of crimson eyes. Meng Yi. Where was the one-touch return function when he needed to rush back to the dungeon for some urgent matters? Shenru smiled warmly as he looked at Meng Yi, inspecting up and down for a moment before saying slowly. You got transported out without the dungeon being completed? He seemed confused, not having the relaxed air of someone who had thoroughly finished the dungeon. It appeared this time the issue affected players across the board. Meng Yi didn't expect the other person to guess so accurately, his heart began to feel uneasy, and asked cautiously. Do you know what's going on? Shenru blinked his eyes, his face wearing an inexplicable expression, I roughly know. This immediately put Meng Yi on high alert, the pink tuft of hair on his head bristled as he took a couple of steps backward. No. Since Shenru was here with him, it meant the other had just come out from a dungeon instance too. Given that they were all in the same boat, how did Shenru know what the problem with the system was? Meng Yi cleared his throat, his expression turning extremely serious. Forgive my impertinence, but did you go through a dungeon instance with President Mo? Seeing Shenru smile and nod, Meng Yi's heart sank completely. Case closed. Who else could have caused the system to crash but you two lunatics? Back off. Back off. Don't touch me. Before Shenru could make any further moves, the dim screen at the center of the square suddenly flickered. Then came a startled cry from somewhere in the crowd, and a wave of intense, sultry fragrance rushed over like a tidal surge, followed by countless rose petals descending from the sky. Even before the light screen had fully displayed its image, melodious tunes already wafted around from all directions. A man dressed in black suit gracefully drew the violin, playing lazily with elegant posture. It was as though this melody rang out the only alarm of romanticism. The two carried their hidden feelings towards each other, resonating soulfully in this absurd world. This familiar tune was the one both Mou and Shenru had played together right before Mo jumped in front of Shenru. The lingering music filled the air while roses mixed with hormones, creating an atmosphere of burning passion in hearts. The man's love, stretched out like silk threads, wound lovingly around his fingers as he devotedly played for his rose to hear. Rose petals swirled along with the gentle laughter at the corner of the handsome youth's mouth. His beautiful crimson eyes tilted upward slightly as he calmly waited for the man's next move. As the final note concluded, the magnificent performance ended. The deep voice, laced with soft laughter, slowly floated into everyone's ears from the light screen. The system upgrade encountered a malfunction, temporarily unable to support normal operation of dungeon instances. We apologize for the inconvenience. Players, no, not a bit of inconvenience. The man's voice held a trace of carelessness as he continued unperturbed. Nightshade has specially set up a compensation channel, which will open promptly at midnight tonight. Everyone, please look forward to it. His dark eyes were filled with deep affection, as if looking at his distant lover through the screen. Shenru, tonight I will pursue you fiercely. Chapter 115, Shenru, finally a cheater. Shenru couldn't help but find it amusing as he watched the man on the light screen making a series of flamboyant moves. Whether these incomprehensible words or this profound song, they were all silent temptations from the peacock to him. When did MOU become so mushy? However, it had to be admitted that the frenzied pursuit mentioned by the man indeed made Shenru look forward to it immensely. Thinking about this, the young man curled his lips and smiled at the pink-furred one, saying, "The last hot pot wasn't finished. Meng Yiji. Are you crazy? You still have the nerve to mention the hot pot." MOU's words undoubtedly threw a bomb on a flat ground, instantly causing an uproar. Since the establishment of the dungeon game, there has never been a situation where all players were forced out of the dungeon due to a system upgrade. Nor was any guild ever authorized to issue compensatory measures for the system, let alone conduct high-level actions such as designing their own scenarios. But while everyone was discussing heatedly, there was more relief. Most people's attention was still focused on surviving the dungeon, while only a few seriously investigated the mechanisms and the compensation plans issued by the Dark Knight Guild. After all, being able to survive in such turmoil is already a huge blessing. Anyone could be the next target of the system. As long as the game continued, death was the predetermined outcome. Dark Knight Guild. Gu Changming was reporting in the president's office on the specific circumstances of the recent system purge and the possible remaining ideology. A furtive figure slunk past the office door with light steps. Sheng Xiao. An angry voice directly stopped the trembling shadow clinging to the wall. Thinking of the horrific experiences in the dungeon, Gu Changming couldn't control the rapid pulsing of his temples. Sheng Xiao was greatly shocked, and his yellow hair performed a standard standing at attention right away. "Brother Gu, I'm so happy to see you come back alive." Sheng Xiao immediately started groveling, frantically flattering. After all, he who betrayed Gu Changming so easily before is now as awkward as he looks. Gu Changming snorted coldly, spoke straight to the point, hitting the small yellow-haired man right in his sore spot. "If you can submit your last report, then I'd truly be happy." 2 days of craziness later, Sheng Xiao, who had forgotten about the report, said, "I haven't fully recovered from my cold." Gu Changming didn't waste time caring. He glanced at the documents he just sorted through and casually remarked, "Is that so? But the urn I bought has arrived." Sheng Xiao. "All right." The man lurking in the shadows cut off this farce. The two fell silent immediately, and for a moment, only the crisp sound of fingertips tapping on the table echoed through the room. MOU's mood was somewhat subtle. He thought that before the dungeon ended, both had said everything clearly. Some things, as long as both parties understood them, didn't need to be spoken out loud. So MOU quietly waited. But until now, Shenru hasn't sent him a single message. Even when MOU himself appeared publicly using the light screen, Shenru, his Rose, still remained calm and collected. At the thought of this, MOU's mood became extremely restless. There's still a small part of the system's consciousness not completely erased. See which dungeon it's hiding in. The man lazily leaned back on the chair, eyes closed, with an excited and frenzied smile on his handsome face, looking quite strange and neurotic in the dim shadow. Finally, the play came to its climactic ending, where the cat catches the mouse. But most importantly now, it was time to retrieve his treasure. Night fell, and the stars studded the night sky. Players speculated how the Dark Knight Guild would compensate. In the past, the compensation or rewards given by the system generally compensated for the loss through points or card gifts. But if it were that simple, Dark Knight wouldn't go through great trouble to announce that the compensation mechanism would open at dawn. At midnight, a deep and elegant male voice rang out in the minds of the players. "Good evening, dear players. The compensation mechanism has been activated, and now the compensation rules will be explained to the players. The game uses an system, with 5 fixed scoring points throughout the city, refreshed every hour. Other locations require players to unlock themselves. Remember, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. All behaviors endangering player safety during the game are strictly prohibited, violators will be eliminated. If there is any building damage or personal property loss of the players, the Dark Knight Guild will compensate according to the original price after the game ends. Please indulge in the game thoroughly. The point grab competition will last for 5 hours, and 500 points can cancel one entry into a dungeon game. Therefore, everyone must take it seriously. The game begins. The Midnight Carnival officially commenced. Since this game guaranteed absolute safety, at the moment it began, all players rushed out in a scramble, making the usually empty night city unusually noisy in an instant. No one had expected that this compensation would actually be to offset the number of times players entered a dungeon, which was akin to gifting them health points. After all, no one could guarantee that they would exit the next dungeon unscathed. So, this was just like having manna fall from heaven. As the excited players scurried around looking for point collection spots, Shenru and Meng Yiji were just finishing dinner and strolling down the street. Meng Yiji looked cautiously at Shenru, asking with care, "Aren't you going to make a move?" Shenru frowned deeply, utterly perplexed. "You should be cautious about the sudden emergence of players around you, not me." Meng Yiji. No, big brother, how can you underestimate yourself?" Maintaining high alertness, Meng Yiji followed Shenru to a turning alley entrance. Finally, the steps of Yama, the king of hell, came to a halt. Because at the end of the alleyway faint blue light was flickering, and faint conversations among a few players were barely audible. Such good luck, finding a temporary point spot in such an obscure corner. Shoo. Lower your voice. We don't have to worry about being robbed as much as being remembered. Not. There's nothing to fear, dogs won't even come to such an obscure corner. The stealthy few. Shenru and Meng Yiji listening intently. Based on Pink Fur's understanding of Shenru, in this situation, he wouldn't snatch the points outright but still managed to strip a few layers off them. While Meng Yiji was psyching himself up furiously, contemplating how to intervene when necessary, Shenru already strode briskly toward the group. A clear voice laced with amusement lazily echoed through the dim alleyway. "Wow, what good luck. This is a fixed point collection spot, right?" Shenru didn't immediately approach, his striking face hidden in the darkness covering his eyes full of interest, the red pupils glittering with curiosity. 5,000 points for one collection spot, how does that sound? Meng Yiji. Just moments after Shenru's words, little Pink Fur stared fearfully at the handsome young man who was spouting nonsense. "What the hell are you saying? Where did you get those points?" "From fishing them out of the hot pot." They were currently not only without points, but their pockets were cleaner than their faces. Chapter 116, I really like it. A fixed refresh point updates 1,000 points every hour. With 5 hours of game time, successfully defending a fixed refresh point would yield 5,000 points, equivalent to offsetting the cost of 10 dungeons. But if this were merely a random refresh point, especially after the rules explicitly stated its nature, such a low-risk refresh point could barely reach 500 points at most. When a few players heard Shenru say this, their hearts leapt with joy. They've encountered a fool. To treat a random refresh point as a treasure wasn't something they tricked him into, it was Shenru willingly handing it over. Greed will take hold of anyone, and especially when dealing with someone so generous, naturally they aimed to swindle as much as possible. The leader, pretending to deliberate seriously for quite some time, finally said hesitantly. "It took us a very long time to find this one too. You know there are only 5 fixed refresh points, and even a child understands rarity equals value." Shenru raised an eyebrow before confidently replying, "Too little. Here's 6,000. As Shenru increased the price by another 1,000, the expressions of delight among the group became more obvious but still feigned contemplation, saying, "Would you mind if we discussed it for a bit?" Shenru shook her head with a smile, replying, "Of course not." While they were muttering amongst themselves, Meng Yiji, standing beside, couldn't help but let out his insatiable curiosity in a cute voice. "We don't have a single cent on us, what do we do next?" He wasn't concerned that Shenru might resort to violence since the rules clearly prevented such actions. Shenru might be bold, but Meng Yiji wasn't stupid. What Meng Yiji feared most was the potential friction from disagreements should no point exchanges take place, as this small amount of points certainly wasn't worth escalating matters. With great composure, the young man reassured the little one without any change in expression, "Don't worry, can you brag or not?" Meng Yiji froze. It wasn't because the question was sharp, but rather the familiar tone in Shenru's words sent a chill through his heart. Little Pink nodded nervously, responding hesitantly, "I often do this after drinking." The young man flashed a mischievous grin, unhurriedly stating, "We'll act according to my orders shortly." And as though thinking of something else, he kindly reminded him, "You should drink less, always boasting really annoys people." Meng Yiji exclaimed in frustration. "Ah, stop telling me what to do." On the other hand, the group had also finished discussing, replying immediately, "Agreed." Predictably, Shenru approved with a nod, "Fine, but you must transfer the points first. After all, I'm paying top dollar. If you're dishonest, I'll lose everything." Perhaps due to the black-haired youth's certainty, coupled with an air of nonchalant confidence that didn't seem indicative of a cheater, they exchanged glances and readily agreed. When Shenru saw the confirmation of 500 points being credited to her account, the moonlight finally broke through the clouds, illuminating her beautiful and striking face. Her crimson lips curled high up on her cheeks like a mesmerizing demon. Life is always about having ups and downs. The youth swung the mental reminder of points received, smiling cheerfully as she said. "Consider 500 points as tuition, not expensive." Before they could react, Shenru quickly turned around and bolted with Little Pink in tow. From behind came frantic footsteps and bitter curses echoing as they desperately chased after them. Little Pink felt dazed while running, never imagining he'd ever end up fleeing through the streets like a thief, all because of 500 points. And those weren't even points that made it into his account. Upon exiting the alley onto the main road, many players hid their scheming to rob others. Apparently, these 500 points touched a nerve, as they relentlessly pursued Shenru and her partner. Shenru shouted loudly at Little Pink, "Quick!" Instantly understanding what Shenru wanted him to do, shame flushed through his cheeks and neck even before speaking. "Stop chasing. I already have thousands of points, what's your petty amount to me? Don't forget who's protecting Shenru. Do you think he'll lack points?" Everyone knows not to flaunt wealth, yet Little Pink shouted those words from one end of the street to the other as if putting it on endless replay across the entire street. Certainly, plenty of clever people existed, but greedy players were far more numerous. In no time, a dense crowd gathered behind them, following closely in response to the call. Shenru's lips curved into a deeper smile, her heart pounding with excitement from the intense running and the surging crowd behind her. The thrill of the chase filled every pore of her body with an exhilarating sense of joy. This breathtaking world was truly mesmerizing. It had to be said, MOU's game rules were something she really adored. Shenru led everyone into a small chemical plant. This place seemed to have been built by some guild president in their spare time but had long been abandoned. Meng Yiji hid behind the door, and after confirming that all the players had entered the factory, the gate closed mercilessly. As the players looked around, an unrestrained and heartfelt laugh caught everyone's attention. The moonlight illuminated the upturned corners of the youth's lips as he leaned against the wall. His black hair gleamed under the cascading light, and his crimson eyes shone with allure as he observed the anxious gazes of those present. To chase so relentlessly for points, everyone has worked hard. Her already red lips, due to the earlier run, now glistened even more vividly. The charming movement of her lips captivated many players. Amidst the players' fervent looks, a merry voice shattered their dreams of earning enough points. "Sorry to deceive you all, but I actually only have 500 points." Shenru displayed her points interface to the group, then slowly scanned around before speaking gently. "But since you're here anyway, please hand over your points." As soon as the words were spoken, dissatisfied and sarcastic comments flooded in like waves. They weren't unfamiliar with Shenru's live-stream videos, yet currently not in a dungeon, and clearly outnumbering her, no matter how they viewed it, she was at a disadvantage. How could she possibly demand they hand over points? Shenru completely ignored their mockery and curses, casually lighting a tiny flame with a lighter instead. Every move of the young man exuded extreme danger and intense implication. Looking at the gradually furious expressions of the players, he laughed aloud. "Don't you understand?" The bright red lips contrasted sharply with the pale cheeks, forming an abrupt yet striking difference. Shenru's malicious smile whispered lightly. "This is an abandoned chemical factory, but sometimes just a little spark can start a huge fire." An unrestrained and wicked laugh echoed in the ears of each player, followed once again by a demonic voice. "Do you want mutual destruction or peacefully hand over the points? After all, greed comes with a price." It took just moments to make a decision. Meng Yiji numbly collected the willingly surrendered points from the players, harboring one single thought. He would never be able to show his face again in the residential area. Shenru was thoroughly enjoying herself, patting the rigid pink fur as she bid farewell. She was going to meet someone special. Rarely open, the doors of Dark Knight Guild welcomed what seemed to be their beloved president's long-awaited lover. A grand romantic candlelit dinner stood ready in the garden along with a fragrant bouquet of roses. When Shenru entered, she saw the man who had been waiting patiently. MOU was dressed in a perfectly tailored dark suit, sitting elegantly at the table like a gentleman from early aristocracy. His messy bangs were brushed back, his flawless and handsome face bathed in soft moonlight, radiating elegance and nonchalance as he waited for his soon-to-come lover. "Are you done playing?" The man's cuffs adorned with the same conspicuous red gem as on Shenru's right ear showed his slight uplifted corner of the mouth revealing his current pleasure. Without a word, Shenru approached and pulled out a chair, calmly seating herself across from the man. Her elegant white fingers picked an exceptionally beautiful rose from the bouquet and held it, smiling as she opened her gentle lips. "Is President Mo anxious?" Mou fixed his gaze on the opposite black-haired youth, his eyes never leaving him. The fiery red rose accentuated Shenru's already seductive features, making them even more bewitching. The man glanced at the rose in the youth's hand and said, "Very anxious." Shenru grinned beautifully, letting the rose linger by her ruby-red lips before softly biting the burning hot petals. Only when the dazzling youth carried the petal to the edge of the man's lips did Mou finally react. Just as the guild president was about to respond, the red petal had already slid down her tongue into her mouth. Shenru's lethargic tone was akin to the murmurs between lovers, sending a tingling sensation through the man's heart. "Thank you for your flowers, I really like them." Chapter 117, I Want to Kiss. The moonlight was tranquil. The ambiguous atmosphere was accompanied by the faint rose fragrance around the young man's lips, enough to bewitch a man's senses. Even so, Mou still sat there with a smile, appearing completely unfazed by what was in front of him. "Excuse me, Teacher Shen, which rose are you referring to?" Although the man did not directly ask the question, "Why didn't you come to me?" the implication was already clear. Shenru naturally understood Mou's little thought and slowly returned to her seat, smiling and said, "Every single one." The young man didn't give the man a chance to continue talking, instead getting straight to the point by asking directly. What's going on with the system? Did you really destroy it? As if expecting Shenru's question, the man leaned back comfortably as he looked at the young woman. What do you think about living without a system? Shenru initially wanted to say it was dull, but for some reason, she suddenly remembered the scene of eating hot pot with Mengiji, and little Pinky happily moving around because she had escaped a close call during the copy. She altered her response mid-sentence, not bad. Although there's no more bloodshed and turmoil, at least you, this lunatic, are still here, so it won't be too boring. Mou raised an eyebrow slightly in surprise, seemingly not expecting the young woman to say that, and couldn't help but laugh. Some parts of the system's consciousness have fled to other copies. I've already sent Gu Changming out to look for them, we should soon have results. Mou stood up and walked behind Shenru, enveloping her as if wanting to embrace her. A delicate, fresh fragrance instantly surrounded the two. The man's hands gently massaged the youth's beautiful, tight nape as he smiled and asked, what was your impression of the last copy? The deep voice was like a melodious and captivating cello, echoing pleasantly in Shenru's ears. For example, humans will stop at nothing to achieve their goals, even raising machines. Shenru frowned and spoke, disgusting. Mou was very satisfied with this response and continued questioning, do you think humanity created the system, or did the system create humanity? The meaning behind these words was already clear. A system would not spontaneously appear in the world, there must necessarily have been human involvement in its creation. You mean that humanity created this game of immortality? Shenru became interested, her body trembling slightly from excitement due to the shocking yet fascinating news. When all things collapse and rebuild again, only the creator finds renewed joy. The man neither confirmed nor denied this statement, this is what I learned when I attacked the system's consciousness. The so-called omnipotent system we believed in is, frankly speaking, a pet also bred and tamed by humans. His crimson eyes, glowing from fiery passion, became increasingly attractive. Shenru suddenly thought about the unused card in her hand, the tears of Mrs. Leon. Building bridges to connect various channels. The young woman lifted her head slightly, seeing the smooth, handsome jaw reflected in her gleaming red eyes, it seems our supposedly grand creators are hiding in other channels. The previous painstaking efforts by the system to prevent the connection between channels began to make sense. Some people love bloodshed and violence, deriving pleasure from watching fear and the unknown death of humans. So, the infinite escape channel was established. Sacrifices made for public entertainment. But now is not the time to connect the channels. The man's fingers slowly moved up along the neck of the youth, rubbing Shenru's pale earlobe until it flushed red. In order to prevent residual thoughts of the system from informing the creator, players will continue participating in the infinite game, though the system's consciousness is now controlled by Dark Knight, and player casualties can be kept at a minimum. Shenru laughed with bravado, beckoning Mou with a finger. The other party obediently bent down, succumbing to the allure of the roses. Shenru tilted her head back, imitating the man's gesture with her elegant fingers sliding over his neck, pausing just before their lips touched with deliberate force. Her red eyes filled with interest, tantalizing the man, who felt extremely restless inside. I want to kiss. Upon hearing those words, the man could no longer endure, fully exposing his savage animal nature. Lifting the young woman's fine chin, he pressed forcefully against those crimson lips. Overpowering energy invaded wildly, giving Shenru no chance to respond. Between their ears were tumultuous, passionate heartbeats, unraveling the secrets of this bizarre world. Their passionate kiss mingled with intense disdain and contempt for the creators. In this moment, the two shared a common secret. No pretense, no conditions. Willing to dedicate their honest and fiery souls to each other. Not until Mou noticed Shenru's breathing had become a little disordered did he reluctantly part from her. Her crimson eyes fixed on the man's thin lips. A spark can start a prairie fire. Just as Mou was about to speak, Shenru suddenly grabbed his neck and kissed him again with deep emotion and fervor. The man happily embraced the overwhelming affection of the roses, caressing Shenru's elegant and beautiful neck while feeling her heart pounding fiercely because of him. Love is a verb. It's about Shenru and Mou. The entire Dark Knight Guild was pitch black except for the candlelight flickering on the dining table in the garden. Several furtive shadows clung to the glass windows, staring in disbelief at the passionate kissing couple in the garden. Grass. I've never been so jealous that non-players can send bullet comments. Shengzio was so excited that he rubbed his big face all over the glass and encouraged the pink-haired girl beside him to exclaim together. Originally planning to go home, Meng Yiji met the blonde on the way. Upon hearing there were gossips, his curiosity flared up again, and he was smoothly lured to Dark Knight. Brother, you calm down a bit. Let's be blunt, what we're doing now is called peeping. If we get caught, Shenru, the devil, will surely kill us. Meng Yiji always felt like the credits in his light brain burned when he saw Shenru. Ill-gotten wealth really burns the hands. Shengzio jumped directly onto Meng Yiji's back. He tightly wrapped his legs around the pink-haired girl, wildly messing with her head while mumbling nonsensical insults. How dare you talk, Pinky? Let me show you the power of our hometown. Verbal abuse attack. After saying this, the blonde pounced at the pink-haired girl's nose with an open mouth, but she didn't give in either, landing a series of powerful punches and immediately gaining the upper hand. Gu Changming watched these two lunatics in the room, quietly move to the wall, not knowing why, but he always had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the next second, someone accidentally turned on the lights inside the room. Xing Zio rushed forward without a word and quickly turned off the light. A bright, star-like glass window stood out oddly in the quiet and dark night. This denial made it even more obvious that they had been watching, thoroughly proving the fact that the few of them were spying. Chapter 118, Virtual Town, 1. Due to the antics of Huang Mao and the insufferable curiosity of Fun Mao, both were once again honored as lucky ones, nominated by Shenru to join the next copy. The system's fractured consciousness had been confirmed. As the remnants of the system's awareness frantically fled, its available paths were only the countless copies within the infinite channel. Fortunately, MOU had fully prepared for this operation. Blocking the transmission of messages from each copy was his main purpose in altering the game's awareness. So now all they had to do was capture the fish in the jar, clearing out the remaining fragments of the channel system without alarming the accursed human who created it. Perhaps because the system was still intact, after the group entered the copy, the cold and unfamiliar mechanical voice once again echoed in the ears of the players. What was different this time was that Shenru could clearly sense a full measure of malevolence from the mechanical tone. Alert! All players have been detected on site. The S-Class copy, Virtual Town, is now activated. Unlimited time. Important notice, this copy is typed role-playing. Complete tasks according to the plot prompts. Loading storyline. This was followed by crackling electrical sounds, and the system seemed to vanish completely. Entering the copy this time was different from usual. Shenru experienced a wave of dizziness in his mind. His body swayed slightly as he pressed his palm against the wall, feeling an icy chill. The smooth texture should be from a mirror. Shenru opened his eyes and began carefully observing his surroundings. A narrow restroom greeted him. The lighting was somewhat dim, but there wasn't the stench he had imagined. The door behind him was tightly closed, the entire space eerily silent, apart from his own breathing. Shenru redirected his attention to the mirror facing him. Clearly, the owner here must have been very clean, apart from the handprints Shenru had just left, there were no other additional traces. Knock, knock, knock. In the sudden silence, a hurried knocking at the door rang out, causing the dark red pupils to tremble momentarily before quickly returning to calm. A gentle male voice sounded from outside the door, "Shenru, is something wrong?" Shenru turned around, inexplicably exhaling a breath of relief upon seeing the closed door, and responded. "Nothing's wrong, I'll be out soon." It appeared he was not currently at his own home. Judging from the man's tone outside the door, their relationship was at least familiar. Shenru had just turned back to inspect whether the bathroom door had opened when he didn't notice the figure in the mirror remained motionless, with a sinister grin spreading from ear to ear and blood-red gums exposed as it faced toward the door. Yet, it was only a momentary event, and as his body twisted back, the reflection in the mirror resumed normalcy. Inside the live stream room. Did we really need this right from the start? Ayawa, get away. Stop doing that kind of stuff with my wife's face. Great, great. If the fish cries, the water knows. But if I cry, does anyone know? To the person above me, go take your anger somewhere else. Shenru wasted no time, he hadn't found anything unusual in the bathroom, so he decisively turned the handle and pushed the door open. Just as he opened the door, he saw a beautiful life-sized doll lying calmly in the arms of a strange man. Fine threads wound tightly around the doll. Whatever the strange man did caused the doll to flex its stiff limbs smoothly, as if about to dance gracefully before Shenru. Shenru rarely felt repulsion towards NPCs at first glance, but this man fell into that category. His hair was meticulously styled, and his golden irises carried a cold smirk. A sticky gaze curled and entangled around Shenru like a voracious python ready to leap up and snap the young man's fragile neck at any second. As though deliberately done, the doll, under the control of the fine strings, gracefully sat on the strange man's thigh. Her arms encircled his neck while her pretty head nestled obediently against the man's cheek. The dim light earlier had obscured the doll's face, but now the exquisite visage was entirely revealed. It was Shenru's own face. Including those alluring and passionate red eyes, they were identical. At this point, darkness congealed into substance, silently extending towards Shenru's feet. Just as it was about to cross the final safe boundary, a disdainful chuckle reverberated through the room. Your craftsmanship is decent, but you're quite the detestable individual. Detestable enough to remind Shenru of the deranged president who once arrogantly proclaimed his intention to domesticate him. The puppeteer did not become angry at this remark but instead looked extremely regretful, casually tossing the beautiful doll aside as if it were nothing more than garbage. He said disinterestedly. In the end, it's just a silent thing. Shenru didn't spare a single glance for the cold object on the floor but instead began to scrutinize the layout of the entire room. Innumerable thin threads extended from the ceiling beams down to the floor, wrapping precisely around every single doll. Each face bore an eerie smile with the same degree of curvature, the only difference being their eyes, which were all pitch-black voids. Clearly, these were still incomplete works. Oppressive, suffocating sensations mingled with the hidden fear lurking in the dark surged wildly through the air, alive and untamed. Why don't they have eyes? Sitting nearby, the puppeteer observed Shenru with a cheerful grin, entranced by those inviting red eyes. Under his breath, he murmured obsessively. Why indeed? As soon as he spoke, Shenru suddenly couldn't help bursting out into laughter. If he hadn't noticed by now, he might as well be taken for a fool. His crimson eyes gleamed with interest as he activated his talent and teleported instantly beside the puppeteer, pinning him forcefully against the wall. The sharp edge of the blade hovered only as far as a thin sheet of paper away from the other's eyes. Who exactly are you? Even if it were some sort of system targeting, it would seem too convenient, wouldn't it? After all, the system despises MOU the most, not himself. So why should Shenru be turned into a puppet when it makes no sense? Unperturbed, the puppeteer gazed at Shenru with eyes filled with infatuation and fascination, sighing dreamily at the youth's sudden proximity. I've watched many of your live streams, you're my muse. As he felt pressure on his neck increase abruptly, the puppeteer grew even bolder, his rapturous expression causing Shenru to break out in goosebumps. Shenru wasn't interested in who this man was now, he wanted him dead. A flash of cold light flickered as the blade pierced the eye, but then a dull sensation came from his hand. Before him stood a substitute, one of the puppeteer's dolls had already taken his place. The sharp weapon stabbed deeply into the eye of the doll that looked exactly like Shenru. It was a talent. Was this man a player? This thought immediately crossed Shenru's mind. Before he could delve deeper, the calm voice of his opponent reached him. Unlike MOU, I don't enjoy killing. If your speed is fast enough, we will meet again very soon. After saying this, the puppeteer vanished into thin air, leaving the entire room plunged once more into deathly silence. Crimson lips curled slightly upwards, revealing a wild homicidal fervor staining the corners of his eyes. Lifting his foot, he viciously crushed the face that mirrored his own. His hoarse voice echoed in the stillness. Unfortunate for you, what you dislike, I adore thoroughly. Go straight to hell, idiot. Inside the live stream room. Murder Guild President. Danger. Wait. Are you treating your muse like this? Making my wife stab her own puppet's eyes? Ayaha, such a fake good guy. Even if I starve to death, I won't ship you with my wife. Chapter 119 Virtual Town, 2. It was clear that the other party had just come to say hello. Judging from the time spent by the puppet master, it should be the incomplete consciousness of the system building a bridge for the other side. It was originally thought that the other side wouldn't discover so quickly, after all, MOU had acted decisively enough. But if you think about it the other way around, MOU's alteration and control of the copy consciousness seemed on par with the other side. At least currently, the other side couldn't enter any other copies of the infinite channel. Otherwise, judging from the other side's nauseating and desperate look, Shenru wouldn't have met this psychopath only now. The dark red eyes circled around this bizarre room, and just as he was about to leave, he noticed a blonde in the corner. Shenru. Discovered Xingzio. Help. He might like gossiping, but this one was far too terrifying even for him. This time, he was really going to die. Though he knew that the final boss behind all this was human, he never expected it to actually be his boss's love rival. Gossiping about such horrifying stuff would make his guts churn. Just as Shenru was about to speak, he suddenly saw a piece of white paper partially covered by curtains above the blonde, revealing only 2 words, rules, which intrigued him somewhat. Xingzio, seeing his sister-in-law fast approaching, assumed he was about to suffer again, hurriedly ducked his head but then heard a sound right above his head. Curious yellow-haired man lifted his neck to speak, when dust from the curtain accumulated, fell onto Xingzio's mouth as Shenru tugged at it. Hack hack hack. That's what he deserved, if only it could make himself go blind, that'd be better. When Shenru saw this town rule, the frozen system finally resumed normalcy, then started broadcasting background information of the copy to the players. Welcome, esteemed players, to the virtual town, where maintaining reason and sobriety is the only path to survival. Your initial SAN value is 50. Please keep your emotions and mind in check, for when your SAN value reaches 0, the player will become an eternal resident of the virtual town, with no chance to exit the game. Residents of this town have been living off doll making for generations. Thus, dolls in the virtual town are extremely important and widespread entities. However, please note, none of these dolls possess eyes. Should you spot a doll with eyes, please ignore it and immediately keep your distance. All residents in the town are very honest. If you find a resident telling lies, please stay away from them immediately. All doors and windows within the town open outward from the inside. Should you notice any abnormalities, players must depend on themselves to seek their own good fortune. Perhaps due to its age, the characters further down were blurred beyond recognition. The system had also only introduced up to this point, leaving the rest to explore gradually. However, judging from the rules listed above, Shenru had already fallen victim to something unfortunate. Because not only did he see the puppet with eyes, he also crushed its head mercilessly. At this moment, Shenru cared more about the blonde who was about to embed himself into the wall. Why are you here? Xingzio felt extremely wronged, sniveling as he said, Sister-in-law, I swear, I opened my eyes and found myself here. Do you believe me? Shenru remained silent, except the coldness in his eyes intensified. The challenge of the puppet master wasn't unilateral. With the power the system possessed, it could not affect MOU, so it dragged Shengzio over, presenting this self-directed farce for the Dark Knight Guild to witness. What a revolting thing. Let's get out first. Taking advantage of the fact that nothing abnormal has happened yet, Shenru decided they should leave first. But upon pushing the door open, an eerie feeling surged through their minds. This door opens inward from the outside. Creak, creak, creak. In the very instant the anomaly was discovered, shadows cast by puppets illuminated by light began to violently shake uncontrollably. Suddenly, a foul stench of decay filled the air, while threads tied to rafters were forcibly pulled apart by the dolls. Eerie whispers echoed throughout the dim space, muffled voices carrying ominous vibes, causing hair to stand on end. F***CK F***CK. Shengzio looked back briefly and caught sight of an eyeless puppet with hollow sockets. Despite the lack of eyes, it gave off a strong sensation of being stared at intently. The blonde screamed as he instantly lost 5 points of SAN value. Live broadcast room. Ha 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 ha, poor little blonde guy hasn't done anything and has already lost SAN points. Fastest player to take damage ever. Maybe this is the punishment for indulging in juicy gossip against President Mo. Ha 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 ha. Don't look, run. Shenru immediately realized something was off, discarded a few timed cards, and decisively dragged Shengzio to run outside. Perhaps this was a chain reaction, like he had triggered the rule of the puppet's eyes, so the punishment for that must be related to the door's opening direction. But the system had explicitly stated that puppets were treasures of the townsfolk here. Currently, it was impossible to determine the consequences of killing a puppet, so they couldn't act rashly. As twilight descended, the two ran out of the puppet shop, surrounded by stores along the commercial street. All the signs read XXX Puppet Shop, festooned with lanterns, making it lively. At the end of the commercial street lay an open square on one side and an old, dilapidated church on the other. The two were not particularly noticeable in their clothing, but the numerous distorted puppets lying on the ground behind them, each bearing a terrifying grin, stood out grotesquely. How did the puppets come out suddenly? It must be because someone broke the rules, they deserve it. Quick, hide. Don't get us involved. The residents began to panic, creating chaos amidst the tranquil night sky. Shengzio never imagined he'd be chased all over the streets by these dreadful things without even understanding the game rules yet. Indeed, as Little Pinkhair had correctly said once, his sister-in-law was truly a living Yama, king of hell. Before he could finish his lamentation, a fierce and deafening explosion sounded behind him. Flames and thick smoke shot up into the sky, and the choking, pungent smell quickly filled the surrounding area. Before he could finish his lamentation, a fierce and deafening explosion sounded behind him. Flames and thick smoke shot up into the sky, and the choking, pungent smell quickly filled the surrounding area. Shengzio intended to look back, but recalling the sharp drop in SAN points just moments ago, he forced himself to stop. The blonde-haired man inside was secretly rejoicing. Serve you right for chasing after us, monsters. Now your home is gone. Just as the feeling of relief started to settle in, the town's loudspeakers began broadcasting a message around them. Urgent notice. 2 residents have openly challenged the town's regulations and destroyed a shop, committing such despicable acts. We hereby initiate a bounty mode. Successfully capturing the 2 fugitives and delivering them to the police station will earn you a muse template from the puppet master. Shengzio was utterly horrified. How about you, sis-in-law? Weren't you supposed to be super cautious? Unlike Shengzio, Shenru continued laughing heartily while running, red eyes full of joy and excitement, which made his handsome features appear even more striking and dazzling. A place this disgusting deserved to be reduced to ashes by a fire. To hell with the rules, let's see what else the system can throw at him. The tense chase was about to reach its final lap. When the duo reached the church entrance, Shenru's elegant fingers barely touched the doorknob before the massive door opened on its own. Thrown off balance by the sudden opening, Shenru lost his footing and fell directly into a familiar embrace. Mou wore an elaborate black long robe, with a white cloak draped over his shoulders. Intricate patterns were etched onto the collar, and a solemn cross hung from his chest. With his crowned head slightly lowered due to the person cradled in his arms, his deep voice remained steady, though Shenru could sense how furiously angry the man had become. A muse template from the puppet master. Chapter 120, Virtual Town, 3. The gate quickly closed as Shenru and the others entered, leaving the eerie puppets and the crowd with bloodshot eyes from greed outside. Shengzio looked in terror at his usually smiling boss. The tougher the situation, the higher the boss's interest would grow. But when there was no expression at all, that generally meant no one dared to provoke the boss's anger. Shenru raised an eyebrow and glanced at Shengzio, who was extremely guilty. Without a doubt, the news could reach Mou's ears so quickly, all thanks to the yellow-haired person. However, Shenru was undoubtedly delighted at this moment. This somewhat base emotion precisely stemmed from the man's anger. No, to be more accurate, it was jealousy and the love and possessiveness that arose in that arrogant man because of Shenru made him unprecedentedly excited, his fingertips clutching the cloak trembling with numbness. He knew that the man wouldn't take the obvious trap too seriously or become extremely emotional, but Shenru didn't mind indulging this seemingly unhappy priest. I'm also very picky. Shenru straightened up, stepping out of the man's embrace, watching as the color visibly drained from the other's face. Smiling, he added. I don't like just any crazy person. You clearly didn't expect Shenru to state it so bluntly. After a brief pause, he chuckled softly, saying. Are you sure about this, Shenru? Shenru furrowed his brows slightly. He wasn't sure what exactly Mou was emphasizing repeatedly, and as soon as those words left the man's mouth, a surge of inexplicable anger rose in him. He took a few steps forward, grabbing the pristine fabric of the man's collar, and said with full malice. I'm sure, and remember Mou, if one day you change your heart, I will torture whoever you love until they are worse off than dead right in front of you, then I'll kill you. Mou looked at Shenru's predatory gaze and smiled pleasurably. A sense of satisfaction, excitement, and even some secret emotions hidden deep down exploded in his heart all at once, lifting the corners of his lips high enough to let pure joy fill his voice. That day will never come. Shenru was about to say something else but saw how the mere tough words had put the man in such a good mood, and so he closed his lips. Never mind. Let's hold on to that for now. In the live stream. What's going on? Why am I only hearing about my husband and wife together now? Something's fishy. Last night my wife didn't tell me this way while we were in bed. Help. I was away for only one session, and my world has fallen apart. Now, tell me. What's the story behind this outfit of yours? Shenru noticed earlier that after he and Xingziao entered the church, those strange things outside went completely quiet, not even daring to step closer. Recalling the introduction he got upon entering the game, Mou began speaking. The residents of this town live by making puppets, and they particularly believe in God. In their minds, the most direct way to communicate with God is through the church, and apparently, I am the priest of this church. Thus, they consider the church a very sacred place, no matter how great the reason, one shouldn't enter casually. Shenru and Xingziao entering the church to save their lives were already crimes deserving death, and God would ensure justice for mankind. Hold on. Shenru examined the interior of the church. Although it looked shabby from the outside, the interior decoration was extremely luxurious, showing the town's respect and trust in the church. You mentioned that the residents of the town would come to the church to communicate with God. When? At midnight, at 12 o'clock, the church gates will automatically open, and the residents will come here to pray, releasing all their desires. Shenru looked through the glass window at the pitch-black surroundings outside. The minute hand was only 2 spaces away from fully overlapping with the hour hand. 10 minutes left. Shenru glanced at the man. Clearly, both of them were thinking the same thing. He and Xingziao were still wanted fugitives. If they did not disguise themselves, being seen by the residents would not only stir up fury but also undermine the church's solemnity. Since Mou was the priest here, they must fully utilize this advantage to maximize their benefits. There should be clothes worn by other staff members in the church. Let's take a look. Saying this, Shenru moved further into the church. At the end of the passage was a changing room, but judging by the dust on the lock, it probably hadn't been opened for a long time. This lock posed no problem for Shenru. After the door opened, Xingziao hurriedly rushed in and rummaged through the clothes in the wardrobe, then fell silent. The yellow-haired man looked at the clothes, wanting to say something but held back. Shenru. A sense of impending doom welled up in Shenru's heart as he stepped forward to take a look, and similarly fell silent. Little Huang Mao seemed unwilling to accept it, furiously digging around in the wardrobe for a while. But still came up with nothing. Neatly hung inside the wardrobe were habits of nuns. The exquisite robes were embroidered with intricate patterns, adorned with beautiful black lace edges on the brims of caps, and heavy white headscarves floated gently on the hangers. The styles were luxurious and splendid. But there wasn't a single male outfit. With midnight approaching 12 o'clock, hiding away would mean no progress for exploring this instant's dungeon, and they only had one way to uncover the secrets of this town. Anyway, it wasn't their first time cross-dressing. Wear them. Midnight, 12 o'clock. Just as Mou said, the church doors slowly opened as the bells rang. Moonlight filtered through the colorful stained glass windows, painting the church floor with dazzling hues. The man stood at the center of the church, the cross on his chest shimmering with silvery light. The priest with ultimate authority raised both hands together as if having heard the human desires, appearing before all with a compassionate heart. The humble humans knelt before the listener of God, waiting for God's absolution and baptism. The black gemstone ring in the man's hand gleamed with dazzling brilliance as a deep and rich voice resonated throughout the church. God will pity the lost lambs. The devout prayers will touch God, forgiving and pardoning all our offenses. This seemed to be an indispensable part of the ceremony. As soon as the man finished speaking, everyone imitated the priest, joining their hands together, closing their eyes, and praying devoutly. Shenru and Xingziao, dressed in nuns' habits, stood behind Mou, stepping forward into the crowd once they saw these residents close their eyes entirely. Before they could take more than a few steps, a tuft of pink hair caught Shenru's attention. It turned out that Pinky's identity was also a resident of the town, though one without a wanted notice hanging over him. Meng Yizhi recognized Mou the moment he entered the church, but with so many other townsfolk around and 2 nun NPCs standing beside Mou Lord, he couldn't approach rashly. He decided to wait until after the prayer was done to make another plan. As he narrowed his eyes thinking about it, suddenly a figure in a long robe of a nun appeared before him. Meng Yizhi hadn't forgotten that he shouldn't open his eyes right now, quickly clamping them shut tightly for fear of triggering some strange rule. What troubles your heart? Though brief, those words were familiar yet terrifying enough to have been engraved deeply into Meng Yizhi's DNA. Practically by instinct, he forced his eyes open and immediately met a pair of red eyes filled with mockery and amusement. Beneath the solemn black habit, rosy lips and striking eyes looked even more alluring and fascinating. A veil of black gauze partially obscured a face capable of stealing one's breath, while the white cap atop his head made the entire appearance both taboo-ridden and fallen. This seductive devil dressed in dignified garb uttered words violating ethical norms. Here, I am more effective than God. In the live stream. Ah, my nun wife is so beautiful. Save me. This damned contrast. Ugh, FFS. Damn it, Mo, you got lucky again. I'm so pissed I ate an extra bowl of rice today. Chapter 121, Virtual Town, 4. Little Fun Gal was shocked beyond measure. Big brother, do you have to be this terrifying? When will Shenru learn to read the atmosphere around him? Even if he shows disdain for praying in the church, couldn't you at least look down and see what you're wearing? But Meng Yizhi could only vent his complaints silently and then watch helplessly as Shenru's smile grew broader, slowly walking into the crowd of people kneeling. As stated by the rules, these residents of the town were indeed very honest and devout, tightly closing their eyes and muttering about the trivial things they had done and some fragmented daily chatter. Until Shenru saw a gray-haired woman. Her wooden cane was tossed aside, her hair disheveled as she collapsed on her knees, repeatedly hitting her head against the pristine white ground. The onlookers ignored her bizarre behavior as though it were nothing out of the ordinary. Shenru quietly walked over to the elder, gently patting her head with his hand, as if trying to soothe her agitated emotions. A gentle voice patiently guided the woman. Dear child. Hurting yourself won't solve anything. God will understand and forgive all your sins. Not too far away, Meng Yizhi, who hadn't missed a single word. That's not how you phrased it just now. Perhaps the word God was truly so deceiving that the old woman's emotions calmed down quickly. She might never have imagined that one day she would be loved by a messenger sent down by God. Slowly lifting her head, the forehead covered in wrinkles was already bloodied and battered. Her vision blurred, even though a divine messenger stood before her face unclear, but her face was already filled with repentant tears, her voice choked with despair yet hinting at hope. I've sinned. I was forced. In fact, only they were hungry, but they demanded we join them. Dolls. The dolls saw it, they gouged out the dolls' eyes. At the moment those words were spoken, the tightly shut church doors suddenly experienced a fierce impact. The creaking sounds resonated intermittently from outside the door, gradually seeping through the cracks like an entity. The crisp creaking, the boom-boom sound of wood colliding with the doors, made everyone inside the room aware of what lay beyond. The dolls had arrived. For a fleeting moment, the frail woman hesitated, and then this feeble body erupted into a shrill, piercing scream echoing within the solemn church, instantly shattering the serene illusion. A chaotic, disorderly riot erupted in the quiet and dignified church. Meng Yizhi took advantage of the confusion to find the group. He was stopped in his haste by a yellow-haired nun. Shengzio grinned widely, stuffing a set of clothes into Meng Yizhi's hands, pulling him off towards the changing room. From the current situation, it seemed certain that the townsfolk carried sins related to the dolls. If Meng Yizhi's position did not change, it was likely that the dolls would target him next. Just as things seemed to spiral out of control, several eerie shadows darted out from the profound darkness, binding the townspeople mid-air, tightly constricting their mouths. In mere moments, besides the frantic sounds of the wooden puppet crashing against the doors, no other clamorous noises remained. The priest clad in MOU walked among the crowd with a smile on his face, his voice deep as if casting a spell. May God bless you. Shenru approached the previous woman with a curved lip, his beautiful red eyes locked firmly onto the wrinkled face resembling tree bark. His exquisite fingers fiercely grabbed the woman's jaw, saying with a semblance of pity. God wishes for you to clarify your statement. Another violent collision came, the decrepit door seemingly unable to bear any more and emitted mournful cries. The entire body of the woman trembled violently. Shenru savored her extreme terror, calmly spouting threats. Guess how long this wooden door can last. Maybe this time, or perhaps the next. Before the sentence finished, the thumping sounds resumed without pause. Her emotional breakdown was instantaneous. Since her mouth was wrapped by shadow, the pitiful woman could only frantically nod her head to express her intentions. The shadow withdrew from her mouth. Desperate whimpers and gasps emerged from her shriveled lips. Taking a deep breath as if recalling something terrible, she stutteringly pieced together the story. A few years ago, several new residents moved to the town. They had no skills and no money, so they could only rely on stealing and robbing to sustain their lives. The police in the town were helpless against them, so every household had to increase their precautions. This went on for a few days, but one deep night, they forced their way into my house. They don't know where they took the child from, but they used our kitchen and cooking pot. When she reached this part, the woman violently gagged twice, as if trying to seek God's forgiveness for herself, forcing herself to continue. They said it was our fault that the child died. If we hadn't locked the doors and windows tightly, it wouldn't have led them to eat human flesh. They not only ate it themselves, but also forced us to drink up all the soup. Shinru could guess the rest without her saying it. The dolls saw everything, and those people gouged out the dolls' eyes. This seemed a little strange. Furrowing his brow, Shinru asked, "Where did these people go in the end? Are new residents coming to the town frequently?" The woman nodded painfully. "No one knows where they went. It's like they disappeared into thin air. Moreover, every once in a while, a few new residents come to the town, but they disappear shortly after arriving." After hearing the story till the end, Shinru finally understood what happened. Those cannibalistic residents were probably players portraying them. They might have been under the system's mandatory requirements, even gouging out the doll's eyes possibly as a directive from the system. But the consequences of the previous people would be entirely accepted by the following players entering the game. It produced an almost indelible impact. Still, some logic seemed sound but couldn't quite explain itself fully. For instance, why would the dolls hold a grudge against the townsfolk for gouging out their eyes? Even though they normally lived in peace, why did the woman's words incite a riot? The town rules stated that all residents of the town were honest. But if a liar is found, please keep away immediately. Looks like the dolls went berserk because this woman lied. Shinru glanced at Mou, who promptly withdrew the shadows holding down the old woman with a loud thud as a figure fell onto the ground. Truly foolish. The delicate fingers pinched the dry orange peel-like face, red eyes filled with malice and interest. Dressed in a clothing meant to bring redemption, yet engaging in deeds corrupting faith. Where is there any such thing as God? Shinru chuckled watching the woman earnestly praying for God's protection and sneered. Instead of praying to God, you should pray to me. Saying this, a sharp blade was cruelly thrust deep into the woman's upper arm. Shinru then slowly gripped the hilt, moving it back and forth, deliberately peeling off a patch of skin that had lost its elasticity. The woman's screams of anguish gave him a distinct sense of satisfaction. One cut after another. Following the lines and textures of the muscle, carefully and meticulously cutting off piece after piece of flesh. With sweet indulgence laced through his demonic voice. "My child, this is your punishment for lying to God." The beautiful nun broke free from humanity's constraints, blood-red irises blooming forbidden desires within a sea of blood. In that moment, the sanctity of this place turned utterly foul, invaded by pure evil. Chapter 122, Virtual Town, 5. A strange and holy hymn suddenly echoed in the church. As if it was cleansing the evil in the blood-stained pool. The flesh under the nun's blade suddenly rotted and decayed, and the dolls outside the door had stopped attacking at some point. The shocking blood and flesh gradually merged into the ground, as the eerie hymn approached its end. The surroundings crumbled noisily. The scene reverted once more to the moment prayer had initially started. But one difference stood out: the woman who Shinru had brutally killed had vanished without a trace. Perhaps he escaped the illusion by seeing through the woman's lies, or maybe everything that just happened was his delusion. But none of this changed one fact: the system didn't erase the NPC's memories of previous players entering the dungeon. They merely believed the players had briefly lived there and then mysteriously disappeared. Shinru glanced at Mou and Xingziao beside him. They showed no major reactions. Meng Yiji in the distance also displayed no abnormality. He alone remembered what had just occurred. The praying time dragged on, long and tedious. Shinru paced back and forth a few times until he was almost tempted to pull out a knife to force Mou to prematurely end the ritual. Taking advantage of the praying crowd who all sincerely closed their eyes, the young man approached Mou, leaning his entire weight onto the man's shoulder with his eyes slightly closed. His handsome face, accentuated by the black thin veil, exuded an even more breathtaking beauty, a sudden clash of colors hitting the eye, forbidden yet utterly captivating. Anyone who dared to look would see that in the sacred church, the priest they revered so highly was allowing a nun's impertinence. I met a lying woman who pulled me into an illusion. Mou's breathing momentarily paused but quickly returned to normal. He understood Shinru's implication since he himself had no memory of entering the illusion. Shinru straightened up, smiling brightly at the man as his crimson eyes scrutinized the priest, slowly saying, "Would you say there are no rules in this church?" Shinru wanted to trigger the church's rules again and enter the illusion once more. This time, he planned to drag the man along. After all, Mou was the one who destroyed the system, so why should he always be the target? With a faintly amused expression, Mou looked at the kneeling masses around them and placed his warm hand on the slender waist of the nun, giving her two slow, deliberate options. Do you think the taboo love between a nun and a priest angered God more, or the bloodshed throughout the church? The handsome youth's smile deepened. He clearly saw the same excitement and malevolence flash in the man's eyes. What gods? From before until now, God has never saved humanity. Mankind can only save itself. Amidst the murmured prayers from the congregation, Shinru gave Mou a reverent kiss on the lips. Beguiling red lips curved into a devilish grin. Maybe we'd get better results together. In the live stream chat room. Grass grass grass. They're over there praying solemnly, so what are you two doing? Please count me in. I think this isn't enough stimulation. I've already bought a bed, don't move, I'm coming with it. My nun wife. Wah. This is hotter than ever. As the prayer ended, Just as Shenru and Mo were about to make their move, a man suddenly charged out from the kneeling crowds. Obsessively infatuated, like someone possessed by a ghost, the man sprinted toward Shenru and fell down to his knees roughly a meter away. Crawling forward dog-like, he reached Shenru's feet. The youth frowned prettily but stayed completely still, waiting to see what exactly the NPC intended to do. The NPC wildly sniffed the unique scent belonging to Shenru, crazily rubbing his face against the black hem of the dress in front of him like a devout and feverish follower ready to kiss Shenru's shoe tips. Mo's handsome face remained expressionless, but his presence grew peculiarly twisted and sinister, his black eyes tinged with red veins. Someone was coveting what belonged to him. Right before everyone's eyes. Just as Mo was about to lose his temper, Shenru finally moved after watching the spectacle. The square-headed black boot deflected the disgusting attempt at a kiss, showing instead pity as it nudged the shoe's tip beneath the NPC's chin, forcing him to lift his head. The crazed devotion reflected in those eyes immediately clashed with the dark red pupils. Uncontrollably, the NPC's mouth opened wide, emitting a hoarse, eerie sound. These red irises are truly God's masterpiece. My muse. As the words faded, shadows lurking in the dark seemed to be enveloped in anger, finally finding justification for slaughter. Without regard for the astonished gazes of those present, the shadows directly pierced through the throat of whoever had spoken. Blood stained the once pristine floor of the church, cold and ominous. Shenru scanned his surroundings, awaiting any momentary rebellion triggered by breaching the rules. Before the doors could produce even a sound, something truly horrifying occurred. The NPC who was already dead as could be suddenly opened their gray, lifeless eyes, their gaze filled with fixation and madness as it remained steadfastly on Shenru's handsome face. A sneer escaped Shenru's lips. Not waiting for Mo's reaction, he inserted his pale fingers into those disgusting eyeballs without hesitation. The action was fierce and decisive, devoid of any trace of hesitation or sentiment. His frigid voice emerged from his red-stained lips. If you keep looking at me with that repulsive gaze, next time it won't just be gouging out your eyes that simple. The NPC on the ground lost all signs of life. Though there was indeed an intentional component aimed to provoke anger, to Shenru, the result made no difference. However, before anyone could intervene, Shenru did genuinely contemplate slaughtering the entire church, leaving not a single survivor. But now, God had offered a sacrificial pawn, thereby fulfilling Shenru's purpose. Look here, this is God's so-called compassion. Crack, crack, crack. Disturbing sounds kept issuing from the kneeling crowd, short and rapid. The skin of the townsfolk shifted from glossy to rigid and lifeless, eventually producing the sound of wood cracking, falling off their bodies piece by piece, landing harshly on the ground with sharp clatters. Like animals shedding their skin, one after another NPCs also peeled off their deceptive exteriors, tearing out their own eyes, ultimately transforming into the same doll-like form Shenru initially encountered. The pink-haired youth, still without memory of what happened earlier in the illusion, naturally didn't recall being forcibly dressed as a nun by the blonde-haired man. Although considering the absurdity of the current scene, upon remembering that this was entirely orchestrated by Shenru and President Mo, it suddenly felt quite ordinary. Nevertheless, none of this was most pressing for Meng Yiji. The most critical issue was that he now found himself trapped in the den of these dolls. If he didn't flee immediately, he would soon become their appetizer. Meng Yiji sprinted towards the direction of Shenru and the others, inwardly cursing his bad luck. Look at those three people, they were the lofty priest and the respected nuns. Even if danger arose, they would have ample time to escape. And yet, he ended up as just a mere resident, and worse, one stuck in the jaws of a trap like this. Just as Pinky was about to reunite with the main group, though his ears hadn't yet caught what they were saying, his eyes first landed on the stunned look of the blonde man staring at Shenru. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of foreboding instantly overtook him, even causing the speed at which he ran toward them to slow down considerably. Until he heard Xing Xiao's frantic shout, "Sister-in-law, think carefully. Aren't the dolls the most crucial existence in this town?" Meng Yiji internally sensed trouble, making a quick turn to try to bypass Shenru, but was abruptly gripped by a hand clutching the back of his collar. "Pinky." A cheerful voice from behind sounded. "Come with me. I'll show you something different." Afterward, the youth dragged Meng Yiji straight into the midst of the dolls. "Meng Yiji, help. I just managed to get out like a dog." "What are you doing?" Inside the live stream chat room. "Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha, my wife acted so fast Pinky's expression didn't even have time to change before she pulled him away. My wife, still more handy with the pink-haired one." Chapter 123 Virtual Town, 6. Shenru had overlooked an issue. Why did he also break the rules at the start of entering the copy, yet didn't enter an illusion? Could it be that the activation of the illusion wasn't just based on breaking rules? The NPC's voluntary sacrifice seemed to be pushing Shenru forward, luring him into this prearranged new scene. Packed tightly, the dolls crawled towards them with eerie and terrifying poses, unlike their earlier frantic pursuit. It was more like they were forcing them to actively explore the secrets deep within the church. Shenru raised his eyebrows, watching these creatures wriggling on the ground, a completely absurd idea suddenly forming in his mind. Are these dolls really dolls? We'll know after killing a few. The moment the handsome young man dashed out, he resembled a pearl flashing with bright light. His red eyes harbored dangerous ill intent and a pleasant desire to kill as he deftly pinned down two dolls struggling wildly. His fists smashed hard into the doll's head with a sound reminiscent of wood cracking, making his sinister smile even wider. Finally, under Shenru's relentless attack, the inside of the doll emitted a sharp and pitiful cry for mercy. At the same time, cries of anguish were heard from the side of Xiao Huang and Xiao Fan too. Xing Ziao shouted in astonishment, "What the hell? Xiao Fan, look! Matryoshka dolls!" Xiao Fan was completely unprepared and her SAN value plummeted by 5 points due to the Russian nesting dolls. Meng Yizhi. The broken wooden pieces fell onto the ground, revealing distorted faces full of tears, seemingly truly afraid of death as they cried and begged for mercy. Seeing their comrades exposed by the players, the remaining large batch of dolls stopped moving, standing stiffly on the ground without a sound. In the live stream. What the hell? What? Brothers, my IQ is clearly not enough right now. What? Human becomes doll. Doll becomes human. Shenru looked interestedly at the humans inside the doll's shells, raising his eyebrows slightly. Living? Mou stood beside him, his dark eyes filled with coldness, saying indifferently, "We will know after a try." Shenru intended exactly that, his tongue slid over his lips and finally pressed against the upper palate, his white wrist turned in the air, and a sharp blade appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, ignoring the person's pleas for mercy, he directly stabbed the NPC's eye. Aw! Accompanied by a shrill scream, the piece of wood next to the man's right face cracked as the blade grazed his cheek and plunged deeply into the white floor. Shenru laughed wildly, his dark red eyes bright and full of interest, full of malice said. "It seems you're alive. Can you speak human language?" The NPC, whose wits were already scared away, dared not act mute any longer and hastily replied. "Yes. Don't kill me. I can tell you anything." Shenru arched his eyebrows slightly, letting his gaze linger on the doll momentarily before smiling sweetly and asked. "Then tell us the basic conditions to trigger the illusion." "What?" The NPC obviously didn't expect such a question, mouth slightly open in astonishment, remained silent for a long time. Shenru pulled the blade embedded in the ground, his patience running thin. With a smirk curling on his lips, he nonchalantly said. "Not saying then." A flash of cold light, and just as the tip of the knife was about to stab into the opponent's eyeball, the harsh sobbing suddenly sounded, "I'll say. I'll say." The cruel smile reflected in everyone's eyes, Shenru paid no heed to the NPC's pleading. He forcefully thrust through the opponent's skull, his dark red eyes gleaming dangerously as sin-filled blood splattered everywhere, defiling the holy nun with ominous colors. "You wouldn't say, so there are others who'd be willing to." The dark-haired youth narrowed his eyes slightly, red irises tinged with bloody hues as he looked toward the NPC beneath Xing Ziao. The other side proved extremely cooperative, spilling everything before being asked. The residents of the town, people, are the mediums to access the new world. To enter the new world, one must break the rules while involving a resident of the town. This explained why Shenru didn't enter the illusion when he broke the rules for the first time. Naturally, the doll maker doesn't count as a resident of the town, which was why neither he nor Xing Ziao could activate the illusion. What is this new world? Xiao Fan noticed that the NPC referred to the illusion as a new world, sounding like it was a place they greatly revered and admired. Of course, rebirth. The NPC's words hadn't finished when the strange yet sacred singing echoed again throughout the vast church. The holy statue shattered along with the collapsing surroundings, and the doll's figures gradually vanished into the darkness. The collapse and singing resonated together in a muffled sound. The scene completely disintegrated, and the picture returned to where the crowd had finished praying. But this time, those who retained memories were not only Shenru but also Mou. Because the triggering of the church rules was a joint effort by the two of them. The crowd dispersed, leaving only the 4 players inside the church. Xiao Huang and Xiao Fan clearly forgot everything that just happened, celebrating the successful conclusion of their prayer. After Shenru briefly recounted what had occurred, an icy mechanical voice suddenly boomed in their ears. Congratulations to the 4 players for successfully discovering the method to enter the illusion. A plot quest is now being issued. You have learned some true or false stories about the townsfolk within the illusion. Please explore further according to the tasks given. Task 1, investigate the truthfulness of the story told by the woman about new residents eating people and drinking soup, and complete its details. Task 2, why are there humans hidden within the dolls? As soon as the system's voice finished, Xing Ziao eagerly rolled up his sleeves and said boldly to Shenru. I know how to do this one. Sister, you just need to tell me which family to approach, and I'll take action. Meng Yizhi gulped nervously beside him and asked hesitantly, what do you plan to do? Xiao Huang's face wore an expression full of depth, of course, it's intimidation. Think about it, the residents here must tell the truth. If they lie, we can touch them and enter the illusion, thus exposing their lies. If they don't want to break the rules, most likely they won't speak at all, and that's when threats come especially handy. Ah. Now I understand. This process seems quite familiar to me too. Xiao Fan struck her palm with her fist, looking as if she had fully comprehended the situation. It works. Threatening others is much better than getting threatened yourself. Xing Ziao, with a cocky tail, proudly turned to Mou and said, Big brother, what do you think? Mou slightly smirked without answering, only casting a gleeful look at Shenru. It appears teacher Shen will soon have countless students. Shenru. When exactly did he teach such stuff? However, Shenru didn't oppose Xiao Huang's suggestion this time. Indeed, under these circumstances, intimidation was faster, though the way of intimidating could be flexible. Father, shouldn't there be a cemetery nearby? Mou raised an eyebrow, his deep eyes reflecting the young man's handsome and cunning smile, and finally landed on Shenru's crimson lips, slowly nodding his head. The answer was certainly affirmative. This town only had one graveyard, behind the church. In the live stream. Damn it. The level of pampering has gone off the charts. Ahahaha, already I'm willing to give up my soul to switch places with Mou. Even switching places with Xiao Huang or Xiao Fan would be fine. Hahaha, no one cares why your wife is digging up a cemetery, right? No clue, but Xiao Huang and Xiao Fan are in serious danger, hahaha. The audience's worries weren't unfounded. Leaving aside Xing Xiao, Meng Yizhi had never imagined himself going through such an experience. Looking at the shovel in his hand and Xiao Huang industriously working among the dirt mound, he fell into brief thought over his current actions. What are you standing there for? Dig faster. At the devilish urging voice, Xiao Huang and Xiao Fan wielded their shovels even more quickly. Xing Xiao timidly asked, Sister, may I humbly ask what exactly we're doing here? Shenru's gorgeous red eyes sparkled as she explained without reservation. God told me that his believers wanted to drink bone soup. Meng Yizhi. When exactly did God tell you this? Did he call you? Chapter 124 Virtual Town, 7. Although direct threats might achieve the same effect, Shenru just didn't want to let them off so easily. Or rather, she didn't want to let any NPC in this go unpunished, especially those damned dolls. The cemetery behind the church looked more like wild graves. Scattered tombstones, wild grasses grown out of control with no one to tidy them up, it was not only eerie but also carried a sense of desolation. Xing Xiao sighed while digging, doesn't anyone die in this town? There are only a few graves here. Meng Yizhi didn't give it much thought and joked, maybe they all know the art of eternal life. If they don't die, they don't need tombstones. Just as he finished speaking, Xia Fenmei stopped his actions because he had dug up a diary. But the degree of wear and its thickness could hardly qualify it as a diary anymore. At best, it was several pages of random notes from long ago. Before he could make out the contents, the 4 large characters at the top of the page startled him speechless. Eternal Life Game. It was a player's notebook. What was buried in this grave wasn't a resident of the town, but a player who had died here. So where were the town's residents buried if they died? Were they cremated and their ashes scattered directly? Grass. Inside the live stream room. Fuck, looking at this gave me the chills. The little pink fur was right. Do people in this town even die? Shit, aren't they all going to that new world or something after death? What? They go to the new world after dying. Friend upstairs, if you can't contribute to the discussion, just be part of the atmosphere group, throwing around question marks and exclamation marks. Shenru watched those pieces of paper with interest until her eyes fell on the last part, where her suspicions were confirmed. It read, they are all devils, cooking human stew. The truth was completely opposite to what the woman had said. It was the residents of the town who ate people. The role of the players in this aspect wasn't clearly mentioned. This couldn't thoroughly complete task 1, because the writing was brief and did not specify who the humans were, and they also didn't know why the residents of the town did this. Little Yellow and Little Pink didn't continue digging either, perhaps out of sympathy for their fellow sufferers, and filled the soil back into the hole with grunts. What are we supposed to use to cook the soup then? Xing Xiao asked a perfectly reasonable question. The players had no feud with them, perhaps they were all killed by the town's residents. Asking them to use dead players' bones to make the soup went against their conscience. Shenru lazily stood beside the gravestone, her beautiful fingers lightly stroking the cross hanging on her chest. Moonlight shone on her gorgeous face wrapped in black lace, and her red eyes reflected infinite mystery and compassionate tolerance. The extraordinarily holy nun sincerely spoke before God. It is self-evident. God is also curious about the taste of his own believers. Shenru originally wanted to solve the problem simply, but since digging bones out of graves was not an option, she had to switch to a slightly more troublesome method. Meng Yizhi understood Shenru's intention, but since he started out as a resident, he remembered the rules vividly. Though strange things keep happening here, there are many restrictions. Putting aside the fact that the church has its own set of rules, one must also follow the rules inside residents' homes. Anyone trespassing without permission can immediately be reported and arrested, let alone commit murder. Xing Xiao suddenly remembered something and quickly added, that's right sis. Besides, we're fugitives now. Fan Mao blinked in surprise and then turned pale, we've been wanted since the beginning of the... Huang Mao proudly patted his chest, exactly. That would be my achievement. Meng Yizhi. He should have thought of it earlier. The last time Shenru willingly dressed as a female character was due to annoying Mou in the... She's caused trouble again. So what do we do? Meng Yizhi subconsciously looked at Shenru. He often felt cursed, getting tricked so many times but still couldn't remember. Shenru pulled up the corners of her lips, highly satisfied with the other person's response, speaking softly with indulgence and laughter in her voice. Kidnapping the nuns from the church would surely result in sufficient charges. Meng Yiji was shocked internally and glanced at the two people present dressed in nuns' clothes, then slowly looked towards the always unlucky Huang Mao, asking doubtfully, him? Shenru shook her head, a smile lingering at the corner of her mouth. Her fair, slender fingers traced a circle between Xiao Huang and Fen Mao as she gently said. It's you too. Of course, the more people kidnapped, the heavier the charges. Xia Fenmao had no right to argue back. After being heart-controlled for 5 minutes, he completely accepted his fate and started to research with Xing Ziyao which family would be the best target. The man interrupted their discussion. There is a great family in the center of the town. Mou looked at Shenru with great interest and explained mischievously, the mayor's family. The mayor of the town should know everything. After all, many people would abandon anything for power and status, even their humanity. The group reached a consensus and took advantage of the deserted streets to approach the side of the mayor's house. Being an influential family, not only was their location the most luxurious part of the whole town, but also the scale of their villa was extremely grandiose and extravagant. Xiao Huang and Xiaofen chose a secluded place to prepare to climb over the wall. Seeing Shenru was about to follow, they were startled. Sister-in-law, maybe you shouldn't come along. Meng Yiji immediately reacted and nodded hastily. That's right, we can handle this kind of trivial matter. Shenru acted as if she didn't notice their resistance at all, seriously explaining, this can't be done without me. Xiao Huang and Xiaofen. What could possibly involve you? Arms can't overpower thighs. Xing Ziyao and Meng Yiji could only resign themselves to let this living llama follow them, entering the mayor's house together. They selected an out-of-the-way warehouse. Once inside, Shenru quickly closed the door. Afraid of being exposed, the group didn't dare to turn on the lights, only using flashlights to barely illuminate the area and swiftly look around the environment. Inside, there were some rarely used junk piled up, and against the wall were several bundles of long, damp wooden sticks. Shenru thought it was rather strange. The town no longer used wood to make fires, and if these were materials for making dolls, these sticks were too thin. But now obviously wasn't the time to consider this. From the warehouse, Shenru rummaged out 2 bundles of ropes and skillfully tied Xiaofen and Xiao Huang tightly. When the two thought that was it, the living llama began the next step. Rip. Xiao Huang and Xiaofen. Their clothes were torn forcefully, exposing their thighs and waists, along with the white gauze on their heads, which was crumpled and tossed aside. Shenru stood up admiring her work, seemed dissatisfied, then squatted down again and shredded the fabric on Xiaofen's shoulder, revealing a large expanse of pale skin to the air. Xia Fenmao was frightened into stammering, Th. This is too much. Shoo. The black-haired youth was full of laughter in his eyes, her lips fiery red. You two should faint now. Little Pink and Little Huang choked back sobs for a moment, then despairingly closed their eyes, tilting their heads. Shenru. Inside the live stream room. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Wife. This time you really went too far. Ha 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 ha. In this case, indeed my wife is irreplaceable. Which dad would have thought of so many more steps? Chapter 125 Virtual Town, 8. Shenru originally only thought about kidnapping, but such a criminal act does not warrant the death penalty. However, offending nuns is vastly different. While Shenru and her 2 companions were preparing to frame the mayor, Mou was pretending to search house to house in earnest. The identity of the priest has a significant influence, especially when after prayers it's discovered that the nuns in the church have gone missing. This is undoubtedly an extremely malicious event in the town. Upon hearing this, the residents were filled with righteous indignation, all offering to help the priest look for the missing nuns. Mou, seeing the firm determination of everyone, a flicker of barely noticeable sarcasm passed through his deep eyes. He solemnly expressed his thanks with his hands folded together. God will bless his believers. Shenru had been waiting at the street corner for a long time. When she saw the man leading a large crowd coming in her direction, she hurriedly disheveled the black veil on her head and forced red marks on her cheeks. She appeared as if she had just come running from somewhere. There was a light sweat on her forehead, and her plump, red lips looked slightly dry. Shenru, acting flustered, ran to the side of the priest. Even though she showed alarm, she still maintained a proper distance, stopping about a meter away from him. Her grief-stricken voice then slowly echoed. I saw, at the mayor's house. A stir went through the crowd. Though they intended to help the priest find the nuns, if it was at the mayor's house, many of them were intimidated. On one hand, everyone couldn't believe that the mayor would openly abduct 2 holy nuns. On the other hand, as lowly commoners, if the mayor was falsely accused, they too would suffer consequences for participating in this event. The emotion in the man's eyes was unclear, his brow furrowing for a moment, shadows stirring behind the scenes. There is no need for any of you to be concerned. The divine messenger does not lie. If any problems arise, I will bear them alone. The moonlight reflected off the perfectly handsome face, the cross hanging from his chest revealing a solemn air under the cool light. Shenru looked at the man, whose expression had returned to normal, with some surprise. It was normal enough that her statement wasn't fully believed by the crowd. Why was Mou upset? With the priest's assurance, the people regained their resolve and followed the two with great momentum towards the mayor's house. The mayor was a man in his early 30s. To be honest, Shenru was somewhat surprised upon seeing him because this man was too young. Seeing the bewildered expression on the young man's smooth face, Shenru became even more curious about the secrets they were hiding. There was no need to escalate the emotional value any further. Ignoring the mayor's obstruction, the dark-haired youth charged into the villa with a malicious intent, feigning a search in a few rooms before rushing directly to the warehouse. Little Huang and Little Fun had been waiting for a while. As soon as the door opened, a loud wail, both tragic and deliberate, echoed throughout the entire villa. Ah! I'm so unfortunate. Inside the live stream room. Ha 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 ha, this ridiculous entrance. There must be Little Huang's small thoughts behind it. Definitely. Little Huang and Little Fun's actions seem increasingly demonized. Who knew my wife's shocked face didn't seem acted, ha 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 dot. Brothers, am I the only one who thinks they're indirectly venting their true feelings? Ha 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 dot. The sound drew the attention of those who had followed and the confused mayor. They all gathered at the doorway of the warehouse to see the two nuns sobbing pitifully, their black robes torn apart, their white skin red from being tied with ropes, showing how ruthless the offender was. Mou's expression was icy cold, his gloomy expression exposing the priest's fury. Does the mayor intend to rule over everything here? The mayor was very surprised, even protesting against what seemed to be established truths. I did not do it. How could I know what they look like? Why would I do this? Explanations are often weak in the face of facts. Once people seize on a fault, they immediately place themselves morally above others, and at that moment neither status nor power seems an insurmountable gap. Among the crowd looking on, someone shouted, "Tie him up." Yes. Tie up the demon who defiles the divine messenger. Instantly, everyone echoed their agreement, support rising wave after wave. At this moment, the truth doesn't matter much anymore, what matters is that they have become accomplices to the devil, and there is no longer a way back to heaven. Inside the church. The tall arches were towering and awe-inspiring. Light shone through the rose windows onto the carved walls of the Gothic architecture, as the sacred judgment commenced. In front of the solemn and pure white statue, a completely naked man was tied to the cross. Naked he came, and naked he shall leave. The nun's skirts gently brushed past, carrying a cool breeze. Joyful songs were sung from her crimson lips as Shenru held a brush, dipping it into the pungent liquid from a gasoline can. Slowly, she began painting the image of the Grim Reaper on the body of this NPC. I know you've been framed. As the brush reached his chest, Shenru could feel the frantic heartbeat beneath the paint, brought on by sheer terror. She slowly looked up at the young face streaked with tears. His mouth had already been sealed shut with adhesive tape, forcing him to endure the humiliation of his fallen authority in silence, managing only desperate whimpers for help. Shenru grinned even wider, her expression softening as she spoke gently. Let's exchange secrets. I'll tell you who framed you. All you have to do is tell me why your town eats people, and where those people come from. Upon hearing this, the NPC's originally agitated demeanor noticeably calmed down, now tinged with hesitation. He was calculating. Shenru didn't rush him, methodically continuing her work, maintaining an air of supreme command over life and death. The brush trailed down to the man's neck, its whispering sound eerie and seductive. Think carefully. Soon flames will rise from beneath your feet, searing pain that will carve deep into your soul. Your smooth and taut skin will turn to ashes with time, leaving behind nothing but clean bones. The demonic murmurs persisted, God controls all, but bones are just bones. One sentence seemed to strike home for the NPC. The mayor first froze, then appeared mentally prepared, slowly nodding after a moment. Shenru arched an eyebrow in response, tearing off the adhesive strip covering his mouth, gesturing for him to speak first. The NPC had no room for negotiation, resignedly opening his mouth. The people were chosen from among the new residents who violated the rules. At first, we only needed to refine oil from their corpses, but as the town became saturated, we no longer needed more newcomers. Yet they kept finding ways to move in, killing them outright would be wasteful. So they were eaten. Pausing briefly, he continued, as for the porcelain doll's eyes. They must wait until God finds the perfect pair before being permitted to be set. Shenru raised an eyebrow, unsure why a sudden pulse shot through her temple. Why does the town become saturated? Because no one dies, so there's no room for new life to join. What Shenru truly wanted to ask was about the secret to the town's inhabitants' eternal life. Before the NPC could finish speaking, a wave of heat surged between them, roaring flames climbing upwards fiercely. They swallowed the words into the inferno, with the adhesive tape somehow reappearing on his mouth. God had stripped away his right to scream in agony. Each spark of fire carried the flowing fear in the blood. It seems revealing secrets draws divine punishment from God. The fire burned quickly but was extinguished just as suddenly. A few of them checked through the ash, attempting to find human bones. But they found none. Only some stray bits of splintered wood remained unburned. At such temperatures, the flames would not have been enough to destroy human bones completely. This means what burned was not a human, but a doll. Still, these discoveries paled compared to the final few words spoken by the NPC. Though the sudden burst of fire muffled his exact words, Shenru clearly saw the shape of his lips forming a desperate cry in despair. Eternal Game. Chapter 126, Virtual Town, 9. It was impossible to hastily determine if the eternal game mentioned by the mayor was the same as what the players knew. Furthermore, why were no human bones found after the fire had burned? It seemed that in order to find the answers to these questions, a visit to the mayor's house would be necessary. However, through this tightly orchestrated scheme of entrapment, Shenru had indeed learned what he wanted to know. The town residents ate the flesh of the players and drank soup made from the players' bones. The reason was simply that there were too many players entering the scenario frequently, overloading the capacity, leaving them with no choice but to consume them. A simple yet absurd reason. After the inferno, the only proof of the mayor's existence was the half-burnt angel sculpture behind the cross. Shenru turned around and looked at those who called themselves believers of God standing below. Their faces showed no hint of sadness, rather, they radiated relief. They were relieved that they wouldn't get implicated due to the mayor's death. Some even felt envy. They envied the mayor's fate, as his death had become a tomb personally crafted by God. Meng Xiao poked around the ashes with a stick, returned empty-handed, and quietly asked, "So are we still going to stew bone soup? Looks like it can't be done." His dark red eyes were full of regret. Smiling warmly, he surveyed his surroundings as if waiting for something to happen. Meng Yi watched him like this and started feeling numb on the back of his scalp. He couldn't help but press for an answer. "Why?" Shenru smiled awkwardly. "I just told an NPC that I knew he was framed." The rules randomly triggered by the town now tend to lean towards rationalization. Knowing the truth while idly watching the mayor being wrong should theoretically have triggered the town's rules. Moreover, I've also interacted with the townspeople, which means my penalties will stack up. In other words, thanks to Shenru, they could enter a hallucinatory realm anytime. Meng Yi. Knowing all this detail so clearly, and you still broke the law. Shenru turned and looked at Mou. No matter what clothes the man wore, elegance and dignity were required. Though dressed as a priest, a dark and twisted aura followed the man, lending a sense of rupture to his sacred role. But then again, previous trigger times for illusions were always immediate. This one is taking unusually long. Red eyes locked onto the man's refined face, slowly revealing a deceptively charming smile. "President Mo, what do you think I should do?" The man smiled faintly, his peripheral vision flashing across the crowd standing below, and replied unhurriedly. "Killing one would reveal the answer. Last time, during the illusion, the residents of the town transformed from humans into puppets, their core remaining human inside. This time, perhaps they were merely feigning their outward human form, intentionally aiming to deceive the players." As soon as these words left his mouth, shadows lurking in the darkness, as if sensing some sort of sign, writhed out like a venomous snake ready to strike, swiftly emerging from a corner. They mercilessly dragged one of the villagers out by the ankle and presented them to Shenru as if offering a trophy. Shenru looked at the man before him, whose lips curled slightly upward, appearing calm and unfazed, as if whether this place was reality or illusion didn't matter to him, the gesture was merely to win his favor. The sky was gradually showing signs of dawn. The residents stood in a daze, their eyes becoming vacant since who knows when, their breathing almost imperceptible. Soft light fell on Shenru's side face, highlighting the dark nun's attire with striking emphasis. Shenru couldn't suppress the excitement anymore. He couldn't help but praise how well-timed Mou's present was, his joyous laughter mixed with smoke lingering above the expansive church. As soon as the youth's fist connected with the human skin, it shattered immediately. An inviting aroma of roasted meat filled the air. They were indeed caught in an illusion. Unlike last time, these creatures within the illusion lacked aggressiveness. When the people hiding inside the dolls saw Shenru, they widened their eyes and gave an eerie smile. Before Shenru could react further, this person suddenly flipped over uncontrollably, arched their back, chest rising and falling, and emitted terrifying, sounds involuntarily from the throat. The body bent unnaturally, with the corners of the mouth splitting sideways, blood-soaked cuts forming grotesque expressions, until sticky fluids, along with two eyeballs intermixed with human tissues, sprayed out and landed lonely beside Shenru's feet. The pitch-black pupils were filled with malicious intent, glaring fiercely at the scarlet eyes. The stupefied crowd suddenly sprang into action, each behaving as if afflicted by a lunatic spell. They scrambled madly toward Shenru's feet to grab the eyeball lying there, saliva dripping profusely. The quicker ones had already picked up the lump of vomit, shoving it hastily into their mouths. The sound of bursting juices reverberated, and their expressions of bliss suggested they were savoring some extraordinary delicacy. In an instant, Shenru's heart began to pound violently. A mechanical system voice echoed in Shenru's ears, "Player's consciousness fluctuation detected. Though this sight only makes you feel nauseous, there seems to be something more sinister affecting your thoughts. Your sanity is being affected, SAN value reduced by 5. Shenru. Carelessness was costly. Inside the live stream chat. System, can we negotiate something? Just let my wife see these disgusting scenes. I'd rather not look, vomit. Grass. That was something vomited out by someone. Ayawa. Crawl away from me. Fellow gamers, just so happens, I've got some strawberry-flavored popping candies in my mouth right now. A string of system prompts caused Shenru immense annoyance. The bloody visuals kept stimulating his senses, the suppressed violent instincts lurking within him growing restless. The illusion was like testing every shred of evidence they'd found in the real world, gradually revealing what this was originally like. Looking at the monsters whose skin was becoming increasingly smooth due to chewing on eyeballs, Shenru recalled the very young mayor. It seemed the player's flesh had another effect, eternal youth. Mou had used black shadows to completely restrain the others, leaving only the monster that had been vomiting continuously. Shenru urgently needed the truth. Meng Yizhi, you too. He had intended for them to come over and help, but when he turned around, he saw that the two were indeed quite underdressed. Their expressions after being called felt wronged and terrified, making Shenru realize he had been abusing them mentally. Little Huang and Little Fun, seeing Shenru's hesitant expression, exhaled in relief, even their tense fur drooping as they realized they had escaped disaster. Hurry and cover yourselves before coming over to help. Your underwear is showing. Little Huang and Little Fun. If hell is empty, devils must be here on earth. Who could have put them through this? As Cheng Ziyao and Meng Yizhi grabbed the NPC's hands and feet, a sharp blade slashed from the throat straight down to the navel, exposing yellow fat along with the attached human flesh. You shouldn't die, after all, having eaten so much human meat. The blade cruelly tore open the flesh above the ribcage, feeling the violent struggles of the flesh beneath the blade. The dark-haired youth finally burst into laughter. There were no internal organs inside, only masses of undigested human tissues and shredded human skin, and even unidentified hair. Dig around a bit, though it may be unpleasant. Shenru lifted his head and smiled at the man who was still watching from the side. In the end, it was all thanks to the man's favor that Shenru ended up targeted and lost 5 SAN points, while this person stood nearby smirking without shame, Mr. President Mo. The man did not refute this. Just as the shadows were about to emerge from the darkness to carry out the order, the youth's teasing voice rang again. Use your hands, all right. Cheng Ziyao felt as if the heavens had collapsed. He cautiously observed his president's reaction. After all, there were other people around. To be commanded by one's partner in public to use one's hands to dig such disgusting items was beyond embarrassing. Cheng Ziyao couldn't imagine his president squatting down and digging out human organs. Mou paused for a few seconds beside, then walked to Shenru's side, warm breath grazing past the handsome ear, taking a deep whiff of the youth's scent, his tone low and graceful. You know, I cannot refuse your request. Finally, amidst the surprised stares of Little Huang and Little Fun, he walked over, squatted down gracefully, and proceeded with the mission. Cheng Ziyao exclaimed in horror, what the? Little Fun, I feel my SAN points dropping. Meng Yizhi, shut up, please lower your presence to the minimum. As the organs were scooped out, the experimental subject's pristine skin quickly withered, and a nauseating sour stench enveloped the air. A grotesque and shocking corpse appeared before everyone. Indeed, the player's flesh was their secret to longevity. Chapter 127 Virtual Town, 10. The eerie scene ended when the singing began. Unfortunately, Shenru was the only one who remembered this farce. Shenru hadn't noticed anything unusual before, but this time the illusion and reality gave him not only a strong sense of disconnection but also made him feel that there were intricate connections between them. When he came out of the illusion, it was already bright outside. Shenru simply recounted what had happened in the illusion to the others, emphasizing the entire process of President Mo retrieving human tissue. The young man smiled slightly at the man, his smile enchantingly beguiling. President Mo, are you still angry? After all, Mo you no longer remembered what had happened in the illusion. Now Shenru was telling everyone about it boldly again, which once more put the man in an embarrassing situation. Mo you said nothing, just looking intently at Shenru. When Cheng Ziyao thought his boss was about to get angry, the man suddenly laughed aloud. Quite the opposite. A wicked yet sexy curve appeared on the corner of the man's mouth, his deep voice tinged with some regret. I'm quite sorry that I don't remember such an interesting matter myself. The morning light illuminated the sacred church, dust particles shimmering in the light, and the cross on the man's chest emitted a cold yet holy glow. The priest solemnly opened his mouth before the dignified crucifix. After all, I have an undying affection for you. Shenru arched an eyebrow, quite satisfied. President Mo truly has a glib tongue. Mo you seemed unable to detect the mockery in the young man's words and graciously accepted the comment. Thank you for your compliment. In the live broadcast room. Good, the two of you living well together is better than anything. These words coming from President Mo dressed as a priest are hitting my heart right on. Damn it, this level of flirtation and bickering, please give us more, I can handle it. Shenru stopped teasing Mou because the mechanical sound of the system happened to ring at this moment. Congratulations to all players for successfully completing Task 1. The game now advances the plotline for the players. The town mayor was punished by God for divulging secrets. You believe the mayor must have touched upon the secret this town wants to hide. After obtaining permission, openly and legitimately investigate the mayor's house. Note, the mayor's house contains hidden rules, which will randomly trigger uncontrollable scenarios when activated. The two players still on the wanted list. Cheng Ziyao scratched his head, dragging the rags he wore, pitifully complained to Shenru. Sister-in-law, we might as well weld this set of clothes onto our bodies. What Shenru said made little yellow hair jump. Actually, I originally didn't intend to sacrifice you. But after careful consideration, only you can bear this great responsibility. Xing Zijiao was shocked. He absolutely did not want to shoulder this responsibility. Shenru didn't give him time to react, pushed open the door of the church, and loudly shouted, "Ah! Wanted criminals in the church." Generous rewards are fundamental to attracting attention. After all, the legendary template of Muse is something everyone covets. Even if little yellow hair was slow-witted, he realized he was about to be used as bait. Shocked, he looked at his leader with a glimmer of hope. "Brother Mou glanced at him and lightly said, "Remember to run fast. After shaking off the pursuers, meet up at the mayor's house." Xing Zijiao, okay. Inside the live broadcast room. Poor yellow hair, finally experiencing the treachery of human nature in this instance, ha ha ha. Judging from this experience, little yellow hair will probably completely understand what should be said and what shouldn't. Tsk, judging from the previous floor, it's obvious that they're new fans. Our yellow hair specializes in never learning from mistakes. I bet even now he doesn't know where he went wrong. At the mayor's house entrance. Meng Yizhi looked around the front gate. Everyone had gone chasing after Xing Zijiao. There wasn't even someone guarding the gate, let alone a dog. How could they enter? Little pink hair looked at Shenru and saw the other person's determined face, which thoroughly aroused his inner curiosity. No one nearby, how do we obtain permission? Do you want to know? The beautiful lips curled into an attractive smile. Seeing the other nod obediently, Shenru slowly said, "You ask whether we can enter or not." Meng Yizhi was full of question marks on his face, but under the impetus of curiosity, he cleared his throat lightly, looked around, and asked very cautiously, "May we come in?" Tisk, louder. When the underworld god spoke, little pink hair hurriedly complied, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Can we come in?" Meng Yizhi was fully expecting a response from within the gate, when a voice laced with laughter lazily drifted over from beside him. Shenru, lips curved into a faint smile, lightly patted the pink-haired boy's shoulder and softly said, "You may." Meng Yizhi. What was the point of telling him to be louder? Did he look like an idiot or what? The system only said to get permission, but it didn't say whose permission. Without looking back, Shenru confidently strode towards the door and explained arrogantly, "So my permission counts too." Inside the live broadcast room. The system probably never expected that the entrance to the mayor's house would be permitted by a wanted criminal, did it? Ha 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 ha, just be grateful, little pink hair. Over there, yellow hair has already lost one shoe while running. Little pink hair has fallen victim countless times because of this damned curiosity and still hasn't learned a lesson. Ha 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 ha, no wonder those two get along so well. You think about it. The system didn't offer any dissenting opinions, clearly approving of the answer. With bold strides, the group entered and began searching the mayor's house. In the living room. Shenru had felt something was off the last time he entered, but due to not staying long, he only sensed a discordance without realizing the specific reason. Perhaps because the mayor was already dead, the sense of discordance was even more obvious now. The spacious living room gave off absolutely no trace of life. Recalling the ash left behind which only revealed fragments of burnt wood, Shenru became more certain of his internal suspicion. They split up to search. Meng Yizhi took charge of the ground floor hall, Mou the second floor bedrooms on the left, Shenru the study and remaining guest rooms on the right. The study was entirely different from the living room, brimming with signs of life. The walls were covered in formulas and codes, the cluttered desk filled with all sorts of open books. Scattered papers littered the entire room, and even the bookshelf displayed books placed haphazardly, creating an overwhelming sense of urgency and chaos. Shenru carefully scrutinized the contents of the papers. Most had been heavily blacked out with a pen, revealing little noteworthy information. As his fingers traced the desktop, the uneven texture caught Shenru's attention. He pushed the papers aside, only to find some prominent large characters deeply engraved into the wooden table surface, as if each stroke had been repeated countless times to ensure it wouldn't be forgotten. I am a player in the Eternal Life game. Chapter 128, Virtual Town, 11. Just a few words, but Shenru's mind was filled with a host of questions. The system had already marked Task 1 as complete, making the exploration in this an absolute truth. The townsfolk would not only use the players' bodies to refine corpse oil but also consume their flesh and blood for eternal youth. So why were these few characters carved on the mayor's table? Shenru flipped through the books on the table carelessly. Most of them were about the supernatural, even involving words similar to immortality and puppets. Even though key parts were highlighted, it was still hard to piece the existing clues together from all these details. Shenru began shifting her attention to the messy bookshelf. There were many books on it, most concerning rural economic development and governance systems, but one particular book on the far right of the second row stood out as being completely different from the rest. Its vibrant colors caught Shenru's attention. After observing it for a moment, Shenru decided to take it out and examine it more closely. As soon as her fingers touched the edge of the book, she felt something was off. The book couldn't be taken out, or rather, it couldn't be pulled outward. So what if you thought the opposite direction, pushing inward? Click. At the instant she pressed down, the entire room gave a slight tremor. Subsequently, the bookshelf in front slowly opened from the middle, revealing a narrow entrance that could only accommodate one person at a time. Shenru didn't show any hint of surprise or panic, instead letting out a soft laugh. Her clear voice echoed continuously in the dark passage, eventually evoking an icy coldness that made people's scalp tingle. It seems our dear mayor has quite a few secrets. As she said this, her tall figure moved leisurely deeper into the hidden passageway. In the live stream. SSS. Wife. Any hesitation would have shown respect to this dungeon. The first thing upon discovering a secret passage should have been to gather with partners for exploration. Shenru, shut up, they'd only affect my ability to draw my sword. Wait. Haven't you forgotten? The system alerted us, there are hidden rules in the mayor's house. Without the owner's permission, entering the secret passage and prying into secrets probably counts as breaking the rules, right? Honestly speaking, just those words make it sound like a serious crime. Imagine someone seeing your chat records with your close friend without your permission. Grass. A capital offense. Get on your knees. Shenru, however, was cheerfully walking deeper inside, completely oblivious to how worried the audience members were about her. As she went deeper, the putrid stench of corruption became increasingly strong, so much so that it started becoming almost unbearable by the end. The passage wasn't as long as expected. Shenru managed to walk through the darkness despite her nausea and soon noticed that the echoing footsteps changed. She had entered an open room. There were no switches on the walls, only a flashlight exchange could help, allowing her to barely see her surroundings thanks to the light beam. The room was extremely simple, almost bare bones. Clearly, the mayor had invested no effort in decorating this place. A giant mirror was embedded on the right concrete wall, its surface covered in dense writings that were currently too distant to read clearly. On the left side seemed to be something else. As the light swept across, Shenru's dark red pupils shrank sharply. A crimson coffin lay squarely in the corner of the room, damp and glistening with an eerie sheen under the light, looking obtrusively brilliant yet foreboding. Shenru paused in place for a moment before stepping closer towards the mirror. The dense writing made one feel suffocated, while the content itself exuded an almost desperate coldness. Although I've clearly been eaten, why am I still alive? I have become an NPC in this, yet I don't have a proper body. My body frequently gets damaged, but soaking in corpse oil can repair it, although I don't know why. My consciousness tells me I must do so. I often lose some memories. Someone is using my body. This world isn't normal. The mirror also bore many notes, appearing to be scattered recollections the mayor had after waking up from the coffin. Recalling the monsters encountered earlier in the illusion, their shells were human-like puppets, but inside were their true physical forms. The shells used in those illusions should be from the residents of this town. If so, are those illusions truly illusions? He remembered the NPCs inside the puppet shells mentioning that they called the illusions the New World, and combined with the name of this being Virtual Town. The players had thought the illusions were part of the false world within the dungeon, but in reality, it was the town made up of puppets that was merely a virtual construct. Violating the rules via the use of the puppets was the only way to enter the true world. The eerie singing was the signal when the two worlds alternated. After Shenru summarized and relayed these basic facts, an icy cold robotic voice abruptly sounded beside her ear. Congratulations to player Shenru for completing Main Quest 2, Exploration. Player Shenru has violated hidden rules. Uncontrollable scenario triggered, puppet strings. Scenario loading. Good luck. Shenru. In the live stream. I knew it. This roller coaster of emotions is just too fast, my heart isn't done exploding yet. Well. This time around, there's no one left for her to drag down with her dot. Ha 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 ha, first person in history who dug their own grave like this. A cacophony of buzzing filled Shenru's eardrums. Even before opening her eyes, she already felt her limbs twitching uncontrollably through various poses. A stark white spotlight abruptly illuminated the youth's stunningly beautiful face, with arms extending high into the air, a slender neck bending backward in a graceful curve. Her exquisite dress swirled elegantly as it followed her jumping motions, causing faint breezes. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and her eyes slowly opened under the blinding light. Shenru's limbs, along with other major joints, were tightly wrapped in thin threads. The pale skin bore jagged red marks from the bindings, and beads of blood trailed from her wrists down her forearms, the sight chilling and shocking. As the unsettling and eerie melody approached its end, the beautiful puppet was manipulated by the strings into the darkness. The brief respite served only as preparation for the next grand performance. If Shenru didn't resist, he would never see dawn again. Dancing with death, he would collapse from exhaustion. Merely the end of the first round, Shenru was already drenched in a fine layer of sweat, not only because of the fatigue but also due to the rising temperature from the stage lights. Strands of slightly curled hair clung to her forehead due to the perspiration, and her once porcelain-white skin now carried a blush, giving her an enchanting aura that lured people into danger. Beautiful though she looked, if she didn't take action soon, even if she wouldn't die from exhaustion, dehydration would become a significant threat. Just as Shenru considered revealing her abilities ahead of time, a warm large hand suddenly emerged from the darkness. It wrapped around her slim waist and spun her gracefully under the dim backstage lighting. At the instant her tempting skin was exposed to the air, shadows quickly engulfed her, fierce as if trying to devour this vibrant rose hole. Shenru could feel the warmth of the man's breath on her neck, internally sighing that, indeed, just like dogs, they were drawn here by scent. It seemed President Mo's strength was equally inscrutable, omnipresent even in the depths of the dungeon. Shenru harbored not a shred of inferiority, her words striking at the core. Are you a dog? A soft chuckle vibrated against her neck, his nasal breaths tickling her like little hooks. After discovering you were in danger, I hurried without delay to your side. Shouldn't Teacher Shen reward me? Reward? In those crimson eyes reflecting back was a distorted obsession and infatuation, as though a mere glance from Shenru could disarm him completely. Feeling Mo's strong and restless heartbeat against her, such intense and wild emotions filled Shenru with excitement and pleasure. Teacher Shen can definitely give you a surprise. The man's interest sparked, his eyebrows arching slightly. I'm looking forward to it. Shenru's smile deepened, and although her body was being controlled, she focused her gaze on her wrist suspended midair. Her dark red eyes flashed with a twisted madness as her forearm tensed with force, causing blood to spurt forth violently. In an instant, her once smooth arm was torn into 3 segments. Under the shocked and rigid glare of the man, the severed limb grew new muscle fibers from the broken ends, regenerating gradually. This ability came from the previous, where Shenru unknowingly brought this plot-specific power out of the dungeon. The stunning youth laughed freely, feeling no trace of the excruciating pain from losing her arm, only savoring enjoyment and delight. A hoarse voice rang out in the oppressive silence. It seems death is not to be feared. It brings me rebirth. Chapter 129 Virtual Town, 12. Perhaps because the system announcement process was skipped after the last copy ended, Shenru wasn't aware that he had been endowed with this ability. But it was strange, this power was neither like a card nor a talent. Like Mo's talent for plundering, but the shadow beside him didn't seem to be the talent of some player being stolen, since the shadow existed continuously, much like Shenru's newly acquired ability now. Muscle textures grew wildly along the broken shoulder joint. Flesh and bones created a flowing life. The heart in the chest trembled painfully due to the rapid growth of flesh, yet every pore on his body emitted an exhilarating sensation of pain. Mo pressed his lips tightly, his deep eyes as still as if ink-dipped. Darkness surged around him when the young man chopped his arm into 3 segments, scorching blood splattered onto the priest's pure white cloak, creating a startling sight. Surprise descended, the pulse momentarily froze. Even though the pale arms were already fully restored, the terror and displeasure in the man's eyes did not fade, but rather intensified increasingly. He was now certain about his emotions, irritation, anger, and excruciating heartache. Contrary to the man, Shenru, seeing the grimace on Mo's face, became even more eager instead. He liked doing things that stimulated Mo, their current relationship although extraordinary, many past accounts were left unsettled. Even intimate relationships couldn't stop a madman's deliberate revenge. And what's more, this madman took pleasure in it. Just as Mo was about to say something, eerie and sinister songs once again reverberated around the stage. The second act was about to begin. Shenru's newly reborn tender white arm apart, other parts began involuntarily changing positions, yet there wasn't a hint of panic on the young man's face at being manipulated. His crimson thin lips curled slightly, body leaned forward, free hand making an inviting gesture. Let's dance, Mo. After all, it would be the last one in the story. Every frown and smile, every move of Shenru's was deliberately seductive, even though the man carried profound discontent in his heart at the moment, he willingly accepted the other's invitation and entered actively. His rose always accurately touched each rational nerve in his mind. In the dim backstage, alternating between shadows and light, their faces were segmented unclearly. Mo looked at the beautiful, clean palms, eyes dangerous yet fervent. The man naturally wouldn't reject the lover's invitation, long fingers lightly rubbed Shenru's reddened fingertips, slowly moving upward following the palm's lines, his gaze shamelessly roaming over Shenru's entire body as if intending to engrave the texture of the other's skin in his heart. The lace edges of the skirt swept out a sharp curve in the air with each light step they took, flipping and dancing, both fierce and stunningly beautiful. Bizarre tunes always sang low and winding at unexpected places, then suddenly becoming passionately exalted, capable fingers freely caressing the back of the man's neck, alluring red lips exhaling warm breaths. Do you like my surprise? The man laughed for the first time in a long while, the hidden fury and desires beneath the skin exposed plainly in the embrace of their dance moves, growing stronger uncontrollably with the rising tone of the melody. Shenru, are you only truthful in bed? The dark-haired youth raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes carrying somewhat ambiguous meanings. President Mo must have forgotten our wonderful memories on the bed together. Mo's voice was deep, the malevolent laughter grew even more intense. Teacher Shen, why don't you help me review them? Dark pupils tightly fixed on Shenru's handsome face, these beautiful red eyes had shown too many expressions, flamboyant and bright, sly and charming, even pretending to be wronged, but never shedding tears in earnest affection. All he wanted now was to drag the young man into endless darkness, utterly ruining him. Shenru felt the grip on his waist slowly tightening as Mo spoke. If usually those irritating black shadows limited his movements, the current Shenru no longer cared at all. Body regeneration not only strengthened and repaired the physical form, even ordinary strength increased far beyond a bit. Be a little obedient. Shenru, borrowing the force of pulling hard towards the opposite direction, splashing blood rippling layer by layer, like rose thorns covering his whole body, the interwoven clash of red and white made the man's expression even darker. The shattered body healed at an astonishing speed, and the newly restored youth gently pinched the man's chin teasingly as he said, "Let Teacher Shen see what our noble President Mo is thinking about." As soon as his words faded, Shenru unleashed the cognition contamination card on the man, plunging him into the scenario of his deepest longing, with a 3-minute time limit. An intense darkness immediately engulfed Shenru's soul. Swirling shadows around him clung tightly to every inch of his alluring skin, even slipping through each tiny pore. Shenru sank into a luxuriously soft bed, the rich fragrance of roses assaulting his sense of smell. Icy chains coiled around his wrists, softly jingling as they brushed against the metal links. His crimson eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness. In this grand room stood only one large, magnificent yet oppressive golden cage. The entire ceiling above was covered in enormous mirrors. The man's thoughts were laid bare for all to see. Before Shenru could dwell on the corrupt mind of Mou, the chains suddenly snapped, and someone gripped his shoulder, pushing him down forcefully. Then, the handsome young man was given a long, frenzied kiss filled with rage, a punishment in its entirety. In the serene space, every sound became infinitely amplified. Shenru just paused briefly before fiercely retaliating, the clash of lips mingling with indescribable emotions intertwined between them. After what felt like an eternity, pale fingers yanked at the back of the man's neck, violently pulling away from him. Physiological tears brimmed in Shenru's eyes due to momentary suffocation, red-streaked eyes curling into an inviting arch as he spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. Angry? Mou did not answer, but slowly slid his fingertips along the youth's collarbone down to his beautiful jawline. As he watched the other's breathing stabilize, he leaned in again, pressing their lips together. Shenru felt the stinging pain on his lips and tasted the blood flowing down his throat. Though the atmosphere was sultry and seductive, the man remained unaffected, acting like a wild beast wildly venting his displeasure. 30-second countdown. Shenru took control, reversing their positions entirely. Soft white hands covered the man's thin lips, halting any further action. A radiant face emerged from the shadows, deep crimson eyes narrowing slightly as his tongue slid over a blood droplet at the corner of his lips, smiling mischievously. Don't act like a dog, Mou. 20-second countdown. A sharp blade slid through his hand, and the youth wearing a reckless grin, stabbed it benevolently into the man's shoulder, repeatedly avoiding vital areas. Teacher Shen grants you the right to feel pain. Madmen didn't need comfort, only to endure the same torment as their lovers. 10-second countdown. The man's thin lips curled high, willingly submitting to Shenru's handling, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth revealing a crazed smile. The youth raised a delicate eyebrow, using the waning seconds of the card's effect to pass a medicinal cure with a kiss, taking on the role of a dominant giver. President Mo, this is what you owed me last time. Hopefully next time in this scenario, we can do something different. Inside the live stream chat room. Ah. What will they do next? Suggest doing it this time. What are you excited about? It's like you can actually see it. Holy crap, have you ever seen such a huge birdcage in your life? Look in front of my car, my headlights are broken. Don't go. She's gonna run you over. How vicious these netizens are. Chapter 130, Virtual Town, 13. The countdown on the card reached 0, and Shenru and Mou returned to the special plotline just as the surrounding scenery collapsed. Bright light alternated with dimness, and the scene had already reverted to the hidden door inside the study. The brief interjection of the scenario was like tossing a small pebble into the sea, merely rippling insignificantly. Shenru didn't even fully grasp the intention behind this concealed subplot. Has the system already notified you that task 2 is complete? Because the final scene was shared between Mou and Shenru, the man naturally followed the young man into the concealed chamber. Shenru visibly hesitated, then slowly nodded and ambiguously spoke. But from what we know now, I probably haven't completely finished the task. Task 2 required the player to find out why there were humans inside the dolls, but currently, Shenru only knew that the world they were in wasn't real, and in this new world, humans needed to be encased in doll shells, though the reason remained unknown. It seems the system doesn't want us to investigate too deeply. Shenru raised an eyebrow. However, there was something particular about him. Once he found something that caught his interest, he wouldn't stop until he got to the bottom of it. Why miss something so intriguing? Suddenly, behind him came an enigmatic chuckle from the man. No, exactly the opposite. Shenru turned around. The faint light seeping through the secret passage gently touched the handsome side of the young man's face and his slightly puzzled eyes. Mou's expression lacked warmth, his tone flat. He knows your preferences just as well as I do. Shenru, seeing Mou acting jealous, couldn't help but laugh. President Mou. The loud voice of Xiao Huangmao interrupted them sharply. Ah. Leader, where are you guys? I'm seriously dying here, they treat me like a dog on a leash. Hey. What are you doing, little Pinky? Why are you sticking your butt up? In the live stream chat room. Huangmao, I have to criticize you here. What? Let me see what Pinky's butt up behavior means. The lingering atmosphere vanished after Xiao Huang's interruption. Ha 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 ha, my friends, to some extent, it's also quite impressive. Well, since the mood has been built to this extent, can you show me what little Pinky is actually doing? Meng Yiji was tasked with checking the living room for any suspicious items. He found a movable oven in the corner of the dining area. After shifting it aside, he revealed a cramped opening. Just as he prepared to peer inside, Huang Mao caught him in the act. Sheng Ziao, red-faced from running, sat on the ground grimacing yet still eager to gossip. How did you two get in? It seemed like the entire town came chasing me. How did you manage to gain access? Meng Yiji realized his odd actions and quietly retracted himself, reminiscing about the recent ordeal, finding it hard to describe. You really don't want to know. Sheng Ziao was astonished. Little Pinky, the more you say this, the more curious I am. Little Pinky. He seemed to understand why Xiao Huangmao was constantly in Shenru's mind. As the two were bickering, Shenru and Mou arrived at the dining area as well. Although the hole was small, its interior wasn't deep. Only needing to enter halfway to explore, one could quickly understand what it hid. Thinking it would hold some secrets, little Pink eagerly squeezed in to retrieve something, only to find a heap of wet, rotten wood. Shenru looked down at the pile of long sticks on the ground and suddenly recalled similar objects in the warehouse. A strange thought crept into his mind. Dolls were made of wood. If these damp substances were oil-soaked from long-term submersion, then weren't these long sticks essentially raw materials for the dolls? The rules mentioned that dolls were crucial to the residents of the virtual town. When Shenru entered the and damaged a doll, a rule was triggered. Damaging the raw material for making dolls should have the same effect. And the medium to enter the illusory realm was precisely these resident dolls, or rather, these wooden pieces soaked in corpse oil. In short, if they wanted to enter the illusory realm, they no longer needed another person to accomplish it. Destroying the wood by contact would allow them direct entry into the illusory realm. Once the analysis was complete, the mechanical voice of the system rang out. You successfully discovered the secrets of the virtual town's existence in the mayor's house and learned the method to enter the new world. Please proceed to the new world now, players, to uncover the mysteries of this world. Now, the biggest secret of this world to Shenru was why these people had to wear puppet shells, and who had set the fire that suddenly broke out and burned the mayor to death. The mission had been issued, and without much hesitation, the group directly proceeded with the method they had just conceived to open the door into the new world. Shenru awoke again in a completely enclosed space. The dazzling lights pricked Shenru's eyes so much that he could hardly open them. His long eyelashes trembled slightly until he fully adjusted and managed to raise his gaze to observe the surroundings. The room was overly clean, containing only a spacious table and 2 chairs, one of which he was tied to. The overly silent atmosphere filled his eardrums with the thump-thump sound of a beating heart. Enclosed spaces would amplify human hearing to the maximum. Suddenly, a familiar shout came from the right side, the sound particularly distinct and abrupt amidst the dead silence. Is there anyone? Is there anybody here? After a while, it seemed Xiao Huangmao didn't give up and stretched his neck to shout again. I have to go to the bathroom urgently. If no one comes, I'm going to piss here. The sound was very close to Shenru, indicating that the two were likely separated by a wall. One of the sentences drew attention from someone outside, and the big door of the room was suddenly opened, revealing an NPC dressed as a puppet stepping inside. The knife and fork in that person's hand gleamed with cold light under the bright lights, prompting an absurd idea to sprout in Shenru's mind. Gamers in this instance were designed to be eaten. So, he guessed he was now being treated like a dish. Just as Shenru tried to struggle, the NPC coming in suddenly spoke, sarcastically, "Don't bother struggling, your tricks won't work here." NPCs remembered these players' tricks and naturally saw many use cards for their own salvation, so why wouldn't those cards work? The ropes on his body were of ordinary material, and the binding technique wasn't overly complicated, so any basic life-saving card shouldn't leave him getting eaten. Unless here, cards and abilities couldn't be used at all. So am I about to get eaten? Seemingly calm, the black-haired young man lifted his gaze and glanced into the hollow eyes of the puppet, slightly curving his lips. The person nodded, slowly moving toward Shenru and peering through the hollow eye sockets of the puppet at this handsome youth. The chest of a woman is more elastic, and the thigh muscles of a man are tighter and sweeter. But you're different. The cold blade grazed up the youth's neck along the path of the arteries before stopping on his tender cheek. This part looks beautiful, the taste must be nice too. In the live stream chat room. What the F***K, what kind of dangerous statement is this? Newbies, don't be shocked if some bloody scenes come next, just keep praising. If Mr. Mo said it, it might sound better since I only want to see him eat my wife. I want to watch too, face turning yellow. Hearing the NPC swallowing saliva incessantly, Shenru burst out laughing uncontrollably. His laughter reverberated around the empty room, instilling a chilling sensation in anyone listening. His handsome face radiated under the light, exuding a bold and captivating allure, a mix of pure enjoyment and excitement. I suggest you try my arms first. After all, we should keep the best part for last, right? The NPC's audacity stopped once they followed Shenru's suggestion. Since Shenru's body was not within the range of influence of the card or ability, system restrictions did not apply to him. The loss of his arm far exceeded the pain brought by death, let alone this wasn't even Shinru's first time experiencing such scorching suffocating pain. Snatching the blade instantly, Shinru could not see the terrified expression beneath the puppet mask but merely imagining that picture made him immensely pleased. Have you ever tasted your own flesh? His crimson eyes appeared as if shrouded in thick blood mist, his insane grin making his gorgeous face even more strikingly alluring. Wielding the blade parallel to the flesh, it moved slowly along the NPC's chest, cutting carefully like peeling an apple, slicing thin pieces of skin off his body. Beads of sweat formed densely on the NPC's body, while Shinru's blood surged in synchronization with the tortured scream seeking liberation. The blood dripped slowly down the cut onto the broken wood. The demon's voice echoed through thee which resembled hell. Taste it, is the meat from your own chest very elastic? Chapter 131 Virtual Town, 14. Listening to the continuous screams from the adjacent room, Shang Ziyou's heart was filled with even more panic. Shinru never issued a clear signal from beginning to end, so Shang Ziyou had no idea who was in the next room. Adding to that, his sister-in-law's well-reasoned analysis of cannibalism made him quickly realize the grim situation he would soon face. Judging by the sounds, the adjacent room was still in chaos. Shang Ziyou slowly moved himself to the wall, swaying side to side using the momentum of his body. As the next scream came, he forcefully rammed the chair on his body into the wall. The wooden stool shattered into pieces. Although he didn't want to admit it, among the current players entering the new world, Mou and Shinru definitely wouldn't make such pitiful noises based on their abilities. The only possibility left was Xiafenmao. They were usually close friends, how could this be considered good buddy loyalty if he didn't help in a moment like this? Shang Ziyou's eyes turned blood red from desperation. Though life and death in this inhumane game couldn't be chosen, he simply couldn't bear to watch his friend die before his eyes. Without fully freeing himself from the ropes binding his body, Shang Ziyou went berserk, delivering several fierce kicks to the door of the room. The fragile door couldn't withstand the powerful blows and collapsed outward. This exposed the true scene in the neighboring room. Blades carved neat patterns into the skin, creating captivating screams as they followed the lines on the skin and severed tendons one by one. Piles of flayed skin lay aside, some shoved into the NPC's mouth. The amount of blood loss wasn't enough to cause death yet, the unbearable pain instead caused the victim to faint and then awaken again amidst the excruciating scraping and slicing. Shinru stood nearby, a smirk playing on her lips as she enjoyed the distorted struggles of the NPC brought on by extreme agony. She casually glanced up at the strange, startled expression on Xiao Wangmiao's face as he suddenly burst into the room. What? Do you know him? As Shinru looked toward Shang Ziyou, the look of urgency, sorrow, and anger on his face hadn't fully dissipated yet, his blonde hair sticking out chaotically. Shang Ziyou let out a long sigh in relief, shaking his head. Shinru arched an eyebrow, but you did arrive just in time. Shang Ziyou was confused. After all, if someone dies, the meat won't stay fresh. With that, Shinru changed the direction of her blade, stabbing fiercely towards the NPC's thigh. Just as the sharp edge was about to pierce through the tender flesh of the inner thigh, a painful scream mixed with shrill alarms echoed through the spacious room. Before the two could confirm the situation, an announcement reached their ears. Detected weak vital signs in diner of room number 8, the factory exits are now locked down. 2 food items in room 8 have potential for escape. Please dispose of them upon discovery to maintain an ideal dining environment, everybody's responsibility. Shang Ziyou, mistakenly entering room number 8. What a laughable and cursed fate. Inside the live stream chat. Ha ha ha, brothers, doesn't this scene feel oddly familiar? Do any of you remember when my wife arrived in this instance, encountering Xiao Wangmiao's first scene? Ha ha ha, this is practically indistinguishable from being hunted down for violating the rules, it's merely the difference between being dead and nearly dead. Room number 8 can't be stayed in anymore. Shinru sighed lazily while looking at the NPC on the ground unconscious due to intense pain. She initially wanted to ask why everyone here wore a puppet exterior. Shinru first thought it was related to environmental factors, perhaps the air quality in the new world was poor, making direct contact with human skin impossible. But after spending so much time here, Shinru never felt any discomfort. Faint footsteps could already be heard approaching outside the door. There was no time to hesitate, they had to flee first. Shinru had contemplated blending in disguised in the puppet shells, but the thought of it being soaked in thick layers of corpse oil sent shivers down her spine. The two conducted a quick inspection. A raised number 7 was found on the door of Shang Ziyou's room. Apparently, rooms number 7 and number 8 were adjacent. But there was no third connection point from room number 7. Therefore, if Moya and Meng Yiji were also among the ones chosen to be consumed, they should be at other dining entrances. Sister-in-law, how about I lead them away so you can escape? Almost as a subconscious reaction, Shang Ziyou didn't think for a moment about his own life safety, his first thought was to protect Shinru. Xiao Wangmiao's actions left Shinru somewhat at a loss. Even though Shinru and Mou had an intimate relationship, their interactions consisted mainly of teasing each other and enthusiastically getting the other into trouble. Their complex feelings even mixed with crimson blood and nasty possessiveness. They were both strong enough that they did not need to use sacrifices to protect each other's safety. Thus, Shang Ziyou's spontaneous words caused Shinru some surprise and unfamiliarity. Shouldn't it be him protecting Shengzio if considering strength? After all, Xiao Wangmiao currently couldn't use any cards or talents at all. I'll handle this. Fingers on the handle slowly pressed down. The dark red eyes shone remarkably brightly as Shinru calmly gave out Shengzio's next task. Based on the previous announcement, this place is probably a factory, and our current location should be the factory canteen. You go check the status of the other foods. With so many people in the factory, it would never just be players' flesh to fill everyone's stomachs. After saying that, the white hand completely pushed the door open, deliberately creating some loud noise before rapidly sprinting forward. He now had more important things to do. Who could resist such thrilling and nerve-wracking chase games? Inside the live stream chat. Hiss, how to say it? I seem to have caught a confused expression on my wife's face just now. Xiao Wangmiao is really a good kid. Xiao Wangmiao, sister-in-law, let me help you. Shinru, you. Hahaha, though I admit I was moved by Shengzio for a second, when thinking about it, it's truly pitiful and funny. Hey, who could imagine that my psychopathic wife is enjoying every minute of this? Perhaps because of her impending transformation into food, Shinru has been wearing only a loose white work shirt since coming to this new world, barely covering her rear. Running barefoot on the cold floor tiles, it was unavoidable to step on rough unknown objects on the ground. Though bodily functions were continuously recovering, the blood from the soles of her feet and the persistent stinging pain could not be ignored. This floor was like a maze. Shinru had no idea how many corners she'd already turned, but still hadn't found the way upstairs. The NPC's roar echoed from inside the puppet body, reverberating through the hallway, every word directly hitting the eardrums, clear as day. Up ahead, I saw him run to the right. Right? I saw a shadow pass behind us. Just as these words were spoken, there came a sound from the corner ahead. Shinru no longer wanted to keep playing cat and mouse with them. Having calculated that she'd run quite far away, she decided to settle this group of disgusting rats at this very corner. As she prepared to turn around, the system warning abruptly sounded. Player may attempt violent escape. Consider carefully before proceeding. Think your mom. Shinru did not hesitate for a moment. She turned and ran back, throwing her fists upwards in the instant, exposing a fine frosty white streak in the air. Her dark red pupils shone sharp, gleaming like cold stars. Before the rose of sin had a chance to bloom its wickedness, she suddenly felt the floor tiles beneath her sink slightly. A deep dark trench unexpectedly appeared in the ground, opening its jaws wide as if ready to swallow the beautiful youth whole, without leaving a trace. All this happened in a split second. The speed at which the tunnel opened and closed was incredibly fast. Before anyone could react, everything in the corridor seemed normal, except that one person was missing. In the live stream chat. What? Where's my wife? My wife was eaten by a monster. Www. She disappeared in a blink. Chapter 132, Virtual Town, 15. The secret passage was not as deep as Shinru had imagined, perhaps only about 5 meters in length. Shinru felt himself lurch forward and fall onto a soft bed. The loose hem of his clothing curled upward, exposing a pale waist. Perhaps from the earlier run or fall, there were several startling reddish marks scattered across his otherwise white skin, evoking both discomfort and ambiguity. This vulnerable pose within the dim bedchamber stirred up many inappropriate thoughts. Shinru quickly glanced around. It seemed like he was in a small suite of an office. Before he could finish observing everything, a sudden urgent knocking interrupted him. Knock knock knock. Shinru immediately became alert and tried to turn around. But suddenly, pressure came onto the back of his neck, forcing his handsome face hard into the soft pillows. A warm large hand lightly caressed the young man's white and tempting thigh, moving upwards inch by inch, eventually stopping on the beautiful curve of his waist. The man's voice was deep, filled with interest and mockery. Never expected this scenario to come so quickly, Teacher Shin. Shinru. Shinru tried to speak, but the man didn't seem to want to give him the chance, shifting his hand from the youth's nape to cover his crimson lips, effectively cutting off any further actions. Don't make a sound, or we'll be discovered. While Mou softly threatened Shinru under the bed sheets, he responded at a normal volume to whoever was knocking outside. There's nothing unusual here. You should look elsewhere. As the footsteps at the door gradually faded away, the young man just wanted to break free and get up. However, before he could do anything, Mou somehow moved, causing Shinru's dark red pupils to shudder violently, subsequently leading to an intense struggle. Don't move. Mou, disregarding Shinru's resistance, gently flipped the person over on the bed. Their eyes met. Deep within the man's gaze hid an indescribable fervor, hinting at obvious intentions. In truth, Shinru could have broken free from Mou's restraint, even fought with his bare hands based on his current physical condition. But he chose not to. He had indeed said that next time, they should try something different. Moreover, the excited joy in the man's eyes made Shinru dizzy, the unfathomable possessiveness giving him a similar sense of pleasure. The atmosphere, brimming with fear and tension, continuously stimulated their nerves. Mou chuckled lowly beside Shinru's ear, his lips pressing against it in a kiss. It seems you mean what you say, Teacher Shin. Shinru's hair was slightly disheveled, his attractive red eyes glinting with moisture. After choking for a moment, he retaliated in exactly the same manner. His hot breath fell on the man's throat, which moved rhythmically, his cherry-red lips teasingly touching that area, even his fingertips quivering with delight and excitement. Watching sweat drip down from Mou's forehead and slide along his jawline and throat, Shenru swept it all away with the tip of his tongue. Only their heartbeats and heated breathing broke the silence of the enclosed space. Shenru reached out with his finger, lightly rubbing Mou's cheekbones, trailing downward from his eyebrows to the bridge of his high nose, finally settling on the lips. With a husky but extremely seductive voice. "You really are a wild dog that doesn't know how to behave even when chained." The youth then leaned closer, fiercely biting the man's lip, enjoying a bloody kiss with Mou. After some moments, Shenru yanked Mou's hair and pulled them apart, staring directly into those blood-red eyes filled with intense passion, full of malice, smiling while saying, "You've gone too far, I'll kill you." Understood? Inside the live streaming room. Wah in a certain way, it is like being eaten by a black hole. Ah. My CP couple is consummating tonight. Where's Xingziyao? Hurry up and broadcast live updates. Grass. There isn't a single sound coming from them. If I pay money can I see something? Just let me take one peek. I'm the one who bought the bed. Shenru felt lazy to move a single finger and decided to simply wait for his body functions to recover. That loose work shirt was already shredded. Mou searched inside a cabinet for a comfortable tracksuit. When the steam around the youth's body dissipated, he carefully changed him into it. What kind of role did they assign you? Shenru, resembling a content cat, squinted his eyes as he gazed at the man who was dressing him. The heavily wrinkled dark suit had long been discarded to the side, several buttons of the shirt collar had been torn off, and the cuffs were rolled up a few times, revealing the beautiful veins protruding on his forearms. In comparison, Shenru's outfit appeared much more disheveled. This thought caused Shenru no small amount of displeasure. Mou, looking at the furrowed brows of the other, chuckled lightly and complied with a response. It should be some sort of leader, but before I could exercise any rights, someone descended from above and disrupted my plans. Shenru. Although the system had given suggestions at that time. But could he really blame him? Who in that situation could have resisted? Uncommonly feeling a little embarrassed, Shenru coughed softly and awkwardly shifted the topic. What does this factory do? Mou straightened Shenru's collar, pausing momentarily with a look that was unreadable, and casually replied. God creation. Surprised, Shenru's upward slanting tail of the eye still carried a seductive red hue. Is there really a god? The man's fingertip traced the red mark on the youth's neck, his tone filled with implication. Who knows? After all, wherever God is, demons are always close behind. Shenru looked around, only now realizing belatedly. The office was actually built underground, which explained why he hadn't found any stairs leading upward despite wandering left and right. The youth, barefoot, lounged lazily on the sofa, the ankle marked with signs of disorder swaying gently. His toes pointed towards the man, curling slightly in an inviting manner, like a cat extending its claws. Can you take me to see it? The place where gods are created. The warm hand grasped the somewhat restless foot, and the man's deep-set eyes smiled playfully as they gazed at Shenru. Of course, but under what identity? Shenru raised an eyebrow in return, his thin lips curved slightly, delivering an answer unexpected by Mou. As lovers. After parting ways with Shenru, Xingziyao ran off in the opposite direction. Shenru had drawn the attention of most diners, so the current corridor surroundings could only faintly hear weak and slight cries for help. Such a situation didn't allow for loud shouting since Xingziyao couldn't confirm if there were still any dining guests around consuming their meals. He could only search door by door. The first few rooms were empty spaces, but as he ventured further inside, the bloodiness floating in the air grew gradually intense, accompanied by an ominous fear sinking heavily. Bright crimson blood slowly spread out from the gaps of surrounding doors, these unfamiliar streams of blood converging on the floor. Each forward flow of the liquid added another weight of dread to Xingziyao's heart. The sticky fluid had already seeped past his shoe soles. Having mentally prepared himself significantly, Xingziyao violently pushed open the door stained with blood. The bright lighting was a bit blinding. At the center of the room lay a headless obese man. His body, seemingly injected with something, had grown numerous arms and thighs, each arm looking plump and fleshy. Right next to the male corpse were several severed large arms, wrapped tightly in cling film, indicating preparation for freezing to maintain freshness of the flesh. Initially devoid of strong emotions, Xingziyao spotted a tuft of pink hair amidst a pool of blood. Taut nerves snapped suddenly at the sight, tremulous voice betraying his terrified state. Xiaofan. How did Xiaofan turn into a monster? You, how come you became so fat, wailing uncontrollably? Meng Yizhi was sharpening a knife inside one of the rooms when he suddenly heard familiar yet annoying noises, initially mistaking them for illusions. Upon opening the door, however, he saw Xingziyao kneeling on the ground holding the arm he had just sliced off, crying loudly and critiquing the excessive amount of meat on the arm, claiming it no longer resembled the original delicate limbs of Xiaofan. Meng Yizhi. An illusion, reopening the door. Sheng Ziyao also noticed the door behind him opening, the mucus flowing down to his mouth hadn't even been sucked back when he met eyes with Xiaofun, his yellow-haired companion. The younger one hiccuped mid-cry, eyes wide with disbelief as he said, "You actually didn't die, Pinky." Meng Yiji's scalp tingled, "Disappointed you, Yellowy." Chapter 133 Virtual Town, 16. You did not fare much better than Shenru. Although his status was slightly higher, the information he knew was also very limited. Shenru flipped through the office and only found the blueprints of this factory. "Looks like you're not doing a great job as a leader either." While looking at the map, Shenru didn't forget to tease Mou who was tying his shoes. "Naturally, I can't compare to being your lover." The man ignored the implied mockery in Shenru's tone, pulling up the zipper on the young man's collar until it completely covered the red marks on his neck before he seemed satisfied. Shenru enjoyed the attentive service provided by Chairman Mo with ease. He had long noticed that Mou had an extremely abhorrent habit. Mou loved taking charge of everything about him, his clothing, diet, and everything else. Even when Shenru publicly commanded him, though Mou might not overtly express it, deep down he derived pleasure from it. Sometimes, Shenru even felt that Mou wasn't interested in being his lover but more like being his father. No longer dwelling on it, Shenru shifted his gaze back to the blueprint in his hands. Though he hadn't studied architecture, simple blueprints with explanatory text were still understandable. This god-making factory was actually built underground. From the blueprints, Shenru's awakening position indeed appeared to be the dining area, located on the basement level 1, while level 2 was the office area, and the real god-making factory was on level 3. What kind of deity would allow their statue to be born in the sunless depths of the underground? In addition to the blueprints, there was also a god creation plan within the office, detailing signs of God's existence they had discovered, as well as how to truly ensure God's full descent into the world. Faith. By devouring faith, God could become powerful. With enough faithful believers, God could then hear the calls of humanity. That's why humanity began this absurd grand project. The document simultaneously mentioned cannibalism. Its purpose was for eternal youth and vitality. These people didn't trust their descendants to be more devout than themselves, so, in order to perpetually revere God, they began consuming the flesh of players. After Shenru finished reading, he fell silent for a moment, somewhat incredulously asking the man, could it be that these people, wearing puppet shells, do so purely out of fanatic faith? All the people chasing him were without exception dressed in puppet shells, moving flexibly as if their bodies weren't impaired. Shenru had also shattered several puppet shells and saw that the humans inside didn't experience breathing difficulties or skin decay upon exposure to air. It wasn't surprising that these people would eat others to continually offer sacrifices to God. Their behavior of wearing puppet shells to express extreme devotion to God was also reasonable. Let's go and see. Mou's lips curved upwards, filled with laughter as he gazed at his lover whose postcoital allure had yet to fully fade. I'd also like to see what this God looks like. After all speculations needed practical validation. Inside the elevator. To Shenru's surprise, the elevator was equipped with a dedicated staff member providing services. His crimson eyes flickered between the staff member and Mou. From the exquisite collar buttons to the spotless leather shoes, every detail of the man screamed refinement and exorbitant value. If it weren't for the identity restrictions here, anyone else would think he possessed an exceedingly high social status. The staff member responsible for operating the elevator wore a regular puppet disguise, simple and unremarkable. Despite both being factory employees, merely differing in rank, why didn't Mou have to wear a wooden shell? Shenru noticed the employee curiously sizing him up. His red eyes flickered, formulating an amusing plan in his mind. Hello. Shenru smiled brightly, raising his gaze to meet the person's eyes as if he didn't notice the amazement and infatuation in them, revealing a seductive smile and extending his hand. This NPC seemed wary of Mou's presence, nervously glancing at the man beside him before responding cautiously with a polite hello, briefly shaking fingertips of the young man. Mou's expression darkened suddenly as he stared meaningfully at the reddened fingertips of the young man. Shenru raised an eyebrow, signaling to the man to stay out of it. Mou forcibly suppressed his annoyance, pausing momentarily before deciding to remain silent. With a smiling lip, Shenru asked cheerfully, "Are you new here? Why do I feel like it's the first time I've seen you?" The other party didn't expect Shenru to continue talking to them. Stunned for a moment, they responded, "The previous puppet shell was broken, and this is the one I recently changed into, so you might feel unfamiliar, but it has always been me in the elevator." Shenru tilted his head, and with a light chuckle, he seemed like a charming devil who could steal one's soul. Is it absolutely necessary to wear the puppet shell? I'm actually quite curious about what you look like. The other party clearly didn't expect Shenru to be so straightforward, feeling somewhat embarrassed as they scratched their head. We commoners would be punished if we desecrate God's statue. Shenru raised an eyebrow, realizing how easy things came without effort. If only he had known his face was so effective, maybe he should have seduced them from the start. In the live streaming room. Guys, this is bad. Our wife has finally realized the importance of her handsome face. Shit. Just as my wife was curious about the other's appearance, Mou laughed beside her. Do you know how terrifying that laugh was? To put it simply, it scared the blood out of my nose. Are you telling me that's fear? But anyway, Mo can be yours, but the wife has to stay with me. What? Since when does sleep talking make it onto the comments section? Perhaps because Shenru was too friendly, the staff immediately realized that this beautiful person in front of him wasn't wearing a puppet shell either. Perhaps like manager Mo, they were an unexpected leader. Thinking about this, the staff blurted out the question, "Why aren't you wearing one either?" Shenru raised an eyebrow. His original intention was merely to confirm his initial thoughts about people shedding their shells, but unexpectedly, the other person handed him a new topic. God permits me not to behave overly formally in front of him. What? Even though Shenru couldn't see the other's expression, he could still picture their astonished reaction based on their tone. Don't you believe it? Shenru gave a meaningful smile, as if foreseeing the other's response. Without regard for the other's astonishment, he directly reached out and smashed his own forearm. The sound of shattered bones echoed within the cramped elevator. His crimson eyes flickered just slightly, while his beautiful, long arm immediately went limp. However, it wasn't long before it regained its normal state. Look, this is proof of God's consent. His bright red lips moved slowly, gently enticing the greed and desire hidden deep within the other person. The oppressed soul struggled against nature under the alluring words, eventually succumbing to temptation under the devil's enticement, becoming a prisoner of desire. He has bestowed upon me extraordinary flesh, along with equal rights to enjoy air and freedom. Want to give it a try? Shenru ceased the pressure, paused for a moment, noticing the other's stunned state, then smiled and said. Oh, right, you haven't pressed the elevator button yet. Chapter 134 Virtual Town, 17. After a brief exchange of glances between Xiao Huang and Xiaofan, Sheng Ziyou belatedly looked at the arm in his embrace and awkwardly moved it to the side. Sheng Ziyou looked at the sizzling saw in Meng Yiji's hand, then glanced at the unidentified species on the ground, stood up and retreated to the side, politely asking. Are you? Meng Yiji waved the tool in his hand, very surprised, isn't it obvious? Xiao Huang, a deranged murderer. Xiaofan, I'm King a chef. After speaking, both fell silent simultaneously. In the live streaming room. Ha, oh my god, each explanation makes so much sense. They should make a series about them too, I would watch it endlessly. I often suspect they're escapees from an entertainment channel. Meng Yiji glanced back at Sheng Ziyou, whose rags barely covered the important parts, his eyes still red from crying moments ago, looking rather pitiful. Did you meet Shenru again? Sheng Ziyou was shocked, you know this too. Meng Yiji's gaze reluctantly swept over him, recalling their experience in the mayor's warehouse, with an ambiguous tone, just past experiences. Sheng Ziyou. Though Xiao Huang was puzzled, he soon shifted attention from the question to why only he and Shenru turned into food. Maybe it's because sister-in-law and I are wanted in the town, so only we became food. Xiao Huang smacked his lips on the side, unable to help but envy Meng Yiji, speaking of which, you really have good luck, little fun. Sheng Ziyou muttered to himself nearby, completely missing how Meng Yiji's face grew increasingly ugly. You and Shenru are food. Shenru is in room number 8. There was no need for confirmation, when the broadcast had announced, he should have thought of it. Then now. Looking at Xiao Huang who was poking the corpse beside him, Meng Yiji suddenly felt an unease. The worst scenario had occurred. Now that he and Sheng Ziyou had regrouped, Shenru was either alone or with Mou, neither situation seemed pleasant. Besides, Xiao Huang was still wanted, wasn't he now a co-conspirator? There was no more time to spare. Huanger, stop playing around, it's time to get moving. Sheng Ziyou. Are you being polite? Meng Yiji took off his coat and gave it to Sheng Ziyou, at least during their escape, they would have something decent to cover up with. It just doesn't look right showing underwear all the time. Knowing his current state didn't allow for delay, Sheng Ziyou nodded and obediently followed behind Xiaofan. With everything in full swing, Meng Yiji and Sheng Ziyou hid in the kitchen for quite some time. This bizarre place had no windows in any of the rooms, thus they could only rely on the clock to judge the time. After about a few hours, the corridor echoed with rustling footsteps and excited conversations. What? A divine messenger sent by God? Yeah. You know Xiao Zhang who presses the elevator button? He told me personally. How can he be sure? I said I was sent by God. It said that this divine messenger broke both of his legs and feet forcefully like a lump of mud lying there, but not long after, guess what happened? He stood up again. This might be an isolated case, it doesn't prove anything. Do you remember the new manager on our second floor? His lover is a believer, and this manager is also an indestructible character. Who is whose lover? They're on the -3rd level, I'll go check without further ado. One more for me. Let's go together. The talking sounds gradually diminished as the NPCs all heard the rumor and headed down to the lower levels, wanting to see firsthand what the believers of God look like. Meng Yiji and Sheng Ziyou were hiding in the corner, listening thoroughly to the conversation among the NPCs. If it weren't for knowing we can't use cards and talents, I'd think they were talking about Shenru. Meng Yiji paused for a moment, then continued, regardless, we must go down to level -3. Such a big event surely attracts Shenru, we have to prevent him from causing trouble before things escalate. Sheng Ziyou solemnly nodded, all right. Xiao Huang and Xiaofan reached an instant agreement. In the live streaming room. How do I tell them it's already too late if they go now? Damn it, I hate that they can't see my comments right now. Finally. My favorite part is here. Ha ha ha, yeah, isn't anyone excited to see the look on Xiao Huang and Xiao Fan's faces when they meet Shenru? It always makes me laugh every time I watch. Ha 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 dot. Shenru had successfully established her image as a divine messenger of God through sheer effort. Xiao Zhang, the one who pressed the elevator button, after escorting the two down to level -3, began feeling more and more that Shenru might not be lying, considering he personally witnessed her bizarre yet rapid recovery ability. Such was human nature. Once faith presented a chance for dreams to come true, it would ferment rapidly and briefly in people's minds and spread quickly. Shenru somehow found a cloak, thoroughly covering her face, and walked slowly with Mou toward the depths of level -3. They passed through an empty hall and came before a heavy stone door, on which intricate symbols and patterns were carved. The shadow pushed the stone door open slowly, and a wave of cold air rushed out, mixed with curiosity about the statue behind the door. The two entered. Contrary to their expectations, there was no trace of industrialization behind the door. Instead, uneven cement walls were exposed, with some small holes continuously oozing clear liquid. Perhaps to build a giant sculpture, the ceiling was very high. The fresh air, mingled with the cold current, penetrated straight into one's bones. Numerous NPCs dressed in puppet shells were awkwardly constructing a soon-to-be-completed statue. Lifting her gaze, Shenru couldn't tell whether it was a preconceived illusion, but this statue always gave one an eerie, spine-chilling sensation. The massive statue had its eyes closed, hands placed at the chest, forming a gesture of devotion and openness. The chest split apart significantly as if following the opening of the palms, exposing a large crack covered entirely by green moss. Naked, it stood proudly before all, gazing over the world below with both solemnity and arrogance. Before Shenru could fully approach, someone had already spoken first. The divine messenger sent by God. Right, he's not wearing a puppet shell. God permits his disrespect. It's God. Surely, God heard our sincere prayers and has sent the divine messenger to save us. The crowd surged forward but, due to respect and hidden fear within, everyone maintained a distance of over a meter from Shenru. Shenru felt no surprise at this, as events unfolded just as she anticipated. Her mood was better than ever right then. The beams from the ceiling shone upon the white cloak, while the wide brim concealed the youth's current expression, leaving only the hint of red lips beneath the shadows for all to see. 2 streaks of clear tears slid down crimson eyes, flowing across her cheeks and dripping onto the ground under everyone's eyes. These were compassionate tears shed by the divine messenger for God. Shenru turned her back, raising her beautiful head, arms reaching upward, embracing the statue in a gesture. No one could discern the mocking and cunning smile spreading on the face of the young man weeping out of empathy for humanity's suffering. He wanted this God to witness how his followers would fall in sin and love. God favors only those who take the initiative. Let me inspect your determination. Humans may need God, but what was created is not God. Chapter 135, Virtual Town, 18. When Xingxiao and Meng Yizhi arrived at the 3rd sublevel, they witnessed this scene. How should one describe the emotions of this moment? Meng Yizhi could actually calmly accept the bizarre lie that Shenru was the divine messenger of God, even with a sense of, I knew it all along. One can only imagine the expressions of horror these people would show if they realized that the deity they currently worshipped had been food in a restaurant just hours ago. However, Xingxiao standing beside him wasn't focused on any of this. Xiaofan. My sister-in-law is freaking amazing. TSK, look how pathetic Mo Go looks. Good thing we weren't the ones injured, those NPCs really got it bad. Meng Yizhi. There was no way to refute, and he even secretly felt a sense of relief in his heart. Seeing some people nearby approaching, Xiaofan quickly covered Xiao Huang's mouth and cautiously edged forward. Shenru indulged in the devout yet greedy gazes of the world upon him, his excitement making his breathing slightly rapid. Mou smiled elegantly beside him, his long fingers wiping away the tear marks on the young man's cheek. His gaze, completely devoid of warmth, casually swept over every NPC present. Even though he couldn't penetrate their outer shells to see their expressions, he was certain that their eyes harbored the kind of expression Mou disliked most, covetousness. Who wouldn't yearn for God's favor and possess a body so perfect that not even a shattered soul could mar it? God has sensed your sincerity. I have been sent here for your final test. Shenru turned to face everyone, the coexistence of rationality and madness on his face adding a layer of mystique. If you're ready, kneel before me. The sound of wood hitting the ground echoed continuously, each sound marking a compromise to evil, a stepping stone into the protection of the devil. Surrendering truly was an exhilarating concept. God is the product of belief, and what Shenru was doing now was redirecting their faith towards himself. I need your devotion, unwavering and heartfelt devotion toward me. Shenru clasped his hands together, his compassionate expression juxtaposed with a passionate face, blending the devil and the angel, the contradiction of wickedness and sanctity. As everyone closed their eyes to pray, only Meng Yizhi and Xingxiao noticed the startling sight behind Shenru. The shadows, seemingly unable to hold back any longer, climbed out from the darkness, slowly moving up the pure white cloak draped over the youth until finally forming a pair of eerie and covetous wings behind him. Wrapped in searing desire, the youth trembled ever so slightly, corrupt yet vibrant. Do the faithful among you wish to possess bodies like mine? The crowd dared not lift their eyes or utter a sound, greed being forbidden. Facing the lack of response, Shenru showed neither annoyance nor anger, repeating calmly. Learning to confront your desires directly is also an act of piety towards God. Now tell me loudly, your answers. The air stood still for a moment, and finally someone dared to voice their thoughts. A timid yet fervent voice rose from the crowd. I want it. Me too. So do I. Among the crowd, the blonde-haired figure shouted enthusiastically, I also. Before he could finish speaking, the pink-haired figure next to him swiftly muted him without giving any breathing space. Xing Ziao. Why are you covering my mouth? Meng Yizhi, watching the deceitful youth beneath the statue, quietly pulled Xing Ziao back 2 steps. Neither of them wore the automaton shell, which would draw attention and lead to suspicion. Are you here as part of the atmosphere crew? Xiao Huang Mao. In the live stream chat. Ha 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 ha, our little Xiao Huang never lets words drop. Xing Ziao is the guy who can start off full power against my wife, while calling her sister-in-law throughout. Oh no. I'm getting the feeling that Xing Ziao is literally forcing me to think of my wife as his sister-in-law. Truth of the previous floor confirmed. The black-haired youth laughed heartily, perhaps due to the design of this game instance where he felt the strength of faith, a force indescribable, flowing into him from all sides, invigorating every strand of hair on his body. The first step to facing your desires is breaking free from shackles. Destroy the automaton shells on your bodies, that is your first step towards me. The sound of wood cracking echoed through the vast underground factory, as the believers who had once bowed their heads 3,000 times knelt before the altar about to fall. Satisfied dark red eyes scanned every corner, and an evil smile rose at the corners of his lips. The young man said slowly and deliberately. Inside greed lies the desire for something for nothing. You want a body that can infinitely regenerate like mine, so you must pay an equal price. Faithful followers of God, are you ready? The voices of affirmation from the crowd grew brighter and louder, each shout emphasizing their sincerity and anticipation. Pick up the tools beside you and cut into your own flesh. With that, Shenru was the first to take a knife and slash his forearm, creating a bloody wound oozing fresh blood. Flayed skin revealed the bony inner structure beneath. Without any scream of extreme pain, instead there was a thunderous laugh reverberating in everyone's ears. Thick blood dripped onto the stone floor like threads, while a bright red tongue licked the wound slowly. The startling blood at the corner of his mouth ran down his jaw, staining the white cloak crimson. In full view of the public, the shocking wound healed at an alarming speed. Seeing is believing. Only then would these people willingly point their knives towards themselves. The seductive voice intertwined with the excitement caused by the unbearable pain brought a face full of delight. In order to gain immense power, we must pay an equivalent price. In God's eyes, death is merely a way to cure illness. Upon hearing this, some couldn't wait to make their first incision on their skin. Bloody wounds covered their bodies one by one, just like how they enjoyed the player's flesh earlier. All the peeled off pieces would eventually bring pain back to them. This was the price they had to pay for eating human beings. Shenru stood on the podium, overlooking the humble believers breaking their long-held restraints willingly, abandoning everything to obtain the bodies they drooled over. They were only small, pitiful rejects in the vast universe. Shenru turned around and arrogantly raised his head to look at the statue nearing completion. Closed eyes inexplicably shed fresh red strange tears. The surrounding area of the stone statue slowly cracked with the strong scent of blood, finally revealing a pair of human eyes. Shenru did not remember these eyes, but the sticky and obsessed gaze made him feel extremely familiar. Chapter 136, Virtual Town, End. Without a doubt, this stone statue was the final hiding place of the broken system. The secrets of the new world also surfaced at the same time. Having retreated, the system chose the stone statue in the instance and consumed human belief to continuously support and repair those cold lines of code. Before knowing that there was someone else behind the system, Shenru could indeed understand the system's desire for a physical body. But ever since he became aware of the existence of the puppeteer, Shenru started feeling puzzled about the system's pathological obsession. A system with a physical form would, from any perspective, pose a vague threat to its creator, let alone one that possesses self-awareness. Otherwise, MOU wouldn't have been able to establish long-term cooperation with the system. Shenru could only think of an absurd possibility: this system had already been tacitly abandoned by the puppeteer. His meeting with the puppeteer wasn't as tense as expected, nor were there any signs of regret in the puppeteer's words regarding the destruction of the system. Everything seemed like a trivial matter to him. An unignorable sticky gaze made Shenru furrow his brows. Before he even reacted, the pair of pitch-black wings behind him had transformed into 2 sharp swords, viciously stabbing towards the eyes of the stone statue with murderous intent. Bang! Amidst their clash, the sound of metal colliding and stones shattering resounded deafeningly in the air. Smoke filled the area, mixed with tiny stone fragments and a heavy, pungent blood smell, spreading throughout the vast space. For a moment, the surroundings became dizzyingly blurred. Colors distorted and struggled, seeming to merge together. The 2 individuals and a giant stone statue appeared isolated by some unknown force. The live stream channel suddenly plunged into darkness, and the 5 glaring red words, "Signal searching," hung on the screen. In the live chat. What situation is this? Critical moment. I still don't understand why MOU attacked. This system has become unreliable recently. My wife's last instance ended just like this, leading me to mistakenly believe she'd permanently remain trapped inside as some kind of robot. I heard it's the same across other channels. Could the system be undergoing updates recently? Sigh, the unstable system signal makes it almost impossible for me to maintain my virtual form. Upstairs, are you not afraid of being banned? Saying these things in a live broadcast. I'm practically becoming a string of codes now. Do I fear that? A cold voice emerged from the stone statue before Shenru. Is this MO President's welcome gift to me? The puppeteer's voice, seemingly emanating from all directions, continued teasingly. As compared to that, I prefer the person standing beside MO President. MOU laughed. It was a false laugh, fragmented and filled with craziness, as if the twisted aura around him morphed into shadows that explosively scattered everywhere. The previously bright surroundings were instantly overwhelmed by darkness, savage, sinister, and eerie. I seem to have heard a monumental joke. Fierce killing intent charged ruthlessly toward the colossal stone statue, as dark shadows struck fiercely at the chest of the statue, quickly creating a hollow void within. Next time, I hope the puppeteer can stand properly in front of me and repeat that statement. An ethereal laughter echoed through the confined space, but the puppeteer paid no heed to MOU's mockery, instead redirecting the conversation to the handsome young man with black hair. Your boyfriend seems to have quite a bad temper. If it were me, I should have been gentler. As soon as the words finished, the scene rapidly contracted. The shadows surrounding them were filtered out, separating even MO President himself from the scene. Such a superficial separation was more like a warning for MOU's earlier behavior. Shenru didn't lose his composure due to the puppeteer's provocation. Instead, he scrutinized the decrepit statue in front of him with deep meaning, the laughter in his eyes growing increasingly intense. At the start of the instance, Shenru had seen the true form of the puppeteer. But that was merely a fleeting appearance created by the remnants of the damaged system using the last of its power. Therefore, accessing the instance required a medium. Clearly, the puppeteer currently lacked such conditions. Even this creator must abide by the rules of the game. Logically speaking, the puppeteer shouldn't reappear in the instance. So what made this creator so urgent? Shenru carelessly retracted his gaze, slightly raising his head to fully expose his charming face to the other party. With what seemed like a smile at the bottom of his eyes, his tone lazy and leisurely began. Noticing your faith force gradually fading, are you anxious, puppeteer? Since he had lured everyone, forcibly transferring their belief in God to himself, he also discovered that he was absorbing ceaseless power. The puppeteer didn't directly answer Shenru's question but instead asked. How does it feel to be filled with power? Shenru took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled, his dark red eyes carrying a trace of amusement, sincere yet malicious. Controlling the life and death of the world is indeed extremely pleasant. The air echoed with the puppeteer's light laughter. You can keep possessing this kind of power. Not only will the crowds in this instance always believe in you, but as long as you wish, other channels can be used by you too. The alluring voice continued to interfere with Shenru's thoughts and nerves. You just need to take one step towards me, and leave the rest to me. Shenru did not answer straightforwardly. Instead, he slightly tilted his lips upwards, revealing a dangerous and mocking smile, curiously asking. Why me? As soon as the words finished, there came a sudden violent collision nearby, even the surrounding air seemed to tremble slightly. Shenru raised an eyebrow, his smile grew wider. It appeared that President Mo couldn't hold back anymore. It seemed this invisible wall wouldn't last long either. The puppeteer also realized this point, but he still chose to dodge Shenru's question. What do you think of this instance? This instance was born because of you. I can create more instances for you. Shenru finally understood why, although clearly MOU destroyed the system, he himself became the one targeted in the instance. Turns out it's all because of this guy. The black-haired young man finally let out a laugh, his red eyes shining with a captivating brightness, unsure whether beneath this smile lay poison or deception. The right fist under the cloak clenched tightly, his body making the pose as if ready to rush forward, then suddenly sidestepped, driving the punch hard onto this unseen wall. The sound of glass breaking mixed with Xiao Huang's and Xiao Fan's curses erupted all at once. Cheng Zhao wielded a shovel and rushed straight in, cursing. My brother Mo cannot remarry. Everyone, get down on the ground. Xiao Fan, where's that strength you were using to break the wall? Give it hard knocks on this bastard's feet. Rarely would Shenru not twitch his eyelids due to noisy voices. Instead, there was a strange joy filling his heart, warm and fuzzy. The shadows broke through the cracks, wrapping around the lean waist of the young man. The glaring red marks underneath hadn't faded yet, moving along with the shadow, the white edge of the cloak carved a beautiful arc. Shenru gave the man a look, and subsequently, the shadows carrying the young man soared fiercely into the air. The youth used the external force to fully retaliate the faith power within him back onto the statue's head. A sharp voice cut through the sky, and the monumental statue full of his own blood was shattered by its believer, leaving the broken statue rotting away in the darkness without daylight. At this moment, the damaged system fell into complete darkness. It became an existence abandoned by its creator. Without the support of the system, the puppeteer also lost the right to exist within the instance. Before leaving, two faint phrases floated amidst the dusty air. Think carefully, all you need is to abandon MOU. Join me, Muse. Shenru lifted his gaze to look at the broken statue, leisurely saying. I like these instances very much. But I really dislike you. Don't dream of deceiving me, I'm not one of those lifeless dolls in your hands. Besides, he now had something much more important. TSK. The puppeteer truly knows how to cause trouble for himself. Thanks to him, his vinegar jar has tipped over. Chapter 137, President Mo has come to catch his wife. The youth's slightly curly hair was a bit disheveled at the moment, his handsome face glowing faintly red from the battle just moments ago. His lips were slightly swollen with a bright red hue that made his charming visage all the more striking. His captivating beauty made it difficult for anyone, even after only a few minutes of solitary interaction with the puppeteer, not to entertain other thoughts. The system consciousness had been utterly obliterated, the puppeteer had vanished, and the NPCs beneath the statue had also fallen one by one in pools of blood, still praying that they might receive divine power. Shenru raised his eyes to glance at Mou, feeling an involuntary tingling on the back of his scalp. Rather than burning with anger as he had expected, the man instead appeared extremely calm, a faint smile playing on the corner of his lips. Although the instance had already ended, an eerie chill still lingered around them, sending shivers down one's spine. Shenru blinked and his mind raced, recalling whether there had been anything overly inappropriate about his actions. Even though they had spent several minutes alone in the eyes of others, Shenru had clearly refused the puppeteer's invitation right in front of everyone later. Even if Mou was extremely angry, there would be no reason to project that anger onto him. Then what exactly was he jealous about? Initially feeling somewhat guilty, Shenru analyzed this situation by himself and felt there really wasn't any problem at all. He confidently locked eyes with the man's probing gaze. The man curled his lips into a smirk, his laughter raspy, but distinct from the sound of amusement. I remember we still have a travel card unused, let's use it after exiting the instance this time. Shenru instinctively wanted to refuse, but before the refusal reached his lips, he swallowed it down forcefully. Why not go? He hadn't done anything to wrong Mou either. He would certainly find out what the man was up to. Lifting his eyes, the light shining down illuminated Shenru's long lashes, his smile filled with anticipation and excitement bubbling restlessly within his eyes. Of course, it'll definitely be a very pleasant trip. Upon hearing the youth's response, the man's dark eyes lost their prior meaning, passion and desire blending in the depths of his gaze. Those thoughts lurking in the dark recesses of his heart broke free of their constraints and emerged from captivity. Xiao Huang and Xiao Fan didn't know when it started, but they had already pressed their bodies against the wall, doing everything they could to minimize their presence. The man's fingers, charged with restless emotions, lightly traced over the breathtaking beauty of his beloved, his smile widening as he looked into those crimson eyes he loved so much. Indeed, I'm looking forward to it too. Suddenly, fiery flames burst forth around the group, causing the scene of the instance to collapse instantly. The game was over. After leaving the instance, Mou didn't immediately start tracking down the puppeteer but rather adopted a cold approach. These infinite instances were now completely under Dark Knight's control, and streaming channels for non-players would no longer open. Once Dark Knight Guild confirmed that the system was beyond any possibility of restoration, they swiftly consolidated the instances in infinite channel, resetting mortality rates and difficulty levels. Players would continue to earn points through instances, but the game's difficulty became customizable. Just like a planet in the universe that suddenly went out of contact, the humans in the infinite channel were finally able to control their life and death. After exiting the instance, Shenru didn't idle. He rushed straight to Little Pink Hair's home, hurriedly packing luggage. Why are you packing your luggage at my house? Meng Yizhi finally couldn't bear it any longer and politely questioned Shenru, who was deftly placing his favorite set of tableware into the suitcase. Shenru arched a brow, showing no remorse for his own behavior. Because I'm enjoying life. He disliked living a life akin to clearing game levels. After defeating the system, this minor boss, the brave wanderer continued to embark on the unknown journey to chase after the major boss. 2 mid-brow. Since the puppeteer wanted him so much, the first person who couldn't wait must certainly not be himself. Meng Yizhi frowned. When did your way of enjoying life become so peaceful? Pretending to be surprised, as if he hadn't detected the mockery in Meng Yizhi's tone, Shenru smiled warmly and said. Peaceful? Didn't you hear me break those plates? Meng Yizhi immediately jumped from the sofa to the kitchen and saw the beautiful plates he had just acquired last week from the trading market lying shattered in the trash bin. A shrill scream erupted from the kitchen, jolting Shenru as he held an underwear item in his hand. Shenru! Don't tell me it wasn't intentional. When you kill with a knife, your hand is steadier than anyone else's. Ah! Pay for my plates. Shenru sat cross-legged on the floor, laughing so hard he was doubled over, his crimson lips making him look even more translucently pale. Meng Yizhi knew all too well that he couldn't defeat this devil, not to mention what kind of consequences it might bring. Shenru's body had the ability to heal itself automatically, causing all his physical functions to increase sharply. He appeared slim and lean externally, but taking down Xiao Fan with one punch was no issue. I'm going to throw away right now all the hot pot seasoning you've hidden under my bed. With that, Meng Yizhi rushed toward the bedroom as if to make good on his threat. Shenru immediately turned deathly pale. The seasoning store in the mall didn't have fixed refreshes, so for someone like Shinru who was an ardent lover of hot pot, unless he could accept a clear broth, there was no other choice but to rely on luck at the store. In haste, Shinru bolted into the bedroom and wrestled with Xiaofun. Although both were skilled, Meng Yiji was clearly no match for Shinru. Being pinned humiliatingly on the bed and losing the weapon of his threat, which was the hot pot seasoning, Xiaofun could only scream in rage, "Ah, Shinru, you." Before he could finish his sentence, his mouth was covered by a slightly cool hand. The youth, with red lips and white teeth, looked like an enchanting demon straight out of hell, giving Meng Yiji absolutely no chance to retaliate. "Little pink, cursing isn't very civilized." As he said that, Shinru grinned broadly while flaunting his spoils of war to Meng Yiji, saying leisurely, "When I come back and find even 1 g of hot pot base missing, you and all those pretty pots and pans of yours will be in serious trouble." Meng Yiji. Before Little Pink could launch another attack, they suddenly heard the sound of click-click from the bedroom lock, followed by the door opening with the tapping of leather shoes against the floor, crisp and clear. A well-dressed man stood at the bedroom doorway. Dark eyes locked onto the amused red ones. The youth's shirt had half its collar torn off during their tussle, revealing the long, graceful neck as white as a swan's, especially as his own rose was now brazenly pressing on top of another man. The scene was quite spectacular. Mou knew that Shinru was packing his luggage at Meng Yiji's place, since after spending a few days there before, many things were still left here. Thinking the time was right and Shinru must have packed nearly enough, Mou planned to come and pick him up. However, he hadn't expected such a delightful surprise upon opening the door. With old grievances unresolved, new ones had already emerged. Mou curved his lips without saying a word. The shadows behind him had already eagerly packed the young man up and took him away, along with the set of tableware Meng Yiji liked, all bundled inside. Before the door closed, Shinru's curses seeped through the crack. "Mou, are you crazy? Put me down, damn it. Meng Yiji. What a joke. Who was it just now saying cursing wasn't civilized?" Chapter 138, Punishment on the Plane. Mou did not give Shinru a chance to explain, directly using the card to leave the infinite channel. This kind of entertainment card would not come with dizziness effects. For the user, it was just a blink of an eye before the scene suddenly changed. Shinru opened his eyes and found himself on a private plane. He widened his eyes repeatedly to confirm. This was a private plane in mid-journey. The view by the window was great, allowing one to see the azure sky and the endless sea of clouds through the wide glass window. The double bed was near the window. The handsome young man blinked as he came back to his senses on the soft bed, then heard the deep and elegant voice of the man before him. "How do you feel?" Shinru looked out the window at the scenery, his red lips vibrant, the corners of his eyes lifting into an alluring curve, responding lightly. "I'm surprised." He had thought that after using such a travel card, both people would be automatically transported to the designated place, but there turned out to be a process of flying over. It was a very novel experience. "So, where are we going?" Shinru straightened his body, his dark red eyes sizing up the dangerous man in front of him. His beautiful hands leaned on the bed, his spine forming an attractive curve, the collar of his shirt casually unbuttoned, revealing his snowy collarbone without reserve. Mou's gaze, since an indeterminate time, had shifted from those enchanting red eyes to the neck of the youth, following the lines of the body all the way down, finally landing on the fingertips that had once been held by an NPC, like a territorial dog constantly watching every inch of the other's skin. Shinru raised an eyebrow, seeing that Mou couldn't wait until they reached their destination to settle accounts with him. "Fine, let's see what Mou could say." Before Shinru could ask again, the shadow behind the man had climbed alongside the bed to the right hand of the youth. The shadow carried a strong sense of possession, wrapping around the wrist and pulling the beautiful rose closer to himself with great force. Mou gave a cold laugh, then pinched Shinru's jaw, planting a light kiss on the lips that liked to talk nonsense. Before Shinru could react, the other's warm lips brushed and immediately pulled away. Mou lightly touched the fingertips that had been gently held by that NPC. Shinru was taken aback. The shadow used its full strength to confine Shinru's range of motion. Even though the activity space on the private plane was limited, if Shinru really wanted to struggle hard, it wouldn't have been impossible, but whether or not the two could safely reach their destination would be uncertain. "Do you not remember?" A slight sting emanated from the fingertips, and Shinru clearly saw the anger in Mou's eyes. "These are the fingertips you voluntarily shook hands with others. How could you forget something so important, Shinru?" Mou's expression showed no fluctuation, his appearance still handsome and charming. But Shinru distinctly felt that the shadow pressing against his body tightened even more. Oh. He had forgotten this matter. Shinru only panicked for a moment, quickly replaced by another pleasant and exhilarating mood. Mou's care made every pore of his body radiate excitement. It was strange, he was extremely wicked, always enjoying bossing around like on the head of a tiger. Watching the fury in the other's eyes even made him want it to burn more fiercely. Shinru revealed a radiant smile, curling his fingers toward the man. "President Mou, your mind is as small as my fingernail." Coincidentally, just as the words left his mouth, the plane which had been relatively stable, perhaps encountered turbulence, suddenly jolted momentarily. Shinru's action of standing up relied entirely on the shadow attached to Mou. So during the turbulence, the young man's body tilted forward involuntarily, directly plunging into the man's arms. They were very close, and Mou naturally would not pass up on the meat right in front of him. His warm large hand passed through the young man's wavy hair, lowering his head to capture the enticing red lips. The young man's body was firmly restrained, their lips sticking together, the tips of their noses brushing each other faintly, while their breathing interwove amidst the amorous atmosphere. The air was gradually being deprived. Running out of oxygen wasn't a good feeling. Even though Shenru's current body wouldn't suffocate to death, the pain brought about by death kept reiterating due to this body. Even as his beautiful face turned red due to lack of oxygen and his red lips became dry from kissing, the man didn't stop his relentless assault. Shenru attempted to push the man away, even if he wouldn't die, he didn't want to experience the reality of suffocating to death due to kissing. Mou had no intention of letting go. Not until Shenru experienced suffocation thoroughly did the man reluctantly pull his lips away from the crimson area. Shenru was utterly furious. You, motherfucker. You were chatting so happily with the NPC in the instance. Mou slowly rubbed his fingertips over the young man's chapped lips, watching as sticky blood trickled down from his beautiful mouth corner. He spoke calmly. I was just asking for some benefits from Teacher Shen to soothe my wounded soul. As he said this, the man's lips once again descended, biting hard onto the wound on his lips. The clearly defined knuckles of his hand brushed against Shenru's handsome and soft neck. It felt as if his lungs had been pinched, preventing air from entering his body, which made his head heavy and dizzy. His heart began to ache violently, shaking all over, the tears on his eyelashes flowing uncontrollably into their locked lips. Mou showed no mercy in his rough actions despite being lovers with Shenru. Sensing the man's intent, Shenru responded with equal vigor. Since there was no way out, let neither have peace. Shenru knew well that his looks were a tool for beguiling hearts. As long as he slightly traded in his charm, combined with his body movements, he could immediately calm the anger inside the man. Unbeknownst to them, they moved from the edge of the bed straight onto it. At an unknown moment, the shadow loosened its grip on Shenru. The youth's delicate fingers danced as they played with the man's earlobes. The man smirked toward Shenru, leisurely saying, have you ever tried it on a plane? Shenru couldn't help but scoff, whether I've tried it or not, isn't that something you should know? Mou's eyes darkened, and he kissed again. The man's emotions were completely controlled by his rose. Feeling sensations on a plane versus on land were entirely different. Occasional turbulence magnified their perceptions. In the confined space, the temperature rapidly rose, showing signs of losing control. At this moment, the last thread of rationality snapped. The young man tensed up, his elegant fingers trembling futilely. Raising his hand as if seeking something to hold, he was thwarted and seized by a pair of broad, defined hands, reigniting their battle. Black intertwined with white. The glass of water beside the bedside was accidentally knocked over by someone, spilling water all over the floor. But no one noticed. Chapter 139, President Mo gets hit on. When everything finally calmed down, it was already pitch black outside the window, and the hour hand of the clock had moved countless times. Shenru lay lazily by the bed, his red eyes still clouded with desire, and the red marks on his cheeks were clearly imprinted at the corners of his eyes. The fingers that had touched the NPC had been chewed over and over again by Mo Xiaogo. He hated for the first time how good the recovery effect of this body was. The wound had just healed, but in the next second, it bled profusely again. Shenru looked at the red wine beside him, enjoying himself as he slowly said. Want a drink? The man still carried the warmth from the exercise, a towel hung loosely around his waist, water droplets rolling down his chest and disappearing under the towel, so alluring that one could not look away. Mou didn't reply. He just took a glass, poured some red wine, drank a sip, and then kissed Shenru's thin lips. The rich aroma of wine flowed between their lips, while the wine they couldn't swallow slid along the young man's neck. Shenru licked the wine residue off his lips with his tongue. The moisture in his red eyes hadn't yet dissipated, leaving no place for the pleasurable feeling to hide. The high spirits hung on the corner of his mouth, burning hot. The man used his fingertips to wipe away the traces of wine dripping down Shenru's neck, then placed the finger with red wine on his own lips, carefully savoring the flavor of the young man. It's very sweet. Shenru. Shit, Mou was truly a pervert. Although it was enjoyable, one must say that judging by Mou's movements, he felt like he'd lost. Lost to Mou's shamelessness. Shenru had previously mocked the man's kissing technique as too poor, but he never expected where the other had picked up his skills, easily seizing the initiative and making him concede completely. Can you tell me now? Where are we going? Shenru's earlobes were slightly flushed. His eyelashes blinked lightly, as if he hadn't understood the other layer of meaning in the man's words. Slowly, he asked. Maybe due to the night, the lights inside the plane were rather dim. The man approached and lay down beside Shenru, holding the youth from behind, constantly caressing the sunken areas at the edge of the spine. Despite causing waves of trembling, his hands wouldn't let go. The main culprit grinned lazily. Entertainment channel. Before Shenru could ask further, Mou added. The entertainment channel has many interesting things. Besides common entertainment projects, there are people who live stream investigations into paranormal phenomena. Seeming to have finally gained some interest, Shenru lightly pushed the man's calf with his toes, signaling him to continue. Mou's eyes were filled with laughter, having savored the experience. He continued, recently, a photo has gone viral on the entertainment channel, and many ghost hunters have rushed to explore it for views. Rose's fingertips gently tapped the man's arm encircling her chest as she casually said. How many secrets can a single photo hold? The man's chuckle carried a dangerous meaning, his warm breath landing softly on the beautiful neck, hinting at unsated desires. He replied nonchalantly. Yeah, I'm curious too. Mou's low, muffled voice sounded hazily in Shenru's ears. Gentle kisses landed lightly behind the youth's ear. But now isn't the time to talk about that. The man gently massaged Shenru's elegant earlobe, his dark pupils full of smiles. Regardless of his lover's struggle and objection, he tenderly said. The night is still long. Let's not waste it. Isn't that right, darling? Shenru was able to get off the plane smoothly and remain in relatively good spirits entirely due to his own powerful recovery abilities. However, being able to leave that confined space made Shenru exceptionally happy. If he stayed there a few more days, even if his internal body didn't develop problems, he would be drained by the man's horrifying execution capabilities. The plane's destination was directly the top floor of the hotel. With President Mo's touch naturally came top-tier configurations. Just by the large windows, one could see the city layout planning of the entertainment channel side. The architectural style was drastically different from the Infinite Channel. Buildings in the Infinite Channel were generally more utilitarian. The leisure zone once even experienced a chase, so there were many barriers within the city for hiding. But the architecture of the entertainment channel leaned more towards aesthetics. In this region where everyone lived streams, people paid more attention to the live broadcast's visual appeal and their own image. Therefore, when Mou and Shenru came out of their room to go to the restaurant on the first floor, they caught many people's attention along the way. No matter who they were, their appearances would be quite eye-catching in the Infinite Channel. When the two tall and handsome men walked into the restaurant, murmurs arose around them. But clearly, neither Shenru nor Mou cared about such things, they weren't affected by the environment or made to feel uncomfortable. After placing their order, Shenru suddenly remembered that he hadn't taken the camera for taking photos out of the room. He stood up and said to Mou, I'll go back for a moment and be right back. Mou had originally planned to go together after they finished eating, but as expected, Shenru was stubborn. The man had no choice but to let him go. If you take too long, you'll be starving. The man glanced at those red eyes with a faint smile, issuing a gentle threat. Shenru coldly sniffed, if next time you're on bottom, I wouldn't mind being hungry either. Without waiting for the man's reaction, he turned and went straight to the elevator. Mou kept watching Shenru's retreating figure until it disappeared around the corner before finally looking away. Bored, the man glanced idly at the restaurant introduction booklet available at each table, passively waiting for Shenru to return. Excuse me, are you dining alone? Suddenly, a soft and sweet male voice rang beside Mou. Sang Ming had just entered the restaurant and his gaze was immediately drawn to the man. For one thing, in vacation hotels, people generally came in groups rather than alone. And for another, this particularly outstanding man was truly handsome. Apparently uninterested in being chatted up, the man looked briefly at the chestnut-haired boy who smiled widely at him, revealing an unabashed admiration in his eyes. Mou expressionlessly returned his gaze to the restaurant pamphlet in his hand, not uttering a single word. Seeing that the man ignored him, Sang Ming didn't appear the least bit awkward. From the man's clothing and demeanor, it was clear his status wasn't ordinary. It was indeed unusual for such a man to be alone. Sang Ming never believed in fate, since this opportunity had been laid before him, he had to seize it as best as he could. Even though the man paid him no attention, he wasn't irritated. All he wanted was the person's contact information, no, even just a name would suffice. Determined now, he had to keep the conversation going. Sir, is this your first time here? I'm pretty familiar with this area and know many fun places. From start to finish, Mou hadn't given him even a glance, much less a response. He treated the person before him as nothing more than air. But Sang Ming remained undeterred, chatting enthusiastically from the side. Just as Mou was at his wit's end and ready to make this person leave, a familiar voice full of mockery sounded beside him. What are you chatting about that's so enjoyable? Chapter 140, Little Tricks Between Couples. Since Shenru and Mou live on the top floor, it took some time waiting for the elevator. About 10 minutes later, Shenru came out of the elevator with a camera. Just as she turned the corner, she saw a young boy with his eyes twinkling excitedly talking to Mou about something. As Shenru approached, she caught a general idea of what they were discussing. This boy seemed to be an original inhabitant of the entertainment channel, introducing much of the channel's history. He even invited Mou with hopeful eyes to play together. We're all used to carrying our phones when we go out, if we could gain decent exposure online, our survival points would rise significantly. It's not like the Infinite Channel that is so dangerous, where one must risk their life to earn points. And I've heard that the channel has been somewhat chaotic recently, dominated by the Dark Knight Guild. Even the game system was harmed by the guild president of the Dark Knight Guild. He must be some sort of fierce character. Originally, Shenru had intended to come over and confront them, but after overhearing this sentence, her crimson eyes clearly flickered with interest. Upon hearing Shinru's voice, Mou's furrowed brow relaxed suddenly, lifting his gaze to softly say, "You're back." Sang Ming also noticed the youth standing beside this gentleman. This gentleman had shown no interest in his attempts at striking up a conversation earlier, yet towards this sudden beautiful youth, he displayed extraordinary tenderness and patience. Sang Ming even felt there was a kind of mutual flirtation between the two. In an instant, a wave of crisis surged within him. Shinru smiled and nodded slightly at Sang Ming, pretending not to notice the hostility and defensiveness in the other's eyes. She was just about to extend her hand in greeting when suddenly thoughts of last night, spent tortured under a man, made her fingers tremble, halting her action as she rested her hand on Mou's shoulder and said smilingly, "Hello. Wow. You're really pretty." Initially, Sang Ming thought this person was his rival, but he didn't expect this gorgeously handsome youth to be quite friendly towards him. Being a streamer himself, he was already accustomed to his fans' praise, but being directly praised by such a beauty was a first, which greatly satisfied Sang Ming's vanity. "Hello, thank you for the compliment." Sang Ming also returned the smile and politely responded, though his glance swept over the hand resting on Mou's shoulder, making him feel somewhat uneasy inside. So he asked out of curiosity, "Are you both here to play together?" "Yes, we are friends," Shinru said while pulling over a stool and sitting between the two. Mou hadn't expected Shinru to say such a thing either. His dark eyes noticeably dimmed, and the force with which he stroked his lover's lower back increased slightly. Sang Ming was startled, his eyes unconsciously scanning the two, realizing they were close in age and perhaps closer than mere friends. Seeing the bewildered look in the other's eyes, Shinru's smile became broader. Beneath the table, she nudged the man's leg with her toes, indicating that he should not interrupt her fun. "I actually came to make a living in this channel since I was young. If it weren't for meeting him, I might not have survived until now." As she spoke, her deep red eyes seemed to glint with moisture, possibly recalling something sad, her voice becoming somewhat choked with emotion. "He has always treated me as a friend, and the members of the guild have also treated me well. For so long, I've regarded them as my family." Shinru's look at Sang Ming held traces of relaxation, knowing clearly that the other party believed her story. A little boy harboring designs against Mou naturally hoped that there wouldn't be any ambiguous relations around Mou. Hence, without hesitation, he affirmed Shinru's statement. Shinru then changed the tone of the narrative. "However, after all these years, he hasn't had anyone by his side to keep him company. I've told him many times about this, but he doesn't care. Who would have thought that during a trip out to play, we'd meet someone so compatible?" Sang Ming blushed upon hearing this. Still, upon learning that the other was adopted, he couldn't help but carry some disdain in his gaze. At the same time, he never forgot to check if the man beside him showed any displeasure. The man maintained an unruffled expression all along, except for the moment when Shinru appeared from the corner, whereupon the man revealed a different demeanor. But upon finding out that this Mr. Mou had no partner, Sang Ming obviously became more elated and conversed with Shinru a bit more freely. After exchanging names with Sang Ming, Shinru began her real purpose. President Mou probably never expected that his good looks would be used by his lover to exchange for intelligence information, right? "We're actually from the gaming channel, and we heard that there's a photo circulating around lately that's particularly popular in the entertainment channel." Shinru smiled brightly at Sang Ming, giving the latter ample room to expand on the topic. Sang Ming's heart soared. If he could be of help, it would surely leave a deep impression on Mou. Hastily, he nodded. "Is this incident really spreading to the gaming channel?" "It's all due to those people from the Infinite channel. Ever since their system disappeared, many channels have been disrupted. Prior to this, there was never any case of humans vanishing in our channel." Shinru smiled, nodding her head cheerfully. "The players from the Infinite channel are indeed too dangerous, always engaging in fighting and killing, not at all civilized." Sang Ming quickly chimed in, trying his best to flatter both Shinru and Mou. "Exactly, perhaps the photos taken by Silent Photo Studio are being influenced by the Infinite channel." As they chatted amicably, Shinru completely ignored the man sitting beside her until she felt his fingers sliding down her back. This made her finally stop. Shinru turned her head fearfully towards Mou, only to see his gentle smile appear unnervingly grotesque in her eyes. Without exaggeration, Shinru felt that if she continued, Mou would certainly lose control of the situation and act right there. Sang Ming failed to notice the hidden tension between the two, seeing only the smile on Mou's face, assuming his provided information pleased the man. He became more engaged in chatting with Shinru. "Do you enjoy talking to him?" Mou's eyes twinkled with amusement, while his fingers wandered to an unknown place on the young man leaning against him. Suddenly, the latter shuddered violently, and his body uncontrollably leaned back, clinging onto Mou's chest. The soft strands of hair brushed against the man's chin, eliciting a light chuckle. Looking at Sang Ming's suddenly shining eyes, Shinru, enduring her discomfort, clenched her teeth and smiled brightly. "Of course, we have a great connection." "Really?" The man's voice carried a cold laugh as he leisurely asked, "Do you like it very much?" Shinru remained silent for a moment, then straightened up. Beneath the dining table, her toe imitated the man's previous action, slowly moving upward along the calf muscles, humorously observing the man's reaction. Before Shinru could reply, the dishes were all served. Regardless of Mou's dark expression, Shinru warmly invited the other party to join them. Not wanting to waste this opportunity, Sang Ming gladly accepted. Fortunately, lunch went smoothly. The man who had been neglected nearby was already showing signs of impatience, the surrounding malevolence growing stronger, and even the shadows around began to stir. Sang Ming watched as the two were about to leave without bothering to exchange contact details. In a rush, he grabbed Shenru's wrist, adjusting his expression to appear sincere and charming. "Mr. Shen, can we exchange contact details? If you want to play anything here, you can reach out to me." Shenru's brow twitched slightly. But looking at Mou's expression, an unkind feeling surged within her to its peak. Smiling, she was just about to agree when Mou's cold voice interrupted her. "I've indulged you enough, Shenru." Mou pried Sang Ming's hand off Shenru, his deep eyes filled with crimson redness. Anger mingled with restraint as he threatened the youth. "I guess you wouldn't want to spend your pleasant 2 days at the hotel, would you?" Subsequently, ignoring others' gazes, he leaned over and bit into Shenru's pale neck until the sweet liquid flowed into his throat, before stepping back satisfied. This was Mou's warning. Shenru naturally wasn't afraid, smirking as she traced the soon-to-be-healed wound on her neck, extending her blood-streaked fingertips to the man's lips, gazing with lingering interest toward the younger man beside. "Thank you, I enjoyed this meal immensely. And thanks to you, I learned about the silent photo studio." Shenru's striking beauty radiated seductive allure, her laughter at this moment resembling a bewitching demoness. "Forgetting to mention, the one you're infatuated with is actually the president of the Dark Knight Guild. Our players in the Infinite Channel are indeed somewhat dangerous. It appears he might not be your destined good match. Pity." Chapter 141, Treating the Paranormal Photo Studio as a Haunted House. After leaving the restaurant, the two of them wandered around this channel for a while. Indeed, just as Sang Ming had said, many people on the street were holding their phones to broadcast live. Players in the entertainment channel earn points through personal live streaming, and non-players give rewards based on individual preference. However, in order to earn more points, everyone has to rack their brains for content ideas, so all sorts of bizarre things have come up. Washing your hair upside down in public is already a common sight, and the audiences are tired of these vulgar live broadcasts. Hence, everyone is seeking even more eye-catching materials. Shenru watched with great interest at the peculiar customs of the entertainment channel, which attracted quite a few streamers inviting her into their broadcasts. Because one cannot see the comments in Infinite Channel, Shenru was very curious about this. She gladly accepted an invitation, but was eventually defeated by the wild language from the chat without wearing pants. She dragged Mou awkwardly away. When they left, she was still feeling fearful inside. If she could have seen the comments within the instance, her combat power might have been scared down by 2 levels. Nevertheless, apart from that incident, the journey in the afternoon was extremely pleasant. The two went surfing and skydiving, closely embracing nature, feeling the speed of constant changes in the world, and experiencing the exhilaration of unrestrained wandering with a vigorous vitality. Along the way, there were not a few men and women who wanted to strike up a conversation. But having learned from his past experience, Mou did not allow Shenru any more chances to wreak havoc. Mou deliberately chose places with dense crowds and forced Shenru to kiss him, creating a sticky and ambiguous atmosphere that made hearts race. After all, the man wasn't exactly a gentle boyfriend. His tolerance for Shenru's behavior in the restaurant had already been an exception. Facing all sorts of messy people getting closer, his dark eyes revealed impatience, and he decided to nip the problem in the bud, directly and effectively. As dusk fell. The final tourist attraction of the night, silent photography studio. The two specially chose the evening time. As Shenru put it, visiting a haunted house would only be fun at night. However, what was unexpected was that even during this period, the entrance of the silent photography studio was packed with people. Yet, they all stood far back, opening their live streams and piggybacking off others' traffic. In the eyes of other streamers, the two handsome men approaching the photography studio were like manna from heaven. After all, paranormal elements combined with 2 good-looking and rich men could attract extra attention even if they were shooting a horror movie. In the live stream room, this kind of setting attracted a large number of viewers' tips. Inside the live stream room. The recent live streaming environment really isn't good. Such good material, can the host move closer? Let me see who's that daring. Ah. What's going on? Does the floor above refer to someone who recently came to the entertainment channel? This photo studio has been strange recently. A family of 3 took pictures here, but when the photos were developed, there were 4 people in them. Isn't this just a normal operation in the Infinite Channel? Seems like the floor above is a regular of the Infinite Channel. Don't mention it. The Infinite Channel live stream was shut down, I lost a wife directly. Hey, don't stop the story now. That's it? No, not yet. Mainly because this creepy photo is displayed in the showcase window of the photo studio, but not everyone can see 4 people in the photo. And whoever sees it will disappear the next day. 3 hosts I follow in the entertainment channel have already cooled. So basically, most people wouldn't dare approach, fearing to see something wrong with the number of people in the photos. Then what about the family of 3 who originally took the picture? There was no such family of 3 at all. No one claimed the photos after they were taken. It was just based on the owner's recollection, searching all over the channel. These people simply disappeared into thin air. Then the two people going up there now are just looking for death. All for traffic without a care for life. Regarding the main information about the photo studio and that particular photograph, Shenru had already heard roughly from Sang Ming. Even though communication within the Infinite channel was done using smart optical computers now, players in the entertainment channel still used smartphone intelligence. Perhaps because every player had to start live broadcasting actively, even the photo studio hadn't been eliminated. Sang Ming mentioned that this photo studio's photo editing technology was top-notch. Many popular streamers' cover images were made by this shop's owner. Shenru lifted her gaze toward the photo studio. Every detail of the building was filled with a sense of ritual. Most of the storefront was taken up by glass display cabinets, where each photograph was a result of the photographer's dedicated work. Indeed, the photographic skills were highly exceptional. That eerie family portrait was right in the middle of the display window. It was clear that the photographer was extremely satisfied with this photo, as he had specially enlarged it. The photo wasn't taken inside the studio, instead, the backdrop was a dim forest at dusk. The sky looked as if it had been stained blood red, while the green grass in the woods, upon closer inspection, appeared to be dotted with countless black specks. An ordinary little arched bridge stood there, flanked on the right by a lush but crooked willow tree and on the left by a lamppost slightly taller than a person. The family of three happily stood in the middle of the bridge. Light filtered through the drooping branches, emitting a faint warm glow. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing wrong with the photo, it was indeed a picture of three people. However, upon deeper scrutiny, it sent chills down one's spine. On the surface of the bridge, there were actually four shadows visible. Following the extra shadow upwards, a grotesque face covered in blood and flesh appeared among the branches above, its eyeballs dangling precariously on the edges of their sockets. The entire face resembled a rotten fruit hanging from the branch, and even though it was in a photograph, it still felt as if it swayed gently with the wind. Shenru curled her lips slightly, her eyes gleaming with interest as she glanced at the man beside her. Apparently, he saw the same scene as she did. This must be the fourth person that players here had mentioned. Since those who could see four shadows in the photo would disappear, Shenru and Mou probably wouldn't be able to avoid it either. This dangerous realization made Shenru all the more exhilarated, just like waiting eagerly in line for inspection tickets outside a haunted house. The longer the time passed, the higher her excitement rose. Suddenly, a streamer holding a phone approached the two of them. "Hello, my name is Su Ziqiu. Although it might seem intrusive, may I ask if you also see four figures in the photo?" Su Ziqiu was a paranormal-themed streamer who came here to gamble for views, believing that he wouldn't necessarily get unlucky enough to see the fourth figure. Unexpectedly, he hit the jackpot. Just as he was calmly waiting for something strange to happen during his live broadcast, he noticed the two strikingly handsome men standing in front of the display window. They weren't holding phones or streaming live, but based on the aura they exuded, Su Ziqiu believed they must have some extraordinary abilities. So, he ventured to strike up a conversation, hoping to gain a bit of hope for survival. As Su Ziqiu drew closer to the pair, the camera finally captured their faces fully. In the live stream room. Wait a moment. Let me check if I've accidentally switched channels. This figure seems so familiar. Ah, wife. My wife. You're really on a honeymoon with my husband. Hold on, what are you guys talking about? What husband and wife? The floor above hasn't been to the Infinite channel yet. Just watch, I guarantee you'll instantly shut up and dive into this world forever. Hey. Is Su Ziqiu trying to cling on to these two for support? Dickhead. Your eyeballs are about to land on my wife. Do me a favor and look at the chat already. As an old fan who hasn't missed a single stream, let me give you a warning, taking shortcuts will only leave you with no way out. Bullshit, this dude accidentally wandered into my wife's comfort zone. Wife, does your home need a stone bench? If I can't see you after the stream ends, I'll wait outside your house on the left. To the floor above, I'm worried you'll be lonely, so I'll join you on the right. Chapter 142, he wants to cling to Shenmei's thighs. The live stream audience was disappointed as Su Ziqiu showed absolutely no intention of checking the barrage messages at this moment. Right now, he was thoroughly terrified by this cursed photo. Thus, he perfectly missed the life-saving clue the audience had provided. Shenru raised an eyebrow and looked at the boy in front of her, curving her lips as if she'd found something interesting, then smiling gently said. What? Did you also see four people? Upon hearing this, Su Ziqiu's heart that had been wildly pounding from nervousness finally calmed down, he quickly nodded. Yes. Lately, the entertainment channel has been plagued with strange happenings, something we've never encountered before like these paranormal incidents. I see you don't have your phones either, so you must be from another channel. The Infinite channel, right? To his knowledge, only those from the Infinite channel would encounter such eerie occurrences. Despite trading their lives for points, every game round rewarded them with far more than regular live streamers like himself. Seeing how composed these two were, they must already be accustomed to such scenes. Once Shenru heard what the boy said, she realized that Su Ziqiu didn't recognize her or Mou yet. The two of us are from the gaming channel and prefer horror games. We heard about the incidents here and came to experience a real-life haunting scene. Her red eyes casually swept over the cameras aimed at them before moving forward to cover it with her hand. Then she shifted the lens view, politely saying. We're just out playing on the sly, could you not film us? Inside the live stream room. What nonsense are you spouting? After just a few days apart, why are you acting so distant from me, darling? Stop hiding, dear, I've already seen through your tricks. Want to hide your identity? Ha, my eyes have already seen everything. This is getting ridiculous. Could you, President Mo, please remove your hand from my wife's waist? Su Zichio understood immediately. It made sense for game streamers to secretly date fearing losing fans and wanting to avoid being on camera. After all, his own life was in serious danger right now, he didn't care much for the stream anymore. If you don't even have a life, what's there to broadcast? Just as Su Zichio was about to cozy up to the pair further, he suddenly felt a wave of darkness wash over him, followed by a sudden dizziness, after which he lost consciousness completely. Under the eyes of many, the three figures warped and vanished within the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, every player in the entertainment channel received a pop-up notification, an invitation to watch the live stream of A Family of Three. Accept. Or reject. Raindrops fell lightly in the dark night, mingling with the damp earth and bringing with them the smell of decay and ruin. At the time of a thunderous lightning flash, the silhouette of a young man standing deep within the forest was illuminated. His red eyes abruptly opened during the fleeting glow. Shenru stood alone amidst the dense jungle. With Shenru's return to consciousness, the omniscient perspective officially opened, allowing a swarm of non-player viewers to flood into the live stream. Within the live stream chat. Hey. This place looks exactly like the one in the picture. Not to mention, why am I suddenly here? Is this where entertainment players end up when they vanish? This location wasn't accessible previously. Now it's changed. Was this because they were waiting for enough participants? Dude, isn't this pretty similar to the Infinite channel? Could this soon become the second Infinite channel? Does this seem like a game testing phase? Damn. Don't say that. Seriously, don't say that. During this test period, the comments section mirrored that of the Infinite channel. In-game players couldn't see the comments, but entertainment channel viewers who weren't inside the game had viewing rights without interaction capabilities for now. Shenru opened his eyes, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings, signaling once again that he had entered a live simulation game scenario. He attempted to open the shop, although it loaded smoothly, the cards within it remained temporarily unusable, popping up a development in progress notice upon each click. However, talents could still function normally. It was evident that the puppeteer behind the scenes was attempting to build a second Infinite channel, but the system wasn't fully developed yet and still under research. But this clearly wasn't the time to ponder this issue. Blood-red moonlight shone onto the desolate forest, casting eerie twisted tree shadows across the bushes like ghoulish phantoms. Cool rain droplets splattered against Shenru's body, soaking his white shirt tightly against his lean and well-built frame. Occasionally, desperate screams and cries for help arose from the depths of the woods, growing clearer as the sounds approached nearer and nearer. Something was coming. Shenru vigilantly observed his surroundings. The visibility range at night was very low. Even though his eyes had adapted to the dim environment, he still couldn't clearly and accurately capture every movement around him. Based solely on sound, he could determine that there were other players in this jungle besides himself, as evidenced by the screams indicating that some had already fallen victim. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the pitch-black sky, briefly turning the dark forest as bright as daylight, giving Shenru a chance to observe his surroundings. He wasn't far from the slanted-neck tree in the photo. He clearly saw thin, long fingers, like chopsticks, slowly extending from behind the big tree. It seemed like an illusion, but as the light faded, those eerie long fingers also vanished from Shenru's sight. Although the object had disappeared, the rustling sounds continued. When the next bolt of lightning struck, his crimson pupils contracted sharply. A long, twisted shadow appeared in front of the tree. A pair of pale eyes without black pupils stared ahead intently, red lips split to the ears revealing jagged teeth. Crimson liquid mixed with rain trickled down from the torn wound. It was moving. The lightning only lasted for an instant before plunging everything back into complete darkness again. The terrifying shadow vanished once more. Likewise, when the lightning ceased, a hidden young man's manic and strange grin also faded into the darkness. The fingers under the shirt cuff stretched out, then the thumb was tucked inside the palm, slowly clenching into a fist, ready to deliver a swift blow the next time lightning flashed. But it felt like the weather was working against him, the third bolt of lightning was taking too long to come. Susurruses. Suddenly, the same sound came from behind Shenru, as if something was passing through the dense grass. However, this time the frequency of the sound was noticeably lower compared to before. Just as the thing was about to reach his feet, Shenru swung his fist toward the grass where the last sound originated. Instantly, his knuckles sank into the soft flesh, and the sound of breaking bones accompanied a heart-wrenching scream that echoed through the bizarre jungle. Ah! The voice sounded familiar, but Shenru couldn't immediately recall where he'd heard it. Crack! The third bolt of lightning suddenly burst forth. It illuminated the terrified and distorted face of Sang Ming lying in the grass, his extremely frightened eyes reflecting a horrifying scene behind Shenru. Pale eyeballs hung outside the eye sockets, suspended eerily above the handsome youth's head. A grotesque and hideous wide mouth opened abruptly, sticky and foul-smelling saliva flowing down from its sharp fangs, almost dripping onto Shenru's slender neck. He shouldn't have acted impulsively and come here to die. Now that Shenru was dead, he would be next. This was Sang Ming's final thought before closing his eyes. Chapter 143, Shenrume's hunting moment. After Sang Ming was openly and subtly humiliated by Shenruming in the restaurant, he couldn't swallow this insult. The president of Dark Knight Guild leaving tooth marks on Shenru's neck without regard for the setting, a mark of possession, and coupled with Shenru mentioning earlier that they were in a father-son relationship left no doubt in his mind that he had been played. Since the gentleman he admired turned out to be the president of the Dark Knight Guild, and Shenru also asked him about the silent photography studio, Sang Ming immediately realized their next itinerary. Given Shenru's appearance and figure, he didn't seem like one of those reckless players from the Infinite game. Instead, it seemed that Shenru merely relied on the president to reach his current status. If Shenru could do it, why couldn't he? Once filled with jealousy, Sang Ming could no longer sit still. To create another accidental meeting, he decided to head to the silent photography studio to take a chance. But looking at the current scene, he met someone all right, but his luck wasn't so great. Ho! Shenru never expected that Sang Ming would follow them into this dungeon with such persistence. It seems that this person's obsession with President Mo exceeded what he had imagined. In the instant Sang Ming closed his eyes, a fierce flashed through his red irises. Shenru activated his talent, instantly transferring himself behind the ghost. A chilling laugh fell alongside his tightly clenched fist. The lithe body, slick from raindrops, caused slippery movements. Sharp fingers tore through the youth's eye corners during their struggle. A stabbing sensation invaded Shenru's brain nerves. Combined with neuron fluctuations and the unsettling emotions upon encountering Sang Ming again, this surge directed itself toward the hypothalamus. Pure malevolence glinted in the red pupils, falling together with his fists onto the face of the monster. Crushed teeth scattered everywhere, mixing red blood with grayish-white brain matter in an explosive burst. At this moment, the young man looked like a corrupt flower blooming amidst the muck, radiating a strong fragrance, as if endlessly favored by God. So, even ghosts have red blood. The ferociously resisting evil ghost finally lost its ability to struggle under the merciless fists of the youth, collapsing into a heap of mud-like flesh, dissolving completely into darkness. Inside the live stream room. WTF. Is there such a good-looking figure on the entertainment channel? I have thousands of beauties in my harem, yet I shouldn't be unaware of him. Come closer, let me take a look. Honestly, it's hard for me to imagine the authenticity of what just happened. Several entertainers who were live streaming were scared stiff. That feeling. The overwhelming satisfaction is unmatched. Only my partner on the Infinite channel can deliver this level of excitement. Oh no. My wife is here to discipline the entertainment channel. Sang Ming had already been terrified into immobility. He was merely a beauty streamer, gaining survival points solely by chatting or performing talents in his stream. He hadn't even played horror video games since childhood, much less encountered such bizarre scenes. Moreover, what exactly was going on with Shenru? Wasn't he supposed to be a naive, white lotus? How did he fight so recklessly? Do players in the Infinite channel turn vicious spirits into mush when clearing dungeons? Shenru paid no attention to what Sang Ming's seemingly empty head might be pondering. Willing to risk death for chasing Mou, he must have little intellectual capacity left for other thoughts. Fueled by anger and jealousy, Shenru wanted nothing more than to kill Sang Ming with his bare hands. His crimson eyes, filled with intense killing intent, swept over the trembling boy hidden in the bushes. Just as Shenru prepared to act, his gaze paused momentarily at the phone hanging from the boy's chest. Killing him outright would be too merciful. The rain had lessened slightly, but rustling sounds in the bushes continued incessantly, akin to unseen bombs ready to explode at any time, possibly taking a player's head with the next lightning strike. Seeming oblivious to the strange noises around him, Shenru took slow, deliberate steps towards the location where Sang Ming lay curled up. His punch earlier should have broken two of this poor unfortunate's ribs. But that wasn't enough, far from enough. Having stepped beyond the boundary Shenru allowed, Sang Ming was already marked as dead in his heart. The dangerously beautiful youth smiled as he squatted slowly before Sang Ming. Sweetly pungent blood still lingered on Shenru's attractive fingers. Now these fingers tenderly caressed Sang Ming's tear-streaked face. In a soft tone, Shenru's voice continued to seduce the fragile mental nerves of his victim. Look at you, you didn't have to end up this pitiful, did you? Gently wiping the corner of Sang Ming's eye with his fingertips, Shenru continued, I can help you survive in this jungle, but only if you obey me. Then he harshly pinched Sang Ming's jaw between his thumb and forefinger, shaking it mockingly, his tone like that of a devil crawling out of hell. Speak up if you understand. Don't act like a mute. Aren't you quite eloquent when you're around Mou? Inside the live stream room. Whoa. What's going on? Why do I smell something unusual? Is my wife jealous? My request may sound excessive, but could you replay the scene for us? The above request is indeed overboard. But I support the replay too. Sang Ming only felt an emptiness in his head, a deafening hum ringing in his ears. His lips were pale with fear, and an uncontrollable sense of dread swelled within him, causing his pupils to tremble. I understand. Please, please save me. Sang Ming no longer cared about his dignity or face. If given the chance again, he would never have imagined himself replacing Shenru. Now, all he wanted was to live, to just survive. Hearing his satisfactory answer, Shenru smirked slightly. Showing no disguise for the disgust in his eyes, he lightly tapped the phone hanging around Sang Ming's neck and said, "Turn on the flashlight. It's not that ghosts appear only when lightning strikes. It's whenever the electric light illuminates their forms that we see these ghosts. Any source of light works. The shop in this scenario has yet to open, so players cannot exchange items such as flashlights or other lighting equipment from the store, only the mobile phones brought into the game by players can be used. By coincidence, Shenru couldn't bring one into the game because Infinite Channel doesn't require phones." Sang Ming felt like he'd seen more horrifying things in his life than ever before as a human flashlight. Wherever the light shone, vague silhouettes flickered, elongated shapes like those walking on stilts, grotesquely distorted contours that came from some unimaginable monsters. "Walk toward silent photography studio." Shenru patted Sang Ming's shoulder, indicating for him to adjust his direction. They were currently in the setting depicted in the photos, but this scenery was also captured by Entertainment Channel. Hence, fundamentally, this strange environment still relied on Entertainment Channel. To leave this eerie place and correctly enter the plotline, they needed to find the root cause. Perhaps it was due to Shenru's resolute voice, or possibly his decisive actions along the way that filled Sang Ming with hope. For a moment, he even thought he might escape this cursed place smoothly. As they headed toward Silent Photography Studio, Shenru clearly noticed that there were fewer monsters in the forest, and as long as they stayed on the correct path, the creatures wouldn't actively attack. Not until they left the woods did Sang Ming let out the breath he had been holding. Mou and the broadcaster called Su Zichio were already at the entrance of the photography studio. With tear-filled eyes, Sang Ming stared directly at Mou's handsome face, which seemed godlike, and once again after escaping danger, thoughts he shouldn't entertain began to resurface. Just as he was about to speak to him, he suddenly felt a cool sensation flash behind his head, followed by a dull ache. The dizziness made him unsteady, and he collapsed directly onto the ground. The black-haired youth held a sharp piece of rock in his hand, slowly squatting down before him. His passionate red eyes brimmed with intense killing intent, enjoying the despair mixed with malevolence in the other's fearful gaze, driving his excitement to the brink. Covering the large hole the size of a bowl at the back of his head, Sang Ming trembled as he uttered his last words before death. "You said I could leave the jungle alive if I obeyed you." Shenru scoffed, his contemptuous gaze sweeping across Sang Ming's distorted features as he smiled brightly and said, "Are you not out of the jungle now? Dying in front of the one you admire, what a pity." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Shenru lifted the sharp stone in his hand and struck Sang Ming's eyes that stared at Mou, smashing them like an eggshell, with a plop, splattering everywhere. Su Zichio watched the scene before him that defied his comprehension, swallowing hard, and asked unconsciously, What are you doing?" The young man with black hair lazily tilted his head, blood splattered prominently on his pretty face, crimson red in his eyes still gleaming with murderous intent, his upturned eye corners reflecting great pleasure. "Can't you tell? I'm taking out the trash." Chapter 144, A Family of Three, Part 1. The rain started to fall harder. The blood, brain matter, and unidentifiable fragments of human tissue on the gravel had been washed away by half by the rain. Mou's willingness to stay in the Infinite Channel, even working for the system, was not solely due to his overweening ambition but also a point he'd never disclosed to anyone. The act of walking a tightrope, always under the risk of being discovered by the system, with all in madness, was purely because this man relished the thrill of straddling life and death. He took pleasure from the expressions players displayed out of their pain and despair. The great President Mo, who outwardly appeared to be an ambitious master planner elevated by the Infinite Channel's players, was actually a devil feeding on others' fears. The Infinite Channel amplified humanity's malice but paradoxically served as emotional sustenance for the man. No one knew how much joy Shenru brought him when she smashed someone's head in front of him out of jealousy and anger. This infinite sense of satisfaction transformed into deep desire, a searing flame that rose in the man's piercing eyes. Mou stepped forward, pulling up the young man crouching on the ground, with an inscrutable expression on his face. His warm, long hand lightly caressed Shenru's handsome face, forcing her to look up. Behind them, the shadows abruptly leapt forth, maliciously grinding the corpse, disturbing the rose mood into pieces and throwing it into the nearby jungle like trash. As he gazed at the crimson pupils brimming with smiles, the man bent down and kissed the lips he had lusted after for so long. It was tender yet wildly possessive. A familiar mechanical system voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, player has passed the screening test. Now initiating the testing instance, a family of 3. The testing instance will release mission requirements according to the extent the player progresses through the plot. Notice, the testing instance may contain bugs with no immediate solution. If anomalies are found, please distance yourself as soon as possible. Now issuing first stage mission, find the family of 3 hidden in the silent photo studio. During the mission process, you might encounter various difficulties. Please strive to overcome them. The system's announcement was more detailed than that of the Infinite Channel. Every word treated these players as lab mice, testing the new instance plots and their adaptability. Screening began the moment they saw the photos. Perhaps it was selected based on a comprehensive consideration of players' physical abilities and psychological resilience. Being a trial copy, there was no way the puppeteer would just rely on luck to filter players at random, it simply made no sense. Surviving in the jungle constituted the second selection mechanism. Now they were finally entering the main storyline. Besides Shinru, Mou, and Su Ziqiu, there were 3 other players, 2 women and 1 man. In total, 6 people. Su Ziqiu silently categorized herself on Shinru and Mou's side, inching closer with small steps to the 2 dominant figures. These days, one really couldn't mess with esports streamers who played ghost games, they packed too much firepower. Su Ziqiu, having crawled through the entertainment channels for quite some time, naturally understood the principle of self-preservation. If one doesn't seek benefit for oneself, one faces divine retribution. The jungle screening was designed to make players realize that this was no longer child's play. Haven't this family of 3 gone missing? How could they possibly be in the photo studio? Oh Ning, a looks-based streamer, tightly wrapped her arms around herself, forcibly suppressing her fear and voiced her question. No one responded. Shinru remained silent for another reason, because of the name of the photo studio. Once the system issued the task, it meant everyone had entered the designated storyline. Any action could cause unexpected deaths. Nobody knew whether speaking counted as a rule leading to death since this was already an obvious warning. Except for Shinru and Mou, the other participants were experiencing this game mode for the first time, leaving them with no better choice but to tough it out through the story. Shinru glanced at the photos in the display cabinet. Besides the background still present, the family of 3, and even a 4th individual, had vanished without a trace, as if they'd escaped directly out of the photographs. She arched her eyebrows, finding immense interest as she walked into the photo studio. Upon entering, there was a dimly lit corridor. The left wall of the corridor was a full-length mirror, and at the end of the corridor were stairs leading to the 2nd floor. The stair width could only accommodate 1 person, even 2 girls with smaller frames barely managed side-by-side walking. However, once inside the 2nd floor, the overall space became considerably wider. Though there were no windows, the electric lights were fairly bright. The decor style leaned towards the ancient and elegant, with many items carrying a strong sense of antiquity. On the walls were posted comparison images of renovated old photographs, as well as many finely retouched portraits and landscapes. The square hall had 4 tightly closed doors, locked and even bound with thin iron chains, as if sealing some sort of monster. As everyone focused their attention on the chains. Bang bang bang. The locks on the 4 doors began to shake uncontrollably. The metal hitting the wooden doors emitted an ear-piercing, terrifying knocking sound. Ayayawa. Oh Ning was frightened into a scream, her hair standing on end, beads of cold sweat forming on her back instantly. Fortunately, Mu Xiaoxiao quickly covered her mouth in time, forcing the rest of her screams back down her throat. Mu Xiaoxiao was also a paranormal streamer. Although not a player from the Infinite channel, she still knew basic rules: isolated screaming always leads to death and curiosity kills the cat. As long as one doesn't inquire, pretending not to see can avoid 90% of dangers. Of course, this principle was a shared guideline among all paranormal streamers. Apart from Oh Ning's uncontrollable shrieks, the others chose to remain still. Just when everyone thought the crisis had passed, a slender, pale finger pinched the lock it had been bizarrely shaking earlier. It then rubbed against the lock a few times before striking the door forcefully as if in retaliation. The sharp noise exploded suddenly in the deathly quiet space. Everyone. What was this person doing? Wasn't this the kind of behavior that only a 3-year-old couldn't resist out of sheer curiosity? How could an adult not learn how to read the situation properly? Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the owner of the hand. The red-eyed young man showed no sign of regret, instead looking quite eager to strike the door again. Fortunately, Su Ziqiu hurriedly stopped the reckless hand, making desperate gestures, practically begging the overlord to understand the routine of horror games. Inside the live streaming room. Isn't this supposed to be a player from the Infinite channel? How can such a mistake happen? TSK. This person is so inexperienced, how do I even explain? Let me put it this way, if there really was a boss behind that door, this would have been our last meeting in this dungeon. What now? Dungeon ends here, period. Suddenly, a strange sound came from somewhere unknown. SSSSSS. The sound stood out sharply in the silent atmosphere where no one was speaking. Though faint, it was very noticeable in this dead quiet space. SSSSSS. The eerie sound sounded again. Finally, the group confirmed its source. It was the exact door Shinru had just knocked on. Chapter 145, A Family of 3, 2. Shinru raised an eyebrow, already having a rough idea of what was going on. Just as she was thinking about testing how smooth the gaming experience would be on the entertainment channel, Oh Ning, who was closest to the door, suddenly grabbed Mu Xiaoxiao's arm. Her pupils shrank drastically from overwhelming fear. It wasn't until Mu Xiaoxiao covered her mouth that she realized no one had spoken since entering the room. So, with trembling hands, she took out her phone and typed out a few words: "Something is pulling my skirt." The other players began to become more alert. The seemingly silent photo studio, the empty 2nd floor, the strange and horrifying sounds. All the oddities combined could only mean With years of experience in paranormal live streaming, Su Ziqiu hastily typed out a few words on his phone. There are ghosts around us. Cold sweat instantly drenched Oh Ning's back. Was it a ghost that just pulled her skirt? In panic, she continued typing, where is the ghost? Su Ziqiu hesitated. What was he supposed to say? He didn't know where the ghost was. He didn't have the ability to see spirits either. That little knowledge he had was learned from horror movies. Just as Su Ziqiu was about to respond, he was interrupted by a slender, pale finger. Shenru waved his hand in front of Su Ziqiu, indicating he wanted to borrow the phone. Su Ziqiu didn't hesitate. After all, he had already decided to cling to this person for safety. The big guy must take precedence. Shenru took the phone and wrote a few lines to show the other players. I know where the ghost is. Want to see? Within the live stream chat. Please. Say no. My charming wife is about to start again. Fellas, listen to me. No matter what my wife asks for next, don't agree. You guys, you got paired with my wife during your first run, that's some bad luck. Shenru's statement was like a poisonous snake from Zai. The players were scared of the ghost's existence but couldn't help their curiosity to see what these things actually looked like. Without knowing the dangerous positions of these ghosts, they wouldn't be able to move forward at all. So the result was obvious. They wanted to see where the ghosts in the house were. Shenru smiled gently as he observed them, raising his chin towards the main door, forming an appealing arc with his bright red lips, making a soundless mouth movement. Touch it. The players were uncertain. After all, it was this door that produced strange hissing sounds earlier. They glanced at each other, none daring to touch it. Finally, under Shenru's expectant gaze, Su Ziqiu reluctantly put his hand against the door. As soon as there was contact, Su Ziqiu's eyes widened abruptly, his face becoming visibly pale. Sweat quickly appeared on his forehead, and his trembling lips slightly parted, wanting to blurt something out but ultimately kept quiet. Seeing Su Ziqiu's reaction, Mu Xiaoxiao and others disregarded their previous vigilance and touched the door themselves, their expressions turning uniformly grim. This door felt not as hard and smooth as they imagined, instead resembling human skin, smooth, taut, and most importantly, very soft. Oh Ning's pupils dilated slightly. Could it be that the thing that pulled her clothing earlier was this door? Before she could react, a malicious laughter broke her train of thought. The unpleasant laugh echoed in the air, hammering into everyone's hearts. Next, we might need your help. The young man broke the unspoken rule among the players, his slightly hoarse chuckle ringing in everyone's ears. Before anyone could answer, Shenru had already picked up the scissors nearby and stabbed fiercely toward the great door. Su Ziqiu was greatly alarmed. This. Every step the big player took in the paranormal game was called, courting death. This isn't the same as playing games. Real death was possible. Shenru's thoughts were simple. The lock moving on its own was too peculiar unless something unseen intentionally moved it, such as the ghost they spoke of. Otherwise, there was an issue with the lock itself. Initially, Shenru only intended to confirm this point by touching it, but unexpectedly, he discovered something quite intriguing. The moment the sharp blade pierced in, a piercing scream suddenly filled the comm room, and the lights inside flickered erratically. When the eerie scream subsided, complete darkness engulfed the room. Turn on the flashlight. Subconsciously believing Shenru was talking to him, Su Ziqiu obeyed without much thought, switching on the phone's flashlight. The moment he opened the flashlight, he instantly regretted it. There was no time to turn off the light, so he instinctively covered the glowing source with his hands. Even though the light flashed for only an instant, it was enough for everyone to see what was going on. The thing attached to the gate seemed alive, its posture sinister and twisted, struggling outward bit by bit. The sound of tearing flesh echoed in their ears. Do you think turning off the light would create a more terrifying atmosphere? Just as everyone was still shocked by the sight they glimpsed, Shenru's feigned puzzlement reached Su Ziqiu's ears along with the hissing sounds. Su Ziqiu. When did I say that? Both were equally horrifying. But Shenru was right, seeing things clearly under the light provided a bit more confidence. Thus, Su Ziqiu once again withdrew his hand from the light source, and the sudden white glow illuminated the scene before them. Dense protuberances under the human skin moved continuously, floating like living things beneath the epidermis. Fortunately, that piece of skin was still stuck on the door, making it seemingly unable to break free for now. Before Su Ziqiu could sigh in relief. Suddenly, Shenru quickly strode forward and ripped the human skin off the door. Shreya. Su Ziqiu. What is the boss doing? Are you pushing us closer to death because you think we're dying too slowly? Shenru had initially just noticed the movement on the human skin attached to the door but then saw the bumps undulating repeatedly on the skin, realizing there might be something else beneath. Based on these activities of the skin, it was highly sensitive to sound. So after Oh Ning screamed earlier, Shenru intentionally made noise, completely confirming that these things reacted to sound. At the sight of what lay beneath the skin, the words about Shenru courting death got lodged in Su Ziqiu's throat. Beneath the skin appeared the face of a man, the very face of the male owner in the photo. In the live stream chat. I shit, so disgusting. The whole face was peeled flat. Gag. Wife. I need to snuggle with my wife for some comfort. That's why it's called a silent photo studio. Because players are careful enough to always follow the rules. As long as they don't make any sound, they won't disturb the human skin attached to the door, naturally never discovering the male owner hidden beneath. At this moment, the mechanical voice of the system sounded. Players have discovered the whereabouts of the male owner of the family of 3. Congratulations. Keep up the good work. Since Ning had noticed something strange with the door earlier, she stepped further away and calmed down temporarily when she heard Shenru start talking. Since the consequences caused by sound had disappeared, she gradually mustered up her courage. Ning considered herself quite presentable. Even though she witnessed these 2 tall and handsome men kissing outside, such situations were nothing new to her. One moment they love each other passionately, the next they go their separate ways. In this kind of game, anyone could become the abandoned one. Shenru's recent rash actions were too crazy, so Ning shifted her focus onto Mou beside him, who remained silent. Pushing past the obstructive Su Ziqiu, Ning came beside Mou and started a casual conversation, pretending curiosity. Her first step was to show the man that she was a female player with brains and sufficient courage. The remaining 2 might also be hiding behind other doors. Mou didn't even raise an eyebrow. No one saw the shadow lurking in the dark, already moving restlessly and darting out freely towards the woman's feet. That makes sense. A young man with black hair joined the conversation, tilting his handsome face slightly, creating a beautiful curve around his neck. A flash of mockery flickered in his crimson eyes but quickly disappeared. Maybe you should try, since they don't seem to have any attack ability. If you find the female owner, your survival points will increase significantly. Shenru's voice floated lightly but was highly persuasive. These 2 sentences carried enormous allure in terms of both survival points and personal capability enhancement for Ning. Plus, the black-haired youth had earlier demonstrated tearing off the human skin from the door with his bare hands without causing any harm to himself. Therefore, Ning subconsciously thought the danger had passed. Even if she couldn't make a move on the wall, the lure of survival points was worth a try at least. Mou watched Shenru as her lips curled in an attractive manner full of malice, letting his possessiveness grow wildly in the darkness. Knowing fully well but still asking, he questioned. What are you up to? Shenru's red eyes gleamed with mischief as she looked up at the man, her tongue tracing over her crimson lips, dragging out the words teasingly, I'm learning from you, I'm using guinea pigs to test for errors. Chapter 146, A Family of 3. Inside the live stream room. This is too much fluff. Honey, if you 2 keep showing off your love in front of me like this, I will die right in front of you. Not to mention, do you guys have any empathy at all? This host is about to watch someone go and die. I'm exhausted. Somebody, drag that Mary Sue out of here. In this clear and wholesome cyberspace, I don't want to see even one comment saying anything bad about my wife. Got it? What Ning didn't know was that Shenru and Mou were so confident in speaking freely not because the rule restriction had disappeared, but because their strength had grown strong enough. Shenru also genuinely didn't know whether the other 3 doors were in the same condition as this one. Since there was someone willing to volunteer as a guinea pig, he figured it wouldn't be polite to refuse them. How exciting. What kind of surprise would Ning bring him? Ning was just preparing to check out another door when another male player couldn't hold himself back anymore. Fong Wenhong was also a supernatural live streamer. However, unlike Su Ziqiu and Mu Xiaoxiao, if he returned empty-handed after this game ended, he'd soon face the reality of 0 points and being left homeless. Upon hearing Shenru's statement that if they could be the first to find the other 2 individuals in the photo, they'd receive richer survival points during settlement, Fong Wenhong naturally began to scheme his thoughts. I'll go with you. Fong Wenhong stepped beside Ning. Though outwardly he looked like a naive hunk coming to save her, inside he was already plotting to kill this woman once they found their task target. Ning didn't refuse because she had harbored the same intention. Each harboring their own deceitful plans, they moved slowly towards the remaining 3 doors, guided only by the faint light from their phones. As Ning and Fong Wenhong touched the second door, they confirmed it too was covered in human skin, just like the others. With a sharp object, they punctured the flesh, eliciting its violent struggles. They ripped the human skin forcefully through the opening created between the wood and the layer of skin. Despite the nauseating sliminess sending shivers down both Ning and Fong Wenhong's spines, for the sake of their own purposes, they gritted their teeth and bore it. After ripping off all 3 pieces of human skin, hope faded as their efforts resulted in no gains. Fong Wenhong refused to believe this and continued searching, convinced that some clue had eluded his notice. Just as Ning began to feel disheartened and prepared to seek help, her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of the previously removed pieces of human skin slowly standing up, moving steadily towards her. In an instant, the oppressive atmosphere took over the silent surroundings, dark and heavy. The human skin began to visibly roughen, sprouting thick black hair. Pus-filled red rashes erupted wildly on the skin, and most unnaturally, Ning realized she couldn't move. Her feet felt glued down with superglue. She tried to scream, but her throat produced no sound regardless of how much force she exerted. The 3 pieces of human skin surrounded her tightly, the swollen rashes threatening to burst open, ready to spew pus onto her face. Ning died. She was smothered to death, enveloped completely by the layers of human skin. Whether due to system cleanup or a script setting, both O Ning and the human skin she carried quickly vanished without a trace, as though someone had pressed a delete button. The ground remained perfectly clean, without any trace of what had happened. Fang Wenhong was the closest among everyone to O Ning. He looked up at Shenru, who coldly observed from the side, and shouted incredulously. Why didn't you save her? Wasn't this your idea? It seemed like he was attempting to stir discord, glaring fiercely and shouting at the others. Are you people completely indifferent? Someone's dead. He could abandon O Ning, and he could abandon you too. Listening to Fang Wenhong's desperate roaring, Shenru raised an eyebrow, nearly laughing out loud. In the blink of an eye, empowered by talent abilities, Shenru instantly teleported in front of Fang Wenhong. He grabbed both sides of the man's temples with one hand and slammed him forcefully against the wall. No one saw how exactly this black-haired youth reached Fang Wenhong so quickly, they only noticed that, in the blink of an eye, Fang Wenhong was crushed into the wall like an ant. This handsome young man's tone was laced with mockery and disdain, his lips curling slightly, his deep gaze focused intently on the pathetic creature in front of him. Take a look, aren't you ungrateful? I generously let you take the chance to discover the clues. How could you dogs forget this truth and wag your tails at me? With a slow release, his pale fingers finally relaxed their grip. Scared to the core, Fang Wenhong lost sensation in his legs, awkwardly slumping onto the floor along the wall. Shenru's gaze casually swept over the posters and PS before and after comparison pictures stuck on the wall, then indifferently returned. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but he thought the portrait on the poster just now seemed to blink. But all these were trivial matters of no importance. Shenru looked down, lightly curling his lips. He looked at Fang Wenhong as though looking at garbage. Surviving or living like a human being, the choice is not mine, but yours. Understand? Having received a satisfactory answer, Shenru gave him a half-smile, quickly shifting his gaze away. Mou was behind Shenru, with some wet wipes from somewhere unknown in hand. He carefully held the hand of his beloved that had just touched others, wiping every inch of skin slowly and thoroughly. When the wet cloth brushed over the youth's fingertips, Mou suddenly recalled something, causing the shadow behind him to twist excitedly, even though he still maintained his elegant and handsome appearance. This movement still made Shenru's scalp tingle. The dark eyes were deep, carrying a strange flame of madness. Shenru couldn't stand the man's stare and pulled his fingers out without any courtesy, smiling and saying. President Mo, it's not dark yet. The damp fingers gently stroked the man's throat, softly laughing. But I still thank you for this thoughtful gesture. Don't thank me, it's my duty. Mou's eyes swept across the place Shenru had stayed earlier. The shadow, as if receiving some instructions, abruptly attacked the poster, broken paper flying around with sharp screams, together they were thrown downstairs. The low chuckle echoed by Shenru's ear. Things like these, don't even give them a glance afterward. Inside the live stream room. Pfft. Something's off, everyone. Based on my extensive experience with people. My wife and husband should have already done something unspeakable. How do you conclude? That little Mo's been staring at my wife with such intensity. He truly doesn't regard me as a person. After watching the whole process, Su Ziqiu and Mu Xiaoxiao felt relieved. Su Ziqiu, thankfully I'm not into men. Mu Xiaoxiao nodded very much in agreement, me neither. Su Ziqiu. Chapter 147, A Family of 3, 4. After witnessing Shenru bludgeoning a boy with chestnut hair to death, Su Ziqiu had also doubted whether the two really came from the gaming channel. After all, how could esports players be so adept at killing? But this thought only flashed through his mind for an instant before being cast aside. Where the two masters came from was not important, what was important was that keeping up with them meant staying alive. He was one of those who had survived the jungle filled with ghostly shadows and naturally saw those strange figures and the players who met their grisly ends. All Su Ziqiu could do now was to learn and try his best to avoid dying, doing everything possible to survive. In Shenru's view, O Ning's death wasn't entirely meaningless. After all, with these few human skins attached to the door, it would take some effort to get inside. Now, everything had been made easy. Master, which gate should we enter next? Su Ziqiu asked enthusiastically. Shenru looked around and suddenly remembered the poster that had blinked just now. You wouldn't have torn it apart just because he glanced at it for too long, if that were true, Fang Wenhong should already be dead in pieces. The dark red eyes followed the position of the poster to the adjacent door, where malevolent thoughts stirred once more. Few things caused Mou to react excessively. This made Shenru extremely curious. This one, what do you think? The young man's crimson eyes shone like fire, teasing with interest, his lips curling higher and higher as he eagerly looked at the silent man beside him. Mou raised an eyebrow, looking at his lover's beautiful features, the swirling darkness in his eyes almost spilling over beyond control. Before he could respond, the slow voice of the young man rang out again. It's all because of President Mo's haste. Shenru laughed brilliantly. The intimate relationship was not a cage that bound them but rather like Mou's despicable enjoyment of Shenru's jealousy and his ruthless cruelty toward others for himself. Shenru similarly relished the thrill and excitement of continuously challenging the man's limits. Intimacy might describe them, but love-hate fit even better. Without logic, only following instincts freely, they managed to evoke a resonant harmony intertwined within their souls. By the time Shinru realized something was off, Mou no longer had the chance to argue back. Click. There seemed to be eyes constantly monitoring the players in the room. At the moment Shinru made the decision, the lock above dropped with a sound, and the massive door slowly creaked open, revealing a narrow slit. The fear and anticipation for the unknown kept enticing the young man to push the door wide open. As soon as the door opened, the acrid smell unique to photo-developing chemicals hit them full force. When all the players stepped into the room, with a boom, the large door slammed shut automatically, enveloping everyone in complete darkness. Without waiting for Shinru's reminder, Suzicho naturally lit up the phone's lighting device. With the faintly swaying light accompanying their movement forward, everyone gradually recognized the surroundings. The spacious room stretched endlessly. Photos covered the walls, photos taken by the studio for customers, clear and vivid, full of life. As they slowly moved forward, Shinru's gaze casually swept across the images, seeing countless attractive men and women among them, as well as many scenic photos from the entertainment channel. Just when he was about to retract his gaze, his eyes suddenly froze on a particular photograph. This photo did not belong to the entertainment channel, not to the Infinite channel, and certainly not to this game. It was his university graduation photo from before he arrived here. Suddenly, the lights behind them went out. Shinru quickly turned around, finding no one behind him. The layout of the room had changed unknowingly, the spacious room visibly shrank into a small area, surrounded by dark shades everywhere. One by one, the photos began emitting a faint glow, the faces depicted on them gradually changing. Until finally, they transformed into Shinru's memoirs from the past world. The dark-haired young man gazed upon them, his emotionless face appearing cold and ruthless. If it weren't for the fact that the people on the photos looked like the youth himself, some onlookers might even think Shinru was watching a stranger's past. Though outsiders considered Shinru's personality somewhat eccentric, lacking empathy, and even inclined towards violence, judging from the records on the photographs, actually, the young man's childhood was unexpectedly happy. An understanding mother, a responsible father who cared for the family, and an intelligent, obedient little dog. As time went on, Shinru transformed from a baby bundled up in kindergarten to a student carrying a small school bag. The Shinru in the photos still radiated happiness, carefree as if worldly worries could not bind him to this corner. His bright red eyes were filled with longing and anticipation for the future, an innocence so clear that Shinru felt as though he were looking at another version of himself from a parallel world. The pictures progressed from his school years into society. His exceptional learning ability made him an elite figure in society now, living life by rote, peacefully and water-like blandness. Inside the live-streaming room. Wow, it's the first time I've seen my wife's past. So cute back when she was still a milk bundle, with a pacifier stuffed in her mouth, save me. The impact is too strong. I thought someone like our wife must have had a tragically miserable childhood, but who knew it turns out to be 99% more blissful than most human beings. Then why has our wife become like this? Although she's just as attractive now, I also love her sweet sticky little past. Shinru remained expressionless, slowly shifting his gaze further until blank film negatives came into view. Seemingly sensing the young man's gaze, pale white photographs slowly began to display 2 lines of text. Do you like them? All you need to do is nod your head, and they can all turn real. No matter what, I can help you achieve them, all of them, including Mou. Shinru chuckled softly, the ambiguous laugh echoing through the pitch-black space. How disgusting. The puppet master was the creator of the game, moreover, Shinru wasn't currently in the Infinite channel, so meeting within this scenario wasn't surprising. Furthermore, Mou's behavior wasn't hard to guess. Maybe all he saw in the blink of an eye was someone blinking subtly at him, a challenging pair of golden eyes. Shinru tore down a photo from the wall, it was his graduation ceremony where he held flowers, his smile radiant. On either side of him stood his parents. His dark crimson eyes stared intently at the photograph, and his uncontrollable laughter grew louder. Feel pity for me. The photo was tossed to the ground, his fiery red irises unmoved as he mercilessly stepped on the shredded fragments of what could only be called junk. Or are you trying to provoke me? Reality was often melodramatic and cruel, broken to the point where he lost even the interest to reminisce about memories. During his schooling days, he genuinely longed for the life depicted in the photo. But that aspiration ended the night his mother was beaten to death by his brutal father. With their family of 3 unable to be whole anymore, dreams naturally shattered. Shinru didn't shed a single tear over his mother's death. To him, his mom finally found new life in a world without darkness. But he himself still lingered in a distorted, oppressive vortex, like a rose on the brink of withering, waiting for someone to breathe brilliance into him. In the blink of an eye, the Shinru in the photo vanished. The end of the pitch-black corridor echoed with dense footsteps. Face after face identical to Shinru approached from the shadows, dull eyes void of light, their faces etched with despair for life. They trudged forward heavily, slowly inching closer. The Shinru at the forefront suddenly spoke. Although Mou initially caught my attention, I should thank him. He helped me discover something far more perfect. The desperate malice in you. It's truly irresistible. Shinru sneered coldly, rejecting without mercy. You'd best show yourself clearly next time rather than hovering around me like a fly. The young man's patience had reached its limit. With ruthless hatred, his fists pounded repeatedly on the face identical to his own, blood splattering wildly. The anger accumulated in his chest burst forth like a blade slashing towards that false self. He envied this fake self, which owned the life he once craved intensely, but he also took delight in it, as his late-arriving fists finally fell upon this lowly and counterfeit NPC. The satisfaction of revenge electrified his nerves. Why? Why do you get to possess what I've lost? Despite the handsome face identical to his being smashed beyond recognition, the fists refused to stop. Until the scene imperceptibly shifted, and the light from the phone shone again as it usually did. The players looked on in horror as Shinru, who had just disappeared from sight, suddenly reappeared and viciously assaulted the bloodied NPC. The good news was that the son of the family of 3 had been found. Right beneath Shinru's fists. The bad news was that with Shinru's appearance came the sound of hurried, more frantic footsteps from behind the young man. Faces identical to Shinru began to emerge slowly into the light. No doors behind them, they were surrounded by monsters. Su Zichio's voice trembled slightly as he swallowed hard and moved closer to Mu Xiaoxiao. I'd rather be cut by a ghost a few times, at least I can heal. But if this swarm comes over and suffocates me, I'll never rest in peace. Mu Xiaoxiao, stupidity is contagious. Please keep your distance. Su Zichio. Dude, are you being polite? Inside the live streaming room. Getting choked to death by so many wives, you could die a hero. Sigh, after all, none of you have as much experience as Pinky. My wife always surprises when acting alone. It's fine. Although these entertainment players don't offer much participation, they at least provide some emotional value, ha 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 ha. Friends, let's place bets. Let's gamble on who the next victim will be. Chapter 148, A Family of 3, 5. Apart from Shinru, no one knew what had just happened. But judging by the countless shadows behind the dark-haired young man, it was easy to guess that the brief disappearance was not a pleasant experience for Shinru. Mou didn't speak, nor did he make any extra moves. He quietly waited beside the youth patiently until his emotions were completely vented. The veins on his neck protruded, and the redness under his eyes brimmed with anger. Behind him, the shadowy darkness loomed like a demon. Mou watched expressionlessly, but no one knew how furious he truly was at this moment. His teeth clenched as he suppressed the beast awakening within, maintaining restraint while waiting. Not until Shinru stopped moving did the shadow lurking in the dark finally lose control, rushing out from the youth's side and dragging him close. Mou's hands trembled slightly, seemingly wanting to embrace Shinru, yet after hesitating for a moment, he chose instead to gently wipe away the bloodstains from his beloved's body. Embraces can offer comfort, but Mou's rose did not need this kind of apparent pity disguised as concern. What Shinru needed was Mou's firmness and unwavering commitment. And fortunately, these were precisely the things this man excelled at. However, Mou couldn't help but desire to embrace the other, because every ounce of harm Shinru endured at the hands of others drove him insane. He would even decide to take the entire channel down with him if necessary. The youth naturally realized his recent indiscretion, and he also understood the man's current fear, unease, and anger. Shinru, as the rose, actively embraced his son, subduing the restless factors deep within both their bones. His dark red eyes fixed intently on Mou's, curving into a bold, joyous smile as he excitedly declared. I've had a blast. I care about nothing in this world, except you. Mou lightly pressed a kiss onto the youth's pale forehead, and together with that tender gesture, his impatience and rage began to ease. A once desiccated heart now thrived, full of overflowing love. In the live streaming room. Ah. This is way too ship-worthy. I'm so jealous of all of you who are from the Infinite Channel. How could you eat such a big dog food meal without us knowing? Even though this may not be the right time to say it, husband and wife, could you please check on the 3 little chicks next to you? Hahaha, they're being scared out of their wits by my wife's terrifying pale face. Big. Brother, what do we plan to do next? Su Zichio discreetly stepped back again, his eyes glued to the slowly approaching Shinru's plan. Shinru's gaze scanned over those creatures, his tone icy cold without a trace of attachment. Obviously, to kill the fakes and get out of this cursed door. Without hesitation, the moment the words left his lips, Shinru charged straight towards the crowd of tangled faces. The crimson irises of the dark-haired youth radiated intense murderous intent, and in an instant, the whole space was dyed red. Su Zichio's scissors used for self-defense played a major role as Shinru plunged the sharp blade deeply into those identical red eyes. Gleaming with cold light, blood spurted everywhere. Perhaps because the scene of killing oneself was too shocking, Fang Wenhong even went limp with fear and collapsed onto the ground. Blood splattered wildly across his face from the severed neck of the Shinru. Piercing screams filled the entire bloody space. Shinru had already killed more than half of them, and Mou's shadow merely added further embellishment to the massacre. Shinru had already killed more than half of them, and Mou's shadow merely added further embellishment to the massacre. In moments, it seemed as if red rain had fallen. Everywhere, there lay scattered hollow carcasses soaked in fresh blood, creating an endless stretch of carnage. Click. Behind them, a sound rang out, and the locked gate gradually opened. Bright light streamed through the crack, welcoming the successfully cleared players. Dark red eyes still held fierce intensity, the lingering murderous intent yet to dissipate fully. Without a moment's delay, pale fingers lightly brushed away the streaks of crimson beneath his eyes, turning towards the open doorway. The few individuals hurriedly followed closely behind the two top-tier figures. Su Ziqiu and Mu Xiaoxiao were both streamers, outgoing in nature, and due to their weakness, shared a mutual understanding and appreciation. Looking at the backs of the experts, Su Ziqiu sighed, shaking his head behind his back, saying, "We're indeed the draggers of the team." Mu Xiaoxiao gave him a disdainful glance, swatting the back of Su Ziqiu's head in frustration, stating, "The both of us aren't even qualified to drag anyone else's leg. More like sideline spectators." Su Ziqiu. Oh no, how clear the recognition is. Outside the door. Although a few entertainment players had little sense of participation, at least they didn't cause any trouble. Su Ziqiu deeply reflected on his lazy behavior. He couldn't be sure whether this game would permanently reside in the entertainment channel, but now what's worst is that these two big shots aren't from the entertainment channel. Even if his old man were god of luck, he couldn't save him. The next most important thing was to ensure participation. With that thought, Su Ziqiu seriously approached Shenru and said, "Big shot. Please make sure to bring me along for the next move." Shenru, who has never been asked such a request before. In the live streaming room. Ha 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 ha, holy s asterisk asterisk asterisk, save me. Someone actually made such a request. Child. Deeply inhaled, Gu Changming's urn probably hasn't been thrown away yet, you can use it properly. Little Yellow and Little Pink would cry hearing this. Where are the entertainment channel players? It's like Bodhisattva come down to earth. Before Shenru could respond, Fang Wenhong, who had been silently standing nearby, spoke first. Instantly full of crisis, Su Ziqiu warily eyed Fang Wenhong with furrowed brows, his face showing discontent. What? Do you want to go along too? Fang Wenhong felt somewhat embarrassed, hesitating for a moment but still couldn't resist it. Closing his eyes, he steeled himself to say, "No, I need to pee." Su Ziqiu clearly hadn't expected that under such tense and exciting circumstances, he would suddenly feel the urge to go to the bathroom, so was momentarily speechless. He slowly responded, "Then, here's a bottle." Fang Wenhong would have liked that idea. But before he could voice it, he had already glanced around carefully, and there wasn't any water bottles or even teacups for drinking water anywhere. In the current situation, unless he wanted to urinate on the floor regardless of time and place, there was no way he could ensure his own safety at this very moment. Fang Wenhong, also being a supernatural broadcaster, naturally understood the ominous and terrifying principle of dying when alone, thus, he would rather die than go to the restroom by himself. But just now, his attitude toward Shenru had completely cut off his retreat. Therefore, there was only one way left. As Fang Wenhong prepared to unzip his pants, the cheerful voice of the young man suddenly came through. "I'll accompany you." Fang Wenhong looked up incredulously, staring wide-eyed at Shenru without blinking, as though he didn't hear clearly, asking again, "Really?" Shenru smiled and nodded, "Yes." Beside them, Su Ziqiu wasn't happy. He had just expressed his intention to always stay involved, how could he let this opportunity pass? "I'm going too." Shenru raised an eyebrow slightly in surprise, his tone tinged with mockery, "All right, then come along." Chapter 149, A Family of 3, 6. Shenru did not let Mou follow him, the man and Mu Xiaoxiao were left outside. During such a pleasant moment, he still wanted to enjoy it by himself. It had been a long time since he encountered a player who was so willing to cooperate. Actually, in the original plan, Shenru also wanted to check out the restroom, as now only the mother of this family of 3 hadn't been found yet. Areas that are distinctly associated with female characteristics usually make people think of the places that are used most frequently first, the restroom. Click. Just as several players confirmed they would head to the restroom, the familiar sound of an unlocking door rang out again in the eerie space. It was like there was an invisible presence constantly monitoring their every move. As soon as the players announced their next course of action, the room's door opened accordingly, considerately enough. Shenru and Mou were already accustomed to this strange phenomenon, but apparently the entertainment channel's players hadn't fully adapted yet. The moment the lock clicked open, Fang Wenhong's body trembled violently. Su Ziqiu was startled and hastily stepped back, staring fixedly at Fang Wenhong's pants, fearing to see any suspicious water stains. In the live streaming room. Ha ha ha, ridiculous. Who would have thought that Su Ziqiu and I reacted the same way? If Fang Wenhong really wets his pants, I suggest he stays inside the game forever because everyone on the entire entertainment channel is watching right now. Ha ha ha, so heartfelt. Mainly because they themselves don't know. Shenru slightly narrowed his bright eyes, his dark red irises casually sweeping over the small movements of the two individuals before finally landing on the newly opened door. The originally empty door slowly displayed some large words under the young man's gaze. "Don't enter, there's a ghost in the toilet." Clearly, these words weren't visible to just Shenru. Because he could obviously feel the urgency in the steps of Fang Wenhong, who desperately wanted to go to the restroom, pause for a moment, and even slow down Su Ziqiu following behind him. When Shenru assumed the two would retreat due to fear, Su Ziqiu's flattering voice resounded near his ear. "I'm laughing so hard, isn't our lord scarier than ghosts?" Shenru. Nice job, you can stop flattering next time. It wasn't possible to really let Fong Wenhong relieve himself outside, so the three paused momentarily outside before pushing open the restroom door together. As imagined, the layout of the restroom was divided into two smaller booths, but they were not divided based on gender. A clear sign above the room on the left marked it as the women's restroom, while a sign above the booth on the right read, "Do not enter women's restroom." Shenru's gaze swept over the two signs, possibly due to old age, the screws on the signs were somewhat loose. However, his crimson eyes did not linger too long, quickly making a decision as he strolled towards the booth on the right. Confused, Su Ziqiu followed, believing the master's choice must be correct. In the live streaming room. Tisk, something's off guys. My wife has rebellious bones all over her body, yet she was tamed by those two signs. Is it possible she simply didn't want Fong Wenhong to wet his pants? That's impossible. There's nothing to see. He wouldn't drop his pants anyway. Upstairs, does no one online care about your decency anymore? Pull up your pants. Opening the door, a repugnant putrid smell immediately overwhelmed them, the strong odor almost blinding. The light flickered on and off incessantly until the three thoroughly entered the stall. Bang! The light bulb exploded instantly. The confined space was invaded by darkness, visibility compressed to an extreme degree, making it hard to discern each other's faces despite being only a step apart. The faucet seemed not tightened, trickling water drop by drop. The water droplets hitting the tiles created an especially jarring sound in the eerily silent space. Although the malfunction in this testing replica was not developed, thankfully both entertainment players carried phones with lighting functions which proved crucial at this moment. At the instant the flashlight turned on, the bathroom layout came into the player's view simultaneously. On the room's left side, there was a recessed water pool completely plastered with white tiles. The faucet was encrusted with rust, seemingly unused for a very long time. Above the sink hung a wall of mirrors covered in dark yellow stains. On the right was a series of small compartments, with a mop placed at the corner, otherwise nothing particularly unusual. Fong Wenhong no longer had any time for other concerns, rushing directly into the restroom cubicle. But he kept his wits about him, not shutting the door completely, leaving a gap wide enough for one person to fit through. If anything suspicious happened, he could immediately detect it. Unlike him, Su Ziqiu's face was already deathly pale. He thoroughly inspected the entire bathroom, finally confirming that this was indeed a women's restroom. Su Ziqiu still remembered the warning at the entrance, "Do not enter the women's restroom." They had strictly followed the prompts. Shenru smiled smugly as he observed Su Ziqiu's expression full of despair, and his lips curled up in an amused grin. Thoughtfully, he provided an explanation. "Because the sign by the door has been switched, we've actually entered the women's restroom." Su Ziqiu turned his stiff neck and helplessly looked toward Shenru with eyes brimming with hopelessness, suddenly forming a vague suspicion. "Master, did you know from the beginning?" Shenru grinned and nodded, humming a tune while strolling leisurely deeper into the room, appearing extraordinarily content. Su Ziqiu asked with evident confusion, "If you knew, why come in?" The black-haired youth seemed to have discovered something on the mirror and flashed red irises, turning back with a smile. He spoke nonsense that made Su Ziqiu feel utterly struck by its absurdity. "Aren't we here to play? And aren't you too? Why were you so eager to follow inside?" Su Ziqiu. This was really hard to explain. Who plays a game risking their life like this? Shenru paid no attention to Su Ziqiu's reaction and redirected his focus back to the mirror. Seeing Master had initiated his next move, Su Ziqiu quickly followed closely behind, knowing this was a rare chance to learn skills stealthily. Su Ziqiu imitated Shenru by straightening up and gazing at the mirror surface. Apart from the dark yellow stains and thick liquid stuck on it, there was nothing visible. Moreover, due to excessive grime, the mirror could no longer clearly reflect his appearance. There was approximately an arm's length between the sink and the mirror. Gathering all his courage, Su Ziqiu bent down, arching his back as he gradually moved closer to the mirror. As the distance between him and the mirror shortened, the images reflected became progressively clearer. Finally, when he fully comprehended what he saw, Su Ziqiu's pupils contracted sharply. A bone-chilling coldness surged up from his back onto his forehead, every hair follicle standing upright on his body. It was his own grim visage. An indistinct female figure lurked in the darkness, unmoving, and Su Ziqiu's head had been forcibly yanked off. His neck was still connected to his chest via strips of flesh, swinging uncontrollably with the woman's motions. His lower body was impaled into the toilet bowl, both legs dangling loosely at each side, resembling a plumbing plunger being repeatedly and mercilessly shoved downwards by the woman. Ugh! Bending over suddenly, Su Ziqiu collided his head forcefully against the glass, and unexpectedly started vomiting towards the sink without prior warning. He was so worthless. He truly was so worthless. Ugh! Master had just been watching his own demise with relish, yet he'd stupidly gone forward with unwarranted confidence. In the live streaming room. Ha 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 ha, I'm laughing myself to death. I pity him so much I want to grab a carton of milk and go check on him, ha ha ha. He's just scared himself into moving closer so he can die sooner, ha ha ha. Stop blaming Xiao Su. He just wanted to see how my wife perceives the world. What's wrong with that? Honestly, I've watched countless streams from my wife, and this is the first time I've seen a player delve into self-destruction like this. You guys are filled with talent in the entertainment channel. After Su Ziqiu finished throwing up, he collapsed limply on the side, his face paler than ever. Are you feeling any better? Shenru's voice remained calm and gentle, seemingly genuinely concerned as he kindly inquired. Su Ziqiu nodded, having felt much better after the bout of vomiting. After all, that was merely an illusion and not reality, albeit terrifying, it hadn't caused any real harm yet. Fang Wenhong hasn't made a sound for quite some time. Why don't you check on him? Looking under the door would be quicker. Upon Shenru's reminder, Su Ziqiu suddenly realized Fang Wenhong hadn't made any sound since entering the restroom. The half-open door had closed quietly at some point. Even though moments ago he suffered for acting rashly, Su Ziqiu obediently glanced towards the cubicle. Somehow believing Shenru's ghost talk, his gaze inadvertently peeked underneath the door. Unexpectedly, they made direct eye contact. Those ashen gray, dilating pupils stared fixatedly at Su Ziqiu. Eyes wide open, unblinking. Grass. Bad luck. Su Ziqiu's pupils suddenly contracted sharply as he sharply drew in a cold breath. At this moment, Shenru's laughter-filled voice leisurely drifted from behind. But it's probably better not to bother. After all, he might already be dead. Su Ziqiu. Are you a devil? Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't even stop me at all. If the Lord of Death wants me dead at dawn, why did you make me go at midnight? Chapter 150, A Family of 3, 7. After Fang Wenhong entered the toilet stall, he didn't even look up. After taking care of one of his 3 immediate needs, he slowly exhaled and only then had the leisure to check out the environment of this restroom. The surroundings were not clean at all, the area around the toilet was almost completely covered in yellowish-brown stains. The sticky sensation underfoot suggested some unidentifiable liquid flowing across the tiled bathroom floor, emitting a faintly pungent odor. The most disordered part was the doors surrounding this stall, which were covered with chaotic graffiti. Among the many black scribbles, a few blood-red characters stood out vividly. Do not look back. In Fang Wenhong's eyes, these words meant little, but just as he thought this, the red letters began to change. The blood-red hue seemed to come alive, gradually oozing fresh crimson blood along the edges of the characters. The space, originally normal, suddenly became eerily still. Previously, Su Ziqiu's voice could be heard from a crack in the door, but at some point it had completely disappeared. Su Ziqiu. Are you still outside? Fang Wenhong heard no response and dared not linger further, deciding to push the door open. Before his hand even reached the handle, the door slammed shut with a bang. With the closing of the door, the faint light that Su Ziqiu had provided also vanished, leaving darkness. For a moment, there was complete silence. Those blood-red words continued to ooze sticky, eerie liquid, and though it might have been an illusion, he felt that the liquid was gently steaming. Fang Wenhong tried kicking the door, shouting, and even cursing nonsensically until finally accepting reality. He couldn't get out. He swallowed hard, forcing himself to turn on the phone's flashlight. He attempted looking every direction except behind him, yet the heavy door remained locked without any movement. At this point, his only choice was to look behind. Drumming up his courage, he turned around sharply, expecting to see some terrifying ghostly thing, but unexpectedly, there was nothing. No, that wasn't entirely accurate. Words appeared again, this time on the wall behind him, do not look down. Sweat already drenched Fang Wenhong's forehead, dripping slowly onto the ground. His head turned stiffly downward. As expected, he saw red words smeared on the floor, dampened by sweat, do not look back. Every time before, following the instructions' opposite meaning allowed him to act accordingly and remain safe, giving Fang Wenhong great confidence. So this time, he confidently turned back. Soon. Very soon, he would escape this strange confined space using his own abilities. But this time was different. There were no more words on the door behind him. Fang Wenhong died. Su Ziqiu was startled by a pair of bulging, bloodshot eyes peeking through the door crack. With sheer willpower, she suppressed her scream deep in her throat. Behind her was the mirror showing her own death face, with dangers ahead and behind her. Poor Su Ziqiu stood rooted in place, frozen at the center of the bathroom like a magical anchor pinning everything still. Shenru stepped forward and pulled open the tightly shut door. Fang Wenhong's corpse appeared in a grotesquely unnatural pose before the two of them. His left cheek pressed against the cold, sticky floor, his expression of extreme fear forever fixed on his pale face. Multiple fractures littered his body, rendering him incapable of maintaining a standing human shape. His form twisted like a contorted pretzel, rising and falling limply, with stark white bones jutting awkwardly through soft flesh and exposed to the air. As Shenru observed the shape of the body in front of him, it was unclear what he was contemplating or whether he felt joy or sorrow. Before long, Fang Wenhong's body faded away just like O Ning did, slowly disappearing from their sight. The young man with black hair opened the door to the stall wide and surveyed the surroundings but found nothing suspicious. However, the sticky texture beneath his feet made Shenru somewhat uneasy. Just as he was about to step inside the stall, Su Ziqiu's voice sounded abruptly from behind. Big brother, Seeing Shenru striding forward as if eager to experience the life and death scene Fang Wenhong went through before his death, Su Ziqiu hurriedly called him to stop. This place reeked of eeriness everywhere, so they really should withdraw. There was no need for this. Big brother, can't you find somewhere else to play? Shenru turned back, a flicker of interest flashing in his crimson eyes. His tone rose temptingly. What? Are you coming together? Su Ziqiu's words of dissuasion turned round and round in her throat. Not sure if it was due to the recent terrifying experience, she forced a smile uglier than crying. Like a little sycophant from the corner, she fetched Shenru a wooden stick and handed it over like a prized treasure. At least have something useful. Shenru. Inside the live stream room. TSK, buddies, after carefully pondering, this guy is somewhat dangerous. I've thought back carefully, no one has dared to piss off my wife so much. This kid's being dumb cute, I hope the wife shows some mercy and lets him live. Brother, your sentence sounds even crueler. In the end, Shenru still took the wooden stick since the store couldn't be opened now, and it wasn't convenient to obtain criminal tools. Thanks. Shenru grinned appreciatively as he thanked, his lips curling into an elegant smile. Before Su Ziqiu could respond, Shenru stepped directly into the toilet stall where Fang Wenhong had died tragically moments ago, without hesitation, and slammed the door with a loud bang. The dripping sound of water falling on porcelain tiles disappeared instantly upon the door closing. As if knowing Shenru lacked lighting equipment, it didn't completely block his vision like before but mercifully left behind weak light. The light was perfectly controlled, just enough for Shenru to see the words around him. The same questions, but different responders. His crimson thin lips slowly curved upwards as Shenru showed no sign of panic or random swaying. He simply shifted his gaze directly behind him. All safe, nothing happened. Shenru looked at the words on the wall, then moved his eyes down to his feet. The whole process was clean and decisive, without any dragging motions. Until he saw those large words on the floor, do not look behind. This question inherently carried ambiguity. If interpreted normally, everyone encountering this kind of query would subconsciously take themselves as the reference point. Hence, Shenru determined that although the first two questions might have taken Fang Wenhong longer to figure out, the answers must be correct. Moreover, looking at the situation so far, every time they encountered these don't do XXX commands, at least according to the present conditions, violating them resulted in safety instead. Like don't enter women's restrooms. Even though they violated this rule, neither the system nor the ghosts punished them. Just as for the earlier question too. Thus, the reason for Fang Wenhong's tragic death must lie in his taking himself as the reference when thinking about the problem. The message on the floor, don't look behind. Taking the player itself as a reference point, the next action would be to turn around, facing the initial direction of the door. What if we reconsidered it from another angle? The reference point of the question should be the object that leaves blood-red traces. Don't look behind, written on the door refers to the area behind the door, which is also behind the player. Don't look down, written on the wall refers to the bottom of the wall, which is also under the player. So until here, regardless of who the reference point is, survival can be ensured smoothly. But when don't look behind appears on the ground, the area behind the ground is the ceiling, while the area behind the player remains the toilet stall's door. Fang Wenhong's death already eliminated the wrong answer for Shenru. The dark red pupils remained calm as he immediately gazed up at the ceiling. For large characters blazed conspicuously above, the game is over. Although the game was over, the bathroom door did not open accordingly. Instead, Shenru felt the ground beneath his feet began to change. Already sticky and slippery, the floor started softening, visibly undulating like ocean waves. White tiles gradually turned skin-colored, visible pores popping out all over, from which black hairs rapidly grew, twisting and wriggling like living beings aiming to encircle Shenru's calves. Shenru furiously hammered at the poor growing hairs using the stick. Unsatisfied, he broke the wooden stick by hand and rammed its sharp splintered end brutally into the creature's skin. Perhaps threatened effectively, dense hair began fiercely struggling in all directions. Finally, a female body emerged. A highly decomposed corpse resembled a giant human balloon. Its formerly beautiful face was now unrecognizable, with thick lips flipped outward, grotesquely oversized head and ears. Shenru was very certain this thing would soon explode. Without any time to think, the bloated body already presented signs similar to decomposition. If it burst, Shenru would suffer immensely. The dark-haired youth's arm muscles suddenly tensed as he lifted his elbow and slammed it hard against the door lock. Skin and flesh might be fragile, but with his rapidly improving physical condition, Shenru's bones had grown just as tough. It didn't take long before the lock shattered, and without a second thought, Shenru sprinted away at full speed. While Su Ziqiu was playing the role of a stabilizing anchor outside, he wasn't idle either. Glancing around everywhere, he noticed that this bathroom was filled with warnings such as, do not look in the mirror, and, do not use the toilet. He soon realized that if one acted contrary to these warnings, it led to safety. Just as he privately congratulated himself for finally showing some progress, the large door through which Shenru entered suddenly erupted in wild, horrifying banging sounds. Before he could react, the door burst open from the inside. A dazzling face immediately entered his view, Shenru's attractive yet wildly exhilarated expression, closely followed by a colossal entity looming behind him. What the? Why does the wooden stick jammed into this thing's head seem so familiar? Shenru ran out without even glancing back or stopping to talk, shouting loudly as he went. Run fast, it's about to explode. Watching Shenru nearly reach the exit, Suzichio hastily bolted forward at top speed. Wait, big brother. Don't leave me alone and don't sacrifice me like this. What kind of person are you talking about? Digging a hole without covering it up. Chapter 151, A Family of 3, 8. Running out from the bathroom stall, it would take only a few seconds to reach the door. The likelihood of the monster exploding in these few seconds was very small, especially since the person who completed the game was not Suzichio. In any case, the possibility of a ghost attacking Suzichio and killing him outright was not significant. But if this ghost thing really exploded? Just as Shenru's hand was about to touch the doorknob, the surroundings around them distorted and reconstructed once again. The light became bright, and firecracker sounds gradually filled his ears. The originally dim and cramped space stretched infinitely wider and longer. The monster behind them had disappeared at some point, and now they were standing at a bustling crossroads. To the right of the street was a lively night market where people haggled over prices, and their daily chatter reached Shenru's ears. Since Suzichio discovered he could see the fourth person in the photo, he hadn't eaten anything due to fear. Now, the aroma of delicious food wafted through the air, stimulating his taste buds and making him hungry. Master, are we in heaven? Though the risk of death in the entertainment channel wasn't great, Suzichio hadn't experienced such a vibrant life for a long time. Could it be that Master couldn't escape the monster's pursuit, so the two of them had died and come to heaven? Shenru lifted his gaze toward a distant residential complex. His dark red eyes flashed with malice, and his face flushed slightly with an attractive redness. Despite appearing normal, he looked breathtakingly beautiful. This isn't heaven. In the live streaming room. Weren't we just in the restroom? How did we get here in the blink of an eye? So much time has passed, according to President Mo's obsession with his wife, shouldn't he have broken down the door by now? Dudes, I just came from President Mo's live stream, and the time flow rate seems different. On MOU's side, his wife had just shut the door when she had already caused several troubles on my wife's side. Suzichio didn't understand, but seeing that the master didn't show any intention of moving, he cautiously asked. So, where are we going now? Shenru casually glanced around with a tone cold enough to suggest he might kill everyone around him in the next second. Home. Suzichio. What home? Shenru started walking toward the residential complex where his gaze lingered earlier. It was currently summer, and the 6 or 7 o'clock twilight cast its glow onto the handsome youth's face, reflecting the light off his crimson irises coldly. His defiant smile exuded an audacious fierceness. After walking a couple steps, as though suddenly remembering he hadn't introduced something, Shenru paused and smiled while turning back, saying, I haven't had the chance to introduce you yet. This is where I used to live. At this time, my mom should have already finished cooking dinner. Suzichio stopped abruptly, recalling all the faces of Master Shen he'd seen through another door, realizing this one sent them to the Master's former living environment. So regarding the 3 family members mentioned in the game. Master, may I ask about your parents? Shenru didn't turn back, continuing his slow stroll as he responded with a calm tone, they're dead. Suzichio was shocked. That can't be right. If they've passed away, then who's making dinner? As the game progressed, 2 of the 3 family members had indeed been found. The monster chasing them had strands of hair attached to its head, which meant it was likely female in life. Since the system hadn't indicated that the whole family trio had been located, who was the female ghost in the restroom? Why had they both been sent here? Perhaps due to his intuition as a supernatural streamer, analyzing the current plot, Suzichio increasingly felt that whether the 3 family members in the photo matched was irrelevant. The key lay in this Master Shen. Because it was always Shenru who triggered the 3 family members storyline. And each triggering scenario stemmed from his past memories. Suzichio didn't say anything further and followed Shenru into the home. Inside the elevator. Shenru pressed the button for the top floor, 30, and the elevator ascended slowly. On the left front side, there was an electronic screen playing advertisements from suppliers in rotation. A child comes home from school, opens the door, and finds the dining table filled with food he loves. The family of 3 sits together around the table. The father praises the mother's knife skills in cutting the meat slices extremely thin. They enjoyed a joyful meal, and finally, the mother brings out a sharp kitchen knife from the kitchen, introducing its function and uses. The content of this advertisement was completely unoriginal and even cliched, but it kept playing over and over during the elevator's ascent. As a paranormal streamer, you should have a lot of guts, right? The dark-haired youth's voice broke the tranquil and tense atmosphere between the two as he opened his mouth thoughtfully to ask. Inside the live streaming room. Paranormal streamers definitely have courage. Not just the players in infinite channels have high tolerance, right? Tisk. You upstairs. Are you one of those toxic fans from the entertainment channel? Here it comes. This familiar tone. As someone who's been through this, I, Little Sue, advise you to better claim you don't have much courage. Having little courage might save your life, but if you insist on showing off your bravery, good luck to you. Suzichio was startled by Shenru's sudden question. He indeed wanted to say that he had a lot of courage, but thinking about how at the start of the game, he had already left an impression of clinging onto the master for support, and just moments ago, he had been hurriedly fleeing behind Shinru. To be honest, my courage isn't exactly big. After careful deliberation, Suzichio decided to be honest and gave an answer that somewhat surprised Shinru. It doesn't matter. Shinru suddenly smiled, his eyes full of amusement, with a lazy intonation and a light-hearted tone. Many things can still be done despite fear. Suzichio. What did he mean? Should his courage be big or not? Before Suzichio could fully process Shinru's words in his mind, the other party spoke again. His crimson tongue lightly licked over his dry lips, and a chilling voice spread layer by layer in the narrow elevator, causing goosebumps. After getting out of the elevator, turn on the camera and don't miss any lens. Understood? Suzichio nodded and readily agreed. This was quite simple for him. Streamers not only record themselves but also always record their lives to discover usable material in everyday life. They reached the 30th floor. The elevator doors opened accordingly. A layout of 2 elevators and 3 households, with Shinru's former home being the farthest to the right. Shinru curled up his lips into a smile, stepping forward resolutely and eagerly, knocking on the door urgently. Dong dong dong. After waiting for a moment outside the door, a woman's voice soon came from inside. Is it Xiaoru coming back? The door opened, revealing a pair of red eyes identical to Shinru's. Her seaweed-like black long curly hair was casually draped behind her shoulders, her skin glowing white and bright under the living room lights, with delicate features exuding beauty. The woman smiled tenderly, come inside quickly. Seeing his mother, Shinru didn't feel any particular emotions. He simply nodded and stepped into the house, noticing that Suzichio hadn't followed. Staring at the scene displayed on the screen, Suzichio stood there petrified. The warm and peaceful scene shown on his phone screen wasn't like this at all. The beautiful woman had been stabbed multiple times, her head and body were barely connected by the skin of her neck, her bones hacked to pieces. Behind them, the spacious and clean living hall had been stained red with sticky blood. Suzichio felt his hand holding the phone become numb, along with his heart beating rapidly. No. This is not a home. A home shouldn't be like this. Chapter 152, A Family of 3, 9. Shinru's mother, after greeting the two of them, turned around and went back into the kitchen to continue cooking. She had to finish cooking before her husband came home from work. Thus, she did not notice Suzichio's deathly pale complexion and his hesitating steps. What's wrong? Shinru tilted her head and focused her gaze on the still recording phone screen. A fiery red color as hot and vivid as flames illuminated her dark red eyes. The pristine cleanliness visible to the naked eye contrasted sharply with the filth displayed on the screen, it was like a blood-soaked illusion. The young man with black hair let out a soft laugh, his tone brimming with excitement and madness. I really miss those days. Come inside quickly, my mom's dishes are very delicious. Suzichio. Can I even put my feet down? Not that, isn't following the big boss problematic? He looks somewhat unreliable now. At the dining table. Steaming hot meals were already laid out on the table. The pot of stew was placed in the center, while other stir-fried dishes and soups were arranged around it, emitting enticing aromas. The meat was tender and juicy. As the blade passed through, the fatty parts of the meat unfolded with great tension. Its dense sweetness made mouths water. Shinru sat by the dining table, her long legs crossed, humming an off-key tune as she smiled broadly. Her eyes followed the jar of meat for a moment, stopping at a few white hairs on the edge of the jar. Her eyelashes flickered lightly. Though Shinru was usually vague about details of his past life, for some reason, memories of the night the puppy died became exceptionally clear. He remembered that there used to be a small white dog at home. One day after school, his mother told him that the puppy had died. Young Shinru cried profusely then, so his mother consoled him by preparing a table full of dishes, just like today. Suzichio was diligently recording video nearby. Without even needing to look at the content, judging from his ghastly pale face and almost nauseating expression, one could easily imagine how horrific the scene on the phone must have been. Not long after, his father came back. Shinru didn't remember what his father did for a living, but he vividly recalled his stern and rigid demeanor at all times. After entering the house, his father acted as if he didn't see Shinru or Suzichio. He simply sat down on the sofa and slightly lifted his finger to indicate. The mother waiting by immediately knelt down to take off his shoes. Shinru, close your eyes. Upon hearing her father's voice, Shinru froze momentarily, forcing a smile to hang stiffly on his face, before slowly closing his eyes. No one knew Shinru's feelings right now, and Shinru himself wasn't sure either. The sound of tearing clothes rang in his ears, cries intertwined with slaps, until everything melded into a buzzing noise, eerie and distorted, screaming in his ear. It was utterly grotesque. Suzichio also closed his eyes but kept the phone recording continuously. The fleshy skin on Shinru's father's face stretched fully, unsupported by bones beneath, drooping and shaking with every dirty movement. Skin flapping in the air, strands of the woman's hair were pulled out one by one, sticky blood spurting out from both their bodies' pores. The two bloody beings cheered and screamed according to some fixed routine. From the video's perspective, the whole scene was sinister and horrifying, blood flowing from the couch onto the floor, only ceasing once it cooled, accompanied finally by an ear-piercing scream. "Open your eyes." His father's voice sounded again, his breath slightly uneven, but Shinru could detect a trace of pleasure in his tone. In that very instant, the sharp knife seen endlessly looping in the elevator appeared in Shinru's line of sight. Without any response, it mercilessly plunged into his mother's abdomen. Indeed, as described in the advertisement. Sharp, lethal. Lying supine on the smooth floor tiles amidst a pool of blood, her unkempt hair covering her face which had lost most of its color, her eyes slightly open, lips upturned, the two pale lips glaringly stark stood out prominently in Shinru's vision. She was smiling. Shinru thought she looked more beautiful than ever at that moment. What was he thinking when he saw his mother like this? Even if she descended to hell, compared to heaven, it would be paradise. But what's more, there was neither heaven nor hell. Death is just death. The price of life is existence, death is ultimate liberation. Go screw yourself, God. Come over here, take the knife. Shinru's father's voice abruptly cut in, issuing a hard command filled with an imperious and non-negotiable tone. The youth with black hair stood up and took slow, deliberate steps toward his father's side. He was now extremely relaxed but also crazily excited. Anticipation made his soul as ugly as the deeds of his father at this moment, but it also eagerly waited for evil thoughts to run rampant. Shinru walked to his father's side. He remembered that his father held his hand with the knife and brutally plunged it into his own chest. The blood splashed onto Shinru's handsome face, and under the warm living room light, his bright red eyes seemed even more radiant. His father didn't stop tormenting his mother even until death. For the young Shinru, this was the first time he had killed someone. Light laughter echoed through the bloody haze-filled living room. Shinru bent down and carefully combed his mother's hair. A slow melody floated through the air. Rather than live in blood and pain, it was better to cut off the tattered net and kill the hollow shell. The shadows in the room suddenly trembled wildly out of control. The living room lights flickered a few times before going out completely, casting two silhouettes on the wall. Just then, Mou and Mu Xiaoxiao received the system's prompt. Would they immediately head to the space where Shinru and Su Ziqiu were? This wasn't really a choice for Mou, and Mu Xiaoxiao simply didn't want to be alone in such a strange space. Mu Xiaoxiao knew Shinru's abilities. Even if the place they would be teleported to was an unknown dimension, it should still be fairly safe, this is what she thought before she opened her eyes. The moonlight poured through the glass windows onto the dining table, illuminating two ghastly corpses sitting at the table with grotesque expressions of fear. As though there were no day or night, the eerie darkness surrounded the living room, while the nauseating flesh resembled a puddle of rotten mud. Shinru was serving food to his parents. When he lifted his gaze and saw the two arrivals, he showed no surprise. Leaning back comfortably, he pointed at the two people at the table and said cheerfully, "These are my parents, if you'd arrived earlier, perhaps you could have seen them alive." Then, he gestured towards Su Ziqiu who stood nearby. "This is my cameraman, and I hope he records the intimate scene of our family of three." After finishing the introductions, he sat on the couch and watched the men with a pleasant smile, his scarlet eyes glowing brighter in the dimness, his toes swinging lightly like a demon ready to devour. The man's appearance didn't come as a surprise to him. This record of a family of three was a gift from the puppeteer. He had mentioned wanting complete malice last time, and the puppeteer well understood that these childish memories wouldn't stir up Shinru's feelings of despair and anger. What Shinru needed was a desperate sense of helplessness and suffocation, like having Mou see appropriate scenes at the right moment, like now. Mu Xiaoxiao covered her mouth, panicked and ran over to Su Ziqiu, asking with shock in a hushed voice. "What's happening? Did Shinru kill his own parents?" Su Ziqiu, who had witnessed the entire process, was already shivering with goosebumps. He finally understood what the hard work phrase meant. With a sigh, he shook his head. "Not exactly. Mu Xiaoxiao." On the other side, Mou stared intensely at Shinru. Even though he had fully mastered the young man, the other person's every move gave him unexpected surprises and anticipation. That pair of beautiful red eyes lazily looked up, and in Mou's eyes, they were unmatched in beauty. He adored this wicked yet charming appearance. Mou approached the young man, lips curled into a smile, and reached to loosen the tie around his collar. What a pity. Standing in front of Shinru, the man with clearly defined knuckles caressed the youth's pale cheeks and leaned closer, his deep and enchanting voice speaking softly in each other's ears. But fortunately, such an exhilarating scene has already been recorded. The man usually clean and elegant stood amidst the blood pool willingly, his long-stilled heart beating once again because of Shinru. His deep yearning gaze wanted nothing more than to devour the young man whole at that moment. Mou, wrapped in ominous killing intent but moving tenderly, picked up one end of the tie and slowly wiped away the dried blood stains by Shinru's eye. Subsequently, he kissed Shinru gently near the tail of his eye in an extremely gentlemanlike manner. "I wonder if I might have the honor of rewatching those missed exciting moments with you." Harmony among night and blood made the young man appear like a splendid and decadent rose blooming wildly and exuberantly. Seeing Shinru didn't answer, Mou elegantly kneeled on one leg, his smile deepening, and softly asked, "What are you thinking about?" Shinru let all his malevolence loose, leisurely gazing at the man, doing nothing more than watching. The man slowly placed Shinru's hands on his own neck, his smile manic and intense, the viscous malevolence responding fervently, much like to a beloved counterpart. They were, without a doubt, fundamentally the same kind of person. Mou's voice faintly echoed in both of their ears. We can do everything vile together. Mou gripped slightly tighter with Shinru's hand, his smile growing wider as he admired the red irises of the rose-like eyes tinged with an evil hue. Shinru, I didn't come here to save you. I just want to revel with you in hell. Chapter 153, A Family of 3, 10. Shinru's hand clung to the man's neck, her palm pressing down on the pulse at his throat. She only needed to apply a little more force, just a bit more. The man would lose his life entirely due to asphyxiation, and then he would be completely Shinru's alone. There would no longer be any puppeteer sowing discord between them, nor any third person coveting their bond. Shinru had been killed by Mou before, and she had also killed Mou. But all of that happened in dreams or illusions, this time was different. No wonder Mou had wanted to keep her confined before. It turned out the feeling of being the sole possessor of someone was so wondrous. Shinru's current malevolent thoughts were viciously nurtured within the mire. In an atmosphere of decay, boundless darkness burned. She knew Mou was indulging her. Shinru felt as if her vision was obscured by a piece of black fabric, all she could see was an endless expanse of gloom. She was fully aware that she no longer harbored extra emotions about her parents' deaths, even if she saw them die again right before her eyes, there wouldn't be much emotional turbulence. But for some unknown reason, it seemed like a voice was roaring in Shinru's ears. Kill Mou. He wants to fight you to the death, doesn't he? When people are alive, their consciousness can't be controlled, but death can completely control one's fate, just like what father did to mother. Shinru blinked. There was no denying that she concurred and was genuinely tempted. But compared to Mou lying lifelessly at her feet, Shinru preferred to enjoy watching the man kneel at her feet, abandoning his usual cold and cruel demeanor, and becoming anxious over every word, sentence, or glance from her. To win just one of her smiles, he was willing to kneel humbly and flatter her with his very life. Chains and shackles tightly bound them together. Who had lured whom into corruption? And who was being deceived by whom? Shinru lowered her gaze, and her pale fingertips gently lifted the man's chin. This handsome face was undeniably alluring, amidst the interplay of red and black, exposing the madness and fervor buried deep within Mou, handsome yet twisted, leaving one unable to stop. People become more boring the better they're understood, but Mou was different. Time and time again, the man shattered his bottom line and crushed his pride, all for her. This realization thrilled Shinru until her scalp went numb. Mou. Shinru moved her hand to the back of the man's neck, rubbing the skin until it grew hot. Tempting words slowly spilled from her crimson lips. Save me. Inside the live stream. Wait. Is it really like I'm thinking? Shit, wife, you don't need Mou. I'll save you. Throws off pants. Upstairs, I stitched a new pair of pants for you overnight, hurry up and put them on. Between them, any sense of personal space had long vanished. Shinru's breath misted directly onto the man's lips. Her breath stirred an itch along Mou's lips. He curled his lips upward, the desire in his eyes rolling freely. The shadows around him had long been biding their time, and in the instant they were summoned, they completely cut the two off from the outside world. Their hearts beat more ferociously amid the thick scent of blood. Come on, fall together into the infinite abyss. Let our souls pause, briefly lost in the turbulent night. Outside the black mist. Su Zichio stared at the phone screen. Shadows had thoroughly blocked out whatever fantastical scene had unfolded, leaving behind only a bloody room and two dead bodies looking particularly gruesome. Oh no. Su Zichio's expression suddenly darkened. Mu Xiaoxiao, already extremely tense, gripped her clothing instinctively. Her nervous gaze flickered toward the two corpses on the dining table. After confirming they weren't reanimated, she trembled and asked. What's wrong? Su Zichio struggled to swallow, turning off the screen with a sorrowful face. My phone is out of battery. Mu Xiaoxiao. You damn. You nearly scared my dad to death. Mu Xiaoxiao gave no mercy to Su Zichio and struck her right on the head. Ah. Plop. A scream abruptly resounded through the overly silent space. Su Zichio, carrying anger and planning to turn back to argue, instead found Mu Xiaoxiao, who had just hit her, looking ghastly pale, eyes wide from fright. Physiological tears formed at the rims of her eyes due to extreme shock. Following her gaze, Su Zichio's vision stopped at the floor beneath the dining table. There, lying quietly, was a chopstick. Su Zichio had no idea what Mu Xiaoxiao had seen, but he could be sure that during his filming, the ground had been absolutely clean, there wasn't even a hair, let alone a chopstick. The living room window was tightly shut, and the air at this moment seemed to have stopped moving. Was this chopstick there from the start? Mu Xiaoxiao slapped Su Zichio's shoulder, her hand pressing down hard, as if she'd crush his shoulder if she didn't get a satisfying answer. Su Zichio. This was beyond his control. Even if she crushed him, he couldn't lie with straight eyes. The two of them stood stiff like frozen chicks, not daring to move an inch. The putrid smell at their noses grew increasingly potent. Though everything appeared calm for now, they both knew something had awakened. Su Zichio's eyes were fixed on the wall of black mist, silently praying through gritted teeth. Masters, please stop playing around. We're gonna fucking die. Su Zichio turned off the phone, immediately decreasing the surrounding visibility. Mu Xiaoxiao illuminated with her phone in the same manner, but it was utterly useless. In the darkness, something like a fierce beast lay in wait, feeding on the surrounding light and fear in their hearts, rendering physical electricity-powered lighting completely useless. They could only judge the situation by the moonlight filtering through the windows. By coincidence, the moonlight fell right onto the two corpses that should have been thoroughly dead. Their appearances matched almost exactly what Su Zichio had captured in his lens. Mrs. Shen's seaweed-like long hair seemed to take on a life of its own, stretching outward. Her gradually stiffening body began inflating, the once fair skin becoming translucent due to external force, until finally transforming into the creature they'd first encountered in the bathroom. Her skin split apart, viscous liquid seeping out from all sides of her body, releasing a strong smell of decay. The monster made its first move. Its enormous mouth suddenly opened wide, the diseased stench mixing with some sort of toxic, pungent substance, tearing Mr. Shen's face clean off with a horrifying sound. The bizarre chewing noise pulled at the woman's skin around her cheeks, pus burst forth, splashing everywhere. Lastly, came a satisfied belch after a good meal. In mere moments, the monster slowly turned its head toward Su Zichio and Mu Xiaoxiao. Both were startled. Before the monster could make another move, the two sprinted towards the door in rare unison. At the doorway, Su Zichio had his mouth gaping open, his little tongue visible, tears and snot streaming profusely. His hands frantically twisted the doorknob while glancing back at the monster closing in on them, muttering desperately. Don't come closer, auntie. Admitting it was inappropriate of him to flirt with me in front of you, but he's already this old. Look at how upset you are, your face is red. Ayaha, if you take one more step forward, don't blame me for being uncivilized. Standing nearby, Mu Xiaoxiao. Just stop shouting, dude. You're making me not scared anymore. Chapter 154, A Family of 3, 11. Inside the black mist. Shenru's inner malice vanished in an instant as the man lowered his head indulgently, and this indescribable feeling immediately enveloped every nerve in her mind. The man acted like a well-behaved dog, without a single hesitation, joyfully and enthusiastically enjoying the other party's forceful command. His crimson eyes carried intense emotions. Shenru slowly closed her eyes, her eyelashes slightly trembling. The surrounding temperature wasn't high, but due to their rising excitement, it gradually became warm. Mou's pitch-black eyes sparkled with fierce red light, as if he was about to cross the line at any moment. Shenru frowned, hesitated for a moment, and rudely pulled on the man's hair, forcing him to look up. Their eyes met. Don't go crazy. The surroundings were deathly silent. Shenru tilted her neck back, her beautiful skin gleaming faintly in the dim environment. Mou greedily examined the youth inch by inch, an odd and selfish possessiveness instantly filling his brain. Sweat dampened the strands of hair on Shenru's forehead, adding a touch of decadence and sin to this already enticing figure. Considering the situation outside, Mou scowled and behaved like a human again. The black mist dispersed. A vivid red flushed Shenru's face, her eyebrows carrying a seductive hue, her lips glossy and crimson, looking like a demon who survived by feeding on human souls. Lazily lifting her red eyes, they locked onto Su Zio's terrified gaze. An inexplicably guilty Shenru. Damn, forgot about our photographer. Su Zio was currently pulling Mu Xiaoxiao in worship before the bloated corpse, perhaps due to setting issues. No matter how they pulled, the door wouldn't open. After assessing their own strength, they decided to temporarily discard their dignity. Hence, the current scene unfolded. In the live stream room. Ha bros, I'm not exaggerating, when I saw Su Zio kneel down, I froze. I've seen so many infinite dungeon runs, some people weep in terror, others curse loudly. There's all kinds, but someone bowing to a ghost. That's a first for me. This is like getting a new level of understanding through small cuts. How can I say this? Entertainment Channel really doesn't disappoint. Ha, thank goodness my wife showed up in time, otherwise, I truly don't know what terrifying things he might have done next. At the moment, there was no way to make a frontal assault, they had no cleansing cards in hand. If they rushed forward carelessly, although the monster could easily be defeated, the four of them would likely fall victim to the disgusting liquid from the corpse explosion. I'll lure it, you guys take a side-lying position. Shenru naturally understood the layout of her home well, allowing her to find the most suitable hiding spot within the smallest range possible. Perhaps because the creature was Shenru's mother during its life or because Shenru had encountered it before in the bathroom stall. As soon as the raven-haired youth stood up, the previously unresponsive monster suddenly reacted, chasing after the young man. The master bedroom came equipped with its own bathroom. After rushing inside, Shenru immediately locked herself inside. She listened carefully to the commotion outside. The monster's size was significantly wider than the doorway, and from its behavior, it appeared to have no consciousness or intelligence. It was like it had been pre-programmed to execute orders once the target appeared. Thus, Shenru lured it into the room so that when the monster charged into the master bedroom, it would self-destruct due to its form. Bang! A loud crash echoed out. Just as Shenru predicted, the body couldn't withstand the friction and compression and had likely transformed into a putrid mess of foul sludge. Fragments of human tissue splattered everywhere due to the massive impact, resembling a smaller explosion set off inside the house. After waiting a while, the group stepped out of the room. Broken flesh littered the ground. Severed limbs oozed with leftover blood, and the air reeked with an overpowering stench of rot, organs scattered randomly. At this moment, her mother finally escaped her father's entrapment. Before the players could fully relax, the system provided no respite, and the cold prompts arrived in succession. Congratulations to the players for successfully finding the family of 3 hidden in the photography studio. Next stage mission now revealed, identify the 4th person in the photo. Please wait, teleportation channel opening in 5 seconds. Upon hearing the broadcast, Su Zio and Mu Xiaoxiao sighed in relief one after another. It seemed that the first stage of the task was completed, and next, they would send them back to the photo studio. However, after Shenru and Mou heard the broadcast, their expressions didn't look good. They had gone through menus on the Infinite channel, and usually, the scene transition system wouldn't deliberately announce it. Most of the time, after completing a task, the scene changes or reassemblies would automatically trigger. More importantly, this copy had been doing just that from the start until now. A strange sense of inconsistency churned within both of them. Sure enough, after waiting for a while, there was no movement. Su Zio's face was ashen, he pointed at the ceiling, glaring and puffing his cheeks as if unable to accept reality. I'll give it 3 counts, and when the time is up, I'm going to kneel down and beg. Mu Xiaoxiao. If you can survive this, don't be a supernatural live streamer. You'd definitely become famous and powerful as a comedy streamer. Su Zio. Just as the words left his mouth, the mechanical voice of the system sounded again. The test instance has encountered an error and is now unable to perform scene teleports. Please handle the situation manually. This scenario will close in 5 minutes. Wish all of you good luck. Shenru slightly raised her eyebrows, appearing completely unfazed. She still remembered the beginning of the instance when the system warned about possible errors or position bugs in the test instance. If you encountered them, you were on your own. But was this mistake random? Su Zio didn't have the mental space to ponder these intricacies right now. Shock, tension, restlessness, and even terror surged up all at once, making him feel his blood rushing to his head, his brain heating up. What does the system mean? How could it be more vicious than the sun on the day Zhen Huan was punished with kneeling by noble consort Hua? It's not a malfunction at all, it's deliberate on the system's part. Shenru said nothing, but hearing Su Zio's rant triggered something in her mind. Fault. With all the experience the puppeteer gained from the Infinite channel, transferring game routines intact to the Entertainment channel made sense. In principle, excessive updates or improvements shouldn't be necessary. Let alone game bugs like this. Initially, Shenru thought about the issue Mou mentioned earlier regarding the system consciousness failing, but such awareness issues generally arise after prolonged gameplay operation. This did not align with the test instance. From what could be seen currently, the game content wasn't problematic, it was the operational mechanism that malfunctioned. This implied an inability to change scenes, a deeper implication being the lack of sufficient system operational capacity. What caused this insufficiency? The fundamental difference between the Infinite channel and the Entertainment channel was that the latter's survival environment wasn't harsh. They didn't have to scheme against each other or sacrifice lives for survival, meaning there wasn't enough malice in their hearts. The puppeteer had mentioned admiring one's malice. Human malevolence. When Mou arrived, Shenru's malice was magnified to its limit. After being calmed by the man, her fleeting disappearance of malice led to insufficient drive within the game, lacking nourishment supply, which in turn disrupted the operational mechanism. The puppeteer was constantly stimulating players to generate malicious thoughts to sustain the game's operation. Currently, Shenru faced only 2 options before her. Either find a way to stir up malice to prompt the system to run or locate the correct medium to manually leave here. Since they should currently be in an illusion, every triggering of the illusion would have specific points, people or objects. Think about it. Is there anything in this scene that connects to the previous bathroom scene? The door handle. He was attempting to touch the handle when the scene transition occurred. Shenru went to the front door and twisted the door handle hard several times, without any change. Su Zio didn't understand, but kindly reminded her, "Big sis, I almost pulled off the paint on this handle. Stop pulling, it won't help." Furrowing her brow, Shenru realized that apart from the door handle, only the mirror showing their own dead image remained. At this moment, the black-haired youth looked like a wound-up doll, circling around inside and outside the room, screening out the possibilities of each mirror one by one. Mou and Mu Xiaoxiao entered this space later, so among those who'd seen the medium, only Shenru and Su Zio remained. With every incorrect mirror ruled out, Shenru's smile deepened slightly until she stepped into the master bedroom's toilet where she had just hidden. As soon as she entered, bang! The heavy door slammed shut. All sounds vanished completely. Shenru knew she had found the right answer. The handsome youth in the mirror gradually changed his appearance, his crimson eyes turned golden, and a handsome face slowly emerged in the reflection, with an obsessive gaze that seemed eager to engrave every smile and frown of Shenru into his heart. The puppeteer greeted her with a smile from the other side of the mirror. "May this private meeting leave you with beautiful memories, my muse." Chapter 155, A Family of 3, 12. The background within the mirror started to change. The bright white background was completely empty, except for the puppet master sitting leisurely on a single sofa in the center. Next to it was a small table with a bottle of red wine on it. There were no overly luxurious facilities, but all of this was extremely familiar to Shinru. The scene where the puppet master sat was precisely the settlement space he found himself in after every mission ended. Familiar, isn't it? The puppet master revealed a very friendly smile, leaning back comfortably, his elbow resting on the side of the couch, long fingers sketching arcs in the air that only he seemed to understand. This is actually the space I first created for the game, but since we've hit it off so well from the start, I decided to share this place with you. Upon saying this, the puppet master's smile grew wider, his hand pausing mid-air and slowly rubbing the edge of the sofa, as if not wanting to miss even the tiniest texture. Shinru felt his temples throb slightly. Could it be that his settlement space is different from everyone else's? Shinru had never cared much about such a question because this place, simple, clear, and easy to replicate, seemed so reasonable. From what he'd heard, did it mean that Shinru had always shared one space with the puppet master? Did this pervert know him from the very beginning? Lifting his gaze, the dark-haired young man's eyes carried a challenging gleam as they met the golden eyes filled with amused smiles. I'm somewhat flattered, puppet master. Could it be that you like me? Shinru was goading him. How could someone like him understand what liking someone truly means? What Shinru wanted now was to figure out the puppet master's attitude toward him and the purpose of inviting him to join. Unexpectedly, the puppet master paused for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing loudly, his exaggerated expression making Shinru feel somewhat uncomfortable. The laughter stopped abruptly, and the almost smiling eyes gradually turned toward the dark-haired beauty across from him, his voice carrying an indescribable chill. Talking about love is so boring, Shinru. You are meant to be free, why should you be constrained by love? You belong to this game, to this infinite channel, and even, you originally belonged to me. The puppet master's emotions grew increasingly agitated, and he even stood up from the chair as if he were about to break through the mirror into Shinru's space. But soon, he noticed his own loss of control, took a deep breath, and once again wore a full of amusement expression, giving people a distinctly eerie feeling. Standing still at his spot, Shinru wasn't intimidated by the other's unpredictable mood, instead, he observed it with great interest. The puppet master was angry. He was furious that Shinru chose MOU over him, rejecting both the infinite channel and him. Whenever a person has an emotional weakness, it signifies having a flaw. Shinru also chuckled lightly, his red eyes casually scanning the puppet master's rigid facial expression. There are plenty of ruthless and cunning players in the infinite channel. I'm nothing special there. The puppet master wiggled his fingers, slowly walking up to the mirror, looking at Shinru as if admiring a perfect work of art carved by God. The infatuation and fervor in his eyes were uncontrollably spilling over. You're one of a kind. Their low-level malevolence is dull and predictable, unworthy of even a second glance from me. Shinru sneered, what? Can't your infinite game run without me? The puppet master's expression suddenly became strange, but he quickly returned to normal after a moment. It would be better with you. Shinru raised an eyebrow, the puppet master was lying. Ever since MOU completely defeated the system, the puppet master began emerging from the shadows, even starting test missions in the entertainment channel to create a second infinite channel. But it turned out that this idea was completely unfeasible. The test missions were riddled with loopholes and lacked the ability to sustain long-term operation. The puppet master needed him, not just himself, but his malice. Realizing this, Shinru became more intrigued. He could take advantage of the puppet master's desperation to make things even more enjoyable for himself. Tisk, puppet master, you really need to check your EQ sometimes. The dark-haired beauty slowly approached the mirror, his crimson eyes flickering briefly with a hard-to-detect disgust before turning back into that teasing half-smile, leaning closer to the mirror until his breath formed mist on its surface. It's simple if you want me to join. Flatter me like MOU does. The puppet master's eyes darkened, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, his chest subtly rising and falling with restless agitation. His cold, handsome face slowly moved closer to the other side of the mirror. His voice was deep and laced with dangerous allure as he leisurely questioned like a curious student. For example. Shinru smiled, his long eyelashes resembling frost-tipped butterfly wings, stunningly beautiful in a way that drew one's gaze helplessly. The puppet master had taken the bait. Shinru had to throw himself into the mix to fully reel the puppet master out of the darkness. With pale fingers, the dark-haired youth gently traced the excited red eyes of the man on the other side of the mirror, seducing him deliberately. For instance, bring your people in mind, give me an exciting game filled with tension and thrill. Don't act like a coward hiding behind the mirror and only begging for my mercy. Shinru tightly watched the other's face, flushed with anger and even humiliation at his provoking words. The young man now felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The expressions on the puppet master's face were enough to fill his heart with malicious joy, shouting inside his mind to pull the puppet master out of the dark corners and thoroughly beat him up. The puppet master hadn't intended to reveal his card so soon to Shinru, yet he couldn't resist every humiliating word that spouted from the lips of the youth. Shinru was too smart. The puppet master thought he had hidden his perverted preferences perfectly, but they had still been noticed. This beautifully crafted person speaking ugly, filthy words was undoubtedly unique, only he could bring the puppet master complete pleasure. The clever young man knew how to seize the opportunity to use the current situation to turn things around. He could even judge his own worth through a few words and was willing to manipulate himself to completely shift the situation into what he desired. The puppet master silently agreed to his terms. But what Shinru didn't know was that this thorny rose of decadence never knew when to stop. Madmen were always selfish, sick, even shadowy, and obsessive. If you stepped back once, he would step forward hundreds of times. Shinru straightened his body, the finger that had been outlining the other's eyes moments before now placed against his own lips. The vivid red color contrasted sharply with his pale skin, blinding those who looked. It seems you enjoy the way I humiliate you, renowned puppet master, turns out you're nothing more than a lowlife. The crimson eyes glinted with a morbid curiosity as Shinru suppressed the overwhelming urge to vomit. He forced himself to align with the puppet master's dirty desires. Show some sincerity, stop playing too many tricks. Shinru's voice was soft but carried a resolute defiance that was hard to oppose, like his father's. Go prepare yourself properly. You must also enjoy me yelling at you while feeling amused, right? Stinking dog. Chapter 156, A Family of 3, 13. Shinru was very surprised that the puppeteer's preferences were so special. But he couldn't show even a trace of disgust or nausea. Instead, he had to force himself to look very pleased, even enjoying it. From an outsider's perspective, Shinru seemed to be insulting the puppeteer with humiliating words, but the puppeteer's excitement was so intense that his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, betraying his uncontrollable fervor. He was manipulated by Shinru's expressions and words, plunging into a world of danger and corruption. The young man smiled faintly, pushing the strands of hair from his forehead to the back of his head, revealing his beautiful forehead. His voice, slightly hoarse from repressing emotions, continuously scratched at the puppeteer's heart. Finally, give a little reward to the obedient dog. Shinru's fists were already clenched as tightly as possible, his knuckles pale while his body trembled slightly. Suddenly raising his hand, he swung it forcefully, striking hard into the face of the puppeteer in the mirror. The handsome face instantly shattered, and the charming smile turned bizarre beyond recognition. The man's uncontrollable laughter echoed through the already confined bathroom space, carrying a chilling yet refreshing tone. You really are irresistible, Shinru. No wonder Mo treasures you so much. And according to our agreement, we'll meet next time. As soon as these words were spoken, the door burst open from outside, dark ink flooding the entire space. With crimson red swirling in his eyes, Mo radiated a fierce aura that hadn't yet subsided, immediately wrapping Shinru in his embrace. Shinru was comforted by the familiar fresh scent, but the physical nausea continued and grew worse. The puppeteer's fixation on him must have had something else in mind apart from Shinru's tempting malice. It could have been the stimulation of his past constantly driving him mad with malevolent intent, but this wasn't enough. This kind of scenario reminded Shinru of desensitization therapy, useful initially, but over time even the most fanatically obsessive person would become numb. A preposterous thought flashed through Shinru's mind. Just moments ago, when he issued instructions to the puppeteer using the same tone as his father, the surge in the puppeteer's excitement sent shivers down his spine. While Shinru believed he had found the puppeteer's weakness, had he unknowingly fallen into a trap set by the puppeteer? For instance, was the puppeteer deliberately excavating another side of Shinru's personality that had been shaped by his father's influence? While Shinru thought he was controlling the puppeteer, was the puppeteer also manipulating his emotions? At this thought, Shinru finally couldn't suppress his physiological nausea, violently pushing Mo away and bending over the sink, dry heaving severely. His cherry-red lips cracked from breathing heavily, his pretty face flushed with distress, his frail back arched in vulnerability. His pale fingers gripped the marble edges of the sink tightly, and tears from physical discomfort streamed down the sides of his eyes. He felt completely disoriented. Shinru could feel Mo's grip on his shoulders tightening more and more, as if the next moment he would lose control and crush his shoulder bones. Look, Mr. Mo has started doubting and feeling anxious again. Just as Shinru had predicted initially. It wasn't until his stomach felt completely empty that Shinru finally managed to stop vomiting. After rinsing his mouth, the young man leaned against the sink, blinking his eyes, trying his best to calm the turbulent emotions within him. He glanced at Mo, but due to prolonged lowering of his head, everything was still slightly blurry, only managing to squint his eyes weakly. I've figured out a way to leave here. How much time do we have? Red eyes briefly scanned Su Zichio's deathly pale face, unsure of what just happened outside, but something had certainly terrified her. We still have 3 minutes. That's enough. A shadow was cast over Shinru's vision. The oppressive aura radiating from the man carried a strong sense of aggression, his eyes full of piercing hostility interrupting Su Zichio's reply. Mo looked at the young man before him, noticing the slight redness on his eyelids. This sight pierced through the bloated anger within the man, along with a bitter and biting jealousy that emerged uncontrollably. I don't care about how to get out of here right now. It's just a test dungeon, when did I ever say you needed to fight for your life? The man's broad hand firmly embraced the slender waist of the youth, imprisoning him in a tight hold. His knuckles stood out distinctly under the skin, brimming with strength. Meanwhile, his other hand continuously rubbed Shenru's delicate and thin earlobe, flashing with brilliant red light as it followed the changes in the movement of his ear. Once again, the door to the restroom closed, separating the two observers outside from the scene within. An unexpected kiss came crashing down. His fine, white neck was forced to tilt backward, his eardrums buzzing with muffled heat. Shenru felt dizzy and disoriented, and before his vision could recover, darkness swept over him once again. You seemed to be declaring ownership as he deliberately chose this spot in front of the mirror, passionately kissing his lover. Only when Shenru felt numbness spreading from the corners of his mouth did they finally break apart. A strikingly handsome face invaded his reddened gaze, and the man's voice was impossibly hoarse. Tell me, every word of your conversation. Shenru, I want every single detail. Understood? In the live stream room. Who? Did my wife just talk to someone? No, she didn't. She confirmed there was an issue with the mirror after entering, then President Mo rushed in right on cue, smooth operation. Stop focusing on the details. What I care about is whether my wife will cry next. Can President Mo satisfy me? Drooling. Shenru raised her eyes, her entire lips tinged red, looking soft and lustrous. She couldn't possibly obey Mo's demand to repeat everything verbatim. Some necessary measures taken to gain information could be spun as harmless lies, not outright deception. While frantically rationalizing internally, Shenru slowly brought her lips close to the man's ear. As she spoke, her breath inadvertently grazed his jawline with a sweet, tempting edge that continually chipped away at the man's psychological defenses. The puppeteer wanted me to join him. As soon as the words left her mouth, Shenru could clearly feel the man's breathing hitch, and the hand gripping her waist tightened slightly. But I refused. The puppeteer says he'll demonstrate his sincerity in the next dungeon. Shenru wrapped her arms around the man's neck, her upward slanted eyes still carrying a faint trace of laughter. Her fragile throat lay completely exposed before Mo, satisfying his possessive desires. Every sentence out of Shenru's mouth carried a lethal allure, especially when uttered from those swollen, cherry-red lips resembling crushed petals, their warm breath caressing the man's neck. Mo found even his earlobes tingling in response. Next time, we'll make sure he becomes a dead man for good. All right? Blending truth with fiction often made it all the more convincing. He had to admit the puppeteer's intentions but couldn't reveal how exactly he'd drawn the information out of him. He wasn't worried about exposure since he intended to kill the puppeteer in the next dungeon anyway. The puppeteer called him Muse because he hoped to see glimpses of Shenru's father through Shenru. This perverted individual took pleasure in being forcibly dominated and had even personally chosen the person who would dominate him. Only under such conditions would Shenru continuously exude malevolence. Not only did it keep the game running smoothly, but it also satisfied the puppeteer's depraved fantasies. Shenru reaffirmed her stance to Mo, confirming his anger was gradually subsiding, thus regaining control unknowingly. Her crimson eyes sparkled with a captivating glow, her lips adorned with an inviting flush of red, while her tone drifted lazily. Mo, you were a little rough earlier. The man lifted his gaze to meet Shenru's, dark eyes quietly observing her like a familiar rose, his deep voice flowing gently into the ears of his lover. What do you want? Shenru chuckled softly, her fingertips brushing against the corner of the man's mouth, her pitch rising slightly as she replied in measured tones. There should still be some time. Kiss me. Chapter 157, A Family of 3, 14. Shenru did not want the existence of the puppet master to create a rift between him and Mo, so some insignificant details in their conversation seemed less important. If he told Mo everything, it wouldn't just affect their feelings but could also influence the game progress, leading Mo possibly destroying the instance out of anger. All the dangerous factors were hidden in the dark. There was no need for that. Shenru would resolve any rifts between them, he didn't need to rely on Mo at all times, nor did Mo need to worry about trivialities like this. Unbeknownst to who had caused the malice, the system's cold mechanical voice rang out again. Fixing bugs. Recommencing the transfer channel. Countdown, 5 seconds. As the countdown began, their lips barely parted. Mo's fingertips gently caressed Shenru's reddened lips, his eyes twinkling with laughter, yet his tone remained neutral. I wonder whose blessing managed to get this instance running again. What do you think, darling? Shenru chuckled lightly, standing his ground in front of the man's subtle provocation. He knew Mo liked it this way, the man adored Shenru's sharp tongue that could choke anyone. The beauty with black hair looked even more stunning with her delicate tongue deliberately passing over the place that had been rubbed, her lips parting and closing as she said. Who knows? Mr. Mo, being so clever, must certainly know the answer. The man's gaze grew darker, a faint low chuckle reverberating around their ears. Soon, the countdown ended, dizziness sweeping over them. They were teleported back to the original photo studio. Surprisingly, the once quiet photo studio had resumed normal operations. The dim lighting had been replaced by bright lights, making the surroundings noisy. Salespeople were aggressively promoting photographers' skills and the amazing post-production abilities. Men and women came and went continuously, most of them handsome or pretty, meticulously comparing every detail of their photos with the staff. It was worth noting that most of them were listening to the suggestions given by the staff and rarely voiced their own opinions. As the staff became increasingly excited during their pitches, the protruding patterns on the walls became more active, almost ready to break through. Strangely, the NPCs around showed no signs of noticing this. Shenru was absorbed in the salesperson's persuasive talk when suddenly someone tugged at his sleeve. Turning around, he saw Su Zichio's pale lips slightly opened, her voice light but trembling uncontrollably. "Big brother, look at that person. Don't they seem familiar?" Shenru lifted his gaze and followed Su Zichio's finger to see a chestnut-haired figure. It was Sang Ming, whom he had personally killed. Not only Sang Ming, but also O Ning, who had come to the second floor to take the cover photo, Fang Wenhong, who had walked out of the photography room, and the players who had died in the jungle. All the dead people had come back to life. The temperature in the air suddenly dropped, the eerie atmosphere causing goosebumps all over, and the atmosphere felt as though it had been paused. The movements of those players in the photo studio slowed down, and even the sound of a needle falling to the ground became unusually clear. In the live stream chat. Ghost collecting souls. Whose soul is it after? Su Zichio. Su Zichio. I haven't offended any of you. No. You don't care. Dead people coming back obviously indicates revenge. Who knows, maybe everyone in this room is already dead. They're doomed. TSK. People upstairs, you can insult me, but you can't insult my wife. My wife is still too low profile in this instance. Your entertainment channel audience really swears dirty. Shenru watched with interest as the distant Sang Ming, whose eyes appeared as pure as their first meeting. It seemed he had forgotten everything, simply acting as one of the NPCs filling numbers in the photo studio. The moment his innocent gaze met Shenru's red eyes, he even revealed a friendly smile. Ah, what a pity. Shenru sighed internally as Sang Ming had forgotten everything. He had wanted to share another unforgettable experience with Sang Ming. After all, nothing could be more exhilarating than killing the same person twice. Da-da. Hasty footsteps suddenly approached, clearly heading towards the four of them. Before they could react, an enthusiastic female voice quickly started talking to them. What type of photos would you like to take? Let me introduce them to you. After hearing this, the group's eyes focused on the female NPC who was speaking. Shenru and Mou didn't recognize her, so their expressions remained calm without much fluctuation. However, Su Zichio and Mu Xiaoxiao were different. Upon seeing her, they suddenly held their breath and exchanged glances, filled with disbelief. This female NPC was originally named Mengyu. She was a fairly well-known beauty anchor on the entertainment channel, but it was rumored that she had committed suicide by jumping off a building due to a failed plastic surgery. Since she live-streamed her suicide, it caused quite a stir, and almost no one on the entertainment channel was unaware of this incident. She had been dead for over half a month, there was absolutely no possibility of her being here. Could it be, that everyone they saw in this room was already dead? Mu Xiaoxiao was closer to Shenru. While Mengyu introduced the studio projects to the group, she secretly told Shenru about this. After hearing it, Shenru's gaze swept through the spacious second floor. The system's task was to find the fourth person in the photo. He had seen the photo. Judging solely by appearance, the fourth person in the photo was already bloody and unrecognizable when photographed, making it impossible to determine their true identity. Moreover, given the popularity of the photo studio, people were constantly coming in and out every moment, which made it akin to finding a needle in a haystack. There was no way to proceed except for the NPC right before them. The system rarely provided useless information in its game setup. Since Mu Xiaoxiao said Mengyu had suicided due to failed plastic surgery, it must somehow relate to finding the fourth person. With curiosity and genuine enthusiasm in his voice, Shenru began a friendly conversation with Mengyu. I want to take a set of personal portraits. Can you please introduce some options? Mengyu's expression became obviously more excited. She lightly touched her cheeks and gave Shenru a very standard invitation gesture. We can go inside and discuss further. Shenru nodded. As the woman turned to lead the way, the young man with black hair tilted his head, creating an inviting curve on his back. His slightly flushed eyes from excitement were captivating. His lips moved silently, forming words toward the man behind him. See you soon. With a bang, another door they hadn't yet entered slammed shut. Mou watched Shenru's departing figure somewhat absent-mindedly, and a sudden thought came to mind. Indeed, he should have locked him up. He had specially designed an elegant anklet with glittering rubies embedded in it, just right for locking his roses, so as to avoid days like this where he uncontrollably flew away. Su Zichio and Mu Xiaoxiao exchanged gazes, noticing a clear naivety reflected in each other's eyes. Will our senior handle this alone be okay? Mu Xiaoxiao was somewhat worried, even the most capable person has moments when they can't cope. After all, one fist cannot defeat four hands. Su Zichio gave her a reassuring glance, casually patting Mu Xiaoxiao's shoulder and guaranteeing. Don't worry. If something goes wrong, I'll pluck my head off and give it to you as a ball to kick. Inside the live stream chat. Fuck. This is serious. You should escape now. Suggest that Mu Xiaoxiao starts researching how to pluck Su Zichio's head right away. I'm really amazed. How dare you do such a thing? Haven't I told you 800 times, don't let my wife act alone, understand? Chapter 158. A family of 3, 15. The interior was not exactly what Shinru had imagined. After pushing open the door, it turned out to be an office. The beige walls had no windows, and all the lighting relied on the weak glow emitted by a single light bulb hanging from the ceiling. Unlike the outside, the walls inside were not hung with before and after photo comparison charts but slogans about beauty. Attention to detail creates perfection. Use natural beauty to enhance every side of your beauty. All comebacks are well prepared, beauty starts from the face. Time may not stay green forever, but beauty can age defying. On all four walls, countless slogans densely proclaimed how beauty brings boundless convenience and happiness to people. It could even help players reach the peak of their lives. Such things might go unnoticed on the Infinite channel, but it was different for the Entertainment channel players. Most of them needed a perfect appearance to complement their live streaming rooms. Creating an eye-catching cover was the first step. After guiding Shinru to sit down, Meng Yu began her pitch, targeting customers who have urgent needs. They had a fixed set of scripts. For some reason, this scene felt eerily familiar to her, but before she could react, her mouth began to introduce products involuntarily. Handsome, which type of live streaming do you do? We can customize personal portraits based on your streaming content. Leaning back casually, the young man with black hair relaxed as he reclined against the backrest, his arm extended while his fingers lightly tapped on the table surface. His red eyes swept over Meng Yu's standardized face with a smile, and a slow voice carried through. Entertainment streamer. I'm not satisfied with my looks, I've heard that your post-editing skills are quite amazing. Can you show me some examples of your finished pictures? Meng Yu was obviously startled. People who were already so handsome would still feel dissatisfied with themselves. Her originally intended praise twisted direction at the last moment, leading again to uncontrollable professional advice. Please rest assured on this point, after photograph sessions, there will be specialized retouchers who conduct one-on-one follow-ups. If you're unsatisfied with anything, you can raise it and request modifications. With skillful maneuvering, the other party deflected questions about the final images, shifting attention to their editing services instead. Customers usually wouldn't delve deeper into these details here, given the evident display of the retoucher's prowess outside anyway. Psychological suggestions were continually made to gain the user's trust. Oh right, could you tell me your budget? Based on that, we can recommend options more accurately. Tilting his neck slightly backward, the lashes covered those bewitching red eyes. With a disdainful snort, the youth spoke. I only want quality, price isn't something you need to consider. Hearing this, Meng Yu couldn't help but widen her smile further. It seemed like a generous Buddha was giving her performance boost personally. No one noticed Shinru, who had taken advantage of Meng Yu turning around to fetch a photo template, swiping a lighter off her desk. Inside the live streaming room. Wife, wake up. Where do you have money? You have to borrow your phone from Su Zichio. Haha, if my wife can take out a penny in front of me today, it'd be disrespectful. Aren't you all finding this Meng Yu a bit strange? Wife seems overly focused on her. Could she be the fourth person? Shinru had initially just been testing Meng Yu's state with words. After going through formalities with each other, a new door opened within the room. A photography studio lay hidden behind this office. Shinru took a series of photos according to the photographer's requirements. He wanted to see what secret this Photoshop was hiding. The young man with black hair lay on a white fur blanket, looking gorgeously refined, his clothes deliberately disheveled, his eyelids and cheeks flushed red, surrounded by flamboyant rose petals scattered everywhere. In the lens appeared a look of utter vulnerability, eyes glazed with moisture. As the photographer uploaded the photos onto the computer, they quickly compressed several stunning images of the young man into a package, then tapped a few times, pressing the send button without Shinru seeing. They promptly returned to normal, inviting Shinru to choose his favorite photos for modification. Lacking patience, Shinru blindly pointed at one with his eyes closed. To him, all the photos were similar, why bother selecting meticulously with a magnifying glass? Meng Yu stayed by the side the whole time, and once the photo selection was done, she quickly pushed forward the next agenda item. I've taken a quick look at your photos, and overall, they're still quite beautiful. However, everyone more or less has some flaws, and the lens tends to magnify our imperfections. Because of the angle, for instance, the cheeks appear somewhat swollen, the eye details aren't as vivid, and the bridge of the nose needs adjustment. The photographer has already listed out the areas that need adjustment, take a look. Shinru's expression remained unchanged, but his gaze on Meng Yu had already begun to reveal impatience, suppressing the twisted ugliness growing within him. His dark red eyes emitted an eerie sense, as if he were planning murder. He was now going through what must be the standard process for every player who entered the photo studio. It seemed clear that these players must have been deeply connected to photo studios in life to reappear here after death. The players like Sang Ming died near the photo studio, so they are now customers. But what did Meng Yu do to become an employee of the photo studio? As he watched, the retoucher had already started working. Once that was done, it would be hard for Shinru to extract any useful information from Meng Yu. He didn't want to make too much noise right now. Shinru had this feeling that there might be something else hidden in this Photoshop. Hurry up. Meng Yu must fundamentally differ from the other players. Shenru's fingers continued tapping rhythmically on the desk, the dang sound echoing constantly in the ears, while he mentally replayed all the players' behaviors again. There must be a significant difference. There are no dead ends or self-contradictory situations in the system. Suddenly, it hit him. Mu Xiaoxiao had mentioned before that Meng Yu died after jumping off a building due to a botched plastic surgery. She adjusted her facial features, but none of the other players did. The system had hinted at the answer when he walked into the office. Excessive pursuit of beauty. Meng Yu was greedier than the other players. I completely agree with what you said. The young man sat in a specially designated large chair for customers, his loosely undone shirt collar carelessly piled on his pale shoulder. The only sound in the room was the rapid typing of the photographer's keyboard. Shenru's gaze landed on Meng Yu's face. The woman looked slightly tense because of being stared at for a long time, her eyes involuntarily darting around. I also feel that there are many parts of me that need adjustments. The young man stood up, narrowing the distance between them. His voice was deep and laced with a strange smile. Just adjusting the pictures isn't enough, is it? Wouldn't it be better if I could be, as standard as you? Shenru's half-closed eyes slowly opened, flashing with a ruthless gleam. His face maintained a smile, yet it gave people a cold and ominous impression. You must know how to fix this, don't you? Inside the live streaming room. My wife's patience is running out. My friends, my wife's turning me into a sex slave. Upper floor, what's your birthday? Big bro, too polite, you're not polite at all. I'll buy you a Xinhua dictionary and ask you to read it word by word. Okay. Chapter 159, A Family of Three, End. This photo studio was screening its customers. Shenrug had not shown any desire at all, just casually complaining that he was a little dissatisfied with his looks without showing an urgent need to change reality. In fact, most of the customers here were like this. But that was what made it most frightening. The reason they would spend a high price and go out of their way to find professional photographers for photo retouching was to make themselves look more handsome or beautiful based on their true appearance. This idea that everyone has is the sprout of desire. Some players can rationally view it and choose the best solution after weighing the options, but some players go to extremes. Like Meng Yu. That's not important. What's important is Shenrug must fully display his greedy side. Fortunately, this was his strongest suit. Meng Yu didn't reveal everything because of Shenrug's few words. She even leaned her body slightly backward, making sure there was a safe distance between them before quietly consoling him. Thank you for your praise. Your features are quite standard too, photos only magnify our flaws but do not represent your real looks. After hearing these words, Shenrug did not respond. Compared to the appreciative look earlier, there was now more greed and boldness. His eyes became like sharp, curved knives slowly tracing Meng Yu's face shape down her cheeks, as if in the next second, they would tear off the skin he envied so much. Your words still don't touch my heart as much as your face does. Selfless sharing will make you more beautiful. Charismatic lady. People often become angry when they lose something, and jealous due to desire. Adapting well in this absurd world yet being torn apart by greed and lies everywhere. Meng Yu couldn't distinguish whether Shenrug's words were real or false, but she genuinely captured the burgeoning greed and malice emanating from him. As though flipping some unknown switch, Meng Yu suddenly displayed an extremely sinister smile, her mouth uncontrollably cracking slowly until reaching behind her ears, forming a crescent moon-like shape, her lip skin getting torn uncontrollably back and forth. Yet, she felt no pain, instead immense joy right now. Becoming beautiful comes at a cost, Mr. Shen. This was advice, but gamblers ensnared by appearances and stuck in the mire have no use for such warnings. Shenrug smirked faintly, his dark red eyes gleaming with ambition and greed, his voice trembling with excitement. I can't wait anymore. Meng Yu led Shenrug to deeper within the premises. From the beginning, Shenrug found it strange how large this photo studio's land area was. From the narrow long corridor on the first floor to the 3 rooms on the second floor that he'd entered so far, added together, they barely occupied a quarter of the entire building. If the remaining 3/4 were all hidden behind the last door, then what was inside? Now Shenrug could see. Those bizarrely shaped spaces beforehand were completely designed to make room for this one. A white blinding hall that was wide and bright stretched before them. The vast space was orderly filled with rows of pure white tables and chairs, resembling a massive classroom where players obediently sat. On every table rested a large mirror. Under the mirror's enhancement, the entire space became even more dazzlingly harsh. An overwhelming stench of blood hit him straight away, mingled with sweet and eerie fragrance continuously spreading in the air. At the center of the room stood 2 plastic pipes nearly 2 meters high, one ceaselessly discharging white ointment. There were specific workers responsible for delivering the ointment to each player's table. Another pipe stretched out toward each player to absorb the leftover blood and human residues. As the blood flowed and transmitted, slight ripples began to appear on the surrounding walls. Players held knives in their hands, meticulously sketching what they considered the perfect version of themselves while staring into the mirrors. The fanaticism and burning passion in their eyes masked the pain, leaving their faces expressionless and disturbing. The closest player to Shenrug was a girl. To transform into a pear-shaped face, she slashed what she thought were overly prominent jaws harshly with her knife. In pursuit of symmetry on both sides, she would stand up, bend over, press her face tightly against the mirror surface, and not miss even the slightest detail. Satisfied, she proceeded to carve near her eyes using the blood-covered blade tip. Despite the flesh being pulled outward and her eyeballs protruding, she remained dedicatedly focused on refining the details of her facial features. After thoroughly refining the carved areas, they would apply the ointment on the wounds. Within just a few dozen seconds, an entirely new face would emerge. Of course, there were plenty of failed cases here, disproportionate and asymmetrical features, one eye bigger than the other, such common issues were countless. They could only rely on continuous cutting and healing for corrections. Do you like it? Mengyu took a step forward, her eyes crimson red, the skin where her scalp met her forehead flaring outward, exposing the blood-soaked flesh and intricate textures beneath, yet she showed no sensation at all. Here, you can transform into any form you desire. The pair of constantly bulging eyeballs finally collapsed completely out of their sockets like photographs, but were quickly restored with the ointment. When she gazed back at Shenrug, her face still maintained the standard features praised earlier. Shenrug displayed no sign of fear, nor did he exhibit surprise upon realizing Mengyu's appearance resembled that of the fourth person in the photos. Instead, a deep and meaningful smile appeared on his face, as ordinary as always, equally captivating to look at. Trust me. I like this place even more than you do. Shenrug strolled among the players, glancing down at them as they mutilated their own bodies for beauty, transforming themselves from one flawed creation into another using life and blood. The prominent plastic pipes explained everything, absorbing their greed and desires to fuel the continued operation of the photo studio. From the moment they entered the game until now, the system never concealed the fact that the walls could move. However, without any evidence suggesting the building itself was alive, Shenrug hadn't delved deeply into it. But now, the structure was shamelessly feeding off the greed and malevolence generated by the game's mechanism to sustain its operations. This test arena wasn't evaluating whether the entertainment channel players had the ability to endure forever. It was testing if this building could support the game's long-term operation. The result was obvious. It wouldn't be easy. In the live streaming room. Holy shit, so now we can confirm the fourth person is Mengyu, right? Huh. If it's Mengyu, how does that relate to a family of 3? She seems too abrupt in her appearance. And Mengyu represents a category of people. Every extreme pursuer of beauty here is Mengyu. Upper floor, you might have hit the truth. The fourth person wasn't human at all, rather, they were the purest malice of this trial. The trio in the photograph was merely the puppet master's way to validate whether Shenrug's induced malice through allure differed from his innate evil. Because the test arena provided overly clear hints, it led to the confusion. It vividly revealed what the fourth person looked like, ugly, sinful, and repulsive, an ever-present inducement to players. Until Mengyu was pushed to the forefront of the screen. Shenrug blinked, unwilling to let the game end so simply. The appearance of the puppet master made him nauseous, he wasn't ready to leave without retaliating after all those taunts and seductions making him feel repulsed. Since that was the case, he would strike back tenfold. For instance, by destroying the source of the malicious processing center. The lighter in his hand came into use. A single flame could sever the supply chain immediately, even cutting off the drug these players used to heal themselves. The fire ignited unexpectedly, wrapping around in scorching heat, wildly consuming everything with manic energy. Piercing, shrill screams resounded endlessly, as the flames spread uncontrollably across the desperate players seeking beauty. Their wings of fiery vengeance finally helped them break free from the confines and shackles of societal norms. Thick, black smoke and the acrid smell of burning plastic billowed incessantly. Blistering fires darted around everywhere, engulfing figures charred by the flames. In despair and painful cries, they ran aimlessly as surges of heat crashed against them like an overwhelming wave. The wild dance of flames left a mesmerizing terror. The young man with black hair laughed loudly amidst the intense heat, relishing in the thunderous explosions they weren't capable of enjoying themselves. Ignoring the blazing inferno enveloping his body, Shenrug picked up a sharp blade lying on the ground and charged ferociously toward Mengyu's direction. Despite her screaming protests, he forcefully tore the face skin off her. A trembling voice slowly echoed above Mengyu, it was the whisper of a demon. How strange. Why do you believe you deserve to beg for help? After all, the one who pushed you into the abyss was yourself. Pang pang pang. Pang pang pang. Originally waiting anxiously outside, Su Ziqiu and Mu Xiaoxiao heard the collision sounds coming from the fourth door from within. Shit, could it be that the boss won't come out? What? How did he come out of this door? Saying this, Su Ziqiu was about to go forward and open the door. Mu Xiaoxiao quickly pulled him back, glancing around nervously with rising uneasiness. Not so fast. Look, even the great boss hasn't moved. More importantly, why do these NPCs suddenly look so pale? Su Ziqiu let out an ah, then slapped Mu Xiaoxiao on the face lightly, pushing her back a bit as he shook his head in dissatisfaction. What are you talking about being ungrateful for? Without the boss, we might have died countless times already. What if behind the door is really the boss? Saying this, despite Mu Xiaoxiao's protests, Su Ziqiu opened the door with a determined expression. A wave of heat surged forth, instantly singeing a few strands of hair on Su Ziqiu's forehead. Before he could react, a group of blackened figures on fire stretched their arms, mouths wide open, eyes completely white, eyeballs protruding outward, looking monstrous, rushed toward Su Ziqiu. Some didn't even manage to avoid them and directly crashed into Su Ziqiu, charging toward Mu Xiaoxiao behind him. Help. How can these people be only half dead? Su Ziqiu couldn't get up in time, rolling to one side. Before he had a chance to check on Mu Xiaoxiao's situation, he heard a sharp and angry roar. Don't you dare pull my clothes, what's your problem? Do you want to challenge me? Fine, today I'll show you. Su Ziqiu was shocked, quickly raising his head to see Mu Xiaoxiao exchanging blows with a small fiery figure. Not sis. Don't lose your mind. When the scene became increasingly chaotic, Mou stood up beside them, extinguishing the continuously spreading flames with shadows, walking steadily towards his lover amidst the blaze. Bodies lay all over the ground, making it resemble a banquet of hell. Ghostly shadows crawled, burning in the bright fire. Shenru's body was repeatedly scorched and healed again and again, wilting in the fire, yet reborn between life and death. The rose growing in the mud lifted its beautiful face, red eyes burning in the flames, like a flower carefully cultivated, blossoming vividly. Mou lowered his gaze. The filthy malice didn't stain his rose, instead, it bloomed freely amidst the endless crimson screams of countless souls. The man slowly squatted down, meeting Shenru's eyes, and extended his hand towards his rose, his voice low, rich, and comforting. Let's go home. Chapter 160, Should I lock you up? Ding. After inspection, the testing copy, a family of 3 had operational errors and has initiated permanent shutdown. The players will be teleported outside of the copy in 5 seconds. Thank you for your participation and cooperation. The compensation rewards will be sent to your optical brain, phone, shortly. Please check for receipt. The fierce flames vanished without a trace in an instant. Shenru's shirt was burned down to some tattered fragments, hanging loosely on his body. Mou's gaze lingered on the frosty white hue on the young man's body, making his teeth itch. The man pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, wondering how Shenru would react if he were to bite him right then. But Shenru already wielded enough power thanks to his regenerative abilities, not even caring about his life much. Now, he was acting even more brazenly. Thinking about this, Mou's eyes darkened again as he suppressed the urge to devour. He took off his coat and draped it over the young man's shoulders. The 4 of them were quickly teleported to the front of the silent photography shop in reality. By now, dawn had broken, and it seemed they had spent the entire night. However, the crowd at the entrance had only grown larger instead of diminishing. Su Ziqiu was somewhat puzzled, saying to Mu Xiaoxiao with confusion, even if they wanted to see how many players survived this copy, their timing is way too precise. Before her words could finish echoing, Mu Xiaoxiao felt her phone vibrate. Upon opening it, she immediately froze in shock. It clearly read, "Would you like to watch the live replay of the testing copy, A Family of 3? True to form, the entertainment channel had arranged highlights and compilations of amusing moments. Their act of kneeling before the monsters had been cruelly edited out and placed atop the trending list, subject to intense ridicule. Su Ziqiu didn't understand what all the fuss was about since his phone was out of battery, so he politely asked Mu Xiaoxiao, "Could you let me see?" Mu Xiaoxiao, face stiff, shoved the video clip of both her and Su Ziqiu performing the grand bow directly into Su Ziqiu's view, snapping coldly, "There you go, Mr. Kowtow." Su Ziqiu. Shenru was tilting his neck to let Mou fasten the buttons, red eyes slightly narrowing as he lazily scanned the curious looks from the people around him. Just one glance caused the surrounding murmurs to grow louder. Shenru. Suddenly, a sharp whistle rang out in their ears, followed by someone shouting in the crowd. Wife, look at me. Wife, you're so cool. I'm going to fall in love with you. Wife, don't go back to the Infinite channel. Stay on the Entertainment channel, I've already bought the bed. Enthusiastic and unrestrained shouts erupted incessantly, among which were plenty of overtly sexual comments that made Mou's expression darken. The inexplicable anger in his heart grew stronger. This was also the first time Shenru had heard anyone express themselves so straightforwardly. Though inwardly surprised, he showed no change on his face. The morning light illuminated those dark eyes, and within, a wild beast he couldn't suppress for much longer was struggling fiercely to break free. A cold scent surrounded Shenru desperately, wrapping around him like a clinging vine. Shenru wasn't surprised by the man's exaggerated sense of possession, and deep down, there was even a hint of joy. The young man blinked lightly, the familiar scent still lingering around his nose. His beautiful red eyes brimmed with restrained laughter as he said mockingly. What's wrong, President Mo? Am I more popular than you, and you're jealous? Mou fastened the last button on Shenru's neck, kept his hands in his pockets, and maintained an unperturbed demeanor, half right. With a faint expression, when the man leaned closer to Shenru in that instant, his abyss-like dark eyes intruded directly into the pair of red ones. He continued. I am indeed a little jealous. Upon hearing the satisfactory answer, the black-haired youth smiled brightly and did not hesitate, bringing his red lips up proactively. The kiss came from Shenru's initiative. Even though his mouth went numb afterward, Mou didn't give him a chance to regret. In the chaos, Shenru heard the man muttering softly. Should I lock you up? Shenru completely dismissed the words MOU said earlier. Once they returned to the infinite channel, while the man went back to the guild to handle work, Shenru wasted no time taking out the scales and visiting Meng Yiji's home. After confirming that the hot pot seasoning he had stored temporarily hadn't decreased by even a gram, the two of them enjoyed another hearty hot pot meal. The steam warmed Shenru's handsome face until it turned rosy. Originally wearing a light jacket, Shenru removed it upon feeling the heat, revealing the translucent shirt underneath. After chewing the slice of meat in his mouth and swallowing it, Shenru received a notification on his optical brain. After checking it, he looked up calmly and said matter-of-factly, "Let's go into the copy and play around." Xiaofan, little pink fur, felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck right on top of his head, making him drop his chopsticks in shock. His face was full of disbelief. Is this meal going to be our last supper? Glaring at Shenru with hatred, Meng Yiji's lips trembled with anger. You haven't even finished eating, and you're already rushing me to die. Shenru, how cruel you are. Confused by these words, Shenru looked at Meng Yiji with some concern, pausing for a moment before consoling him slowly. Xiaofan, you should spend less time playing with Xingzijou, you're becoming less smart. Meng Yiji. Although reluctant, Meng Yiji eventually caved when Shenru placed his newly acquired plate outside the window. However, their harrowing journey didn't last long. Just as Shenru was excitedly about to show Xiaofan how to crush 3 monster heads, the surroundings subtly changed, and a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Gu Changming. After being taken over by the Dark Knight Guild, each operation and status of the copies were under their control. Given the vast number of copies, finding Shenru's position so quickly was indeed surprising. The black-haired youth ruthlessly tore off the monster's head, used a cleaning card to ensure there were no stains on him, then smiled at Gu Changming. Why isn't Xingzijou here instead? Gu Changming glanced at the dispirited Meng Yiji, then shifted his gaze to the enthusiastic young man inside. Given your current team situation, if Xingzijou came, he might not return alive. Seeing no resistance from the other side, Gu Changming got straight to the point. Mo Gu said, come back once you're done playing. Shenru raised an eyebrow, scanning Gu Changming's face for any signs of lying, trying to find a hint of deceit. But disappointingly, the other side radiated sincerity. Something wasn't right. Although the word sounded like something Mo you would say, why was everything so calm? Gu Changming's appearance had already surprised him enough, yet President Mo could be so peaceful after receiving that picture, waiting until Shenru had his fun before settling accounts. Not long after the entertainment channel copy ended, Shenru received the system's compensation points, so he assumed MOU had gotten a similar amount. During dinner, Shenru received a photo sent by MOU. It was the final image chosen from the photo studio. On its own, this wouldn't have been strange, but beneath it was a message left for MOU by the puppeteer. Sharing doubles the joy. Upon reading it, Shenru's scalp went numb. His first reaction was that all his well-meaning lies to MOU had been exposed. In a panic, he rushed into the copy with Xiaofan. This way, even if MOU came looking for him, with the ability to still use cards inside the copy, Shenru wouldn't necessarily be at a disadvantage in a fight. But strangely, MOU chose to wait. He couldn't gauge how much the man knew. What he could now confirm was that MOU absolutely wouldn't enter the copy. Curiosity drove Shenru to urgently want to understand MOU's intentions. The young man curled his lips into a gentle smile toward Gu Changming. I'm done playing. Let's head back now. Chapter 161, I'll take your silence as agreement. When Shenru emerged from the dungeon, it was already dark. Gu Changming took him to the villa and stopped at the elevator entrance. There's an open-air swimming pool on the top floor of the villa, you can see it once you go up. Although Gu Changming's expression management was impeccable, Shenru clearly spotted a hint of gleeful mockery beneath those lenses. Ring. The elevator doors slowly opened. Shenru entered the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, he suddenly seemed to change his mind and blocked them from closing. Gu Changming's eyebrows twitched, having already prepared himself mentally to use any means necessary to get this person upstairs tonight. Unexpectedly, Shenru pulled out a glowing stone from his pocket and cheerfully handed it over to Gu Changming. As the other stared in surprise at the stone, Shenru pressed the top floor button again. As the door gradually closed, Shenru's voice faintly echoed through the gap. I found this inside the monster's gallbladder earlier, so I'm giving it to you as a present. Mr. Gu has really gone through a lot of trouble. The elevator door fully closed. Gu Changming hastily discarded the suspicious stone which looked like a gallstone. He wouldn't sleep tonight no matter what. It would be interesting to see how Shenru intended to leave this villa. On the top floor of the villa. The swimming pool wasn't hard to find, especially on such a quiet top floor where the sound of splashing water stood out even more distinctly. Bright moonlight shone on the rippling surface, causing flashes of light to flicker continuously, particularly dazzling against the backdrop of the night. The closer to the edge of the pool, the more water droplets accumulated on the ground. Shenru paused at the edge, not wanting to step further into the area. He decided to wait for MOU right here. Once the man saw him, he'd undoubtedly rush over eagerly, just like a dog spotting a bone. There was no need for him to actively seek out MOU since the man would naturally appear. Footsteps approached gradually. Shenru caught sight of the man's arms rising from the water along with splashes made during swimming. Soon, with a splash, Mo surfaced. With both hands resting on the edge of the pool, he revealed a muscular upper body, and his drenched hair was neatly swept back. His handsome and perfect features came into clear view. Mo smirked as he looked toward Shenru, an unreadable yet ominous air emanating from his eyes. Come over here. Shenru didn't know why, but he suddenly recalled the photo Mo had sent him, along with the accompanying message underneath it, making him inexplicably feel guilty. He still wasn't aware what the puppet master had told Mo, but if he didn't move forward now, wouldn't it indirectly confirm that he had something to hide? Blinking his dark eyes, Shenru stepped a few paces closer to the man. Just as he reached Mo, the latter's hand gripped Shenru's glaringly white ankle. Looking down, Shenru regarded Mo from above and suddenly felt his ankle being gently kneaded. It was too close. He wanted to take a couple steps back, but the large hand refused to let go of his ankle. However, it only held without any further improper actions. Feeling as if he'd finally given in to the man, Shenru squatted down reluctantly, watching the one taking advantage of him with a smile, and politely greeted him. President Mo really does have great spirits today. The swimming pool was very spacious, and the sound of water striking against the edges was constantly amplified near their ears. The man released the young man's ankle and then undid a few buttons at Shenru's collar. Ripples appeared on the water, expanding in circles as the man raised his hand. Shenru was obviously somewhat guarded. Although he did not outright refuse Mo's gestures, his body subconsciously leaned backward slightly. This subtle movement somehow seemed to stir up some long-dormant emotions within the man. You're always so disobedient. Mo's voice was magnetic and pleasing to the ear, and Shenru could feel his ears tingling slightly. Seizing the moment when the other person's attention wavered, Mo's movement suddenly turned forceful, pulling Shenru by the shirt collar with vigor towards him. Splash! Instantly, water sprayed everywhere, echoing throughout the expansive rooftop as water continually struck the pool walls. Shenru wasn't completely unprepared, so he barely swallowed much water upon falling in, but the man appeared relentless. A firm grip around his neck prevented Shenru from immediately resurfacing. Just as Shenru was about to retaliate, the man suddenly released his restraint and roughly lifted the soaked rose-like figure from the water. Annoyed, Shenru wiped water off his face and glared furiously at the smiling man, his lips opening to deliver a harsh rebuke. In just a moment, Mo's hand brushed against the young man's vulnerable neck, forcefully pulling him closer. Cool lips captured the mouth that was about to spout nonsense. Shenru slightly froze at the sensation. Just as he came back to reality, he felt a sharp pain on his lower lip. Bright red droplets trickled down from the corner of his mouth, mingling with the sparkling water. Facing Mo's escalating boldness, Shenru had no intention of tolerating his bad behavior and bit hard into Mo's lower lip until it bled. Seizing the moment when Mo loosened up, Shenru pushed hard and even managed to land a kick. Using the back of his hand, Shenru gently wiped the wound near his mouth, his beautiful eyes narrowing slightly, his voice hoarse after choking on some water. Are you brain dead? Upon hearing such insults from the rose-like figure, Mo did not grow angry but instead chuckled softly, gradually moving closer towards his beloved. His fingers once again traced over Shenru's nape. Taking advantage of others is actually very easy. Just like this. Mo grabbed Shenru around the waist and forced the young man's legs to wrap around his body. Then, he suddenly submerged both of them in the water. Again, Shenru was forcibly pulled underwater, feeling a bite on the side of his neck while holding his breath. Just as he thought the other would know where to stop, Mo showed no mercy and bit down harder on the wound which had started to heal. The pool water kept overflowing as Shenru struggled desperately. However, his movements were overly passive and hindered greatly by the water resistance. It all seemed to be going against him. When Shenru was dragged out of the water again, the drops of water streaming off his hair cascaded downwards, water droplets clinging to his eyelashes obstructing his vision, forcing him to squint his eyes half shut. He appeared unusually pitiful. Mo's forehead touched Shenru's, his eyes darkening gradually, along with his voice turning seductively husky. If you hadn't entered that door alone, the puppet master wouldn't have had a chance to see you like this. I'm the only one who should see you. You must be mine. With his hand circling Mo's neck, Shenru heard these words full of madness but felt a great relief. A rock in his heart finally dropped. It seems the puppeteer merely showed off the photos to Mo without any extreme actions. The black-haired youth blinked his eyes and mustered strength before colliding fiercely with the man using his head. Reacting quickly, Mo didn't let Shenru achieve his goal, but his grip on the young man loosened just enough, giving the latter an opening to go all out. Neither held back due to their intimate relationship, fiercely battling within the pool. In the end, Shenru was pushed against the wall of the swimming pool by Mo, whose forearm lay horizontally across the youth's chest. The other hand covered Shenru's nose and mouth, pinning him down with absolute dominance. His blood-red gaze defiantly slanted upwards, brimming with an extreme challenge and the dazzling beauty of reckless pride. A unique scent belonging solely to the young man sprayed into the man's palm, yet this did not soften Mo's resolve but rather stimulated the man's destructive desire. Snap! Unbeknownst to Shenru, black mist had crept from the pool edge and slipped into the water below, bringing with it a foot chain Mo had kept for a long time. Now it coiled tightly around the fair ankle of the young man. Shenru stared at Mo in astonishment, his dark red eyes filled with surprise. Mo gave Shenru no chance to escape, his tone calm. I've asked you. I asked if it'd be alright to keep you locked up. You didn't answer me, so I'll take your silence as agreement. Chapter 162, He Truly Loved Shinru. Beyond Redemption. Unlike Mou, who only wore a pair of swim trunks, Shinru was completely soaked, and the originally semi-transparent shirt had lost all its ability to cover his body in the water. Mou's entire mind was focused on the person before him. Now that Shinru was in his arms, it alleviated some of his inner anxiety and unease. The water in the pool was cold, but the air around the two of them gradually warmed up. Mou took another step closer, and no one knew whose heartbeat grew louder in the quietness of the swimming pool. Just as Shinru was thinking that Mou's words earlier weren't a joke, the man's voice rang in his ear. Do you even know why I'm angry? Shinru looked into those deep eyes full of restraint, and her lips parted, because I acted alone, allowing the puppeteer an opportunity. She answered based on the prompt given by the man. Mou wouldn't direct his anger at the puppeteer onto her. Shinru couldn't figure it out, he wanted Mou to give him an answer. Night had fallen deeply, and the moon hid behind the clouds without anyone noticing, making the surroundings dim and serene. Shinru waited for the answer wholeheartedly, unaware that the pure curiosity reflected in the crimson eyes seemed like a subtle invitation to Mou. The man always thought that since the situation had evolved to the point where he wanted to lock Shinru away, Shinru herself must also bear at least half the responsibility. Mou sighed and stroked the young man's soft cheeks. It is because you acted alone, but not because of the puppeteer. It's because you always think you can handle everything on your own. The warm fingertips trailed over beautiful eye corners and eventually stopped at the red-tinted earlobes. Then the man's breath suddenly drew near, making Shinru feel a bit dizzy. You've been living independently very well until now, my darling is amazing. But I also hope in the rest of our lives, you could try depending on me a little. Compared to watching my lover die, I'd rather join your world. Mou didn't give Shinru a chance to respond, and the kiss came naturally. In the man's eyes, no matter what the other party said, there would only be one answer for him. He would lock Shinru away until the day when his treasure acknowledged his view. This wasn't their first kiss. Shinru found it strange and couldn't help but admit that he liked and was addicted to the man's kisses. Shinru disliked intimate contact with others, but Mou was different, so much so that even the twisted thoughts of the man made him unable to stop wanting more. While kissing, the black-haired beauty instinctively lifted her hands and looped them around the man's neck. Their figures were reflected on the wall nearby, intimate and ambiguous. In the silent space, besides the sound of flowing water, it seemed like something else could be heard. The moonlight dimmed. Mou bent down and kissed away the tear from the corner of the beauty's eye. Looking at the ankle chain shining with a dazzling red light at the bottom of the pool, the man's eyes gradually darkened. He thought, the puppeteer wasn't the issue. The problem was, he really loved Shinru. Beyond redemption. Mou took Shinru back to the bedroom. Even if the youth's current physical condition made it impossible for him to catch a cold, staying in the pool for too long could still make him feel uncomfortable. Shinru assumed his height difference with Mou wasn't significant, and their clothing sizes should be similar too. But when he put on the clothes Mou handed him, he realized how wrong he was. The man's frame was larger than his, so the clothes were naturally looser. Loosely draped on his body, Shinru felt as if he was about to perform in a play. The bedroom lights were off, and the beautiful Rose sat lazily on the bed where the man slept every night, the ankle chain at her ankles glowing red under the moonlight. The red flesh on her legs clashed intensely with the black sheets in the man's gaze, and Shinru seemed unaware, lifting her leg to shake it at the man, her voice carrying a gruff displeasure. Just giving me a single piece of clothing? When did the Dark Knight Guild become so poor that they don't even have a pair of pants? Mou unabashedly fixed his gaze on the glaring white expanse and smirked. You don't need to go out anyway, why do you need any pants? Shinru frowned. She thought after everything just now, Mou should have calmed down. Listening to this tone, was the man really preparing to lock her up? Thinking of this, the young woman let out a mocking laugh, her eyes fixed on her ankle, her tone sweet yet temptingly suggestive. Director Mou, do you actually believe such a little thing can hold me? The man smiled, gracefully sitting down as his greedy gaze fell upon every inch of Shinru's skin. His words carried an air of certainty. You can try. Shinru arched a brow, the provocation sending a surge of defiance through her mind. Her rebellious instincts magnified endlessly, overshadowing any thought of submission to Mou's will. Driven by her inner desires, she successfully accepted the president's invitation. The night grew deeper, and whether or not it was a deliberate arrangement by Mou, there was no other living thing in the entire villa besides him and the man. Shinru walked along the long corridor. In her memory, at the end of the corridor was the elevator that would lead to freedom. She had considered simply climbing out the window, but seeing the man's confident demeanor, she instinctively dismissed this option. She didn't mind playing along for some time, since this was a cage specially prepared by President Mou to keep her confined. As Shinru reached the corner of the corridor, what should have been the elevator turned into a heavy wooden door with a large red happiness character pasted right in the center. The character's edges were smeared with blood. Even standing outside, Shinru could already hear celebratory music emanating from within. She knew without looking what kind of scene awaited her. Unperturbed by the sudden change, the young woman realized that the Dark Knight Guild had now fully grasped the rules of the infinite channel replica. Creating a small virtual copy inside the villa through some sort of medium wouldn't be too hard. Did MOU intend to trap her forever using one layered copy after another? She couldn't wait to find out. MOU was far too sophisticated to rely on simple death battles, he wanted nothing less than her full and genuine acknowledgement. With a smirk, Shenru pushed open the massive wooden door. As she expected, the lively courtyard resembled the prestigious household of a wealthy village family, white walls, black tiles, curved eaves, all exuding refinement and elegance. Under the ink-black night sky, which swallowed the last traces of sunset, bright red lanterns hung high under the eaves. Their vibrant red silk exteriors swayed gently in the evening breeze. Guests sat gathered around several dining tables and turned back at the sound of the door opening. A series of grotesque ghostly faces burst into Shenru's vision, eyes filled with wriggling larvae dangling from their sockets, while mouths stretched unnaturally wide in forced grins, caught up in an eerie festive mood. Shenru rudely entered these monsters' sightline, yet there was no violent uproar or shrill terrifying screams. From somewhere, a child's taunting voice broke the abrupt silence, loud enough to reverberate through the still atmosphere. The bride has arrived. Chapter 163, this time, in the glow of fire, it's us. Bride? Who? Shenruben wanted to catch a ghost to ask for clarity, but unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, everything before him became empty. The originally bustling courtyard suddenly didn't have even a trace of a ghost left. The once clean courtyard had fallen into ruin within moments, the window frames were half rotten, and the solitary old tree in the yard only had dry branches left. The ground was covered with withered yellow weeds, and even the red lanterns only had a few pitiful pieces of silk hanging from the eaves. Screech. Suddenly, the door right in front of Shenruben slowly opened a crack, perhaps due to the door hinges not being maintained for a long time, creating a loud friction between the doors and their frames. The sharp sound was very distinct, much like hints intentionally given by teachers during exams, subtly hoping Shenruben would walk in. The youth gave enough face, very obediently pushing the door open, the furnishings inside came into view. Compared to the ruins outside, the interior seemed like a different world. Deep and passionate reds caught the eye, candles brightly lit, lights blazing, and every aspect of the house decoration revealed an aura of luxury and dignity. Red brocade hung from the roof beams, festive flower couplets were pasted on the windows. On the bed lay a dazzling wedding gown. Under the illumination of the red candles, there was an indescribable eeriness. Just as Shenruben's gaze fell upon this red dress, the only garment he had disappeared as the candlelight extinguished itself. An awkward situation presented itself, leaving no choice for the young man whether he liked it or not. Shit. Shenruben felt his fists tightening. His hand hesitated momentarily in the air before the reddish signs gradually appeared on his knuckles. Finally, it was as if he made up his mind, grabbing the red dress on the bed. At the moment of contact, the red silk seemed to be imbued with life, climbing all the way up the youth's pale arm, enveloping the beauty's entire body. The crimson silk was tightened into the scarlet waistband, creating a striking waistline. After changing clothes, the red candles in the room brightened again. The candlelight reflected the rosy lips and white teeth of the youth, perhaps a misperception, Shenruben felt an added touch of unrestrained licentiousness in the atmosphere. Through the copper mirror, Shenruben saw himself dressed in the bridal gown, silently cursing MOU's bizarre and twisted hobbies in his heart. Well, at least I have something to wear. Shenruben tried pushing the door again. As expected, the door was firmly shut. He was locked inside, thoroughly resembling a bride waiting to get married. Taking a rough look around the furnishings in the room, everything appeared normal at first glance. Although the room was large, there were few places where things could be hidden, except for the matrimonial bed, there was no other possibility. Shenruben did not feel that destroying things on the matrimonial bed was something to be ashamed of. He even cut the pillows open with a knife to check for any abnormalities, finally finding a letter between the seams of the bed. Upon seeing the first line of its content, Shenruben raised an eyebrow curiously. I have fallen in love with someone I shouldn't. The candlelight in the room suddenly flickered for a moment before returning to normal immediately. I can tell he has some feelings for me too, but perhaps out of shyness, we haven't been overly intimate. Since he's hesitant to come close to me, then I'll take the initiative to go near him. I often sneak his clothes when he's not paying attention and wear them myself. The unique smell of his brings me great comfort. Before Shenruben could continue reading, his body suddenly started moving involuntarily. No matter how hard he struggled, it was futile, the feeling of losing control spread throughout his body. The dark-haired youth was like a puppet manipulated by strings, stiffly walking step by step toward the clothing stand, draping a red robe over his own shoulders. A familiar scent hit his nose. With black hair and a red garment, his eyes clouded with moisture, looking quite angry. But Shenruben did not know that this was merely the beginning for him. The contents of the letter forcefully re-entered his vision. From the moment Shenruben chose to put on this wedding dress, he lost control over his body. I drink water using his cup, eat with his chopsticks, and even secretly wear his wife's wedding dress when no one is around. Lying on the marital bed that he shares with his wife, I feel like the happiest person in the world. Shenruben, his face expressionless, lay flat on the soft bed, his long eyelashes slightly trembling, and his full, glossy lips seeming to want to part but unable to do so due to external force. With great effort, he managed to open them just slightly before disappearing altogether. The content of the letter continued. All secrets stopped when the door was suddenly opened, and he saw the clothes I hadn't yet changed out of. Screech. By this point, Shinruben wasn't surprised at all. He glanced sideways at Mou, who was dressed in a wedding gown with a golden belt hanging from his waist. This was the first time Shinru had seen such eye-catching colors on a man. The entanglement of nobility and evil made the already handsome exterior even more dazzling. The man smiled wickedly. Despite waiting for a long time, his steps were still unhurried and effortless. The letter slipped away from Shinru's hand with a cool breeze. He did not get to see the last sentence in the letter. I can't take off this piece of clothing no matter what. It seems after death, it finally comes off. Mou held the letter in his hand, gazing at the crimson rose on the bed with a meaningful smile, his lips raising high as if he would turn into a demon in the next second and devour the young man. Look, my dear is so pitiful. You see, I can do this. Naturally, the puppet master can too. The man bent down, gently clasping Shinru's chin, feeling the fresh scent emitted by the rose. However, his voice carried an unstable hoarseness. Do you realize how I felt when the door carrying flames opened? You shouldn't always treat me like this. At least give me a chance to die alongside you. Shinru, this is punishment. You can't escape. With that, he leaned down and kissed the beloved person he kept on his heart. At the instant of the kiss, the man tore up the letter that had confined Shinru's body. Mou had nothing to fear before encountering Shinru, and from now on, his love for the youth would never be replicated. He was willing to abandon everything to see Shinru, but that didn't mean they should live each day as if it were their last. The moment Shinru regained control over his body, he took the upper hand, pressing the man back onto the bed. His dark red eyes stared intently at Mou. He had finally figured out why the man was upset. Shinru relished in the love of the man who became possessive because of him. Yet, when he truly saw the man's state, his heart ached with unease. Seeing Shinru's expression change slightly, Mou was about to say something when he was cut off by a sudden kiss from his lover. Initially intending to drop the matter, Mou was suddenly filled with malicious thoughts. The originally concealed malice that had been suppressed surged wildly within his mind, causing confusion in a brief instant. Shinru slightly rose, the ambiguous atmosphere flowing between the two. The rose seemed to please, lightly brushing against the man's lips again, murmuring softly. I know you won't keep me locked up. But even if you lock me up, I'll like it all the same. This time, I've done wrong. Let me make it up to you, alright? With that, Shinru swept up his sleeve, knocking over the candle by the bedside, igniting the fabric at the edge of the bed. The sparks crackled beside their ears, growing to a height neither could extinguish. Carried by the glow of fire and the burning sensation of their bodies, the blazing fire consumed everything. A pair of newlyweds kissed under the most dazzling light. This time, it wasn't just Shinru and the flames, but both of them together. Just as Shinru was smugly pleased with his compensation for the man, a sudden tug around his waist pulled him into a warm embrace. The muffled laugh of the man resonated in his ear. Since this matter is settled, there's another thing I'd like to ask Master Shen. Startled, Shinru looked up, Mou's teasing yet menacing gaze making his scalp tingle. Could Master Shen explain why you called the puppet master, stinking dog? Shinru. Forget it, maybe locking him up isn't such a bad idea after all. Chapter 164, Send the video to the puppeteer. This fierce fire burned quickly but ended even faster. The scorching heat made Shinru sweat profusely on his forehead and nose, and the near-death thrill gave him an excited flush. As the flames were about to die out, Shinru felt that in the next second he would be back in that room full of a man's possessiveness. After all, Mou had endured for so long, gradually trapping him like a frog boiled slowly in warm water, and now that this scenario was over, it was time to settle accounts with Shinru. Shinru even thought of many plans at the moment when the man opened his mouth. If it was just the puppeteer's one-sided words, he was ready to deny it till death. If caught red-handed, Shinru intended to reason convincingly, since in such circumstances, this method was the best option to make the puppeteer lower his guard. But events unfolded unexpectedly. After he emerged from this scenario, Mou, as if fulfilling a promise, immediately sent him into another small scene. We're almost at the top. Shinru blinked gently, and suddenly he had changed from wearing a wedding dress into a backpacker. He was on a cliff, in harsh weather at 3 o'clock in the morning with wind and rain battering him. Behind him lay an endless abyss. He briefly scanned the area through his protective goggles. Including himself, there were a total of 6 people in this group. When Shinru was younger, because of the distorted relationship between his father and mother, he went through a rebellious phase. Back then, rock climbing, skydiving, surfing, and various extreme sports took turns, so the current situation wasn't unfamiliar to him. In any case, the first thing now was to reach the peak. Only after the 6 successfully reached the summit did Shinru notice that Mou was among them. Shinru, I didn't know you had such good rock climbing skills when we started. It was still the person who had just spoken to him earlier. His tone sounded like that of a new friend they'd only just met, enthusiastically praising Shinru's climbing skills. Shinru smiled and replied briefly, while keeping his eyes on the man not far from him. If Mou hadn't just been confronting him about old grievances last second, Shinru might have believed that the man had truly set up this scenario just to climb mountains together. The black goggles highlighted the young man's pale cheeks making them more alluring. The cold rain beat down on him, completely erasing the heat brought by climbing. Shenru could feel the increasingly noticeable gaze and turned his head out of curiosity. The next second, his eyes met those of the man beside him. Mou's face carried a gentle, elegant smile, with eyes filled with ample curiosity and strong interest. A nearby friend hurriedly said, "There wasn't time to introduce earlier. This is Mou, a friend I met at the rock climbing club. You two will go bungee jumping together shortly. Do you mind?" Shenru naturally indicated that he did not mind. Mou grinned, pretending to meet Shenru for the first time, smiling brightly as he greeted, "Hello, I'm here for the first time, so I'll need your help shortly." Shenru arched an eyebrow. He didn't know what game the man was playing, but followed his lead and nodded, "Hello." He added meaningfully, "Bungee jumping isn't as dangerous as you think it is, provided there aren't unnecessary movements." Mou laughed and nodded, indicating that he would follow instructions obediently. Since the man claimed no experience in bungee jumping beforehand, Shenru helped him prepare. As Shenru bent down to check and organize Mou's equipment, his hand was grasped by the man, who even lightly rubbed the tender palm of the young man under everyone's watchful eyes. Shenru retrieved his hand with an expression of calmness, his tone slightly sarcastic. "I didn't expect Mr. Mou to be so frivolous, touching, and fondling acquaintances on the first meeting." Since the man wanted to act like a stranger, Shenru gladly obliged. He would never surrender just because someone held something over him. Moreover, he had already thought of countermeasures. With this thought, Shenru became even more self-assured. Mou smiled faintly, not taking the youth's words to heart. Both knew well the underlying game, furthermore, he preferred roses that bloomed so vividly. Before slapping them down, he always liked giving them a taste of sweetness. Once everything was prepared, the two stood at the edge of the cliff. Under the moonlight, the man embraced Shenru from behind, taking control of their timing to fall. As the icy winds howled past, their figures fell along with the raindrops. At that very moment, the man's voice, filled with mirth, rang in Shenru's ear. "I will send this delightful experience to the puppeteer. Please smile happily, my dear." Shenru was shocked to turn around. The feeling of weightlessness followed instantly. The black-haired youth's slender hand was tightly interlocked with the man's, and just as Mou's eyes darkened, Shenru ruthlessly cut the safety rope that bound them together. Freedom constrained by a rope is not true freedom. The sound of derailing rang loudly in their ears. Sincere crimson eyes filled with arrogance and provocation glowed red with flushed lips from heightened blood flow. Shenru didn't mind being filmed, as long as he could enjoy himself fully. Mou would not act destructively over a mere photograph of his lover. Instead, what the other coveted now rested securely within his arms. Every drop of his blood boiled for Shenru. He relished the young man's pride and satisfaction at his affection while also knowing that he had entirely claimed the rose for himself. Mou was the guild president, holding life and death power over all channel players and maintaining an illusion of peace and tranquility. He respected every player but ultimately cared nothing for them. If one day he must choose between Shenru and the players, the scales would inevitably tip toward Shenru. When the puppeteer taunted him with photos, he retaliated in kind. "You give me a picture, I'll return you a video." Fair enough. As they were about to land, the scene suddenly shifted. They returned once more to Mou's bedroom. The man trapped the beautiful rose under his shadow, the thrilling excitement still unspent, gradually coloring Shenru's skin a deep red through his thoughts. Shenru smirked, hooking the man's leg teasingly as he lightly stepped on his soft foot, asking offhandedly, "What's next, President Mou?" Mou said nothing. With one hand securing the youth around the waist, he pulled Shenru closer while simultaneously sitting up. To avoid falling, Shenru wrapped his arms around the man's neck, his legs climbing onto the man's waist as he sat entirely on top of him. Lowering his gaze slightly, the man pressed his lips softly against the rosy ones of the youth, full and sweet, brimming with passionate allure. A low voice resonated near Shenru's ear, filled with pleased contentment. "The ankle chain will prevent you from leaving this villa. If you attempt to step beyond the gate, you'll be sucked into an infinite loop within the instance. But the key to unlock it lies somewhere inside the villa. You have only one day to find it." The man's hand shamelessly lingered on Shenru's waist, contrasting his casual expression with his bold actions. Leaning casually against the man's shoulder, Shenru teased with a smile, "What if I can't find it?" Mou also smiled, laughter betraying his great good mood. "It'll be perfect if you don't." Chapter 165, Mou lost. Mou always kept his promises. The next day, he indeed lifted all the restrictions on Shenru's movements within the villa. He neither questioned nor interfered with the young man's actions and even showed signs of aiding and abetting. He personally fed her during meals, showing such pampering that it wasn't like raising a songbird but rather hosting an ancestor in the house. Shenru didn't seem in a hurry either. In the morning, after waking up, she ate breakfast, followed by a nap. After lunch, she lounged on the sofa in the first-floor living room reading books until sunset without any sign of moving. During this time, Sheng Zijiao attempted to ask questions multiple times but was silenced by Gu Changming's glare. In the evening, while Gu Changming went to Mo Yu's office to deal with work, Sheng Zijiao quickly ran over to Shenru with his blonde hair bouncing. Before speaking, he deliberately glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, then asked Shenru, who had started dozing off on the sofa. Brother-in-law. You're really just planning to be confined here forever? Shenru shifted her position slightly, with an indifferent tone as if truly unconcerned, replying, exactly, why would I run when I have food and drink? Sheng Zijiao blinked in disbelief, scrutinizing her carefully. Sister-in-law, never thought your heart harbored world peace. World peace? Furrowing her brows and lifting her gaze, Shenru delivered a kick directly towards the stomach of the small blonde guy. Ah! Sheng Zijiao was caught unprepared, landing on the ground where he stared at Shenru on the sofa, who looked somewhat agitated. Huh? What happened? Shenru avoided eye contact with the small blonde guy on the floor, internally reprimanding herself for the impulsive action. It was strange, despite being a compliment, the words somehow felt so sarcastic. Shenru wasn't completely calm inside. Compared to the apparent tranquility on the surface, she was already extremely worried deep down. You must be hiding something from her. After returning home, regardless of how much she mentioned the photo sent by the puppeteer or the offending remark, the man remained tight-lipped about showing her the original message from the puppeteer. The restriction given to him by the man was merely a day. He could have extended the deadline more, but Mou did not. Instead, he forced her to concentrate all her efforts on the present day. Why? Other members of the guild avoided Shenru, except for Gu Changming. The only person she could still talk to was Sheng Zijiao. If it's not you being locked up, why are you so anxious? Shenru finally seemed somewhat interested, lazily squinting her eyes and casually asking. Sheng Zijiao was also anxious, feeling Shenru didn't look willing to stay confined. But throughout the entire day, she appeared very composed, enjoying what usually seemed like the most monotonous lifestyle ever. Initially, he thought sister-in-law must have planned something clever. But now night was falling fast, and his sister-in-law still lay on the sofa like Maitreya Buddha. Something major would happen soon if she didn't start worrying. Shenru observed how thoroughly the other had mentally prepared before speaking, glancing around again to ensure Gu Changming was gone, then hurriedly blurted out. The puppet master sent an invitation letter to Brother Mo's email, saying the new dungeon is completed. They've invited all players from the Infinity Channel, and everyone will forcibly enter the game after midnight. Except you. Upon hearing this, Shenru finally understood the true meaning behind the ankle bracelet. The ankle bracelet limited Shenru's activity range and naturally also restricted her ability to enter dungeons. Mou's aim wasn't to imprison her but to prevent Shenru from encountering the puppet master again. What a shameless President Mo. An adult still having hero complexes. For Shenru, this was both good and bad news. The good news was that she finally knew what the man's intentions were. The bad news was that her time was running out, and the man would certainly find ways to stop her. However, she had already made preparations. When she pulled Meng Yizhi into the dungeon, she had already guessed that the man wouldn't let her off easily, and she specifically emphasized to Little Pink that no matter the method, any information related to Mou or herself should notify her immediately. Therefore, even if Sheng Zijiao insisted on keeping quiet, she would eventually know, it was only a matter of time. After learning they would forcibly enter the dungeon at dawn, Meng Yizhi instantly remembered Shenru's friendly reminder. Coupled with the Dark Knight Guild announcing they wouldn't be receiving guests all day today, Meng Yizhi immediately sensed the unusual situation. At the moment, Shenru lightly placed the monster's head on the ground, vaguely reminding them that no matter the method, they had to ensure he got the news right away. Generally speaking, after this sentence, there would often be a threat following with, or else. Meng Yizhi was eagerly waiting for it. But where was the, or else? Shenru directly crushed the monster's head in front of him and then asked sweetly if he had remembered it. Shit, who would dare to forget that? So, there was an eerie scene in the pitch-black night, a figure as inconspicuous as possible in the darkness, only revealing a tuft of suspicious pink hair, moving along the wall. Meng Yizhi racked his brains and couldn't think of any way to sneak quietly into the heavily guarded Dark Knight Guild. Finally, between being assassinated by the Dark Knight Guild or having his head crushed by Shenru, he chose to just let it all go to hell. Create chaos first, and then slip in. Meng Yizhi selected a second-floor window. The location was secluded, mainly because the window was open. As long as he threw his lighter near the curtain, it would surely cause a big fire. Just as Little Pink was about to carry out his plan, a shock of yellow hair suddenly appeared on the other side of the wall. The mournful eyes were immediately reflected in Little Pink's terrified eyes. Sheng Zia glanced at the incriminating evidence in Meng Yizhi's hand and his cold voice floated into Little Pink's ears. Good job, you're going to burn down the Dark Knight Guild. Meng Yizhi hastily picked up the lighter. Although he usually got along well with Sheng Zia, after all, what he was doing now was a principle-based mistake. It didn't make sense. If his luck was bad, before he could even report back to Shenru, he was about to get into big trouble. Before he could finish repenting in his heart, he heard Sheng Zia's voice again. The room with the opened window on the second floor is mine. Can you choose another one? That's Gu Changming's room, hee. Meng Yizhi. Since words have reached this point, would you rather let me set a fire than offer an easy backdoor? Sheng Zia didn't want to either, but since the guild president had already spoken, if he secretly let Little Pink in, it would be himself who would end up suffering. Therefore, between letting Little Pink sneak in as a favor or burning down Gu Changming's house, Sheng Zia decisively chose the latter. Fire eventually broke out anyway. Sparks violently ignited the tranquil night. Shenru sat on the edge of the rooftop, enjoying the hustle and bustle below while they tried to extinguish the fire, completely forgetting that little Pink, who was desperately trying to enter, was still being hunted, leisurely waiting for Mou to show up. He had already searched through the entire villa inside out with Xingzia and hadn't found even a hint of a key. When the man first mentioned looking for the key, Shenru immediately ruled out the possibility of it being on Mou. Such a cliched hiding spot, Mou wouldn't be that dull. But since he knew that after midnight everyone in the Infinite Channel would be pulled into the dungeon, Shenru couldn't help but suspect that in order to prevent him from entering the dungeon, the key would necessarily be close to Mou's person. While pondering, a shadow appeared on the roof at some point. Shenru turned around feigning surprise. "Mr. Mo, aren't you supposed to be putting out the fire? Do you have time to enjoy the view here?" Mou smiled, responding accordingly, "I thought you wanted me to come over." Shenru's smile was exceptionally beautiful, especially as the flames crept closer to his feet, yet he chose to stay perfectly still. "Give me the key." Shenru refused to play games with Mou, time was running out for him. He didn't care whether the people in the Infinite Channel lived or died, but the fact that Mou intended to leave him behind and enter the dungeon alone made him furious. Seeing that the man said nothing, Shenru's growing rage mirrored the fire downstairs, becoming more intense. His voice took on a rare ferocity. "Mou, give me the key." Mou remained silent, though his face wasn't looking much better compared to Shenru's. An oppressive tone echoed between them. "If you go, it will be dangerous. The puppeteer's target is you." For some reason, Shenru was somewhat dazed, lowering his gaze and pausing momentarily. The golden light of the flames reflected in the handsome youth's red eyes. When Mou thought the other party might waver slightly, Shenru's voice came softly. "I won't give you the key unless you stop threatening to repeatedly kill myself in front of you." As he spoke, Shenru provocatively stepped backward within the man's line of sight, allowing the tongues of flame to lick over his calf. The pale skin instantly turned black, and a heart-stopping aroma of roasted flesh wafted slowly between the two. The beauty's smile amid the boiling flames was both passionate and brilliant, as the fire continued to climb and leap. Ignoring the man's unpleasant expression, Shenru pressed each word harder. "Do you want to watch me suffer? If you leave me alone in this villa, every day I will kill myself on your bed and come back to life. Your sheets will be soaked with my blood. I don't even know if there's a limit to this ability, I might just die completely in front of you at any moment." Shenru gestured teasingly toward Mou. "You have 5 seconds to decide whether or not to give me the key." Mou knew every word Shenru had said was true. Shenru didn't value life as much, he might even choose death because of the boredom in life. If Mou left him behind alone, though it would guarantee his safety, it would also strip away Shenru's will to live. Boredom could kill his treasure. He couldn't let that happen. Fine. Mou had lost. As he unlocked the ankle chain, the clock hands pointed to 12 o'clock. The surroundings suddenly changed. In their ears echoed the dollmaker's thrilled, trembling voice, mingling with roaring flames growing fiercer and fiercer. "Welcome, players, to Eternal Life. Chapter 166, The End of the World, Out of Control Evolution, 1. After the voice of the puppeteer disappeared, the system sound which had been silent for a long time reappeared in the ears of the players. "Welcome, players, to the large group End of the World Instance Dungeon, Out of Control Evolution. The survival-type dungeon has no fixed main quest. Please deal with situations as they arise and survive smoothly for 7 days. The transfer channel will be opened in 10 seconds. This seemed like a dungeon where everyone was dragged into the puppeteer's game. The puppeteer was also indirectly showing off to everyone that even though the Infinite Channel no longer belonged to him, he still had the ability to toy with the players at his fingertips. This mandatory participation game was the dungeon with the most player participation in history. When receiving the notification of forced entry into the dungeon, some players already expressed their feelings of despair, as the appearance of the puppeteer shattered their remaining hopes of living peacefully. They thought they had escaped from system control, but in the end, they were still trapped in the cage. But for those who wanted to destroy the puppeteer completely, this was also a good opportunity. Human abilities cannot be limitless, especially when it was known that the operation of the dungeon depended on malevolent intentions. The larger the dungeon, the more energy required, and the more effort consumed. Perhaps the puppeteer was not as carefree as he appeared. On the contrary, Shenru's provocation from the previous dungeon and Mou's video response were catalysts in forming this dungeon. The more complete the world building of the dungeon, the fewer abilities remained for the puppeteer. Shenru was sure that the other party would accept her invitation and appear in the dungeon. This was an excellent opportunity. After all players were teleported into the dungeon, the background story of this dungeon was transmitted into their minds. Dear survivors, welcome to FO 3050 AD. Humans recklessly polluted the environment without consideration, causing pollution to worsen and eventually backfire against humanity itself. Many humans began to show signs of gene mutation one after another and ultimately lost all thinking ability, displaying aggressive behavior. As the last remaining survivors of humanity, please survive by any means necessary on this fragile desert land and continue the spark of human life. Post-apocalyptic living is fraught with many sudden situations. Please be extremely cautious. In the live broadcast room. Has the Infinite Channel started broadcasting again? Is the system fixed? There are so many people entering the dungeon this time. I just came from Xingzijiao's live stream. It seems like they're not too far from my wife here. Wow, it's been a while since I've seen guild masters from various guilds colliding in such a way. Blinded by all the chaos, friends. This is pure chaos. Lately, we've only relied on paranormal streamers to get by. What? You watch Kuta Zaiwangzi too? Then we're friends. The system's introduction ended before Shenru could open her eyes, followed by the eerie sound of strong winds howling. Sand and pebbles mingled in the fierce wind, and a fine pain assaulted Shenru's body. Her vision impaired, she squinted to observe the surroundings. An expansive wasteland stretched out before her. In the distance, there was a dilapidated factory, withered wild grass littered the ground, and dark, heavy clouds loomed in the sky. Everywhere in this world exuded an overwhelming sense of desolation and hopelessness. Mou stood nearby. Their gazes met, then the man approached Shenru. The sky became darker, as if ready to unleash torrents of rain any second. No matter what, we must first head to that factory. We cannot yet confirm what sudden situation the system mentioned, so temporarily we need to find suitable cover. After receiving a nod from Shenru, the two moved towards the factory. As they got closer to their destination, the black clouds above grew denser. Just as they stepped inside the factory, torrential rain suddenly began pouring outside. But soon Shenru and Mou noticed something strange. When the raindrops hit the ground, they formed small black dots that kept hitting the surface and continuously released white smoke. Cold wind blew in, carrying a sharp, pungent odor. Excitement rippled in the dark red eyes, laughter echoed through the vast building. Truly beautiful. Unbothered, the man slightly tilted his head, scanning the stairwell deep inside the building with a sharp gaze, his dark eyes coldly watching several fleeting shadows in the corner. Mou slowly turned his gaze away, pretending nothing had happened as he lightly wrapped an arm around his lover's waist. Shenru spun around in confusion, but before she could marvel at the terrible weather improving her mood, she felt a chin rest on the man's shoulder. Just as she was about to ask what was wrong, she caught a glimpse of a piece of white fabric exposed above the staircase connecting the first and second floors. Shenru instantly understood Mou's meaning. The two of them had rushed inside to escape the rain without being cautious about their footsteps. Logically, anyone upstairs would have noticed them. If they were players from the Infinite channel, they wouldn't be so overly careful. The system notification indicated this was a large-scale survival game with no conflicting interests for now. So these people must not be players, but NPCs. To take over such a massive factory, it required either a strong group or someone with incredible personal abilities, neither of which would make guarding this place easy. So there had to be more than one person in this building. Strange, why are they being so friendly to two trespassers? As Shenru thought this, suddenly a gunshot rang out beside the two. Bang! Don't move. I'm talking to you too. Stay where you are. Raise your hands, squat down, and look up so I can see your eyes. Now. In the live broadcast room. Not me, guys, who do you want to kneel? Come on, my vision is blurry, is my wife really that obedient? TSK. Let me check again. Her little finger on the left hand just moved. That's definitely some secret signal I don't understand. Bro above, you're kind of tarnishing my wife's image here. Shenru originally planned to ambush the intruders once she discovered people in this building. With unknown liquid raining outside, there was no way they would flee, so wiping them all out was only a matter of time. However, when the NPC said those final words, Shenru abruptly cancelled her talent usage. She even noticed the hidden shadow nearby change direction mid-motion and retreat. It was fine to extract information thoroughly before killing. Shenru obediently looked up as a rough hand roughly pulled open her eyelid. The glaring light shone directly onto her beautiful red irises, the sudden brightness causing shimmering tears to form, making her eyes look pitiful. The boss, there's nothing wrong with them. No sooner had the words left his mouth than several of the NPCs who had previously restrained Shenru roughly grabbed her hair. The impeccable coordination between the two made the NPCs feel justified in acting tyrannical, treating them like unfortunate passers-by who'd come to seek shelter from the rain. Once confirmed uninfected, the NPCs grew increasingly insolent. They expected Shenru's reaction to be crying and begging for mercy, but instead, they met her sinister smile in her vivid red eyes. The edges of her lips curved upwards with an exaggerated air, exuding menace like a snake charmer beauty. The hand pulling her hair froze momentarily, and a chilling coldness ran up its spine, making the person's hairs stand on end as he involuntarily shivered. Unnoticed by everyone, a black shadow lurking behind them began moving slowly. Raising her head, Shenru smoothly rose along with the person's tug. Approaching them, her laughter echoed sweetly among the NPC's ears. What exactly were you checking just now? If you don't explain clearly, I might kill you. Chapter 167, The End of Days, Out of Control Evolution, 2. That man clearly did not expect such a fragile-looking young man to speak such outrageous and laughable words, so he instinctively tightened his grip, his mouth also starting to spout curses. Threatening me? Do you take me for a fool? Before the sentence was complete, the seemingly weak youth lifted his arm, gripping a fist that struck at a speed beyond comprehension. It shattered the wrist of the hand clutching his hair. Immediately thereafter, the youth grabbed the NPC by the throat with one hand and violently slammed him onto the ground. As Shinru acted, a dark shadow lurking nearby also took advantage of the precise timing, a huge shadow as if ready to swallow them all. In a short while, it knocked out those remaining, hanging them in midair. The man, venting his dissatisfaction, controlled the shadows to thrash them fiercely twice in the air. Red Eyes once again turned to look at the NPC now trembling like a sieve beneath him. Shinru revealed what he thought was a very gentle smile, then slowly spoke. Now, should we reconsider my offer? Or do you prefer dying outright? Live stream room. Ah, pulling my wife's hair, I hereby command you to die an instantaneous death right this moment. Wife, you don't actually need to smile. After being tormented in the quest area, my wife is gradually exuding the vibe of a serial killer. Top floor, I suspect you're a mole sent by the enemy. Now officially notified, your fan membership has been revoked. The NPC apparently hadn't expected to bite off more than they could chew without knowing it, but he had some questions within himself. How could anyone survive the apocalypse and not know the rules of survival, and how have they managed to stay alive for so long? Still, for the sake of living, he spilled everything. Judging from changes in eye pupil size and color can determine whether humans have mutated. The lighter the pupil color becomes, the more severe the alienation. When the pupil color turns completely white, it means the alienation reaches 100%, which we call reverse evolution. Shinru nodded satisfactorily, yet tightened his grip on the neck even more. Just as the other side was about to roll their eyes back due to lack of oxygen, the young man slowly released the pressure and lazily asked further questions. What are the conditions for alienation? Elaborate on positive alienation. The sudden influx of air caused the NPC to uncontrollably cough, swallowing down the fear inside and urgently responded. There are no conditions. Anyone, absolutely anyone may be alienated. The seeds that induce gene mutation are hidden in the air. Any of us might be chosen, but there is one method that can slow down the speed of alienation. Seeing the other party pause again, Shinru unhappily smacked the face of the other party hard with the other hand, urging him to continue speaking. The NPC swallowed his saliva, speaking while slowly moving his fingers towards the gun on the side. Drinking the blood of positively evolved humans can delay the speed of alienation. The instant his hand grasped the gun, the NPC's expression turned cold, his tone becoming increasingly sinister. He intended to let this insulting pale-faced youth die under his gun. In the early stages, both positive and negative evolution cannot be distinguished, only later stages show differences in mental states. No sooner were the words spoken than he suddenly raised the gun in his hand, ready to press the trigger aimed at Shinru's chest. In that moment, a calculating grin flickered across those red eyes as the young man tightly gripped the other's wrist holding the gun, leveraging the force directly to push the muzzle against his own chest. With the sound of the trigger loosening, bang was heard. A bullet pierced through the youth's chest, revealing a blackened hole before the horror-stricken eyes of the NPC. The elegant and handsome youth didn't fall to the ground as imagined, instead, he smiled amiably at the pitiful NPC. Is there any other information you wish to share with me? Seeing the NPC shaking his head in terror, those cunning red eyes gleamed with amusement and obvious ill intent. If there isn't, it's time to hit the road. Wonderful. I've thought up a really splendid way for you to die. The mad desire for blood and invasion suppressed in his heart broke free abruptly, opening a floodgate of violent emotions. The raven-haired youth snatched the silver gun, turning it around flexibly in his hand like a snake, each swift streak of light bringing forth a burst of beautiful blood flowers. In the blink of an eye, several bloody holes appeared on the person's body. The rain outside continued falling. While Shinru waited for the opponent to take his final breath, he glanced upward toward Mou and said, "Hang him on the eaves outside." He then stood up leisurely, walking slowly towards the man who had just been referred to as the leader. After merely sizing up that leader for a brief moment, the poor man wet half his pants out of fright. Shinru noticed a black device similar to a walkie-talkie hanging on the other person's waist. He had Mou take it down and asked casually, "What is this?" After already witnessing the ruthlessness of this young man, the other naturally didn't dare to hide anything. "This is a walkie-talkie I found in the factory. Although it hasn't made any sound, I saw that it wasn't broken, so sooner or later it would come in handy." Shinru issued a few more threats. Seeing that he had wrung out everything from the captive, he smiled amiably as he waved his hand dismissively and hurriedly said to Mou, "Quick, while the rain hasn't stopped yet, hang them all outside. At least our factory building is safe for now, but the entrance can't look too shabby." Mou paused to think for a moment, then, like pulling feathers off a bird, he tore off the clothes of over 10 people. Without regard for their cries and frantic struggles, he directly dumped the naked bodies upside down outside, their white flesh fluttering eerily in the wind, horrifying yet glaring. The heavy rain came quickly, but dissipated just as fast. An eerie high temperature suddenly rushed in, accelerating the decay of the corpses. The maggots crawling over the bodies uncontrollably dropped down, and upon touching the ground, there was a hissing sound. These white little worms instantly got roasted until pitch black. Despite the extreme weather, there was still some hope. Cool shaded areas remained at temperatures suitable for human comfort. However, under the scorching sunlight where insects got burned, the surface temperature must have been upwards of 80 degrees Celsius. As Shinru was studying the walkie-talkie in his hand, What was initially a fairly quiet environment around him suddenly became noisy, with even the gravel on the ground subtly trembling. No one could survive walking under such sunlight. But perhaps those who underwent alienation could. As time passed, the tremors beneath the earth grew more noticeable, accompanied by increasingly clear screams of madness from reverse-evolved monsters. Fortunately, the quantity was not overwhelming for Mou. Shenru, an adept at close combat, wasn't useful here. He temporarily didn't want to endure the high heat to fight in a crowd of monsters either. This was where Mou's role fully came into play. He hadn't seen Mou use his abilities in a long while, probably since their very first encounter in the quest area. Black-edged blades emerged into existence, their tips gleaming with sinister sharpness, halting the falling sandstones caused by the ground quakes. In sync with the blazing sun overhead, the sword broke through the air and carved open a crack in space itself. With ferocious sword energy, the blade attacked the massive horde of aliens, the eerie shrill cries abruptly ceasing. Blood sprayed everywhere momentarily before steaming up due to the intense heat. Blood fog diffused around, making it akin to a hellish landscape. Meanwhile, Shenru was also busy. While Mou fought outside, Shenru found a relatively clean spot to sit and carefully examine the walkie-talkie. This situation differed from previous quests, they needed to gather as many players as possible going forward. From the current circumstances, they were somewhat lucky this time because the number of reverse-evolved monsters wasn't overwhelming. Even Mou alone could handle it. But the constraints imposed by the weather were severe, and there was no way to predict how long they would remain surrounded by these monsters. If the intervals between attacks were too short, even Mou would eventually become overwhelmed. Without knowing which button Shenru pressed, a static-like noise suddenly emitted from the walkie-talkie. Such devices generally had range limitations, so the person on the other end was likely not far away. Hello? Can you hear me? Without knowing what Mou was doing, the whole factory began shaking violently again, as if ready to collapse the next second. Dust rose choking Shenru, causing him to cough twice. He narrowed his eyes and shouted into the walkie-talkie once more. Finally, a response came from the other side, but it was a stranger's male voice. After searching his memory, Shenru couldn't find any match among the people he knew, leaving him somewhat disappointed. If it wasn't a player, then the likelihood of receiving help from this person was low. Nevertheless, since they managed to contact each other, Shenru decided to try his luck anyway. We're in an abandoned factory currently besieged by reverse-evolved creatures. We need your help. As soon as he finished speaking, the walkie-talkie fell silent again as though it had broken. Shenru refused to give up. Without a definite reply from the other side, it seemed that this negotiation had failed. But having barely established contact with another NPC, even if the objective wasn't met, Shenru wanted to obtain some information. People will really die. We're hiding in the factory, but these mutants are already coming in. Even if you won't help, at least tell us their weaknesses. There was a distinct pause on the other end, and a plaintive voice finally came through the speaker. Do you know why I'm contacting you? Shenru's eyebrows twitched as he heard the counter-questions, and remembering the strange vibrations in the factory earlier, he suddenly felt something was off. Before he could figure it out, the other side growled. Our locations aren't far from each other. Not long ago, we noticed a powerful and mysterious attack coming from the direction of the abandoned factory. Does this have anything to do with you? Although Shenru was shocked inside, his tone remained calm. Of course not, if we had such capability, would we be asking for help from strangers? Don't you think? Only fools would admit otherwise. However, judging by the other party's attitude, no matter how much Shenru explained, trust seemed hard to achieve. If so, then he'd try to extract any useful information within his ability and consider it fair game. We can face off if you don't believe us, but only if we stay alive until you arrive. The other side appeared to be considering the feasibility. After prompting and careful thought, they finally gave in. They may not fear high temperatures, but they are extremely afraid of fire. Shenru nodded, the outdoor temperature certainly wasn't as hot as burning flames. In simpler terms, these things weren't exactly immune to heat, their tolerance levels were just different. Just as Shenru prepared to disconnect, the other end added abruptly, under current circumstances, I cannot ensure that you're speaking the truth. To guarantee safety upon meeting, we need one of your people as a hostage, naturally balanced on both sides. Upon hearing such a demand, Shenru almost burst out laughing, agreeing without hesitation. No problem. In the live stream chat. A hostage? Is this what they call, inviting the wolf into the house? Ha ha ha, oh wow, great job, walking straight into my wife's trap step by step. This NPC perfectly knows his place. Chapter 168, The End of Days, Uncontrollable Evolution, 3. After stating his requirements, Xiachi also disconnected the radio. Their temporary shelter was a makeshift house, not very sturdy, but it was enough to withstand sudden weather conditions. This kind of ghastly weather meant that even a hard-earned safe spot could be abandoned due to various unforeseen factors. Xiachi sighed as he looked at the mostly destroyed houses. His intention in negotiating on the phone had been to probe the situation. It was likely they couldn't stay here anymore. To survive, their group would need to leave. The best option right now was the nearby abandoned factory. And just then, a few more people joined their team, but something about them seemed off. They appeared to be living through the apocalypse for the first time, unfamiliar with survival rules and barely understanding the phenomenon of mutation, yet they had somehow managed to remain unharmed until now. At this thought, Xiachi glanced over at the few people who were chatting animatedly with his team members. Sheng Ziyao's immediate reaction after entering the realm was to look for his boss. Though he didn't find him, he did run into Meng Yizhi and several members of the Dark Knight Guild. Due to the inclement weather, their first instinct was to find a hiding place, which is how they came across Xiachi's group. Could there be positive mutants near the factory? From such a distance, if they could still affect us, they must not be ordinary people. Hiding under a wooden board to cool down, one of them casually remarked. Sheng Ziyao was surprised, using this opportunity to gather more information by continuing the conversation. Are positive mutants really that powerful? Have you seen them? That person chuckled. Young brother, what joke are you making? Our team leader Xia is positively mutated. Otherwise, how could we have survived so safely up until now? Sheng Ziyao and Meng Yizhi exchanged glances, both clearly surprised. They had just learned that during the early stages of positive and negative evolution, the pupils became lighter in color, suggesting that once fully evolved positively, the pupil color returns to normal. This explained why, despite the potential danger near the factory, Xia Qi insisted on checking it out. Their current situation wasn't promising, and besides, Xia Qi himself possessed considerable abilities. Unaware of the other's inner turmoil, the person continued. Let's hope the other side knows when to cooperate and doesn't try any tricks. Sheng Ziyao's group remained silent afterward. He had considered that meeting Xia Fan meant their initial positions in the realm were close to their original ones before entering. It was highly possible that the boss and sister-in-law were at the factory location. But sending a distress signal via radio. That behavior just didn't fit with what he knew about his boss. And his sister-in-law. TCH, she could dismantle these mutations bare-handed. Given the current circumstances, they might get lucky and meet other realm players, or unlucky and face NPCs. The scorching weather lasted another hour or so. At some point, the moon rose unnoticed, its light shrouded by dark clouds. The surrounding temperature dropped instantly. Leading the remaining 20-odd people in a vehicle toward the nearby abandoned factory, Xiachi was still musing over the young man he'd heard on the radio. For some inexplicable reason, hearing his voice had triggered a fleeting sense of familiarity. As they were about to reach their destination, Sheng Ziyao eagerly craned his neck outside the window. Sparse moonlight illuminated the decrepit factory surrounded by bones hanging around, and two figures stood at the entrance as if waiting. As the car drove closer, Sheng Ziyao's eyes widened dramatically as he hastily pulled his head back inside. Breathing heavily, panic began to rise in him. It can't be. Something's wrong with my eyes. Wait, what? Did they send out the distress call? Hold on. Could it be a hostage exchange? Unable to believe what he saw, Sheng Ziyao looked beside him to Xia Fan, who sat equally stunned. Before either of them could say anything, the car stopped. As the two strangers approached from the opposite direction, Shenru's sharp and cunning gaze grew increasingly clear. Clearly, he was saying, I'm about to start scheming. Stopping at an appropriate distance, Xia Qi scanned the two people, hesitating momentarily when his gaze landed on Shenru. He admitted that this good-looking young man caught attention easily, but in this harsh end-of-days world, he had encountered handsome men who chose to sacrifice themselves to survive. However, that wasn't the reason for Xia Qi's pause. Instead, he felt a vague sense of familiarity with this individual. It seemed you had noticed Xia Qi's gaze lingering on Shenru, and his expression turned gloomy. He took a slight step forward to stand between the two. Xia Qi also realized his own distraction, quickly refocusing and asking, are you two the only ones here? Shenru mocked Mou for being petty, glancing over the few people behind Xia Qi, recognizing a familiar face and smiling even wider. Without any intention of concealing their situation, he nodded in response to Xia Qi's question, that's right. But before we're fully open, let's exchange hostages according to our prior agreement. Xia Qi nodded. The situation was much better than he'd anticipated. He'd assumed the urgency meant there would be at least 10 or more people in their team, but there were only 2. The hostage exchange made it look like they were bullying someone. He sent a person skilled in close combat over, while Shenru chose Mou for his side. Sheng Ziyao, Meng Yizhi. The camera focused on the center, capturing both groups exchanging hostages. On the left stood a slender young man with black hair next to a burly man, while on the right, Xia Qi stood at the front with more than 20 others lined up behind him. In the live streaming room. Not this meaningless way of exchanging hostages, which parent came up with this idea. This image is too dangerous, I can't handle it alone, let Ba Jiasi, forward it to best girlfriend. I'm struggling to figure out which group is the disadvantaged party. This, buddy, it's taboo, I'm almost laughing out loud. Seeing the bodies hanging around the factory behind the young man's back, which had been eroded by acidic liquid and severely exposed to the sun leaving them unrecognizable, Xia Qi wondered, since the youth had insisted there were only 2 of them, then what about these bodies? So he asked, if there are only the 2 of you, how do you explain the bodies hanging on the walls? He expected some discomfort on the youth's face, but instead, after hearing this, the other simply smirked, shrugged carelessly, and showed full disdain, of course, we killed them. This answer was completely offhand, freezing Xia Qi's expression momentarily. The bad feeling inside him surged stronger as he questioned further in disbelief. And what about the attacks from the factory? Shenru couldn't help but burst out laughing. That was also done by us. Seeing his wary expression intensify instantly, Shenru smiled sweetly and gestured for him not to be nervous, yet his next words caused even more alarm. Given that you lead such a large team, I assume you're quite capable. In this extreme environment, merely excelling in martial arts shouldn't give you so much influence. If I'm not mistaken, you underwent positive mutation. Xiaqi's surprised expression confirmed Shenru's guess. Gathering the strands of hair on his forehead and tucking them behind his ear, the youth slowly continued. I can share the factory with you, but the condition is I need more detailed information about this world. If you agree, we'll exchange. Xiaqi felt dissatisfied with the youth's implicit threat. As he hesitated whether to accept this seemingly fair deal, the big man behind the youth made a move. This NPC, who had already come over during the hostage exchange, resented Shenru's disdainful tone. What gave this frail-looking face the right to set conditions with his captain? Just as Xiaqi pondered, the man suddenly swung his fist towards Shenru's back of the head. As the fist was about to touch Shenru, the youth just slightly tilted his head. With a speed invisible to the naked eye, he grabbed the fist and mercilessly crushed the knuckles, casually tossing the man aside like trash. The entire action took only a few seconds. Shenru didn't even bother considering the sudden small disturbance, instead showing interest and urging. Have you made up your mind? Chapter 169, The End, Uncontrollable Evolution, 4. Xiaqi eventually nodded. The young man with black hair had already demonstrated through action that he wasn't an easy pushover. Moreover, the alarming traces of blood around them suggested what a bloodbath had transpired here not long ago. After Xiaqi led the remaining people into the factory, he recounted in detail, as agreed, the survival rules of this world to Shenru. Their area was divided into 3 zones, A, B, and C. They were currently in the lowest tier outermost C zone, where uncontrolled reverse mutants were rampant, and they periodically launched large-scale attacks against survivors. After passing through the C zone's trials, one could enter the more protected B zone, where the number of reverse mutants was greatly reduced, and the living environment was relatively better than in the C zone. And right at the center was the A zone, almost free of reverse mutants. It was like a utopia. After hearing this, Shenru basically understood the main storyline of this apocalyptic scenario. It seemed that to survive the next 7 days, they needed to move closer to the A zone as much as possible. What are the conditions for entering the B and A zones? Shenru looked at Xiaqi. Given his ability and his willingness to exchange information for survival space, it was surprising that he didn't try moving closer to the safer central areas to secure his life. Xiaqi was somewhat surprised by Shenru's insight but paused briefly before answering. To upgrade your survival zone, you must make sacrifices. Sacrifices of what? Shenru had an ominous premonition in his heart. Sacrifices of human flesh. Xiaqi let out a mocking laugh. Otherwise, what do you think these people living in comfort eat? With such harsh weather, crops can no longer grow. After hearing this, Shenru mulled over it for a moment, looking relaxedly at Xiaqi with a faint smile in his beautiful eyes. What defines human flesh? Xiaqi understood what he meant and shook his head. I know what you're thinking about. Reverse mutated monsters don't count. Only non-mutated humans or positively mutated ones will do. Furthermore, the quantity submitted must be substantial, not only strictly controlled in quality but also heavily guarded. This sentence completely eliminated all possibilities. There was no way to upgrade the area by mass-killing monsters, nor could they forcibly break in. However, Shenru deduced something else from this. He exchanged a glance with Mou. Since there were strict requirements for entering the central area, other players in the Infinite Channel were likely still stuck in the C zone. This was good news for them. Xiaqi thought his few sentences would discourage the other party. But unexpectedly, the black-haired youth thought for a moment, seemingly having a sudden realization, and asked with a smile. Can we borrow your car? We have some friends wandering outside, and I'd like to take this opportunity to bring them back. Xiaqi hesitated for a moment and asked curiously. Sure, but may I ask what you plan to do? Shenru blinked her sparkling eyes, which trembled with excitement, her red lips opening and closing. Attack the city. He won't let me in, but I'll force my way in anyway. Inside the live stream room. Ayawa, holy S *****. Go ahead. People upstairs, are you planning on attacking the city too? Who understands, guys? My wife's words hardlocked me. Hahaha, not really, don't feel sorry for the tools heading towards the battlefield. Good news, the players are about to reunite. Bad news, my wife is among them. Reverse mutant attacks happen at fixed time intervals. According to Xiaqi, the next wave would likely occur just before dawn. Shenru prepared to act while the night's surrounding environment was relatively mild. Xiaqi did not object but proposed a condition: you need to take 2 of our people with you. Shenru naturally agreed. Of course, it's your car after all, so no problem. Then, as if choosing casually, he pointed at the 2 most striking colors in the crowd. Let's pick these 2. Little yellow, little pink. Are you sure you didn't have any ulterior motives? Due to strong demands from Xing Ziyao and Meng Yizhi, Mou finally ended up driving again. Their memory of Shenru's driving experience in the last episode, where she drove a bus, left an unforgettable impression, and they didn't want to die in a car crash anytime soon. Because another wave of reverse mutants would attack before dawn, Shenru worried that if they only left Xiachi behind, he might struggle to handle the situation. Losing this guidebook to apocalyptic survival would leave him grieving for a while. Additionally, in this long-lasting survival period within the episode, apart from monster attacks, they also had food needs to consider. No matter what, they needed to quickly enter Zone B. Shenru sat in the passenger seat studying the walkie-talkie, ready to make contact at the first sign of signal fluctuation. Whether players or NPCs, she needed everyone now, taking a city required concentrating manpower if they were to succeed. As the factory finally disappeared from view, Sheng Ziyao couldn't help but ask Shenru. "Sister-in-law, are you so certain that the people we find will join us?" Shenru adjusted the walkie-talkie, leaning gently against the car window as she enjoyed the night scenery and the occasional appearance of some mutants, then replied with a smile. "By normal human logic, if they're also facing food shortages and desire to survive, there's a high probability they'll agree to join." Meng Yizhi couldn't help but chime in with a question, "But what if they have abundant food? There are so many players and NPCs, surely some started in supermarkets where food is plentiful. Then kill them." Shenru said this without hesitation, her lips even curling slightly upward due to her good mood. "Eliminate those who don't obey, monopolize their food resources, this sounds much more enticing than trying to persuade them." With these words, Little Yellow and Little Pink fell into a brief silence. Admittedly, it sounded appealing. However, the eerie atmosphere didn't last long. Soon, Shenru's voice carried over again, laced with laughter. "But compared to outright killing them, I have a far more interesting method. Chain them to the back of the car, run them until they're exhausted, and then lock them inside a house." The cold voice sighed heavily. "I wonder what desperate people would do to their companions. It's quite intriguing." These sentences made Little Yellow and Little Pink's scalps tingle. But what was stranger was that Mou, driving the vehicle, chuckled lightly and agreed affectionately. "It does sound fun." Compared to Sheng Ziyao, who was thoroughly enjoying speculating on romantic dynamics, Meng Yizhi was deeply alarmed by Shenru's statements, not because the plan was too shocking, but because she knew Shenru could actually carry it out. Little Pink stopped talking and turned her head, shifting her gaze to outside the window. After passing through a desolate area, an eerie little road appeared. Rusted cars were discarded randomly by the roadside, their windows smashed intentionally, indicating they had gone through some brutal events. At the end of the path, there was a shining house. Just as everyone was startled, Shenru's quiet walkie-talkie finally emitted a sound. Before anyone could celebrate, all they heard amidst the crackling static was a hoarse, inhuman whisper. "One of you will die within 5 minutes." Chapter 170, Apocalypse, Uncontrolled Evolution, 5. After these words, the walkie-talkie fell silent once again. They weren't newcomers to the game and naturally didn't consider this a prank by someone. This wasn't a sound that humans could produce. Even if someone could somehow make it, they would likely be nearing the limits of human endurance. Meng Yizhi weighed the current situation and uncertainly asked, "So, are we still going to that house?" After all, the car only got a signal when it was close to the glowing house. If they bypassed it directly, they might avoid battles and casualties. Sheng Zijiao became increasingly animated in contrast to the subdued Xia Fun on the other side. He rolled up his sleeves with great excitement. "We must take a look. I haven't been threatened like this since primary school graduation, I want to see who is lying through their teeth." "Sister-in-law. Charge forward." Inside the live streaming room. "Great, now besides President Mo's support, we have another instigator too. We'd better not go under such circumstances. Any of you dying would make me drop dead right here. Guys, President Mo has stepped on the gas. It's all over. Xia Fun, so my opinion doesn't matter at all." "Great, very well done." Sheng Zijiao had keen eyesight, even though his vision was obstructed during the night, he saw the situation at the door when the car was still some distance from the house. 2 people lay outside the house, their blood flowing down their heads onto the ground. Their eyeballs bulged out crazily, mouths open wide while their throat nodules moved violently up and down. He was just about to tell others when suddenly shifting his gaze upward, he noticed several shriveled fingers protruding from the cracks of the door. They were red and purple, far from being normal human skin. In an urgent shout, Sheng Zijiao cried, "Boss, there's something in the house." Just as these words left his lips, the object inside the house burst through the door. Several monster-like creatures, akin to reverse mutants, rushed towards their car with gaping mouths, moving at an alarming speed. These monsters mostly lacked facial skin belonging to humans, which had been eroded nearly entirely, exposing whitened bones, and their eyeballs continuously fell out as they ran. Mou watched for the opportune moment and swerved the steering wheel just as the monsters were about to leap towards the car window. The back of the car rammed several of the monsters, smashing them into pieces. Shenru lowered her car window. A sharp blade flashed, severing the heads of the monsters that were about to attack face first. One by one, eerie heads fell to the ground. Tires crushed them, causing Meng Yizhi seated near the window to repeatedly hit his head against the glass. Sheng Zijiao. At Mou's words, Shenru heard a sound of a car door closing behind her. Sheng Zijiao's figure darted past, followed by 2 gunshots echoing. 2 or 3 monsters fell immediately. Subsequently, he fired 2 more accurate shots at the monsters' heads. The trio also swiftly exited the car. There were dozens of monsters, dwarfing the quantity of the strange creatures Mou faced earlier, this time clearly more different. Earlier batches of those large mutant beings did not possess extremely quick speeds or reactions, their appearances still retained remnants of humanity. But the dozens of monsters they just encountered were evidently stronger than the previous ones. However, this level of physical combat was easy for the 4 of them to handle. Very soon, the group exterminated all the monsters outside the house. The situation wasn't perilous but certainly wasn't optimistic either. For now, there was an 8 or 9/10 chance that there were no survivors indoors. Even if they stormed in impulsively, they wouldn't find much gain. What now? If you change your mind, we can leave immediately. Mou controlled the shadow to toss aside the remains of the surrounding monsters. Soon, a small mountain formed beside the road. Shenru looked upward with a cryptic expression. After glancing at Meng Yiji's rigid face, she revealed a reassuring smile. I've changed my mind. After hearing that, Meng Yiji sighed in relief. Good thing, good thing. Shenru didn't lose sight of their original purpose of finding living humans despite going crazy. Before Meng Yiji could fully commend Shenru and his thoughts for making a rare wise decision, a devilish voice sounded again. If we find any monsters inside later, make sure to keep them alive. I plan to tether them behind our car to escort us safely. Meng Yiji. Wait a minute, say that again. What do you intend to tie behind the car? My goodness, it'd feel safer tying me behind the car than this. Mou seemed amused by Shenru's response, looking fiery and full of implications. Sheng Zijiao kicked the door down. Bro. Brother Mou, hold on, hold on. Meng Yiji saw the situation had spiraled completely out of control, leaving them no choice but to leave it up to fate. But at least, they could keep a low profile. Mou brother, loud noises will provoke them. Shenru smiled and patted Xiaofan's shoulder as she explained, we're not playing hide and seek with them, there's no need to be so polite. Meng Yiji. Wait, why are you so rude to me? In the live streaming room. Ha ha ha, I think these few sentences will give Xiaofan something to reflect on for a while. Meng Yiji, do you think I'm possibly concerned about my own life? Damn, all of you guys aren't even on the same wavelength, yet still so harmonious. But I'm still worried, given this situation, there shouldn't be anyone alive in the house. Then who was talking on the walkie-talkie? Bang! Before Meng Yiji could mentally prepare, Sheng Zijiao burst straight through the door. The interior was filled with dust and a sticky, sour stench. The floor was covered with thick, black-yellow mucus. Moonlight streamed through broken glass windows, casting eerie shadows on the walls that seemed to watch their every move. Boss, first floor is clear. Sheng Zijiao thoroughly searched the ground floor but found no monsters. Shenru closely followed behind him. Contrary to his expectations, Shenru noticed that despite such filthy conditions, signs of recent habitation remained. Cans were scattered across the dining table as if someone hadn't finished eating, and water in a cup was still warm. Most importantly, several players' corpses lay sprawled on the first floor ground. During an earlier battle, Shenru had taken away 500 points from these very players. Not just Shenru, but Meng Yiji also remembered them vividly. It seemed some players had indeed stayed here. However, whether they'd been wiped out entirely was uncertain. A clock hung on the wall, ticking steadily. Shenru didn't know how long it had been since the walkie-talkie had last sounded off, though it certainly wasn't much more than 5 minutes. Just as he was about to climb the stairs to the second floor, a monster hidden in the floorboard suddenly lunged forward, quick and nimble, directly charging toward Shenru standing on the steps. Its mouth gaped wide as if it would bite off Shenru's head any second. In an instant, Shenru drove his blade through the creature's jaw and into its brain, then spun his wrist and flung the creature onto the second floor, the impact causing a sound of splintering wood. The sudden appearance of the monster heightened everyone's alertness. As Shenru prepared to ascend the stairs again, Mou's voice suddenly rang out behind him, watch out. Dark shadows shot forward in an instant, piercing the monster's head with precision, spattering foul-smelling liquid everywhere. Several monster heads rolled down the staircase. Shenru didn't move, blinking briefly as he pondered the current state of affairs. Something wasn't right. Even if they were slightly careless, 4 of them combined wouldn't fail to hear monsters moving upstairs. Besides, when Shenru had thrown the monster corpse upstairs earlier, he was sure the stairwell was clean and clear, free of anything, so how did these creatures manage to appear in front of him without making a sound? But he quickly learned. Standing on the stairs, Shenru remained focused, while the other 3 waited on the ground floor. Following Shenru's gaze, they stared at the corpses lying on the ground whose facial skin rapidly decayed before their eyes, as if undergoing an evolution. Once fully transformed into the monstrous forms they'd seen earlier, they swiftly stood up, their speed unimaginable. No one noticed except Shenru. Meng Yiji crouched down. Xiaofan reacted quickly. In that exact moment, as she ducked, she felt a breeze graze her scalp. Shenru and Mou acted immediately. A flash of cold steel pierced through the air, stabbing the monster from both sides. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, the walkie-talkie clipped to Shenru's waist crackled with electrical noise. Strange events began to unfold. Behind Mengyi, the monster suddenly raised its head uncontrollably and, in everyone's startled gaze, lunged towards Xiaofan with its pus-covered mouth open wide. Too close. There wasn't enough time for Mou's shadow to act. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze. Even the clock hands stopped moving. Chapter 171, The End of the World, Uncontrolled Evolution, 6. It was only after Shenru witnessed a player forcibly undergoing reverse alienation that he realized alienation wasn't something that couldn't be artificially interfered with. These dead players had stronger physical capabilities compared to ordinary people, so after being killed by aliens, they became new monsters. These monsters retained their own physical fitness levels. Furthermore, if you didn't cut off their heads completely, electrical interference could temporarily revive them. In an instant, Shenru teleported behind Little Pink and, as soon as his talent was cancelled, a sharp blade slashed towards the monster's neck. Zzz, zzz. Just as Shenru was about to succeed, the sound of electricity rang out again. Before the monster could react, it suddenly darted back, dodging Shenru's attack, then wildly opened its mouth and bit down on the sharp blade held by the young man. The situation was too sudden. Shenru felt himself pulled backward by something soft coiling around his waist, while a slight sting came from the back of his hand. Bang! The monster was instantly shot dead by Xingzia, who also decapitated it. Everything returned to silence as before. Shenru glanced at the wound on the back of his hand that was healing quickly, and subconsciously looked at the clock's needle. Just 3 minutes had passed since they entered. Unexpectedly, the static noise from the radio was warning them. 5 minutes were up. In the live streaming room. Holy sh*t, that was intense. Even though I knew if the monster really opened its mouth, my wife would escape using her ability, I still got nervous. Guys, did my wife get injured? It healed too fast. I'm not sure. Haha, maybe this idea is inappropriate, but wouldn't it have been better if President Mo didn't pull her back so hurriedly? Then even that small injury on her hand might have been avoided. Leaning against Mou's hot chest, Shenru hadn't said anything yet when Mou took hold of the young man's hand that had been cut. His fingers forcefully slid into the youth's gaps between his fingers, interlocking tightly. Did you get cut? Mou bent down and examined the pale hand, lightly running his fingertips over the wounded area moments ago, his expression dark and unfathomable. To prevent any mistakes, Xingzia and Mengyi both cut off the heads of the corpses lying on the ground. After confirming there was no further danger, they rushed over to check if Shenru was injured. Shenru! Are you alright? Sister-in-law, where are you hurt? Don't worry, if you've reversed alienated, I'll just kill Xia when we return and make you drink his blood. Shenru, who didn't particularly want to drink someone else's blood, remained silent for a moment before saying, no, I'm fine. He deliberately squeezed Mou's hand afterward, signaling him not to say anything. Given the urgency of the situation, the corpse revived silently, making it hard even for Mou to keep close watch. If Shenru hadn't used his talent, Mengyi would certainly have died. After all, it was he who insisted on entering this room. From the 4 people present and their physical conditions, it was evident that only Shenru stepping forward would have minimized losses to the lowest extent. Of course, Shenru couldn't articulate these reasons clearly right away. After thinking through these thoughts, Shenru found himself somewhat dazed. When did he start caring about others' lives? But before he could dwell on that thought, Mou's even tighter grip on his hand brought him back. Mou's action contained both warning and discipline, yet his tone sounded more peaceful than the severity of his body language suggested. You two go upstairs. Now that we know how the monsters form, don't underestimate them this time. Seeing that both men were relatively calm, Xingzia and Mengyi relaxed immediately and nodded, preparing to head upstairs. As they turned, Shenru's slow voice echoed behind them. You guys can exchange some towels from the mall and shove them in their mouths, then tie them up with ropes. Little Huang and Little Pink anxiously turned back, trying to find some hint of joking in the youth's eyes. Shenru blinked innocently, seemingly confused. Didn't I say already? I plan to tie them behind the car. The dark-haired beauty leaned lazily closer to the man's chest. The moonlight illuminated the youth's face, with red pupils glinting with a dangerous light as he urged. Hurry up. Xingzia and Mengyi dared not resist for a second. Without hesitation, they ran upstairs. Oh my god. Who would dare question him anymore? President Mo's expression was clear as if saying, one more word, and you'll be tied behind the car with the aliens. When the two had gone upstairs, Shenru was just about to leave the man's embrace when he realized that at this moment the other party had completely displayed an irresistible desire for possession and a dictatorial arbitrariness without reason. Shenru gave a light laugh. I thought you liked watching me. The man's voice was unhurried, with a calm tone. What you said isn't wrong, but it's time to stop now. Since Shenru was leaning back against him, he couldn't see the expression on the man's face at all, which made him unusually nervous inside. I did get bitten. Strictly speaking, it wasn't really a bite, rather, it was the wound left by teeth scraping against my skin. Shenru opened his mouth casually as if in his mind the only person not affected by the recent perilous moments was himself. The moonlight was serene, except for occasional startled curses from upstairs. Everything seemed particularly beautiful and quiet. Shenru waited for a long time, until the man sighed behind him, his voice filled with determination and decisiveness. Zia did offer a good idea. After saying that, he placed his thumb and index finger under the chin of the beauty, slowly massaging it, applying slight pressure, tilting the handsome face slightly sideways, his cold voice close to the youth's slightly red ears. If I find anything unusual about you, Xia Qi will be your blood bag. I'll keep him healthy so that he can smoothly provide 7 days worth of fresh blood for you before I give him a quick death. Shenru felt Mo was making too big a deal out of it, but still consoled him like sharing some thoughts. Given my body's powerful regenerative ability, there is a high probability that this toxin will be metabolized out. Moreover, the purpose of the Dull Master is to invite me to play in this dungeon. He wouldn't let me die before we even meet. The man gave a faint laugh, gripping harder on the youth's jaw, as if this was his ultimate way to express dissatisfaction. I don't like you betting your life on someone else. And as far as you're concerned, I cannot tolerate any accident. The sound of each other's breathing seemed to fade into nothingness in an instant. Shenru suddenly laughed, his voice hoarse for some unknown reason. At this very moment, I really want to kiss you, Mr. Mo. Just as the man leaned closer to Shenru upon receiving the invitation, a cool fingertip lightly touched the edge of his lips and gently pushed away. But I'm not sure if this virus could spread through saliva, so we'd better not do such a dangerous act. Shenru said this casually, but to his surprise, the man actually paused momentarily, obediently refraining from trying to approach those tempting red lips any further. So obedient? Shenru was somewhat surprised by the man's compliance, but suddenly heard a very calm response from the other side. You're right, I must ensure I stay alert. If you cannot leave the dungeon alive, then I will die here with you. Shenru's expression stiffened for a moment, forcefully shifting the topic. I suspect there's something wrong with this radio, I need to test it again shortly. Mo merely nodded, hearing noises from upstairs, thus letting go of the youth and acting as if nothing had happened. Little Huang and Little Pink returned with significant bounty, each dragging piles of aliens down the stairs. Their footsteps hurried while they squabbled. Little Pink, I caught one more than you. But mine have more energy. Look at the ones in your hands, they look weak and won't run properly. Just wait till you see the power of these elite warriors. Shengzia and Meng Yi tightened the ropes around the aliens in their grasp a few more times, securing them before binding them onto hooks at the car's rear according to Shenru's instructions. Once they confirmed no one else was nearby, they drove away. Wei Lanqing and Gu Changming met by chance while fleeing. Due to weather conditions, this was the only supermarket nearby, so the two groups had to hide in the same place to avoid danger. However, their interactions were free of tension, especially since Wei Lanqing was Mou's #1 fan and thus friendly towards the other members of the Dark Knight Guild. This dungeon is truly strange, the talent store can be used, yet the function of inter-team communication has failed. Wei Lanqing opened a bottle of water, sitting by the window drinking it little by little. They had just experienced an attack from the aliens, cooperating successfully to clean out the monsters in the supermarket, making the current atmosphere much more harmonious. Gu Changming stood on one side, looking at the tranquil night scene, expressing some concerns. This isn't the most pressing issue yet. If we calculate based on our current situation and the number of people, even if we stay in the supermarket, the food will only last us around 3 days. Wei Lanqing was of course aware of this. When that time comes, they would be facing a situation where their ammunition and supplies are depleted, forcing them to leave. This place may seem remote, but they did not understand the survival rules or weather changes in this world, so rushing in blindly would certainly lead to heavy casualties. Therefore, after discussing it, the two parties decided to send out 2 people each to investigate the nearby area in order to gather more information as quickly as possible. The time is about right, they should be back by now. Wei Lanqing leaned back in the chair, muttering to himself while looking at the clock. As soon as he finished speaking, several figures were seen running from afar. As they drew closer, the terrified expressions on their faces became increasingly alarming. Once they finally ran inside, gasping for air, their voices trembled with fear. Monsters, running, behind the car. The others did not understand what they meant, so Wei Lanqing motioned for his teammates to pass them some water. Do not add too much emotion into it, just tell us exactly what you saw. After the group had calmed down, one of them began to recount slowly. There's a vehicle heading towards our direction. Wei Lanqing and Gu Changming did not show any excitement or joy. If the car was truly normal, these people wouldn't have been so utterly frightened. Indeed, the person continued, adding further details. But a group of aliens is tied to the back of that car. I'd rather believe the monsters are driving than think that if there are humans in the car, how dangerous it must be for them. This is insane. Captain, let's run away quickly. Chapter 172, Apocalypse, Out of Control Evolution, 7. After hearing the news, Wei Lanqing did not panic, but instead calmly analyzed the situation. According to our common knowledge, there are only 2 scenarios. One is that there are players or NPCs in the car. No matter which one it is, they don't seem friendly. Gu Changming didn't look good either and added, the other situation might be worse. If the mutants in this world have evolved to the point where they can drive, it would indeed double the danger for us. Wei Lanqing nodded in agreement. The supermarket has 2 floors. I suggest we ambush on different levels. Do not take unnecessary risks when encountering anything, and prioritize your life above all. Gu Changming agreed, then President Wei will handle the first floor, and will take care of the second. Wei Lanqing agreed. Inside the car. Shenru was holding the walkie-talkie and hit the car door twice with force. He then frantically pressed a few buttons, but no matter what he did, the walkie-talkie remained silent, without even a faint crackle. Tisk. Shenru's patience was nearly exhausted. Mou turned his head to look at Shenru, constantly observing his condition. What's wrong? Shenru frowned deeply but didn't reply, instead becoming increasingly agitated as he continued tapping the walkie-talkie in his hand, as though it were about to be smashed into pieces at any moment. Sheng Ziao had no idea what was happening inside the room, and looking at Shenru's aggressive actions, he blurted out. Sister-in-law, why do you suddenly seem so irritable? As soon as those words came out, Mou abruptly stepped on the brakes, looking at Shenru seriously. Do you feel unwell anywhere? Though somewhat surprised, Shenru still shook his head calmly. Had Sheng Ziao not mentioned it, Shenru wouldn't have noticed how obvious his emotional fluctuations were. Just moments ago, it felt like his blood boiled and heat rushed to the top of his head, causing immense irritation. Shenru detested any behavior that held them back, including his own. The moment the car stopped, his irritability vanished instantly, and the young man turned around to ask the two in the back seat. Did you find anything similar to a walkie-talkie inside just now? Thanks to Sheng Ziao's comment, Shenru finally discovered something odd. Xiao Huang and Xiaofan gently shook their heads. No, except for a ground covered with dead bodies, there was nothing. Shenru raised an eyebrow, noticing through the rearview mirror that a group of mutants behind the car was desperately rushing towards the front. His suspicions grew even stronger. Maybe we were wrong from the start. The walkie-talkie is utterly useless, it cannot help us locate teammates. The sound transmitted through the walkie-talkie right before we approached the house wasn't a human voice at all. Eliminating all impossibilities, there's only one remaining scenario. The mutants can emit human voices. Seeing the other party return to normal, Mou started the engine again, and the car resumed moving forward. That statement isn't rigorous, came a voice from the side, low and mysterious. Shenru nodded, that's correct. If we assume the walkie-talkie is useless and getting closer to reverse-evolved mutants could potentially bring greater risk, how do we explain contacting Xia Qi through the walkie-talkie? An eerie silence filled the car. After a while, Shenru said softly, delivering a chilling remark to everyone. If Xia Qi underwent reverse evolution, then this hypothesis stands. In the live stream chat. Fuck, that's terrifying, bros. It doesn't make sense. Based on the earlier assumptions made by Xia Qi's subordinates and my wife, it seemed clear that Xia Qi was positively mutated. Hold on buddy, think about it carefully, did Xia Qi ever personally confirm he underwent positive mutation? Besides, even personal confirmation could be false. Help, this world is insane. Meng Yiji's mind was somewhat muddled as he said incredulously, but everything about him seems normal, not only can he think logically, but he's also smarter than most people. Shenru laughed out loud, for some reason, his mood suddenly brightened immeasurably. In every reverse-evolved mutant we've encountered so far, they clearly mutate based on the physical abilities of the humans they once were. There's no reason why they can't evolve into monsters that retain rationality during a reverse mutation. Startled by Shenru's shocking statements, Sheng Ziao's yellow hair stood up in fright, as he asked doubtfully. If Xia Qi underwent reverse evolution, why did he still agree to go out with us to look for teammates? Standing against us, shouldn't he try to prevent it as much as possible? Why bother explaining the rules of survival? Shenru's fingertips lightly tapped on the metal shell of the walkie-talkie, his red pupils flashing slightly. He might be looking for positively mutated humans. After all, they all say that the blood of positively evolved people can serve as a suppressant, right? Xia Qi agreed to come out with us to find companions just to increase the probability of bumping into positively evolved humans. Shenru was afraid that his statement might not be clear enough, so he added deliberately, the larger the human base is, the higher the probability of positive mutation. There was still one point Shenru wasn't very clear about though. Xia Qi appeared no different from normal people. If his own guess was correct, why did he need the blood of positively evolved humans? What exactly did he need to suppress? Before Shenru could figure it out, the walkie-talkie in his hand suddenly emitted crackling electrical sounds, and the group of mutants behind the car became even more frenzied. They all looked up and saw a supermarket come into view. Could there be reverse-evolved mutants here? Meng Yiji had just digested the fact that Xia Qi could possibly be reverse-evolved when the sudden electrical sound startled him. Shenru's voice carried an immense sense of excitement and anticipation, regardless of whether Meng Yiji would survive or not. A place like this would be too precious to waste if occupied by mutants. Shenru felt his heart beat faster all of a sudden. The feeling of boiling blood surged in his heart again, but this time it was different from the last. He could feel the direction and speed of the blood flowing in his body. The viscous liquid seemed to have a sharp edge covering its surface. Every moment of the flow came with intricate pain. Inside the live stream chat. Wait, didn't we say there were still people hiding in this supermarket? Where did these mutants come from? Ha ha ha. No one thinks it's funny that Wei Lanqing is lying in wait for my wife while my wife believes there are mutants in the supermarket and prepares to loot it. Ha 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 ha, I'm already looking forward to the historic meeting between these two groups. Unknowingly, the moonlight was obscured by the clouds above, leaving the supermarket pitch black. There were several unopened bottles of mineral water scattered randomly on the table near the entrance. The messy shelves leaned against the wall, indicating that the place had already witnessed a fierce battle. After glancing at each other, the four acted according to their previously agreed-upon plan. Shenru and Meng Yiji went to the first floor, while Mou and Xingxiao took the second. The first floor was divided into two areas. Shenru handled the left side, and Meng Yiji handled the right. The area on the left side was more chaotic and also better for hiding. It was certain now that reverse-evolved mutants developed different behavior and thinking abilities based on the capabilities of the humans they once were. If it happened to be a player, eliminating them would require some effort. Just as he thought this, the sound of plastic bags colliding came from his right rear side. Though it passed quickly and was extremely subtle, Shenru was sure there was something in that direction. A flash of cold light emerged, and the youth flung the blade in his hand fiercely towards the direction where the sound originated. Boom! The sound of cold weapons rubbing together mixed with metallic clashes erupted in the quiet space simultaneously. The shelf fell over accordingly, and a figure suddenly darted out from one side. The person swung a silver whip in their hand. Before either party could clearly identify each other's appearance, the silver whip rushed impatiently toward Shenru's face. Shenru skillfully dodged the attack, grabbing hold of the silver whip using his talent, then gave it a powerful swing. The person was directly thrown by gravity into the side wall. Only then did Shenru get a clear look at who had attacked him. Wei Lanqing. Wei Lanqing stood up in pain, ready to launch a second round of attacks. Hearing a familiar voice, he abruptly raised his head, surprise evident in his eyes. Shenru. Chapter 173, Doomsday, Out of Control Evolution, 8. The fight between the two directly blew out everyone lurking in the shadows. Meng Yiji heard the intense sound of combat from Shenru's side and had just finished marveling internally that Shenru was indeed the main character, when a familiar voice reached his ears. No. Isn't this Wei Lanqing's voice? Shenru didn't say this supermarket has anomalies. Could President Wei have turned into an anomaly? Shit. Big trouble. At this thought, Meng Yiji, ignoring the ambush around him, hurriedly dodged while running towards Shenru. The two groups eyed each other cautiously. It wasn't until they confirmed that they were all alive and uninfected that they sighed in relief. Wei Lanqing had a belly full of questions but hadn't had the chance to ask yet. Suddenly she thought, since Shenru appeared here, does that mean her idol also came along? Oops. Gu Changming is on the second floor. But he seems quite steady and shouldn't attempt to sneak attack our president, right? Before she could finish thinking, suddenly, Gu Changming's roar sounded from upstairs. Ah. Xingxiao, do you even have eyes? You want to be number 2? Then just say it. Why go through all this drama? Don't make me fight you. Just admit it. Are those bunch of anomalies you're doing? Wei Lanqing. The strangest scenario still unfolded. Inside the live stream chat room. Ha ha ha, no one stays on edge forever, except for those around my wife. Gu Changming, so what if I can't handle it? Kill me then. So what? Ha 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 ha, both groups thought they could catch something big, but who would have thought the only real issue was with Gu Changming, huh? Upstairs, everything was in disarray. It was clear there was an exciting yet amicable discussion going on. As everyone's attention was drawn upstairs, Wei Lanqing suddenly approached Shenru, eyeing her curiously. Am I mistaken, Shenru? Why is the color of your eyes lighter? Shenru's heart skipped a beat. She knew it immediately. When he had fought Wei Lanqing earlier, he noticed an obvious change in his eyes. This change wasn't just uncomfortable but also heightened his night vision significantly. Each cell around his eyes felt like it had been pierced instantly, but due to Shenru's unique physical constitution, they healed quickly after breaking apart. Just now, during their exchange, his adrenaline surged, making him ignore the flash of pain and discomfort. Shenru did not wish others around him to notice any bodily changes. In such an environment where betrayal could happen at any time, revealing too much about the unknown development of his body would undoubtedly create complications. Especially given his current suspicion regarding Xie Qi, it was crucial to keep his physical transformations a secret. While Shenru pondered how to evade this topic subtly, a static noise of zzzzzll emitted from the radio strap to his belt. Confused, Wei Lanqing noted his silence and grew even more puzzled. Lifting his gaze, Shenru remained calm and composed without any hint of reaction, pausing momentarily before giving Wei Lanqing a faint smile, then said. Maybe it's the lighting. Let's not talk about this. Do you know anywhere else in the supermarket that might have hidden supplies? Wei Lanqing hesitated but then thought, since Shenru arrived together with Mou, any problems should have been noticed by President Mo first. Am I overthinking again? There's an iron sheet warehouse outside the supermarket, locked up. We've only cleared the things inside the supermarket. Shenru nodded. If there truly were anomalies in that warehouse, it confirmed his theory regarding the function of the radio. This thing really is a tool for communication with anomalies. That would confirm Xie Qi's reverse evolution as well. The static noise from the radio grew more severe. Suddenly, Shenru came up with a plan, his expression now showing a certain gleam of interest as he glanced at Wei Lanqing. For some reason, Wei Lanqing suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, frowning slightly. As she was about to head upstairs to check, Shenru playfully invited her in a low voice. "President Wei, would you like to accompany me to inspect the warehouse?" As if predicting her refusal, he pointed to his light red eyes, leaning close and speaking softly so only the two could hear. "I can tell you why, but it can only be between us two." Wei Lanqing was thoroughly shaken. It wasn't that she had an overwhelming curiosity, it was just that the information she knew about this world was too little. The changes in Shenru's body had surprised her, but they hadn't made her think of them as dangerous. As a dedicated fan of President Mou's career, Wei Lanqing believed in Mou's abilities even if she didn't trust Shenru fully. Shenru tempted her with selective information. The outcome was evident. Wei Lanqing paused briefly but soon readily agreed to Shenru's request. A cool evening breeze carrying sand and gravel gently blew by, lifting the strands of hair on Shenru's forehead. A slightly chilly wind entered his nostrils, which should have been a comfortable scene, but for some inexplicable reason, a wave of bloodiness surged up his throat. It wasn't the right time yet. Shenru glanced at Wei Lanqing who was leading ahead and forcefully swallowed the blood gushing in his throat. Though labeled as the supermarket warehouse, the warehouse was actually a fair distance from the supermarket. As Shenru and Wei Lanqing approached, the sounds inside increased, and the objects within began colliding more violently, as though ready to break through the iron door at any moment. Wei Lanqing stopped at the entrance of the warehouse and turned back to look at Shenru. Indeed, Mou had excellent judgment, for even as a male, Shenru possessed an undeniable beauty. From a female perspective, there was nothing to criticize. Especially when Shenru looked at her with those red eyes, Wei Lanqing couldn't help but be captivated momentarily. But she was well aware, his charming appearance was merely a weapon of deception. In truth, Shenru was a thorny rose whose heart was darker than anyone else's. Already seen the warehouse, it's clear the thing inside is not human. There was no other explanation except for anomalies. Wei Lanqing waited for the young man to give her an explanation. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he used his talent to teleport next to the warehouse gate and shattered the rusty lock bare-handed. Just as the creatures were about to surge out, Shenru blocked the door triumphantly, his smile grating on Wei Lanqing. "When did I say I'd tell you just because I see something? I need your help with two things." Wei Lanqing's expression changed multiple times. She never thought she could also fall into Shenru's trap. After calming herself, she replied coldly. "You don't have anything now to threaten me. If I just turn my back and leave, this will have nothing to do with me anymore." Shenru laughed lightly, with a hint of disdainful disappointment. How can Chairman Wei say such naive words? My explanation may not have been clear enough, I mean if you refuse me, I'll kill you. Or I'll blame the whole warehouse incident on you. How could a newcomer player like me know the location of the warehouse so fast? No one knows about our conversation, so I can easily claim you led me here. In any case, there's no way you can avoid involvement. What do you think? Can we talk calmly now? Wei Lanqing couldn't refute it. Based on their brief interaction, she couldn't win against Shenru. Moreover, Shenru was right, although it wasn't her who asked about the warehouse's location, anyone who misinterpreted their previous exchange would naturally assume she guided Shenru there. No matter what, there was no way she could walk away unscathed. Wei Lanqing resigned herself to her fate, what help? Seeing the other side agree, Shenru didn't push further. First, I need to keep one anomaly alive. But since there are too many, I cannot guarantee their survival. Wei Lanqing was somewhat confused. You brought all those anomalies, why not just pick one? Shenru was astonished. Those are my pets. Wei Lanqing. This person was extremely stubborn about strange things. Wei Lanqing tacitly agreed to help. They acted quickly, and before long, only one anomaly remained alive in the warehouse. Shenru secured it to the ground with nails on all four limbs. Without giving Wei Lanqing time to prepare, Shenru immediately sliced open the creature's belly, revealing its rotten organs that released a suffocating stench straight into their faces. Wei Lanqing covered her nose, squinting her eyes, trying hard to bear the discomfort while asking, "What's the second favor?" Just as Shenru was about to answer, another strong surge of metallic taste rushed into his mouth, followed by a sudden constriction in his chest, causing blood to spurt out. Some of it splattered onto the floor, and some landed on the decayed organs. To everyone's surprise, upon contact with the blood, the blackened and smelly organs visibly began to become more vibrant at an alarming speed. Shenru felt his internal organs being repeatedly torn apart and reconstructed, again and again broken, then forcibly saved by his body's functions. He turned his body slightly to conceal this phenomenon. He trusts no one but Mou. Enduring the intense pain, he slightly tilted his head and spoke to Wei Lanqing, who stood beside him with a face full of astonishment. "I'm currently undergoing positive mutation. I hope President Wei keeps what she has seen to herself. That's the second favor I need you to do." Shenru tightened his fingers, forcefully swallowing the blood in his mouth, struggling to make his tone sound as normal as possible. "Call Mou here." Chapter 174, The End of the World, Uncontrolled Evolution, 9. After Wei Lanqing left, Shenru fell to the ground as if completely drained of strength. His skin began to rot at an alarming speed and then quickly restored itself. An unprecedented pain enveloped every inch of Shenru's skin and every nerve in his body. He didn't understand why he felt like drowning even though he wasn't in water. He had experienced death and the illusion of death many times before, but none were as intense as this one. Shenru felt his body gradually becoming cold. Just as he was about to step into the gates of hell, his bodily functions fought desperately to pull him back. Death happened in a split second, and the rapid restoration of his body occurred in just a moment. He had never thought he could die hundreds or thousands of times in just a minute, only to be resurrected those same hundreds or thousands of times. In a daze, it seemed someone came over and held him in their arms, but he couldn't see who it was, nor hear what they said clearly. The only response he could give was the continuous blood froth that overflowed from the corner of his mouth and the uncontrollable tremors and shakes throughout his body. The person seemed afraid that Shenru would bite their tongue, so they placed their hand near his lips. But despite the provocation, Shenru kept his tightly closed lips shut, not moving even when the other party tried to pinch the flesh on both sides of his cheeks. He couldn't open his mouth. Shenru knew the owner of this hand was Mou. If he bit down now, Mou would surely be affected, and there was no one here besides himself who could withstand the impact of this evolution. Mou watched Shenru in his arms like a glass doll about to shatter. In a hoarse and trembling voice, he ordered, "Shenru, open your mouth." Shenru couldn't hear him clearly, but still stubbornly refused to speak. Mou looked at the constantly trembling youth in his arms and suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Although he had threatened Shenru not to bear the weight of death alone, when it really came down to it, there was nothing he could do. Mou couldn't bear to watch Shenru be repeatedly tortured by death and couldn't grant him relief. At this moment, he shamefully hoped that after enduring millions of deaths, Shenru still had the courage to live. Thinking of this, Mou's voice suddenly turned erratic and harsh as he growled angrily, "I told you, you can't do this to me." Shenru wanted to lift his hand to pull the sleeve of the man, but the pain was so great that he couldn't control his limbs. The pain continued to worsen, yet his thoughts grew clearer. He was certain he wouldn't die, but he didn't know when this mutual torture would end. Mou's emotion subsided after a brief while and quickly regained composure. He adjusted Shenru's position slightly, making sure he wouldn't choke on the blood in his mouth. Shenru's five senses gradually returned. He could feel the man suddenly leaning closer, the soft touch on his lips, and the pleading, powerless words. "Please, give me some kind of response." As soon as these words left, a strong rose fragrance spread through the air, mixed with sticky bloodiness spreading wildly around them. They seemed alive, filling the cramped and narrow warehouse, causing the steel walls to start trembling violently. Visible on the ground, the rotten corpses of alien species visibly regaining human-like flesh and skin. Shenru slowly opened his eyes and saw that the man's lips were still stained with his own blood. He instinctively rose up and used his sleeve to furiously wipe the blood off the man's lips. Shenru had no questions or doubts right now, he must confirm Mou's safety. The man's trembling hands gently grasped Shenru's wrist, his voice raspy, "Don't be afraid, it's okay." Shenru reached out and lightly clasped Mou's hand, feeling himself gradually recovering. His physical strength was stronger than ever before. The smell earlier came from within his own body. Was this the sign of successful mutation? After triple-checking Shenru's intact condition, Mou hesitated and asked unsurely, "Is there any place where you still feel uncomfortable?" Shenru looked at the disheveled man, his heart twisting involuntarily, "I'm fine." Seemingly feeling that these three words lacked enough emphasis, the handsome red eyes stared resolutely at Mou and emphasized firmly, "I won't leave you alone, don't be afraid." Mou said nothing, just silently gazing at Shenru, as if looking at a treasure lost and found again. After watching for a long time, he finally embraced Shenru gently and confirmed. "There hasn't been a positive evolution, or rather, you're the only one capable of a positive evolution. If all of what just happened was a necessary step in positive evolution, then normal people would have already died during the first instance of complete cell destruction." Shenru also realized this. He wanted to wriggle out of Mou's embrace to discuss the matter face to face, but found that the man's arms around him wouldn't budge, and they were even trembling uncontrollably. Shenru's heart suddenly softened immensely. He stopped struggling and went along with Mou's actions as he continued speaking. "Based on the current situation, it seems like that. At first, Xiachi agreed for us to go out to find our teammates. The static noise from the radio was giving off a hint of information. No matter how many people we lost, he hoped that I would come into contact with the alien virus this time. Upon careful reflection, it truly was terrifying. Xiachi couldn't control whether Shenru would be infected, but placing the walkie-talkie, a ticking time bomb, beside him increased the chances of being bitten. No one could smoothly undergo positive evolution except Shenru, whose body had unique traits. Mou loosened his grip on Shenru, yet his eyes remained fixed intently. He reached out to push back the youth's damp hair that clung to his forehead and said carefully, word by word. "NPCs can't possibly know about your body's special repair abilities, but the puppeteer does." Shenru nodded, however, whether Xiachi is the puppeteer still needs to be verified. At least in previous scenarios, the puppeteer didn't show any ability to completely transform appearances, only brief control and interference. After Shenru fully regained his energy, the two left the warehouse. It wasn't clear whether it was Mou's illusion, but the young man's skin seemed paler now. His lips bore a decadent shade of red that exuded an indescribable allure, a transformation that made his appearance even more striking and lethal, though his facial features hadn't changed at all. Inside the supermarket. During this time, other players learned basic information about the world from Xingzi Yao's words. After hearing it, there were not a few who harbored ambitious thoughts of attempting positive evolution. After all, no one wants to die in the apocalypse. And judging by the current circumstances, positive evolution appears to be the best option. This idea became even more intense after Shenru opposed it. Are you being a little too selfish? Don't take us for fools, weren't you secretly evolving just now? Yeah. You want to strengthen yourself while disregarding our lives. You must know how to trigger positive evolution. Don't even think about leaving here today if you don't tell us. In response to the imminent chaos, Shenru merely smiled without making any rebuttal. He had previously chosen not to disclose his physical condition and insisted Wei Lanqing keep it secret mainly because he feared someone might exploit his weakness. Nobody would believe a few empty words and simply conclude he was positively evolving, which could easily lead to disputes. But things are different now. After recognizing the trap in positive evolution, Shenru felt it necessary to warn them. After all, in this world, absolute brute force always has more impact than mere words. His brilliant red eyes, once astonishingly beautiful to a disturbing degree, now radiated a chilling sharpness. The scent of roses explosively burst forth around them, carrying a bloodthirsty arrogance like knives skimming everyone's skin, ready to pierce into their bodies in the next second. Don't believe me? As he spoke, several cries of agony abruptly rang out from the crowd. The intoxicating fragrance instantly transformed into countless venomous silver needles, unreasonably piercing through their bodies. At the moment they collapsed, the player's skin began rotting and cracking, falling off like old peeling wall plaster, accompanied by screams of pain as they became living monsters. Before the other players could react, Shenru's laughter had already reverberated through their ears. It's quite a sight, isn't it? Please engrave this fear deeply into your souls. Remember, I'm not explaining anything to you, I'm notifying you. The instant the last words faded, those horrifying aliens quickly inflated into round, transparent balloons. The moonlight serendipitously bathed the youth's captivating smile, and his ruby-red lips mouthed the sound, pop. The human-shaped balloons burst upon hearing the sound, transforming into crimson rose petals that scattered through the air. I prefer solving problems with force. I hope you won't give me the chance. Chapter 175, The End, Out of Control Evolution, 10. Inside the live broadcast room. Ayaha, who the fuck can understand how I feel right now? Why do I feel like my wife looks even better? So lucky for me dot. What? To the floor above, say clearly if you dare. Let's get married. Please, eat some dishes. Don't just keep drinking alcohol. In just a moment, amidst the deathly silent atmosphere, Shenruchang's laughter echoed with no dissenting voices. Xingzi Yao secretly took 2 steps backward. Meng Yizhi thought that the other person was afraid, furrowing his brows, ready to mock him for being useless. But then, he heard the shocking statement from the blonde kid. I thought when the balloons exploded, those disgusting organs would splatter all over my face. Instead, it smelled kind of good. Meng Yizhi, hearing this bizarre statement, felt as if his brain had temporarily short-circuited, then asked in confusion. Is that all? Don't you think Shenru's actions were a bit cruel? After hearing this, the little blonde immediately widened his eyes, sizing Meng Yizhi up, and uncertainly said. No, that's so cool. Little Pink, do you feel cruelty? Meng Yizhi let out a sigh of relief, then calmly shook his head. No, they deserved it. Xingzi Yao also sighed in relief, his face filled with excitement. Then we're still good friends. Little Pink gave the same determined look. Yes. Good friends. Gu Changming, who overheard the entire conversation nearby, looked at these 2 youngsters like he had just listened to something strange. So your friendship is built by Shenru, the crazy person. But from a certain point of view, it was indeed solid. The sky gradually turned light. This trip yielded plenty of spoils. Initially, they were pondering how such a large group could return to the factory. Wei Lanqing mentioned there were several pickup trucks not far away, which, if packed tightly, should accommodate them all. Although she neither supported nor opposed Shenru's actions, from a broader perspective, attacking together was the most effective way to ensure survival rates. Thus, Wei Lanqing agreed to join. Shenru and his companions returned to their vehicle, preparing to go back. He could freely control the diffusion of the rose fragrance and discovered these scents served 2 purposes, 1, as weapons to attack people, 2, using the scent to slow down reverse evolution. Though this ability was powerful, every strength has its drawbacks. Also, thanks to positive evolution, Shenru had become like a deliciously fragrant little cake. This realization occurred after boarding the vehicle, when the pets at the rear seemed particularly enthusiastic about him, nearly breaking free from their restraints. Meng Yizhi worried somewhat. Shenru, going back openly like this, aren't you letting Xie Qi achieve his goal? Shouldn't we find another resettlement point? The black-haired youth acted completely unconcerned, humming a song, and responded with a chuckle. There's no need. Let's act as if we know nothing, confessing that I underwent positive metamorphosis. Shenru looked out of the car window, thinking about the wave of mutants just before dawn, and spoke softly. This time, I'll give Xie a big gift. As expected, when they smoothly returned to the factory, Shenru was immediately noticed by others as soon as he got off the car, not due to any clear indicators of positive mutation but because Shenru's originally striking appearance became even more enchanting, as if the entire person radiated an extremely dangerous luster. Since inferring issues with Xie, Shenru attentively observed his every move upon getting out of the car. Sure enough, just as Xie locked eyes with Shenru, a fleeting stiffness didn't escape Shenru's sharp senses. However, the other side quickly recovered and greeted Shenru very naturally, "Congratulations." Shenru smiled, asking outright without any pretense, "Xie Captain, how did you pass through the positive transformation?" Others might be able to, but Shenru alone couldn't pretend to know nothing. Such an agonizing process wasn't something a normal person could endure. By logical standards, Shenru's question to Xie was quite reasonable. Moreover, Shenru wanted to verify through Xie's response whether there was a connection between Xie and the puppet master. Xie clearly hesitated for a moment but quickly laughed and replied, "You probably won't believe me if I say I don't remember." Shenru arched an eyebrow, pretending to be surprised. "How come? Does Captain Xie have some secrets?" Xie shook his head, a look of helplessness in his eyes. "It's true. You're not the first person to ask me this. My teammates have also asked me about the feeling of positive evolution. I just feel like I woke up from a nap and found myself with superpowers. But positive evolution is rare anyway, and each person can only possess one type of attack or healing superpower. Our situation was urgent back then, so we didn't think much about it. We realized something was wrong only after using the superpower to deal with the monsters." After hearing this, Shenru was secretly amazed inside. If what Xie said was really true, that he could only awaken either an attack or healing power, then Shenru thought he had hit the jackpot this time. Has Captain Xie never been curious? It's such an interesting experience to forget so easily, it's a real pity. Shenru continued pressing him without giving him any face-saving room, as if he was determined to tear off the mask Xie had been wearing. In an instant, Xie's expression changed slightly but quickly turned into a light laugh. "Then tell me, since I really forgot. Perhaps after you explain, I'll have some recollection." Shenru obtained a satisfying response. His deliberate persistence was aimed at observing Xie's instinctive reaction. Initially, everything seemed normal, indicating that he truly didn't remember. But when Shenru kept pressing on, the other side's expression changed momentarily, which was enough to suggest a problem. Even though it wasn't continuous, the puppeteer indeed had control over this body. Having achieved his goal, Shenru was about to wrap up the topic when suddenly a violent tremor came from beneath their feet. The mutant horde had arrived. Instead of finishing his previous sentence, Shenru turned it around with a cheerful invitation. "If Captain Xie has awakened an attack ability, I think we can cooperate well." Xie appeared intrigued. "Are you the healing ability?" Shenru smiled modestly, as if the person who had been relentlessly questioning wasn't himself, not very useful. With that, he turned and left. Shenru's purpose was simple. Regardless of whether Xie was under the control of the puppeteer, he represented one way for the puppeteer to steal secrets. Shenru wanted to create the illusion that his awakened ability was only for healing, so he could catch them off guard in the future. The young man walked over to Mou, wrapping his arms around the man's neck and whispering a few words during the embrace. From the other's perspective, this act seemed like lovers encouraging each other before the battle began, and they parted after a few seconds. Everyone entered combat readiness mode. Despite being mentally prepared, Wei Lanqing and others couldn't help but feel alarmed at the sheer size of the mutant horde. But Shenru and Mou were shocked by more than just the numbers. Compared to the first time, not only had the quantity of these mutants increased significantly, but their movement speed was also several times faster. This wasn't a good sign. It meant the time they had left to capture the city was running out. The longer they delayed, the more monsters there would be. Shenru glanced at Xie beside him and without hesitation sprinted toward the vast mutant army. He was inviting Xie. Whether or not he was under the puppeteer's control, Xie posed a threat and was like a ticking bomb waiting to explode. Killing him directly was not impossible, but Shenru still had to consider the free labor force brought by Xie. Thus, Shenru devised a perfect solution. The sharp blade in Shenru's hands twirled incessantly, precisely slicing through the throats of approaching mutants. Heads fell one after another amidst a blur of rapid movements. Xie joyfully accepted the invitation, his clenched fists seemingly weighing thousands of pounds as they struck the ground forcefully. Cracks radiated outward, trapping hundreds of mutants between the fissures, leaving them immobile. The moment Xie initiated his attack, Shenru immediately activated his healing ability, an irresistible lure for any reverse-evolved mutant. Mou seized the opportunity. A black shadow surged up from beneath Xie's feet, tightly adhering to his ankles and violently yanking him upside down. Upon receiving the signal, Shenru teleported to Xie's side, exploiting the shadow skill to ascend swiftly into the air and slice open Xie's abdomen, splitting him in two. Decaying organs, dark and grotesque, were revealed to everyone's sight. Shenru ruthlessly exposed Xie's dirty insides in front of everyone, not only gaining everyone's trust by slaying mutants but also earning a reputation for rescuing NPCs. Why should he have to choose between fish and bear paws? He wanted it all. A voice filled with justice and mockery rang in Xia Qi's ears just before he was about to fall. For the safety of your teammates and everyone else, I must do this. The red eyes full of laughter were filled with mockery as he suddenly appeared in front of Xia Qi. I'm sure Captain Xia wouldn't blame me. As soon as the words were spoken, a head split right down the middle of the nose fell to the ground in front of everyone's eyes. It quickly rolled into a crack and disappeared from sight. Chapter 176, Apocalypse, Out of Control Evolution, 11. Shenru revealed the true identity of Xia Qi. Though it was a devastating blow to the members under Xia Qi, logically speaking, it indeed saved their lives. It also sounded a warning for everyone. The abnormal species they were currently facing were just the preliminary results of reverse anomalous changes, and the advanced reverse anomalies showed no difference from normal humans, or rather, were even stronger in all aspects. However, with Wei Lanqing's participation, the progress of this alien clearing project before dawn became slightly faster. Based on the narrative from NPCs and 2 days of practical verification, Shenru discovered that the weather at night was absolutely safe. Once the sun rises, there would be the first wave of high temperatures lasting 3 hours, followed by 1 hour of normal weather. Then, 3 more hours of acid rain and 1 hour of rest time, and so on. During this 1 hour rest period, there would be alien ambushes, and as time passed, the abilities of the reverse anomalies grew stronger. Players could only venture out at night to search for teammates and food necessary for survival. On the 3rd day after entering the dungeon, Qin Yu and Qi Ning arrived at the factory with their respective team members. There were also some NPCs from Zone C. With the increasing number of people, the large factory gradually became bustling. Although not all the guild presidents had arrived, based on the current enhancement of aliens' abilities and the rate of food supply, they could no longer wait. Despite incomplete numbers, such an unprecedented gathering of gods left even the players feeling uneasy, let alone the comment section, which erupted in excitement for a moment. Inside the live broadcast room. When I saw this abandoned factory, I never imagined that it could gather so many people in such a short time. Would the presidents fight when they are together? I recently watched the live stream of Qin Yu, the president of Blue Note Guild. What about it? Very strong. It's hard to describe. His talent is kind of like spiritual communication. Vines sprout from the ground without cause. He's much stronger than the previous president of his guild. WTF. Wouldn't capturing the city then be a piece of cake if the president is so awesome with so many members and NPCs? While the viewers were pumped up, the atmosphere among the few presidents was extremely serious. I think rushing to capture the city is too hasty. Based on our current combat strength, we're not without a chance to survive 7 days. Regarding food, we can send more people out during the evening. Qin Yu had a different view on capturing the city. This dungeon didn't rely on points, and it wasn't about fighting over resources. As long as they could gather more players and NPCs, passing through wasn't impossible. Qi Ning did not strongly oppose either suggestion but mentioned another possibility. All the information we know now comes from Xia Qi. However, according to what you've said, Xia Qi himself is a reverse-evolved alien, making the statement the closer to Area A, the safer it is, highly questionable. Wei Lanqing disagreed with both of them. Both presidents have experienced countless dungeons, and should know that invalid information doesn't exist within dungeons. Regardless of the condition of Areas A and B, we should investigate. But she had her own concerns. Our primary task now is how to break through and smoothly enter Area B. As soon as these words left her lips, the atmosphere fell into silence. Shenru understood their worry. Based on her inquiries over the past 2 days, the entrance from Zone C to Zone B wasn't guarded by humans, or rather, strictly speaking, couldn't be called guarding. If taking Zone A as the exact center of a circle, the remaining area was divided into Zones B and C, forming 2 rings. And these alien armies happened to surround Zone B on the outside. Since they couldn't enter Zone B, they could only attack the humans in Zone C periodically. Fundamentally speaking, the opponents in capturing the city weren't human beings, but a terrifyingly numerous alien army. Mou seemed completely unconcerned throughout, hadn't he once said? Hungry dogs will naturally return. Even if the various presidents themselves possessed extraordinary abilities, these groups of aliens collaborated to achieve this feat. Facing them alone would turn into immense pressure. Moreover, those who wouldn't follow orders should learn a lesson. Fine. Shenru suddenly agreed with a smile, showing none of the irritation one might expect from being questioned or disapproved by the presidents. Wei Lanqing inexplicably felt a jolt upon seeing Shenru's expression, immediately linking it to the scene where Shenru threatened her in the warehouse. She inwardly sensed something amiss. Everyone was worried that Shenru would humiliate Qin Yu and Qi Ning by pinning their heads to the ground in the next moment. After all, this person's threats came easily and Shenru was the only one who had undergone positive evolution. Her current abilities might even be stronger than Mou's. But the youth's next words completely erased Wei Lanqing's concerns. Shenru appeared very amicable. Both of you presidents made a lot of sense. We're not pirates after all, we don't do forced buying and selling. Wei Lanqing looked up in shock, her eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Big brother. Anyone could have said that but not you. Shenru totally disregarded Wei Lanqing's death glare and empathetically confirmed again, President Mo and I no longer want to drag things out, let's settle it with a simple hand raise vote. Raise your hand if you agree to attack the city. After speaking, Shenru and Mou both raised their right hands. Wei Lanqing was still hesitating. She indeed supported the idea of attacking the city, but judging from the attitudes of the other two presidents, there was a high probability they wouldn't participate. That would mean a sharp reduction in the number of people attacking the city, thereby decreasing the chances of success significantly. But when her gaze met Shenru's smiling red eyes unconsciously, Wei Lanqing abandoned her wavering thoughts and decisively raised her hand. Truth was incomprehensible in the face of absolute force. It would be better to trust her idol than those two terrible chess players. The result came out quickly. Qin Yu and Qi Ning chose defense, Shenru, Mou, and Wei Lanqing chose to attack the city. The city attack time was set for the moment the sun set today. Because the camps were already clearly divided, the defenders would temporarily remain active on floors 3 to 4, while the players choosing to attack the city gathered on floors 1 to 2, ready to move out precisely at sunset. Originally, Wei Lanqing was looking forward to whether the Dark Knight Guild had any hidden ace tricks, but unexpectedly everyone reacted rather indifferently upon hearing about the evening attack plan. Mou didn't even explain tactical deployments and didn't show an enthusiastic participation either. Qin Zijiao and Meng Yiji went further, exchanging 4 small folding stools, a table, and a deck of poker cards from the shop. They openly started playing mahjong with their guild members. Wei Lanqing. Aren't you all a little too relaxed? If you knew, you'd think they were about to fight alien species, but if you didn't know, you'd assume they were going on a spring outing. Perhaps due to the strong questioning gazes, Qin Zijiao always felt like President Wei had something to say. What's wrong? Little Yellow Hair was boasting over the cards in his hand, his tone naturally much cheerier. Wei Lanqing swallowed hard with difficulty and asked uncertainly. You have all been cursed by Shenru, haven't you? Little Yellow, President Wei, you are too rude. And the little pink from the Hue. He was just playing poker, how come he got randomly cursed? Chapter 177, Apocalypse, Uncontrolled Evolution, 12. Wei Lanqing had never participated in such an offhand battle before, this inexplicable feeling of helplessness made her feel panicky. On the other hand, watching Mou and Shenru handle things with ease made her think that they weren't completely unprepared. Just as Wei Lanqing was about to directly ask them about the combat plan, unexpectedly Shenru approached her first. President Wei, are you free now? Shenru walked over with a smile, his earlier sharpness significantly reduced, no longer displaying the initial intimidating demeanor. Wei Lanqing nodded. She certainly had the time. After all, if Shenru hadn't come to find her, she was already prepared to go and get clarity from him herself. With a major battle imminent, how could the members of their Dark Knight Guild have no sense of crisis at all? Shenru didn't acknowledge the confusion in Wei Lanqing's eyes but instead said firmly. After sunset, we'll set out and stop near the border of District B. At that time, please President Wei ensure your team hides in a suitable location until President Mou gives the signal. Wei Lanqing was even more perplexed, that's it. Shenru hesitated, rechecked for any omissions, and then nodded very definitively, yes, that's it. Wei Lanqing. Shenru, are you kidding me? Do you know how many anomalies we're going up against? It's not hundreds or even thousands, I estimate tens of thousands conservatively. So we're just going to charge in recklessly? There's not even a flanking strategy. My teammates can't just die meaninglessly. In cooperative missions, there were 2 fears, one was encountering bad teammates, the second was facing this sort of chaotic situation without a proper combat plan. Shenru suddenly realized, oh, President Wei is worried about this? Don't worry, I promise to keep the guild's casualties to a minimum. Still somewhat skeptical, Wei Lanqing hesitantly nodded, since the other party had already given assurances, raising doubts would seem overly calculating. Alright then. As the sun was about to set, the members of the Dark Knight and Kanha guilds began taking action. Before departure, Shenru specifically asked the members of other guilds, welcoming anyone who wanted to join them anytime. Receiving no enthusiastic response, the young man left with some regret. Everyone, following what Shenru had said, dispersed a certain distance from the city walls and found cover. When everyone was still unclear, the air suddenly became thick with the strong scent of roses. For regular humans, this smell had no impact besides being detectable by nose, but to the anomaly army surrounding the walls, it was a fatally attractive draw. Before others could react, Shenru alone rushed towards the group of anomalies emitting strange, guttural cries. As though deliberately drawing the monster's attention, Mou used shadows to throw numerous explosive cards into several heavily populated areas where the monsters gathered most densely. Suddenly, fierce flames erupted around the walls. Fearing fire, the sudden explosion and spreading inferno caused the anomalies to become frenzied, exacerbated by the deliberate spread of therapeutic rose scents by Shenru. On what appeared to be an empty plain, the dark-haired youth had become the sole target. Darkness surged forth, trembling the whole world. The eerie, haunting screams filled the human world like a living hell. The number of anomalies fiercely charging toward Shenru was so vast as to shock the senses, difficult to imagine what the youth planned next in such a bizarre and awe-inspiring scenario. Inside the live stream chat. Is my wife finally losing it? Stop talking nonsense. I'd rather believe my wife wants to drag the entire world down with her than actually sacrifice herself nobly. Run fast. Ah, wife, run away quickly. Under the moonlight, the slender figure of the young man looked particularly frail and desolate. In an instant, the lingering rose aroma became much denser. Shenru could feel his blood rolling and boiling within his body, and the sweat trickling down his long neck shimmered like pearls. He wasn't seeking death, he was gathering the creatures. Direct attacks would only allow entry into District B, including members of Qin Yu and Qi Ning's guilds, which would result in massive losses. Although Shenru also shared Qin Yu and Qi Ning's concerns, he had to enter District B, not for any other reason, but to ensure the complete annihilation of the puppeteer in this. If they entered District B under these circumstances, they'd be doomed at the slightest disturbance. The earth suddenly trembled violently, and a stench filled the air. Everything around was restless and uncontrolled, as if something was about to burst out of the ground. Shenru knew the time had come. He abruptly turned back and used his talent to run back at high speed. He was buying time for the others. Once the number of strange creatures around the city decreased, it would be easy for them, as players, to conquer the city. Inside the live stream chat. SSS. My wife is so cool. Oh, I'm getting too pumped up, battle him rising. MOU, your wife is really good but she's going to be mine next moment. My wife, I'm crying, you've sacrificed too much for our family. Woo, how are we supposed to survive? Wait, guys, isn't the direction my wife running towards weird? Fuck. Isn't she heading towards the abandoned factory? What's she trying to do? I don't know what she's trying to do either, but I do know Qin Yu and Qi Ning will be done. Wife, I figured you played dirty, but not this level of dirty. Did anyone remember that not long ago our wife said she doesn't do forceful deals? Hey, forget those unimportant stuff. At the abandoned factory. After Shenru left, Qin Yu and Qi Ning started preparing for their actions tonight. President Qi, I thought you'd leave with President Mo. Qin Yu was repairing the car engine, preparing to lead people further away to search for food later. Qi Ning didn't know why, but he always felt uneasy inside. I did hesitate, but after seeing the amount of strange creatures surrounding the city, I simply have no confidence or ability to successfully attack. It's not because I don't trust President Mo, but considering myself and my guild's members. Qin Yu smiled, you've indeed made a wise choice. While saying that, he looked toward the direction where MOU and others went. Even if MOU is powerful, there's no way he can slaughter all these monsters clean, I wonder. Before he finished speaking, the vibration on the ground became more evident, and an indescribable rose fragrance along with a slight blood smell filled the air. An eerie sensation surged into everyone's hearts. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, immediately breaking the silence and causing a noisy panic. Look! That's Shenru. Oh, what are the dense masses behind him? In the dark night, the black-haired youth ran wildly, disregarding the unrestrained and happy smile on his face. There were countless strange creatures mentioned by Qin Yu and Qi Ning before. Shenru brought these monsters here. Hurry, escape, he's planning to let us die. As everyone panicked, the young man, like a devil, moved forward hundreds of meters with his talent. Thanks to his enhanced physical capabilities and assistance from his talent, Shenru's running speed was dozens of times faster than normal people's. In a blink of an eye, he pulled quite a distance from the strange creatures. And right now, the players at the abandoned factory finally heard Shenru's message aimed at them. The two presidents, you have two options now. First one, use your special skills to hold these strange creatures back as long as possible, then we escape together back to Zone B. Secondly, you'll die. Ha 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 ha. Under the moonlight, the demon kept advancing step by step. At this moment, the players had no choice but to make a life-and-death deal with this beautiful devil. Of course, even with the power of two guilds holding back the strange creatures as much as they could, combined with Shenru's help, the survivors would still be very few. The pale moonlight was covered by tragic blood red, and screams of struggling soon filled the sky. Shenru observed emotionlessly as players got their internal organs cruelly torn out by the strange creatures. He had given them chances, more than once. But moths fly to the flame, and he couldn't stop them. Just as he planned at first, only a minority could survive. All hope vanished, and everyone became the devil's prisoners. It was hell, yet it was also paradise. In the end, Shenru gathered the strange creatures using the same method and forcibly redirected the frenzied monsters, buying the last chance to survive for the few remaining lucky ones. You only have 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, I'll go back to Zone B with these monsters. Qin Yu and Qi Ning, in a sorry state, had no time to calculate their losses and could only flee with the remaining members to Zone B by car. As agreed, Shenru returned to the outer wall of Zone B 5 minutes later. After prolonged use of healing abilities and extensive running, Shenru's physical strength was almost depleted. The time limit he gave was merely a reasonable estimate based on his own capabilities. Upon reaching the outer wall, the young man collapsed from exhaustion. At that very moment, a shadow lurking in the dark darted out abruptly. Countless strange creatures were kept outside by the city walls. Shenru, feeling dizzy, directly fell into a warm embrace. MOU looked at the young man in his arms. Luring enemies and gathering monsters was something they had planned long ago. However, to teach those who didn't follow orders a painful lesson and prevent leaks that might give others bad ideas, they had conducted impeccable confidentiality measures. Shenru opened his eyes and gazed at the man, a smile spreading across his lips as his eyes gleamed mischievously, all signs of fatigue vanishing, exuding a seductive allure. How do I look? Handsome. Mou held the waist of the rose-like figure and buried his face in the youth's neck, feeling the slight tremor of the other, and sniffing hard to try to find the rose scent that had already dissipated. After a while, a soft laugh echoed in Shenru's ear. Very handsome. Chapter 178, The End, Out of Control Evolution, 13. Wei Lanqing didn't know how to describe her feelings right now. On the one hand, she was indeed shocked by Shenru's operational capabilities. And when he assured her that the team's casualty rate would be minimized, she had little confidence in it. But since they'd already decided to storm the city, even if they suffered heavy losses in the end, she as the captain was ready to protect her teammates as much as possible. However, the result wasn't nearly as bad. In fact, it could be considered a great victory. Apart from Qin Yu and Qi Ning, who lost nearly two-thirds of their teams initially going against the plan, other teams didn't just lose few members but even fewer NPCs died. Wei Lanqing suddenly had deep respect for Sheng Xiao and Meng Yiji's calm attitude. Did you guys know this beforehand? Sheng Xiao looked utterly confused, not understanding Wei Lanqing's random question at all. What thing? Meng Yiji sighed. As a past victim himself, he earnestly gave a solid piece of advice. Even though we didn't know the battle plan, one thing is certain, going against Shenru will definitely bring misfortune. After saying this, his peripheral vision instinctively glanced at the two disheveled captains nearby and emphasized again. As long as this point is clear, 90% of unnecessary harm can be avoided. The environment in District B is essentially no different from District C. It's just that compared to District C, there are more broken buildings, the area is smaller, so the population density has increased significantly. There are quite a number of earthen houses on the ground, most of which are uninhabitable due to severe damage to the rooftops. But it also confirmed that District B definitely isn't empty, there must be NPCs present, though their numbers must have decreased significantly compared to District C. This wasn't the most pressing issue, though. What was crucial was that they needed to find a place to stay before dawn, otherwise, even without alien attacks, everyone would die under the scorching sun. Qin Yu, unusually, took the initiative to speak up. Perhaps we can split up and search for hiding spots. We'll regroup here in an hour. Qi Ning frowned, slightly displeased. We don't know this area well, and furthermore, the vehicles were all left outside the city, with many team members lost. I thought President Qin would care more about the lives of his own members. Qin Yu ignored the other's angry tone and simply smiled. Then does President Qi have a better method? Shenru remained silent, just looking at the two briefly. Mou looked down, seemingly lost in thought, but after a moment, nodded in agreement. Indeed, from the current situation, President Qin's idea seems feasible. But considering we've just experienced an alien attack, the people from Qin and Qi's guilds can choose appropriate locations to wait themselves while everyone from Darnite and Kanha goes out in full force. No one could find fault with this statement. Though Qi Ning was still annoyed, he dared not protest, ultimately choosing to wait with his team at the current location. The remaining individuals dispersed on the spot. Mou and Shenru headed eastward. They began running fast until they were completely out of sight of the other players, then gradually slowed down and stopped. Shenru looked at the man amusingly, her red eyes glinting. The young man was exhausted, unable to use his talent or abilities to explore hiding places, but Mou was different. He could easily utilize the time-stopping ability and use shadows to investigate, so there was no need for such an ostentatious effort. Shenru's hand caressed the man's neck, feeling the artery beneath her white palm pulse faster and faster. The emotions in Mou's eyes were entirely captured by Shenru. President Mou, aren't you plotting something bad? Mou curved his lips in a slow smile, responding unhurriedly, on the contrary, I'm very worried someone else might plot against you. Shenru paused for a moment, raising her gaze to meet the man's eyes, her fingers around his neck slightly pulling him closer. Her bewitching face suddenly blossomed in Mou's dark gaze. At the instant their lips were about to touch, Shenru smiled and withdrew her pull. Her beautiful red eyes gazed steadily at the man, and before Mou could react, Shenru suddenly leaned forward and planted a fierce kiss on those soft lips. Is there a traitor in the team? Could it be you suspect something's wrong with President Qin? Mou bent lower, taking advantage inch by inch to chase those red lips, speaking nothing but his intentions obvious. Not until the black-haired youth in his arms developed a charming pink tinge in his eyes, cheeks, along with his ears turning alluring shades, did Mou leave satisfied. No, it's President Qi Ning and Qin. Shenru was kissed to the point of having some difficulty breathing, silently cursing the man in her mind. It seemed so strange how this man who had once been as obstinate as a wooden log when it came to learning had now so abruptly improved his technique. However, it was clear this wasn't the time to dwell on such thoughts. Shenru hadn't suspected anything at first because whether it was Qi Ning or Qin Yu, both had initially opposed entering District B. However, due to unforeseen circumstances caused by Shenru herself, they ended up here. But right after stepping into District B, Qin Yu disregarded his teammates' conditions and showed no complaints, instead volunteering to search for survival spots, an action which felt extremely out of place. Qi Ning, however, was completely opposite to Qin Yu. He displayed discontent, cared about the physical and mental condition of his team members, and decided to wait on site, all seemingly normal human reactions, but there was one suspicious detail. Given that they were in an unfamiliar environment with alien creatures just one wall away, staying put wasn't a wise choice, yet Qi Ning still did so. Shenru nodded in agreement but still had doubts. Although their actions are suspicious, these behaviors alone cannot confirm anything. Besides, at the start, neither of them chose to enter District B. Mou admitted Shenru's reasoning was sound, but his next word sent chills down the young woman's spine. Have you considered the possibility that he might be deliberately using this situation? Knowing full well that raising opposition would result in serious consequences, yet risking it all to completely avoid suspicion. Still, you're right, if we determine the suspects based merely on 2 or 3 sentences and groundless assumptions, it does seem too rash. After analyzing further, the two decided not to escalate the matter for now. After all, they still didn't know the survival rules in District B. Unknown dangers could strike like sharp blades from behind at any moment. Moreover, ever since severing ties with Xie Qi, the puppet master had remained elusive. Under any circumstance, airing suspicions of a mole within the team wouldn't benefit them. 1 hour later, people started returning to the meeting spot. Even before anyone opened their mouths, it was evident that no one had much to report. With the help of his abilities and the shadows around him, Mou managed to find a cave successfully. However, its location happened to be in the direction Qin Yu left toward. As expected, upon returning, Qin Yu shared his findings without reservation. The sky was growing lighter, signaling the imminent sunrise, leaving very little time for players to prepare. Without hesitation, the group set off toward the hiding spot mentioned by Qin Yu. While referred to as a cave, descending through its entrance made it feel more like an underground shelter designed specifically for survival. The complex consisted of 5 floors, offering vast space more than enough for both the players and NPCs. Food and medical supplies were plentiful, and the water and power supply systems were fully functional. If isolated, the facility showed no signs of being part of an apocalypse scenario. This place is heaven. We can simply stay here for the next 4 days and safely endure. Amazing. I thought we were doomed this time. Wah 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 wah. President Qin is awesome. Finding such a treasure of a place. Neither Mou nor Shenru felt as optimistic. This sudden discovery seemed almost too convenient, as though someone had intentionally placed a small piece of cake in front of starving individuals. Even worse, it appeared the provider had ensured irresistible appeal by sprinkling enticing aromas all around. Yet, indeed, they had no other choice. Mou's shadow exploration confirmed this to be the only spot large enough in District B to accommodate them. Moreover, the players genuinely needed a place to rest. Thus, they immediately organized personnel to sort out food supplies and arrange rooms. Exhausted players who had endured unpredictable weather changes and bizarre alien species finally relaxed entirely at this juncture. For a brief while, everyone behaved as if they'd exited the game, relaxing in what felt like the lounge zone. Chapter 179, Apocalypse, Out of Control Evolution, 14. Perhaps just a second ago, there was an overwhelming army of strange creatures right before their eyes, but the next second, they had already taken a shower and were lying on soft beds. Meng Yiji clearly still felt a bit dazed, covered with a quilt while hearing snoring sounds from surrounding gamers echoing around. Everything seemed so unreal. ZZZT ZZZT ZZZT. Just as Meng Yiji was deeply lost in emotion, Sheng Ziao who was lying next to him flicked his blonde hair and signaled something to him secretly. Meng Yiji, if you have gas, just let it out. Seeing that the other wasn't asleep, Sheng Ziao revealed a pair of bright eyes from under the blanket, pondered for a moment, and then said. Xiaofan, are you asleep? Sheng Ziao's words instantly dispersed the complicated feelings he had just moments ago, and Meng Yiji stared at him solemnly. If I hadn't seen you kill those monsters, I would really doubt whether President Mo recruited you out of pity. Sheng Ziao. However, the questioning only lasted for a moment. The little blonde ignored what he didn't understand, slowly crawled out from under the covers, and said. You said this is the calm before the storm, right? Is it really like Xie Qi said, the closer we get to the center, the safer it is? There's no need for 7 days, we could clear the level right now. Meng Yiji sighed, his tone filled with sincerity and relief. Xiao Huang, who would have thought you would also start reflecting. Sheng Ziao, not bad, after all, I won 2,000 points over you playing. Recalling sad memories, Xiaofan fell silent. As Sheng Ziao thought Meng Yiji wouldn't pay him any mind anymore, a voice of inquiry slowly came from the bedspread. You said it's the calm before the storm. If this underground place is sturdy enough, the problem must lie in external factors. Sheng Ziao's expression became serious. External factors. Meng Yiji, exactly, Zone B cannot possibly have no reversely evolved aliens. Where do you think they're hiding? In the live stream room. Xiaofan. Don't say such terrifying things with your handsome face. Could they be hiding in everyone's beds? Floors above, stop trolling. It's annoying. How am I trolling? Ah, go away. You're annoying me. Shenru, after finishing washing up, looked disdainfully at the luxurious facilities of the double room. Just as he was inwardly criticizing Mou's extravagance, the sound of a sliding door opening sounded behind him, and Shenru knew exactly who had arrived without turning his head. That person had no intention of concealing his footsteps, walking leisurely toward the youth. Then 2 arms gently encircled Shenru's slender waist. In an instant, Shenru felt dizzy, and the man pressed him down onto the bed. Mou placed his face against Shenru's neck, warm breath falling softly upon it. A familiar scent made its way into Shenru's nostrils. Before he could react, the man had already left his neck and started placing gentle kisses all over his face. From between his eyebrows to his nose, the man's cool lips lightly kissed the rosebud lips, bypassing the lips to kiss the youth's throat. Shenru felt slightly confused, and just as he wanted to ask what illness the man had, he suddenly felt his lips being kissed by the other. It was a careful yet fiercely ambitious kiss. When Shenru was about to take it further, the man abruptly stopped. Quickly, the young man's strands of hair on his forehead were pushed behind his ears, and kisses landed on his forehead as well as those beautiful red eyes. Shenru felt his sense of shame and patience running out, and couldn't help but urge, "What's gotten into you?" Mou's neck and even eyelids turned red. Even if Shenru didn't say anything, he knew the man had endured to his limits, yet still remained restrained, only allowing himself to kiss and hold Shenru lightly. "We've reached Zone B, the puppeteer will definitely try to create opportunities to meet you alone." After finishing, seemingly annoyed by his own thoughts, he leaned down again and kissed Shenru's lips. "Thinking about it makes me crazy with jealousy. What should be done, Teacher Shen?" "In the live stream room." "Ah. I know what to do. Send your wife over to me, I'll tell you everything." "What else to do?" "The bed's been prepared. Start hitting each other. There's no denying our President Mo looks quite sexy when jealous." Shenru laughed, his red irises shimmering as if they held a fiery blaze. "President Mo, you like me this much?" Mou lowered his gaze to look at the youth lying on the bed, and his eyes darkened gradually. "I thought you knew." It wasn't clear whether it was due to the dim lighting or the alluring atmosphere, but Shenru seemed imbued with an extra captivating aura. "So, President Mo, show me again through your actions." As soon as he finished speaking, the scent of roses exploded in the double room. The lights turned off at some point, the smell of roses mingled with the intensity of flames, plunging them into endless dreams. This peaceful yet anxiety-ridden time ended on the 5th day of the simulation. While having breakfast, an NPC suddenly went berserk, attacking the gamer sitting next to him. That gamer had a piece of flesh torn from their neck by the crazed NPC. Although the perpetrator was quickly subdued, everyone clearly saw the NPC's eyeballs turn pale at an alarming rate, while their skin started to rapidly decay, clearly signs of reverse mutation. The attacked player promptly used healing medicine, but watching the NPC who bid him undergo such transformation led to a full-blown emotional breakdown. More terrifyingly, as this particular NPC transformed, other NPCs began behaving erratically as well, their pupil colors lightening. A bizarre atmosphere enveloped the crowd as that desperate scream erupted, chaotic madness spreading uncontrollably through the underground base. The harmonious ambience was thus disrupted, and various speculations regarding anomalies flooded in. "There's something wrong with these NPCs. Lock them all up. Sooner or later, they'll turn into monsters and ruin us all. Quick, disinfect this place. Whoever touched that thing just now needs immediate quarantine." Another NPC mutated. "I've been bitten. Somebody help me, Aya." "Shenru. Where is Shenru? He awakened positive evolution for healing, right? Come quick and save people." "That's right. Where's Shenru? Excellent, no one has to die. Heaven leaves us a way out, we have a positively evolved player amongst us." Upon hearing someone wanted Shenru as nothing more than a blood bag to sustain them, Xing Ziao and Meng Yiji became extremely angry. Had it not been for Mou's precaution and Gu Changming's constant vigilance, Xiao Huang and Xiaofan would have already rushed out to fight. "To hell with you. Is Shenru your father? On what grounds do you assume Shenru must save you? Daring to scheme against my sister-in-law means today's your dying day. Let go of me, Gu Changming, I'll kill him." The scene grew utterly chaotic. The subject of the conversation appeared belatedly. Neither Shenru nor Mou found the current loss of control surprising. If anything, the situation came later than they had expected. A crisp voice interrupted the quarrel among the crowd. Shenru offered a faint smile, radiating righteousness and selflessness. "I'll help you." After his words, the barely noticeable rose scent in the air intensified greatly, calming both the berserk NPCs and the injured players caught in the chaos. The youth smiled again, uttering precisely what the players wanted to hear. "My ability can assist all of you, so naturally I won't hesitate. I will also supply blood daily to slow down your reverse mutations. I'll exhaust all efforts within the limits of allowing myself to live to help all of you." Meng Yiji stared at Shenru in disbelief. Xing Ziao, with gun in hand, slowly lowered it and looked shocked at Xiaofan. "It's over, my sister-in-law has been possessed. Iron Rooster is shedding feathers." Meng Yiji, I wholeheartedly agree this time. In the live stream room. Okay, evaluated, this is a counterfeit, next. Wife. Why are you playing savior now? Kill them all. No survivors. TSK, you ignorant masses. The moment I noticed President Mo smirking leisurely nearby, I understood there was more to this than meets the eye. Chaos and weakness could expose many things. For instance, traitors among the players, or perhaps evidence against the puppeteer. Put another way, if the puppeteer fell for this trap, then it implied a direct connection between the player's traitor and the puppeteer. Shenru initially thought that presenting himself as only awakened with healing abilities would lower the puppeteer's guard, but evidently it wasn't enough. He needed to proactively drain his own abilities, even to the point of bleeding himself to appear weaker, to capture that pesky rat. In reality, Shenru and the puppeteer were not absolutely opposed in terms of stance. Surprisingly, Shenru even enjoyed the various copies painstakingly created by the puppeteer. But there was one point where no reconciliation could be reached. That was sharing. The puppeteer and MOU could not simultaneously possess Shenru, and Shenru also didn't want to be owned by the puppeteer. Hence, the conflict arose. From the moment the first players started the rebellion, followed by others fanning the flames, it all unfolded as expected. However, these were matters for MOU to consider. As for Shenru, right now. The raven-haired youth's crimson eyes gleamed as he flashed a smile at everyone. With a light slash on his palm, a blade came into play. As droplets of blood fell, the scent in the air became intensely potent. Alright, who wants to go first? Chapter 180, The End of the World, Uncontrolled Evolution, 15. This one-sided act of charity lasted for 2 entire days. During this time, Shenru would treat the infected who were experiencing reverse mutation on schedule every day. She also generously provided her blood to slow down their reverse mutation process. However, for some unknown reason, as the scenario completion point drew closer, the number of people in the base who had undergone mutation began to increase. Excluding NPCs, the condition even started spreading among the players at an astonishing rate. Shenru couldn't bleed herself for everyone. Helplessly, she could only dilute her blood in appropriate proportions and distribute it to the mutated players and NPCs. Although there was healing ability to replenish, there were still moments where humans reached the peak of mutation and had their heads cut off by their companions. This cruel scene was the only way to ensure more survivors. On a break during their journey, MOU looked at the pale face from excessive bleeding and overuse of abilities, his heart tightening painfully. His lips opened slightly but paused after a moment before he simply hugged the person lightly. Since realizing that only Shenru could undergo positive evolution, they should have foreseen this. All of this was part of the puppeteer's script. Shenru allowed herself to be held by the man. Despite looking rather weak, her voice still carried its usual nonchalance and interest. Do you think what the situation would be if I hadn't been mutated all along? MOU replied, the current situation might be worse. Shenru chuckled lightly, continuing from the man's words, it might develop into me choosing to accept the virus out of self-sacrifice for everyone else. The black-haired youth raised her head slightly, pinching the man's jaw to make him look down and meet her eyes. President MO, don't wear such a heartbroken expression. I'm not as weak as you think. Saying so, her dry lips moved slightly forward and kissed the corner of the man's mouth. How have Qin Yu and Qi Ning been acting strangely these past couple of days? Red eyes reflected the handsome face of the man. At this point, MOU gave a faint smile, nothing strange has happened yet, but Qi Ning is beginning to show signs of mutation. Shenru perked up at this, her lips curling upward as if hearing something interesting. Oh. When did he start showing signs of mutation? Today. Night fell. The hurricane raged outside the cave, stones and debris rolling constantly in the surging waves. The uncertain fear had already spread through the base for 2 whole days. And just today, the case of the president mutating had emerged, driving the players' tenuous mental states to the brink. As the group curled up trembling under blankets, a figure quietly left the base and walked towards Area A. If anyone could see, they would find it strange. Between Areas A and B's walls was only a simple gate. No mutants or dangers existed there, with just a gentle push, the door would open and welcome any incoming human beings. Just as this person was about to push the door and enter Area A, suddenly they were interrupted by a voice. Director Qi, wandering around late at night instead of sleeping. Qi Ning turned back and saw Shenru smiling serenely from a distance, gazing meaningfully at him. There was not a trace of fear on the face of the black-haired young man. Smiling alone, he walked slowly and composedly toward Qi Ning. Qi Ning's body had already started decaying at different levels. However, because Shenru's ability kept things steadily controlled, when he slightly pushed the gate just now, Shenru distinctly noticed the skin on Qi Ning's arms violently deteriorating again. The young man arched an eyebrow. It seemed entering Area A would accelerate the mutation response. Or perhaps the closer to the center, the more pronounced the mutation reaction became. This situation was clearly a deadlock. Staying in Zone C would lead to exhaustion due to the continuous attacks from anomalies, or starvation due to food shortages. But getting closer to the center would accelerate the mutation. Whether inward or outward, it was a dead end, except for Shenru. By this point, Qi Ning no longer felt embarrassed upon being discovered. Out of curiosity, he asked Shenru a question. I must have covered my tracks well. When did you find out? Shenru stopped outside the city wall, sneering. Director Qi was too eager. Mutation follows a fixed order. Initially, the information I received indicated random reverse mutations, but at the time, I didn't have concrete, large-scale examples around me, so I couldn't detect patterns. In such a large environment within the base, the process of mutation started from the lowest ability NPCs and gradually spread to low-level players. It currently appears that it won't completely reach players of your level until the 7th day. So, when exactly did you become the puppeteer's dog? Chi Ning's expression suddenly twisted at the last sentence, but he quickly adjusted, giving a self-deprecating laugh. I don't have the qualification to be that great person's dog. Shenru, what you've seen is still too superficial. Even if you teamed up with MOU or even the entire Infinite Channel, you wouldn't be a match for that great person. The young man sneered disdainfully, then using his talent, instantly teleported in front of Chi Ning and delivered a merciless punch. Surprisingly, Chi Ning's speed was extremely fast, he could smoothly counter Shenru's attacks every time, ensuring that he wasn't at a disadvantage. The other party deliberately prolonged the fight, trying to intentionally drain Shenru's stamina. And based on Chi Ning's physical capabilities, there must have been significant support from the puppeteer allowing him to fight back and forth against the youth. Shenru tried her best to keep her breathing steady while landing punches hard and precise with each move. You underwent reverse evolution as soon as you entered this scenario? Let me guess, your starting point wasn't Area A, was it? Seeing the other party remain silent, Shenru's suspicions deepened. Didn't the puppeteer promise you eternal life, which is utterly foolish? Chi Ning, don't be naive. People die eventually. It seemed one of those words had deeply struck Chi Ning, because all of a sudden, a malicious smile appeared on his face, as he stepped back dozens of paces in an instant, creating a great distance between them. With his right hand extended parallel to the ground, he grasped his right upper arm with his left and forcibly ripped it off with a single pull. Ignoring the pain, he immediately plunged the bloody end into the dry sand. Immediately, the earth began to shake violently. Don't think everyone's a fool, Shenru. Trying to trick me is futile. How could you possibly come alone? But if you want to enter Area A, you can only come alone. The blood of these mutants acted as a signal, as countless decayed and rotting hands emerged from the ground, followed by an overwhelming stench of corruption. Countless mutant creatures swarmed onto the land of Area B. An endless darkness seemed to devour all possible salvation. The ugly and shackled world unleashed its full terror at this moment, plunging the players of the infinite game into an irreversible abyss. Contrary to Shenru's expectation, the mutant army did not head towards the base. Instead, they methodically gathered around the wall of Area A. They completely sealed off the only passage from Area B to Area A. Chi Ning picked up the severed arm from the ground and went inside the city first, glancing at Shenru's pale face and trembling hands before turning slightly and saying meaningfully. You now have two choices. Either use your abilities to return to the base, assuming you still have the extra strength. Or follow me into Area A obediently, without any tricks. Saying that, he turned away and walked straight in without looking back. Chapter 181, The End of Days, Uncontrolled Evolution, 16. It appeared to be a choice given to Shenru, but considering Shenru's actual situation, he had no other options. Chi Ning turned his head. The young man with black hair seemed to hesitate for a moment on the spot, but quickly accepted reality. Although his expression didn't change, frequent glances back showed that the sudden summoning of alien creatures was indeed unexpected by the other party. And it directly disrupted their plan to rendezvous with other teammates. Shenru was indeed clever enough to make Chi Ning feel alarmed. The young man was not wrong, he was the first human player to undergo reverse alienation, because his starting point was indeed in Area A, which means from the first day of the replica, he became a puppet under the puppeteer's control. At that time, he really wanted to die, but after witnessing the puppeteer's ability to create a replica world, a strong sense of fear suddenly welled up. Chi Ning still remembered how the puppeteer's gaze felt like a slimy snake spitting its forked tongue, not allowing any breathing room and wrapping tightly around him. It was as if just shaking his head would mean unbearable torment. The puppeteer's request for Chi Ning was simple, lure Shenru to Area A. That is, as long as he completed the task, he could continue living, and live in eternal safety. This offered a fatal temptation to any player of an infinite channel, especially when realizing that participating in the game poses virtually no threat to one's life. Area A was worlds apart from the outside. The moist ground was covered with vibrant grass, the air filled with the scent of unknown fruit trees. The bright moonlight bathed the ground, illuminating a towering tree nearby. Its leaves were constantly shimmering with white light in the night sky. Upon getting closer, Shenru discovered that the veins of the leaves emitted flowing lights without pause. Compared to the outside, this place brimmed with infinite vitality, promising humans a dazzling future. However, what was troubling was that while this giant tree displayed radiant brilliance on its branches, its roots were far less robust than imagined. Even the soil near the base exhibited signs of minor cracking. Finally, I've waited for you, Shenru. A tall, slender man emerged from the shadows. His golden hair seemed deliberately combed, every strand exuding elegance. His particularly prominent golden eyes were tightly fixed on the handsome young man with black hair before him. The puppeteer looked at him like a lover, revealing no restraint in the crazed possessiveness of his gaze. Chi Ning, very aware of his position, stood up to retreat to the side as soon as the puppeteer appeared. Wait. Shenru ignored the puppeteer's greeting and those all-consuming eyes. Instead, he chuckled and slowly approached Chi Ning's side, slightly tilting his head with an ambiguous gesture. He whispered lightly into his ear. The main event hasn't even started yet. Why are you leaving? Before Qi Ning could fully hear Shenru's next sentence, he suddenly felt an intense pain surge through his left arm, followed by the immediate loss of said limb flying off. The puppeteer gave no warning or reason, or perhaps simply couldn't contain himself until that moment. When Shenru showed indifference towards him and moved closer to Qi Ning, jealousy and agitation reached their peak, instantly sentencing Qi Ning to death. Staring unbelievably at Shenru, Qi Ning fell backward with an empty gaze. Without the puppeteer's protection, he was no different from an ordinary person. Moreover, being a species with accelerated organ corruption, without support sustaining his life, Qi Ning could feel his vital energy rapidly depleting. The glowing lights behind him dimmed somewhat as the puppeteer exerted his power. Shenru looked mockingly at the soon-to-die Qi Ning, sneering and pretending to be surprised. Director Qi, why did you lie down so suddenly? In a mocking gesture, the young man kicked Qi Ning's head with his foot. I see even being a dog isn't entirely safe. A blade flickered in his hand. In the blink of an eye, a silver dagger pierced through the traitor's head. Organs corroded to nothingness had become dry and barren upon being abandoned by the puppeteer, not even oozing brain matter, just a withered corpse. Boring. Shenru, looking like he didn't want to dirty his hands, didn't bother pulling the knife out, leaving it embedded deep into the corpse's skull. He then slowly turned his head, appearing arrogantly disdainful, only now noticing the puppeteer. Shenru did it intentionally. He knew the puppeteer enjoyed seeing Shenru look at him as if he were a dog. The more disdainful the gaze, the more excited this pervert became. And it was indeed the case. The puppeteer approached Shenru with a neurotic smile on his face but refrained from making any excessively inappropriate moves. The contradiction of bold trespassing in his eyes paired with cautious behavior painted an image of disturbing abnormality. Shenru, I don't quite understand why you have such hostility towards me. Don't you like the world I created? A world filled with danger and excitement, betting one's life for another's, fully mobilizing every cell to attract countless alien species, and struggling at the brink of life and death. Don't fool me, you love it. Shenru neither confirmed nor denied, I do enjoy it, but all of this is based on a premise. The puppeteer didn't get it. What premise? A sense of boundaries. Shenru stepped back coldly twice. MOU's ambition conflicts with yours, which makes it inevitable that you two stand on opposing sides. However, without my permission, you shared a resting room with me and spied on my life. This is precisely called having no sense of boundaries. Moreover, given my close relationship with MOU, fundamentally we can never become allies. So tell me, what are you dreaming about? Perhaps Shenru constantly bringing up MOU irritated the puppeteer so much that when the final sarcastic rhetorical question slipped out, the irritable man abruptly lunged forward, gripping the young man's neck tightly, fiercely questioning. Do you know what kind of attitude I like from you? But this attitude must be premised on the absence of MOU. Do you understand me? Shenru tilted his head involuntarily, his handsome face turning red due to lack of oxygen, his clenched fists trembling slightly by his sides. However, after hesitating for a moment, he chose to release them. No, if he couldn't hold his temper now, all would be lost. On the night they arrived in Zone B, Shenru and MOU had carefully analyzed and speculated their current situation. To kill the puppeteer's subordinate, apart from exploiting the puppeteer's weakened state within this current game scenario, they also needed to identify his weakness. Because the puppeteer rarely appeared in real form, their information about him remained scarce. It was too risky to act rashly. The discovery of the traitor facilitated the progress of their plans. Shenru and MOU took advantage of the chaotic conditions in the base, deliberately letting Shenru appear weakened under the pretense of rescuing someone, thereby lowering the puppeteer's guard and luring the snake out of its hole. With these thoughts in mind, Shenru lifted his tear-filled, bloodshot eyes, exuding no less authority despite taking no action. His lips parted slightly, and his voice emerged raspy yet seductively charming. Have you said enough? I'll agree to your terms, but you have to do exactly as I say. Release me, then kneel. Chapter 182, The End of the World, Out of Control Evolution, complete. Shenru couldn't figure out how exactly the freak's mind worked, but for now, what he had to do was stabilize this lunatic's emotions and try his best to wait for MOU's support. Moreover, he was very curious about the puppeteer's abilities and the significance behind this enormous tree standing behind him. This was the key to whether they could kill the puppeteer this time. Shenru's arrogant attitude completely pleased the puppeteer. The man raised the corner of his lips into a half-smile, then loosened his hand that was choking the youth around the neck. Under those fiery eyes, he knelt down slowly. Well, now we can finally have an equal conversation. The youth smiled broadly at the puppeteer as he exchanged another dagger from the maul. With sharp blade in hand, he slowly tilted up the man's chin and said leisurely. I can join, but there are conditions. The puppeteer obediently looked up, his lips curling too high, you say. Shenru pulled the dagger away, ignoring the disappointed look on the other side, and cut to the chase. You seem to know everything about me, but I don't know anything about you. This isn't fair, right? The puppeteer nodded without hesitation, responding generously, what would you like to know? Shenru didn't express any excessive eagerness, walking over to the puppeteer and casually tapping his shoulder with his fingertip. You must at least explain your ability, right? Substitute. When I'm in danger, I can select a puppet as a substitute to withstand harm, and each instance is limited to 3 times. Shenru couldn't be certain whether the number of instances was true, but all the other information matched the abilities that the puppeteer had initially used when Shenru first encountered him, which made it most likely credible. What does this tree mean? The young man slowly lifted his eyes, his red pupils concealing laughter as he forcibly suppressed the turmoil within, opening his mouth slowly. It seemed that the puppeteer was waiting precisely for this moment, blurting out instantly. The final form of this instance. Every single line on its leaves represents the life state of the players within the replica. How about it, isn't it beautiful? Want to see your lifeline? Shenru smiled and declined his invitation. Though kneeling, the puppeteer's attitude subtly expressed, I can tell you everything you want without reservation, but even so, you still cannot kill me. Qi Ning and Shenru fought outside the city to test their limits, and the result was that the young man's current combat strength could only match Qi Ning's. They hadn't awakened attack-related supernatural abilities either. The puppeteer was extremely confident. Shenru paid no attention to the other's little schemes, instead looking up at tonight's moon and chatting merrily by himself. As you said, I would actually like to see which one is MOU's lifeline. These words undoubtedly struck the puppeteer's sore spot. Even though the other party had not ordered him to rise, the puppeteer slowly stood up. His handsome face finally distorted due to anger, and a fierce sound echoed between them. MOU. Again, it's MOU. Shenru showed no discomfort at all, glancing coldly at the puppeteer with a look akin to observing garbage. What's wrong? Why get mad just because I mentioned my boyfriend? As soon as these words were spoken, a strong sense of oppression surged around the two of them. With a crisp sound, the branches on the enormous tree came alive, ferociously lashing towards Shenru's standing position. Shenru immediately dodged to the side, but the puppeteer took advantage of the gap, instantaneously rushing towards the panicked-looking youth in his eyes. The ground began to violently shake. Accompanying strange beings emerging from beneath the soil, suffocating dangers rushed fiercely toward Shenru from the direction of the puppeteer. A sharp mirror brutally slashed across Shenru's eye tail. Moonlight reflected off the mirror surface, momentarily blinding him as just moments later, the puppeteer charged over and pinned him to the ground. It's you who lost. No, it's you and MOU who have both lost. President MO probably hasn't tasted the pain of losing his beloved yet, has he? The puppeteer lowered his gaze, showing no trace of emotion. His patience had already been exhausted just now, leaving death as the sole path for Shenru. Just as the pointed mirror was about to pierce the other person's chest, the youth beneath him suddenly broke into a dazzling smile. Rose scents erupted around them with explosive force, and the strange creatures rapidly expanded outward at an unnatural rate. Bang bang bang. Blooming roses flourished among the peril and decayed souls, petals caressed blades while the enchanting youth experienced rebirth amidst passionate thorns. Shenru grabbed the mirror that was about to reach his chest and forcefully pushed it away, taking advantage of the puppeteer's momentary surprise to stab him in the chest. The puppeteer used the force to distance himself from Shenru, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes still gleamed with a crazed malice. You're truly amazing. You are definitely the best. Awoke dual abilities and concealed your strength to deceive everyone. But the puppeteer still shook his head, feigning regret as he said, but you still can't kill me. Shenru laughed aloud. Do you really think you're the creator? Before the words had even finished, Shenru instantly teleported to the puppeteer's face and mercilessly stabbed towards those disgusting eyes. The substitute puppet could not withstand the pressure, its wooden head exploding under the brutal actions of the young man. Behind them, the branches continued to wildly lash out, constantly interfering with Shenru's attack. For a while, the two fought fiercely. The puppeteer was forced to use up all of his substitution instances, while Shenru's flesh was pierced through by the branches. Neither side gained an upper hand over the other. The interference of the strange branches, along with the continuous emergence of mutants and the relentless attacks from the puppeteer, made Shenru struggle to keep pace even with his enhanced abilities. Could the puppeteer truly not be killed in this instance world? Shenru doubted his decision for the first time. No. Equality applies to all, that was a rule set from the start. Not even the creator could interfere midway. The puppeteer must have lied somewhere. And a lie full of holes generally conceals the most fragile truth. That truth involves the puppeteer's existence. When Qi Ning died earlier, Shenru clearly saw the entire tree grow dim instantly, like the loss of energy causing instability in brightness. From the very beginning, Shenru suspected that the tree did not represent the instance or the players, but rather the puppeteer's vitality. In other words, the massive tree attacking him continuously was the puppeteer's true form within this instance. But he couldn't break away now to conduct an experiment. MOU. You fucking bastard, if you don't show up soon, I'm dead. Ultimately, Shenru had been faking illness and drawing blood for 2 whole days, on top of battling with the puppeteer. Even though his body could endure high-intensity combat, his consciousness gradually blurred. Gripping the dagger tightly, he prepared to sever his arm and gamble for an opportunity when, at last, the shadows around them began to shake irregularly. A reassuring figure appeared before the two of them. I've come late. At MOU's words, the smug grin on the puppeteer's face vanished entirely. The originally despised name appearing before him meant that the mutants outside the city wall were likely nearly annihilated. The world he constructed purely out of malice was about to collapse completely. Everything was slipping out of his control. Just this moment of distraction allowed Shinru to seize the opportunity. A blade empowered by his ability immediately pierced through the puppeteer's chest. As blood splattered, fierce hatred and intense pain surged through every vein in his body, echoing cries of agony across the vast emptiness. Even the foolish would know that facing two opponents now left him at a disadvantage. The most rational move was to retreat. He had been too arrogant, arrogantly believing Shinru would step into the trap he laid out step by step, until finally being trapped like a bird in a cage. Knowing this was a life-or-death situation, yet he stubbornly invited all Infinite Channel players to participate compulsorily, just so they could witness the fall of the old star and the rise of the new god. Still, fortunately, the puppeteer had left himself a way out. The secret to escaping lay in the truth behind that giant tree. As the puppeteer prepared to make a clean escape, Shinru shouted at Mou, "That tree, whether you burn it or cut it down is up to you, just hurry up." Mou moved swiftly. His sword gleamed chillingly under the moonlight, and in an instant, the towering tree was split into two and crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. Taking advantage of the puppeteer's full attention being on Mou, Shinru teleported next to him and without hesitation plunged the dagger deep into the man's heart. "Keep cutting." Scarlet blood splashed everywhere. The puppeteer lay limp on the grass like a pile of mud, while the youth grinned wildly and recklessly, red demon-like eyes drenched in blood. It wasn't until Mou had completely hacked the tree trunk into a pile of debris and confirmed that there was no more light flowing through its leaves that he finally stopped. Shinru looked down at the puppeteer with a gaze that radiated increasing danger and mockery. "Who among us hasn't lied? It's just that your lies were clumsier. To hell with you, goodbye." As the puppeteer stared in terror, Shinru finally achieved his goal of stabbing the dagger through the man's eyes. The sticky gaze disappeared as the flesh corroded and rotted away. The puppeteer seemed dead. Shinru stood up, his nerves unusually excited, with his temples uncontrollably pulsing furiously. All the noise seemed to be gradually fading away. The instant's world began to collapse, the entire virtual world seemed on the verge of shattering, as countless fragments fell from the dark sky, and bright beams of soft light scattered onto the ground. Shinru quietly stood before Mou. Their eyes locked. The handsome youth suddenly stretched out his arms and gave the man a tender smile, his brilliant red eyes reflecting nothing but the man's silhouette. Mou reached out and embraced his lover. The heartbeat resonated through their chests. "It's time to leave." Chapter 183, Give Me a Title. Due to being attacked by an unknown player before entering the instance, Dark Knight Guild suffered from arson, resulting in Gu Changming losing his room successfully. Upon returning to the living area, he began repairs immediately and vowed to find the person responsible for the arson. However, Shinru completely forgot about the nasty things he once made Xiaofan do. As Gu Changming was vigorously rebuilding his villa, Shinru enthusiastically invited Meng Yiji to visit the Dark Knight Guild. Meng Yiji almost blurted out curses, at ### yen. Was Shinru tired of living? Meng Yiji smiled nervously, the post-disaster reconstruction of Dark Knight Guild must be very busy. Before he could finish his sentence, Shinru glanced at him with unclear meaning. "I bought a few sets of tableware according to your taste." Meng Yiji, how can I go empty-handed? Shinru raised his eyebrows curiously, "Then what are you planning to bring?" Meng Yiji patted his chest, "I'll take my heart filled with gratitude." Shinru. When Xing Ziyao saw Meng Yiji walking confidently into the villa, his eyes nearly bulged out. He hurriedly rushed over, seeing no one around, and asked secretly, "Xiaofan. Gu brother is in a bad mood. What are you thinking?" After saying this, without waiting for the other's reaction, Xing Ziyao looked enlightened, the culprit revisiting the scene of the crime. Xiaofan, you're so weird." Meng Yiji couldn't bear it anymore, reaching out to grab the loudmouth's mouth, forcing him to mute. "Are you blaming me when the guild has been burned down and you don't feel sad at all?" Xing Ziyao turned his eyeballs and bragged shamelessly, Meng Yiji. All right. It seems physical defense can't shut that annoying mouth. Just as Xiaofan let go, Gu Changming happened to come out of the room behind Xing Ziyao with a hammer in hand, hearing every word crystal clear. "It's not my house that got burned. Why should I be upset? The one who should be upset is Gu Changming, ha ha ha." Gu Changming became angry, his eyelids twitching. "Xing Ziyao, come and work." Xing Ziyao looked back in terror. Gu Changming, holding the hammer, glared darkly, "What? Do you have any ideas?" The young yellow-haired man swallowed his saliva and shook his head painfully. "I'm feeling sorry for you. Everyone." When Qi Ning betrayed them, Shinru and Mou did not make it public. A president's betrayal would tarnish the reputation of the entire guild. Mou only announced that President Qi Ning entered Area A on his own to find a method to delay mutation, but unfortunately encountered danger and passed away. With Qi Ning's guild leaderless, several remaining presidents jointly suggested that Shinru temporarily assume the position of acting president. Because of restrictions in the election system for presidents, normally the candidate should come from the same guild or compete reasonably for promotion. But under current special circumstances, Mou informed the other presidents about the existence of the puppet master and the incident at the end of the instance. Until they confirmed the death of the puppet master, vigilance could not be relaxed. After all, he was the creator of the game, and Mou simply couldn't believe he hadn't left himself a way out. Shenru's outstanding performance within the instance was undeniable, thus there was no objection to him serving as the temporary president. Unexpectedly, after resolving all external factors, the critical issue arose because Shenru refused. When Shenru learned this terrible news, he was sitting on the living room sofa playing poker with Xiao Huang and Xiao Fun. After listening to Mou's words, he didn't even look up and refused immediately. Acting president? Isn't that just working for free? I won't go. The young man discarded 2 cards. Besides, aren't you still investigating whether the puppet master left a contingency plan? In such uncertain circumstances, I can't sleep soundly. How could I have the mindset to be an acting president? As soon as Meng Yizhi heard the young man talk about not sleeping soundly, he directly threw out several cards blowing him to smithereens. Xiao Fun, this is truly a calamity. Mou remained calm-faced, like he expected this outcome, sat next to Shenru, expertly wrapping his arms around him, examining the cards in his lover's hand, and threw 2 out. I redeemed a year's supply of hot pot base. Shenru turned his head and eyed the man suspiciously, unable to resist the temptation. Really? Mou nodded, his gentle smile making Shenru break out in goosebumps. Shenru coughed lightly, not agreeing immediately, and rudely changed the subject. Do you have something else? Mou smiled subtly. We've been together for so long and haven't formally introduced each other to everyone yet. Don't you think Shen teacher should give me a title? Shenru felt somewhat guilty and quickly calculated in his mind. Did this kind of thing really need to be announced loudly to others? However, he indeed should give Mou an official title. It seemed like Mou didn't even have a proper confession, the two just ended up together somehow. He always thought that feelings should follow their natural course, but he didn't expect Mou to care so much. Shenru nodded. All right, you go ahead and arrange it. As night fell, Shenru fell asleep on the couch and woke up again to find no one around. Moonlight streamed through the glass windows, scattering patches of bright light on the floor. It was as if the world had come to a stop after a nap, with the clock hands inside the house frozen at a stiff, strange position. Shenru interestingly observed the surroundings. After confirming there was nothing unusual in the villa, he slowly headed towards the door. Just as he stepped out, he saw a letter placed in the mailbox by the front door. Shenru looked down the wide street where no one was visible, and there was no hiding place around that could be used for concealment. This letter must have been placed in the mailbox long ago. The content inside the envelope was very brief. Something's off. Run fast. Unsure if it was a psychological effect, the moment he opened the letter, the surroundings suddenly emitted a decayed and rotten smell. Invisible gazes seemed to project from all directions. Inaudible whispers surged forth, and under the moonlight, the shadows of buildings twisted into bizarre shapes the moment he blinked, only to return to normal the next second. Shenru raised his eyebrows and walked over to where the shadow had just changed its pose. He stomped hard with his foot, but there was no change. He was sure the shadow had moved just now. Was this Mou's doing? It seemed not quite like him. Mou required a distance range to control shadows. If it truly was the man, then he must be nearby. But around here, there was no one. Just as Shenru was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly received several messages on his personal communication device. Stand still, only the villa is safe. Hurry up and leave. Fast. Can't you see me? Strange, but I can see you wherever you are. Don't move. Leave fast. Conflicting information kept refreshing on Shenru's personal communication interface. Without hesitation, Shenru turned it off, and the noisy messages disappeared from his view instantly. Just as the young man was preparing to leave, a voice came from behind him. Shenru. Chapter 184, this time, it's your turn to save me, Teacher Shen. Qi Ning's voice sounded behind Shenru. Shenru was inevitably taken aback upon seeing him. When he turned around, he had considered several possible people standing behind him, but it certainly wasn't Qi Ning. Qi Ning smiled calmly. You look quite surprised. Shenru made no attempt to hide his astonishment. After all, I was the one who personally plunged a dagger into your brain. Coming back from the dead and standing before me again, my surprise is also a form of respect for President Qi. The atmosphere became somewhat tense, with the distance between them being neither close nor far. However, neither of them showed the fierce hostility expected when foes meet. The moment Shenru saw him, he already had a faint feeling of foreboding. But since he could kill him once, he believed he could do it again. I think you need help. Qi Ning shrugged, stepping back deliberately to express his goodwill and friendliness. Shenru curved his lips slightly, taking a step toward Qi Ning. You seem to have it wrong, it's you who needs help. The young man with black hair stood silently under the moonlight, watching Qi Ning. His beautiful red eyes carried a hint of amusement and excitement as they looked him over. Shenru noticed that since Qi Ning appeared, the sensation of being spied on instantly vanished, along with the distorted shadows that flashed by earlier, which now seemed too quiet. He could only confirm one thing right now. The illusion before Qi Ning's appearance was truly the real gift Mou intended to give him. Qi Ning's otherwise composed expression twisted for just a moment before quickly returning to normal. Oh. How am I supposed to know that I need help? This time Shenru genuinely laughed, filled with ridicule and mockery in his eyes. Without a physical body, you can only exist within someone else's consciousness. Puppeteer, how pitiful you are. But then the youth changed tone, however, disregarding everything, there is one thing you said correctly. Your world really made me like it. There was an undertone of enticement and soothing in Shenru's words, and his act of giving a sweet reward after a slap successfully calmed the puppeteer's emotions on the brink of collapse. Unlike what happened in the world Shenru faced, now he didn't know whether he should celebrate or hate. Celebrate that the puppeteer so quickly presented himself at the doorstep, or be enraged that this despicable pervert actually targeted Mou's mind. Shenru forcefully restrained the urge to shred him into pieces, the veins on his forehead uncontrollably pulsing wildly. He never expected to encounter the puppeteer so soon, both the time and location were beyond his expectation. Shenru detested nothing more than being threatened. You'd better hurry up. If I don't survive, Mou won't either. Qi Ning's eyes full of malice gradually turned into the familiar golden irises Shenru knew, slowly fading away into the darkness. And just at this brief moment, the familiar sense of being watched, and those bizarre shadows re-emerged with vitality. Shenru returned to Mou's world. Why was the puppeteer inside Mou's consciousness? Shenru swiftly reviewed the last part of that apocalyptic simulation he had experienced not long ago. He killed the puppeteer's physical form and sent Mou to cut down the tree that granted life. Could it be because of the tree? Was the puppeteer's backup plan always to share destruction with Mou? No, the puppeteer's expression of shock when seeing Mou didn't feel staged, he didn't know Mou would come. Otherwise, he wouldn't have isolated Sector A completely using an overwhelming number of mutants. So Shenru himself must have been the original target of the puppeteer. Indeed, if Mou hadn't arrived in time, Shenru would have tried every method to cut down that tree regardless. The person the puppeteer wanted to die together with has always been Shenru. After figuring all this out, Shenru didn't linger in place but quickly organized the map of the living area, searching thoroughly and orderly for anything peculiar. He needed to break through the illusion and rapidly pass the information outward. The contents of the message had hinted at this from the start. Something's off. Run fast. But these 5 characters alone were too straightforward, hence the strange feelings afterward around the environment and the confusing signals on the light computer. Therefore, now he needed to conduct a comprehensive search throughout the entire living zone and screen out the places where things felt wrong. This was originally what Shenru planned. But after going around once, he came up empty-handed. The young man found himself back at the starting point. Sweat rolled down his forehead due to running, trickling down past his brow ridge to his cheek, finally dripping onto the ground from his chin. His red eyes scanned the villa in front of him, pausing at the mailbox near the entrance. Following the hint from the letter, it shouldn't be wrong. Wait a moment. Was there a mailbox at this villa before? Nowadays, everyone uses light computers to contact each other, even thinking about mailboxes is completely unreasonable. The young man's crimson lips slightly curled upwards, and a few strands of hair fluttered in the wind. Without any warning, he swung his fist towards the mailbox. Crack. The sound of shattering spread explosively around, splitting apart the illusory scene, the hazy moonlight, and that persistent sense of being spied upon into fragments. Shenru's striking visage suddenly appeared in Mou's eyes without notice. Mou had been waiting for a long time. His broad palm gently caressed that beautiful and radiant face, staring into those red eyes fully focused on him. The man felt as though every drop of blood flowing through his body became murky yet boiling. Shenru had no patience for an eye lock with him. As he was about to speak, the man's kiss landed on the young man's crimson lips. Through his raven hair, Mou caught sight of the flushed ears. He tenderly swept the youth's hair behind his ear, revealing a startlingly bright red diamond. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the pitch-black sky erupted into a dazzling display. Stars, unnoticed until now, broke across the night sky, blooming into brilliant and scorching fireworks. Mou lifted Shenru into the air. The once quiet residential area gradually became vibrant under Shenru's eyes. Stones by the roadside, streetlights on the sidewalk, and chairs outside the supermarket. Commonplace items that were hard to meticulously record one by one began transforming into players. They acted like necessary NPCs in this firework extravaganza, forcibly witnessing Shenru bestowing his identity onto Mou. The young man stiffly turned his head, his sense of shame reaching its peak. Mou's recent behavior had been so innocent that he had momentarily forgotten how much of a pervert the man truly was. Before Shenru could react, a low, hoarse chuckle sounded right by his scarlet ear. You're screwed now, Shenru. From now on, no one else will dare covet you but me. Perhaps the self-satisfaction evident in the man's expression and tone appealed to Shenru's vanity. Ignoring the fleeting embarrassment, he felt an immense sense of pride. So when Mou's words trailed off, the young man initiated another kiss instead, fighting back just as fiercely. In their unrelenting lip battle, besides an unwavering determination to dominate, there also emerged a certain lingering tenderness. Only kindred souls should be drawn together. They should love each other so deeply that even their bones should tremble with madness. Their uninhibited kisses, entangled breathing, trembling lashes, and racing heartbeats silently narrated their deep, enduring affection. Shenru tightly gripped the man's chin, responding with conviction. Of course, because you are my lover. Mou tilted his head downwards, the dark hue in his eyes swirling violently. Did you see the puppeteer? He's in my consciousness. Shenru nodded. What should I do? Mou didn't respond immediately. Instead, he gazed quietly at the youth in his arms, his eyes brimming with endless affection seeping from their shadowy depths. Finally, the man bent down. Use that card, Tears of Mrs. Leon, to build a bridge into my consciousness. Teacher Shen, it's your turn to save me. Don't keep me waiting too long. Shenru raised his eyes in response. Before using the card, he pulled the man close again for a long, passionate kiss. If you die, I'll never let you go, even if I become a ghost. Be good, wait for Teacher Shen to rescue you. Chapter 185, Wedding Scene. Before entering Mou's consciousness, Shenru had considered many possibilities. Perhaps he would meet a cute baby or a rebellious teenager in puberty. Maybe he could even find out what Mou looked like when he first came to the game. But the one thing he never expected was to wake up at a wedding scene. Shenru was very familiar with this church. It was the same one where Mou served as the priest in a virtual town. However, the place was no longer surrounded by eerie and terrifying atmospheres. Warm sunlight filtered through the stained glass windows, spilling onto the seats on both sides. Each beam of light seemed enchanted, making the entire church glow brightly. The celebratory atmosphere of the wedding was incredibly thick. The piano music slowly rose, filling every corner of the space. The surrounding air was filled with the sweet aroma of fruity wine. The crystal tassels chandeliers from ancient Europe, along with each romantic and exquisite sculpture, all expressed the host's great importance placed on this wedding. Shenru's face appeared somewhat off-kilter. Was Mou getting married? How had he never heard the man mention it? Shenru. Why are you still daydreaming here? The wedding starts in 2 hours, and you haven't even changed clothes. Meng Yizhi rushed toward Shenru holding decorative ribbons and balloons for the venue. Shenru turned back calmly, carefully observing Xiao Fun. He hadn't forgotten the purpose of his entrance, and everyone around him was now his suspect. Sister-in-law. It's great that you're here. Which color of these handheld flowers do you prefer? Sheng Xiao entered from the church door, left hand holding bright red roses, right hand holding a bouquet of interwoven white and pink flowers. He enthusiastically ran over to Shenru. Upon entering, he immediately noticed something wrong. Sister-in-law. Haven't you changed yet? Sheng Xiao's eyes widened as they bulged in shock, probably imagining some strange and unrealistic scenario. Sister-in-law, are you eloping? Not good. This wasn't agreed upon by you and brother Mo earlier. Marry after eliminating the dollmaker. Shenru immediately caught the keywords and raised an eyebrow at them. How did the dollmaker die? As soon as she finished speaking, the two people opposite her suddenly paused, looking puzzled. Didn't you kill him? How should we know? Yeah. Let's not talk about that. Shenru, hurry and change your clothes. Missing the timing would be bad. The dressing room is behind that door ahead. Just open it. Shenru retracted his probing gaze, deciding not to dig deeper into the issue. This was Mou's consciousness. To put it simply, apart from being the male protagonist in this wedding scenario, Shenru's interactions with everyone were merely subconscious reactions from Mou. It seemed that even in Mou's subconscious mind, there was no trace of finding the dollmaker. Shenru walked into the changing room according to their directions. When the door opened, a black lace tulle dress blew gracefully into view, catching Shenru's attractive red pupils. Adorned with numerous rose elements, the cascading skirt fell like a waterfall, intruding into Shenru's vision boldly and directly. Bang! The door slammed shut the moment the black-haired youth stepped into the changing room. The man who'd been waiting for some time in the changing room quickly embraced Shenru from behind the moment he entered, his warm breath spraying against Shenru's neck. You shouldn't have come. The hot, trembling hands clung tightly to Shenru's waist, as if hugging a worldly treasure. Despite the quivering tone, every detailed movement betrayed the man's current nervous state. Instinctively, Shenru placed his hand on the man's wrist, feeling the pulsating heartbeat. He couldn't be fooled. Mou was really nervous. Shenru didn't quite understand. What does President Mo mean by this? Clearly, he felt that after uttering these words, the man's breathing halted abruptly for a second. No, actually I just wish you could stay forever. I know this isn't real, Shenru. Neither me, the players outside, nor even the entire wedding scene, none of it is real. In the spacious, well-lit room, the figure of the man embracing his beloved from behind was deeply etched onto the wall nearby, as though this meeting had long been prepared for the arrival of spring meant for roses. Shenru lowered his eyes, his eyelashes fluttering slightly to cover his astonishment. His dark red pupils shone gently. Mou's revelation had caught him off guard. At the exact moment the man embraced him, Shenru attempted to activate the store or use his talent but regrettably had no abilities within Mou's consciousness. Even as the man spoke, Shenru stubbornly bit through his own tongue. His powerful self-healing ability had vanished without a trace. This meant that inside Mou's consciousness, he was entirely an ordinary person. The game has always been fair. His predicament could correspond to anyone within this consciousness, no one could escape. Shenru reflected thoughtfully and shifted his gaze back to the black wedding dress not far away. His brows twitched involuntarily, and he forcefully pulled himself out of the man's embrace, asking tentatively. So what do you want me to do? The man stood in the shadow, his face calm yet solemn, seeming to have made a great resolution before opening his mouth slightly. Leave here after the wedding is over. His voice was deep and hoarse, as if struggling desperately to suppress the pain in his heart to make this heartbreaking decision. As if bidding farewell for the last time, he pulled Shinru's arm and leaned down to kiss goodbye his lover. Unexpectedly, Shinru dodged further intimate contact from the other side, slowly stepping back 2 steps, grabbing a brow pencil on the table when he reached it. The reason was very simple. You wouldn't be so selflessly letting him go first. The man once warned harshly in his ear that they would never end their entanglement in this life, but now he seemed to be showing an unselfish willingness to sacrifice. If MOU wasn't purposefully trying to provoke him, which he highly doubted, then there was absolutely no doubt that this man wasn't MOU. Furthermore, whether it was Meng Yiji and Xing Xiao's previous emphasis on the timing or the present MOU suggesting waiting until after the wedding, all pointed towards the wedding's end being a critical turning point. It wasn't hard to imagine, if he didn't find and kill the dollmaker by the end of the wedding, he and MOU might truly end up as a pair of dead lovebirds. Just as this crucial piece of information formed in his mind, Shinru suddenly lunged forward, thrusting the brow pencil fiercely towards the man's head. What Shinru didn't expect was that MOU suddenly revealed a strange and excited smile, showing no intention at all of dodging Shinru's attack, allowing the potentially lethal brow pencil to pierce right through his right eye. MOU's figure gradually became transparent upon being injured, but this did not hinder his actions. The man merely lightly touched his right eye, expressing such pleasure that Shinru even felt he might get thrilled over it. You can't kill me, Shinru. I've said everything I needed to. If you don't flee, stay in MOU's consciousness and become my bride. Before the words were fully spoken, an urgent knocking sound came from the closed door. Xing Xiao's voice came from outside. Sister-in-law. Are you ready? Time is almost up. Time. Wasn't it 2 hours? Shinru shockingly looked up at the clock on the wall. Though it only felt like around 20 minutes had passed to him, the clock indicated more than an hour had gone by. Damn, got tricked. Chapter 186, If you don't wake up, I'm going to kiss you. The corners of MOU's lips curled higher and higher until his figure disappeared completely. Only then did the door of the changing room fully open. A yellow chick and a pink chick hurriedly scrambled in from outside the door. Seeing Shinru still wearing the same outfit she came in with, they became as anxious as if they were about to miss the wedding. Shinru, it's been almost 2 hours. You should have finished showing off by now. Sister-in-law, let me tell you, there are so many people here already. There can be no going back now. Meng Yiji had a mission on his shoulders. If anything went wrong with the wedding, he'd be working for the Dark Knight Guild for life. No matter what, he had to deliver Shinru on time. Thinking of this, he picked up the wedding dress hanging nearby, studying how to put it on while giving instructions to Shinru. In a moment, when you go out that door, just don't act impulsively. Although all the people here are players, they've already paid their red envelopes. Any accidents, and it's non-refundable, non-exchangeable. Shinru. MOU had clearly planned this virtual wedding thoroughly, including even the collection of money envelopes. However, Pink Chick wasn't exaggerating. Shinru's face indeed looked quite unpleasant at the moment, especially when he thought about the fact that earlier something had used MOU's appearance to embrace him. Shit. He currently felt like he had swallowed a fly, utterly nauseous. Given the time, there was probably only around 10 minutes left. Not only was the timing extremely tight, but now even how to kill the puppeteer remained a question. The puppeteer had truly lost his innate abilities, but the problem was, even if Shinru recognized him, physical attacks would not be able to kill him. And the opponent seemed confident Shinru wouldn't be able to kill him. Why? There was no time to dwell on it further. On Meng Yiji's side, he had figured out the wedding gown and veil and was signaling Xing Xiao for help. No matter what, Shinru couldn't possibly escape. All he could do now was to change into the gown and, when meeting MOU again, find a way to try to kill him once more. Shit, why did it have to be him in women's clothing again? He swore that if MOU ever dared bring up such a perverted demand in reality, he would tear the man apart. The satin black veil carried an extension effect, so despite the young man being short-haired, wearing it created an impression similar to long hair casually falling over his shoulders. The black silk enhanced Shinru's naturally rosy lips and white teeth, making his delicate features appear more leisurely and alluring, beautiful beyond belief. A luxurious dark wedding dress shimmered with a halo under the sunlight. The roses on the hem were meticulously hand-sewn one stitch at a time by someone specifically hired for this purpose. The young man stood quietly by the window. His beautiful red eyes only needed to lift slightly to captivate or mesmerize, truly beguiling. Little Pink, I finally understand why my brother Mo is always jealous. Xing Xiao smacked his lips with an air of mystery on his face. Meng Yiji sighed, patting the yellow chick on the shoulder, and said faintly, in any case, I will never want to turn into a wooden stool to watch them kissing again. Shinru left the dressing room through another door with a vivid red bouquet in hand. He needed to circle around from the rear of the church to get to the front and walk through the main entrance when the music played. Outside the church, there were none of the bizarre scenes seen in the previous dungeon instance anymore. The surroundings were filled with lush green grass interwoven everywhere. There was no one at the back door, which was unusually quiet compared to the bustling front entrance. Just as Shenru stopped to observe the surrounding environment, a stunning rift suddenly tore across the sky in the distance. Beyond the crack, lights covered the sky like stars falling from the heavens. There's no one here. You still have the chance to leave. What you love so deeply doesn't have to bind you forever. Just take this step. Shenru. Mou's voice reverberated in the young man's ears. As desired by the man, Shenru slowly stepped forward a few steps. The closer he got to the crack, the more obvious it was that his body struggled fiercely against leaving, as though a voice inside was harmonizing with the man, persuading Shenru to give up right here. This was different from before. In the dressing room, Mou emphasized that after the wedding, there would be a chance to leave. But now Mou meant that if he didn't leave now, he really wouldn't get the chance. As the other party waited for the youth's response, Shenru suddenly laughed strangely. Don't you think yourself awfully funny? Shenru took 2 steps backward slowly, not trying to hide the disdain and mockery in his red eyes. Mou wouldn't leave me with such an easy opportunity. We can only survive together, or die together. There was no way Shenru would leave with a tone of discussion or pleading. After saying that, the young man lifted his dress hem and walked toward the front door without looking back. Shenru noticed something strange. It was certain that this place was Mou's consciousness, and all the wedding formalities were built according to the man's preferences, but why did the puppeteer appear so frequently on his own territory? Moreover, Shenru couldn't harm the puppeteer within Mou's consciousness. Something still felt off. The main entrance of the church was filled with blooming roses, red like clouds at sunset. Though Mou had let all channel players witness their highlight moment, the wedding wasn't as noisy as imagined. Instead, only the presidents of various guilds and some close friends attended. Soft, warm music gradually rose, its melody flowing through the air. Petals drifted down with the wind, scattering gracefully onto the ground, over the veil, and finally onto the bride's flushed lips. Holding the bouquet, Shenru slowly walked towards the direction of the man inside the church. He stopped only when he could clearly see the man's features and the flicker of struggle and emotion in his eyes. The young man raised an eyebrow, and a glimmer of sharpness flashed in his beautiful eyes. Smiling, he gazed at the man. The music abruptly ceased. The guests were already seated, eagerly awaiting the happy moment of the newlyweds. From a few perspectives, the strong combination of these two crazies could be a disastrous presence for the infinite channel. But fortunately, deadly dungeons have become a thing of the past, so even if they caused trouble, it wouldn't cost lives. Mr. Shen, do you agree to accept Mr. Mo as your partner? Interest and anticipation intertwined in the crimson eyes, as red lips moved. I do. Mr. Mo, do you agree to accept Mr. Shen as your partner? Mou acted uncharacteristically, silently staring at Shenru for a long time without giving an answer. The priest grew somewhat anxious. After all, last-minute regrets during weddings were rare but not unheard of, and nobody wanted such an incident at a wedding they presided over. Mr. Mo, do you wish to acknowledge and accept Mr. Shen as your partner? Dark shadows slowly spread from beneath Mou, making his handsome face look somewhat sinister. I do. The priest let out a slow breath of relief, just ready to continue the next steps when unexpectedly someone interrupted. Shenru suddenly burst into laughter, stepping forward enthusiastically, and even a ripple appeared in his otherwise icy eyes. I think we can delay the ring exchange for a bit. The young man slowly leaned in, his sweet voice reverberating in each other's ears. I can't wait to kiss my other half. Chapter 187, I love you. Shenru finally realized what was wrong. It wasn't that the puppeteer had taken control of Mou, but rather Mou himself didn't realize he was currently under control. However, the deeply rooted possessiveness couldn't fool anyone. When Mou's consciousness caught sight of Shenru storming into his vision in a wedding dress, it immediately erupted into a fierce and savage struggle. No matter what, he couldn't bear to see Shenru as someone else's bride. But this brief bout of agitation was not enough to fully awaken the sleeping man. Shenru needed to deliver another powerful blow. He would incite the man's fury, transforming his calm and restrained appearance with emotions of anger and fear. Shenru gazed intently at the person before him, her red eyes brimming with boundless affection and tenderness. Those dark abyssal eyes met Shenru's gaze directly, creating an atmosphere of ambiguous tension between them. Shenru blinked her eyelashes, her voice lazy and carrying a hint of dangerous allure as she slowly brought her lips closer to the man's thin lips, until they were mere millimeters apart. Awaken. Otherwise, I will kiss you. Shenru's meaning was clear without words. The one in front of him who looked exactly like Mou was not Mou himself but the puppeteer's consciousness. If Mou didn't react, he would have to watch his beloved kiss another man within his own awareness. Shenru was pushing him. Just as the young man was about to come even closer, the other suddenly pushed him away. The originally dark eyes gradually lightened, the figure before him began to waver, as if two different souls were fiercely pulling and struggling, desperate to rip each other apart, tearing them into shreds. Shenru had been waiting for this opportunity. When the figure finally split into two entirely different human forms, the young man quickly advanced, grabbing the puppeteer by the neck and yanking him harshly. Mou. Shenru could not kill the puppeteer. Neither he nor any other player could achieve this because this was Mou's consciousness. Hence, the only one capable of ending everything was Mou. This was why the puppeteer was confident Shenru wouldn't harm him. In a rage, the man instantly received Shenru's message, seizing the dagger the youth had prepared long ago, thrusting it brutally into the puppeteer's heart. As if determined to annihilate every last trace, he repeatedly pierced the heart until there was nothing left. The puppeteer's gaze began to blur. The end-of-the-world scenario had already consumed most of his energy and abilities, and hiding within Mou's consciousness was a reluctant measure. Hot blood spurted from the puppeteer's mouth. He didn't even get a chance to leave a final word because Mou drove the final knife through the center of his brow. The puppeteer stopped moving altogether. This time, there was no vanishing into ashes, just a real body lying quietly in the white church. Like a prisoner seeking redemption through death, offering his soul in bloody penance, hoping for God's salvation. Shenru checked the space below the puppeteer's nose with her hand, then touched his pulse, even squatting down on the ground to wait dully for a while. The wait seemed long, so long that it became unclear when the cathedral was left empty save for him and Mou. Perhaps during this period of verification, Shenru's gaze remained fixed on the puppeteer, which greatly displeased Mou, who had just regained consciousness. Ignoring the other's disapproving stare, the man used his foot to kick the puppeteer's corpse aside without mercy. He pulled the young man close into his arms, warm hands covering those bright red eyes, speaking impatiently. "Why are you staring at a dead man? You told him, I will, and you have nothing to say to me." Shenru was amused by his strange jealousy, slowly pulling down the man's hand, allowing it to touch the arteries in her neck. "Feel that?" The man raised an eyebrow, his eyes radiating danger, clearly signaling that things wouldn't end pleasantly this time. "Don't even mention the pulse, Shenru. Every bit of your skin, every vein, every strand of hair, I am thoroughly familiar with all of it." As he spoke, Mou's eyes roamed over the youth's entire body, his dark gaze suddenly turning malicious. "Yet, my lover's first appearance in a wedding gown wasn't seen by me first." Hearing this jealous comment, Shenru couldn't help but smile, gently placing the veil in the man's hand, speaking in a vague and alluring tone. "But only you have the right to help me wear it again." A playful smile once again appeared on the handsome youth's beautiful face, his inviting eyes filled with mirth. "President Mo, would you like to give it a try?" "Of course." The splendid melody suddenly rang out through the pure white church, as roses emitted an enticing fragrance. The lively notes of music sang elegantly in the dance steps of the two figures. This was an imperfect wedding, but one that belonged exclusively to the two of them. On the staff notation of love, bubbles rose with every breath, declaring their mutual pleasure and excitement. Their dance intertwined, while their souls burned completely. They were drowning in love, something far deeper than any wedding could express. "Mr. Mo." Shenru's voice trembled slightly, her lips parting as if she wanted to express endless love. "Mr. Mo, do you promise to take me as your partner, accept all parts of me, and love me forever until death?" The man's pupils contracted in surprise, staring at the young person before him. After a long pause, he solemnly replied. "I do." Then Mo cupped Shenru's pale, delicate neck, pulling the person into his embrace, his low, gravelly voice thick with emotion. "Mr. Shen. Do you promise to take me as your partner, accept all parts of me, and love me forever until death?" The crimson-eyed youth laughed freely and dazzlingly, giving the man a firm and predictable answer. "I do. Mou, there's something I've been wanting to say to you for a very long time." Shenru's hands gently caressed the man's cheeks, her tender smile seeming to focus only on this one person in this moment. "Mou, I love you." A passionate kiss, filled with fiery devotion, swept over them both, as they pledged their lives together. They were destined to entangle themselves in love, to embrace under the morning sun, to kiss amidst twilight, becoming lovers who lived with passion and perished with grace. "I love you too, Shenru." End of story.